My name is Chang'an. He leaned against the wall and whispered weakly. So hungry. Chang'an cried out, steamed lamb, steamed bear paw, steamed deer tail, roast duck, roast chicken. A gentle young man of the 21st century who only knows how to stay at home and play honor of kings. I won't hide it. I actually transmigrated, Chang'an shouted. But it's really unlucky. Possessing the longevity physique, this is simply the premium version of Tong Seng. Everyone is hunting me down. With a cry, Chang'an was pinned down by a woman. Progress is too fast. How about we chat about life first? What are you waiting for? I can't hold it in anymore. All cultivators pushed me to my death just to become immortals. I cried. The physical harm isn't big, but the insult is huge. Unexpectedly, after 3 years, my golden finger appeared. The system's voice rang out, detecting that the host has encountered a vengeful ghost, immediately activating the Invincible domain system for the host. Chang'an thought to himself, within this 2-meter domain, I am invincible. I am the lord of this world. Gaining domain points can expand the Invincible domain. A golden light struck down. Chang'an thought to himself, if the Invincible domain covers the entire continent, wouldn't I be able to rule the whole continent? There was also a beautiful girl who proposed. Therefore, can you take me as your disciple? However, the system notified, the method to obtain domain points requires the host to figure it out by himself.
On a bright moonlit night, the mystical moonlight shone down on a ruined, desolate temple. A vicious ghost appeared from nowhere, her body plumped and her long white hair completely covering her eyes. Her face showed a craving expression upon catching a scent, so fragrant. Her face looked greedy, full of satisfaction. This smell seems to be... Her eyes widened. Longevity physique. She sprinted towards the desolate temple, as the scent seemed to come from this direction. This was a once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity. She definitely had to find this extremely rare longevity physique to eat it. She accelerated her running speed to immediately ascend to become an immortal. Inside Xianren Temple, Chen Chang'an lay flat, his head resting on the table. Lifeless, so hungry. With weary eyes, an oil-smudged face, disheveled hair, and a grumbling stomach, he couldn't stop thinking about steamed mutton, steamed chicken feet, steamed deer tail, roast duck, and roast chicken. He was one of the unluckiest transmigrators, Chen Chang'an, while other transmigrators always sang triumphantly and were invincible all the way. As for me, transmigrating to the cultivation world, because his meridians were blocked, the old man told him, "You are indeed a good seedling, just a bit useless." He doubted it. "Old man, are you sure?" While others all mocked the shabby sect for taking in a piece of trash unable to cultivate. In contrast to those people, the old man smiled and comforted him. "Chang'an, you are not bad at all. You are the legendary longevity physique. Eating you allows one to immediately ascend. Aren't you feeling overjoyed right now?" Leaving him speechless. It was bad enough that he couldn't cultivate immortality, but the damn heavens also gifted him the Tong Monk attribute as a bonus, torturing him for the past 3 years. He sat down slumped over, suffering from being fought over by countless demons and monsters. His body had been injured multiple times. The sect was also repeatedly attacked, and the old man couldn't bear it anymore, hurriedly shattering the void to bring him here to hide. An emotional outburst made him angrily throw things on the ground. "Fuck, I've had enough." He howled in utter despair. Why can other transmigrators rise with the wind and water, while I can only be a sheep waiting to be slaughtered? He furiously stepped outside, pointed at the sky, and shouted, "Oh, old damn heavens, you heartless thing, why do you torture me like this? If you have the guts, let lightning strike me back to heaven." Before he could even finish his words, lightning struck right in front of him.
Making him panic, his eyes widened and his mouth gaped, sweating profusely like taking a bath. He fearfully bowed 90 degrees, looking at the crushed stone. "Just joking, I'm just joking." He turned around and strode into the deserted temple. All right, better go to sleep, save some calories." He went back to lay his head on the round pillow, curled up on the freezing floor. Who knows, maybe tomorrow the old geezer will step on an auspicious cloud, holding a roast chicken to surprise me. The female ghost suddenly appeared from behind. "A moment of a spring night is priceless. Why doesn't the young master stay with me?" He woke up startled and backed away. "Damn, who are you? You scared the hell out of me. When did you get in here?" She came forward and climbed onto him, holding his face and giving him a smooch on the lips. She closed her eyes, enjoying it with a completely satisfied face. Right. This is exactly the taste of the longevity constitution." He had a completely confused expression on his face. To think that a dignified 7-foot man like me, just because I was hungry, got forcibly kissed by a girl. What a humiliation. You men remember to protect yourselves when going out. Don't be like me. He sat up abruptly and forcefully pushed her away. "Go to hell." She had a completely shy and embarrassed expression. It seems the young master likes this style." His face immediately turned bright red, with a long trail of a nosebleed. She quickly pinned him to the ground. He panicked. "Hiss, wait, this is progressing too fast. How about we chat a bit about life first?" She hurriedly said, What are we waiting for? I can't hold it back anymore. He squeezed his eyes shut and yelled at her face. Hold my ass. I've been through this before. Let me ask you, you are a ghost, right? She looked at him with sparkling eyes while thunder roared outside. Ah. Her facial expression changed into a ghost. Her eyes rolled back white. Her mouth smiled from ear to ear. Of course, a ghost. He trembled with an expression of extreme fear. Chen Chang'an recalled what the old thief Tian once said. This temple has been set up with my restriction. Demons and ghosts cannot enter. Just stay here peacefully. Don't wander around. Wait for me to return. WTF, am I not the 2.0 version of Ning Chaishan? The female ghost lifted his terrified face. Longevity constitution. I will take it from your body, right? She then bit down hard on one of his shoulders, making blood splatter everywhere. Ka! His face was filled with despair. Must he die today? I hid for 3 years, scurrying and hiding like a rat. He gritted his teeth tightly, and the result was, suddenly, a ding sounded in the air. His body instantly floated into the air. Detecting that the host encountered a vengeful spirit, the Invincible domain system is immediately open for the host. The Invincible domain range is a circle with a 2-meter diameter. His eyes looked at the system panel, Invincible domain. In other words, he was surrounded by blue circles, and within this 2-meter domain, I am invincible. I am the lord of this domain. Domain range, 2 meters, system version 1.0, name, Chen Chang'an, cultivation realm, none, special functions, none, domain points, none. His fists clenched tightly. Damn it, I knew it. He used his strength and threw her far away. How could a transmigrator not have a golden finger? Thrown away, she was startled. You, what did you do? He held his hand out in front of him, looking at her with a sharp, cold gaze. Hee, now it's my turn to counterattack. Let me experience a bit just how strong the Invincible domain really is. She smiled a grotesque smile. Counterattack? Just you? Her mouth smiled wide to her ears. Young master is but a mortal. Good or bad, I can still feel your attacks hitting me, but in the end, it's just a scratch. She dashed quickly towards him. You might as well lie on your back and let me serve you, young master. It might be more comfortable. He raised his hand in a fighting stance. Come at me. Let's see if I can butcher you or not. He punched her hard in the face, and she flew straight up into the sky.
The surroundings shook violently. He looked straight up at the sky. This was not a dream. His face was full of joy. Can I fly now? Golden halos immediately appeared around his body. The system panel announced, the host has killed a chi-refining 3rd-layer female ghost, gaining 10 domain points. He asked with a confused expression, what are domain points? Every 100 domain points can increase the range of the Invincible domain by 1 meter. The current range of the Invincible domain is 2 meters. He looked up at the system panel. Then how do I obtain domain points? If the domain's range covers the entire continent, wouldn't I be able to directly rule the whole continent? The method to obtain domain points requires the host to figure it out himself. He raised a loving finger at the system. Damn it, are you planning to be irresponsible, system? There isn't even a trial, and you still want the host to figure it out himself. His body suddenly staggered, unable to stand firmly. By the time I figure it out, I'm afraid I would have starved to death beforehand. He fell with a thud, his whole body dropping onto the cold floor. On this side, a hole was pierced in the sky, revealing palaces, with sunlight shining down through the hole. Lightning rays gathered at a single point, creating a circle of lightning. The sky has been pierced by something. The immortal might is truly terrifying. Could an immortal treasure be falling to the lower realm? The ghosts all looked up at the sky. Some people flew quickly towards the lightning gathering into a circle. Heaven and earth anomaly. A flying sword sped forward. Of course, an immortal treasure has appeared. The world is afraid to be in great chaos.
In the upper realm, Xuanwu Immortal Domain, smoke blurred the entire space. Everything shattered. A golden punch appeared, cutting across the tower. Right after that, the tower was snapped in half. The holy immortal sword of this venerable one. An angry voice shouted, Damn it, the holy immortal sword of this venerable one. Qingyu frowned and said loudly, 12 immortal generals, roll over here for this venerable one. Countless lights appeared in the sky, vaguely revealing silhouettes. They shouted in unison, paying respects to the immortal venerable, paying respects to the immortal venerable. Qingyu raised his eyebrows. The natal immortal weapon this venerable one has refined for 10,000 years is lost in the lower realm. This venerable one wants you at all costs to find it and bring it back here. He growled, if anyone dreams of it, kill. They replied in unison, obeying the order. At the same time, on Chang'an's side, he rubbed his aching head and said, I, your father, starved to the point of fainting. How embarrassing. Then he sat down and looked at the earthen pot in front of him. Could it be that I have to gnaw the dirt in the incense burner to eat now? Right after that, he threw the earthen pot flying into the sky. Damn it. I, your father, from the 21st century, even if hungry, wouldn't have to gnaw dirt. I must survive to return to that place. After throwing it, he pondered inwardly. Theoretically speaking, the old man set up restrictions inside this temple. Demons and ghosts cannot possibly enter. But tonight, a female ghost barged inside. Moreover, it's a little ghost at the chi refining realm.
Thinking about this, he said out loud, "What in the world happened?" Chang'an breathed a sigh of exhaustion. "Anyway, now is not the time to think about this, but rather that I don't have cultivation base. If something happens to the old man, I have no way to save him." At this time, he was surrounded by a golden demonic power. He calculated, unless the invincible domain can move with the host. Let's try and see. If the invincible domain can move with the host, I will be instantly invincible.
No sooner said than done. Chang'an reached his hand out of the barrier. The very next second, his whole body felt as if electrocuted, and Chang'an quickly backed away. Oh my god, as soon as I stepped out of the domain, it was freezing cold instantly. Could there still be vengeful ghosts outside? Okay, so the invincible domain will not move with the host. That makes sense. How could the system allow such a bug to exist? Chang'an stood there muttering to himself. He continued. So right now, besides filling my stomach, the most important thing is how to earn domain points. If I casually leave the invincible domain, let alone being killed by ghosts or freezing to death, I would end up being torn to pieces by 100 ghosts. Suddenly, a voice rang out, startling him. Let's see where you run off to. A burl flew in from nowhere. Chang'an pushed her away in panic, and she cried out in pain. Ouch, it hurts. At this moment, the great elder of the evil dragon cave, Li Jiao, stepped in with a terrifying expression. Ling Baoer, behave yourself for me. Don't even think about escaping. Then he yelled, otherwise I will slap you to death. Ling Baoer angrily shouted back, if you have the guts, slap me to death, and let's see how my father crushes you to death with just a single finger. Chang'an, who was behind them, was still trying to find a place to hide, thinking to himself, when cultivators fight, mortals suffer. I am a gentle person, better hide first. The next second he changed his mind. Wait a minute, I wonder if he has anything to eat on him. He definitely does. I finally don't have to starve anymore. Then he shouted loudly, hey, you! Baoer heard the voice and turned her head. A mortal? Why are you in this place?
Chang'an replied in a cold tone. This temple is my territory. Without my permission, who allowed you to enter? His eyes became intimidating, and then making so much noise, being so loud that I don't have anything to eat. Then he showed a cunning look. Therefore, if you have anything edible, quickly bring it out for me, or else. Seeing Chang'an's attitude like that, Baoer couldn't help but be speechless. Do you not want to live anymore? Are you crazy, daring to provoke Scarface Li? Li Jiao, while Baoer was distracted, grabbed her in one fell swoop. Despite her screaming in pain, he gritted his teeth and snarled. Compensate. Lousy thinks it's you, beggar, who is looking for death. Then he immediately launched an attack. Go be a beast in your next life. Remember to watch your mouth well. The skulls rushing towards Chang'an caused him pain. He slowly opened his eyes, angrily cursing. Damn, I didn't want to kill anyone yet, but you want to kill me. Do you think I'm still a soft persimmon like before, that anyone can pinch? Seeing Chang'an quickly break Li Jiao's attack, Baoer couldn't help but marvel. What just happened? In the blink of an eye, the attack just disappeared. How is that possible? Isn't he immortal? Li Jiao's eyes also became fearful. It is true that he is immortal. He shouldn't be able to block my attack. Even if he crawled to dodge it, I could understand. No, it's impossible to dodge. His death should have been the only correct outcome. I have fought for over 10 years and killed countless people. Unless there is a situation of massive origin energy consumption, there is no other possibility.
At this moment, Chang'an raised his middle finger with a disdainful look. Scarface, you think you can kill me? I'll stand right here. Come over. If you can kill me, I'll kneel down and kowtow to you. Hearing this, he immediately sneered and pulled out his blade. No matter who you are, if you want to die, I will grant your wish. As he spoke, he threw the blade toward Chang'an, revealing a savage smile. Chang'an wasn't afraid of Li Jiao at all and thought, step into the invincible domain. Your life and death are in my hands. Thinking so, he reached out his hand. Baoer was dumbfounded seeing the scene. What is he thinking? Is he going to catch a Dharma treasure barehanded? Seeing this, Li Jiao laughed loudly. With your hands? The blood moon curved blade is a third-grade Dharma treasure, incredibly sharp. A beggar like you dares to use a mortal body to catch it? You really have a death wish. Immediately after, Chang'an firmly grasped the tip of the blade with one hand, and he said coldly, so now, how about now? Haven't you still been caught by me? Baoer widened her eyes in shock, thinking, he caught it with 2 fingers. Li Jiao gritted his teeth in fear, speechless. You. He snapped the tip of the blade, smirked, and said, young man, be a bit more humble. Think carefully in your next life. Then he threw it right into his head. The system also appeared. The host has killed a golden core 3rd-layer cultivator, obtaining 500 domain points. Chang'an clenched his fist and thought, it seems that besides killing vengeful spirits, slaying cultivators can also earn domain points. Killing a golden core realm cultivator already yielded 500 points. What if it's the nascent soul realm, soul formation realm, or even an immortal? The higher the cultivation of the slain cultivator, the more domain points I get. As he was thinking, the system panel announced, current domain points, 510. Do you want to use 500 domain points to expand the invincible domain? He replied, use. The system announced, the invincible domain has expanded by 5 meters. Hope the host continues to work hard to obtain more domain points. Seeing this, he was overjoyed, bursting with happiness and skipping around.
Bauer looked at Chang'an next to Li Jiao's corpse and wondered to herself, the great elder of the evil dragon cave, a terrifying golden core expert, was killed by a mortal just like that? Or could it be that this mortal is actually an otherworldly expert, cultivating in seclusion in the 100,000 mountains? At that moment, Chang'an retrieved the ring, exclaiming with joy, "Oh my, a storage ring! But I have no cultivation base. How can I open this storage ring?" A second later, he abruptly turned his head toward Bauer. "Hey!" The call started her a bit. "Reporting to Senior, tonight a natural anomaly appeared. The sect suspects that an immortal treasure has emerged, and ordered me to lead the disciples of the Nine-Sword sect to this place. But I didn't expect to be ambushed by Li Jiao."
Seeing her explain, he was completely stunned. "Oh God, I didn't even ask." Bauer's eyes welled up with tears. "Other than me, the other disciples of the Nine-Sword sect all died by his hands. Thank you, Senior, for saving my life. If Senior hadn't intervened, I would definitely have been taken away by him." Saying that, she thought to herself, Li Jiao had the strength of the Golden Core realm and was still killed by Senior. Could it be that Senior is a legendary nascent soul realm powerhouse? In Yuzo, it is said that a nascent soul stage powerhouse has not appeared for hundreds of years. Could Senior really be at the nascent soul realm? At this time, Chang'an spoke up. "As long as you're not his accomplice, that's good. The Scarface is dead. Can this storage ring be opened?" Saying that, he threw it over to Bauer. She raised both hands to catch it and replied, "After Li Jiao died, the mark dissipated. The storage ring is now an ownerless object and can be opened." Chang'an didn't care much and asked about something else. "Is there anything edible in the ring? I want to eat." Under the starry sky, the conversation between the two continued. Thus, Chang'an happily held a roast chicken to his head, much to Bauer's confusion. He pondered, the Invincible domain is about to cover the entire Shanran temple. Now I have to figure out how to earn as many domain points as possible, strive to expand into the cultivation world, and ultimately unify the cultivation world. By then, I will also have the ability to protect the old man. Maybe I can even find him 18 wives. At that moment, Bauer suddenly knelt down before him. With an adorable expression, she called out, "Senior." Chang'an stuffed the chicken into his mouth as if he were starving. "What is it?" Even though he had already eaten 3 chickens. Bauer timidly replied, "Senior saved my life, which means that Senior and I have affinity. So can you take me in as your disciple?" While Chang'an was still trying to understand what was going on, she continued, "Senior, I am very capable."
Bauer pleaded, hugging his leg like a little puppy. "Senior, you have saved my life. Even if you don't take me as a disciple, please let me stay by your side. I will definitely serve you well. Senior is a golden thigh. I must hug it at all costs." He reached out and pushed her face away. "No need. Saving you was just a matter of convenience." In his heart, he thought to himself, "I really want to take her in too, but right now I'm relying on the Invincible domain. If I take a disciple, what will I teach her?" Recalling images of playing mahjong, Chang'an thought while squishing her face, "Playing mahjong? Fight the landlord? Wouldn't that be a bad influence on her?" Bauer continued to plead, "Please." Her eyes welled with tears. "Master, are you really not going to take me in?" He was still deep in thought. "However, the problem right now is that inside the Invincible domain, I can't eat or drink. To eat and drink, I have to go outside to search. I don't have any cultivation base. Going outside means death. Taking her in as a tool for myself to find food and drink wouldn't be bad. Furthermore, I have the Invincible domain, so at least I won't be like a certain someone who is weaker than his own disciple." Thinking this, he coughed, his eyes becoming serious. "Little girl, this old man has roamed the immortal realm for countless years. Those who want to acknowledge this old man as their master all wish to cross the 6 paths of reincarnation. What qualifications do you have for me to take you as a disciple?" Faced with Chang'an's question, Bauer was startled and stunned. Chang'an's days grew heavy. "However, you and I share a destiny. Therefore, this old man will give you a chance, and reluctantly accept you as an in-name disciple. After you pass the test, this old man will officially take you as a disciple." Hearing this, her face turned red, and she immediately knelt down to pay her respects. Disciple Bauer pays respects to master. She burst into happiness. This was great. If she had a master to teach her, her strength would greatly increase. Right at this moment, the system also sounded a notification. The host and Ling Bauer have bound a master-disciple relationship, rewarding 100 domain points. Hearing this, Chang'an laughed like a madman. Taking in a disciple also yields domain points? Excellent, perfect timing. So there is another method to unlock domain points. Bauer asked in confusion, "Master, what's wrong with you?" At this time, Chang'an's body emitted a foul stench. Bauer covered her nose, her face turning pale as she asked, "Master, how long has it been since you last took a bath?" Her question left him dead silent.
The blushing face was immediately hidden by a serious look. "Go, place this large cauldron outside the temple, fill it with water. Master will use it to bathe later." Bauer replied, "Yes, master," then ran off as fast as she could. Chang Chong even raised his arm to smell his armpit. "Is it really that stinky?" After smelling it, he froze like a statue. Outside, it was raining quite heavily. Bauer struggled to place the large basin on the ground. Suddenly, something caught her eye. Outside, the sky was raining, interwoven with creepy dark purple patches. A pair of bright green eyes appeared, and Bauer screamed in panic. She ran and shouted, catching the eye of the starving Chang'an. "Oh no! Outside there's a golden core stage tiger demon attacking, master!" Hearing the words tiger demon and golden core stage, his eyes immediately lit up. "Isn't this a spirit beast delivering itself to my mouth?" He then stood up quickly. "Hurry, let's go hunt the tiger with your master." Outside, a tiger was walking and thinking, "I am a golden core stage tiger demon. I was attracted here by a fragrant smell, but when I arrived, I saw that man kill a ghost with a giant fist and even captured a person. Mother, so scary. Scared me half to death, meow meow." The tiger trembled, looking up at the bright moonlight. "I originally wanted to leave, but that fragrant smell kept rushing straight into my mouth." Returning to Chang'an and Bauer, Chang'an reached his hand outside the barrier, thinking to himself, "He. Without bait, how could I lure the tiger demon to attack here? Now nothing can stop the attraction of the longevity physique." Bauer hid behind his back, scared, and whispered, "Master, what secret technique are you casting?" Chang'an was still lost in thought. "Perfect timing. I'll test if that old geezer placed a restriction on my body, and whether the invincible domain can block the aura of the longevity physique on my body." The tiger was already drooling with cravings, its eyes becoming sharp. "So fragrant, I can't take it anymore." After saying that, it rushed towards Chang'an, and Bauer screamed, "Ah, master, be careful. It's charging over, a golden core stage tiger." Regardless of what she was saying, Chang'an remained immersed in his thoughts. "The restriction the old geezer set on me has lost its effect. The invincible domain can still block the aura on my body, but whether it can block it completely still needs further verification. After all, Ling Bauer didn't have any reaction to the smell on me. It could also be because I haven't bathed in a long time, so the stench covered it up. In short, cultivators are not like demons and ghosts with such sensitive noses." Bauer screamed out loud, "Make a move, master." As for the tiger, it still showed a determined will. "Even if I, this tiger demon, am beaten to a pulp and die here today, I must eat it at all costs." Suddenly, its body stiffened. It asked itself, "Meow meow, what's wrong?" Chang'an stood with his arms crossed, looking at it, and mocked.
What bad intentions could this little tiger have? It just wants to eat humans. It's a pity you thought you could eat me, but instead you walked right into a trap. Little tiger. Seeing this scene, Bauer's face turned pale and she stammered, "Master, was it you who made the Golden Core Realm Tiger Demon stand completely still?" He replied, It's just a small matter. Disciple, hurry up and butcher this little cat." She obeyed, "Yes." Hearing this, the tiger cried out in fear. Bauer took out her sword, thinking to herself, "Indeed, taking him as my master was a wise choice. I must hold tightly onto my master's thigh." Thinking this, she rushed forward and stabbed the tiger. A second later, the sword cracked. She was stunned, then looked at Chang'an tearfully. "Master." Chang'an remained strangely calm. "Give me the sword. Watch carefully." He gently swung a strike, and a blinding light appeared. The system sounded. Host killed the Golden Core 8th later Tiger Demon, obtained 800 domain points. Hearing this, Chang'an smirked. The harvest wasn't bad. Bauer exclaimed, "So powerful, settled with just one sword strike." The system announced further. Domain points are currently sufficient, can proceed to upgrade the Invincible domain system. Hearing this, Chang'an threw the sword back to Bauer. "Disciple, I'll leave the Tiger Demon's corpse for you to handle. Remember to do it just like butchering a pig. Cut the meat very neatly." Bauer was still dazed, stammering in response, Yes." Saying that, he turned around and walked away with a bunch of thoughts. The system can still be upgraded?
What happens after the system upgrades? The current version of the system is 1.0, with the Invincible Strength function. Detected that the host has enough domain points. Consuming domain points can upgrade to version 2.0, unlocking a new function, All Things Animate. Then he spoke up. "That's right. The Fox Immortal is a good item. Keep it safe for your master. Don't lose it." Bauer replied, I know, master." Chang'an continued to think. "All Things Animate. What kind of skill is this?" The system immediately answered. "After upgrading to version 2.0, the host will know." Chang'an wearily put his hands behind his head. "All right, then just upgrade it." Consumed 800 domain points to upgrade the system to 2.0. The system is in the process of upgrading. Please wait. The system upgraded successfully. The current version of the system is 2.0, unlocking the new function, All Things Animate. Hearing this, Chang'an immediately cursed. "Holy crap, this skill is too badass." In the system space, Chen Chang'an was a bit dazed looking at the words before his eyes, as the system continued to announce, "All Things Animate can bestow life force upon all things, allowing them to develop spiritual intelligence. Aside from that, you can also control everything within the domain's scope." Chen Chang'an immediately ordered Ling Bauer loudly, "Disciple, go out and pick 2 small blades of grass for me." Ling Bauer, who was holding a sword to process the tiger, heard the call and quickly replied, "Huh? Okay." Chen Chang'an smiled gleefully. He waited leisurely while thinking, I wonder how strong this all-living things is. Ling Baoer quickly walked over, holding a sword in one hand and 2 blades of grass in the other, happily handing them to Chen Chang'an. She said, "Master, here's the grass." He reached out to take them. Chen Chang'an, with a serious face, quickly focused energy into his hands, transmitting it to a blade of grass. Ling Baoer silently stared at the object in front of her, drooling. While Chen Chang'an was focusing on the blade of grass, his eyes accidentally swept over Ling Baoer. Seeing her appearance, he was startled and said in panic, Disciple, what's wrong with you?" Ling Baoer clung to Chen Chang'an's biceps with greedy eyes. She was so excited that she stuttered, Master, how did these 2 blades of grass suddenly turn into spirit medicine at the spirit herb level?" He froze helplessly for a moment. Chen Chang'an impatiently pushed the clinging Ling Baoer away. He said dissatisfied, "What's the rush? Step aside." Chen Chang'an quickly regained his focus. He was a bit apprehensive as he looked at the blade of grass that had condensed glowing energy in his hand, thinking, "I've prepared like this. I wonder if it will work." Surrounded by the night scene and peaceful treetops, Chen Chang'an and Ling Baoer sat in a courtyard. He was focusing, while she sat beside him, constantly making sounds of admiration. Chen Chang'an became slightly irritated and reminded her loudly, "Don't make noise." Right after that, the blade of grass that had condensed enough energy transformed into a cute little spirit. Chen Chang'an smiled with a satisfied look at the creature in front of him. Meanwhile, Ling Baoer was both surprised and excitedly cheered. "Holy crap, it transformed! Master, it transformed!" Probably because her voice was a bit too loud, it scared the little spirit to the point of shedding tears.
The little spirit hid behind Chen Chang'an and looked at Ling Baoer. He gently criticized her. "Why are you being so loud? You scared it." Ling Baoer's face looked a bit guilty as she replied, "Yes." Then Chen Chang'an continued to channel energy into the remaining blade of grass. It immediately condensed into a pill. He said somewhat proudly, "Next is this pill, given to you by your master as an apprenticeship gift. This medicinal pill contains pure life force." Ling Baoer took the pill in her hand, her eyes shining brightly as she looked at it. Chen Chang'an's voice urged, "Quickly take it, your master will protect you." Ling Baoer's face clearly showed joy mixed with gladness. Like a child, she tightly grasped the pill in her hand and chirped, "Master, your disciple will definitely not disappoint your expectations." Chen Chang'an didn't pay much attention and turned to chat with the little spirit. He reached out his hand as if waving to the little spirit and gently said, "From now on, I will call you Xiao Weiba." Xiao Weiba happily agreed. Beside him, Ling Baoer, with a somewhat complex expression, secretly sighed, "Master is truly amazing. Just with an ordinary weed, Master easily turned it into a spirit pill." Ling Baoer put the pill into her mouth, closed her eyes, and energy surrounded her. Feeling the tremor around her, she opened her eyes in slight panic and realized, "Oh, I've broken through." Immediately, the system popped up a notification. Ling Baoer has broken through from the 6th layer of Foundation Establishment to the 7th layer of Foundation Establishment, rewarding the host with 50 domain points. Chen Chang'an turned his head to look. He was slightly surprised to see Ling Baoer sitting down with surging energy radiating around her. Chen Chang'an stood there blankly for a moment, thinking, "That works too?" The system continued to explain while Ling Baoer was sitting and concentrating. Because the host bound a master-disciple relationship with Ling Baoer, as long as Ling Baoer breaks through a realm, she will provide the host with domain points. The higher the cultivation base, the greater the rewards. Chen Chang'an immediately drew up a vision of him sitting on a high chair with the disciples he collected cheering his name below. His face lit up with an idea. "So in the future, I just need to take in a lot of disciples, then urge their cultivation base to continuously increase. That way, my domain will endlessly expand, right?" Chen Chang'an's mouth curled up slightly, resting his chin on his finger and starting to plot. "All things animate is the first function, and it is already this useful. I wonder how the second function is." Suddenly, there was a loud noise, and Chen Chang'an froze in dazed shock.
Chen Chang'an was momentarily startled when he saw a flash of light dart past. A sword plummeted from the sky, piercing through the wooden ceiling, with lightning radiating around it. Chen Chang'an unexpectedly yelled out, "Oh my God!" As for Ling Baoer, it was as if her soul had flown out of her body, sitting frozen in place. When the lightning around the sword stopped emitting, its true form could be seen clearly. Ling Baoer, looking bewildered as if recognizing the object in front of her, blurted out, "Master, is this exactly the newly emerged immortal treasure?" Chen Chang'an, mixing astonishment with confusion, asked, "Immortal treasure? What is an immortal treasure?" Ling Baoer frantically explained, "Master, don't you know? Last night, some unknown mighty figure used a single punch to shatter the sky, creating a humongous hole right here. My father went to investigate, and when he returned, he said that an immortal sword escaped from that hole. Right now, people everywhere are searching for it." Chen Chang'an, with a slightly regretful face, replied, "Is that so? What a pity I couldn't see it with my own eyes. It's such a pity." Ling Baoer's expression was full of eager anticipation, while Chen Chang'an, with his face remaining indifferent, walked over and touched the sword hilt. Chen Chang'an gently lifted the sword, his face clearly showing a hint of disappointment. He thought, "Why is this sword so weak? Let's use all things anime to heal it and see." Chen Chang'an raised the sword. Immediately, a light source emanated from the tip of the sword, and the sword began to return to its original shape. The little tail beside him was slightly frightened. When the sword was completely restored, Ling Baoer saw it and exclaimed in awe, "This sword is so beautiful." Chen Chang'an looked at the sword with a bit of boredom, thinking wearily, "After using all things anime to heal it, it has indeed gotten quite a bit stronger, but if I want to snap this sword, I just need to use a little force."
This sword is useless to me. Uninterested, Chen Chang'an said indifferently, Immortal sword, is that it? The immortal sword was furious and wanted to lunge forward to curse him, but couldn't speak.
Chen Chang'an casually threw the sword towards Ling Baoer, generously saying, "You like it? It's yours." Meanwhile, Ling Baoer received it with joy. "Thank you, master." As soon as Ling Baoer caught the sword, she paused for a moment. A dragon-like surge of energy radiated, making her hair flutter. Ling Baoer broke into a sweat, completely stunned. Her face was a mix of surprise and excitement, as she thought to herself, such terrifying power, yet master doesn't even pay attention to it. Just what level has master's true strength reached? Ling Baoer teared up, looking at Chen Chang'an with tearful eyes, her voice trembling. "Great master, you are too good to me." Chen Chang'an looked at her with an expressionless face. Ling Baoer's face flushed pink. She hugged the sword against one shoulder and shyly looked at Chen Chang'an, thinking to herself, "I must grow up quickly to hold my own independently, so I can serve master well in the future." The sword next to her felt like there was something completely off about Ling Baoer. Then Chen Chang'an continued to channel his aura, instantly emitting a blue energy, and he proudly said, "Your master is showing off his talent once again." Ling Baoer stood nearby, seemingly not understanding what was happening. A moment later, the old building had transformed into a brand new one, and the courtyard was also paved with bricks. Ling Baoer stood beside him with a bewildered expression. "Oh, what is this?" Then she looked up at the ceiling from before and exclaimed, "Even the holes in the ceiling have been fixed." Under the sunlight, at the courtyard of the antique wooden building from earlier, Chen Chang'an disappeared, leaving behind a magically sparkling teleportation portal right in front of the stone-paved yard. He teleported inside to where Ling Baoer was standing, and Chen Chang'an cheerfully said, "Such an environment is finally suitable for an otherworldly expert like me to stay. All right, stop spacing out. It's been a tiring night. Let's go rest." Ling Baoer stood there, her eyes seeming to have a filter applied after seeing what he had just done, and she let out a wow. Chen Chang'an looked at the little spirit sleeping soundly on his shoulder and thought to himself, this little thing falls asleep the moment she says so. Is she still too weak from having just transformed? Suddenly, a huge silhouette crashed down from above, breaking through the ceiling, and both of them were startled.
That guy was Li Batian, the master of the evil dragon cave. Seeing an acquaintance in front of him, the fierce man said, "Oh, Ling Baoer, someone from the Nine Sword sect is still alive." Right after that, two more guys aggressively rushed down, making two more holes. Li Batian frowned. Surrounded by two subordinates, he growled, "Where is Li Jiao? Tell him to come out and meet me. Is the immortal treasure with him?" Seeing the crowd in front of her, Ling Baoer trembled and clung to Chen Chang'an's shoulder, hiding behind his back. She screamed in panic. It's Li Batian. He is here, master. The people of the evil dragon cave have come for revenge." Chen Chang'an next to her had a darkened face and remained silent without answering. Seeing the silence from the opposite party, Li Batian suspected and thought, Li Jiao is nowhere to be seen, and there are only these two people here. Could it be that the immortal treasure has already been taken away by the people of the Nine Sword sect? Suddenly, a voice from above attracted everyone's attention. The earth spirit energy in this place is actually so abundant. No wonder the immortal treasure chose to fall here. A purple-headed guy with pure white eyes appeared. He was the sect master of the Ghost Tower sect, Q Tiantu. Q Tiantu and his minions stood in midair, and he shouted down, "I didn't expect there to be a treasured land with such abundant earth spirit energy in this Poshan. Is it brought by the immortal treasure?"
The surrounding scenery indeed exuded abundant sources of spiritual energy. Li Batian couldn't help but be surprised when he saw the person in front of him. He thought to himself, it would have been better if the people from the Nine Sword sect came, but to think this old poisonous creature also arrived. From the hole in the ceiling, Chu Tiantu saw the two people standing below. His attention entirely shifted towards the little spirit. Chu Tiantu, excited and overjoyed, realized, a transformed spirit herb. Oh my god, there is a transformed spirit herb here. Heaven blesses my Ghost Tower sect. This treasure land, this transformed spirit herb here are all mine. Li Batian, standing below, couldn't hold back and immediately rushed towards Chu Tiantu, shouting loudly, "Heaven blesses your damn Ghost Tower sect my ass. Lousy came here first. Everything here belongs to Lousy's evil dragon cave. Chu Tiantu, scram right now for Lousy." The subordinates around Chu Tiantu disappeared, leaving space for the two of them. Chu Tiantu excitedly laughed out loud and mocked. Who these things belong to is not for you, Li Batian, to decide. He bared his bright white teeth and said, "If you are not convinced, then fight." Li Batian refused to back down and obliged him. "Fight then fight. Do you think I'm afraid of an old geezer like you?" Under the clear blue sky and the poetic surrounding scenery, Chen Chang'an's voice rang out. "Hey, I'm talking." Chen Chang'an stood frozen there, his face darkening as he growled. "Who does this treasure land belong to? Why don't you ask the owner of this treasure land first?" Ling Baoer beside him was a bit dazed seeing him look like that. Chen Chang'an's eyes radiated killing intent, and a powerful surge of energy emanated around him. His voice grew several degrees colder. "Especially that name. What's with Ba and Tien? You two fellows have made Lousy very unhappy right now."
Hearing this, Li Batian cast a disdainful glance at Chen Chang'an and Ling Baoer, saying, "The master of the treasure hall? Just you?" Li Batian raised his hand and threw a fireball at the two of them, shouting affirmatively, "The master of this treasure land will belong to me, Li Batian, from now on."
Around them appeared a protective barrier. Chen Chang'an's face remained almost unchanged when facing his attack. Only Ling Baoer looked up in panic, while Li Batian, not knowing good from bad, continued to ramble. I will smash however I want to smash. What can you do to me? Then it was Q Tiantu's turn to launch his techniques. Energy skulls appeared around him and attacked one after another. He replied to Li Batian's words, "Go home and dream. This territory can only belong to my Ghost Tower sect." In the sky, the groups of Li Batian and Q Tiantu were facing each other, while below, only ruins remained around Chen Chang'an and Ling Baoer. Chen Chang'an looked at the crowd and thought, this attitude of looking down on others is indeed very good. They are people who came to give away domain coins. Ling Baoer beside him was terrified and cried out, "Master!" A hint of murderous intent flashed in Chen Chang'an's eyes as he continued to calculate. However, they are not inside the invincible domain. Suddenly, Ling Baoer regained her composure. She angrily and boldly looked up at the crowd and shouted, "What kind of attitude do you guys have? Master is the most terrifying existence in this world. Li Zhao died by my master's hands." Chen Chang'an beside her nodded continuously in agreement with satisfaction, calmly replying, "That's right." Li Batian was indeed provoked by Ling Baoer's words. He refocused his attention on the two of them and questioned, "You killed Li Zhao, who had the strength of the Golden Core realm?" Li Batian gave a scornful smile, turned his head away and replied indifferently, "He came and I killed him right away. You, what do you want to do?" Ling Baoer beside him became even more imposing, chiming in, "Are you scared now?" Not only was Li Batian not scared, but he also slowly landed where the two of them were, while Q Tiantu smiled and stood still waiting for them to deal with each other, calculating, "Idiots, we have cultivated for many years. How could we not know this trick of pretending to protect oneself used by mortals? Oh well, I'll temporarily stay still and observe."
Li Batian just landed while exuding flames all around him. He growled, "A lowly mortal like you." Li Batian's face revealed a vicious expression as he raised his hand to summon something. Li Batian smiled contemptuously and continued, "I, Li Batian, do not know how many ants I have crushed to death, let alone—" A seal appeared in his hand. Li Batian's eyes turned ruby red, and he proudly said, "The resentful souls of mortals refined by my own hands in this seal have reached tens of thousands. Did you just say that you killed Li Zhao?" Chu Tiantu probably saw that the time was ripe and rushed down together with Li Batian. Li Batian said loudly, "Regardless of Li Zhao or no Li Zhao, the immortal treasure fell here. It must have been collected by these two." Chu Tiantu also did not back down, replying, "Li Batian, don't even think about competing first. Hand over the immortal treasure, and I will leave your corpse intact." Chen Chang'an still stood calmly watching them. Chen Chang'an's face became like Saitama's. He provoked the other two. "Hand over your grandfather." In his heart, he was thrilled. "Good. Come in all at once." Suddenly, beside Chen Chang'an, a voice rang out to protect him. "On what basis do you speak to my master like that?" Ling Baoer continued to summon all her courage and shouted, "Shut your mouths immediately." Chen Chang'an beside her was dumbfounded. Li Batian's expression seemed dismissive as he simply replied, "Don't think that because you are the daughter of the Nine-Sword Sect Sectmaster, I won't kill you." Chen Chang'an asked in slight surprise, "Baoer?" Ling Baoer pointed at Li Batian and Chu Tiantu, then angrily began to recount. "Master, this damn old man Li Batian is very wicked. Last night I originally went out with my senior and junior brothers from the Nine-Sword Sect to search for the immortal treasure, but halfway Li Zhao appeared and killed my brothers. It was all orchestrated by this Li Batian. He is the real murderer." That Li Batian did not show any guilt. He merely smiled mysteriously. Ling Bao's eyes were filled with tears, and she bitterly continued sobbing. "If it weren't for the fact that I only have the strength of the Foundation Establishment realm and cannot defeat the Golden Core realm, I would immediately twist his head off to use as a chamber pot for you, master." Hearing this, Li Batian was enraged. He immediately threw the seal toward her and shouted, "Little bitch, you are courting death." Chen Chang'an calmly raised his hand and exerted energy. "All living things, domain jurisdiction." He thought, "Invincible domain. Everything is under my control."
Li Batian's blood seal slowly dissipated. He panicked. "What? My blood seal?" Chen Chang'an, with a triumphant smile, pointed two fingers at Li Batian and thought, "Including your cultivation base." A current of electricity suddenly flashed through Li Batian's entire body. He realized his body had changed and screamed in terror. What's going on? My cultivation base." It wasn't just Li Batian alone. The two subordinates around him also screamed in panic. "No!" The system displayed a notification. The cultivation base of the three intruders from the evil dragon cave has regressed to the Qi refining realm. When the surrounding dust cleared, Chen Chang'an still stood firmly there, recalling, "I remember that the Qi refining realm is the lowest cultivation base. After that, our foundation establishment, Golden Core, Nascent Soul, and above Nascent Soul seems to be Mahayana, Tribulation Transcendence, or even Earth Immortal or something." Seeing the scene before her, Ling Baoer was stunned. She turned her eyes to Chen Chang'an. Chen Chang'an calmly asked. You couldn't beat the Golden Core realm, so now that your master has suppressed his cultivation base to the Qi refining realm, can you finally kill him? Ling Baoer snapped out of her shock.
Witnessing everything, Q Tiantu couldn't help but feel surprised and frightened. He inwardly thought that this person was clearly very ordinary, without a cultivation base, looking like a mere mortal at first glance. Unable to hold back his speculation, he exclaimed in shock. But he was able to suppress Li Batian's cultivation base. Could it be? Looking down below, Chen Chang'an patted the head of Ling Baoer next to him and said that this kind of revenge had to be done by her own hands to be satisfying. In front of them were Li Batian's group, looking bewildered and not understanding what was happening. Q Tiantu came up with the answer. Nascent Soul Realm. Li Batian was kneeling on the ground, his body trembling as he clutched his chest and cursed. Damn it, you were playing the pig to eat the tiger, in vain of being a nascent soul powerhouse. Chen Chang'an's face briefly turned into a pig as he retorted. Thick-skinned like a city wall, but still far behind. Say whatever you want. Seeing this, Ling Baoer next to him helplessly stepped aside. Then Chen Chang'an ordered Ling Baoer again. Go on, Baoer. She immediately obeyed and ran forward, replying as she ran. Yes, master, I will go kill him. The whip is still left for you. Hearing this, Chen Chang'an was confused. This... Ling Baoer charged forward with her immortal sword, declaring fiercely, Li Batian, I want to avenge the dead senior brothers and sisters of the Nine Sword Sect. Die.
Li Batian didn't seem to realize the severity of the problem. He was still smug. Your father couldn't even kill me, let alone you. An aura of killing intent surrounded Li Batian's body. He gleefully believed that he was the true master of the evil dragon cave. Even if his cultivation base was suppressed to the Qi refining realm, so what? He thought to himself. I can crush you to death just by using my storage ring. Ling Baoer was not afraid at all and still charged forward, replying to him, Cut the crap, hand over your life. A set of armor materialized from Li Batian as he charged to attack, squatting down and shouting the item's name, 4th grade golden scale treasured armor. Ling Baoer only snorted coldly and swung her sword. At first, Li Batian smugly thought he would block this attack easily, but then he noticed something was wrong. The attack was still rushing towards him. Li Batian barely had time to blurt out, This... A burst of golden energy quickly blew Li Batian's entire body away. When the attack passed, only Li Batian's shoes remained, while his body had turned to dust. The surrounding people stiffened upon seeing this. Ling Baoer was also frightened by the very attack she had just created. She trembled and thought, This immortal sword is too terrifying. The sword, however, snorted with satisfaction. Seeing the scene, Q Tiantu immediately concluded, This terrifying immortal might, it must be an immortal treasure in her hands. Then he quickly regained his composure. Q Tiantu looked at Ling Baoer and the sword, plotting. At this distance, I can instantly kill Ling Baoer and snatch the immortal sword. If I attack suddenly, she definitely won't have time to react. If I can seize the sword, from now on, my Ghost Tower sect will... Q Tiantu bared his teeth in a smug smile. Suddenly, he felt as if there was a giant monster behind his back. Down below, Chen Chang'an, with both hands in his pockets, calmly looked up. He thought to himself, Money grubber. Almost forgot there was still this big shot around. Q Tiantu's face had turned completely green. He thought in panic. Just now, if I had made the slightest movement, wouldn't I be dead right now? Sweating profusely, Q Tiantu thought as he prepared to leave. Today, it's better to retreat temporarily. Anyway, I already know where the immortal treasure is. Might as well go back and report to the Grand Ancestor to make a decision. Meanwhile, Chen Chang'an nonchalantly and gracefully picked his nose with a finger while observing. Down below, Ling Baoer had calmed down. She cast a terrifying gaze up at Q Tiantu and his subordinates. Her voice couldn't hide her excitement. That's right, it seems there are still a few of you who were disrespectful to my master just now. Ling Baoer's face couldn't hide her eager and excited expression. She ran toward the crowd and said, Come, let me chop you a few times. Don't be afraid, I'm very gentle. Realizing something was wrong, Q Tiantu immediately urged his subordinates, Not good, run quickly. The subordinates quickly took to their heels. Standing below, Ling Baoer raised her sword and shot pew pew, saying, Where are you running? Li Batian's subordinates were turned into donuts one by one, only able to scream, Ah, while Q Tiantu's subordinates scattered and continued to flee.
The system continued to pop up notifications. Host's disciple Ling Baoer killed 3 golden core cultivators, gaining 1,500 domain points. Chen Chang'an put on a thoughtful expression, resting his chin on 2 fingers. Then Chen Chang'an quickly understood and came to a conclusion. Ling Baoer killed people, yet he could still get domain points. Not bad. Use the domain points. The system notified again. The current invincible domain is 22 meters. Please continue to work hard, host. Suddenly, from high above, a barrier had somehow appeared, completely enclosing Q Tiantu and his subordinates. They became even more panicked, asking each other, What is this? Why can't we get out? Ling Baoer quickly ran towards Chen Chang'an, her face unable to hide her anticipation as she asked, Master, how should we deal with those people from the Ghost Tower sect? Although Ling Baoer was asking for Chen Chang'an's opinion, she put on a pleading face, using a slightly coquettish tone. How about killing them all? This Ghost Tower sect knows how to refine living people into ghost slaves. It's an evil sect. Chen Chang'an broke into a sweat as he watched Ling Baoer excitedly swinging her sword. Hearing Ling Baoer's words, Q-Tan-2 immediately turned his head and retorted, Ling Baoer, do not make false accusations. Suddenly, Q-Tan-2 fell to his knees. Q-Tan-2's expression immediately became servile as he tried to explain, his words laced with a hint of flattery. Senior, our Ghost Tower sect has been doing proper business for decades. We are an orthodox, righteous sect, not some evil sect at all. There must be some misunderstanding between your disciple and my sect. I am here to apologize to your disciple. Disturbing Senior's peaceful cultivation just now was this Junior's fault. I am here to apologize to Senior. I hope Senior. Q-Tan-2 was halfway through his sentence when he turned his head to his subordinates and shouted, What are you all standing there blankly for? Hurry up and count how to apologize to Senior. The subordinates also quickly dropped to their knees immediately.
Q-Tan-2 forced a flattering smile, whispering softly, I hope the Senior will be magnanimous and not stoop to the level of a villain and spare us a way out. Q-Tan-2 and his subordinates repeatedly kowtowed heavily, saying in unison, This Junior was wrong. Please be generous, Senior, and spare us a way out. Seeing this, Chen Chang'an's face darkened. He sweated and caught to himself, well, someone with such ambition is actually kneeling and confessing in front of me, making me feel almost guilty. Seeing Chen Chang'an's hesitation, the group continued to kowtow heavily and shouted in unison, Senior, please give us a way out. Chen Chang'an's jaw dropped, and Ling Baoer beside him was equally dumbfounded. Chen Chang'an looked troubled, and he hesitated before replying. An orthodox sect? I remember the move you just used involved vengeful spirits, right? Or are you saying... Chen Chang'an's eyes turned icy cold, and he continued his unfinished sentence. Do you think I'm blind? Seeing that he couldn't beg Chen Chang'an, his expression turned vicious. Senior! Q-Tan-2 stood up, his hands emitting energy that looked like purple lightning, and he angrily ordered, Attack together! Kill him! The subordinates quickly charged forward. Chen Chang'an simply and gently reached his hand backward, instantly condensing a golden ball of energy in his hand, but the subordinates continued to charge without retreating. Chen Chang'an unleashed a move towards them, and system notifications popped up continuously. Host killed a Ghost Tower sect disciple, gained 50 domain points. Host killed a Ghost Tower sect disciple, gained 50 domain points. Host killed a Ghost Tower sect disciple, gained 50 domain points. Host killed a Ghost Tower sect disciple, gained 50 domain points. Host killed a Ghost Tower sect disciple, gained 50 domain points. Host killed a Ghost Tower sect disciple, gained 50 domain points. The system continued to pop up notifications. The host had obtained a total of 450 domain points. Chen Chang'an didn't even bother looking up at the notification. Q-Tan-2 quickly slipped away from that place when the barrier disappeared. Seeing this, Ling Baoer anxiously called out to Chen Chang'an. Not good, Master. The sect master of the Ghost Tower sect has run away. If he escapes, he will definitely leak the news of the immortal treasure out. At that time, people fighting for the treasure will swarm in. What should we do, Master? The little spirit beside him was also slightly worried. Chen Chang'an's face did not show any signs of panic or anxiety. He merely replied calmly, That's right. What should we do, if not enough of them come? At the Ghost Tower sect, the atmosphere was gloomy and eerie, with stark white bones scattered all over the cold ground. Q-Tan-2 was full of bitter resentment and shouted angrily, Damn it, I must ask the Supreme Elder to personally take action and kill that young man to snatch the immortal treasure. At this moment, a subordinate rushed into the room in a panic. Secmaster, something bad has happened. He scolded in annoyance. What are you panicking for? Your Secmaster is perfectly fine. The subordinate reported frantically. The Patriarch, who ascended to become an immortal 5,000 years ago, has manifested. He is currently meeting with the Supreme Elder, and you are the only one missing. Q-Tan-2 was instantly stunned, and he stammered. The Patriarch? He has manifested? Q-Tan-2 then screamed with joy. The Patriarch has manifested. At the ancestral hall of the Ghost Tower sect, a whole group of people were kneeling prostrate on the floor to pay their respects to the Patriarch. Among them, the 3 elders were allowed to kneel closest to the spirit tablet where he manifested. Q-Tan-2 arrived late and respectfully kneeled down. Tiantu has arrived late. Please forgive me, Patriarch. He was so cowardly that he didn't dare to look up, only daring to tremble and think to himself, what a terrifying coercion. The Patriarch swept his gaze over them, releasing a powerful aura as if wanting to crush everything. He declared, This immortal, under the orders of the immortal venerable, is about to descend to the lower realm. The 3 elders were immediately startled. An immortal is descending? Q-Tan-2, however, was extremely delighted. He believed that the strongest expert in Guizhou was at the nascent soul realm, and the Patriarch had long been in existence that transcended nascent soul. If the Patriarch descended, the Ghost Tower sect dominating Guizhou would no longer be a dream.
Just as he finished his calculations, the patriarch suddenly controlled a fierce power to attack the three elders. They dodged in terror and screamed. Patriarch, he warned, put away those petty thoughts of yours and concentrate on working for this immortal. Otherwise, let alone dominating, this immortal can wipe all of you out with a flip of my hand.
They obediently kowtowed and apologized, asking to follow the old ancestor's instructions. The old ancestor glared and ordered, "Before this immortal arrives at Dongyu-zhou, your mission is to search for the whereabouts of the holy immortal sword that fell from the upper realm the other day, understood?" Chu Tantu opened his eyes wide, seizing the opportunity to report to him. Old ancestor, I know where the holy immortal sword is." The old ancestor scoffed. He explosively questioned, "Speak quickly, where is it?" Chu Tantu weakly replied, Shenren Temple." A fresh morning at Shenren Temple, Ling Bao'er handed the newly made food for Chen Chang'an to taste, nervously asking him, "Master, my lord, is it delicious?" Chen Chang'an happily commented, "It's acceptable, add a little more salt next time." He ate while thinking, the Invincible domain has already reached 22 meters. Although the range is larger, the food that can be found is also limited. I still have to rely on Bao'er to go out and forage for food. Chen Chang'an analyzed, "At first, when I had the domain, I only had invincible combat power within the domain, but couldn't control the domain, feeling just like an ordinary person." He stared blankly at his palm. After the domain upgraded once, I obtained the All Things Animate skill, truly controlling everything in the entire domain, and my senses gradually became more agile. Chen Chang'an looked at Ling Bao'er, who was eagerly eating breakfast, and felt concerned. No matter how invincible I am, it is only within the domain. Outside the domain, I am just an ordinary person and fundamentally cannot protect Bao'er. Bao'er's cultivation base is still too low. Is there any way to improve her cultivation base? Seeing her about to feed the little spirit herb, he suddenly had an idea. Right, if All Things Animate can enlighten the vitality of all things, evolving ordinary weeds into spirit herbs and even generating spiritual intelligence, why can't it be used to improve Ling Bao'er's cultivation base? Acting on his thoughts, Chen Chang'an immediately stood up, grabbed Ling Bao'er's hand and pulled her outside. "Bao'er, quickly follow your master." She was extremely panicked. Master? You?" He interrupted. "Your master has a treasure he wants to test on your body." Chen Chang'an tightly gripped Ling Bao'er's shoulders, his eyes shining brightly, looking incredibly dangerous. "Bao'er?" She hesitated. Master? Chen Chang'an said to Ling Bao'er, "Your master has a way to improve your cultivation base. It's just that it hurts a bit at first, but as long as you can endure it, you will feel euphoric, like ascending to heaven. Want to try?" She blushed and stammered. "Improve cultivation base? Hurts a bit? Euphoric? Master, you?" Ling Bao'er was shocked. Could it be dual cultivation? She shyly advised him. "About that, master. Is our progress too fast? I am still on my first time. This is not very good." Chen Chang'an uttered an incredibly misleading sentence. "What I want is exactly your first time." Ling Bao'er was so ashamed that she punched him in the mouth without realizing it. "I'm dying of shame." Chen Chang'an, with his nose bleeding profusely, comforted her. "Bao'er, don't be afraid. It's precisely the first time that's needed for it to work."
Ling Bao'er hesitated. But, she gritted her teeth, her face burning hot. Finally, she had to agree. I'm ready, master. Come on." He praised Ling Bao'er. "Good, worthy of being my disciple. Later, you must focus your mind and protect your heart meridian. Otherwise, I'm afraid it will be life-threatening. Remember well." She replied without thinking. "Yes, come on." Ling Bao'er's eyes widened and she slammed on the brakes. "Huh? Wait a minute. Is dual cultivation that easy to kill someone? Master?" Chen Chang'an suddenly grabbed Ling Bao'er's head. She cried out. "Master, wait a minute," he shouted. "Focus your mind." Chen Chang'an deployed All Things Animate to enlighten the vitality on Ling Bao'er's body. He asked her, "How does it feel?" Ling Bao'er timidly replied, "Numb and tingly."
She looked up at him with hazy eyes. "Master, do you really just want to help me practice?" Chen Chang'an was stunned. "Huh? Otherwise what?" Ling Bao'er felt disappointed. "Oh," he strictly warned her. "Focus. Your master must increase the force." Chen Chang'an instructed Ling Bao'er. "Carefully feel the energy your master is transmitting into your body." Her voice stuttered. Oh. Ling Bao'er trembled and exclaimed, "Master's energy is too massive." Reaching the peak, she happily squealed, "I feel completely filled, so comfortable." Chen Chang'an checked the system. Name, Ling Bao'er. Realm, Foundation Establishment, 6th layer. He frowned. Why are there no signs of the cultivation base improving? Let's try applying more force. Chen Chang'an twitched his finger, and Ling Bao'er moaned loudly. I can't take it anymore." Even though she complained of pain, he didn't stop. Chen Chang'an told this disciple, "Persevere." He tapped the center of Ling Bao'er's forehead. A bolt of electricity flashed by, and she immediately screamed, Ah! Ling Bao'er's whole body convulsed. Master, it hurts so much." She sobbed, "Master, I can't stand it anymore." Chen Chang'an gaped in shock. Crap, Bao'er's body is about to explode. Ling Bao'er was enduring excruciating pain. Chen Chang'an could only encourage her. "Bao'er, persevere. An arrow shot cannot be retrieved. If you can hold on, you can undergo a metamorphosis. If not, you will die." At this moment, Ling Baoer gradually remembered scenes from the past. Didn't you want to become a powerhouse who stands tall between heaven and earth? Can't you even endure this little bit of suffering? If this continues, I will die. To become a powerhouse, one must have a strong body and soul. Baoer endures. Ling Baoer gritted her teeth, remembering every single word of her father. Baoer, in the future, this 9-sword sect will be handed over to you. No, I cannot die. I haven't become a powerhouse yet. I haven't inherited the 9-sword sect yet. I cannot die. Just like that, Ling Baoer tried with all her might. I cannot die. Remembering the image of Chen Chang'an carrying her and wandering everywhere, Ling Baoer told herself, I have to travel everywhere with my master. How can I die here? Suddenly, a huge hole appeared in the sky, and it directly sent a bolt of lightning striking downwards.
But it was truly unlucky for it because Chen Chang'an had calculated everything, thinking your father is dead, to actually perform this act of defying the heavens and changing fate right under your father's eyelids. At this time, he carried Ling Baoer and constantly asked, Baoer, how are you? She weakly replied, Master, Baoer can hold on. Hearing this, Chen Chang'an also smiled faintly. The aptitude of this continent has a total of 9 grades, and there is also a 10th grade. I don't know how many grades Baoer can be upgraded to through the baptism of all things animate. Is that so? That's great. Right at this moment, another lightning tribulation struck down from the sky. Still being so lovey-dovey, your father will strike you dog-coupled to death. All beasts were also terrified by this action. At this time, a demonic beast was keeping an eye out, Demon King Hongyi of the nascent soul realm. The lightning tribulation is attacking that mountain. Could it be attracted by the immortal treasure from last night? The person next to him also spoke up. Such a terrifying lightning tribulation, if it hits you or me, I'm afraid we would die on the spot. Demon King Tolbaye of the nascent soul realm. He also happily added a few sentences. Demon King Shazini of the nascent soul realm. Could it be that we will also turn into ashes in this Feixian mountain? Let's observe first. On the contrary, Chen Chang'an was not afraid at all seeing the lightning tribulation. I have already added the power of the lightning tribulation. Baoer, quickly go and absorb the power of the lightning tribulation. Absorb a bit more. It will be very beneficial after circulating it intensely. Ling Baoer also obediently followed the instruction. Yes, master.
On this side, Hongyi's group looked on in a daze. The heavenly tribulation had quieted down, yet it was actually successfully passed, which was simply unbelievable. She continued, it seems there is someone in the heart of the heavenly tribulation. At this time, a voice spoke out from within the tribulation. It was a young girl. Impossible. Could it be a sentient immortal treasure? The heavenly tribulation was extremely angry. Hateful, you shamelessly commit sins. Remember this for me. Next time, Lousy will definitely beat you to death. Hongyi's group happily flew over. The heavenly tribulation is dissipated. Let's go investigate. However, Chen Chang'an had already discovered their presence. Tuabaye couldn't believe his eyes. She is not a spiritual entity. I see her bone age is only 18, yet her cultivation base has reached this realm. Hongyi was equally surprised. This girl's aptitude is extraordinary. She is definitely a peerless heavens chosen of the human race. If nurtured, she will become a mighty figure of a region in the future. She then firmly asserted, I won't fight for the immortal treasure, but I want this girl. Ling Baoer was currently focusing on breaking through. The system immediately popped up a notification. Ling Baoer broke through from the Foundation Establishment's 7th layer, rewarding the host with 50 domain points, rewarding the host with 50 domain points, rewarding the host with 50 domain points, rewarding the host with 100 domain points, rewarding the host with 100 domain points. This group of people still refused to give up. This girl's spiritual aura is restrained. Her physical body is extraordinary. She could actually withstand that terrifying heavenly tribulation just now. In the 2 provinces of Yu and Gui, she would absolutely be considered a top-tier genius. Once nurtured, she would be even more valuable than an immortal treasure. Acting swiftly, Hongyi rushed forward first. That is my future disciple. You too, I'll be taking a step ahead. Not letting her get her wish, Tuabaye grabbed her leg. How can I let you take such a big advantage? I also want this girl. I don't even need that immortal treasure. Hongyi struggled in fear. Do you want to die? What kind of rough bull demon like you teach her? The cultivation of my heavenly demon 9 Foxes tribe is very suitable for her. He was kicked away. It wasn't easy to encounter a peerless genius, and he didn't want to let it go. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Shizini rushed ahead of both of them. Disciple, your master is here. Hongyi anxiously spoke up. Ah, Shizini, you sneakily ran off. Stop right there for this old lady. Without showing any mercy, she transformed into her true fox form, scaring Shizini into changing his expression. Hey, are you playing for real? Neither was willing to yield. Then he also transformed into his true form. Humph, if we fight, we fight. Who's afraid of who? The winner takes all, the loser dies. Hongyi also shouted loudly, fighting for a disciple with this old lady? This old lady will skin you alive today. Tuabaye's bright eyes made the 2 who were bickering loudly stop completely. He looked at the 2 with a not-so-friendly expression. Let's directly go ask that young lady. Whoever she is willing to follow, she will follow. The others are not allowed to fight for her.
At the same time, Ling Baoer also opened her eyes. Chen Chang'an beside her was calmly munching on food. "Oh, Baoer, are you awake? How do you feel?" However, she stammered. Master, I... In a flash, her tone changed 180 degrees. "I have already broken through to the golden core third layer." Chen Chang'an gently patted her head. "Well done. Truly worthy of being a peerless genius created by my own hands. Keep it up. You can break through to nascent soul." That was enough to make Ling Baoer blush with embarrassment. A golden core cultivation base in the Nine Swords sect was already at the elder level. Now that I've easily broken through, I couldn't be dreaming, right? Wait a minute. Only then did she notice something wrong. Nascent soul? Master, did you just say nascent soul? But I just broke through to golden core. Chen Chang'an calmly explained. "Here, this is a reward from your master. Take it and use it." Out of reflex, Ling Baoer took it. "Why is this scene so similar to when we first met? This is the storage ring of Li Jia's group," she asked in confusion. "Master, are you giving me all these cultivation resources, which are equivalent to half of the Nine Swords sect?" On the contrary, Chen Chang'an just turned away. "Of course, I don't even care to look at these trifles." He stood in front of the door, his heart full of thoughts. Who told me to be buffed so that I can't cultivate? However, as long as I am in the invincible domain, I am a god. I basically have no use for these cultivation resources. My small goal right now is to expand the invincible domain across this Facehand Mountain. These 800 domain points are simply not enough. Suddenly, a voice interrupted. "Girl over there, look here." The three of them approached one after another. "You are demons. Evil demons?" Tuabaye immediately showed off his well-proportioned figure. "Truly worthy of being my future disciple. You have a good eye. I am Tuabaye, a nascent soul demon king." Saying that, he took out something to tempt her. "These are 3 golden cores condensing the essence of great demons. If you take me as your master, these 3 golden cores will be your apprenticeship gift." Using a golden core as an opportunity to break through to nascent soul, no one could refuse this temptation.
Before he could finish blabbering, Tuobaye was pushed aside by Shizini. "Scram, this seat is Shizini, a nascent soul mighty figure. 3 measly golden cores are nothing. How can they compare to this immortal face-retaining fruit of mine? The immortal face-retaining fruit blooms once 1,000 years and bears fruit once 10,000 years. Eating one will preserve your youth forever. Currently, there is only this one in the lower realm. Take me as your master, and this fruit is yours. Moreover, your master is very handsome. Furthermore, I always respect the fusion between races. If you have any thoughts about your master in the future, it's not impossible for your master to consider." Hearing those words, Ling Baoer's brain started to overload. Wow, the immortal face-retaining fruit is very tempting, but if you add the person... At this time, Chen Chang'an rested his chin and thought, "Is that the immortal fruit the old man said could change one's physique after eating? He almost wanted it." Baoer also drooled seeing this thing. Ling Baoer's face flushed red, as if thinking that having eternal youth is not impossible to consider. I'm actually wavering. What about master?" Shizini knew this move was effective and smirked. He originally intended to give this fruit to Hong Yi, but if this immortal face-retaining fruit could be exchanged for a proud daughter of heaven as a disciple, this deal was also very okay. Right at that moment, Hong Yi burst into loud laughter. This seat, Hong Yi, also has a nascent soul cultivation base. Her expression gradually changed. "This seat doesn't have any apprenticeship gifts. If you are willing to take this seat as your master, this seat will accept you as an adopted daughter. Then you will be the young master of our heavenly demon ancient fox clan. This seat will exert the power of the entire clan to help you become an immortal. How about that?"
That statement was enough to make Tuabaye and Shizini think together. With the opportunity to become an immortal, how could the apprenticeship gift they offered be enough to look at? Hateful, this old hag was truly too cunning, and they were too careless. Then Hong Yi reached out her hand. "Come here, disciple. Good girl, follow me." But unexpectedly, Ling Baoer ruthlessly refused. "I don't want to." That statement made all 3 of them freeze on the spot for a few seconds. Then she arrogantly boasted about Chen Chang'an. "There is no why. I already have a master. Following my master, let alone becoming an immortal, becoming a god is also easy. My master is the best." Hong Yi's face darkened as she asked back, "Who is your master?" Chen Chang'an did not hesitate and replied immediately, "It's me, your granddaddy." Hong Yi was shocked. You are nothing but an ant with no cultivation base. On what basis can you be her master?" In response to those words, Chen Chang'an only picked his ear. She continued to mock. "If you didn't say it, one would think you were this girl's servant. A tiny mortal taking a golden core cultivator as a disciple? Could it be that you saw she was young and easy to deceive, so you tricked her?" Shizini tightly closed his eyes. "Just an ant, let's kill him, and then we can sit down and slowly discuss who will take that girl as a disciple." Unexpectedly, Tuabaye became enraged. "If you think you are qualified to be her master, then let this seat see if you truly have this kind of ability." Hearing them gossiping, Ling Baoer finally defended him. "Master is not an ordinary person. Without master, there would be no me today." Chen Chang'an used both hands to provoke. "Come, let me test how a demon king is."
Without any hesitation, Tuobaye unleashed his power. With just one finger, this seat will crush you into powder. Shizini beside him also secretly sighed in admiration.
Oh, old Nu's demonic power has become purer. He's secretly improved his cultivation base. Hong Yi also sulked. Hateful that old Nu got ahead. I missed the chance to show off in front of my disciple. Returning to the battle, Chen Chang'an only gave a slight sinister smile. His next action terrified Tuobaye. The two people behind also got a good scare. Tuobaye said, "Oh, a massage?" Chen Chang'an quickly replied, "However, with this skill, haven't you eaten yet? You only have this little strength? It really doesn't satisfy this young master at all. Like this, no customer will tip you. If you don't meet your KPI, be careful, you might have to eat dirt at the end of the month." Saying that, his eyes flashed with a cold glint. "Then how about I try the massage skills of the other two?" Chen Chang'an smiled sinisterly. Tuobaye watched his every move intently. A middle finger full of affection was raised by him. Just that one finger was enough to leave a massive hole right in Tuobaye's stomach. Shizini exclaimed in profound shock. One finger? Just one finger severely injured Tuobaye, who possesses the strongest demonic body? Chen Chang'an arrogantly gifted them a middle finger combo along with a mysterious smile. Hong Yi on the side only now realized that this person's cultivation base was definitely higher than hers. This time it seems we've kicked an iron plate.
Tuobaye fell to the ground, and Chen Chang'an calmly asked, "It seems he indeed couldn't withstand it. I wonder if you two can withstand it." He lightly shook his finger and glanced at them. "I wonder if you now feel I am qualified to be her master?" Right at this moment, Shizini also turned cowardly and knelt down. "Senior, you must be joking. You naturally are qualified to be her master. We are the ones who are unqualified." Hong Yi also cheerfully chimed in. Right. In the end, Shizini also had to offer up a rare item. "Disturbing Senior was our fault. This immortal face-retaining fruit is gifted to Senior. Please forgive us." Chen Chang'an just remained silent, thinking to himself, "This snake demon is actually quite sensible, and it just so happens I am short of manpower. I might as well take in these three demon kings." Shizini's sweat poured down endlessly. Humph, no reaction. Could it be he wants to kill us? But finally, Chen Chang'an accepted it. Shizini was overjoyed. "Ah, Senior!" He just gripped it tightly. "Where did this immortal face-retaining fruit come from?" Shizini clearly explained. "Reporting to Senior, this immortal face-retaining fruit was obtained by my Golden Python clan's Soul Formation Realm Patriarch at the Bronze Ancient Mountain, a life-forbidden zone in Fangzhou, 3,000 years ago. It's just that when the immortal face-retaining tree was discovered, immortals descended and took the tree away. So besides the fruit in my hand, there are no more immortal face-retaining fruits in the lower realm." Chen Chang'an's face was full of thoughts. The Bronze Ancient Mountain of Fangzhou? The Longevity Sect is also in Fangzhou, but that Bronze Ancient Mountain is a life-forbidden zone in Fangzhou. To think there are items from the upper realm hidden inside? Seeing him silent, Shizini began to worry. He has accepted the immortal face-retaining fruit, and knows my Golden Python clan has a Soul Formation mighty figure. Even if his cultivation base is also Soul Formation, he will probably spare my life. And right at this moment, Ling Baoer was drooling with greed. Gulp.
Chen Chang'an suddenly remembered his disciple. "Here, eat this, but leave the seed for me." She smiled happily and brightly. "Thank you, master." Chen Chang'an's eyes suddenly turned golden, and a few more parts of immortal charm appeared in his body. Is this a transformation? It seems the old man's words were true. This immortal face-retaining fruit can truly make an ordinary mortal body transform into an immortal body. After eating deliciously, Ling Baoer handed back the seed. "Master, for you." Chen Chang'an looked intently at the seed. Using this can probably grow it." He placed the seed into the ground, causing Ling Baoer to stare blankly at him. Even Shizini was surprised. "Senior, the immortal face-retaining tree is an immortal tree of the upper realm. Its growing environment is very important. Even if this is a piece of treasured land, it is not suitable for the immortal face-retaining tree to live." Hong Yi smiled helplessly. "That's right. This is an immortal tree. It's not like you can casually dig a hole and grow it." Tuobaye, lying nearby in pain, also stared wide-eyed. Brilliant light shone all over that spot. A tree sprouted from under the ground. "Whatever I plant in this treasured land of mine grows. Planting an immortal tree naturally yields immortal fruits." Sweat poured down Hong Yi's forehead. The one losing face turned out to be herself. Chen Chang'an began to explain thoroughly. "However, one immortal face-retaining fruit is not enough to pardon your crime of trespassing into my peaceful cultivation place, and even offending me." The next sentence made the three of them freeze, stiff as if hit by Diachan's skill. "Tell me, how should I deal with you?"
All three of them, Hong Yi, Shizini, and Tuobaye, bowed their heads and begged, "Senior, it is all our fault. We are willing to accept the senior's punishment. I am also the same. I hope the senior will be magnanimous and give us a chance to correct our mistakes." Seeing this, Chen Chang'an did not beat around the bush. "Is that so? Then I will give you a chance. Submit to me or die. Think carefully. Don't be ungrateful." Lowering his head, Tuobaye replied, "I am willing to submit to the senior and do my utmost for the senior." The other two also had to obey. Hong Yi and Shizini are also willing to submit to the senior and do our utmost for the senior. Without hesitation, Chen Chang'an cast his magic power. "If you all submit to me, then call me Master from now on." Don't worry, I won't let you suffer a loss. Accept a small gift first. A ray of light pierced into Shizini. My aptitude is actually increasing. Tuobaye was the same. My aptitude is already fixed. How can it increase? Hong Yi was just like the two of them. I am the same. The heavenly tribulation in the sky was also surprised and taken aback. Ah, it's you again. One person changing their fate against heaven is enough, but to do it for 3 people at once? The heavenly tribulation could not bear its anger and struck down. I will beat you to death, you brat. They were in endless pain. Why does the increase in aptitude lead to such a strong heavenly tribulation? It's over. I can't block this heavenly tribulation. On the contrary, Chen Chang'an was surprisingly calm. Don't panic. I am here for the heavenly tribulation. A protective barrier was seen glowing as he began to cast his magic. Hong Yi's group gradually felt more comfortable. Damn, is the power of the heavenly tribulation tempering my body? My injuries have recovered. The heavenly tribulation above was also furious. Motherfucker, just wait. Next time I will definitely beat you to death. The golden light enveloped Chen Chang'an's place just like that. They started to praise. Thank you, Gaster, for improving the aptitude of your subordinates. He smirked. Oh, how many grades did it increase? Shizini spoke first. Master, wait a moment. Exactly how much it increased needs to be tested with this talent stone. Aptitude is from 1 to 9, divided into 9 colors corresponding to red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, purple, black, and gold. Red is the 1st grade. Gold is the 9th grade. Our previous natural aptitude was the 6th grade. Suddenly, the stone in his hand changed to a different color. Damn, it's black. What? Let me try. Hong Yi and Tuobaye rejoiced like children. It's also the 8th grade. Oh my god. Chen Chang'an tried to hold back his laughter. Ahem, it's only 8th grade aptitude. I can even raise you to 9th grade aptitude in the future. Calm down a bit. Ling Baoer thought to herself, are these the nascent soul demon kings that I didn't dare to look straight at before? I don't dare to look straight at them now either.
Then they knelt down once again. From now on, we will definitely swear to follow the master to the death. Ling Baoer looked at him blankly and asked, Master, my previous aptitude was 4th grade. Their aptitude has also increased to 8th grade. At this time, Hong Yi suddenly approached her. Miss Baoer, for you. Chen Chang'an also added, right, you should also take the heavenly aptitude stone to test it. In his heart, he thought that he only let the 3 demon kings use a little bit of all things animate, and they increased to 8th grade. The power when upgrading Baoer was completely unreserved. What grade would her aptitude be? Ling Baoer accepted and picked up the heavenly aptitude piece, the red gem sparkling. Hong Yi saw it was red and was also amazed. With Miss Baoer's current aptitude, it will definitely be 9th grade. Yet the heavenly aptitude piece changed from purple to gold. The final color gave them a heavy shock. Golden color. 9th. Both Hong Yi and Shizini froze for a moment. What is going on? Why did the golden color appear and then disappear? That's not right. Even if it's not 9th grade, it wouldn't turn completely transparent. Ling Baoer's tears flowed, not understanding anything as she looked at Chen Chang'an. Then she burst into tears. Master, my aptitude is gone. He awkwardly coaxed her. The script is not quite right. Where is the golden color? At this time, Shizini gradually understood. Could it be that Miss Baoer's current body is already an immortal body?
Ling Baoer's face was full of joy, chattering nonstop. Master, then isn't my aptitude now the aptitude of an immortal? On the contrary, Chen Chang'an spoke extremely calmly. Calm down. It's just a Qian-kun immortal physique. What's there to be excited about? He gently waved his hand. The highest aptitude in the lower realm is the 9th grade, but above the 9th grade there are even higher aptitudes. Baoer's current aptitude has surpassed the 9th grade. Naturally, the talent stone cannot test it. Chen Chang'an continued to ramble. As long as you obediently follow me, let alone an immortal physique. Igrom, a serious expression. Ascending to become an immortal in the future is not impossible either. Hearing this, Hong Yi's group immediately knelt on the ground. Master understands these things. He must definitely be from the upper realm. If we just follow by Master's side, we can definitely ascend. We have firmly hugged a golden thigh like Master's. Just like that, the 3 of them spoke in unison. Master, rest assured. In the future, we will definitely be utterly loyal to Master. Listen to Master, and put Master first. In his heart, Chen Chang'an thought to himself, my bragging ability is really getting more and more proficient. I should just change my name to the King of Bragging in the future. Shizini bowed his head slightly. Master, if Miss Baoer already has an immortal aptitude, then let me go up Mount Jiba to catch a Dragonfire Chicken King to nourish you and Miss Baoer. Both Chen Chang'an and Ling Baoer were dumbfounded. Dragonfire Chicken King? Fire Chicken King? Seeing that neither of them understood, Hong Yi explained, the body of the Dragonfire Chicken King contains a trace of immortal beast bloodline. The meat is extremely fresh and delicious, known as a delicacy of the human world. It will be good for the physical bodies of Miss Baoer and Master after eating it. After hearing this explanation, Ling Baoer drooled with greed. Master, let me go. I happen to want to go have a taste, and also test out how my current strength is. Chen Chang'an was also helpless. Oh, you go ahead.
On the other hand, on Tiantu's side, he and his disciples were standing on a mountain. Suddenly at this moment, Ling Bao'er was happily flying by on her flying sword along with 2 chicken kings. She was happy, thinking to herself in her heart, "It's getting late. The great master must be hungry. I must quickly return." Unfortunately, Tiantu's group flew over. Ling Bao'er, haha, I was just thinking about how to get the immortal treasure. This really wasn't a complete waste of effort. They quickly surrounded her on all 4 sides. Ling Bao'er, hand over the holy immortal sword, and I will leave you an intact corpse. Ling Bao'er's face showed a look of extreme fear. It's people from the Ghost Tower sect. Besides Tiantu, the hours of the other 3 are all very strong.
Seeing their powerful, murderous aura, she confirmed, fearing that they were in the nascent soul realm. Ling Bao'er immediately turned on her sassy mouth switch. Tiantu, you actually dare to come? Could it be you forgot how my master scared you into peeing your pants before? The 2 chickens also chimed in. Cluck, cluck. In her heart, she thought, 1 against 4, and the other 3 are all in the nascent soul realm. I can't win. I must think of a way to escape. But Tiantu didn't think that way. Wait until I kill you and obtain the holy immortal sword. Then he revealed a sinister smile. Then I will refine you into a ghost slave. The next person will be your master. However, unexpectedly, the sword under Ling Bao'er's feet suddenly emitted a strange light. It was truly a spectacular move. That very sword created a protective barrier, keeping her safe from Tiantu's attack. Seeing that situation, he also got anxious, to the point of breaking into a cold sweat. You actually have a golden core cultivation base? How is this possible? A few days ago, you were clearly just at the Foundation establishment realm. The 2 mysterious figures behind finally spoke up. An 18-year-old golden core? The other one added, this girl's aptitude is terrifying. Now that she has formed an enmity with Ghost Tower, she absolutely cannot be kept alive. Then he started commanding, Tiantu, kill her and snatch the holy immortal sword. As soon as the command ended, he quickly took action. Go to hell. Feeling that running away wasn't a solution either, Ling Bao'er gripped the sword tightly and shouted. 2 terrifying powers began to clash. At this moment, she planned to take the opportunity, using the holy immortal sword to block this attack from Tiantu. But the magic power in her body was almost completely depleted. She had to run quickly.
At this moment, he was so angry that he gritted his teeth. My full force strike at the Golden Core Peak was actually blocked. Because they were lost in thought, they had lost track of her. Where did Ling Bao'er run off to? Chase her. On this side, Hong Yi was playing mahjong in boredom. Tuabaye, are you going to play or not? Shizini next to her was also frustrated. Hurry up, we've waited so long that flowers are about to bloom. Chen Chang'an also joined the fun. Whoever it is, hurry up your hands. At this time, Tuabaye was awkwardly rearranging his mahjong tiles. Don't rush me, rush my ass. Very quickly, he made a decision. Yaoji won bamboo. Seeing this, Chen Chang'an was extremely calm. Ha, sorry, Qingyi say, I've won. The feeling of abusing a rookie is truly great. Finally, Tuabaye sulked. Rush my ass. It's all your fault. I shouldn't have played Yaoji, letting the young master win again. Hong Yi, sitting next to him, was also fuming. You're stupid yourself and still blame us, again. However, Chen Chang'an started to feel a bit strange. I completely cannot sense the situation outside the domain. Given the time, Bao'er should be returning soon.
Hong Yi, with a blushing face, spoke up. It should be soon, young master. You do not need to worry. The Dragonfire Chicken King is at Mount Jiba. With Miss Bao'er's strength, catching one is more than enough. Suddenly, she sensed something. What is going on? Why is Miss Bao'er's aura getting weaker and weaker? Is she injured? On the contrary, Chen Chang'an was extremely calm. What am I worried about? Bao'er currently also has the strength of the Golden Core realm. As long as she does not encounter demonic beasts and cultivators from the nascent soul realm and above, she will naturally return safely. But Tuabaye hesitated. What should we do? Should we tell the young master? Shizidni also thought. No need. With the young master's formidable strength, he definitely knows the situation outside. He continued to exchange thoughts, but judging from Miss Bao'er's current aura, it is obvious she has been heavily injured. How could the young master not react? Hong Yi next to him also gritted her teeth. Perhaps the young master is tempering Miss Bao'er. It is better to wait a little longer before saying anything. On the other hand, Ling Bao'er was running for her life. She looked up anxiously, then became overjoyed. Almost there. For a moment, Ling Bao'er let her guard down. Master? Then from above, a bizarre hand appeared. The person our Ghost Tower sect wants to kill, even fleeing to the 9 heavens, is useless. Without showing any mercy, a fatal blow descended directly onto Ling Bao'er. Unexpectedly, the person who appeared was the Supreme Elder. The cat and mouse game ends here. You took one of my palm strikes. Even if you do not die now, you will not live for long. Go take the immortal treasure and bring her soul back to the sect to be refined into a ghost slave. Tiantu respectfully replied from behind, yes. At this moment, Ling Bao'er's whole body went stiff, leaving her with no strength to resist. However, a spear of light suddenly appeared above her. The group of people began to panic. Oh no, hurry and chase after the immortal treasure. The Supreme Elder also tried to catch up with that immortal sword. Even though it tried to dodge, it was eventually caught by her. Refusing to yield, the immortal sword still emitted a beam of light that astonished the Supreme Elder. Such surging power. No wonder a mere Golden Core cultivator could rely on this sword to hold out for so long. Ling Baoer lay in agony, trembling incessantly on the ground. At this time, Tiantu also approached Ling Baoer. He unceremoniously let out a sinister laugh. Die! The thick syrup just flowed out.
Suddenly, Ling Baoer disappeared. Tiantu witnessed it and was endlessly terrified. Demon! Demon! Unexpectedly, in the nick of time, Hong Yi arrived in time. Who gave you such enormous guts, you who are tired of living? Tuabaye also appeared in an extremely badass way. Daring to attack the young master's disciple, you are truly courting death. Shi Zaini also spoke up. This fellow Taoist, stop resisting uselessly. Die early and reincarnate early. All three of them appeared in an incredibly grand manner. Ling Baoer lay in Hong Yi's arms, coughing non-stop. Sister Hong Yi, did Master tell everyone to come? She quickly replied, that's right. Back at the Xianren Temple, the young master. Going back to the moment just now, Hong Yi finally couldn't wait any longer and reported, young master, Miss Baoer's aura is getting weaker and weaker. Even if you consider this a trial for her, there is no need to be so hasty. What if... Tuabaye beside her also chimed in. Moo. After hearing this barrage, Chen Chang'an was also dumbfounded for a moment. Trial? What trial? His face darkened. Something happened to Baoer. Hong Yi hastily tried to advise. Although I don't know what the master has calculated, as long as Baoer's aptitude develops steadily, she will definitely become a peerless genius in the future. Master doesn't need to be too hasty. Tuabaye glanced over. Miss Baoer is about to die. Moo. An overbearing CEO-like aura immediately radiated around Chen Chang'an's body. It's me being too impatient. Baoer is someone close to me. I don't want anything to happen to her. Go, bring her back here safely. His eyes were sharp and cold as if he wanted to kill someone. The perpetrators who harmed her, kill without mercy. They immediately replied, yes, master, your orders shall be obeyed. At the same time, Ling Baoer was currently extremely weak. So that's how it is, Sister Hong Yi. The people who want to kill me are from the Ghost Tower sect. All three of them are nascent soul cultivators. They want to... Hong Yi quietly healed her. Miss Baoer, don't say anything more. You are heavily injured. Let me use my demon power to protect your soul. Adjust your breathing for now.
Gradually, Ling Baoer's complexion changed. Hong Yi kept calling out, Miss Baoer, Baoer, she shouted anxiously. The little girl's soul is very unstable. We must quickly take her back so the young master can heal her. The people of the Ghost Tower sect gloated endlessly. Taking her away is useless. She has already been hit by my soul-devouring curse. Chu Tiantu with sky-high arrogance said, without me to lift the curse, she will surely die. Shi Zini finally couldn't stand that arrogance and said, this fellow Taoist is really like a fool. I know about your Ghost Tower sect's soul-devouring curse, but I heard that as long as the caster is killed, the curse will naturally be broken. Tuabaye's eyes suddenly turned red. Daring to use such a vicious curse to bully the little girl Baoer, watch me stew you into beef tripe soup. After hearing those words, Chu Tiantu also lost some of his arrogance. The three supreme elders of our Ghost Tower sector here. How are you going to kill me, huh? I think you shouldn't even dream of leaving here. She began to briefly introduce herself. I am the supreme elder of the Ghost Tower sect. Do you intend to oppose our Ghost Tower sect? Shi Zini didn't care at all. So what? Right at this moment, a familiar voice echoed, stop talking nonsense for your daddy. It turned out that the noisy person was Chen Chang'an. Daring to touch my people, beat the shit out of them, motherfucking bastards. Tuabaye seemed to be given more strength. Beat the shit out of them. A snake tail also appeared, as Shi Zini transformed into his true form. The Supreme Elder still maintained her composure at this time. Tremble. But Tuabaye didn't give her a chance, and quickly charged forward head first. Moo. The Supreme Elder had to resist alone. Damn it, this stupid cow is too strong. Finally, a terrifying explosion occurred.
Shi Zini's snaketail whipped straight at their group, causing them to lose the chance to resist and be sent flying away. Chu Tiantu screamed in fear. Shi Zini dealt with them with a cold expression. By killing you, the one who cast the curse, Miss Baoer will be safe and sound. Right after saying that, he transformed into his true body and chased after them. At this moment, someone suddenly blocked his way. Hold on. That person was another female elder. If your excellency wants to kill our sect master, you must step over my dead body first. No longer acting polite, Shi Zini slipped his combat switch on. At the same time, Chen Chang'an was also watching them fight relentlessly. He stared coldly and intently. Within the Invincible domain, I can sense everyone's every move, but outside that area, I can't sense anything at all. This is a huge weakness. Chen Chang'an's eyes began to widen. If I hadn't let Baoer go catch the Dragonfire Chicken King, she wouldn't have encountered such an unexpected disaster. Suddenly, he remembered those who had sacrificed themselves. In the past, I couldn't protect the Longevity sect, and today I can't even protect Baoer. Chen Chang'an's hands trembled nonstop. If only the skills within the Invincible domain were useful to me. I could cultivate, become powerful, revitalize the Longevity sect, protect the old man, and protect Baoer. Finally, he made up his mind, no longer wanting to just watch helplessly like now, like a piece of trash, unable to do anything useful. Then Chen Chang'an slapped his face hard. He began to regain his composure. Now is not the time for regrets. I can't cultivate? Then I will expand the Invincible domain to the 100,000 mountains. Could it be that I still can't protect the people I want to protect?
An orange-red light illuminated everywhere. Unexpectedly, Q-Tiantu was clinging on. Is the spellcraft of a nascent soul powerhouse only this much? Fortunately, I have 3 Supreme Elders accompanying me. Otherwise, on this side, Hung-Yi was fighting against one of the 3 Supreme Elders. Relying on her golden core peak cultivation, she wouldn't be able to hold out for even half a quarter of an hour in a battle like this.
The Supreme Elders had fallen into a predicament. Damn it, the Immortal Sword. Being summoned, the Immortal Sword had to fly over exhaustedly. It flew straight in front of Q-Tiantu. Oh, the Immortal Sword. He secretly rejoiced in his heart. Aha, this is it. This is exactly it. I must quickly take the Holy Immortal Sword back to the Patriarch of the Ghost Tower sect. I just need to get the sword now and quietly retreat. Then Q-Tiantu tightly gripped the Immortal Sword in his hand. No, this won't do. If I take the sword away and the 3 Supreme Elders die here, how will I have a place to stand in the Ghost Tower sect in the future? Do I have to rely on the Patriarch who is far away? Yet a person who is originally timid like Q-Tiantu actually made up his mind. I am the sect master of the Ghost Tower sect. Letting this sect develop greatly is my mission. The fate of this sect is firmly in my hands. I absolutely must not let the sect down. Go for it. Chen Chang'an, over here standing on the roof, also felt the aura. Q-Tiantu, what is this dog planning to do? He only saw him staggering over, then hiding close to a nearby rock. Gradually approaching the group of Supreme Elders, Chen Chang'an was suddenly startled. He glanced and saw that only Ling Bao'er was left there. Bao'er.
Qiu-Tiantu looked in astonishment at Chen Chang'an rushing towards him at an unpredictable speed. Is it him? Just catching a glimpse of him made him startle. The anger within Chen Chang'an flared up more fiercely than ever before, and he shouted loudly, "You have a lot of nerve!" Qiu-Tiantu was terrified. "Senior?" He was in absolute panic. When did he arrive? Why couldn't I sense any of his aura? The immortal sword in Qiu-Tiantu's hand immediately cried and fled. "Immortal treasure!" Chen Chang'an caught it. "You came right on time." The immortal treasure transformed its shape, and he was extremely surprised. "Oh, here. I was just thinking that if it's not a sword, a glove or something would do. So you can even read minds? It seems I underestimated you before." It quickly went from smugness to anger. How could he say such hateful words? He assessed the situation. He can actually control the holy immortal sword at will, even change its shape. Oh shit, run away quickly. But there was no way Chen Chang'an would let someone escape so easily. "You messed with my people and still want to run away?" He pursued closely, and Qiu-Tiantu frantically accelerated. Chen Chang'an delivered a palm strike that skewed his face. He seemed to use all his strength, venting all his anger into it. Qiu-Tiantu begged, "Senior, calm your anger. Senior, calm your anger. Please spare this junior's life." Later, Chen Chang'an picked up the unconscious Ling Bao'er amidst the ruins. He, Qiu-Tiantu, was left with just a remnant soul. So terrifying. One palm strike from him completely destroyed my physical body, but to think he actually spared my nascent soul. He probably didn't discover my nascent soul, huh? Qiu-Tiantu shed tears of grievance. His body was destroyed. 100 years of arduous cultivation day and night. Now only his nascent soul remained. If captured now, he might even be refined into a ghost soul. I, Qiu-Tiantu, am finished. Suddenly, he caught a whiff of a faint fragrance passing by. This is, Qiu-Tiantu frantically searched. It's the longevity physique, no mistake. It's exactly the scent. Where is it coming from? He was astonished to realize the source was from Chen Chang'an. It's him? His eyes widened. No, that's not right. The longevity physique cannot cultivate. It absolutely cannot be him. But even if it isn't him, it must be related to him. The longevity physique, huh? I still have a chance. Chen Chang'an brought her back to heal her injuries. He heartbreakingly examined her wounds. How could she be hurt this badly? While treating her, Chen Chang'an muttered, "These bastards deserving 1,000 cuts actually struck so ruthlessly. Just you wait for me, you cowardly turtles of the Ghost Tower sect. Sooner or later, your daddy here will flatten you all." Seeing Ling Bao'er gradually recovering, he breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, I arrived in time. Otherwise, Bao'er's little life really couldn't be guaranteed. She groggily woke up. "Master?" Ling Bao'er weakly said. "Bao'er couldn't catch the Dragonfire Chicken King to bring back. I'm sorry." He hurriedly said, "There's no need to apologize for anything. It's Master's fault. Master arrived late. I'm sorry." Right at that moment, a powerful anomaly appeared in the sky. The Supreme Elder was fighting fiercely against the Demon Kings. She was at a disadvantage, completely overwhelmed. The Demon Fox roared and sent the Supreme Elder flying. Go to hell. Chen Chang'an could see the trouble with just a glance. Sure enough, she crashed straight down to where he was standing. The Supreme Elder struggled to get up while cursing. "Damn it, these beasts, I want to make you—" He was getting more and more infuriated. The immense pressure made her shudder. The Supreme Elder yelled provocatively. Where did this piece of trash come from, daring to glare at me, tired of living? In just the blink of an eye, he closed in right next to her. Chen Chang'an decisively slapped the Supreme Elder right in the face. "Nascent soul, right?" Her eyes turned red with anger. "You." He continued to strike. "Supreme Elder, right?" The Supreme Elder was shocked, speechless. You. Chen Chang'an didn't stop. You. He cursed as he beat her. "You motherfucker." Chen Chang'an stepped on her head, raised his hand high and challenged. "Come on, next."
They panicked. The second elder was completely powerless to resist. It's impossible. No matter how you look at it, he just looks like a mortal. Hong Yi burst out laughing. Obediently surrender and let yourselves be tied up. Don't make my master angry. The elder was suspicious. Master? Soul Formation Demon Emperor? Is there a Soul Formation old monster in this world? Never heard of it before. She was confused. There were 3 nascent soul demon kings here, plus a weird guy whose cultivation base is unknown. Should we temporarily retreat until the Patriarch has a new plan? But the second elder has been taken down by that guy. How can we just leave him there? Suddenly, Chu Tantu called out loudly, Supreme! Supreme Elder, save me! He cried out pitifully. My physical body has been smashed to pieces. Elder, quickly protect my primordial spirit. The elder sneered. Ah, what did I think it was? So it turns out to be the great Sec Master. Thinking to herself, trash. Chu Tantu frantically said, Supreme, She was shocked. What? Is this true? He guaranteed. 100% true. The elder tightened her grip on the weapon in her hand. Immortal body, ascending on the spot. She was gloomy and dangerous. Third brother, what do you say? He burst out laughing loudly. Still saying this idiot. 100 years of cultivating the Tao, just for today. Charge. All the hard work of cultivation today, pouring out all our capital. I don't believe we can't take care of these beasts. A brat who doesn't know what tricks he's playing. Could he really be in the soul formation stage for sure? Tuabaye and Shezini charged forward, daring to be disrespectful to the master. Chen Chang'an laughed maniacally. It's okay, let them come here. He calculated inwardly. Come on, this is the immortal body you desire. Indeed, your grandfather is not at soul formation. Your grandfather is even stronger than soul formation.
Chen Chang'an spread his arms wide, ready to welcome them. Come, come, come. The elder shuddered with excitement. An immortal body, ah, it really is the scent of an immortal body. Old Third was also dumbfounded. So it's actually true? Shezini drooled. So fragrant. He rushed forward like a madman. Longevity meat. I want to eat longevity meat. His eyes flashed with a vicious glint. Come, your daddy here will give you longevity right now. Old Third rushed up without thinking. Chen Chang'an already had countermeasures against them, letting your whole family go to the same place together. He used hot fire to burn his face, then spun around and slammed down hard, causing Old Third's body to be pinned firmly to the ground.
Chen Chang'an growled with unclear sounds. He seemed to have lost all reason, frantically beating people to a pulp. Everyone was trembling, their faces pale. So scary. Is this the master? The system appeared, congratulating the host for successfully killing a nascent soul 4th layer cultivator, obtaining 1,200 domain points. Chen Chang'an felt secretly depressed. Motherfucker, tired to death for 1,200 points. It seems like last time killing a nest of 3 golden core evil dragons only yielded 1,500 points. He immediately shifted his target to the other 2 elders. There are 2 more nascent souls here. Doesn't that mean I'm going to be rich? Hong Yi asked in panic, what just happened? Tuabaye was confused. I don't know, I smelled something really fragrant, wanted it to death, but it evaporated before anything. Shizini guessed blindly. Could it be that the master used something that affected the consciousness of the immortal treasure? The elder was furious, miscalculated. I was mesmerized by the immortal body to the point of losing my mind. This kid's cultivation base is indeed weird. I'm afraid it's even higher than mine. Why didn't Qtiantu say earlier that there was an expert of this level here, accomplishing little but failing much? What a piece of trash. She cursed while looking at Old Third, who had been beaten unconscious on the ground. Damn it, damn it. The elder was surprised. Why don't I see that piece of trash? Did he run away? Damn it. She went crazy cursing. Motherfucker. The elder immediately decided to retreat. More danger than luck. Time to run. Chen Chang'an stood leisurely in one place. Want to run? He just waved his hand, and the pressure immediately became fierce. She was utterly terrified. You, what are you doing to me? Chen Chang'an sneered. Don't panic. I'm just upgrading your aptitude a little bit. The elder couldn't believe it at all. Upgrading aptitude. You're giving it to me. Are you crazy? But she immediately shut her mouth. This is upgrading. No, I've never heard that it could be like this. Is this free stuff that can be used? The elder was immersing herself in the power, dreamingly thinking, is it over? Can you stop for a bit? He took advantage of the approaching lightning tribulation. Came right on time. I'm waiting for you. Chen Chang'an struck directly at her. This move again. The elder was thrilled to madness. He is using the lightning tribulation to upgrade my cultivation base. So fast, I've never tried anything this intense. But why? She stared intently at the man on the ground. The elder's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that he has taken a liking to me? Chu Tiantu hid in a corner, full of regret. Damn it, so freaking awesome. Aptitude and cultivation base can actually be given away directly like that? Just who is this guy? If I hadn't provoked him in the beginning, maybe I could have curried favor with him. Hong Yi didn't understand why the master was upgrading her cultivation base. Shizini was nervous. I don't know. The master must have his own calculations, right? The elder started to feel uneasy. Stop it now. My body is about to be unable to withstand any more energy. The immortal treasure cried. You stuffed me into someone else's body again. You forced me into soul formation. You're playing dirty. I've only been here for a few days, and you've been bullying me all the time. I won't play with you anymore. I want to go tell on you to my great emperor. He didn't care at all, decisively waving his hand. The elder screamed fiercely, her body completely unable to withstand the pressure, and then she turned into a brilliant fireworks display in the clear sky. The system recorded, "Congratulations to the host for successfully killing a first-layer soul formation cultivator, gaining 2,000. Chen Chang'an wondered to himself, "It seems that only being able to harvest soul formation is a function of the system or my current function. But 2,000 points, that's a lot of blood."
The Supreme Elder didn't know when she had woken up. Her face pale with fear, she tried to run away. He casually glanced down. "Ah, forgot. There's still you." She screamed in despair. "You, don't come over here." Chen Chang'an waved his hand. "I won't go over there." The Supreme Elder's whole body was engulfed in a sea of fire. "No, don't kill me." He calculated to do the same as before. Yeah. I won't kill you. I will let your cultivation base upgrade." But there wasn't a single bolt of lightning in the sky. Huh? Why is there no heavenly tribulation? I didn't do anything wrong. Could it be that the timing is no longer effective? This heavenly tribulation is very easy to order around. I wonder if I can make one myself. It probably wants to curse Chen Chang'an so badly. Fuck off! He lost interest, waved his hand and took her life away. Whatever. The system confirmed. Congratulations to the host for successfully killing a nascent soul 4th-layer cultivator, gaining 1,200 points. Chen Chang'an thought to himself, on the contrary, this is a man-eating cultivation world. After a period of chaos, the surroundings were covered in thick smoke and dust. The Demon King's faces were very colorful. Master's cultivation base, could it be the immortal realm, or even higher? The system suddenly notified, bug detected. In the future, if the host wants to use the lightning tribulation to help people upgrade their cultivation base, after each use, it must be left for a month to cool down. He wondered, a month to cool down? Why wasn't there a bug before? It continued, system version 3.0 detected. Do you want to use 5,000 domain points to upgrade to Invincible domain version 3.0? Chen Chang'an was fed up. Update again and again. The system asked, the current domain has 5,250 points. Do you want to exchange 5,200 points to expand the Invincible domain? He quickly replied, exchange, of course exchange. It worked very fast. The system reminded, the Invincible domain has been expanded. The current domain is 74 meters. QTN2 sneaked away. So scary. I must run away from here right now. But Chen Chang'an had already noticed. Little old brother, stop hiding and come out. He was too bored to speak. If it were outside, then whatever. But do you think you can tell me I can't detect you inside my Invincible domain? He cried and wailed. Senior, this lowly one was wrong. Please spare this lowly one's life. QTN2 was unbearably noisy, begging Senior not to kill me. This lowly one is willing to be a cow and a horse for Senior. This lowly one knows the inside story regarding the Holy and Simmel sword. I guarantee to tell you everything. This lowly one knows that there's an inside story about the immortal descending to the mortal realm this time. This lowly one knows 365 forms of the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra, guaranteed to serve Senior until you are comfortable and happy, with no pressure every day.
This little brother is the sect master of the Ghost Tower sect. If Senior wants to destroy the Ghost Tower sect, or rather just take it over, this little brother is willing to be a servant for Senior. I only beg Senior to give this lowly one a chance, please. These words truly made Chen Chang'an feel extremely nauseous. He couldn't take it anymore. He had to stop that lump right away. He squeezed and asked, "You're that capable, huh? Then besides these things, can you—" Chen Chang'an came up with an idea. "Turn into a chihuahua?" He honestly replied, "What kind of treasure is a chihuahua? This lowly one doesn't know." He threw it to the side. "Hand this thing over to you guys. Wait until Baoer wakes up, then hand it to her to handle." Shizini obediently received it. "Yes, master." Chen Chang'an thought to himself. Although he felt this guy was still useful, they dared to bully Baoer, so let her decide how to deal with him. Hong Yi shyly spoke up. "Master, then what should we do next?" he requested. "I remember when Baoer came back, she brought a chicken. How about you go catch it? When Baoer wakes up, we'll roast the chicken to nourish her." The pitiful chicken was still looking into the distance, hoping. Which way is home? Cluck cluck.
On a peaceful night, the group fought over food. "I want to eat too." Don't steal from me. Besides, you eat grass." "Hong Yi, you should lose weight. Let me eat the chicken breast." "Master, the roasted chicken leg is mine." Chen Chang'an calculated. Right now, the domain is only 74 meters, let alone the 100,000 mountains. Just compared to the area around Facian Mountain, it's no different from a chicken coop. He must quickly collect as many domain points as possible, not only to expand the Invincible domain, but also to upgrade the system. He pondered, to quickly gain many domain points, he had to attract those who covet the immortal body. But the immortal body would not only cause demons and monsters to lose control, even Baoer and the 3 demons would hardly avoid being tempted. Chen Chang'an was full of confidence. "Therefore, I can only rely on you, holy immortal sword." It was utterly confused. He ordered, "You, stay here, release your immortal treasure aura, and attract the demons and monsters here for me." Chen Chang'an thought to himself, demons and monsters are very sensitive to the aura of an immortal treasure. Once they detect it, they will definitely come one after another to snatch it. He revealed a wicked smile. This way he could open the door to a new domain. The Demon Kings whispered, "What is Master doing? He looks just like me when I have hemorrhoids. Stop fluffy nonsense. Could he be cultivating some kind of technique? Beats me." A long time later, when those guys had all fallen asleep,
Chen Chang'an waited with his neck stretched long, but nothing happened. He shouted angrily,
Damn it, why? It's been a whole night and not even a single demon has been seen? Hong Yi and Ling Bao woke up with a start. Ah, is it time to eat? Everyone was awakened by Chen Chang'an's shouting. Yawn, is it morning yet? Moo, yawn. Master didn't sleep all night? So amazing. What is this? Why is it so wet? His eyes were red with anger. Where exactly went wrong? Chuchan too approached to flatter him. Senior, this lowly one knows where the problem lies. Chen Chang'an raised an eyebrow. Speak, he explained. It's like this, because there are 3 demon kings in the temple. The auras emitted from the demon kings are very powerful. The small fry demons don't dare to come close. He was irritated. Ah, so it's because of you guys. They were extremely smug. Ahem, you flatter us. But other than Master, I haven't seen any demon with a stronger physique than mine. This guy is right. Thus, Chen Chang'an immediately withdrew their cultivation bases. Go away. The system confirmed. The cultivation bases of the 3 demon kings were withdrawn to the chi refining stage. Their faces immediately darkened. Are cultivation bases only at the chi refining stage? Chest, even my chest muscles are gone. Moo, Master. Chuchan too turned pale. So freaking strong. Even demon kings are completely suppressed. He was annoyed. What's with the nagging? Are demon kings that great? Chen Chang'an continued his plan. Everything hindering you has been resolved. No one dares to disturb our world of 2 anymore. Do it again. It immediately tried to find a way to slip away, but how could he let it go? Dare to run? Come back to me. Chen Chang'an immediately tied it up tightly. Come, try running and let me see. Take out all the authority of your immortal treasure. Release it all for me. The holy immortal sword radiated a brilliant glow. He was full of anticipation. This time it can definitely attract those demons and ghosts. Sure enough, they were lured. That is, everyone nearby looked up. It's the holy immortal sword. Their greed surged. Holy immortal sword? With the holy immortal sword, I won't have to fear those troublesome cultivators anymore. Many were lured. I seem to also feel the aura of an immortal artifact. I see it too. They went crazy. What are we waiting for? Hurry up and snatch the immortal artifact back. Immortal artifacts can only belong to us demons. Absolutely cannot let the immortal artifact fall into the hands of cultivators. In just a short time, demons surrounded the mansion like ants. Chen Chang'an thought to himself, the demonic aura covers the sky and earth, exactly like the day the longevity sector was destroyed. The only difference is, he struck out a palm. Today is the day their souls scatter. A terrifying power tore through the sky, and everything was completely wiped out with just a wave of Chen Chang'an's hand. Chu Tantu was terrified. Too scary, too scary. I absolutely must not provoke the senior to anger. From now on, I must obediently submit to him. Hong Yi thought to herself, I remember having the book 36 Strategies for Bootlicking confiscated by Ling Bao. I definitely have to find a chance to get it back. The rest of the people just stared blankly. Demonic energy and gore fell like rain, quickly dissipating like embers in the wind. He stood there, vigilantly scouting his surroundings. After a while, Chen Chang'an was puzzled. Are they all dead? He stood up straight. Is there really nothing left to kill? Killing so many demons, and I only gained 3,400 domain points. Upgrading the system to version 3.0 requires 5,000 points. This amount of domain points is simply not enough. The system displayed the information panel. Name, Chen Chang'an. Realm, none. Special function, all things animate. Domain points, 3,400. Limit range, 74 meters. The sword was exhausted. Chen Chang'an was puzzled. Those attracted by the Holy Immortal Sword are mostly low-level demons. Where are the Golden Core cultivators? Why didn't I see a single Demon King? He wondered, is it because the nascent soul old monsters are too far away to sense it? Or are those old monsters waiting for something? Chen Chang'an decided, Hong Yi, Tuabaye, Shazini, I have a mission for you. All 3 stood at attention waiting for orders. Yes, he smiled calculatingly. Spread the news of the immortal treasure at the Xianren temple throughout these 100,000 mountains to other nascent soul demons. The more demons know about it, the better. Chen Chang'an thought to himself, I want to fight a massive battle.
Chen Chang'an suddenly asked, Who among you knows more about Yunzhou? Shi Zianyi spoke up confidently. Young master, I come from the Golden Python tribe in Yunzhou. Neither of them knows as much about Yunzhou as I do. May I ask what the young master's orders are? Hong Yi rushed up and kicked him aside. Me, young master, what about me? He instructed, Let's do this. Hong Yi and Tuabaye will go spread the news of the immortal treasure, while Shi Zianyi will go to Yunzhou to investigate which faction destroyed the longevity sect in the past, and conveniently gather news about Feng Qiyun, the sect master of longevity sect. The order is very simple. If there is news of him, send it back immediately. If he encounters any danger, you must protect him at all costs. Chen Chang'an handed over a few items. Take these spirit pearls with you. Once you complete the mission, I will not treat you poorly. The 3 excitedly left. Your subordinates will definitely complete the mission and not disappoint the young master. He urged, hurry up and go, don't delay. A week later, the sect master of the Nine Sword sect, Ling Qingshan, along with the supreme elder of the Nine Sword sect, Ling Hai, were traveling on flying swords.
He said, ahead is Feishan Mountain. Qtian-tu said that the ruined temple where Bauer stays is located in this mountain. Ling Hai calmly approached. Ling Xingshan said disdainfully, that brat Qtian-tu even said that the immortal treasure is in Bauer's hands. How could that be possible? They firmly decided. Immortals descended to the world to fight for the immortal treasure. The immortal treasure cannot have any connection to our Nine Sword sect. Otherwise, it will lead to disaster. We must quickly bring Bauer back to the Nine Sword sect. Inside the temple, Qtian-tu was engrossed in messaging and flattering Chen Chang'an. Suddenly, he sensed someone approaching. Seeing that the opponent's strength was not bad, Chen Chang'an excitedly jumped up. Another nascent soul has arrived. He also recognized the acquaintances. Oh, what a familiar aura. What are those two old geezers who live forever without dying, Ling Qingshan and Ling Hai, doing here?
Qtian-tu knew it was difficult. I can't let those two old men see my wretched state. I must find a place to hide. Seeing them enter with a dignified appearance, he couldn't help but be surprised. Cultivators? Chen Chang'an boldly asked, are you guys also here to fight for the immortal treasure? Suddenly, Ling Bauer appeared wearing an apron. She happily asked, Father, Grandpa Hai, why are you two here? He clicked his tongue. Huh? What? Father, Grandpa Hai? Psst, so they are acquaintances. The domain points are high. Ling Qingsan scolded loudly. Ling Bauer, what are you doing? Why haven't you followed your father back to the Nine Swords sect? She flatly refused. I want to follow my master. He was irritated. Why is this girl so capricious? The current situation is constantly changing. Yet you still… Wait, what? Master? Chen Chang'an was stunned. Ah. Ling Qingshan pointed and scolded. Who is it, this piece of trash? Relying on him? Is this wretched girl trying to anger me to death? Ling Bauer turned pale with fright. Don't, Father, you can't say these words casually. Before, someone said this, and their ashes were scattered everywhere. Lord Master is very strong. One palm strike can crush a nascent soul. Father, don't provoke him. Your daughter won't be able to save you. He waved his hand. One palm strike can crush a nascent soul? With such ability, why doesn't he just blow a breath and kill a nascent soul? He let out an oh. Good idea. I'll try it next time.
Ling Xingshan was enraged. I have never seen anyone as thick-skinned and shameless as you. I must teach you a lesson. Let you know the immensity of heaven and earth. Suddenly, there was a loud commotion outside the courtyard. He raised his eyebrows warily. This is… Hong Yi and the others have returned. Nascent Soul Demon King. Why would a Demon King appear here? Ling Xingshan immediately concluded. The threat is too great. This Demon King must have come for the immortal treasure. The cultivation base of that Demon King is much higher than mine. If we really fight, I'm afraid I won't be her match. 100,000 Mountains is indeed full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers, extremely dangerous. She frowned and asked, are you also here to snatch the immortal treasure? He was terrified. This is too dangerous. I must quickly get Bauer out of here. Ling Xingshan spoke up. Two fellow Taoists, please wait. I am Ling Xingshan, the sect master of Nine Swords sect. This is Ling Hai, the supreme elder of my Nine Swords sect. He affirmed, we are not here for the immortal treasure. He gritted his teeth and calculated. Monsters are all unreasonable, especially a powerful one like a Demon King. It's better to warn them first. It doesn't matter if that brat dies in the hands of the Demon King, but nothing can happen to Bauer. Ling Bauer hurriedly stood out and explained, Sister Hong Yi, they are my father and Grandpa Hai. No, they are not bad people. Everyone, don't fight. It's a misunderstanding, just a misunderstanding. Hong Yi immediately retracted her killing intent. So they are Miss Bauer's relatives. I apologize. Tuobaye also looked dejected. Chen Chang'an coughed dryly and asked, the task I gave you two, have you finished it? She immediately flattered and curried favor, replying to the master, the subordinate has already resolved it. Seeing this, Ling Xingshan turned pale with surprise. He rubbed his eyes. Miss Bauer? Subordinate? Old Master Hai? What kind of demonic spell have I fallen under? Ling Hai also stared wide-eyed. Ling Bauer was extremely panicked. Oh my God, my good father, please tone it down for me at the gates of hell. Stop jumping around, I beg you.
The elder pondered. These two great demons, each ruling a domain, actually called someone as ordinary looking as him their master. Was this person really hiding his true strength? Unless he was of the soul formation realm. He thought to himself, the Nine Sword sect, Bauer sect, should he get acquainted with them? The more people, the stronger they are. Chen Chang'an said cheerfully, oh right, where were we? She quickly patted Ling Qingshan, signaling, Master, my father was asking about you earlier. Ling Hai spoke respectfully. Your Excellency is hiding your true depths. Our sect master only wishes to protect his daughter. If we offended your Excellency, please do not take offense. He waved it off. It's fine. We are all family. He got agitated. What? Family? What family? This old man hasn't agreed to anything. Ling Bauer said angrily. Hey, Dad, that's enough. The elder continued. But Ling Hai said sincerely, today we must take Bauer away for her own good. We hope… The elder probed Chen Chang'an. Your Excellency, please do not stop us. She vehemently refused. Why, Grandpa Hai? I don't want to go back. I want to follow my master. He stepped forward. You two are Bauer's relatives. If Bauer wants to go back with you, I naturally won't stop it. But since she doesn't want to go, you shouldn't force it. Ling Hai frowned. If your excellency is already the master of demon kings, your strength must be extraordinary. But right now, immortals from the heavens have descended to the lower realm to fight over the immortal treasure. Even if your excellency has real strength, how can you clash with heavenly immortals? It's better to let Bauer leave here quickly to avoid life-threatening danger. Chen Chang'an raised an eyebrow in doubt. Immortals descending to the mortal realm? The elder continued. The ascended patriarch of the Ghost Tower sect has manifested. Perhaps it won't be long before the Ghost Tower sect leads its disciples to fight for the immortal treasure. And with immortals backing the Ghost Tower sect, how can someone like me have a chance of winning? Qtian was overjoyed hearing this. The patriarch is coming? Doesn't that mean I'm about to be freed from here? Ling Qingshan said gloomily. The sect master of the Ghost Tower sect, Qtian, is treacherous and extremely vicious. If your excellency encounters him, you must be careful. Ling Hai added. Immortals have unpredictable intentions. It would be better for your excellency to hand the immortal treasure over to Qtian, so you don't lose your life out of greed. He roared. You stupid old man, what nonsense are you sprouting? I knew you guys were just pretending to be kind. You're a bunch of beasts in human clothing. How dare you ruin my reputation behind my back?
Qtian immediately flattered him. Senior, please see clearly. I have no desire for that holy immortal sword. These two old dogs are framing me. Senior must not believe them. Qtian threw away all his dignity just to stay alive. Now I am born a Senior's person and die a Senior's dog. I will absolutely never covet Senior's belongings, not to mention that holy immortal sword. What I desire my whole life is to stay by Senior's side, wholeheartedly serving Senior until death. The two of them felt as if they were struck by lightning. Is this the soul of Qtian? Even a blind person could see his intense desire to live. Ling Qingshan was surprised. Can he resist an immortal? Did he just say that we are a family?
Ling Qingshan communicated with his eyes. Elder Hai, this Qtian is only left with his soul, yet he is trying so hard to flatter this person. Could it be that even the old man no longer understands the situation? Chen Chang'an tossed Qtian aside. You old geezer really know how to talk. He could only force a smile. He hesitated. So what should we do next? Do we really have to entrust Bauer to this person? Ling Hai clicked his tongue. Let this old man think about it. He sneered. It seems you two are still doubting me. It just so happens that guests have arrived. I will let you witness my methods. Chen Chang'an ordered. Hong Yi, receive the guests. Someone called out loudly. Hong Yi. A group of powerful demon kings aggressively swarmed in. Where is the place with the immortal treasure you mentioned? Where is the immortal treasure? Where is the immortal face-retaining tree? They questioned. Is this Brad the human you mentioned last time who is occupying the immortal treasure? She confirmed. That's right. Our young master has been waiting for you all for a long time. Ling Qingshan and Ling Hai widened their eyes in shock. Oh my, these are all nascent soul demon kings. This is the first time I've seen so many demon kings joining forces. Ling Bauer spoke confidently. Father, don't be afraid. Master is very capable. These enemies won't be able to take anything from us. Look, here is the immortal treasure. Such a precious treasure, and Master gave it to me directly. He was stunned. The immortal treasure is in your hands? He gave it to you? You reckless child. The old man panicked and shouted, We are in trouble. Quickly put it away. Don't let those demon kings notice it. But it was too late. They sensed its presence very quickly. The immortal treasure. Take them down and seize the immortal treasure. Several of them rushed forward, each trying to claim it first. Hand that little girl over to me. I will capture her and use her as leverage. That little Brad is mine. I will drain his strength and use it to empower my future plans. Chen Chang'an stepped forward. You two watch closely. He struck a confident pose and flipped his hair dramatically, acting in a bold and exaggerated manner like a spirited young warrior. The demon kings were all stunned. Boss, it seems he's not taking us seriously. Damn it, it seems we are being mocked by him.
Ling Qingshan was also speechless. He makes me understand nothing at all. Can he really defeat 10 demon kings? Ling Hai was doubtful. He can probably defeat them, right? Ling Bauer also hurriedly explained. Father, Grandpa Hai, Master isn't normally like this. Really, it's true. But looking at the scene before them, who could believe it? Only Hong Yi had her eyes shining brightly. Master is so handsome. Chen Chang'an suddenly uttered one word, domain. All the demon kings immediately inflated like balloons and then all exploded. The system appeared. Congratulations to the host for receiving 12,000 domain points, currently accumulated 15,450 points. Would you like to upgrade to version 3.0? Maintaining his badass posture, he confirmed, upgrade. Everyone present was stunned for a moment. Then the two figures from the Nine Sword sect had their eyebrows married and their lips divorced, yelling loudly, just like that, and he wiped out 10 monsters? With this level of strength, hasn't he already grasped the power of all things? The power of all things? Ling Qingshan was suspicious. Could it be that he is an immortal? Ling Hai panicked. Impossible. Immortals must descend to become deities in heaven. Even if they descend to the mortal realm, the laws of Juzhou cannot bear the existence of an immortal, and they must suffer suppression from the laws, causing their strength to drop rapidly. They absolutely cannot stay in the Juzhou continent. His face turned pale, yet he can easily use the power of all things. When mentioning immortals, his expression was not surprised at all. Could it be that he is the legendary cross-striking immortal, someone who can wipe out immortals? He couldn't believe his eyes.
Cross-striking immortal? Damn it, Bauer found such a master. I'm actually a bit jealous. Tell me, if I acknowledge him as my master, will he accept me? Chen Chang'an was extremely smug. It wasn't in vain that I binge-read so many OP wet novels. Pretending to be a badass feels so good. It's a pity that acting badass doesn't give any extra points. Otherwise, I could dominate the continent right away. The system announced, "Congratulations to the host for upgrading to version 3.0, successfully unlocking a new function, true interpretation of the culinary Tao." Everyone was dumbfounded. What is this smell? Ah, I want to eat.
The Demon Kings were stunned. Smells good. So fragrant. Want to eat. He was shocked. What is this? The restriction sealed within my longevity physique has completely disappeared. They all rushed forward crazily. Give it to me. I want it. Chen Chang'an immediately struck out a palm. I'm doomed. The whole group was struck on the head, all collapsing unconscious. He trembled with fear. Oh my God. After the upgrade, the restriction of the longevity physique is gone. What should I do? The system appeared. Immortal Tao True Interpretation. I am an immortal. Every word and action is the true intent of an immortal. Retaining the true meaning of the great Tao, it can expand functions. Chen Chang'an gasped. Immortal Tao True Interpretation. Let me try it out. It explained that the Immortal Tao True Interpretation could use immortal aura to surround the host's body. Not only could it conceal his appearance, but it could also hide the aura of the longevity physique. He was distressed. The Immortal Tao True Interpretation can also be used this way? But more or less, this new function is somewhat related to the word immortal. But can't it be a bit more elegant? This 5-cent special effect of yours is no different from a light bulb. The system asked. The host can use the function of the Immortal Tao True Interpretation in any way he wants. Dear host, before upgrading to version 3.0, you have received an Achievement Grand Gift Pack. Do you want to open it? Chen Chang'an was excited. Open, open, open. A long beep sounded. Because the host has opened the Achievement Grand Gift Pack, the host has obtained the Mirror Flower Water Moon function, received a permanent Immortal Tao Experience card. The function of the permanent Immortal Tao Experience card can only be used once. Please choose the target for use. He clicked his tongue. An Experience card? It can only be used once? It further explained that the permanent Immortal Tao can transform things into immortals, and ordinary items would turn into genuine immortal artifacts. Chen Chang'an excitedly said, "What if I use it on myself? Then wouldn't I become an immortal and be freed from this broken body?"
The system affirmed, permanent immortal Tao can only be used on objects. The host is not an object. He was annoyed. Then what use is this thing anymore? If used on the Invincible domain, then later when the domain expands, will the function also increase accordingly? It happily suggested the host only needs to spend 5,000 domain points. Then later when the Invincible domain expands, the function of permanent immortal Tao will also increase along with it, and it will even unlock other ways to play. Chen Chang'an was full of excitement. There are other ways to play? Sounds pretty interesting. And right now my domain points are enough for this amount. I'll spend it then. He decisively went all in, and 5,000 domain points were deducted. Within the Invincible domain, the function of permanent immortal Tao will be permanently obtained. The domain will become a land of gods. From now on, as long as one cultivates within the territory, mortals will become immortals, and cultivation will also be much faster. A small cry rang out, attracting Chen Chang'an's attention. A little spirit appeared. She smiled radiantly and called, "Master!" He was puzzled. Where is the sign?
Ling Qingshan and Ling Hai were stunned. This immortal energy and mortal pattern? Xiao Wei Boss smiled brightly. Chen Chang'an complacently enjoyed it. Spirit herb transforming into a spirit? He looked dumbfounded. Grandpa Hai, didn't we just take a nap and directly ascended to the immortal realm? The old man was also dazed. We are probably still at the Shanren Temple, but the transformation here is probably due to the handiwork of that senior. Ling Qingshan, mentally flustered, hugged Ling Hai tightly. Cross-striking immortal? Is he really that powerful? The old man said loudly, "That is natural. The cross-striking immortal called the wind and summoned the rain in the upper realm thousands of years ago, slaughtering countless immortals of the upper realm. He is an extremely heaven-defying existence." Ling Hai stared at him standing at the peak. Now, as long as this person is here, the old man rejoiced. I no longer need to be afraid of immortals. At this time, our nine-sword sect, he grabbed the old man's beard and asked, "But he is the dignified cross-striking immortal. Would a descended immortal really help us?" Ling Hai cursed and scolded. "You fool! Relying on the relationship between Bauer and him, as long as we don't hold him back, you are Bauer's father. Would he ignore it?" The old man continued. "Right now, the Ghost Tower sect is a group of dragons without a leader. We can deal with them. Go file a complaint first and pull the senior onto the same boat." Ling Hai affirmed. "This old man has been struggling for nearly 100 years. This is definitely an opportunity hard to come by in 1,000 years. Now that the cross-striking immortal has appeared, if we don't seize the opportunity now, we won't even have the turn to line up later." Ling Qingshan then approached respectfully. "Senior," he was stunned. He pleaded, "I have bothered you for a long time. I should also take my leave. I have offended you before. I hope Senior will generously overlook it. My little daughter will also trouble you from now on." Chen Chang'an was carefree. No problem, no problem. Come visit often in the future, right? He also added, if that whatever immortal comes to cause trouble for you, just tell him to come see me. I will wait for him. Chen Chang'an thought to himself, the knowledge of that high-level expert must definitely be very rich. Ling Qingshan was touched. Senior is indeed a good person. He would rather take the matter of the immortal onto himself, and doesn't want to implicate me. He promised, full of gratitude. Senior, rest assured, the Nine-Sword sect will absolutely not hold Senior back. We are willing to sacrifice for Senior. Senior, please wait for our news. Ling Baoer said regretfully, Father, do you really have to go? Play for a few more days. Ling Qingshan rubbed his precious daughter's head. Good daughter, you must absolutely listen to Senior. If some friction happens, it might also be a great opportunity for you. She retorted, you didn't say that when you first arrived. Suddenly, Chen Chang'an shouted, what is this? Why has Xiao Ba returned to her original form? He panicked. Hung-Yi, quickly help me take a look. She immediately approached. Let me see. Just glancing over, Hung-Yi's expression changed immediately.
She happily said, Xiao Ba has entered the demon path. Chen Chang'an knew nothing and asked, the demon path? Hung-Yi explained that before plants take shape, they are not considered demons, but only spirits. To become a real demon, one needs to absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy, refining it into the body day and night, before being able to enter the demon path and start cultivating. She stated, initially, when I entered the demon path, it took a long time, and I was called a genius in the heavenly demon Ancient Fox clan. Hung-Yi seriously judged, but Xiao Ba took less than a day. With this kind of innate aptitude, I am afraid she will soon surpass the 9th grade and be a peerless genius in the demon race. Currently, Xiao Ba's physical form cannot be maintained. It is probably because she has just entered the demon path, has not cultivated any demon cultivation techniques, and does not know how to control spirit energy.
She affirmed that if there was a suitable cultivation technique, Xiao Ba could control spirit energy, her body wouldn't suddenly shrink anymore, and she would undergo new transformations. Chen Chang'an imagined his cute daughter saying, Daddy, are you tired? Come here and rest. Let me help clean your ears. He immediately became delighted, and countless schemes popped into his head. Chen Chang'an requested, Hong-Yi, aren't you a demon king? Passing down your cultivation technique to Xiao Ba is quite suitable. You are my most trusted subordinate, so I'm leaving the matter of passing down a cultivation technique to Xiao Ba to you. Hong-Yi was immediately moved by those words. Most trusted. The young master's magic power reaches the heavens, and his cultivation base is profound. He could have personally imparted a demon cultivation technique to Xiao Ba, yet he entrusted it to her now. She thought to herself, I understand now. The young master must already know the characteristics of the heavenly demon Ancient Fox clan's cultivation technique, fully aware that I cannot pass it down due to the restriction on my body. That's why he deliberately set up this trial and test for me. Thus, Hong-Yi immediately accepted the order. Hong-Yi will definitely pass the test. I will immediately take Xiao Ba back to the clan. I will certainly help Xiao Ba get her own cultivation technique and will not let the young master down. He was surprised. A test. She guaranteed that perhaps Xiao Ba would even become the young master's capable right-hand assistant. She secretly calculated in her heart, with Xiao Ba's aptitude and having a master of this status, the elders definitely wouldn't be able to refuse. She was pulling in a solid backer for the Fox clan.
A whole day later, the huge python roared again, snapping up his head and swallowing him into its belly. But Chen Chang'an vanished into thin air right after, leaving the python bewildered. At the same time, he slammed the bed in frustration. Twice already his avatar had been destroyed by that snake. One day I will skin that snake myself. Chen Chang'an roared furiously. Baoer, I want to eat snake soup for lunch today. She quickly caught one and brought it out. Yes, master. No problem, master. He checked the system, the mirror flower water moon function. An avatar with no cultivation base required 500 domain points. Foundation establishment required 2,000 points. Nascent soul stage 3,000 points. Soul formation stage 5,000 points. Earth and mortal realm 100 points. Immortal realm 300 points, with more to be unlocked. The condensation degree of the avatar basically depended on whether fewer or more points were consumed. The more points consumed, the stronger the avatar's strength. Chen Chang'an pondered. His own consciousness merging with the avatar felt like wearing VR glasses to watch a movie, just a bit strange. After the avatar was killed, it would automatically dissipate, only retaining the memories it had experienced, without affecting the true body. He tossed and turned, wanting to experiment more, but he only had 4,950 points left. If he wanted to exchange, he could only exchange for a nascent soul stage avatar. So poor. When will those immortals arrive? The landlord's house is almost out of rice. Suddenly, Ling Baoer sensed something unusual. There was demon aura. Chen Chang'an immediately cheered up. Is there another great demon?
Chen Chang'an went straight to the door to look out. Was another great demon coming? Suddenly there was a knock on the door. Excuse me. Everyone was quite surprised by this rather polite attitude. Bai Yue asked politely, Is Senior Chen Chang'an here? He was excited. Where did this great beauty come from? Ling Baoer also exclaimed in admiration. Wow, master, she is so beautiful. Her legs are so white. Her figure is really nice. Chen Chang'an immediately turned on his elegant flirting mode. I am 9 and you are 3. Hello, I am Chen Chang'an. Bai Yue respectfully said, Greetings, Senior. She reported the news.
Senior, I am Baiyue of the heavily demon ancient fox clan, and trusted by Hongyi, I have something to tell you. He realized something was wrong. Why didn't Hongyi come herself? Could it be? Exactly as expected. Little sister Hongyi was imprisoned. Chen Chang'an's expression changed, and she quickly summarized the situation. At the same time, at the Nine-Sword sect, the once flourishing sect was now submerged in ruins. Ling Hai's face was pale. We're doomed. We're completely doomed. He gritted his teeth, trembling nonstop. If only one immortal descended to the lower realm, the senior, as the cross-striking immortal, might not necessarily be able to handle it. But now? Ling Hai looked at the scene before him in terror. 12 immortals had descended. The patriarch glared and interrogated. Where is the holy immortal sword? Speak. An invisible pressure weighed heavily on everyone's shoulders. Except for him, no one else could withstand it. This junior does not know. A figure hovered down. You old ghost, you keep being so secretive. Just directly search his soul and be done with it. Ling Hai turned pale. Wait!
Hickey turned a deaf ear and immediately took action on the old man, soul-searching him, causing Ling Hai to scream tragically in pain. He raised an eyebrow. Interesting. This descent to the mortal realm actually involves the legendary cross-striking immortal. The other approached in sheer surprise. How could that be? The cross-striking immortal has disappeared for 10,000 years. How could such a terrifying existence be present during this descent? He bluntly threw the old man aside. The memories in this old man's head only have one thing. The holy immortal sword we are looking for is in his hands. The patriarch said calmly, "What is there to fear? In this descent to the mortal realm, no one is our match. Even if it is that legendary cross-striking immortal, encountering our 12 immortal generals, his ultimate fate will be hard to escape death. These lowly and foolish people must have been deceived or drugged. No need to pay attention to them. Let's go. There is not much time left. We should go and claim back the holy immortal sword." They immediately rushed forward like hungry tigers. "Go. I will lead the way. Let us go and broaden our horizons about that cross-striking immortal." At the cultivation holy land of the heavenly demon ancient fox clan, the heavenly fox demon emperor frowned seriously and thought, "The immortal might is too great. It seems an immortal has descended to the mortal realm." The little fox reported, "Granny, Hongyi and Xiaoweiba are still unwilling to stay in the clan. We have stopped them. Hongyi said she wants to meet you." The little girl asked in confusion, "But Granny, why must we insist on keeping that demon plant? She doesn't have the slightest bit of cultivation base." She frowned unhappily. "What do you know?" This old self realized early on, although she currently has no cultivation base, her aptitude has surpassed the 9th grade, a completely anomalous existence in the demon race. Moreover, her original demon body was just an ordinary spirit branch. The little girl was surprised. How could that be? She harbored a belly full of calculating schemes. You see, she has no cultivation base now, but once she cultivates, her speed of advancement will be a myriad of miles a day. When that time comes, let alone soul formation, becoming an immortal is also just a moment, and we will also have one more solid backing. This brings 100 benefits and no harm to the development of our clan.
Dao Hu bowed her head in admiration. "So that's how it is. La Lao is far-sighted." Ning Su waved her hand. "All right, let's go. Let's go see that traitor." They quickly arrived at the dark prison, where Hong Yi was heavily bound by iron chains. She and the other ancient foxes appeared with a sanctimonious air. She weakly struggled to sit up. "La Lao," Ning Su asked arrogantly. "Hong Yi, are you still unwilling to stay in the clan?" Hong Yi said resolutely. "Yes, Hong Yi does not want to. This time Hong Yi came carrying Master's mission. If Lao Lao is unwilling to let this junior observe the cultivation technique, then please let us leave." The other ancient foxes immediately raised their voices in mockery. "Master, a dignified great genius of the heavenly demon ancient fox bloodline, yet willingly taking a lowly human as a master? Hong Yi, you have fallen. Taking a master is one thing, but you don't even know how to cover it up, and even want other Fox clan members to know. Our heavenly demon ancient clan's bloodline will probably be treated as a laughingstock. Humans are fundamentally unworthy to be our masters. Hong Yi, sister, do not stubbornly persist in going about things the wrong way. Listen to La Lao." Hong Yi's face darkened. "Shut up," she roared, her immense coercion pushing back the other demon foxes. "I do not allow you to insult my master." Ning Su had to step in to suppress it. Just a wave of her hand was enough to rescue all of them. Ning Su raised an eyebrow. "You broke through the realm quite fast. Having this strength plus the nurturing of the family, don't be unappreciative." Hong Yi stated resolutely. "I was able to break through so quickly entirely thanks to Master's credit. Master's strength is formidable, profoundly unfathomable. As long as I continue to stay by Master's side, becoming an immortal is only a matter of time." She pleaded. "Lao Lao, believe me, as long as we build good relations with Master, the future benefits brought to our heavenly demon ancient fox clan will only be many, not few."
She sneered disdainfully. "Is the master you mentioned stronger than a descending immortal? The strongest mortal is only at the soul formation realm. Those who overcome the tribulation have long ascended to the upper realm. At best, he is only at the soul formation realm like me," she stated seriously. "Now that the immortals have descended to the lower realm, as long as that immortal treasure is still in your master's hands, the immortals will sooner or later find him, and by then he will hardly be able to escape." She turned and left, leaving behind a sentence. Hong Yi, think carefully. Is your master's life more important or your own? Perhaps when the time comes, you will have to thank me for tying you up here, helping you escape a calamity. Hong Yi frantically struggled, needing to find a way to escape. She painstakingly devised a plan to return to her master's side. Just then, spiritual energy vortexes appeared in the sky above the heavenly demon Ancient Fox Clan. Is this immortal might? It seems the immortals have descended. If it's true, as Sister Hong Yi said, that the immortal treasure is in the senior's hands, then I can't just keep waiting. I must find a way to leave early. Beside the Shanren Temple, Ba Yue looked at Chen Chang'an apprehensively. Senior? She guessed that the senior must have already sensed the existence of the immortals, which was why his expression looked so awful. He suddenly burst into loud laughter. Your heavenly demon Ancient Fox Clan is truly bold. Chen Chang'an was so angry that his face distorted. Daring to imprison my people, truly lighting a lantern in the toilet. Ba Yue was stunned. The immortals are about to arrive, yet what the senior is worried about is not his own safety, but Hong Yi and Sha Weiba being imprisoned. To him, he punched the ground hard to vent his anger. Ba Yue, you tell that old woman first. Within 3 days, release Hong Yi as Sha Weiba. Otherwise, she thought in astonishment, he doesn't even put immortals in his eyes? Chen Chang'an glared with murderous intent. Bear the consequences yourselves. Ba Yue lowered her ears. Yes, she asked worriedly. Senior, I will tell the old woman about Hong Yi and Sha Weiba, but now that the immortals have descended, do you need to... He waved his hand dismissively. Immortals, are they that strong? Chen Chang'an rubbed his chin. Since they have descended, I'll just wait for them to come here. After all, such a bargain doesn't come around every day. He checked the system. Domain range, 123 meters plus 49 meters. System level, 3.0. Name, Chen Chang'an. Domain points, 50 minus 4,900. Active skills, all things animate. Immortal Tao True Interpretation. Special functions, Mirror Flower Water Moon Permanent. Immortal Tao Permanent.
A blinding ray of light flashed across the sky filled with the stormy lightning tribulation, a truly terrifying anomaly. The surrounding demons all prostrated themselves, unable to get up. Every clan was endlessly fearful, and they all shared the same question. The 100,000 Mountains hasn't had an immortal descend in thousands of years. What is the purpose of this immortal coming here? Shi Zini looked closely. It wasn't one, but a full 12 of them. Her eyes were very sharp. She wouldn't misread it. A single immortal could sweep through the 100,000 Mountains. Such a formation hadn't been seen in thousands of years. She used the heaven rank heaven peeping technique to take a closer look. Everyone thought that an unknown cultivator in Feixian Mountain, relying on a bit of strength to steal an immortal treasure, had brought upon a massive disaster, and this time he was definitely dead. Shi Zini smiled smugly, glad that she had made the right choice. These immortals came here only for the immortal treasure. If she hadn't detained Hong Yi and Tuaba Ye, it would be hard to avoid this calamity. She wanted to see it with her own eyes. The other demon clans, knowing they weren't the targets, excitedly got into position to watch a good show. So beautiful. Learning from an immortal taking action is very hard. She was full of anticipation. What would that Chen Chang'an use to withstand the immortal's might? Those 12 immortals had already arrived at his Shanren temple. They wondered, immortal energy? Why is there immortal energy in the lower realm? They immediately locked onto their target. Look, everyone was greatly astonished. Immortal runes, immortal artifacts, and even a fresh immortal tree bearing fruit. To think there was such an immortal land in the lower realm. The patriarch immediately grew greedy. This immortal land must be brought back to the Xuanwu immortal domain. If we have this immortal land, our cultivation base will definitely skyrocket. At the same time, inside the Shanren temple, Chen Chang'an excitedly counted 1, 2, 3, 4, 12 immortals. These are sparkling domain points. Ling Baoer trembled in fear. 12 immortals? Tuaba Ye was the same. Young master, what do we do? She shrank back. Master, I'm a little scared. He was full of confidence. With me here, what are you afraid of? A massive boom crashed down right in front of them.
He was endlessly shocked, dumbfounded. Isn't this the old man from before? Ling Baoer widened her eyes in terror. Grandpa! Grandpa, hi! Those 12 immortals had thrown his severed head down as a show of force. Are you the cross-striking immortal? Chen Chang'an trembled with anger. If you want to snatch the sword, just come to me. What kind of ability is it to implicate innocent people? The patriarch was disdainful. Are ants from the lower realm worthy of questioning us? He sneered. Those ants of the Nine Sword sect who didn't listen and dared to hide the whereabouts of the holy immortal sword have all gone to see King Yama now.
He was impatient. Stop spouting nonsense. Kill him and immediately go find the holy sword. A powerful palm strike blasted straight towards them. Ah, I must praise you, quite courageous. The holy immortal sword of our master is in that little girl's hand. Ling Bao'er couldn't hold back. The grudge of sect annihilation was too great. The patriarch was infuriated. How can our master's sword be used by you ants? Die! He created a giant phantom wielding a blade and slashed down. She couldn't dodge it. Chen Chang'an immediately rushed out and sent it flying with one slash. He raised an eyebrow. You even dare to touch my disciple? Among the immortals, some were surprised, while others mocked. He blocked the old ghost's attack. Old ghost, you've gotten weak. You can't even crush an ant to death. The patriarch snorted coldly. I only used a fraction of my power. He had to admit, however, that since that brat could block my attack, he probably has a trump card. We must not underestimate the enemy. He was complacent. It doesn't matter. With so many of us, it will be easy to crush him. The holy immortal sword fell heavily to the ground. Ling Bao'er cried loudly. Master, you were gone. The Nine Sword Sect is also no more. Chen Chang'an hugged her in his arms to comfort her. I have no home anymore. He saw the scene of the Nine Sword Sect being destroyed, his eyes bloodshot with anger. Chen Chang'an tried to calm Ling Bao'er down. Disciple, don't cry.
He picked up the immortal treasure sword, his power surging. Chen Chang'an declared, Today your master will kill immortals to take revenge for you. The immortals burst into laughter. Oh my, I'm so scared. Who gave you the courage to say that? That she refining realm like you trying to kill us? A single spit from this venerable is enough to kill you. The female immortal reminded them. All right, the immortal venerable has lost his patience. Our time in the lower realm is running out, so we should quickly take the immortal sword back. After retrieving the immortal sword, there will still be time to kill this guy. They agreed. That's right. To avoid any surprises, let's just take back the holy sword first. A minute later, nothing happened. They were shocked. What's going on? Why isn't the holy sword reacting? This incantation was personally taught by the immortal venerable. As long as we are close to the immortal sword, we can use it. Why is the immortal sword not reacting? The immortals wondered. Could it be that the distance is still too far? Let's get a little closer then. She continued to chant, Sword, come. Sure enough, nothing significant happened. They began to feel afraid. Master's incantation couldn't possibly lose its effect, and the holy sword couldn't just have no reaction. What on earth was going on? Could it be that the holy sword had been controlled by that brat? Chen Chang'an generously said, If you want to go back, go back. I won't stop you. But it shook its head vigorously. A hot-blooded immortal shouted, Let me at him. She stopped him. Wait, this person is extremely bizarre. Let me test him out first. These immortals truly had a lot of tricks. She planned to strike down with lightning tribulation. Heavenly thunder was the law of the lower realm, restraining cultivators who went against the heavenly Tao. Lowly cultivators in the lower realm could never rival the heavenly Tao. There's still time for us to kill him with this move. The holy immortal sword was forged by our master using 10,000-year black iron, so it will be fine.
The heavenly thunder descended powerfully from the sky. It smugly rushed down. I, the Invincible, have appeared again. Let me see which fly I should strike. Following the immortal's guidance, the heavenly thunder charged straight toward Chen Chang'an. Striking people? Striking people is my favorite. Let me take a look. He waited calmly, not as in bothering to dodge. The moment it caught a glimpse of Chen Chang'an's face, it was scared out of its wits. Oh my God, why is it him? I'm completely screwed. Thus the heavenly thunder made a U-turn immediately. This is bad. Whoever wants to strike can strike. Bye, idiot. She was shocked. How does it know how to curse at people? Chen Chang'an mocked. Is that it? Little sister, you are a social phobia immortal, right? You immortals look pretty cool, but in reality you are tiny, making people very disappointed. Those few simple words were enough to infuriate the 12 immortals all at once. The leading patriarch stated, The immortal power inside our bodies is not something mortal cultivators can compare to. He ordered, Don't waste words with him. Kill him. He tightly gripped the immortal treasured sword in his hand. Oh, not bad. 12 guys. Chen Chang'an shouted loudly while swinging. Mine is very big. You guys try to endure it. A wise one realized, the times have changed. That is not immortal. Dodge quickly. The whole group scattered immediately. They were in chaos. Thank goodness we dodged one of his sword strikes. Otherwise, wait, look over there. A spatial rift appeared. The Juzhou continent has its laws, and we are immortals from the Xuanwu immortal domain in the upper realm. She trembled uncontrollably. Even if he were stronger, he shouldn't be able to tear open a spatial rift, yet this brat can actually do it.
They began to look dumbfounded. How is this possible? Only someone whose Dharma body power surpasses the Juzhou Great Array could destroy the Heavenly Hall, yet that kid only used a single sword strike. The whole group frantically tried to flee. Should we scatter first and report back to the Immortal Venerable so the Immortal Venerable can send someone stronger down here? Holy shit, what is he doing? Chen Chang'an reached his hand into the rift out of curiosity. What is this thing? A guy screamed in panic. Oh my God, that is the spatial destruction power that Lord Immortal Venerable is always somewhat wary of. He actually touched it directly. Is he tired of living? Is that the main point? Shouldn't the main point be that he is completely fine? He pursed his lips. It closed. Tsk. I even thought this space was destroyed by me and was preparing to scam the system a bit. It grumbled, do you have any rules? Having finished with the rift, Chen Chang'an returned to play with the immortals. He asked friendly, are you guys ready for me to crush you to death? The whole group decided to gang up on him. Let's all attack together. I don't believe the 12 immortals of us can't kill him alone. You heard him too. He won't let us off. We can only fight to the death to find a way to survive. Die! Chen Chang'an sneered and uttered a single word, destroy.
Everyone was suppressed by an extremely powerful oppressive aura. They panicked and realized, laws, this is the power of laws. We're screwed, brothers. He rubbed Ling Baoer's head to comfort her. Good disciple, open your eyes wide and watch how the enemies who killed your father and Grandpa Hai die. The group clamored with warnings. Brat, think carefully. Behind us is Lord Immortal Venerable of the Swanmu Immortal Domain. If you kill us, the Immortal Venerable will not let you off. That's right, fellow Taoist. The Nine Sword Sect is merely a group of ants. For you to offend the Immortal Venerable for them, it's not worth it. Chen Chang'an declared, I don't care if he has an Immortal Venerable or an Immortal King. As long as he dares to come to Feician Mountain to find me, your grandfather here will send the whole lot of them to the Western Paradise. They trembled in fear, breaking out in a cold sweat. You! Suddenly a beam of light shone down. The heavenly Tao of the lower realm is also a coward. He doesn't dare to deal with you, so let me do it. He resolutely said, let me uphold justice for this world, for the innocent Nine Sword Sect that you murdered. The 12 immortals were incinerated by the hot flames, quickly turning into dust. Chen Chang'an calmly witnessed everything, his heart without a ripple. Tourbier and Q Tiantu were astonished by this level of formidable power. He instructed, watch closely, strive to cultivate to become stronger, do not disappoint the expectations of your father and the others. Ling Baoer silently shed tears, okay. At the same time, Ning Su and the other Demon Clan members were still observing from afar. She trembled. These flames can burn immortals. They are definitely not ordinary flames. Ning Su realized in shock, that is immortal fire, divine fire.
The 12 immortals burned alive turned into 12 medicinal pills, excellent materials for cultivation. Chen Chang'an caught them, immortals turning into mortals, dying in the right place. Otherwise, killing them like that would be truly a waste. He suddenly realized Ning Su's group was peeking at him. Immediately, the magic array she set up shattered into pieces. Ning Su trembled incessantly, repelling an immortal with one sword, stopping an immortal with one sentence, slaughtering 12 immortals with just his power alone. That was exactly the master Hong Yi had mentioned. Immortals all died in his hands. So what did her soul formation cultivation amount to? She knew she was not going to make it. She was still holding Hong Yi and Shaban captive. Wasn't that looking for death? It's over. Bai Yue spoke up. Lala, the senior told us to bring Hong Yi and Shaban back to Feician Mountain within 3 days. Ning Su immediately ordered, take them away. Aside from returning them, today we will go apologize to the senior, hoping the great senior will be magnanimous and not implicate the heavenly demon Ancient Fox. Chen Chang'an was puzzled. Strange. I just had the feeling of being peeked at. An illusion? Q Tiantu's jaw dropped. All 12 immortals are dead. How truly mighty the master is. Tuo Baiye was extremely admiring. Only the young master can refine immortals into immortal pills. Absolutely top-notch. The young master is extraordinary. He thoroughly enjoyed the results. The harvest this time was too much. But Chen Chang'an's joy didn't last long. Wait, damn it, where are my domain points? It immediately responded. The system reminded, collecting domain points. Due to the excessive index, it cannot be loaded immediately. Please wait, host. He breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. I thought that because I killed immortals, the system didn't recognize it, and I couldn't get the domain points.
Ling Baoer rushed into Chen Chang'an's arms. She trembled ceaselessly. Ling Baoer tried to hold back her tears. Thank you, master. Having lost her home, she burst into tears in his embrace. Chen Chang'an remained silent, not knowing what to say. He wondered to himself, Baoer, I have hidden something. Before I am certain, I don't know whether I should tell you the truth or not. Chen Chang'an said, you go rest. Tonight I will have Tu Baiye take you back to the Nine Sword Sect to have a look. She obediently replied, okay. He respectfully introduced, please drink some tea, senior. This is tea I brewed using 82-year-old spirit spring water. It is very sweet and refreshing. Just then there was a knock on the door. Senior. Ning Su and Bai Yu arrived. Demon Emperor Ning Su of the Heavenly Demon Ancient Fox Clan especially came to apologize to the senior. This junior is at fault. This junior boldly detained the senior's people. I hope the senior will quell his anger. She calculated in her mind. The senior is Hong Yi's master. With Hong Yi here, he will surely give face to Hong Yi and spare the Heavenly Demon Ancient Fox Clan. Moreover, I only detained them and didn't harm them. Ning Su was tense. Furthermore, the upper realm also has immortals. He clearly knows the long-standing heritage of our ancient fox clan. It shouldn't reach the point where the fish dies and the net breaks. Chen Chang'an spoke up. Ning Su. He squeezed out a hospitable smile. Take a seat. A terrifying pressure seemed to want to blow her away in the blink of an eye. Ning Su gritted her teeth in fear. Is this the power that can kill an immortal? Just using that aura was able to suppress my soul formation cultivation. If the senior wants to kill me, I'm afraid it would only take a fingertip. He continued speaking. Demon Emperor Ning Su, the most influential ruler in the 100,000 mountains, having countless loyal death warriors under your command, respected by the Heavenly Demon Ancient Fox clansmen.
fiercely protective of your people. It seems you are very brave. She immediately prostrated herself. Senior, please quell your anger. Everything is my fault. I am willing to pay for my crimes with death. I beg the senior not to hunt down and exterminate my heavenly demon ancient fox clan. Bai hurriedly spoke up. No, Lalo is very important to the ancient fox clan. Lalo cannot die. She also pleaded. Bai begs the senior to spare Lalo and the heavenly demon ancient fox clan just this once. If the senior doesn't mind, Bai is willing to do anything for the senior. Ningsu quickly pulled her back. Bai, step back. This matter has nothing to do with you. Bai said resolutely. Elder, Bai has made up her mind. Moreover, to be able to die by the hands of an expert like the senior is Bai's honor. Chen Chang'an silently considered. He thought to himself, the more friends the better, the fewer enemies the better. Everyone understands this logic. If the ancient fox clan can... Chen Chang'an asked again. As long as I spare the demon emperor and the heavenly demon ancient fox clan, you will do anything, right? She guaranteed. Yes. He strolled behind Ningsu. Then let me see your sincerity. Chen Chang'an took a stick and whipped Bai's buttocks. She cried out. It hurts so much. She immediately turned pale with fear. He continued to hit, and Bai screamed incessantly.
Chang Chang'an did not stop his hands to rest. The sounds heard were truly ambiguous. Ningsu could not turn back to look. Bai Yue, what is he doing? Bai Yue. She turned pale. He heartlessly forced her to open her eyes wide to watch her clansmen be humiliated, yet not daring to utter a single cry. What defending, what protecting? It was truly a joke at this moment. From the very beginning, this person did not care what background they had. They were just a bunch of ordinary clowns to him. Ningsu understood the true nature of this person. He did not kill them outright, but trampled on every bit of their dignity. He was warning her to be obedient in the future. Otherwise, those 12 immortal generals would be the exact fate for herself and the heavenly daemon ancient fox clan.
She concluded that this guy was definitely a demon. Chen Chang'an stretched his back. He could finally relax for a moment. He could even fight some more. The system screen constantly jumped. The system prompted, "Congratulations to the host for killing an immortal general, gaining 20,000 domain points." He was dumbfounded and didn't understand anything. On it, it clearly stated, System Level 3.0, name Chen Chang'an, domain points 240,050, survival skills, all things animate, immortal Dao true interpretation, special functions, permanent mirror flower water moon, permanent immortal Dao. The massive number made Chen Chang'an drop his jaw in astonishment. What? Chen Chang'an was currently very excited. 240,000 domain points. Holy crap, amazing. Then he raised his voice and exclaimed that using it to fully expand the invincible domain would yield 240 meters. Following that, he immediately commanded aloud, "System, take all the domain points to expand." Wait a minute. Chen Chang'an started to lower his tone and asked softly, "Can I upgrade to version 4.0 now?" The system immediately popped up. If the host wants to upgrade the Invincible domain to version 4.0, it will cost 50,000 domain points, and there is also a special condition. Seeing this, he quickly asked, "What condition?" Within 1 month, expand the Invincible domain to cover the entire Feishan Mountain to obtain the title of Master of Feishan Mountain. If overdue, the upgrade will fail, and the task conditions will be re-announced. Chen Chang'an was so shocked that his jaw dropped at this unrewarding delicacy. This meant that only by becoming the Master of Feishan Mountain could he upgrade to version 4.0. Why was there even a limit? I thought I was rich, but it turned out that using all my domain points could only cover 1/3 of Feishan Mountain. Are you kidding me? The upgrades for this game are getting more and more unreliable, aren't they? Then he gently gave a friendly middle finger with a blatant attitude. Screw that. You want the horse to run but won't let it graze. I won't upgrade to this version anymore. Host, do your best. After obtaining the title of Master of Feishan Mountain, you will get a chance to open a mythical secret realm. In the secret realm, cultivation techniques and divine weapons of mythical figures in Huaxia history will appear. Next, he hugged the system and spoke in a loving voice. If you put it that way, I have no more hesitations. Isn't it just the entire Feishan Mountain? Piece of cake. First, use 190,000 domain points to expand 1,000 meters. The spiritual energy circle gradually expanded. Minus 190,000 domain points to expand the invincible domain. The current range of the invincible domain is 2,023 meters, and the remaining domain points balance is 50,050. Instantly, he became dumbfounded. In the blink of an eye, he was back to square one. He had to think of a way to quickly get more domain points.
Next, Chen Chang'an directed his eyes toward that misty area, not knowing what the situation over there was like, wondering if the items he gave them would be effective. At the Nine Swords sect at this moment, a pursuit was taking place. Right before her eyes was a corpse that made her tremble in terror. Chu Tiantu had said, Ghost Tower sect will report the situation of the Holy Immortal Sword to the upper realm. The Immortal's first destination will be the Nine Swords sect, Father. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. Bao'er, don't cry, Father is here. Instantly, her tears stopped as she couldn't help but be amazed. Bao'er immediately turned her head down. Right before her eyes at this moment were everyone and her father. To single-handedly wipe out the 12 immortal generals, the senior's strength was indeed incredibly terrifying. She called out loudly, Father. 2 streams of tears still rolled down Bao'er's face. Father, weren't you and Grandpa Hai already killed by the immortal? What is going on? Everything vanished before her astonishment. He revealed in a low voice. That was fake. It was an illusion, created from a talisman that the senior gave us to form an illusion. Bao'er, it's a long story, but the fact that we could survive from the hands of the immortal is all thanks to the senior. Then he added,
Initially, when I was about to leave, the senior suddenly called me back. Recalling the scene at that time, he clasped his hands together and asked, "Does senior have any other instructions?" Chen Chang'an's expression was very thoughtful. "I am thinking, how should I make you guys die?" he asked with an apologetic tone. Is senior blaming us for taking the lead to act as the vanguard on your behalf? But he quickly voiced his denial. No. Chen Chang'an's eyes lit up. He held up 2 fingers and spoke. "The Immortal's first destination is likely the Nine-Sword sect. The probability of you being wiped out is very high. It would be fine if they came straight to my place, but unexpected events might also exist. Therefore, we need to prepare 2 plans in advance." Then he slowly presented. "The first plan, the entire Nine-Sword sect moves to my place. I will protect you. Abandon all the foundation and inner resources of the sect. Prioritize protecting everyone's lives, and look for a chance to make a comeback later." Chen Chang'an took out a piece of yellow paper from his clothes. It was the Immortal Tao True Interpretation, Immortal Deceiving Illusion Array. "The second plan, I have tried making an illusion array talisman. Use it to feign death and deceive the immortals."
A red glint appeared in his pupils. "I suggest you choose the first plan. The second plan is unstable. Even I am not completely sure, you know. I could just not let you get dragged into this muddy water." Hearing these words, he softly spoke. "Senior." Tears fell from one of his eyes. A teardrop fell. "Abandoning the sect to protect our lives. We truly cannot do it. We cannot be without a place to be buried. I won't hide it from you. Nine-Sword sect and Ghost Tower sect will have a great battle sooner or later. It's just unexpected that they're immortal to send it to the lower realm. We actually had no way out from the very beginning." Hearing this, Chen Chang'an handed the talisman to him. "Take the talisman. Bauer is my disciple. I also have a responsibility to protect you all, just like her master protected me."
Then he smiled and said that if things went smoothly, they should set off fireworks to let him know they were safe. Hearing this, he immediately thought of the scene where Bauer cried and expressed, "Master is truly too good. I love Master so much." Then he continued, "Senior is highly righteous. From the very beginning, he was prepared to face the immortal alone, but still gave us life-saving talismans to protect our lives. In this cultivation world, the strong naturally prey on the weak. To be able to know someone as affectionate and righteous as Senior is the blessing of our Nine-Sword sect." Returning to reality, he closed his eyes and recounted. Father now even suspects that everything is within Senior's plan. Otherwise, how could he calculate so clearly? However, after this incident, the upper realm and the lower realm will probably not be peaceful. Bauer widened her eyes at the object he had been holding in his hand the whole time. Then what about Grandpa Hai? He quickly answered, "Your Grandpa Hai was afraid that the immortal would see through the flaws, so he harbored some luck and entangled the immortal, unexpectedly." Before he could finish his sentence, Grandpa Hai became furious, scaring him into breaking out in a cold sweat. He quickly took out the bottle. "Father forgot to send a message to Senior. I must quickly inform him." At this moment, the glowing image of Chen Chang'an appeared in the middle of the hills. He looked, gaping, and thought, the people of the Nine-Sword sect are still alive. Then he reached out and pressed the system. "Currently, I have found out 3 types of functions for the Immortal Tao True Interpretation. First, it can conceal the aura of the longevity physique. Second, it conceals one's appearance. From these 2 points, I speculate that it most likely has a function similar to an illusion, and at the same time, it has the word immortal, so no matter how you look at it, using it to deal with immortals is the most suitable."
That talisman immediately appeared for him to infuse energy into it, but the system's functions could not be brought out of the domain. I thought maybe it could be like all things animate, having a connection, so I tried condensing it into the talisman, then conducted multiple tests. Following that, Chen Chang'an pressed those talismans into the study. It's just that I wasn't sure if, after taking it out of the Invincible domain, the functions of the Immortal Tao True Interpretation would still work, or if it could deceive an immortal. Reality has proven it. Then that house appeared in the void. Chen Chang'an sat on the chair looking up at the sky with his mouth wide open. I bet right. Right at this moment, the system appeared, making him ponder. The Immortal Tao True Interpretation could be infused into an item and brought out of the Invincible domain. After leaving the Invincible domain, it could still be used. Next would be testing other functions. In the upper realm, at the Xuanwu Grand Banquet in the Wanzhou domain, beautiful maidens were dancing. King Yu was sitting, when suddenly a voice called out, "Brother King Yu, long time no see." This person, with white hair and red spirit energy, approached holding a wine glass. "Why are you sitting alone in a corner drinking wine? Did you encounter some trouble? Tell your brother, I'll help you." This person was the good friend of Immortal Venerable King Yu, Immortal Venerable Lengming. Next, he raised his glass and drank it all. "A while ago, my life-bound sword was struck down to the lower realm by an unknown fist phantom. I sent the 12 immortal generals under my command to retrieve it. The result? Before he could finish his sentence, Chen Chang'an's image appeared with a cold, sharp gaze that shocked everyone. After that, his image immediately shattered along with his cursing. Beast. King Yu was currently very resentful, gritting his teeth. My 12 immortal generals were all killed by a cross-striking immortal of the lower realm." Hearing this, Lang Ming, with an innocent expression, asked softly, "Is there really someone so arrogant in the lower realm?" The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. In his eyes, this person was just an ant. But since this ant was in the lower realm, protected by the laws of the Juzhou continent, he couldn't deal with him personally, which was truly an insult to the title of immortal.
At this point, the corner of his mouth curled up, his face becoming incredibly sinister. "Isn't it just an ant? Let's do this. I will kill this person for you." His white eyebrows furrowed slightly as he poured out a long string of words. "I happen to have a cross-striking immortal under my command, whose strength is not suppressed by the laws of the Juzo continent. They are very suitable for dealing with this person. Leave this matter to me. Within 3 days, I will bring you his head and the holy immortal sword." Then both of them burst into laughter together, and King Yu emphasized loudly, "Then thank you very much, Brother Langming. We haven't seen each other for many years. Today we will drink to celebrate, not returning until we are drunk." Suddenly, a voice rang out to announce, "Fairy Yu-chan has arrived." A beautiful girl with long, shiny blonde hair and a cold temperament named Jiang Yu-chan. So pure and flawless, she truly deserved the title of the #1 beauty in the current Xuanwu immortal domain. "I didn't expect to be lucky enough to see her at the Xuanwu Grand Gathering today. Fairy Yu-chan is indeed as absolutely beautiful as the legends say. Seeing her today is truly a feast for the eyes." Her face was expressionless without any reaction. "So noisy, I am here to borrow an immortal face retaining tree." In the morning, 3 days later, at the temple where the immortal face retaining tree was planted, in a warm room, Ling Bao'er was giving Chen Chang'an a massage. "Master, is this amount of force okay?" He raised his voice with full satisfaction, moved to the left a bit. "Yes, yes, having a disciple is truly wonderful." Chen Chang'an wondered, "Why hasn't Tuobaye returned yet?" Ling Bao'er explained, "He went to catch the Dragonfire Chicken King. He said you have been too tired lately and need some nourishment." "Oh right, Grandpa said they are rebuilding the Nine Sword sect and will come to pay their respects to you in a few days." He replied playfully, "Got it." Qtiantu beside him blushed and hesitated. "Actually, I also know a little bit about massage, senior." At the same time, Hongyi and Bai Yu had returned. Hongyi spoke up, "Bringing me here is enough." Her face was a bit dejected. "I failed to complete the task given by the master, and the master even had to step in to resolve it. I will probably be punished later. You should leave first." Bai Yu's cheeks flushed and she asked surprisedly, "Will you really be punished?" Hongyi turned to her and asked, "Huh?" Bai Yu said shyly, "Don't say thank you between us. It's fine. I'll go with you."
She winked. "You are really nice. If we didn't have such a good relationship, I would have thought you had feelings for the master." Hearing those words, Bai Yue blushed shyly. The two of them walked together into the temple grounds. A voice echoed from somewhere. "What is this?" Chen Chang'an shouted in a euphoric trance, making both of them blush. "Harder, yes, right there, harder." Ling Bao'er joined in with the main character. "Master, I'm almost done for." Hong Yi hurriedly opened the door in bewilderment. This sound, could it be the master and Miss Bao'er? Chen Chang'an and Ling Bao'er turned to them and said softly, "Welcome back, Sister Hong Yi. You guys are back." She witnessed the scene and was completely speechless. Hong Yi fell to her knees and reported, "Young master, this time your subordinate did not handle things cleanly. Please punish me." Bai Yue quickly stepped forward to confess. "Senior, Hong Yi was only implicated this time. I am Hong Yi's friend, so please let me take the punishment for her." Hong Yi sounded confused. "Bai Yue?" He rested his chin on his hand nonchalantly. "What punishment? Do you think I'm a great demon king? I won't punish anyone this time." Hong Yi's eyes widened as she said softly, "Young master?" Contrary to her joy, a gloomy atmosphere seemed to envelop Bai Yue. Chen Chang'an pondered her attitude. Sister Bai Yue still seems upset. Could it be she can't handle it? As expected of a soft and cute girl, always so tender-hearted. He stepped forward and handed over an immortal pill with a comforting tone. "You can't be blamed for this. You've worked hard this trip. Take this immortal pill. I will take care of you some other day." Hong Yi hesitated in astonishment. "This is an immortal pill? Thank you, young master." Bai Yue just stood silently beside them, looking up. Her eyes showed a hint of sadness, and her mouth curved downwards. What should I do to continue achieving that strange pleasure like the first time? A while later, Chen Chang'an sat on his chair, pondering over the system notification. Spent 190,000 domain points in one go, only 50,000 left. Since there's nothing to do right now, I can switch to an avatar and go for a walk outside to find ways to harvest domain points.
Then his eyes suddenly sparkled like the stars. The Immortal Realm avatar, priced at 30,000, could run amok in the lower realm. He would exchange for it immediately. But before Chen Chang'an could rejoice, the system prompted, deducted 30,000 domain points to exchange for the Immortal Realm avatar, 20,050 points remaining. He unconsciously trembled, and Chen Chang'an staggered a bit. His face looked as if he was about to faint. Double vision. The viewing angle was too strange. He was still more used to the first-person perspective. Let's switch the avatar's perspective. Chen Chang'an's consciousness began to shift into the avatar's body. He slowly opened his eyes to look at the surrounding scenery. Chen Chang'an smiled slyly. The powerful force was abundant. He could feel the origin power of a true cultivator.
His current palm strike could collapse 3 mountains. Suddenly, he stroked his chin, thinking about something. Wait a minute. If a superior cultivator's palm strike only has the cultivation base without any skill techniques, it is extremely rare to feel a bit of origin power in this cultivation world. How could it be okay not to learn some authentic techniques? Besides, I am also very curious. Will the techniques learned by the avatar affect the main body? Will the system block it? Can the techniques be sent to the system's inventory? Chen Chang'an swiped and scrolled on the system panel in hesitation, learning a few techniques. Even if the avatar dies, the body would still gain domain points, but I don't have any immortal cultivation techniques. His finger stopped in front of an information panel. Behavioral gestures are precisely the true intent of the immortal Tao. Chen Chang'an's eyes widened as if he had just come up with an idea. I got it. He closed his eyes to contemplate. I got it. I can use the techniques I saw on TV in my previous life, combined with the third item in the immortal Tao true interpretation to use. The avatar is an item of the system. It should be able to use the system's functions, right? Chen Chang'an pointed his middle finger towards the wall and channeled his qi, first learning the one-yang finger that everyone in the 21st century knows. In just one move, he shattered several layers of the temple's walls.
The 4 people nearby all dropped their jaws. Chen Chang'an joyfully raised his hand high into the sky. One yang finger. The system is truly top-notch. My vision was just too narrow. He revealed a sinister smile with a bold thought. This had now enlightened him. With the immortal Tao true interpretation, he could finally teach Bao'er cultivation techniques. Chen Chang'an slowly walked over with a smile still blooming on his lips. Bao'er, moreover, my cultivation techniques are ranked highly in this continent. When the time comes, I'll bring people to the Invincible domain. Ling Bao'er looked joyfully at the main character who was blabbering. Your master has just comprehended many cultivation techniques. 18 dragon subduing palms, 9 yin white bone claw, Away 18 styles. She spoke up. Master, I want to learn them all. Chen Chang'an knocked Ling Bao'er on the head, biting off more than you can chew. First, your master will pass on a sword Tao cultivation technique to you. His voice was steady. Listen carefully. This is the mental mantra of the 9 swords of Dugu. Gui Mei goes to Wu Wang goes to Tonran goes to Daiyu, Jia shifts to Bing shifts to Gang shifts to Gui. She took a deep breath and entered a state of meditation. Chen Chang'an continued beside her. The intersection of Zi and Chou, the intersection of Chen and Si, the intersection of Wu and Wei, wind and thunder undergo one transformation. Holy crap, the immortal Tao true interpretation actually has a projection effect? Awesome. Then she can quickly resonate with the 9 swords of Dugu. He stroked his chin proudly. Truly my disciple. Witnessing this scene, Hong Yi and Bai Yu shared the same thought. We must also continue to study. We can't let the disciple surpass us.
In the upper realm, Jiang Yuchan slowly spoke. If only I were the disciple of the senior, the young master, how wonderful it would be. She confided. I heard that in the hands of immortal King Tianwan in the Xuanwu immortal domain, there is an immortal face retaining tree. It will bear fruit soon. I will use 5 supreme-grade immortal stones to exchange for an immortal fruit in your hands. Jiang Yuchan cleared her throat. Do you agree? The man with the hairbun replied in a daze. Immortal King Yuchan is mistaken. I do not have the immortal face retaining tree, but I know where Vix. She couldn't help but wonder at the words uttered by the man with the hairbun. In the lower realm, there is what you want. I will conveniently give you a piece of information. Jiang Yuchan smiled. That hateful immortal honorable Qing Yu borrowed my myriad phenomena immortal mirror to find someone. At the same time, that person is the owner of that immortal tree. The patriarch's time is running out. I must quickly go to the lower realm to get that immortal face retaining tree.
Because of this, for the next few days, Ling Bao'er continuously cultivated, ignoring the hardship. From midair, a black cloud accompanied by lightning appeared, which made Chen Chang'an satisfied. Is Bao'er about to break through the nascent soul tribulation? From the starry sky came the angry voice of the heavenly Tao thunder. I'm truly grateful. Why is it this pair of dogmen and women again? A boy's voice echoed. I can't beat them anyway. I'll just lie flat, strike however you want. She straightforwardly swung her sword upwards and then broke through to the nascent soul realm first layer. The system notification surprised Chen Chang'an. He asked in bewilderment, 10,000 points. System, do you have a bug? I only got 20,000 points for killing an immortal, but Bao'er breaking through to nascent soul gives 10,000 points. Chen Chang'an complained in frustration. Why didn't you tell me about this feature earlier? His face turned gloomy. Then he smiled, stroking his chin with a wicked grin. However, this is good news. I was worrying about how to get more domain points within a month, so now it seems the method of killing enemies to get domain points can be bypassed for now. I'll directly follow the path of taking in disciples, making them break through in a short time to gain a massive amount of domain points. Thinking for a long time, Chen Chang'an hesitated. Or maybe, he glanced at Baiyuet with a despicable smile, wanting to take Sister Baiyuet as a disciple. Being stared at, her face suddenly turned red with shyness. Why is Senior looking at me like that? Did he see through my inner thoughts and is preparing to make a move on me? Chen Chang'an closed his eyes and pondered. Miss Bai, you... Suddenly, at that moment, a system update surprised him. Chen Chang'an couldn't contain his anger. How can that kind of increase be the same? Don't change the subject at a crucial moment. Do you think I'm stupid?
Bayuet trembled and said softly, Senior. Ling Baoer ran over with a radiant look. Master, I have broken through to nascent soul. He smiled and gave a proud thumbs up. Well done, much faster than I imagined. As expected of my disciple, you can't imagine the joy of being a father. Hung Yi clicked her tongue, feeling a bit sad. I really admire Miss Baoer. I wonder how much my cultivation base can break through using the immortal pill the master gave me. Suddenly, a beam of light from nowhere rushed into the temple. The light source aimed straight at Chen Chang'an, leaving him no time to react. What is this? He held his head, staggering, which worried the people around him. Master, young master. Bayuet bent down and asked caringly, Senior, are you all right? Hung Yi asked in a serious tone, Young master, what is that beam of white light? Chen Chang'an released his aura in frustration. Shezi sent back news related to the longevity sect. I have to go to Yunsu personally. She was a bit uneasy. Young master, do you need me to follow? He dashed off with an excited face. No need, this time my clone will go. You guys stay in the temple and take good care of it.
From somewhere, the door to the lower realm had been opened. A cold wind blew through the deserted, lit street. The silhouette of the green-haired ghost immortal appeared in the mist. Devouring the cultivators of the entire city, it finally got 30% full. It sat imposingly on a messy pile of human skulls. Human cultivators, needed to fill the stomach, are as delicious as ever. The green-haired ghost immortal revealed a sinister smile. Next, I just need to kill the cross-striking immortal Chen Chang'an within 3 days and snatch the immortal venerable's Dharma treasure. When I return to the upper realm, I can justifiably become a high immortal. I have waited over 1,000 years for this opportunity. It leaped far away, heading straight towards the 100,000 mountains. From where the green-haired ghost immortal left, a tremor appeared, proving its formidable power. I am coming to kill you, Chen Chang'an.
Inside the temple, Ling Baoer wondered, so the person who has been living with us these past few days is Master's clone? Hong Yi sighed with emotion. Yes, the young Master's strength is truly unfathomable. A thought flashed through her mind, then Master's main body wouldn't be? The 3 girls observed carefully, their cheeks flushing red. No matter what is done, he won't know. Under the clear blue sky, Bayuet's voice rang out, Sister, I have a bold idea. At the same time, in the overlapping mountains of Guizhou, Chen Chang'an stretched as he emerged from a pile of leaves. I fell, flying too fast, almost couldn't brake in time. This place is probably a few thousand meters away from Feician Mountain. He stood up and brushed the dirt off his body. Awesome, not only the cultivation base, but even my physical aptitude has max-level attributes. Except for the fact that I can't use any functions after leaving the domain, everything else is fine. Before Chen Chang'an could finish his words, a Mao flew in from nowhere. Next I need to find someone to ask for directions to Yunzhou. He hurriedly hid in the bushes by the road to observe. The Miao Clan? Where did this group of Miao Clan people come from? Young master, stop being naughty. Follow us back immediately. You have played enough, hidden enough. It's time to grow up a bit and go complete your mission. A mouse stubbornly shouted, You guys are so high and mighty. You guys are so great. It's not you who has to marry that damn bald head. Talking is easy when your back doesn't ache. I spit on it. Chen Chang'an put on a puzzled expression. I don't understand. I'm very shocked. Are monks' tastes that heavy nowadays? The little girl rushed towards the Miao Clan people, attacking clumsily. Stop talking nonsense. Take my Meow Meow punch. A Mao continuously attacked. Golden Core Peak, Golden Core Peak, Golden Core 9th Layer, Golden Core Peak. Standing by and witnessing this, he praised endlessly. This little cat is not bad. It seems like if she loses, she has to go back and get married. What a traditional web novel trope. Chen Chang'an suddenly stood up with a sinister smile. Considering we have met once, I will save you, just in time as I lack a guide. The little girl was quickly grabbed, but at that moment, one of them launched an attack that made a Mao fall over. Chen Chang'an stepped forward, not forgetting to give the middle finger. Let that girl go. The Miao Clan people unhappily spoke. Human, we advise you not to meddle in other people's business. Another person chimed in. I see his cultivation base is on par with ours. Let's just give him some suffering. He felt a bit smug in his thoughts. Although cultivators of the lower realm might not necessarily be able to guess my true realm, but to think that my strength is on par with theirs is quite surprising. Is it the halo of the immortal realm or the trope where low realm people cannot see through higher realm people? A Mao chased after Chen Chang'an. The little girl hugged his leg and cried, Senior, save my life.
He smiled and pondered for a moment. This little cat really knew how to take advantage of the situation to cling to him. A meow tugged at Chen Chang'an's lapel and acted coquettishly. Senior. The little girl put on an admiring expression. Senior is so strong. Just relying on your coercion was enough to suppress them. A meow has been conquered by Senior. Can a meow stay by your side and serve Senior? He smiled awkwardly and wondered what was going on. Was she giving herself away for free? Even a best actress wouldn't dare to act like this. The people of the Miao clan trembled before Chen Chang'an's power. Fellow Taoist, this is our clan's business. We advise you not to invite trouble upon yourself. Young Master Miao, please put the big picture first. That lord has already run out of patience. He smiled, crossed his arms, and declared boldly, So much nonsense. Get lost quickly while I haven't changed my mind. The Miao clan members fled in a panic. We will definitely be back. A meow thought triumphantly. Excellent. Luckily I was quick-witted enough to hug this person's thigh. The expert sent by my father can't do anything to me for now. Next, I just need to stay by this man's side, and I'll be safe. Chang Chang-on pushed the little girl away. I temporarily have no interest in raising a cat. A Meow pleaded pitifully. Senior, a Meow was safe by you. Alive, a Meow is your person. Dead, a Meow is your ghost. The little girl bit his hand lightly, teasing. If you don't raise a cat, raising a wife is fine too. Chang Chang-on panicked. Are you out of your mind? If you have nothing better to do, stop dreaming. Do I look like an idiot to you? The little girl revealed her teary eyes. Senior, I beg you, take me with you. He smiled and pondered to himself. Back then, when the old man brought him to the Shanren Temple, he directly tore through the void. He really didn't know the terrain of the 100,000 mountains in this Guizhou. Moreover, he hadn't learned the skill of tearing through the void yet. If he wanted to go from Guizhou to Yunzhou, he still had to take a flying ship. Chang Chang-on said softly, taking you along is not impossible.
He grabbed a mouse collar, however. You must satisfy me first. The little girl was startled, reporting to Senior. Chen Chang-on soared into the sky with a serious face, talking as he flew. If we delay any longer, I guess we will have to spend the night in the mountains. A Mao turned pale. All right, Senior. The little girl was terrified. Did she just escape the wolf's den only to fall into the tiger's lair? Unfortunately, while moving, a Mao dropped her small bell. Jian Gei picked it up and observed it slowly. He frowned, revealing a despicable look on his face. Lady Mao, this poor monk has finally found you, Jian Gei uttered with a sinister tone. You cannot escape. On a fresh morning at the central city of Guizhou, a Mao whined to announce, Husband, we have arrived at the central city of Guizhou. The main character looked visibly annoyed. Just call me Chen Chang Sheng.
Echoing across the street were the shouts of vendors. Low-level spirit beasts on sale for 5 low-grade spirit stones here. First-grade martial skills newly published by Master Zhang Wude, discounted to only 2 mid-grade spirit stones. If you miss out on just 2 mid-grade spirit stones, don't complain later. Chen Chang-on walked leisurely. This atmosphere full of human presence was truly nostalgic. He smiled gently. For the domain to cover this far, I guess it would cost over tens of millions of domain points, right? An old scholar in a stall ahead spoke up. Sword-bearing master, please don't miss this as you pass by. These are all treasures, supporting installments and face scan payments. Chen Chang-on thought for a moment. Truth be told, he had been in this continent for a few years, but hadn't even carefully explored what kind of world this was. Suddenly, the person behind him spurted out a red liquid, startling him and Emio. The guy continuously vomited blood uncontrollably. Chen Chang-on jumped up to dodge while cursing. Are you trying to scam me? The little girl anxiously spoke up. No, it's not that. Look at my memory. I forgot about this. Pointing at the guy lying sprawled on the ground, Emio explained. Chang-on, can you suppress your cultivation base a little bit? High-level cultivators will unconsciously affect the surrounding aura, which is a tremendous suppression for low-level cultivators. He was crushed by the pressure emanating from you. He immediately calmed down and lowered his state from the immortal realm to the golden core realm. Having fought too many golden core and nascent soul realm cultivators at the Xianren Temple, he forgot that they were mostly chi refining and foundation establishment cultivators outside. The guy immediately jumped up and ran for his life. Sorry for the disturbance. Farewell. Chen Chang-on looked bewildered. The bodies of cultivators in Guizhou are quite tough. Emio spoke up. Where do you plan to go next? I can guide you anywhere. He looked over and suggested, Then lead me to the inner city for a stroll first. The little girl was delighted. No problem. I, Emio, have lived in Guizhou for over 100 years. I'm very familiar with it.
Chen Chang-on pondered for a moment. This girl was familiar with Guizhou, and the people chasing her called her young master, so the status of the faction behind her was probably not low. Perhaps he could use her connections to get himself on a flying ship to Yunzhou. Thinking of this, he turned back and spoke. I haven't asked you yet. Why are your clansmen chasing you? A Meow hesitated. Why else? Isn't it because my father insists on engaging me to that monk from Futian Temple? Seeing the marriage contract approaching, I didn't want to marry him, so I ran away. The little girl pretended to burst into tears while telling the story. To escape this marriage, I've been hiding around Guizhou for a few years now. I'm really miserable. A Meow was smug about her acting skills. Seeing a cute and pitiful girl like me being forced into marriage, you must have felt pity in your heart, right? Want to stand up and help me? Come on, protect a delicate flower like me, senior. Contrary to a Meow's expectations, the main character felt annoyed. So troublesome. Should he just leave her behind? Chen Chang-on crossed his arms and glared. Aren't you afraid your fiancé will catch up? He put on a calm expression, but his heart was in turmoil. With his years of experience reading novels, wasn't this the typical she runs, he chases, she can't escape even with wings motif? According to the normal development of the script, shouldn't that fiancé be coming to kill right about now? The little girl whined. He can't catch up. He's a Buddhist son of Futian Temple. Normally, he can't just leave the temple as he pleases. He looked for me a few times before, but I kicked him out.
Besides, a meow lunged forward and hugged Chen Chang'an's neck. I have you now, senior. You saved me. I'll pledge my life to you. No matter what, I'm your wife now. You wouldn't watch your wife die without saving her, right? What bad intentions could a little kitty have? The main character forced a smile. My patience has its limits, little kitty. Suddenly, he glanced in another direction. A terrifying power crashed down directly onto the spot where the two were standing. John Gay appeared with a cunning face along with 18 arhats. Lady Miao, long time no see.
The little girl hurriedly hid behind Chen Chang'an. Jiangan, why do you keep haunting me like a lingering ghost? Miao was a bit worried. And these people too, aren't they exactly the 18 arhats known as the Asuras of the Futian Temple, just as father once told me? The 18 arhats cultivate a special technique. When attacking the enemy together, they can unleash an attack equivalent to the soul formation realm. No matter how strong such a young senior is, he is at most in the nascent soul realm. The little girl sank into despair. Jiangan is a sinister and ruthless person. The senior who helped me will definitely be targeted by him. I must find a way to tell the senior to run away. He clasped his hands and spoke. Miss Miao, the day of our wedding is approaching. As your fiancé, this poor monk has the obligation to take you back for the ceremony. The surrounding crowd gossiped excitedly. Two men fighting over one woman. How fascinating. What a good show. Fascinating. The little girl gritted her teeth. You, Jiangan smirked. That's right. Your father, the master of Wuzhou, is already waiting for us at the Futian Temple. Miss Miao, don't you want to see him? He then put on a disdainful expression. Does this bald monk want to play the overbearing CEO, forcing himself on a girl or something? Miao shouted loudly. You, despicable! The little girl jumped away from Chen Chang'an. I can go with you, but you are not allowed to harm my father and my friend. He was satisfied. All right, come to my side first. Miao walked over cautiously. As long as the green hills remain, there will be no shortage of firewood. Since I could escape the first time, I can definitely escape a second time. Right at that moment, the system notification startled the main character, detected the reincarnated son, Buddhist Sun Sumi. Glancing over the notification panel, Chen Chang'an raised his voice. Wait! He reached out to stop the little girl from walking away. Chen Chang'an tightly wrapped his arm around Miao's neck and declared boldly, Sorry, she is my person now. I refuse to hand her over to you. The little girl felt shy. Senior. The crowd outside clamored. This brother is tough. That is a nascent soul mighty figure. Let's dedicate a dirge to this brother. Guizhou was about to have another nameless corpse. A trace of killing intent flashed across Jiangan's eyes. A mere golden core. It is not your turn to speak here. Scram! Miao panicked and urged. Senior, what are you doing? Jiangan and the 18 arhats he brought are all at the nascent soul peak. If they combine forces, they can unleash an attack equivalent to the soul formation realm. Why? Why did you provoke them?
Chen Chang'an glanced at the little girl proudly. So what? In my eyes, they are all ants. The crowd was in an uproar. Are golden cores all this arrogant these days? This kid has my courage from back in the year. The biggest joke of the year. A nascent soul is an ant in the eyes of a golden core. John Gay arrogantly pointed his finger at the main character. Arrogant. If you want to die so much, then I will grant your wish. He raised his voice. 18 arhats, listen to my command. John Gay's eyes were bloodshot, accompanied by a sinister laugh. Kill him. The 18 arhats followed the command and charged at the same time. Understood. The formation was 1v19, but Chen Chang'an didn't look scared at all. He just stood there, and it was enough to kill the arhats with a rain of spirit energy. Everyone witnessing it was dumbfounded. Chen Chang'an sneered, completely disdainful. Is that it? A meow behind him felt her limbs go weak. Wiped out? Exactly how high is Senior's strength? Is Senior really an expert of the soul formation realm? Or even higher? The discussions were still noisy. Oh my god, he's also a dangerous element. Pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger doesn't need to be this exaggerated. Jian Gay turned pale. You actually hid your strength. Calm down. No matter how strong he is, he's only at void refining. I have that thing. I can even defeat an immortal. He quickly threw out something he just took from his body. Jian Gay was delighted. This bowl is a high-grade immortal item. The Buddhist sounds and Zen intent inside can purify and transmigrate all demons and monsters. It can even make cultivators below void refining take refuge in the Buddha. I don't believe you can block it. However, the main character caught the bowl easily. He sneered and tapped the bowl a few times. This toy. Good stuff. Seemingly out of options, he immediately used his final strategy. True body revealed. Bastard, I want you to die.
John Kong raised his massive spiritual energy arm towards Chen Chang'an and shouted loudly, Buddha palm. Our main character was not one to be outdone. He took a stance ready to counterattack. Showing off your slight skill before an expert. Today this seat will show you what true Buddhist Tao is. A ferocious dragon appeared under Chen Chang'an's command. Mighty heavenly dragon, world-honored Ksitigarbha, Prajna Buddhas, Prajna Bamahang. From afar, the main character's technique could already be seen, making people curious. Such terrifying dragon might. Could it be a true dragon descending to the world? Hurry over there and take a look. We absolutely cannot let it destroy the ghost city. That dragon began to charge at John Kong. He was scared half to death, crying out miserably, Just a little bit more. I just lacked a little bit of killing intent. A heaven-shaking explosion took place. The system updated. Host has killed a nascent soul peak, obtaining 1,200 domain points. Everyone around was shocked, unable to believe their eyes. This is too exaggerated.
After the battle ended, Chen Chang'an stroked his chin to rest, making a new discovery. Is there something special about this reincarnated sun to the system? Did it accumulate just now? Let me take a look. He stared intently at the text on the screen. This is even more than the domain points obtained when staying stubbornly on the mountain waiting for monsters to attack. Chen Chang'an's face lit up with narcissistic joy. Going out for a trip actually led to discovering a new way to obtain domain points, as expected of me. It's a pity the clone can't open the treasure chest. Might as well find time later to return to the main body and open it. Let's see what this salted fish treasure chest will give. He brushed off a few times and spoke. I helped you solve your biggest trouble. Now can you do me a favor? Amayo said in a firm voice. Of course, Senior, just say it. Chen Chang'an pointed towards the distant mountain and said, I want to go to Yunzu. Help me get on that flying ship. He walked away with a heavy heart. The news Shazi sent back this time, aside from being related to the longevity sect, also included the matter of Old Head being hunted down by the 3 great cultivation families of Yunzu. The little girl behind acted cautiously. All right, Senior, wait for me. Chen Chang'an put on a serious face, pondering countermeasures. Although he didn't know what Old Head had done in Yunzu, his situation was not very good. He still had to hurry to Yunzu to help him. Amayo quickly clung onto his back, wearing a bright smile. On another side, at the temple, echoed a voice crying out in desperation. This is too much. I can't take it anymore. Ling Baoer outside hesitated. Master. She knocked lightly on the door. From inside, Hong Yi and Bai Yue appeared in a drenched state. Senior, he is too intoxicating. Ling Baoer said jealously. Next time it's my turn, right? You two are not allowed to fight with me. It's already been a few hours. Hong Yi licked her finger provocatively. I won't fight with the young miss. We can do it together. We have to clean up thoroughly before the master returns. At the same time, a strange surge of spirit energy flashed by. Seeing the anomaly, Bai Yue panicked. The coercion is too strong. I'm afraid the newcomer doesn't have good intentions.
The spiritual energy source was converging towards a sword planted deeply into the ground. Ling Qingshan froze. This was not good. He channeled his spirit energy to prepare for a confrontation. The upper realm had sent people down again, and this time their target was the senior. The subordinates anxiously said, Secmaster, let's go help the senior. The senior once saved our lives. We cannot let the senior face this alone. That's right. Ling Qingshan replied, Our 9-sword sect must repay our debts of gratitude. All right, elders of the 9-sword sect, hear my order. Everyone follow me to lend the senior a hand. Understood. The crowd bolted away, leaving behind trails of light at their starting point. On the other hand, at the steep cliff, the little demon foxes were worried. What is that? Oh my god, it's so smeary. Ningsu looked up in annoyance. It was the immortals sent by the upper realm again. Haven't they had enough? Are they bullying our lower realm for having no one? A little demon fox spoke up. Lala, what should we do? She reassured them. Don't panic. I'm afraid the immortal this time is aiming for the senior. Currently, the heavenly demon ancient fox clan has submitted to the senior, so naturally we must assist the senior. Ningsu seemed wary. The immortal arriving this time brought a stronger sense of oppression than the 12 immortal generals before, perhaps even more than the senior. That made her inevitably worried. The entire 100,000 mountains were trembling. Ningsu rushed off with an order. Clansmen from the nascent soul and above, whoever is willing to help the senior, follow me. The atmosphere at the place where the green-haired ghost immortal appeared was extremely suffocating. The whole sky was dyed a deep crimson. It growled out each word. This is the place where the immortal generals died, right? Brat Chen Chang'an, roll out here for this immortal. The green-haired ghost immortal revealed an eerie smile. Ling Baoer stepped forward and raised her voice. Who are you? It looked at her with contempt. Obstructing flies and mosquitoes. Die.
Green-haired ghost immortal snapped his fingers, pointing straight at Ling Baoer. A terrifying, oppressive aura was released, but it was blocked by her sword blade. Ling Baoer took a defensive stance and said sternly, This place does not allow a filthy demon like you to defile it, let alone mention my master's name. Get out. He chatted disdainfully. Immortal sword. Chen Chang'an having an immortal sword might not be easy to deal with. It will inevitably force me into a bitter struggle. He raised his bony hand. But if I capture the holy immortal sword first, the victory will completely lean to one side. Ling Baoer was suddenly lifted into the air, her body no longer under her control. Hong Yi panicked. Baoer! She was gradually brought closer to the green-haired ghost immortal, who said smugly, This sword is mine. Unwilling to accept defeat, Ling Baoer slashed wildly with all her might. It belongs to your mother. This is the sword master gave me. Don't even think about taking it away. 9 swords of Dugu, sword-breaking stance. A severed lock of hair caught his attention. The green-haired ghost immortal gripped Ling Baoer's end tightly and shouted, Courting death! Then, out of nowhere, 2 more sources of power rushed towards him. The green-haired ghost immortal was attacked by surprise, causing him to drop her. Seeing Ningsu, he was slightly surprised. Foxes know how to sneak attack. You guys are quite capable. Hong Yi quickly stepped forward to support Ling Baoer. The green-haired ghost immortal sneered. Let this immortal teach you what kind of attack can be effective. He channeled his oppressive aura, causing Ningsu to crash to the ground, coughing up a mouthful of blood. The green-haired ghost immortal curled up and mocked. I want to eat you guys, and then go eat that guy Chen Chang'an. Before he could finish speaking, a massive tail struck from behind, making him turn around. Ling Xingsen had brought people to assist. Hong Yi rejoiced. Lao Lao! The giant fox spoke up.
Lead the injured back. She received the order. Yes. Ling Xingsen flew over and asked, Bauer, why are you guys... Where is Senior? She whispered faintly. Master has controlled his clone to go out. His true body is in a deep sleep. He clicked his tongue. We were too careless. This guy, the reputation of the green-haired demon has spread throughout Guizhou. Wherever he passes, it turns into a living purgatory. Looking at the green-haired ghost immortal, Ling Xingsen shivered and affirmed, He is exactly a demon from hell. The giant fox said gently, Hongyi, you must find a way to wake up Senior. We cannot deal with him. We can only delay for a while. She replied, Okay. It rushed forward. Cultivators of the Nine Sword Sect, lend me a hand. They said in unison, Okay. The green-haired ghost immortal continuously released crimson spirit energy. A bunch of ants! Immortal Venerable Langming, do you see this? This trip I killed too many people, but it's all for you. Consider these little fries as my gift to you. After it's done and I ascend to becoming an immortal, you must help me put in a good word. An answering voice echoed from nowhere. All right. One by one, they were struck down by his terrifying power. Ling Bauer, Hung Yi, and Bai Wei couldn't avoid it either.
Ning Su was cautious in the face of overwhelming power. Previously, the strength of an immortal descending to the lower realm would definitely be suppressed by the laws, even if they surpassed soul formation and broke through to void refining. She wiped away a bloodstain and said, My soul formation realm is also of no use. Ning Su couldn't help but worry. To be able to ignore the suppression of the laws, other than a higher stage heavenly immortal, there was only the existence of a cross-striking immortal in the lower realm. Based on that information, she affirmed, there is no doubt about it, he is a cross-striking immortal of the same level as Senior. The green-haired ghost immortal took step by step toward the unconscious Bai Yu. It took out a rope and sneered. Fighting for so long that Chen Chang'an is still acting like a turtle shrinking its head, not daring to come out. The green-haired ghost immortal dragged her up like a trophy. Then I'll eat you guys first, and then go eat him.
The green-haired ghost immortal looked at Bayuet with cold, sharp eyes. That's not right. This is too smooth. Then it looked ahead and thought to itself, when things happen irregularly, there must be a demon at work. These ants usually don't even have time to run when they see me. Why do they have the courage to resist me? It muttered, could this be Chen Chang'an's trick? Then it sneered inwardly. I almost fell for it, still wanting to use this to ambush and kill me. I won't do as you wish. Having this kind of scheme proves that Chen Chang'an is afraid of me and doesn't dare to confront me directly. Just as it finished thinking, the green-haired ghost immortal raised its harsh voice. I know Chen Chang'an is in the dark. Call an out, otherwise I will eat her right in front of you. Immediately after, Hongyi and Ningsu objected in unison. No way. Bayuet was grabbed by the head. Despite the pain, she refused to submit. Our heavenly demon ancient fox clan is already submitted to the senior. We would rather die than betray the senior. Ningsu couldn't bear it and raised her voice. Don't be impulsive, let me go. Then she put her hand on her chest and declared aggressively, My lord, I am at the soul formation stage. My cultivation base is high. I have pure spiritual energy in my body. If you want to eat me. There is no need to eat a little nascent soul realm demon like her. Suddenly it paused. The green-haired ghost immortal raised its hoarse and sinister voice. Your tricks have been seen through by me. Saying that, it opened its mouth wide, preparing to eat Bayuet. Facing the situation, Ningsu became even more terrified and hurriedly reached out her hand. No! On this side, the system panel was popping up. It has been detected that a follower bound by life to the host is in danger of death. It has been detected that the host's life is being threatened. Following that was her tragic scream. Right after, Chen Chang'an appeared in a new, more powerful form. She thought to herself, I would rather perish together than let the senior be in danger. He clenched his fist and punched directly at the green-haired ghost immortal. Instantly, Bayuet was sent flying away. A massive light was emitted, and the green-haired ghost immortal was chopped into 100 pieces. Ningsu was stunned by the scene that had just unfolded, and he stepped forward to support her. Chen Chang'an was currently using all things animate. Bayuet, with tears streaming down her face, spoke in an increasingly weak voice. Senior, be careful of the evil ghost. Hearing this, he lowered his voice to reassure her. Don't be afraid, I am here. Have a good sleep. Chen Chang'an's face darkened along with his bloodshot eyes. You guys have worked hard. Leave that bug to me from now on. The green-haired ghost immortal was still there. With its 6 legs, it rushed towards him with a sinister voice. Die!
Its foot had just stepped forward, but his image was nowhere to be seen. However, Chen Chang'an appeared right behind it, grabbing its head and making it cry out in pain. He smiled wickedly and whispered to it, I've been lying down for a long time. It's time to stretch my muscles and bones. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Chang'an slammed it to the left and to the right, causing it physical agony and making it scream continuously, but it could do nothing to him. The green-haired ghost immortal stuck out its tongue and let out a tragic shriek. Its hair fluttering, the green-haired ghost immortal escaped from his torture. After that, it emitted a red source of energy, opened its mouth to reveal sharp teeth, and roared shrilly. Eat you! Eat you!
Right after, Chen Chang'an charged forward with sharp, cold eyes. Wherever the green-haired ghost immortal tried to dodge, it was met with a beating as he continuously attacked without pause. Piercing screams rang out one after another in rhythm with his strikes. Its face gradually twisted, currently having no chance to fight back. In the lower realm, a cross-striking immortal existence was like an immortal king of the upper realm, and I am probably the strongest existence there, but in his hands, I don't have the slightest power to resist.
The hands of the green-haired ghost immortal began to tense up, reassuring itself. Calm down. I can definitely find his flaw and kill him with a single strike. This demonic bone-refining chain, tempered for thousands of years, can completely resist all his attacks. Its eyes gradually narrowed. Now is the time. Kill. A dark screen suddenly appeared, leaving it utterly confused. Chen Chang'an's hand, compressed with spiritual energy, thrust forward. Instantly, it was sent flying far away, and the moment it landed, the ground was smashed to pieces. Want to run? He exerted his inner energy, preparing to fly up. Ning-Su's eyebrows slightly furrowed. That evil demon was being played with like a child. Vines began to sprout from the grassy ground, their heads resembling tadpoles. They rushed toward the green-haired ghost immortal, as if asking if it liked to eat. Then they continuously crawled into its mouth, making it scream, "No!" Chen Chang'an's body emitted spiritual energy, along with a sharp, cold gaze. I was just worrying about how to gain a massive amount of domain points in a short time, and you delivered yourself to my door. Its tears and snot kept flowing, unable to do anything. He intently watched it being tortured, then said in a low voice, "Coming here is one thing, but you dared to touch my people. If the system didn't have the life-binding function, I would have been totally screwed. Although I forcefully increased cultivation-based aptitude within the domain function, aren't there still countless spirit pills to try out?" The corners of his lips curled up in amusement. Let me see if the system accepts a cultivation base that has been forcefully upgraded by spirit pills or not.
On the other side, Ning-Su thought to himself, it seemed the senior had been too merciful to him before. The green-haired ghost immortal's mouth was swollen from those tadpoles crawling into it. Arrogant brat, to actually dare let me break through. Wait until I adjust to my optimal state. I will definitely kill you. Dark clouds surged in along with thunder strikes. That lightning transformed into a circle in the sky, and even emitted more lightning arcs. Mother of God, what a sinful karma, what a sinful karma. Instantly, Ning-Su froze and thought to himself, Senior, what are you doing? Hong Yi widened her eyes and loudly stated that her master was upgrading the cultivation base for that ghost immortal. His brown eyebrows slightly furrowed. It was a sight you'd only see if you lived long enough. To think that medicinal pill had such a function. Meanwhile, the green-haired ghost immortal was now struggling in despair. Mother, the immortal power inside cannot escape his control at all. Human immortal realm immortal scholar second layer. Just what kind of monster is this Chen Chang'an? Heavenly thunder from all directions, along with the tadpoles, were rushing into him. I have never encountered such a powerful thunder tribulation. The green-haired ghost immortal's stomach gradually cracked open. He could only watch helplessly as his body deteriorated. How is this possible? Why can't I break through anymore? Break for me, break for me. Human immortal realm immortal scholar 9th layer. If I can't break through, I will die. Streams of spiritual energy were wrapping around his fingers. Had it reached the limit? The lightning bolts were gradually rushing towards Chen Chang'an, and then that lightning struck behind his back, making him turn his head. Then it started to retreat. Finish striking? Finish striking? Chen Chang'an's eyebrows furrowed slightly as he softly asked, "It's an immortal's thunder tribulation after all. Is it just this perfunctory?" Then he turned back with that sharp, cold face. Forget it, forget it. Next time, I'll make one myself. A massive burst of light occurred, accompanied by a desperate scream. No! The system panel immediately popped up a notification. Host has killed a 9th layer immortal scholar immortal. Received 300,000 domain points.
Then he thought again. He still needed more domain points. The system panel quickly appeared, ready for use. Name, Chen Chang'an. Domain points, 373,450. Domain range, 2023. Activated skills, all things animate, Immortal Tao True Interpretation. Existing functions, Mirror Flower Water Moon, permanent. Permanent Immortal Tao, permanent. System inventory, 101 Salted Fish Treasure Chest. Seeing this, Chen Chang'an fell into deep thought, using the cultivatable immortal land of Facian Mountain as bait to lure the human and demon cultivators in the 100,000 mountains to enter and cultivate, taking this opportunity to obtain an endless source of domain points. Ning-Su was currently recovering her energy, but Facian Mountain was the crucial starting point of the Invincible domain. The demons and human cultivators allowed to enter must be individuals with excellent moral character who do not commit evil deeds. Only in this way could a mutually beneficial peaceful situation be formed. The image of her striking his eyes made him hesitate. But if I just suddenly go and persuade them, those great demons and human cultivators definitely won't come, and they won't believe it even more. Therefore, I plan to let the Nine Sword Sect and the Heavenly Demon Ancient Fox Clan be the propagandists. Next, he looked at Hong Yi. I deeply trust the Nine Sword Sect, except for the Heavenly Demon Ancient Fox Clan. Ning-Su only submitted because she fears me. I am not sure if she is truly loyal to me or not. Chen Chang'an continued to ponder. Her status in the 100,000 mountains was very special. With her, subduing the great demons in the 100,000 mountains would be very easy. That was why there was such an imperfect plan, taking advantage of the upper realm immortal's threat to test her loyalty to him.
After that, he scratched his head. Luckily, the Heavenly Demon Ancient Fox Clan didn't disappoint me. He sighed softly and thought to himself, on the contrary, I went a bit too far. Creating such a relatively tragic situation like now, the next plan needs to be more perfect. Let's open the salted fish treasure chest to relieve stress. An item box flew into the air, the door opened, and inside were fishes that made him stunned. Damn, with special effects like this, could it be opening a function card like Mirror Flower Water Moon? The system panel immediately popped up the number 5,000. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 50,000 domain points. Chen Chang'an's eyes rolled back and his eyebrows drooped. Damn it, this weird system, I waited in vain. Following that, he secretly wondered. But it turns out the salted fish treasure chest can also open up domain points. Then Chen Chang'an announced, use 373,400 domain points to expand the Invincible domain. Hearing this, the system popped up again. Deducted 373,400 domain points to expand the Invincible domain. The current Invincible domain is 5,757 meters, with 50,050 domain points remaining. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the title of Master of Facian Mountain and obtaining a Mythical Secret Realm Key. Mythical Secret Realm Key, max level divine tier, single-use item. After opening, it will automatically destroy the location of the secret realm, and a currently blurred item will appear randomly. He held the item in his hand and still couldn't believe it. This thing is quite unique. The system popped up and asked, System version 4.0 is available for upgrade. Do you want to upgrade? Chen Chang'an gave a wicked smile. Upgrade, 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 upgrade quickly. The system panel popped up a notification. Deducted 50,000 domain points. The host has successfully upgraded the Invincible domain to version 4.0, obtaining a special new function, 50 domain points remaining. Streams of spirit energy from all directions were rushing in massively.
And as he approached his house, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, clearly revealing his triumph. Version 4.0 had upgraded, unlocking a special function. Then Chen Chang'an asked himself, what the hell is this function? The system popped up with a sassy line. The host scamming expert deserves to have it. These words left him astounded. Damn, every new function doesn't treat people as human, right? Let's continue researching its uses later. Next, there is still an important matter to do. After resolving the matter of the green-haired ghost immortal, Chen Chang'an warmly invited the Nine Sword sect and the heavenly demon Ancient Fox clan to Facian Mountain. At this moment, he reached out his hand and encouraged in a low voice, "You will not regret your decision. Facian Mountain has been transformed into an immortal land by me. With the support of the immortal land, I will make all of you become immortals." Both of them spoke in unison, "We believe in you, Senior." But besides the domain points brought by the Nine Sword sect in the heavenly demon Ancient Fox clan, which were still not enough, Chen Chang'an dispatched Ning Su and Ling Qingshan, telling them to go to the sects and demon clans they had good relations with. As long as they were not people who did many evil deeds or had corrupt characters, they would all be accepted into Facian Mountain. That girl rested her chin on both hands, her face clearly showing longing. I really miss the feeling of being ridden by Senior. The human cultivators and demon clans entering Facian Mountain to cultivate all felt their strength significantly improved. They praised this as the cultivation holy land in their hearts, and Chen Chang'an also realized the fact that he could gain domain points even while dreaming. The system panel continuously popped up while Chen Chang'an was yawning. A certain great demon broke through to the nascent soul second layer. The host gained 500 domain points. A certain great demon broke through to the nascent soul second layer. The host gained 500 domain points. A certain great demon broke through to the nascent soul second layer. The host gained 500 domain points. A certain great demon broke through to the foundation establishment realm first layer. The host gained 50 domain points. A certain great demon broke through to the nascent soul first layer. The host gained 500 domain points. A certain great demon broke through to the golden core realm fourth layer. The host gained 200 domain points. He was currently lying on a tree branch with a very chill mindset. The matters were finally resolved, and it was time to check the situation of the clone. Following that, he closed his eyes to enjoy this space. Not long after, a voice rang out. Master, is your main body still here?" Bauer, Hongyi, and Baiyu were currently in front of him. Seeing that the previous matter was not discovered, he lazily replied, "We can continue doing that again."
Next was a rattling sound. Just as he turned around, he saw their figures. Instantly, Chen Chang'an was so terrified that he turned pale as they spoke one after another. "He's awake? Perfect timing. We should take him to the sex martial arts arena to encourage everyone." I really can't bear to give him up. He still couldn't load the information. What was going on? Wasn't he just with the cat girl at the ferry earlier? How did he end up somewhere else the moment he opened his eyes? Then, Chen Chang'an asked in a low voice, "Where is Amao?" Her eyes flashed with a sparkling glint. "Worry about yourself first. Later, you'll become our man, little handsome boy." He was so shocked that his jaw dropped in amazement. That house gradually blurred before his eyes. Before he knew it, he had been placed on a pushcart, currently very confused and asking himself, "Was I sold by a cat?" The gate ahead appeared dazzlingly bright, and Chen Chang'an was stunned by the scene before him. The scene shifted to the arena along with cheering sounds. "Welcome everyone to the site of the 3600th Tao Companion Martial Arts Tournament, organized by the third-generation sect master of the Heavenly Frankrin sect.
The competition has begun, and the girls in the stands are striving for their own happiness. The beautiful women are currently fighting each other with swords. Which lady will win the championship of this tournament and take the handsome man home? Let's wait and see. You dog Jing too? I was careless last time, but this time I will definitely defeat you, Chao Yuning. You don't lack men. What's the harm in yielding to an 18-year-old single girl like us? That girl fell flat on the ground.
Her hand pointed to where Chen Chang'an was tightly bound, and then he was taken up there along with 2 young men standing guard. She turned down and told them that as long as golden cores like you wait obediently, it will be fine. Be good, or if you fall, you will taste the consequences. Dunyang used the ultimate technique, Sanhua hand. Oh, Shumai dodged it. She dodged it. He pulled a long face and muttered, "Sigh, another unlucky guy has arrived." As soon as the words fell, he quickly broke the rope that had been tightly binding him all this time, making the man marvel. Right after that, he obediently lowered his voice and said, "Brother, you don't know this, but I, Zhang Hui, and my brother Li Cheng were both kidnapped and brought here. We are now at the scene of the Heavenly Fragrant Sect's Sect Martial Arts Tournament." Chen Chang'an rubbed his hands together and glanced at him. "Unlucky guy, what do you mean?" The red-haired guy on the other side raised his harsh voice. "The Heavenly Fragrant Sect is very famous in Guizhou. It is a top-tier sect. Every year they forcibly kidnap high-quality men from all over the province as prizes for the tournament." He quickly looked towards him, still dazed. "Huh? Isn't this the women's kingdom in the cultivation world?" A large woman was being crushed by that girl. If everyone in this sect were beautiful girls, it would be fine. But they also included some female cultivators with ugly appearances, yet their strength is not bad. If this female cultivator becomes the final winner, seeing that, he emphasized in a loud voice, "Then I will commit suicide on the spot." Suddenly, Chen Chang'an noticed something. A meow approached like a little cat.
The little girl rushed over with a harsh voice. "Return my senior to me. I'd rather die fighting you." He was slightly surprised that the little girl was here too. Damn, why is a meow mixed up in this too? What exactly happened before? The little girl hadn't even fully made her appearance before being pushed into the air by a burst of power. Chen Chang'an seemed to feel despair with a trail of tears rolling down. I thought if a meow was here, I could at least watch a bit, but this girl got eliminated right away. The waters of West Lake are my tears. Then he thought to himself, there is no point in continuing. I should go meet up with a meow first. An exclamation was suddenly let out. "Oh my God, so big, so white! Oh wait, no, so beautiful!" His pupils gradually dilated in complete amazement. A beautiful young girl with a cold temperament appeared, named Jiang Quen Shu, at the nascent soul 5th layer. She spoke in a low voice. "Could I invite you to step down?" Immediately, he got a Chin Su chili sauce nosebleed, thoroughly infatuated with her. I suddenly kind of don't want to leave anymore. The referee pointed toward the stands and announced, "The competition has entered its most thrilling stage. The sect master's disciples have prepared high-quality male cultivators for you. Push a little harder and you can take a handsome man home." A meow was currently still sprawling on the ground. "It's over, it's over, it's really over this time. Senior's chastity is about to be lost." Their faces darkened at her next words. "Furthermore, the female disciple who wins the final victory in this tournament can choose her Tao companion from these 3 men and immediately enter the bridal chamber." Those up high let out a disdainful smile. One guy mocked, "Since when did our destiny get decided by a bunch of women?" Right after, he thought to himself, "Choosing a Tao companion from the 3 of us? Phew, in terms of looks, I am also a top male god of Guizhou. I can't lose." Gu Bin rested his hand on his forehead, thinking confidently, "These 2 look like they have real strength and background, but my thing is very good. Those female cultivators will definitely choose me." Meanwhile, Chen Chang'an had a dark, malicious look on his face. "How about I just finish off these 2 right now?" Immediately, the system popped up. "Host, I misjudged you."
The 3 of them looked at each other and shouted, "Quickly defeat her! Come on, wife, I love you! Wife, come on!" That burly girl punched the other 3 girls once, making them spray red syrup. Seeing this, the 3 of them had tears welling up in their eyes. "Who will come and stop her? Oh, mother, I don't want to marry her." Suddenly, a man with a trembling body softly spoke. With haggard faces, they took turns speaking. Truly a young man who hasn't experienced the world, making the mistake of treating young girls as treasures. If our wife takes a fancy to you, it's your blessing. That's right, the wife is powerful and formidable, and also brave, not something those female cultivators can compare to. Chen Chang'an's eyebrows frowned as he reminded them, "Don't act crazy here. This master only likes young, beautiful, and heart-touching girls." Hearing this, they continued to take turns revealing, "You have quite a stiff mouth. We just don't know how you will survive. That girl John Quan Chu is participating for the first time. She can't possibly be a match for the wife. Seeing that you have soft skin and tender meat, later on quickly acknowledge us as your big brothers." The woman's 2 hands clasped together, preparing to execute her spirit energy. Bao Ko 13 strikes. Then she unleashed her move towards John Quan Chu. She was not someone to be trifled with either, immediately launching a move to counterattack. Ru Shui 3 degrees, Divine Water 9 layers swallow. A loud sound echoed from midair. Everyone was stunned as if hit by Diachan's skill, staring fixedly at the stage. Her feet gently touched down. The woman had been defeated by Zhang Quanchu's attack. With a face full of confidence, she announced, "Senior sister, I will take the championship this season, Quanchu." People started cheering wildly, congratulating inner sect disciple Zhang Quanchu on her victory.
The referee emphasized in a loud voice, "Apart from this, the sect master will fight for an opportunity to attend the Juzhou Grand Banquet for this year's champion. Now, please invite Zhang Sanshu to choose her dual cultivation Dao companion." Zhang Zuanshu pointed her finger forward without hesitation. "I choose him." The fingertip she pointed was at him. "Oh my God, heaven blesses me." He danced with joy while the other two felt disappointed. Women still look at appearance in the end. I have won. But before he could rejoice for long, she coughed lightly a few times and chose again. "I pointed wrong. Sorry, the person I want to marry is him." That person was exactly Chen Chang'an. This made him stand frozen in place. Huh? A meow felt like a thunderbolt struck her ears when she heard those words, "Senior." Then they gathered around to cheer for him. Congratulations to junior sister Zhang Zuanshu on successfully forming a Dao companion bond. Next, let us take them into the bridal chamber. Wait a minute, isn't this bridal chamber a bit too fast? Hey, rest assured, senior, I will definitely save you from the hands of these demonesses. But Chen Chang'an just had an expressionless face without any reaction. Inside the bridal chamber right now, only he was here. How did things turn out like this? Right after that, Chen Chang'an thought to himself, "Damn it, I was originally a virgin for over 20 years. My clone is getting its cherry popped first today. Ha, let me clarify the current situation first." His eyes darted elsewhere as he continued to think. "My clone was probably caught by the people of the Heavenly Fragrance sect. The purpose is very simple, to serve as the prize for their sect's Dao Companion martial arts tournament. Then that girl chose me, and then I was carried into the bridal chamber." Following that, he scratched his head and muttered, "Indeed, it's hard for a hero to overcome the beauty trap. If I had just run away from the start, it would have been so much better." The system appeared again, noticing that the host using the identity of a Golden Core Realm cultivator has fallen into a wish fulfillment novel event. What does that mean? The Zhang family is in decline. The eldest daughter, Zhang Xuanshu, to revitalize the family, participated in the Heavenly Fragrant Sect's martial arts tournament and won the championship, obtaining the qualification to join the Grand Banquet. She understands that only by winning the championship in the Heaven's Chosen Challenge of the Juzhou Grand Banquet will there be hope to rebuild her family.
The journey to Yunzhou was distant. On the way, they were besieged by evil cultivators, but ultimately escaped death to participate in the Grand Banquet of Yunzhou and Juzhou. As the Grand Banquet proceeded, Zhang Quanchu unexpectedly met an old friend of her father. To build a good relationship for the Zhang family, Zhang Quanchu befriended him, but was deceived by him into using medicinal pills to explosively increase her cultivation base during the Heaven's Pride battle, breaking the rules. From then on, Zhang Quanchu's reputation plummeted tragically. She was hated and despised by others, and was even schemed against by the old friend, losing all her cultivation base. She was given as a gift to the master of Yunzhou, becoming a slave concubine to be bullied by others. In the end, Zhang Quanchu could not bear the torment and committed suicide, her body thrown into a desolate place. This left Chen Chang'an so astonished that he continuously tapped the system. What is this? It has never appeared before. Is this a new function added after the system upgraded to version 4.0? In the image just now, could it be Zhang Quanchu's future? Chen Chang'an's face darkened as he asked himself. He began to ponder. Previously, when he encountered Jian Gan, the system also gave this kind of hint, and it was very similar. Could it be that I will frequently encounter similar situations like this in the future? Damn it! What kind of world is this? The system panel appeared again, prompting that temporary quests had been detected. Random Quest 1, help Zhang Quanchu becoming #1 Heaven's Pride of the Juzhou Grand Banquet, becoming the man behind her. Reward upon quest completion, 50,000 domain points. Penalty upon failure, 10,000 domain points. Accept, reject. Random Quest 2, Descending Fairy. The main body and the fairy conduct a trade to obtain information about the upper realm, and must not frighten the other party. Reward upon quest completion, 5,000 domain points. Penalty upon failure, 20,000 domain points. Accept, reject. Random Quest 3, Golden Core Cultivation-based counterattack, dominating the Juzhou Grand Banquet, obtaining the recognition of the Juzhou Cauldron, and becoming the master of Juzhou. Reward, unlocked conditions for System Upgrade 5.0, no penalty upon quest failure, accept, reject. Chen Chang'an began to crack his knuckles with an annoyed attitude. Are you messing with me, you damn system? It's one thing that you suddenly drag me into an event, but you actually want to deduct my domain points if the quest fails? I only have 10,000 domain points. That's not enough to deduct. After cursing, he immediately thought, however, these quests are all tasks right in front of him that he could complete, so he could consider accepting them.
After that, Chen Chang'an clicked continuously on the system. Accept it all. It would be a waste not to accept the free domain points. Then he lay down on the bed as the night gradually fell, waiting for that girl to come in so the two of them could interact more deeply. And the sky quickly brightened. The rooster had already flown onto the roof. Chen Chang'an sat up with a stiff body, waiting until now, and she still hasn't come. I wasn't stood up, was I? Then he let out a long yawn and thought to himself, I have to find a way to approach the girl first. Without approaching her, I fundamentally cannot assist her in cultivation, let alone become the man behind her. That voice continued to ring out. No wonder junior sister ran away early in the morning, discussing the matter of going to Yunzhou to participate in the Juzhou Grand Banquet. It seems she has regretted it. Damn it, these female beasts, my pants were almost stripped off. Chen Chang'an's feet hurriedly hit the brakes, his eyebrows furrowed slightly.
Damn it, these female beasts, my pants were almost stripped off. The people standing behind him chimed in one after another. Little handsome brother, hurry up and let us have a try, okay? There's also that Zheng Quanchu who not only stood me up but also ruined my reputation. This sect is still their territory. I still can't mess around. His pupils shrank in shock. A massive flying ship glided past him, leaving him completely astounded. Seeing is believing. The hard currency flying ship of the continent is indeed extraordinary. Looking at this formation, it's about to take off. Suddenly, a voice rang out, drawing Cheng Chang'an's attention. Why are you here? The person who spoke was none other than Zheng Quanchu. Seeing her, he quickly and wittily said, Your husband heard that you want to go to Yenzhou. The journey is long and arduous. You must have someone to take care of you. I am duty-bound. Then Cheng Chang'an softly asked, Yenzhou, can I go together? But in his heart he thought, Task 1 and Task 2 can be done at the same time. The only problem now is whether Zheng Quanchu will let me go with her. If she doesn't, then I'll have to use some tricks. Zheng Quanchu took a deep breath and then closed her eyes. This trip is of extraordinary significance. The senior sisters are all focused on preparing for the battle. How can I? A burly woman approached and called out invitingly. All the beauties are bringing their men along. It will be very lonely on the road. Following that were the men wrapping their arms around the shoulders of the people next to them. Shall I give you a massage? Let's not cultivate tonight. Let me stay by your side. Facing the situation, she couldn't help but hesitate, unable to hold back a sigh.
Then she turned her back and walked away, saying, Follow me. After that, Zhang Quanchu reminded him in a low voice, Follow me closely. Do not stray too far. He followed and replied, Okay. Unsatisfied with his answer, she immediately taught him, You must say, Yes, my wife. Hearing this, he complied, Okay, wife. In the sky at that time, there was a flying ship above. She sat on a chair, being massaged by two men while smoking a pipe. On the contrary, it surprises me that normally Quan Chu doesn't get close to men, only focusing on cultivation, but now she has started to mature. She was the sect master of the Heavenly Fragrance sect, Su Ningxiang. Did you have fun last night? Hearing this, Zhang Quanchu bowed 90 degrees and replied, Reporting to the sect master, I have never dared to slack off in cultivating to enter sainthood. As for the pleasures of men and women, Quanchu thinks it is still too early. I feel that the husband behind me also thinks the same. Su Ningxiang immediately looked extremely annoyed. Still can't relax your body. Forget it. One day you will understand the benefits of dual cultivation. Her hand rested on the armrest. Then she passionately rallied them. Listen carefully. This time we are lucky enough to go to Yunzhu to participate in the Juzhu Grand Banquet, which only happens once every 300 years. Cheer up. Our Heavenly Fragrance sect is the #1 sect in Guizhou, and after hundreds of years, we have only just won this opportunity. Whether public or private, this is an honor. The large and small forces in Yunzhu are widely distributed, among which are the Tong family, the Shi family, and the Zhang family. These three great traditional cultivation families are at the peak of prosperity. The banquet this time will be organized by these three families.
She continued to ramble on, making Chen Chang'an so sleepy that he yawned to tears. Every time the grand banquet is held, the top disciples from the sects of the Juzhou continent are invited, so this trip will not be peaceful. However, this matter is also a kind of experiential learning for you all. The sect master of the Heavenly Fragrance sect exhaled smoke and said, On this trip, as long as it is not life-threatening, I will not intervene. You must rely on yourselves to resolve any minor disturbances. You must understand that the Heavenly Fragrance sect has always respected the strong. Only fists are the true logic. Then she looked towards him. When necessary, a burden can be discarded. Understood? Chen Chang'an obediently complied. Understood. He thought to himself, Thanks, I am being subtly insulted. At this point, she still did not leave and continued. All right, the rest is up to you to coordinate. Remember not to have internal conflicts, children. The flying ship then took off. A man touching his nose suddenly spoke up. Junior sister Quan Chu, those invited to the Juzhou Grand Banquet have cultivation bases no lower than the nascent soul. You brought a golden core Dao companion there, so you must keep a close eye on him. Do not let him cause trouble for our Heavenly Fragrance sect. Another guy echoed along. That is right, that is right. Yunzhu has experts as common as clouds. Nascent soul and soul formation cultivators are everywhere. There is also the patriarch of the Shi family, a cross-striking immortal standing guard. Junior sister Quan Chu is truly bold to bring a golden core Dao companion along. Zhang Quanchu walked up the stairs and softly reminded them, I can look after the person I brought. You do not need to waste your breath. Zhen Chang'an followed her but still looked down. Wife, I also know that posture. He thought to himself, haven't the cross-striking immortals already gone extinct, so there are still some around? She glanced back. You heard them just now. A golden core stage cultivator entering Yunzhu can only serve as a stepping stone. When we get off the flying ship, you must stay close to my side. And she continued to instruct, do not cause trouble, otherwise I will not be able to protect you. Chen Chenon, with a face full of confidence, said, I understand. I will not leave Miss Zhang's side for a single step. Oh wait, I mean my wife. 3 days later, at the border of Yinzhou, a skinny young man with a body resembling a merman spoke up. There are still 10 days until the opening of the Juzhou Grand Banquet. There are truly many Heaven's Prides coming to participate this time. We almost cannot kill them fast enough. What exactly does the master want to do? The other person said in a low voice, The master schemes deeply and has his own arrangements. We just need to hunt and kill those Heaven's Prides, delaying the opening time of the Juzhou Grand Banquet and causing more trouble for those orthodox sects. A bird landed on his hand, and he emphasized loudly, Look over there, it is the flying ship of the Heavenly Fragrance Sect. Fresh prey has arrived. His voice became increasingly sinister. Prepare for the hunting operation. And a deathly voice echoed in the night. Wait to kill them. Meanwhile, Zhang Quanchu was currently practicing under his watchful oxen.
Chen Chang'an, having observed for a while, secretly praised her. Zhang Quanchu truly lived up to her title as a cultivation madman. For the 3 days on the flying ship, she had stayed directly in the cultivation room. He snapped his fingers and thought, but after seeing her story, I can understand this girl's stronger desires. The system used the inspection function, inspecting the character Zhang Quanchu. The system panel immediately appeared. Inspection content, name, Zhang Quanchu. Gender, female. Sect, Heavenly Fragrance Sect. Cultivation base, nascent soul 5th layer. Aptitude, 7th grade. Spirit root, water. Other, none. Seeing this, Chen Chang'an was somewhat deep in thought. 7th grade aptitude, huh? That's even higher than Hong Yi and the others. At this time, she was being attacked by the robot again, but he continued with his train of thought. If I want to complete the mission perfectly, the best way is to improve her aptitude, to give her the power to sweep away everything and increase her popularity at the Juzhou Grand Banquet.
The corners of Chen Chang'an's lips curled up, as he thought to himself, it was also lucky for this girl that he brought some talismans with the function of locking down all things animate and immortal Dao True interpretation on his body. It was also a good chance for him to test the effectiveness of the talisman version of all things animate. He began to launch a move to rescue Zhang Quanchu. He turned around and softly said, Miss Zhang. Chen Chang'an, with a sleazy smile, softly asked, Wife, are you tired? Do you want us to do something interesting? Zhang Quanchu's face immediately turned red. She quickly jumped up, the scene seeming to freeze. Before anything else, her face was completely red as she firmly asserted, I will not do it with you. Chen Chang'an felt like he was struck by lightning. I didn't mean that. Well, no, I do, but I'm not that brazen. He bared his teeth in a bright smile and bent down slightly. Come here. Let me show you a treasure that can upgrade aptitude. Not knowing what Quanchu was thinking, her face turned as red as a tomato as she resolutely voiced, I will not do that with you. Chang'an seemed to understand what she was referring to and hurriedly justified. I didn't mean that. Well, no, his mouth said so, but his heart thought differently. I do, but I'm not that brazen. Finishing his words, he showed a wicked smile and placed his hand right on his private part, groping around. Come here. Let me show you a treasure that can upgrade aptitude. Seeing that misleading action, Quanchu was scared out of her wits, her face getting redder and redder. She covered her precious eyes and launched a weapon intending to cripple Chang'an's little brother. He saw the sword stabbed right below his crotch and felt extremely terrified. He was truly thankful. Luckily, he dodged fast. Otherwise, he would have become a person missing that part.
After a moment of culture shock, Chang'an took out 2 talismans. Calm down. I just want to show you these talismans. These 2 talismans can improve aptitude. Quanchu shyly spoke. I thought you... Halfway through her sentence, she realized she had misunderstood him and hurriedly corrected herself. I have never heard of it. The talismans I know have 3 types, attack, defense, and support talismans. She looked at the items Chang'an had just brought out and continued. A talisman that can improve aptitude can only be an immortal grade talisman. He happily replied, That's right. These 2 talismans are immortal grade talismans handed down from my ancestors, which can improve aptitude and cultivation base. To increase his credibility, Chang'an picked up his sword, gave a thumbs up, and said firmly, Everyone who has used it says it's good. Quanchu thought he was bragging too much, so she snatched the sword back and questioned. Immortal grade talismans are only possessed by immortal orthodox families and the upper realm. Even if your family has it, you only have a golden core cultivation base. How could you so easily give such a precious item to me? Hearing this, he was left speechless. About that, Quanchu coldly turned away. Moreover, just relying on a talisman to improve cultivation base, how could such a heaven-defying and miraculous item exist in this world? She didn't want him to be sad, so she added, All right, I want to continue cultivating. Knowing that Quanchu didn't believe him, Chang'an didn't bother to explain further. With lightning speed, he slapped the talisman on her forehead, cutting off her sentence. That gadget immediately took effect. An aura surrounded Quanchu, making her astonished. This is... Her doubtful voice rose. Why? Understanding that she didn't trust him, Chang'an gave a reasonable excuse. You are my wife now. We are one entity. Only when you are strong can you protect me. Don't just stand there in a daze. Quickly absorb the life essence energy. Don't waste it. Quan Shu looked at him, an indescribable hesitation flashing in her eyes. But then Quan Shu decided to trust him this once. She slowly regulated her breathing to feel the effects brought by the talisman. This life essence energy was too pure. As soon as it entered her body, it healed the hidden ailments. Her meridians also blossomed, and her physical condition was better than ever before.
Quan Chu's face was dotted with sweat as she thought in disbelief that not only were her 8 acupoints cleared, but her bottlenecks were also looser, and her spirit energy absorption speed was faster. It was truly heaven-defying. Chang'an stood observing her meditation process and couldn't help but evaluate that Zhang Quanchu's willpower was even stronger than Bao and the others, able to absorb life essence on her own without his help. However, he quickly noticed the difference. The all things animate within the talisman seemed weaker, unlike how it attracted the thunder tribulation in the Invincible domain. Would this person's aptitude improve? Just as his train of thought ended, Quan Chu's side was also done, and a clearly visible strong coercion appeared around her. After meditating for a while, Quan Chu opened her eyes, her sweat-dotted face unable to hide her astonishment. Seeing that the matter was settled, Chang'an signaled, "Do you have a heavenly aptitude stone? Take it out and let's check what kind of aptitude you have." Quan Chu did not resist and took it out to prepare for a test. She gently channeled her spirit energy into it, and the stone quickly sensed it, gradually turning red before completely turning black. Quan Chu couldn't believe her eyes and exclaimed in astonishment, Eighth grade, it actually upgraded?" Contrary to that astonishment, Chang'an seemed a bit disappointed. Only 8th grade? Bao has already reached the immortal grade. The effect of all things animate attached to the talisman is only 20%. Turning back to Quan Chu, she couldn't help but feel flustered in her heart, thinking, the effect of all things animate attached to the talisman is only 20%? If he used such a precious talisman himself, his cultivation base and aptitude would probably surge. After hesitating for a while, Quan Chu stammered, "About that, I took advantage of you with this talisman. I will do my best to protect you in the future. Also, I'm sorry about the bridal chamber matter. It was my capriciousness that harmed you."
Her face became shy and hesitant. I will tell senior sister about us. It's not that you can't, but before there are feelings, I won't do that kind of thing." She lowered her head timidly. "You must think I am very weird." Noticing Quan Chu's awkwardness, he immediately shook his head and replied, "It's fine, my wife. Your weirdness is what I like the most." Finishing his words, Chang'an lunged at Quan Chu, making her unable to even understand what was happening. After that was a scene we literally couldn't watch. Chang'an with his tongue and spooled up. "What's going on? What's happening outside?" Quan Chu, blushing furiously, pushed him away and stammered, I'll go out and check." Saying so, her slender legs darted toward the door like flying. Striking right into her eyes was the image of several senior sisters questioning a group of strangers floating in midair. "Who are you? How dare you attack our flying ship? Hurry up, junior sisters. Level 1 defense. Those inhuman-looking things are all at the nascent soul stage." Quan Chu immediately recognized the identity of these people. She tightly gripped her sword and gritted out word by word, "Demonic cultivators." The bald monk guy excitedly spoke up, "I didn't expect this sect to have so many women. Great, I love playing with women the most." Quickly, his demonic cultivator accomplices chimed in, "Babes, if you don't resist, I'll leave your bodies intact. It'd be ugly to be dismembered when you're this beautiful." Another one laughed with full of lust, "I want the woman in black. The rest is up to you guys." The muscular senior sister, holding a mace in both hands, replied with imposing presence, "Play your ass. Your grandma here will send you to the Western paradise." She took the vanguard and ordered, "Kill." Hearing those words, the sisters immediately rushed over, preparing to make mincemeat out of the demonic bastards. Quan Chu was no exception. She advanced with eyes full of killing intent. This time, those guys were doomed.
Seeing this, the evil cultivators became even more gleeful. They didn't hold back at all and disdainfully said, "You are very brave. Do you think you have the ability to defeat us?" The chaotic battle broke out under Chang'an's observation. He looked at them and evaluated. These were the evil cultivators blocking the way to attack the Heavenly Fragrance Sect's flying ship. Their aura was somewhat strange, containing both evil and ghost chi. His expression showed no fear. However, they were only at the nascent soul stage. The female cultivators on the flying ship were also nascent soul, and there was even a soul formation sect master presiding over them. How could it result in a total wipeout situation? Realizing something was wrong, Chang'an's eyes became sharp. Could there be some hidden plot? He turned around with his train of thought. This was starting to get interesting. The familiar, despicable smile reappeared on his lips. If I follow the aura to track down their lair, I should be able to dig up the hidden plot, right? Seeing this, the system couldn't help but scold him. "You bastard." The agile figure slowly descended from the flying ship to the forest below, step by step. Finally, Chang'an discovered the traces of the evil cultivators, so the lair was here. A guy nearby raised his voice. "Damn it, this newcomer is so troublesome. Hurry up."
The one with 2 long mustaches complained, if it wasn't to capture some beauties, who would be crazy enough to join this mysterious organization? I'm just a patroller. I'll go back to sleep next week. Chang'an waited for his moment of carelessness, covered his mouth, and gently sent him to get his lunchbox. The system chimed ting-ting into his account. Killed a nascent soul, a level 5 evil cultivator, obtained 1,200 domain points. A crimson heart, radiating a flickering aura, appeared in front of the screen. The demons surrounded it, and Chang'an also successfully infiltrated. Big brothers, I'm back. How is the situation? The long-haired guy cheerfully spoke. The souls of the heaven's prides have been offered to the master. Now that we have the master, we will obtain stronger power. Another guy chimed in. Of course, our master is the reincarnated Ashura demon son from the upper realm. With the master guiding us, we can obtain the Juzu Cauldron and dominate the world. Chang'an didn't know where they got such great confidence, and asked, but we are only at the nascent soul stage. How can we fight the heaven's prides who have a soul formation expert presiding over them? He quickly received an answer. What are you afraid of? That heart is a spiritual artifact bestowed by the master. It will continuously provide power to us. The corpses of that group will not survive.
The other guys also chimed in. Not to mention nascent soul. We could even kill soul formation. The people of Heavenly Fragrance Sect are top-notch, whether for enjoyment or eating. You're lucky, brat, encountering us right after you arrived. Then suddenly, the demonic cultivator noticed something wrong with him. Brat, why do you smell of rouge and powder? But it was too late. Chang'an had enough information he needed, so he showed his hand to them. Perhaps the Heavenly Fragrance Sect hadn't been used to seeing them fall into this fate for a long time. The demonic cultivator's hand was burned by fire, and he screamed in panic. His accomplices awkwardly asked, "Who are you?" Chang'an's face curved into a bizarre smile. "Me?" He cast his skill, roasting them alive with the words, "Just a passerby who wants your lives." Along with those words, the system continuously displayed, "Killed a nascent soul 5th layer evil cultivator, gained 1,200 domain points. Killed a nascent soul 5th layer evil cultivator, gained 1,200 domain points. Killed a nascent soul 5th layer evil cultivator, gained 1,200 domain points. Killed a nascent soul 5th layer evil cultivator, gained 1,200 domain points." The spirit energy enveloping Chang'an's arm formed sharp claws reaching for the heart from earlier. This trip not only yielded over 20,000 domain points, but also revealed the mastermind's plan and target. It was truly a profit. After that, syrup, blood, splattered everywhere along with a system notification. Congratulations to the host for destroying the evil cultivator's plan. The course of events has changed, gaining 5,000 domain points. Over at the ship, the evil cultivator sensed that the secret treasure had been destroyed and paused for a beat.
Taking that opportunity, Quan Chu immediately thrust her long sword right into the head of an evil cultivator. Several senior sisters nearby, seeing how weak they were, spoke up. "These evil cultivators are not as strong as the rumors say. I only used half my strength and already killed them. That's right, our side won very easily." Before it even reached a difficult battle, sensing something unusual, Quan Chu quickly replied, "That's not right. I clearly saw that this group has strength, but when we first clashed, it seemed like they had suffered some kind of injury." After a period of fighting and killing, the senior sisters' husbands immediately threw themselves into her arms. "Wife, are you all right? Are you hurt? I was so worried about you. It's just a small wound. Later, your baby will apply medicine for you. Let's go back to the room. We will treat your injuries." Seeing that the senior sisters all had their husbands asking after them, Quan Chu couldn't help but feel a little sad and walked away dejectedly. She dragged her tired body to the cultivation room and called out, "Chang'an." Not seeing any movement or hearing any reply echo back, Quan Chu wondered, "Where is he? Where did he go?" Then a sweet call rang out from behind. "Wifey." It was Chang'an. He appeared with a roll of bandages and asked, "Are you hurt?" Quan Chu was very pleased but had to maintain her dignity, so she replied, "It's nothing, just a small wound." Chang'an grabbed her arm and firmly said, "Even if it's small, it's still an injury. Come, I will treat your wound." Night had fallen, and it was so quiet outside that one could hear the buzzing of mosquitoes. Chang'an casually suggested, "Take it off. The clothes are in the way." Not knowing what Quan Chu was thinking, her cheeks blushed as red as tomatoes and her mouth stammered, Do I really have to take it off? This is my first time." So she was actually thinking about doing that? Chang'an remained resolute. "Take it off." Quan Chu became even more embarrassed.
Quan Chu gently took off a piece of her clothing, revealing her rolling peaks. Then remember to use a little less force. Chang'an was clearly enjoying it, but still had to act properly. Stop. I told you to take off your outer garments to make it easier to treat your injuries. I didn't tell you to take everything off." Realizing she had overthought it, Quan Chu embarrassingly snatched the medicine bottle. "I'll do it myself." Then she threw him out and slammed the door shut. Chang'an stood alone, still not understanding why he was kicked out. Why did she suddenly get angry? Sure enough, women are all unreasonable. Time flew by like a dog running in the field, and in a flash it was 7 days later. White birds soared in the sky, flying behind the flying ship of Chang'an's group. After many days of traveling, they had arrived at their destination. Chang'an said happily, "We're finally here." As soon as they set foot there, a voice echoed throughout the city. "Welcome, Heaven's Prides, to the most prosperous capital of Juzu, Yunqing. The Juzu Grand Banquet will last for 5 days. The Lord of Yunqing has prepared enough fine food and wine to await your arrival. The genius is already present, all heard. The Heaven's Pride gathering, held once every 300 years, is hosted by the 8 province lords. It is fair and just.
There is also good news. We have successfully invited a senior from Facian Mountain to come here. Quan Chu led the group, slowly stepping off the ship, when suddenly something caught his eye. It was a flying ship that had just docked. The Lord of Wuzu has arrived. Hearing these words, Chang'an couldn't help but think, Miao Niang's father? That girl really does have some background. This majestic-looking man was the Lord of Wuzu, Nangang Tanwen. Following that, another great faction was announced. The Lord of Guzu has arrived. Ming He appeared with equally commanding authority.
Below, the crowd was in an uproar, with endless discussions echoing around. The state lords of Juzhou had all gathered, and now only the senior of Facian Mountain was missing. Speaking of which, has anyone ever seen the true face of that mysterious senior of Facian Mountain? Not yet, but I heard that the senior is as elegant as a jade tree facing the wind, extraordinarily handsome, possessing the demeanor of a transcendent immortal, and just one look is enough to tell he is an enlightened master. An arrogant-looking man appeared in the sky, and the crowd got another chance to watch the show. Look up in the sky, there's a person. The identity of that mysterious person was quickly recognized by the public. The one who destroys the sky with a single palm, invincible throughout the world. Senior Chen Chang'an of Facian Mountain has arrived. His appearance immediately caught the attention of many sisters who cheered non-stop. The senior has really arrived. Meeting Chen Long once ruins you for life. The senior is so handsome. Even his name suits him so well. I'm completely swooning. This fake was surrounded like a newly risen idol. A girl raised her voice to ask, Senior, did you really destroy the sky with a single palm? Was that man-eating evil ghost recently also dealt by you? The genuine Chen Chang'an was standing behind the crowd with a head full of question marks. This seat, the fake began to show off and replied, The lower realm is my resting place. How could I let the upper realm run wild here? The sins committed by that man-eating evil ghost will naturally face the sanctions of justice. I am merely carrying out justice on behalf of heaven, not to mention those insignificant 12 immortal generals. Hearing this, the girls immediately praised. Having a powerful protector like you in the lower realm is a blessing for us cultivators. The fake tilted his head up to the sky and said smugly, You flatter me. I am just doing my duty. It's not worth mentioning. Seeing him speak like this, those girls completely fell for him. Senior, you are too modest, he secretly gloated. And here I thought a whole bunch of people would come to challenge me. The admiring voices of the girls completely reassured him. Senior, you are the idol of my heart. Everything going so smoothly made this fake extremely delighted. Seeing the situation, the real one didn't show up, so it wasn't in vain that I killed someone along the way to take their invitation. Only then can I legitimately start my plan. Under the influence of my Laura Mo divine art that enchants people's hearts, liking will turn into love, admiration will become reverent faith, and they will even treat me as a god. With the Laura Mo divine art confusing people's minds and hiding my cultivation base, on this path of pretending to be a master, I, Yi Shang, have never failed.
His eyes flashed with a sinister glint along with his train of thought. By taking advantage of that Chen Chang'an's reputation, he would definitely be able to make a huge profit this time. As for those who were deceived, what does that have to do with me, Yi Xiang? The one who deceived them is Chen Chang'an of Facian Mountain. How could these things escape the eyes of the Papa system? It detected a top-tier disguiser. Inspection content. Name, Yi Xiang. Background, a rogue cultivator who has not joined any sect. In order to obtain heavenly materials and earthly treasures for cultivation, he went everywhere in Juzhou to deceive people. He is a top-tier scammer who once accidentally entered a demonic cultivator's cave dwelling. He inadvertently obtained the Mara divine skill, a demonic cultivator's forbidden technique, possessing the ability to bewitch people's hearts and conceal his cultivation base. His identity has never been exposed by others. Skills, Mara divine skill, disguise technique, iron sand palm. Cultivation base, soul formation 5th layer. Sect, none. Title, Master of Facian Mountain, fake. Other, Jiangan Sarira, fake. Other, Jiangan Sarira relic, fake. Incidentally, the system issued a reminder that the host's reputation could be damaged. The third task was affected, causing massive damage to the system, deducting 250 domain points. Chang'an exclaimed in doubt, Huh? His face turned gloomy, and his killing intent could not be hidden as it leaked out. What the hell?
That guy Dai Tuang continued to boast endlessly. Coming to participate in the Juzhou Grand Banquet this time, I even brought some gifts for everyone. The groupie girls immediately chimed in. Senior is so warm-hearted. I love you so much. A delusional girl jumped up and praised. Is that Senior Chen Chang'an who beheaded the 12 immortal generals? He is indeed exactly as the rumors say. Handsome and powerful, making people want to submit to him upon first glance. Quan Chu, standing below, asked in confusion. Is that Senior from Facian Mountain really that famous? Her 3 senior sisters also eagerly followed the other girl and took turns explaining. Destroying the 12 immortal generals, achieving fame in a single battle. His reputation in Juzhou is like thunder piercing the ears. Even a 3-year-old child knows him. The world-shaking Buddhist dragon that suddenly appeared in Juzhou a few days ago was also because of that senior. If you can befriend him, it would be a blessing for 3 lifetimes. Standing before those words, Quan Chu's heart did not waver at all. She only single-mindedly thought of her husband. On the contrary, I feel that my Thinking up to this point, she quickly changed her words to, Chang'an is more handsome than him.
Suddenly, Quan Chu saw something and her eyes shrank in astonishment. It was Chang'an. He kicked the ass of his fake counterpart while shouting loudly, "You brat Chen Du-shu, instead of finding a way to earn money to pay me back, you came out here to flirt with girls." The whole squad of fangirls was scared out of their wits seeing this, their eyes popping out in fear. Witnessing that scene, Quan Chu was stunned stiff amidst the screams of the other girls. What the hell is he doing? That golden corp rat actually dared to attack the senior. He's dead for sure. Chang'an quickly backtracked and apologized profusely. So embarrassing, I got the wrong person. I thought you were my good friend. Your appearance is too similar. It's me who has eyes but failed to see. Dai Tuang must have been really bitter but still had to hold it in, replying politely, "Is that so? It's fine. I didn't hurt you, did I, little brother?"
The eyes of the girls outside looked at Chang'an as if they wanted to eat him alive. Helplessly, Chang'an spoke up. "Sorry, boss, I'm really embarrassed. I'll be careful next time." In his heart, he hated that he couldn't send him to the Western paradise as quickly as possible. "You bastard, impersonating me, right? Watch how this young master tortures you to death." Yi Shang turned to leave. "Let's go somewhere else." The girls asked anxiously, "Senior, are you all right?" He acted magnanimous and replied, "It's nothing, just a slight misunderstanding." He bitterly thought, "Small fry, I'll let you escape this time." But on the outside, he appeared gentle. "I'm really happy that everyone likes me this much." In reality, he had already plotted in his heart, "Once the Juzhou Grand Banquet is over, I will definitely chop you into 10,000 pieces." Chang'an's hand was raised into the air again. And what must come, had to come. He repeated the series of actions from earlier, landing a blow on the imposter. "Good job, you brat Chen Du-shu. You actually dared to hit on girls here behind my back." He happily added, "You even made me mistake someone else earlier. If it weren't for that brother being kind and not holding it against me, The crowd outside was shocked stiff. "Damn it, you got the wrong person twice." The crowd cried out helplessly, "He is not Chen Du-shu. He is Senior Chen Chang'an." He put on an I don't know expression and replied, "You are Senior Chen. I'm sorry. I have worshipped you for a long time. I heard about your deeds early on." He looked at Yi Shang, who was struggling and bewildered on the ground, and spoke up, "Senior Chen Chang'an, you are a magnanimous person, compassionate and forgiving, fond of helping others, a hero of the current age, and a role model for the people. A great figure like you probably won't hold a grudge against a fan like me, right? Although I am very sorry, I truly worship you." He was so angry that his expression changed, thinking, "Smelly brat," but still tried to act dignified. "Next, be careful next time, kid." As soon as those words fell, the crazy fans immediately chased after Chang'an, making him run in a hurry. If the senior wasn't so magnanimous, he could break your dog legs at any time. Kowtow and thank the senior for his great virtue.
Yi Shang's face contorted in bitter resentment as he thought, "It's not that Chen Chang'an is generous, it's that I am generous. Chen Chang'an's current prestige and reputation are still beneficial to me, so I can't tarnish his name just yet. Little beast, don't let me catch you alone, otherwise I will definitely kill you." Chang'an had just been caught by the crowd earlier, and they began their torturous revenge for their idol. "Do you think that just because others don't get angry, you can treat them as fools?" Quan Chu looked at them, completely speechless. A brawl broke out just like that, with neither side willing to back down. In the end, it was Sun Nishang who stepped forward and dragged her disciples back to quell the chaos. "Making such a racket, what kind of proper conduct is this? Is an idol as important as your future? As long as you are strong yourself, your idol will also kneel beneath your skirt. Don't you even understand this principle? Go!" The senior sister quietly bowed her head. "Mother, I was wrong." Quan Chu looked at his back and thought to herself, "If I remember correctly, it seems his name is also Chen Chang'an. Does he have any relationship with that senior from Feishan Mountain? Or is it just the same name?" The system appeared out of nowhere with a notification, detecting a rise in the host's reputation, making initial efforts to complete the third mission, specially rewarding 500 domain points. At the center of the grandstand, countless Heaven's Prides had fully gathered. The sect master spoke up first. "The wine banquet has already been prepared. Welcome, distinguished guests of Juzhou, to Yuncheng. All matters of this Juzhou Grand Banquet will be hosted by my Yuncheng sect. As the province lord of Yunsu and Yuncheng sect, I declare, the Juzhou Grand Banquet begins." Chang'an saw him being so amiable but didn't overthink it. The lord of Yuncheng, in the original storyline, was also one of the main culprits who caused the tragedy the Jiang Quanshu faced. Very well. The world doesn't know that the refined province lord of Yunzu, who understands the big picture, actually has another ugly face behind it.
Chang Yunsi elegantly raised his wineglass and said, "Brothers and sisters, we haven't seen each other for many years. Yun offer you a toast first. I hope you all have a great time today." Hearing him say that, Feng King also joined the fun.
Oh my, little Chang sect is too polite. As you know, normally everyone has no shortage of unpleasantries over border matters. Holding his wineglass, the old man didn't forget to throw a few sarcastic remarks. But today is a gathering that only happens once every 3,000 years. It is a grand banquet passed down by our ancestors, and it is also a time for a truce. I hope the Lord of Yuncheng can control a certain someone. Fun King continued without any hesitation. Don't let it happen that in the future on the Heaven's Pride arena, the Heaven's Pride of your province loses and then plays dirty. Hearing this, Qikong slammed the table in anger. You surnamed Feng, you old hooligan, who are you insinuating? If you are not convinced, let's fight. Seeing his hot temper, Ming-He spoke up to mediate. After so many years of not seeing each other, Qikong and Feng King are still as incompatible as ever. Then she turned around and asked softly, Nangang Tianwen, I heard that you also brought young Master Oniao here. The Heaven's Pride tournament has been held continuously, and there have been 4,999 editions so far. Tomorrow will be the 5,000th edition of the Heaven's Pride tournament. Why not let young Master Miao enter the arena and compete? Jianwen smiled and refused. Forget it, my daughter is foolish and only has a golden core cultivation base. She can't join the fun. He smiled gently. On the contrary, I noticed that the aptitude of the Heaven's Prides this time is not bad. Who knows, I might be able to take in a closed-door disciple. How is that Heavenly Fragrant sect crowd? Ming-He raised her teacup in satisfaction. They are very spirited, very good. It's just that with their current strength, I'm afraid they still can't take the top Heaven's Pride spot. This trip can be considered as broadening their horizons. I, on the other hand, am curious which province's Heaven's Pride will be able to win the championship this time. Just as she finished speaking, a resonant voice rang out. Do you even need to ask?
As the Lord of Leizhou, he confidently affirmed, it must be our Leizhou. In the last competition, the Heaven's Pride champion was ours, and this time it will definitely be the same. The Heaven's Prides of our Leizhou are the strongest. Hearing these words, the old man Feng Qing seemed provoked and retorted, talking so big, aren't you afraid of biting your tongue? While they were discussing passionately, a voice echoed, Senior Chen Chang'an has arrived. The trash Yisheng then stepped in amidst the bustling murmurs. Is this person the mysterious Senior Chen Chang'an of Feishan Mountain in Guizhou? Meeting him today, he indeed has the bearing of a dragon and phoenix with an extraordinary aura. The province lords, who were just as noisy as a market a moment ago, were now as obedient as puppies, carefully welcoming him. Changzong had long heard the name of Senior Chen of Feishan Mountain and specifically sent someone to deliver an invitation to him. He didn't expect him to actually come, which truly made Changzong feel overwhelmed by an unexpected favor. He spoke in a very polite tone. Meeting you today, Senior truly has an outstanding demeanor and an extraordinary aura, which leaves Changzong greatly amazed. Changzong couldn't hide the fear in his heart. This person is indeed worthy of being the almighty expert who single-handedly defeated the 12 immortal generals. Even at my soul formation stage, I cannot see through his cultivation base. Yisheng put on a gentle face and replied, Province Lord, there is no need to be so polite. Today, just consider me an ordinary guest at the banquet. He had long realized that Changzong was testing him and thought, you scheming boy, you still want to use a cultivation technique to probe my cultivation base. My cultivation technique fell from the upper realm into a lower realm cave dwelling. It is 100% concealed and cannot be broken.
A respectful voice rang out, Everyone please. Several Heaven's Prides in the city kept discussing. Senior Chen Chang'an is now famous on the Juzhou continent. He can destroy an immortal with one palm. Having such heaven-defying battle power, I'm afraid he is the strongest existence on this Juzhou continent. That's right, remember to be respectful in your attitude towards Senior Chen Chang'an. The genuine Chang'an was sitting in a corner listening to them talk about him. I also heard that a golden core brat offended the senior. Fortunately, the senior was merciful and generously let him go. Senior Chen is truly worthy of being a contemporary hero. The words went further and further, making him shiver. That brat is really lucky. If it were us, we would have crippled him long ago. Thinking he was going to beat them up, unexpectedly Chang'an clenched his fists, his eyes burning with fighting spirit, and shouted, That's right, Senior Chen is truly a godlike person. I completely admit, he is the lightning, he is the light, he is the only myth. Quan Chu's two senior sisters sat to the side, grinding their teeth in bitterness. Senior Chen coming out of your mouth sounds like some kind of insult. Hurry up and shut up. Shut your damn mouth. Don't let others put a sack over your head and take you away. Seeing him so heroic, the girl at the next table dropped a like. Oh, this little brother, heroes share the same ideals. The person next to her also asked, Dare I ask this little brother's title? Since he dared to ask, Chang'an dared to answer. I am Golden Core Stage Chen Xiaodan. That guy immediately realized, it's that smelly brat. Being played for a fool, he shouted, I've lived this long and have never seen anyone so arrogant. Quan Chu heard this and asked, Huh? Is this your name? After teasing the dog, Chang'an sat leisurely next to the beauty and replied, No. Hearing this, she glared at him. Your lying is really something else. The system popped up a notification again, detecting the host's resounding reputation, bearing a great name in the Juzhou Grand Banquet, completing the first step of Mission 3, Dominating Juzhou, received a reward of 10,000 domain points. Hearing this, Chang'an only let out an oh. He looked calm, but his inner self was screaming with joy and pleasant surprise.
The resounding reputation the system mentioned was definitely not his own doing, so it could only be that fake guy impersonating him. Not killing him immediately was indeed the right choice. According to my calculation of the system, as long as that guy bearing my name makes the reputation rise higher, the completion progress of my Mission 3 will be faster. He thought of that imposter and felt delighted. This was simply a tool to speed up Mission 3's progress. A despicable smile appeared on his lips again. All right, don't you like the identity of Chen Chang'an? I'll temporarily lend it to you.
His face became extremely amused. Let me see to what extent you can do. Returning to Chongzong's group, who were pouring wine and flattering, for this grand banquet, we thank you, Senior, for your gracious presence. I, Yun, offer you a toast. The fraud Yi Shang also pretentiously replied, since the Juzhou Grand Banquet has invited this seat naturally came here to meet the outstanding heroes of Juzhou. Below, the overly excited crowd cheered one after another. If it weren't for the Senior destroying that Qingmao ghost immortal, the entire Guizhou would definitely be plunged into misery and suffering. We are extremely grateful to you, Senior. Especially the cultivators of Guizhou, tens of thousands of people are grateful to you. However, after this incident, the immortals of the upper realm will definitely not let it go. They will definitely take action against you, Senior. The old man Feng Cheng also echoed, that's right, Senior destroyed an immortal with one palm. I heard that Qingmao Ghost Immortal underwent tribulation to ascend, and his cultivation base had reached the immortal realm, yet he still lost in your hands, Senior. It's hard to imagine how profound your cultivation base has reached. Yi Shang smiled kindly and replied, this seat's strength is nothing much. It's just that the evil ghost's strength was not as strong as you imagined. But in his heart, he thought, immortals in the lower realm have restrictions. If I can't beat them, can't I just run away? Qi Kong also approached and spoke. Senior, a few years ago an immortal treasure descended upon Sizhou. It is a bronze cauldron containing terrifying power, but we have tried to refine it for 1,000 years and fundamentally cannot refine it. He brought out the secret treasure with the words, if Senior can help me refine it, I will definitely be endlessly grateful. Seeing the good stuff, Yi Shang screamed endlessly in his heart, an immortal treasure. If I can get this immortal treasure, I'll make a huge profit this trip. But outwardly, he still had to appear calm to avoid arousing suspicion. Tian Wen, standing on the side, thought to himself, if Qi Kong refines it, plus the Shizhou cauldron in his hands, I'm afraid among the 9 province lords, he will be the strongest. Ming He also chimed in. Senior can surely refine the immortal treasure. Yi Shang tried to calm himself down. Calm down. Calm down. Right now, I am the great expert Chen Chang'an. I cannot expose my true purpose. After thinking for a while, he finally spoke. This seat can refine this immortal treasure, but why should I help? Qi Kong closed his eyes, considering something. Then he brought out another secret treasure. Yi Shang immediately recognized this item. Could this be the legendary Undying Phoenix Immortal Medicine? It can be compared to the immortal herbs of the upper realm. As long as one has it, it's equivalent to having an extra life.
The surrounding crowd immediately became extremely agitated. The Undying Phoenix Immortal Herb grows in the land where the immortal beast Phoenix rests. Now it has long been extinct on the Juzhou continent. Unexpectedly, the Lord of Chizhou had a branch in his hand. To think he even brought out such a thing. Shikong, holding sure victory in his hands, proposed, Senior, if you can help me refine the immortal treasure, then this Undying Phoenix Immortal Medicine will be given to you as thanks. Senior, what do you think? Yishang said nothing, only gently transmitting spirit energy into his space ring, and then he pulled out a profound-looking lump. The object Yishang took out shocked the crowd even more than before. My heavens, that is an immortal treasure. An immortal treasure hard to come by in 10,000 years. Today I can actually see 2 of them. Ten Wen broke out in a sweat when he recognized it. That was the Amitabha Buddha Cerebra relic of John Gong. The Lord of Leso also received a shock. For thousands of years, the immortal treasures I know of only number 5. This guy Shikong having 1 is already a great deal. Unexpectedly, the senior has 2 in his hands. Such a formidable background.
Yishang said smugly, I have no shortage of immortal treasures and immortal medicines. Qi replied in utter disappointment, It was my presumptuous request. The Undying Phoenix Immortal Medicine is extremely precious to us, but to Senior it is indeed nothing at all. Then Yishang coughed and spoke up. However, this seat can also help you refine it. It will just take a few days. But if you trust this seat, you can hand this immortal treasure to me, and after a month, come to Feixian Mountain where this seat cultivates to retrieve it yourself. Qi was as thrilled as if he had found gold and immediately replied, I trust you. Of course I trust Senior. And here is this Undying Phoenix Immortal Medicine too. Please accept it, Senior. Yishang then turned to the crowd below and added,
If the rest of you have spirit artifacts that you cannot refine, you can also hand them to the seat. Giving face to the province lords, the seat can help. The crowd was extremely overjoyed, and everyone clamored. Senior Chen, there's me too, me. Senior Chen, this is a spirit artifact I found. I still hope Senior can help me refine it. And me too, here I have. As the crowd scrambled to list their items, he smiled politely and replied to them. No problem, no problem. Having pulled off a huge scam, he couldn't help but feel smug inwardly. Hitting the jackpot. Luckily I didn't throw away the Sarita relic I picked up in Guizhou. If it weren't for the aura it emitted to intimidate this bunch, it would have been really hard to fool these guys who treat money like dirt. He was thrilled, but still had to act gentle. I have memorized it. Come to Feixian Mountain to retrieve it after a month. Changzong clasped his hands respectfully and called out, Senior Chen, the Heaven's Pride Gathering in the coming days is the biggest martial arts tournament in Juzhou. I hope you can stay and watch. Yishang immediately feigned a difficult expression and hesitated. But at my Feixian Mountain there are still... Changzong quickly followed up. In the coming days, some people from other provinces will arrive, and at that time this junior will introduce them to Senior. Hearing this, Yishang's greed surged. There are more spendthrifts? He said softly. Then I must stay, since the Lord of Yunzhou has said so. Then this seat will respectfully obey. Watching the drama unfold from afar, Changzong honestly sat in a corner eating melons, clapping and praising. This is truly a magnificent play. In the dead of the quiet night, with agile movements, Changzong jumped from house to house. He lowered his head and gently pushed a door to observe. Inside was Yishang with a disgusting, delighted expression, saying, What? I thought those province lords and sect masters were so formidable, but they turn out to be just a bunch of fools. Tomorrow I'll scam a few more spendthrifts, make another big fortune, and then leave this place. He picked up a treasure and couldn't help but kiss it all over. Yishang added with full satisfaction, But before I leave, I have to teach that stinky brat who dared to offend me a lesson. Changzong appeared from behind with the words, Is that so? How do you plan to teach him a lesson?
Yishang's face became extremely shameless, thinking to first put a sack over this brat and beat him up so he knows how many eyes Lord Yi has, then sell that brat to the Heiwan sect, letting him be sucked dry of his essence energy by the demonesses until he dies. Huff. While he was gloating, he was put into a sack by Chang'an. He panicked and shouted, wait a minute, who is it? He immediately replied, Your grandpa. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time, thinking to himself, just a human-shaped prop, yet you dare to be more arrogant than me, asking for a beating. Chang'an channeled all his anger into his fists. Let's see if your granddaddy beats you to death or not. Yishang shouted in fear, Good hero, spare my life. He didn't understand what was going on and thought, is the enemy Chan Chang'an's true body, or is it a robber? Damn it, just a moment of carelessness and I got hit. First I'll beg for mercy, he probably won't kill me. Later I'll find a chance to deal with him, my pile of treasures is still outside. Just hitting him wasn't enough. He grabbed a nearby chair and smashed him with it. Defenseless and taking the hits, Yishang was completely dazed, his soul seemingly knocked out and floating around. After giving him a beating, Chang'an dusted off his hands. Satisfying, revenge has been taken. Chang'an then approached the treasures and said, I'll collect these stolen goods first. He put on an expression even more despicable than Yishang's earlier, laughing gleefully and thinking, You scam once, I rob once. Keep it up, I highly appreciate you, my hired worker. Nearby, a well-endowed girl eagerly opened her window. Hearing that a big shot lived next door, she glanced over and was so shocked that she froze for 5 seconds. The sight of the unconscious Yishang hanging in midair with everything exposed surprised her so much that her eyes almost popped out. Oh my God! Thanks to that scream, he suddenly woke up, his eyes slowly opening. It was one thing to be unconscious, but upon waking up, he was completely terrified, having absolutely no clue what was happening to him, and yelled, Oh, holy shit! The girl, 3 parts terrified and 7 parts confused, shouted, What big shot? You are just a hooligan, even faking Senior Chen's hairstyle. Unable to bear any more humiliation, Yishang hurriedly used his strength to snap the rope tying his hands. He fake coughed and pretended to be calm to save his last bit of dignity, making a mountain out of a molehill. Cultivators cannot stick to trivialities. This is my cultivation secret technique. Do not tell anyone. After saying that, he fled quickly, because if he stayed there, wearing 10 pairs of pants wouldn't cover his embarrassment. Poor girl, still in culture shock, hugging herself. Cultivation secret technique? Stripping to cultivate? Will the speed actually become faster? Returning to his room, Yishang saw his fortune gone and roared furiously. My spirit energy, my immortal treasure, my spirit medicine. Hateful, I must tear that thief into 10,000 pieces. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he thought bitterly. Now that things have come to this, saying anything is useless. I cannot leave this Juzhou Grand Banquet. I must continue to stay, using the mysterious Senior Chen's reputation of Feishan Mountain to scam a few more fat sheep. I swear I will find this thief. On Chang'an's side, being cursed by him caused him to sneeze continuously. He scratched his nose and thought to himself, I bet Bauer and the others miss me. Wait until the Juzhou Grand Banquet ends, I will return to my main body to visit them. While chilling on the roof, a voice echoed from below, Sister Quenshu, times have changed. Hearing a familiar person, he stayed to eavesdrop. Jiang Quenshu and a man? A lone man and woman in the middle of the night? Thinking of this, Chang'an's inner self was shocked and screamed, secretly dating.
This guy with a scoundrel smile is the eldest son of the Feng family in Fengzhou, Feng Aotian, with a cultivation base of nascent soul 8th layer. He proposed, Sister Quan Chu, for the sake of the long-standing friendship and mutual understanding between our two families, why don't you bring the patriarch's token of the Jiang family and marry me? Saying that, he stepped forward and lifted her chin. If our Jiang and Feng families unite, with my father there, Uncle Jiang will definitely be able to keep his life. Not letting this guy lay a hand on her, Quan Chu unhesitatingly shook his hand off. She shouted in anger, "In your dreams, Feng Aotian. At first, when the Feng family was besieged by demonic cultivators, the Jiang family helped you out of trouble every time, and several guest elders are still missing. Now that our Jiang family is in trouble, it's one thing that you don't know how to be grateful, but you even drop stones on someone who has fallen into a well. Your Feng family is just a bunch of ungrateful pigs and dogs." Sitting and watching for a while, Chang'an finally understood everything. The eldest son of an old friend, the root cause of Jiang Quan Chu's tragedy in the storyline.
Gao Tian was not angry. Instead, he revealed a sarcastic smile. "I find it really strange. What else do you have to struggle for?" His voice became incredibly amused. "The Jiang family will sooner or later be swallowed up by others. For a weak woman like you, leaving the position of family head to you is just a waste. What can you even do? Rather than being swallowed by other families, it's better to let the Fang family benefit. After all, our two families have an old friendship, don't we?" Seeing that negotiation was impossible, Gao Tian grabbed her chin and warned, "I am saving you all, giving you a home. Don't worry, after the Fang family takes over, I will take good care of you." Quan Chu didn't want to talk to him, so she drew her sword and replied, "Get lost." Chang'an stopped watching and jumped down to join the fray. He approached Gao Tian and said, "Hey!" He channeled his qi into his hands and executed the compressed version of the One Yang finger. Gao Tian, feeling both pain and shock, screamed loudly. He panicked, turned his head and said, "Which bastard is bothering Lord Gao Tian?" Without letting Gao Tian say another word, Chang'an kicked this shameless guy right in the face. Under the impact of that kick, Gao Tian flew far away and fell flat on his back. Seeing that it was him who did this, Quan Chu was incredibly surprised. After a long while, she finally spoke. "Husband, you?" Chang'an began to play dumb and shouted, "Where did this bastard come from? You're really good at bullying, aren't you? Wifey, don't be afraid, I'm here." He smiled disdainfully and added, "Your body is too weak, isn't it? I only gave you a light kick, yet you flew outward. Wifey, this must be a scammer feigning injury." After taking the hit, Gao Tian struggled to stand up. He furiously charged towards Chang'an. "Stinky brat, I'm going to kill you." How could Quan Chu let him bully her husband? She immediately stood in front of Chang'an. During the Juzhou Grand Banquet, infighting is strictly prohibited. If you violate this, you will be disqualified from participating in the Heaven's Pride tournament. Although Gao Tian was bitter, he knew the severity of the situation and stopped. "You." His eyes turned sharp and cold as he spoke. "So you actually have a gigolo. In the Heaven's Pride tournament, I will make you look good." Quan Chu refused to show weakness and declared war. "Fang Gao Tian, the things your Fang family has done to the Jiang family, I, Jiang Quan Chu, will remember. There will be a day when I return for revenge." Saying that, she turned around and pulled Chang'an away. Before leaving, he didn't forget to provoke him. "Those who are perfidious and ungrateful will be taken away by Lord Yama." Aotian looked bitterly as they left, his hands clenched tightly, thinking, "Damn it, Jiang Quan Chu, I will definitely cripple your cultivation base. I'll make you lie at my feet like a whore, and when I've played enough, I'll give you to other men. And that brat who hit me?" Thinking of this, Aotian's heart was filled with resentment, and his eyes overflowed with killing intent. "I will beat him into a cripple, making him beg for death but unable to die. Just wait for the Heaven's Pride tournament." Suddenly, a flickering flame appeared at the spot where Chang'an had touched earlier. What is this?" Before he could allow what was happening, the flame flared up and burned his entire body. The fire gradually eroded Aotian's body, causing him to struggle in despair. "Help! Save me! Someone save me!" Finally, the fire slowly died down, and with it, Aotian's body vanished into the wind. Over here, Chang'an smiled with full satisfaction amidst the system's notification sound. Host has killed Fang Aotian, an important character in the Wish Fulfillment novel event, completely changing the fate of Jiang Quan Chu. Obtained system reward, 20,000 domain points. A while later at the Juzhou Grand Banquet, in the resting quarters of the Heavenly Fragrance sect, the scenery here was like an immortal realm, with flowers gently fluttering in the incredibly romantic breeze. Quan Chu and Chang'an stood in front of a room. Voices echoed from outside. The senior sisters really know how to play. The sounds coming from inside the room truly made one anxious. He scratched his nose and spoke shyly. "I'll go sleep in another room tonight. You rest first." Just as he was about to leave, she tightly grasped his hand. "Wait." Quan Chu's face was flushed, her hands holding on tightly, not wanting him to leave. "If you don't sleep with me, it will expose our flaw." Then the door slammed shut. Quan Chu used her hands to push Chang'an into a corner. Her hands rested on his, not knowing what she intended to do. Chang'an looked at her, snuggling into his embrace like a white rabbit, and was incredibly surprised. "Wife," Quan Chu replied shyly, "don't move. Let me hug you for a while." Her body rubbing against his gave him a floating feeling. She smelled so good.
Chang'an's cheeks also began to redden upon receiving this treatment. Her body was so soft. To think a forever alone guy like him could have this kind of luck. He gently rubbed Quan Chu's head and said softly, "You can hug me for as long as you want." She mumbled, "Just now I talked with Feng Aotian. You probably heard it, right?" He hugged her in his arms. "I heard everything." Hearing this, Quan Chu couldn't help but choke up. Why must they act like that? The Jiang family clearly hasn't done anything to wrong them. Chang'an gently wiped away the teardrop lingering at the corner of Quan Chu's eye and comforted her. "Silly girl. The people of the world all come for profit, and they all fight for profit. Everyone is for their own interests. To put it bluntly, families annexing each other is just equivalent to the winner becoming the king and the loser becoming the bandit. If they already have the intention to annex the Jiang family, you just need to annex them in return. Why fret so much?" Faced with the warmth he gave her, Quan Chu thought, "The scent on my husband is so pleasant. There's a feeling of warmth and peace. I really want to be held in his arms forever like this." Her eyes right now were filled entirely with his silhouette. Earlier, the sect master seemed to have said that between husband and wife, even without consummating the marriage, engaging in some physical contact can also increase mutual affection. So, suddenly, she pressed her lips against his, giving him her first kiss. Being a little indulgent, it probably won't hurt, right? After a long while, she finally let go, her face turning a few shades redder. Quan Chu turned away and stammered shyly, All right, it's getting late. We should rest soon." Encountering this kind of situation in the dead of night, Chang'an thought dejectedly, "She probably doesn't want that, does she?" He looked at the beauty sleeping peacefully beside him while hugging his arms, and 2 streams of tears flowed down his face. What a sen, damn it. Who could withstand this?
Quan Chu had now completely trusted him and peacefully fell asleep. In the deep mountains of Yunzhou, a gloomy and cold atmosphere enveloped all directions. A mysterious voice rang out amidst the chaotic flow of spirit energy. Among the killed human cultivators, there isn't actually any reincarnated Heaven's Pride from the immortal domains in the upper realm. What a bunch of trash, taking this long just to transmit the soul energy of such a meager Heaven's Pride like this. The silhouette of a red-haired demonic cultivator appeared. "I already said the lower realm is full of useless bugs. We probably need to conduct a great purge. Fortunately, at least we got the item first." The woman in front of their eyes was exactly the reincarnated Ashura demon son. Holding a token in her hand, she calmly said, "The Ashura token can command 100,000 Ashura heroic spirits of the upper realm." A drop of blood was extracted and dripped directly onto the crimson Ashura token. A dense wave of spirit energy radiated in all directions, awakening the resting skeletons. For the Ashura immortal domain, awaken. Following the summoning call, countless skeletons raised their heads and rose up in the mortal realm, their martial might spreading across Juzhou and killing intent covering the firmament. She looked at her achievement and laughed in delight. "Follow me to the Juzhou Grand Banquet, seize the Juzhou Cauldron, and dominate the lower realm."
Those guards from earlier immediately received the order and obeyed, following my master's command. The next day, in the tournament area, a blade swiftly slashed across a contestant. In the Heaven's Pride tournament within the Minor Secret Realm, 2 contestants were fighting to snatch a ticket to the next round of this match. The announcer's voice echoed, broadcasting the participation rules. The elimination round has now begun. According to the point accumulation rules of the elimination round, an individual only needs to acquire jade tokens reaching 500 points within the specified time to enter the finals. On another side, someone had cast a spell using vines to wrap around an enemy, while the enthusiastic voice of the announcer did not stop ringing out. Each Heaven's Pride's jade token is worth 10 points. Anyone who has their jade token snatched away will lose their qualification to participate in the tournament, having no destiny with the championship and serendipity. The contestant wrapped in vines ultimately couldn't help but expose his jade token for the enemy to see. On another side, a fierce double sword match was taking place. Jiang Quan Chu unleashed a move at this moment. "Take a move from me. Mount Tai crushes the peak." Su Ningxiang was beaten until she tumbled to the ground, lamenting, "Her thigh muscles are crushing me. I can't breathe." Elsewhere, another person unleashed moves trying their best to take down Chen Chang'an, and voices of complaint echoed during the tense match. It was impossible to tell who the owner of the voice was. This group of female cultivators from the Heavenly Fragrance sect is too strong. That brat with golden core cultivation base, take him out first. At this moment, Chen Chang'an used a supreme secret trick that directly impacted the opponent's little peach. Monkey steals the peach. He snatched the precious jade token from that person's body, and Chen Chang'an shouted, "I'll be taking the jade token." The loser could only scold him. "You sneak attacked. You are unreasonable." After being stripped of his jade token, the opponent was immediately kicked out of the secret realm. At the spectator area, the defeated guy wailed, "Chen Shadan, I will not share the same sky with you." Chen Chang'an twirled the jade token in his hand with a triumphant look. "Then go call the police." At this moment, another despicable guy took advantage of the time when he was off guard to make a move. An opportunity finished this guy off. Not giving him time to achieve his goal, Jiang Quan Chu jumped out and immediately fought back. "Don't touch him."
Chen Chang'an turned around dangerously and said, "The accumulated points are already at 2,000. Let's earn some more." That guy, after being counterattacked by her, was also thrown straight into the observation area. The host's voice constantly rang out, commenting on the battle situation.
It seems that the battles in the secret realm are very cruel and intense. Another Heaven's Pride of a province has got eliminated. Feng Qing, acting as an audience member below, saw his performance and couldn't help but evaluate. The strength of the younger generation participating in the Heaven's Pride tournament this time is not bad at all. However, the Heaven's Pride of our Fengzhou is still a notch higher. Qi Kong seemed to not care about his words and stared intently, asking Yuncheng sect about another matter. Yuncheng sect, do the three great cultivation families of Yunzhou disrespect you this much? It is already the third day, yet they still haven't arrived? At this moment, an announcement immediately rang out as if answering his previous question. The patriarch of the Shi family, the patriarch of the Tong family, and the patriarch of the Zhang family have arrived. Yuncheng sect gently asked back, haven't they arrived now? Under that announcement voice, three figures of the patriarchs appeared in the sky. The crowd below also seemed to recognize their appearance and said, the patriarchs of the three great cultivation families of Yunzhou have arrived. They discussed animatedly at the appearance of those patriarchs. The person in the middle is Patriarch Shijan of the Shi family, right? I heard he is a cross-striking immortal. I wonder if it's true or false. Feng Qing looked up while observing and said, above soul formation is void refining. Above void refining, a cross-striking immortal is born. At the same time, he sighed in his heart at the power those three radiated. This coercion is even greater than Senior Chen Chang'an. Patriarch Shijan is definitely a cross-striking immortal.
As soon as he appeared, Shijan immediately apologized to the Yenchang sect. Apologies, province lords, I had to handle some family matters and arrived late, please forgive me. He also politely replied, Brother Shijan is joking, please have a seat. Walking to the banquet table, he politely poured tea for the patriarchs. Brother Shijan, I heard you have always been searching for the whereabouts of the longevity physique hidden by the longevity sect. Is there any news now? Shijan happily answered him, the whereabouts of the longevity physique are not that easy to find. They excitedly discussed sect matters. You also know, a sect like the longevity sect, before it was destroyed, was the top power in Juzhou. The sect's rules were strict. Although there were few disciples, they were all in the soul formation stage, every one of them a tough expert to deal with. If they hadn't hidden a huge matter like the longevity physique and daringly opposed the demon race, they wouldn't have met such a tragic end of sect extermination. Speaking of this, Shijan clearly revealed his unseemly side. Shijan smiled sinisterly and added, some time ago, on the contrary, we happened to run into some remnants of the longevity sect. The Zhang and Tong families and I took the opportunity to ambush them, forcing them to reveal the whereabouts of the longevity physique. His words made the accompanying patriarch fall silent. It's just a pity that the old geezer was very stubborn and ran away fast. Interrupting the story was the announcer's voice. Time's up, the preliminary round is over. At this time, Feng Qing was still observing the match and commented, everyone in the secret realm is at the nascent soul stage, yet a golden core actually got in. Shijan, looking at Chen Chang'an's victorious posture, also chimed in. Should we say that your heaven's prides this time are no good? That a mere little golden core could enter the next round? Yinchang Sect immediately replied, his tone quite surprised by his strength. To think this kid wasn't eliminated and survived until the end. His luck is truly good.
At this moment, as if noticing something strange, Shi Jian's eyes flashed. He smirked maliciously and pointed something out. These clothes belong to the longevity sect. To think there are still remnants left. Hearing his words, Yun Changzong then asked, Brother Shi Jian, is this true? This is no ordinary matter. Catching a disciple of the longevity sect means we might obtain the location of the longevity physique. They looked at Chen Chang'an's victorious posture in the qualifiers and discussed animatedly. Qi Kong remained silent. Feng Qi Yun rescued a brat suspected of possessing the longevity physique back then. It couldn't be him, right? Ming He was a bit skeptical about their discussion. Making an arbitrary decision based solely on a set of clothes is a bit too forced. Tong Mir, at the Void Refining Peak, who was sitting to the side, also chimed in. Even if he isn't the one possessing the longevity physique, this brat managed to survive at the hands of demons and ghosts. He definitely knows the whereabouts of the longevity physique. Elder Zhang stroked his beard, smiling maliciously with wide eyes, and revealed, currently the upper realm frequently invades the lower realm. Those immortals fundamentally do not treat us as humans. If we have the longevity physique, we can produce countless cross-striking immortals, possessing the strength to resist the immortals of the upper realm and protect the humans of the lower realm. Agitated, Yun Changzong immediately slammed the table in agreement. That's right, sacrifice the small to keep the big. The longevity physique can help us increase our strength. To protect the safety of the lower realm's humans, Shi Jian suggested a new proposal. Whether it is true or false, an interrogation will reveal it immediately. His eyes clearly showed malicious intent towards Chen Chang'an. I have a way to make him talk. At this moment, the system suddenly popped up a warning, detecting intense malicious intent aimed at the host. Hearing this, Chen Chang'an quickly put on a serious face, warily thinking of a way to cope. The announcer's voice echoed throughout the arena. Congratulations to the 10 Heavens Prides of Yunzu, 8 Heavens Prides of Leizu, 10 Heavens Prides of Fengzhou, and 2 Heavens Prides of Guizhou for successfully advancing to the finals. The finals will begin in half an hour. The rules will follow a one-on-one random draw format. The person holding the flag pointed forward, informing the audience. Now please invite the Heavens Prides who have advanced to move. Follow me to draw lots. Right at this moment, Yun Changzong suddenly pointed his finger and found fault.
Hold on, the Heaven's Pride's tournament is inherently a nascent soul battlefield. This branding only at the Golden Core peak. He cannot enter the finals. He accused Chen Chang'an of showing signs of cheating in the match by using forbidden pills. No wonder I kept feeling strange. So many nascent souls were eliminated. On the contrary, a Golden Core like him advanced. This person definitely used forbidden pills. The Province Lord of Yunzu was indeed wise, just, and incorruptible. He couldn't keep his calm and slammed the table, shouting, "Golden Core Realm Brat, we suspect you of using forbidden pills, breaking the rules of the Heaven's Pride's tournament, affecting the reputation of our Jizu Grand Banquet. As a Province Lord, I am forced to conduct an interrogation and investigate you," Yun Chongzhang announced. The remaining Heaven's Prides will continue to proceed with the finals.
At this moment, Zhang Quanchu's hands tightly held Chen Chang'an as she said, "Husband, I will go with you. You have always been with me. I am the one who knows best whether you have used forbidden medicine or not. I can testify for you." Chen Chang'an confidently soothed his wife. "There is no need. Stay here and participate in the finals. I can go alone. Perhaps," he offered words of comfort, "what if the province lords and seniors misunderstood and wronged me?" Zhang Quanchu was still uneasy, but
Not letting her say anything more, Chen Chang'an immediately touched his finger to her lips, signaling her to stop talking. He sweetly comforted her, along with a promise he wanted her to fulfill. "In the upcoming finals, you must try your best and win the championship for me, so that I can experience the taste of being the man of the Heaven's Pride champion. You won't let me down, right?" Hearing her husband speak like that, she could only obey, not forgetting to remind him, "I will strive to win the championship. You must return safely later. I will prepare a surprise for you." Chen Chang'an strolled away, waving his hand to signal that it was fine. "It's just a small matter. Perhaps I will be back very soon. Husband, I will wait for you." Chen Chang'an confidently walked inside under the voices of the guards. The sinner has arrived. Standing opposite dozens of eyes fixed on him, Chen Chang'an looked at them and didn't bother to say anything more. He rummaged through the memories about the people in front of him to analyze. In the news she had seen sent back earlier, it was mentioned that the destruction of the longevity sect was related to the 3 great immortal lineage families in Yunzu. Chen Chang'an stared back without any fear, directly confronting them, speculating in his heart. The longevity sect had the strength to rival the immortal lineage families. I don't think these 3 old fogies could destroy the longevity sect. There must be another hidden truth behind this. Then, he cast a disdainful sideways glance at the hosts of Yunzu, secretly criticizing them severely in his heart. A bunch of hypocrites putting on a righteous front, with only interests in their eyes, abandoning their compatriots for profit, and now they still have the nerve to show their faces? His gaze then shifted to the somewhat bossy elder sitting to the side, and Chen Chang'an mocked inwardly, sitting under the 2 words, "Justice." Elder Zhang, noticing his lack of fear and reverence, immediately raised his voice and shouted, "Insolent! Seeing the immortal lineage family, why don't you kneel down and pay your respects?" Chen Chang'an couldn't let himself be bullied. He put on his sarcastic tone. "I only kneel to the dead. Doing so doesn't seem very appropriate." After his sarcastic remark, he got straight to the point, asking with a mocking tone, "Didn't you seniors suspect me of using forbidden medicine? Why aren't you investigating it quickly?"
Yun Cheng Sect looked at his behavior and felt extremely irritated. He frowned and spoke up. "Arrogant brat, you truly don't know the immensity of heaven and earth." All the surrounding crowd, after observing the situation for a bit, began to murmur to the people next to them. "This Chen Xiaodan has used forbidden medicine and is still so aggressive. Does he know no shame? Our Juzo is lucky to have cultivation families, so the lower realm hasn't been disturbed by the upper realm multiple times. Yet he dares to pay respects with this attitude." The green-haired girl at the back of the stands threw words of disparagement at the main character. "To think this Chen Xiaodan is such a kind of person. Pity our heavenly fragrance sect. I'm afraid we're about to be implicated by him." The girl next to her wasn't outdone at all and chipped in. "Previously, when he was disrespectful to Senior Qin Chang'an, I already knew he wasn't any good." Sitting in the front, Su Ningxiang muttered, refusing to acknowledge any relationship with Chen Xiaodan. "Later, no matter what happens, he is not a person of our heavenly fragrance sect. He is not worthy." Seeing the situation as such, Tong Meier added some words, while simultaneously pointing her finger as if casting a spell. "Previously, the Lord of Guizhou wasn't wrong. Just because of a set of clothes to be certain he is someone from the longevity sect is too childish. But we all clearly know, although the longevity physique cannot cultivate, the disciples in the longevity sect are all at the soul formation stage. To ensure nothing unexpected happens, I will check his identity one more time, and..." She used her power wanting to investigate what his cultivation base was like for him to use forbidden medicine. Tong Meier simultaneously executed the spell and publicly announced what she found. His cultivation base, nascent soul first layer, nascent soul second layer, nascent soul sixth layer, nascent soul ninth layer, nascent soul peak, nascent soul. Sure enough, he is suppressing his strength.
Elder Zong was only waiting to hear the 4 words suppressing his strength from her. He burst into laughter. "Being involved in forgery, hiding your true strength, and being disrespectful to me, there are already dozens of rules that can punish you. Remnant of the longevity sect, why don't you show yourself?" The Yunchang sect did not hesitate to lightly condemn him immediately, saying this person is full of schemes and tricks, no different from a remnant of the longevity sect, and his participation in the Heaven's Pride tournament probably has another motive. Shi Jian calmly sipped his tea and said, if he only has nascent soul strength, then later during the interrogation use lighter methods. If you accidentally scare him to death, that would be a huge loss. At this time, Chen Chang'an spoke up to criticize their irresponsibility. Right now, the upper realm is constantly harassing the lower realm. Not only do you guys not think of a way to unite the talents to fight against the immortals, but you only know how to opportunistically seek profits, hoping to reach heaven in a single bound, even slaughtering the longevity sect. Meanwhile, Tong Mayer was still using her divine sense to check his cultivation base. Soul formation first layer, soul formation second layer, soul formation third layer, soul formation fourth layer, and discovered something strange. She cried out, wait, his strength is still increasing. Soul formation realm. Now he is at the soul formation realm cultivation base. Shi Jian smiled and affirmed, soul formation realm cultivation base? Then he must definitely be a core disciple of the longevity sect. He surely knows the whereabouts of the longevity physique. As soon as Tong Mayer cried out, it alarmed Su Ningxiang. After hearing it, she glanced up, her eyes widening in surprise. Seeing that everyone around had made such assessments but couldn't get a single word of reply from Chen Chang'an, Elder Zhang slammed his hand on his chair and shouted. Playing along with the elder's intent, he, Chen Chang'an, released his internal energy and asked, where did you remnants of the longevity sect hide the longevity physique?
Chen Chang'an rubbed his chin with his hand, thinking in his mind that Chang Quanshu must have already started competing by now. As long as she won the Heaven's Prize Championship, completing random Task 1 was absolutely certain with no room for change. As for Task 3, from beginning to end there was still no clear direction to complete it. The randomness was too great, and acting recklessly if not done well would cause counterproductive effects. Thinking of something, he immediately smirked sinisterly. Counterattacking the Juzo Cauldron, becoming the Lord of Juzo. If I expose my identity myself, would it provide some support? Forget it. Right now there is still one matter that must be prioritized to handle first. What is this pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? It should end now. Right at this moment, Tang Mi'er noticed the completely calm demeanor without revealing the slightest hint of fear in Chen Chang'an, and she showed a worried expression. She frowned, sweating profusely. Interrogating an ignorant youth, mutually oppressing and forcing him like this, the typical scene in web novels had no effect here on my Chen Chang'an. What is going on? His cultivation base is still increasing. In just a short while, he has already ascended to the void refining stage. Noticing Elder Zhang's hasty attitude, Shi Jian immediately advised, Brother Zhang, don't be so hasty. He glanced at Chen Chang'an standing motionless in front of him, then spoke sarcastically along with a threat. Look at you scaring him. He's so scared he can't even speak anymore. Little friend, don't be afraid. As long as you tell us the whereabouts of the longevity physique, we will definitely guarantee your safety without worries. I see that your relationship with the female cultivator of the Heavenly Fragrance sect is quite not bad. Is she your wife? We don't mind going into a closed room to interrogate and talk with her. I hope little friend can consider the big picture and understand us. He stood up, showing off his power. Otherwise, little friend will probably fall into a tragic end where not even a fragment of your corpse remains. The power that Shi Jian emitted made Qikong and Feng Kling grimace to endure it. They praised in awe. Is this the imposing aura of a cross-striking immortal? Just standing nearby already makes people terrified. I'm afraid in the lower realm no one can. Suddenly, a giant hand of someone appeared.
That hand immediately made contact with Shi Jian's avatar. This made Qi Kong, who hadn't even finished praising, look on in surprise. He couldn't stop his praising sentence and finish what he was saying in astonishment. Matchup. At this moment, Chen Chang'an's face had transformed into that of someone who, at a glance, was not to be messed with. He unexpectedly delivered a knockout blow that sent Shi Jian tumbling to the ground. Unable to react, Shi Jian turned to curse, "Motherfucker, do you want to die?" Then he raised his hand intending to punch back. But how could his cultivation base match up to Chen Chang'an? He easily blocked Shi Jian's attack. Using another arm, he interacted with the avatar, causing him to lose a few teeth without needing a dentist. Still not satisfied, Chen Chang'an continued to interact once more, making Shi Jian spray snot and spit. He threw another uppercut, rendering him completely powerless. Witnessing the person he had just mocked feeding him a delicious pile of onions, Shi Jian could only curse inwardly. Damn it, I actually can't keep up with his speed. This is impossible. Chen Chang'an concluded his attack with a straight punch to Shi Jian's face. The ground sank from the force of the blow, sending dirt and rocks flying. In his heart, he was still unconvinced. I don't believe it! Chen Chang'an decided to execute a power that caused the ground below to be shaken by a shockwave descending from the sky. Feng Qing and Qi Kong watched in amazement. The gossipy girls from earlier couldn't help but marvel at the sight. Tang Mayer couldn't believe reality. She covered her mouth and thought to herself, as a cross-striking immortal expert, he actually has no power to fight back in his hands. In her eyes, an image of an extremely dangerous Chen Chang'an appeared, someone not to be messed with his immortal realm power fully unleashed. She exclaimed in her mind, "Monster! He is exactly a monster!" At this time, Chen Chang'an strolled over to Elder Zhang's seat and placed his hand on the armrest. After gaining a leverage point, he turned around and sat down imposingly. The system, after observing for a long time, suddenly displayed information. Detected that the host has defeated the only cross-striking expert, intimidating the province lords and top sect masters of various provinces, taking a huge step forward in Random Mission 3, dominate the Juzo Grand Banquet, rewarded with 2,000 domain points. Hearing such good news, Chen Chang'an smiled with satisfaction.
He looked at the people kneeling at his feet and commanded grandly, "Starting from now, this place is Chen Chang'an Square. Regarding the reason the longevity sect was destroyed, whatever I ask, you will answer. Whoever dares to disobey, cause chaos, or do anything improper."
At this moment, Chen Chang'an unleashed his skill, forcing those people to defend while being astonished by the name he had just blurted out. "Chen Chang'an? Isn't his name Chen Shadan? I'm almost unable to breathe." Suning Shang looked at him, unable to hide her suspicion. He has the same name as Senior Chen Chang'an and possesses such formidable strength. Could he truly be Senior Chen Chang'an? While they were almost frozen because of what had just happened, Chen Chang'an also spoke up. He clearly revealed his anger. "First question, who is the instigator that destroyed the longevity sect?" After hearing his question, no one had an answer. Chen Chang'an shifted his gaze to where Elder Zong was, speaking in a deep voice that hit the mark. "Not speaking? You're quite skilled at covering up for each other. You must normally do quite a few dirty things that go against ethics, huh?" As he spoke, a terrifying blue light flashed in Chen Chang'an's eyes, and the aura around him surged intensely. "Then I can only kill all of you to comfort the heroic spirits in heaven of the deceased disciples of the longevity sect." He unleashed his cultivation base, causing all the people present to leak their vitality in order to force out an answer. Sensing the imminent danger threatening his life, Elder Zong hastily explained, No, I'll speak, Senior, I'll speak. It's the Futu demonic sect. The instigator is the Futu demonic sect. It was them who forced us to do this because they wanted the longevity physique. Funky Yun wasn't forced into the Bronze Ancient Mountain by us either. It was the people of the Futu demonic sect who captured him." He looked at the old man without saying anything more. The soldiers at this time also spoke up to beg for mercy. "It has nothing to do with us, Senior. Please spare our lives." The guy next to them also wiped clean all involvement. "Funky Yun himself has cross-striking strength. How would we dare to actively ambush them?" The people of the Yunchang sect were now forced to kneel. He frowned and glared at those guys, thinking to himself, "These brainless idiots. He is a cultist of the longevity sect. Do you think he will spare us just by begging for mercy? No, he will absolutely kill us to avenge the den cultists of the longevity sect."
Then he slightly glanced at Chen Chang'an, calculating in his mind, "I cannot die, I must think of a way." At this moment, Chen Chang'an could no longer maintain his mild demeanor. He mocked those hypocritical righteous people who boasted of being the righteous path, yet coerced and threatened him just to get the whereabouts of the longevity physique from his mouth, and now shifted all the blame onto the demonic path. "Do you think I am that easily fooled? Forget it, the interrogation is over, you can all go to hell." At this time, they were cursed by him to vomit blood, intended to make them bleed to death. The person from the Yunchang sect still seemed unwilling to accept this, cursing inwardly, "Madman, doesn't he know that killing us will plunge Juzhou into chaos? Who can stop him? We are dignified top-tier figures of Juzhou, yet we are just like little lambs waiting to be slaughtered."
On one side of the arena, Suning Shang hugged the bodies of her sisters, her tears flowing freely. He had killed until his eyes turned red. Just as he was preparing to kill all those hypocrites, the system panel suddenly appeared to stop Chen Chang'an's actions. The Juzhou Grand Banquet has not yet ended. It is recommended that the host temporarily refrain from killing them. If you kill them, the subsequent third mission will have a certain degree of difficulty to complete. He was surprised and somewhat unconvinced, but still listened to the system. Chen Chang'an reassured himself that he had been impulsive. Before the truth was fully clarified, these people were still useful. He would wait until the mission ended to take their heads. Amidst the chaotic situation, Yishang suddenly opened the door and walked in with a confident demeanor. "Excuse me, I heard that the Golden Core brat used forbidden medicine, violating the rules and affecting the reputation of the Grand Banquet, so I specially came here to see this evil thug." He fluttered his paper fan, feigning a dangerous aura, telling himself he would beat him to a pulp. "Brat, you offended me earlier, and now I see an opportunity to kick you while you're down." He confidently and boldly continued thinking, "Right?" Suddenly, his gaze stopped at the masters of Juzhou who were kneeling prostrate below. Puzzled, he asked, "What is going on here?" Finding a savior, Yun Changzong felt as if he had struck gold. He suddenly remembered Yishang's power, who was acting as another Chen Chang'an. He had experience in killing ghost immortals and could definitely defeat that madman. Yun Changzong turned to another spot and hurriedly pleaded for help. "Senior Chen, save us. Chen Shadan hits his cultivation base to sneak attack everyone, plotting to murder us. Senior, quickly kill him. He is an evil demon of the unorthodox path." Grasping the opportunity to strike Chen Chang'an, Yishang quickly seized this excuse and said, "No wonder you are all kneeling down, so you were hit by his evil art. Lord of Yunzong, do not be afraid, I am here. He absolutely has no chance to cause chaos. I was looking for a chance to kill this Chen Shadan brat. I didn't expect him to deliver himself right to my door. Perfect. Let me show off my skills to these province lords to strengthen their trust in me."
Hearing the arrogant words of the impostor who assumed his identity, Chen Chang'an's face darkened. Seeing no further reaction from him, Yi Shang thought he had the upper hand and lunged forward aggressively. "Heretic demon, take this!" In his mind, he became complacent. "No one can escape the control of my great perfection low-mode divine art. Chen Shaodan, go to hell." His eyes now seemed to glow, flashing with sparks of anger. "Heretic demon?" Chen Chang'an used his inherently extremely powerful cultivation base to force Yi Xiang flat against the ground. He was now clutching his eyes and wailing, "My eyes!" On the other side, the Yunchang sect was so surprised that they didn't know how to react. He couldn't expect the defeat of that Senior Chen. How could this be? Senior Chen Chang'an couldn't kill Chen Chadan. Could it be? Chen Chang'an left his seat at this time, deciding to reclaim the truth. Is my name that easy to use? Yi Xiang still hadn't realized that the person in front of him was the very one whose identity he had been faking all along, asking naively, "You, who are you?" Chen Chang'an didn't hide it and revealed straight away. Slaying ensorcel generals, exterminating ghost immortals, in the lower realm there is only one person who is unmatched. Yi Xiang said with difficulty, "You." Chen Chang'an continued to answer his earlier question, concluding aggressively with 3 words, "Chen Chang'an." Hearing these 3 words, Nangang Tianwen finally realized his own mistake. We've been tricked. This person is fundamentally not Senior Chen Chang'an. He's a fake. We've been played by a fake. On Su Ningxiang's side, they had also realized the truth. So Chen Chang'an wasn't just sharing a name with Senior Chen Chang'an, but he was the real Chen Chang'an. Chen Chang'an revealed the reason why he didn't expose Yi Xiang earlier so he could understand. "I originally wanted to see how far you could go by borrowing my name. It's a pity you've reached a dead end. You are the most audacious person I have ever met." After being thoroughly explained to, Yi Xiang finally knew the reasons behind all of his actions towards him up until now. No wonder he dared to kick me in front of so many people's eyes. No wonder I was strangely beaten up in my room. No wonder the heavenly materials and earthly treasures I painstakingly scammed were stolen by someone else without a trace. I originally wanted to use his identity to make a profit, but it backfired, and I was played by him.
Now he finally realized who he had mistakenly offended, immediately pulling out a talisman to escape with only one word in his mind, run. Chen Chang'an didn't naturally have a cultivation base higher than his for nothing. He quickly grasped this intention and instantly extinguished it. Chen Chang'an gently glided past him, conveniently taking the head of that imposter. Then he snapped his fingers. Flames emerged from Yi Xiang's body, burning it to ashes. Right after killing a cultivator, the system immediately popped up a notification about the variation of his passive and the reward points. Congratulations to the host for killing a Soul Formation 8th layer cultivator, received 2,000 domain points. Noticing the host continues to intimidate the province lords and the patriarchs of the top-tier sects of the provinces. Random Mission 3, dominate the Juzhou Grand Banquet. Mission progress increased by 1 layer, received 30,000 domain points. Having dealt with that guy, Chen Chang'an turned to look at the remaining accomplice, Yunchang sect. He now fearfully trembled and begged, "Senior Chen Chang'an, spare my life. Senior, spare my life." He bent down, smirked, and replied, "Don't worry, for now I won't kill you." After a while of gathering information outside, the system also popped up to update the mission progress. The system noted that Mission 1, supporting Zhang Quanshu to become the #1 Heaven's Pride of Juzhou and becoming the man behind her, is nearing completion, rewarding the host 30,000 domain points. At the same time, Chen Chang'an also cast a small technique on the body of the Yunchang sect member, a miniature version of One Yang Finger, secretly praising his wife in his heart. It seems the Heaven's Pride finals have reached their end. Let's go watch the finals and see Zhang Quanshu win the championship. He turned back and instructed the rest. Follow me to the finals arena. Remember to smile and make it clear that I did not use forbidden medicine. Nangang Tianwen hurriedly replied obediently. Yes, senior, rest assured, we will definitely clear your name. At this time in another place, at the scene of the Heaven's Pride Finals arena, Zhang Quanshu executed the spell Ruer Sandubi.
She used her sword as a medium to channel her aura, leaving her opponent unable to resist, Divine Water 9th stance swallowing. After defeating her opponent, she gently landed on the ground, displaying her elegance. The man, after receiving a single move from her, had no strength left to continue fighting. The match host quickly called out the champion's name, congratulating Zhang Quanshu of the Heavenly Fragrance sect in Juzhou for winning the Heaven's Pride champion title. Suddenly, a large spatial rift appeared in the sky. A person slowly descended from the rift, saying as he came down, "It seems I have arrived right on time." All the spectators witnessing the match were frozen in awe. At the same time, a notification popped up inside the system. Detected the reincarnated son, Ashura demon son. Yushulo appeared along with the stream of system information. Name, Yushulo. Background, the reincarnation of the Ashura demon son from the Ashura immortal domain, possessing memories from before his reincarnation and from the upper realm. In order to complete the grand ambition of the Ashura immortal domain to dominate the Juzhou continent, he has always been searching for the Ashura token cast down to the lower realm by the Ashura immortal domain, which can summon 100,000 Ashura heroic spirits. Finally finding it in a Yunzhou secret realm, he summoned 100,000 Ashuras, besieged Juzhou, intending to slaughter all the righteous sects in Juzhou, seize the Juzhou cauldron, and dominate the lower realm. Skills, puppet technique, summoning technique, immortal treasure, Ashura token. Title,
Demon Son of the Ashura Immortal Domain. Others, Immortal Shield Blessing. The audience below looked up in astonishment at Yushu Luo. Who is this person, blatantly barging into the venue of the grand banquet like this? So arrogant. At this time, Chen Chang'an finally spoke up. Reincarnated son, Asura Demon Son. At the same time, he also thought to himself, after Jian Gan, the second reincarnated son. These immortals, one after another, hold hands to reincarnate into the lower realm. What is their ultimate purpose? Feng Qing looked up, somewhat unable to grasp the situation. Taoist friend, making such a big fuss coming to the Juzhou grand banquet like this, do you have an invitation in hand? Qi Kong had not yet recognized the immortal from the upper realm in front of him. He shouted at the uninvited guest, a mere avatar dares to arrogantly barge into the place where the grand banquet is held. Are you tired of living? Yushi Luo glanced at the people below. Nongong Tianwen spoke up to tactfully chase her away. If fellow Taoist doesn't have an invitation, please come and go quickly. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. Minghe, immediately upon examining the aura she emitted, stopped Nongong Tianwen's words. Wait, this person's aura is weird. Her body emits an evil aura. I'm afraid the newcomer does not have good intentions. A person, upon discovering the anomaly, shouted out for everyone around to pay attention. Wait, look quickly. What is that? Following behind Yushi Luo, swarms of ghosts and demons appeared. Yushi Luo frowned, showing a cool attitude. Nagging is really annoying. Just right. The 9 province lords are all gathered here. Go. Kill them all. The demonic cultivators, obeying their master's words, were immediately ready to rush down and attack the people below. Someone recognized their identity and shouted, "This person is a demonic cultivator. Everyone be careful." Those grunts jumped down and immediately attacked with the swords they carried. The people below screamed in fear while running away. Flame explosion. Damn it, what kind of monster is this? They ran and screamed, "Help, mommy save me. I don't want to die. Retreat, retreat, retreat." But they still couldn't run fast enough to match the speed of the monsters. Hearing the deafening screams, Yushiloro immediately showed an annoyed expression and gave another order. These screams are too ear-piercing, not elegant at all. Quickly clean up these bugs and take the Jushulo cauldron. To prevent things from getting even more chaotic, the province lords also united to eliminate the monsters. Minghe reminded while defending, the strength of these monsters is all from the nascent soul realm and above, with the soul formation realm being the most. We must quickly lead the heaven's pride of the nascent soul realm away first. We cannot let them die here. Nongong Tenwen on the other side also quickly realized the problem. No good, their numbers are too many. The entire venue of the grand banquet is surrounded by them. We simply cannot get out. I hope that little girl Miao is still obediently staying in her room on the flying ship, reflecting. Absolutely do not sneak out. The helpless spectators fled in fear. Could it be that we are going to die here today? Feng Qing above supported while thinking, if this continues, everyone will die. The only way now is to pray for Senior Chen Chang'an to take action. Qi Kong, while defending against the monsters, let one slip past. Taking advantage of his close proximity to Yushulero, he charged forward. You are merely at the soul formation stage. As long as I deal with you, these monsters will disappear. She looked at him with half an eye, the attitude of a victor, peering in her words. Stupid fool. From the void, another giant monster used its spear to pierce straight into Qi Kong's stomach. He was heavily injured and in pain. To think there is actually a monster equivalent to the void refining peak. With this amount, we are in big trouble. On another side, when Zhang Quanchu's sword lightly pierced through the body of a monster, she gently sliced it into 2 pieces. But it seemed this strike had no effect on it, as the monster quickly recovered to its original state. Zhang Quanchu exclaimed in surprise, could it be that these monsters cannot be killed? She gritted her teeth, secretly worried for Cheng Chang'an in her heart. This won't do, their strength is too great. Husband is only at the Golden Court peak. I must quickly get to his side to protect him. Suddenly, the monster launched a surprise counterattack. It jumped into the sky and raised its sharp spear towards her. At this moment, she had already been knocked to the ground by it. A human voice echoed from above. That girl is very much in the way. Kill her. In her mind, she only had time to think of 2 words. It's over.
At this moment, an elegant hand suddenly appeared to block the attack. Chen Chang'an gently destroyed the monster and took all the reward points. Host killed an upper realm level Ashura heroic spirit, gained 5,000 domain points. He raised his hand with the intention of helping his woman up. Are you okay? Suddenly, the system appeared to prevent his intimate gesture. After Random Quest 1 is completed, the host and Zhang Quanchu will no longer have any relationship. Forcible intervention will bring bad influence to her. Zhang Quanchu did not notice the appearance of the system. She softly called, "Husband." The system once again spoke up to remind him that the host's current strength was already the strongest in the lower realm. Before controlling his cultivation base, it recommended temporarily not getting close to cultivators below soul formation. Having no choice but to listen to the system, Chen Chang'an immediately turned his face away. Go to a safe place and wait. Protect yourself well. This is not where you should be. Unable to understand this cold attitude, she wondered, "Husband, you should be the one to leave. I will protect you to the end, and the province lords will resolve all of this."
Feng Qing in the back realized Chen Chang'an's appearance and immediately begged, "Senior Chen, please take action and save us." The people on Su Ningchang's side also agreed. "That's right, we still have Senior Chen. He can definitely kill all these monsters to save us. Senior Chen Chang'an, please take action." The Yunchang sect on the other side noticed his appearance and spoke up as well. "Senior, you are magnanimous. Please save us this once. Otherwise, we will all be finished." Seeing the attitude of complete trust and entrusting everything to Chen Chang'an made Zhang Quanchu a little puzzled. She widened her eyes and thought to herself, why is everyone pinning their hopes on my husband? Collecting the percentage of trust placed in him by everyone, the system displayed information about the progress variation again. Noticing that the progress of Task 3 had reached 80%, he just needed to gain the recognition of the Juzu Cauldron and become the Lord of Juzu, the task would be completed. At this time, Chen Chang'an lowered his face and thought, if he didn't have the strength to control everything, he would have been like fish on a chopping block by now. Standing at the peak of the world, there were no challenges, no pressure, no difficulties whatsoever. His face became distorted, his heart became arrogant. The loneliness of invincibility. This game suddenly became very simple. Crushing is the true soul. On the other side, Yu Shirulo pointed down and cursed. Just a flashy bug. Where does this hope come from? Let this immortal send you on your way. She ordered her soldiers to attack him. Seeing this, Zhang Quanchu voiced a warning. Chang'an, be careful.
He lightly raised a middle finger, pointing at the enemies. One yang finger. A burst of power immediately shot out from his middle finger, annihilating all the monsters. The system prompted, host has killed the Ashura heroic spirit of the upper realm, gaining 3,000 domain points. The bystanders witnessing his power exclaimed in awe. Even if we risk our lives, we can't destroy a single one, yet he took them out in one move. The remaining people, with wide eyes and open mouths, shouted, he is our only hope. Yu Shirulo felt a bit caught off guard. She praised, oh, this little brat actually has some skills. Right after speaking, she realized his disappearance. The person is gone. Quick as lightning, Chen Chang'an instantly appeared with a friendly hand, not forgetting to say, you people from the upper realm really make me very unhappy. The hand interacted directly with the face of the woman in front of him. Under the force he applied to her, a tooth gently flew out of her mouth. While being taught a lesson by the annoying woman in front of him, Yu Shirulo felt extremely shocked by his speed. How can his strength and speed be so powerful? I actually have no power to fight back. This is impossible. He finished the strike with 3 words, die for me. The slap sent her flying from the sky down to the ground, smashing a hole in the flat surface below. From within the pile of fine dust, the hand of the loser slightly held a token engraved with the word Ashura. She screamed, you are merely a lowly bug from the lower realm, yet you dare to offend Ashura. Instantly, a dark foot appeared, and Chen Chang'an did not hesitate to strike her stomach hard. Ashura, your fucking mom. Feng Cheng, using his hand to cover the flying dust, sighed at his strength. It seems earlier in the reception room he didn't unleash his full strength, otherwise we would have already died by his hands. The bystanders standing nearby tried to brace themselves so as not to be blown away by the aftershock of the strike. Holy shit, is this a power that a human can use? This is too absurd. Chen Chang'an is way too strong. Isn't he at the golden core realm? A voice rang out, affirming once again the power residing in Chen Chang'an. What Chen Chang'an? He is the real senior Chen Chang'an. Suning Shang covered her face with her hand, explaining to Zhang Quanchu, who was struggling to stand beside her. The person from before was a fake. I was so foolish, really, to offend senior Chen Chang'an because of an imposter. The men behind them couldn't hold on and tumbled over. One of them, upon receiving the news from Suning Shang, asked again to be sure. What? Chen Chang'an is Chen Chang'an? Are you kidding me? Then haven't I offended senior Chen Chang'an? The other guy, realizing he had committed a grave offense, regretted it. I'm done for too. My little life is ruined. Zhang Quanchu was amazed by the truth before her eyes. I noticed my husband wasn't simple before. I didn't expect. Right before her eyes was the image of Chen Chang'an choking Yu Shirulo. He commanded, speak. What is the purpose of you people from the upper realm reincarnating into the lower realm? A thought flashed through someone's mind in fear upon seeing his behavior towards Yu Shirulo. He actually is the real Chen Chang'an.
She still had the audacity to spit a mouthful of saliva at his face. She used her death exemption gold medal and quickly cursed, brat of the lower realm. From out of nowhere, a dangerous aura appeared. A monster instantly emerged from the rebel. Yu Shirulo immediately ordered that person, Elder Fatian, kill him. A strange beam of light quickly shot down towards Chen Chang'an's position. The mob witnessing the event could not help but be terrified, sweating profusely. Immortal pressure. I'm afraid this time it's an immortal from the upper realm. As someone who had lived for many years, Feng Cheng instantly realized how dangerous that power was. The pressure he brings to me is actually greater than Senior Chen Chang'an. Senior is highly likely unable to defeat him. Qikong sighed beside him. No one can save us. We are doomed. Elder Fatian appeared majestically and said to her, Yu Shirulo, you reincarnated once and have become weaker to actually use a trump card like me. Chen Chang'an looked somewhat unexpectedly at the person standing in front of him, who was just summoned by her, wondering in his heart.
An immortal general-level Tao protecting immortal. He appeared behind her and smiled. To need my help to deal with an ant from the lower realm? What a piece of trash. Chen Chang'an prickly took a direct hit to his body. This left him unable to react and sent him flying straight to one side of the stance. Chen Chang'an seemed to collapse, not making a single sound.
Zhang Quanchu anxiously cried out, "Husband!" Nengang Tianwen was shocked. "Senior Chen!" Elder Fatian once again reminded Yu Shulero, "The time of the Ashura curse is limited. I cannot stay in the lower realm for long. Fight quickly and win quickly." Also not wanting to waste time relying on him. "Stop wasting words. Quickly kill him." He quickly replied, 3 seconds is enough. Returning to Chen Chang'an's side, he fell backwards, his face facing the sky. At this moment, after calculating the situation, the system provided him with a new solution. Detecting that an immortal from the upper realm not subject to the suppression of Juzho's laws has appeared and the life and safety of the clone will be threatened, is there a need to exchange for a higher level identity? The system did not wait, but quickly displayed the situation if Chen Chang'an chose the above option. The host's domain points currently total 200,000. Due to the current crisis, if exchanging the clone and the domain points are insufficient, a debt can be recorded, which must be repaid to the system double later. Function: Mirror Flower Watermoon. Exchange for Upper Realm Clone. Human Immortal. Immortal Soldier. 100,000 domain points. Current discount reduces by 50,000 domain points. Immortal Scholar. 200,000 domain points. Current discount reduces by 100,000. Immortal General. 500,000. Current discount reduces by 250,000 domain points. System: because the strength of the clone exchanged from Mirror Flower Watermoon is not restricted by the rules of the Juzho's continent, it can unleash the full strength of an Upper Realm Immortal. System: do you want to exchange? At this time, Elder Fatien jumped down and slowly walked towards him with a triumphant attitude. Taking one of my attacks and still not dead, you trash are quite tough. Seeing that their only savior seemed to have been defeated, Yunchong Sect fearfully shouted to the people next to him, "It's over. Senior Chen is weak in his hands and has no power to fight back. This time no one can save us. We are dead for sure." Nengang Tianwen could only accept the reality of the situation. They have drilled a hole in the laws of the lower realm. What do they take the laws of the lower realm for? Invading whenever they want.
Elder Fa Tian loomed near where he was lying, mocking. Those so-called cross-striking who can kill upper realm immortals like you are nothing but a motley crew relying on the Juzho laws to prolong your dying breaths. He spoke without an ounce of respect. Without the protection of the Juzho laws, you couldn't even defeat the beasts raised by our upper realm. And I am someone with special immortal privileges, unaffected by the Juzho laws, able to unleash the true peak strength of an upper realm immortal. Let me see how many of my attacks you, the one hailed as the strongest in the lower realm, can withstand. Letting these lower realm bugs see their hopes shattered with their own eyes, their expressions will definitely be very interesting. Zhang Quanshu cried out anxiously, "Husband!" She immediately charged toward him to intercept. She cursed at the monsters. "Get lost!" Noticing her desperation, Yu Shularo immediately ordered his soldiers. A nascent soul dares to show up, truly not knowing life from death. What are you standing there for? Continue killing them and take the Juzho Cauldron. After a brief exchange with the system, Chen Chang'an returned with a notification, deducting 300,000 domain points to exchange for an Earth Immortal, Peak Immortal Martial clone. He muttered softly, "An Immortal General is simply not enough. If I'm going to do this, I must do it with crushing momentum." Seeing this attitude from the enemy, Elder Fa Tian looked on in surprise. The system displayed the debt Chen Chang'an had to bear for his new decision. The domain points accumulated by the host have been fully deducted, currently owing the system 100,000 domain points. Angered at having so many reward points taken away because of the monster in front of him, Chen Chang'an told himself, "I must beat this dog until its face is mangled and it doubts its own dog life." Elder Fa Tian still thought he held the upper hand at this moment, arrogantly thinking, "This guy has a trump card. He cannot be kept alive. I must assassinate him." Chen Chang'an replied to him with a smug smile, and in the next second he made Elder Fa Tian regret it. "It wasn't easy for me to accumulate so many domain points, and they were wasted just because of you, beast." He was knocked straight backward by Chen Chang'an's strike. Elder Fa Tian tumbled from his powerful blow. He was astonished by the power he now possessed. How did your cultivation base become so strong? In his heart he couldn't understand. He was clearly so weak just before. At this moment Chen Chang'an approached his fallen figure with lightning speed and mocked him back. "It's just a pity we are not at Facian Sountain." Elder Fa Tian was completely speechless. In the blink of an eye, he sarcastically added, "If I treated you as a pig to slaughter, I could definitely earn quite a lot." Immediately after, he slapped him painfully once again. After being beaten up by Chen Chang'an for a while, he roared, "You!" Elder Fa Tian jumped to another side to keep his balance. His two hands touched each other, creating red sparks, and right after that, a giant skeleton appeared from behind him. Elder Fa Tian arrogantly shouted, "Go to hell!" Looking at his amateurish move, Chen Chang'an just chuckled and made a gentle hand gesture. A shockwave emerged from the slight movement of his hand. The further it traveled, the stronger its power became.
The monsters within the attack range shattered instantly upon touching the shockwave. The monster summoned by Elder Fa Tian was no exception and was easily defeated. Witnessing that extraordinary power, the Lord of Leizhou widened his eyes and exclaimed, "So strong, too strong!" Yu Shulero could not hide her anxious attitude. Elder Fa Tian is an immortal at the immortal general level. How could he not defeat this kid? A dream, this is a dream. The lower realm cannot possibly produce such combat power. Facing everyone's unexpected reaction, Chen Chang'an gently mocked. So weak, haven't you eaten yet? Witnessing the previous strike and realizing that the person in front of him was no ordinary mortal, Elder Fa Tian sweated profusely and calculated in his mind. This time, he could only lead Yu Shulero to retreat first. Afterwards, he would report to the Lord of the Immortal Domain to send stronger immortals down. By taking advantage of the Ashura Curse's duration to escape back to the upper realm, he definitely wouldn't have time to kill him. To preserve his life, he quickly ran to where Yu Shulero was standing and said, "Go." Chen Chang'an understood that cowardly intention and asked, "It's too late to run now, isn't it?" He pointed his finger straight at him, releasing a ray of power to destroy that person. Elder Fa Tian collapsed and died in the fire caused by Chen Chang'an, and the system appeared to record his new achievement. Congratulations to the host for killing an immortal with an immortal general first layer cultivation base, obtaining 1 million domain points, and dropping a salted fish treasure chest.
Witnessing her teammate being knocked out and erased in a single strike, Yu Shulua wisely groveled at Chen Chang'an's feet. "Huh, spare your life?" he replied indifferently. "Now tell me, what is the purpose of so many people from the upper realm transmigrating to the lower realm?" With a bruised and battered face, she looked at him pitifully, thinking of a way to survive. Elder Fa Tian was dead, and the Ashura heroic spirit was even less of a match for him. Right now, only by revealing her purpose could she possibly survive in his hands. After making a decision in her heart, she immediately obeyed the person in front of her. Reporting to Senior, "Our purpose is to seize the Juzu Cauldron." Chen Chang'an narrowed his eyes and interrogated, "What do you people from the upper realm want the Juzu Cauldron for?" Without waiting a single second, she immediately answered, "Whoever holds the Juzu Cauldron is equivalent to holding the heavenly Tao of the Juzu continent, becoming the heavenly Tao guardian god, ruling the entire Juzu continent. Every time one possesses a piece of territory in the lower realm, it provides immense help to the growth of the immortal domain's master." As she spoke, she turned and pointed at those province lords. "That's right, Senior. Besides me, people from other immortal domains of the upper realm have also transmigrated to the Juzu continent. As long as the Juzu Cauldron still exists, the scramble for it will not cease. The 9 province lords of Juzu all have a province cauldron on them. When the 9 province cauldrons are combined, they become the Juzu Cauldron." Hearing the words Juzu Cauldron, Chen Chang'an finally understood the system's earlier intention. Mission 3 was also telling him to seize the Juzu Cauldron. Did the system already know the upper realm's plan? When those province lords realized that the things they were keeping were her targets, they also silently understood something else. Looking at their expressions, Chen Chang'an also knew. No wonder the system prevented him from killing them earlier. It turned out the Juzu Cauldron was on them. So that was how it was. Right after providing useful information, Yu Shulua hurriedly begged for her life. "Senior, you see, I have told you everything you wanted to know. Can you spare me?" Chen Chang'an gently walked past her body, not forgetting to say one sentence. "All right, you can go die now." As he walked past, he couldn't help but do one thing, which was to eradicate that woman from Ashura. The system, as usual, immediately popped up. "Congratulations to the host for killing a Soul Formation Realm cultivator, obtaining 2,000 domain points. Other domain points are currently being calculated. Please wait a moment." While the tense situation had cooled down, we moved to another place, the upper realm, Ashura Immortal Domain. Here, someone was kneeling on the ground enduring the master's scolding. Reporting to Immortal Venerable, the life tokens of Yu Shulero and Immortal General Fa Tian have shattered. Ashura Immortal Nord, Shi Tian, appeared with an angry expression and yelled at his subordinate. "You two trash, accomplished little but ruin much. You haven't even conquered the lower realm yet, and you died at the hands of those lower realm bugs." He pointed his finger, intending to chase the remaining one out to do something valuable. "Go call Hong Lo to this venerable one. This venerable one has urgent matters for her to do." The subordinate, after taking a harsh scolding, could only obey. Yes. Immortal Lord Shitian looked up at the sky with half an eye and calculated. "Now that Tu-La is dead, my layout of many years has become a laughingstock for other immortal domains. No, I must suppress this matter and quickly send a new reincarnated Heaven's Pride. This Juzo Kazherland must definitely belong to me." Leaving his tense situation, we arrive at a seemingly more peaceful place, the Nichong Immortal Domain. A female maid approached quietly to report the situation to the Immortal Lord standing in front. "Immortal Lord, the spy from the Ashura Immortal Domain reported back. The life tokens of the reincarnated Heaven's Pride and the Tao Protector of the Ashura Immortal Domain have shattered, making further reincarnation impossible." The Lord, upon hearing this, showed a reaction. "Oh, doesn't that mean our Immortal Domain has one less competitor?" The maid immediately replied, "Immortal Lord, I don't understand. The Tao Protectors are all immortal generals, protected by immortal power, and can use their full cultivation base in the lower realm. The strongest in the lower realm does not exceed cross-striking. How could they kill a Tao Protector?"
Hong Lua turned around to explain to the ignorant person behind her, the Jiaozu region has infinite potential, otherwise it wouldn't have become one of the treasured lands prioritized by the immortal domains for contention. Then she looked down to observe the scenes below the cliff where she was standing, not forgetting to continue ordering her maid, contact the Dao protector of our domain. Before obtaining this Jiaozu treasured land, try your best to avoid Chen Chang'an, do not conflict with him. The other person hearing the master's order immediately complied. Yes. At this time, returning to the place where the main event was happening in the lower realm, the system popped up a new notification board. Congratulations to the host for slaying the reincarnated sun, Asura Demon Sun, receiving 1 achievement grand gift pack, rewarded with 20,000 domain points. Not wanting to waste any domain points, Chen Chang'an continued to cast his spell to collect all the remaining points on the battlefield. System, wait, there are still some Asura heroic spirits. They are all domain points, don't waste them. A dragon emerged from his body to eliminate all the remaining small monster fries. Mighty Heavenly Dragon, World-Honored Kiti Garva, Prajna Buddhas, Prajna Paramita. The system continuously recorded status notifications. Host slayed an Upper Realm Asura Heroic Spirit, received 3,000 domain points. Host slayed an Upper Realm Asura Heroic Spirit, received 100 domain points. Host slayed an Upper Realm Asura Heroic Spirit, received 200 domain points. Host slayed an Upper Realm Asura Heroic Spirit, received 500 domain points. Host slayed an Upper Realm Asura Heroic Spirit, received 3,000 domain points. Host slayed an Upper Realm Asura Heroic Spirit, received 500 domain points. Chen Chang'an smirked in satisfaction with those points. Okay, solved perfectly, cleanly, not a single drop left. Witnessing the incredibly cool reaction from Senior Chen, the sister standing by couldn't help but swoon over his handsomeness and strength. Senior Chen is so awesome. Senior Chen is my peerless hero. Basic moves, brilliant moves, common moves. Senior Chen is truly a master. It really opens my eyes.
While the system was recording the reward points, it did not forget to record the favorable impression points he received. The host has rescued the cultivators of the Juzu Grand Banquet. The cultivators feel admiration. Task 3. Dominate the Juzu Grand Banquet. Progress is full, rewarding the host with 30,000 domain points. After a moment of calculation, a new, extremely encouraging result appeared. Domain point settlement completed. The host has killed tens of thousands of Ashura heroic spirits, receiving 3 million domain points. Unable to maintain his cool appearance for long, Chen Chang'an jumped for joy because of the pile of reward points hitting his face. Bye-bye poverty. This feeling is too good. There's no need to worry about living a frugal life anymore. I can just endlessly admire the bright moon. While he was immersed in the illusion of reward points, Jiang Quanchu suddenly called out twice, "Husband." This brought him back to reality. She worriedly asked her husband, "Are you all right?" Witnessing the concern she had for him, Chen Chang'an was a bit stunned and replied, "I'm fine." In his heart, he was in a panic. She charged straight at me. This is too chaotic, isn't it? Before a tragic reunion scene could happen, a girl suddenly rushed over from nowhere. The little girl jumped up and hugged him. "Husband, I finally found you." Chen Chang'an said in surprise, "Amayo? Where did you go before? Wait a minute." As soon as his brain updated the messy situation, he quickly brushed off the relationship. "Wife, I have nothing to do with her. She's just spouting nonsense." Hearing those irresponsible words, Amayo cried out, "Scumbag!" Ignoring the little girl's actions just now, Jiang Quanchu jumped over and only focused on checking if there were any wounds on his body. "You scared me to death just now. How is your stomach? What about your chest? And your back? Turn around and let me see." She shouted worriedly, "Your arms are fine, inside is fine, but taking a heavy blow to the body will definitely leave bruises. I still have some rubbing alcohol. Come back with me later."
Sensing her strange attitude completely different from his expectations, he could only stare wide-eyed. In his mind, he secretly asked the system, "System, what did you mean before when you said it wouldn't cause a bad influence on Jiang Quanchu?" After receiving the question from the user, the system quickly popped up to explain. After the mission ends, based on the rules, if the two of you do not interact, things will return to the starting point. If you forcefully approach her, she will face all kinds of breakthrough backlashes. Her fortune and destiny will also gradually weaken. Her cultivation base will regress, and she will suffer from chi deviation. The more you stay with her, the more things will return to the starting point. After all, the rules cannot be resisted. No matter how much the host tries to argue, do not vainly hope to oppose the rules. We have all undergone professional training and will not let you act recklessly. Hearing this appropriate answer, a trace of unwillingness flashed in Chen Chang'an's eyes, and he cursed inwardly. "System, you still dare to be sarcastic. Just wait for me." Chen Chang'an finally decided to sever ties. He coldly pushed Jiang Quanchu away. "Please, have some self-respect." Faced with his strange words, she couldn't comprehend everything in time to react accordingly. Right at this moment, a shout came from behind. "Senior Chen." He looked at the behavior of the crowd and exclaimed in astonishment, "What are you guys doing?" The province lords one by one offered the province cauldrons they were keeping, begging him to become the new lord of this place. This time the immortals attacked and harassed the lower realm, leading to severe casualties. We as the lords of Juzhou cannot escape our responsibilities. We are willing to offer the province cauldrons and beg Senior to protect this Juzhou. The province cauldrons are the core veins of the 9 provinces. It is because of the province cauldrons that we province lords have been able to peacefully protect the provinces for many years.
Now that the immortals from the upper realm are invading en masse, only by handing over the province cauldrons to Senior will the lower realm add a glimmer of survival. We are willing to revere Senior as our lord, hoping Senior will become the lord of Juzhou and protect our Juzhou. Witnessing this, the crowd shouted in agreement. That's right, as long as Senior becomes the lord of Juzhou, we won't need to fear the immortals from the upper realm anymore. At this time, Zhang Quanchu, who was standing behind and looking forward, showed a worried expression, wondering in her mind, will husband agree? Originally, since husband has restored his identity as Senior Chen Chang'an of Feixian Mountain, the gap between him and me is already very huge. If he becomes the lord of Juzhou, will I still be qualified to be his Dao companion?
Sensing their ill intentions, Chen Chang'an smiled craftily and gently refused. People like me hold grudges easily, and I have many bad habits. I'm afraid this position of Master of Juzhou is not suitable for me. In his mind, he already knew their plans well. Using me as a shield, only you guys could come up with this. The women standing on the sidelines also did not accept his refusal. They threw a fit and wailed, "We cannot be without you, Senior. As long as Senior agrees, we are willing to do anything. Senior, please accept the province cauldron. Our Juzhou needs you." Ming hayed and firmly pushed the treasure forward, sincerely wanting him to accept it. Currently in the lower realm, only Senior has the qualifications to step into the position of Lord of Juzhou. Ming He knows Senior has concerns and is willing to take the lead in resolving all of Senior's troubles. Hearing this, Chen Chang'an paused, as if changing his mind. "Oh, then let me see your sincerity." He once again pointed out the crimes they had ignored. The immortal lineage family of Yunzhou colluded with evil sects and harmed our compatriots. You knew of this crime early on, but did nothing, just because their ancestors had immortals standing guard. Now that the upper and lower realms are hostile, the situation is set. The three great immortal lineage families are still around and are about to become hidden threats. It is time to deal with them. What do the province lords think? The people behind heard this and immediately chimed in to agree. Senior is right. The lower realm should be united. Keeping this poisonous pill, the immortal lineage family of Yunzhou, they will sooner or later coordinate from the inside and outside to help the upper realm invade our lower realm. Killing people in the sect is the act of an evil cultivator. You province lords should not cover for them. Quickly hand over those bugs. You province lords must think carefully. If you don't have Senior's protection, when the immortals descend to the lower realm, the first ones to be killed will be you. At this moment, having been struck right in the heart, Yunchang sect immediately showed its attitude. Beast. I originally thought that letting him become the master of Juzhou, he would magnanimously spare our immortal lineage families, exchanging it for the goodwill of the people and building prestige. I didn't expect him to play such a ruthless trick, showing no face at all and making this playful decision. He voiced his opposition. I do not agree. Right after, he was stopped by Feng Qing. Don't be impulsive. Protecting the lower realm is the most important thing right now. As long as you, Senior, become the master of Juzhou, we are willing to follow all your orders and commands. He slowly explained, let alone dealing with the Yunzhou immortal lineage, even going through boiling water and roasting fire for you, we would not refuse. Hearing what he wanted to hear, Chen Chang'an waved his hand to accept the 9 cauldrons. Not bad enlightenment. I accept the 9 cauldrons. He looked at the pile of treasures in his hand and felt secretly satisfied. I will clean you up later. After that, without any hesitation, he dealt with the 9 cauldrons. He cast a spell to make them fly into the sky and merge into a large one. Nangong Tanwen also observed, looking up, and secretly thought in his heart, for billions of years, no one has ever been able to pass. Can Senior block the heavenly Tao of that cruel test? Zhang Quanchu at this time anxiously called out twice, husband.
At this moment, a voice echoed in the sky. After billions of years, someone has finally become a heavenly Tao protector. Damn it, I yield. Why is it you, old sixth? Chen Chang'an recognized his long-lost old friend and politely socialized. Old friend, long time no see. Upon hearing this, the other party immediately refused to acknowledge the acquaintance. Who the hell is an old friend with you? Wait, the person then asked, you want to become the heavenly Tao protector, is it you? Chen Chang'an answered without hesitation, you are the protector of this Juzhou cauldron, right? Do you need to test me? After receiving a satisfactory answer, the person immediately laughed. No need to test. I acknowledge you. This is great. I am also someone with a patron to protect me. Seeing him pass the test so easily, all the province lords showed a look of astonishment. How long has it been? He actually passed the heavenly Tao assessment just like that. It's unimaginable. After being approved by the one above, Chen Chang'an was granted a special mark right on his forehead. He felt a change inside his body, feeling his entire being merge with the Juzhou continent. The power of the heavenly Tao could also be used at well. Is this the feeling of becoming the Lord of Juzhou? Right after he became the new master of Juzhou, a line of people quickly walked over to pay their respects. We welcome the Lord of Juzhou. Chen Chang'an displayed the majesty of a superior. No need for formalities. The system, after measuring the degree of worship they had for him, as well as the milestone Chen Chang'an had achieved, immediately announced the fluctuation of points in his domain points bank. Congratulations to the host for receiving the acknowledgement of the Juzhou Cauldron. Random Mission 3, Becoming the Lord of Juzhou, has been completed, rewarding the host with 30,000 domain points here. Currently, regarding the conditions to upgrade the system to version 5.0, it broadcasted what Chen Chang'an needed to accomplish to advance to a new level.
Condition 1, host becomes the heavenly Tao protector of Juzo. Completed. Condition 2, possess 1 million domain points. Completed. After the system upgrades to version 5.0, it will have the function of controlling life and death. The host has met the conditions. Do you want to upgrade? He looked inside the panel and pondered at the same time. My more than 4 million domain points haven't even warmed my hands yet. I will temporarily not upgrade. A moment later, Ming-Hei walked over to inquire about organizing a party. Senior, we want to organize a grand celebration ceremony for you, to announce to everyone in Juzo that you have become the Lord of Juzo. What do you think? Hearing this, he didn't think much further and immediately agreed. All right, you guys go and handle it. Jiang Quentia was standing far away observing it this time. She softly called out in her heart, "Husband." She looked down dejected, perhaps having given up. Things were still fine before. Why did they suddenly change? Is it because I annoyed him? Jiang Quentia's tear-filled eyes glanced at the position where he was standing, wondering in her mind. Or is it that everything before was him acting to deceive me? But
she asked herself in pain, I don't understand. In a room full of laughter and voices, drink, drink, drink. It wasn't easy to escape death, so let's drink to our heart's content. Girls, everyone must thank Senior Chen. Without him, our heavenly fragrance sect would be done for. They joked around, constantly clinking glasses. Come on, bottoms up 100%. Burp. Thanks to Senior Chen, we have entered the ranks of top-tier sects, truly famous. At this time, Suning Shen drank until her face was flushed red. I say, could it be that Senior Chen, burp, never takes a liking to us? The blonde girl raised her wine bottle. It's very obvious. Senior Chen, burp, might just be testing and using us. We are merely his pawns. The girl sitting next to her, resting her chin on her hand, also chimed in. Being a pawn in Senior Chen's hands for a lifetime is also fine. Being held in his hands to do something, oh my. Suddenly, the blonde girl glanced over. Burp, the most pitiful person is still junior sister Quan Chu. For all these years, she hasn't interacted with men. Now that she finally met one, she got deeply hurt by love. Right now, we also have the chance to cling on to Senior Chen. At the same time, the area around Jiang Quanchu's waist suddenly emitted a light. She carefully took it out, a communication spirit talisman, a type of extremely precious communication tool in the cultivation world. A single piece costs about 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones, and only wealthy large families possess them. Then Jiang Quanchu stood up and quickly left. Everyone drink slowly. I'll head back first.
The room door was tightly closed. She held the spirit talisman in her hand and then activated it. Very quickly, the projection of Jiang Quanchu's father appeared. Good daughter. Father heard the news that the Juzo Grand Banquet was sneak attacked by those bastards from the upper realm. Are you all right? You're not hurt, are you? Hearing this, she immediately explained. Father, I'm fine and not hurt. Is everyone doing well lately? At this time, on the other end of the line, he continuously blamed himself. It's all because your father is useless. You have to shoulder the heavy responsibility of revitalizing the family at such a young age. Your father's health is still the same, but your mother... Before he could finish speaking, from somewhere, Jiang Quanchu's mother sent him flying. Ah, she spoke up. It's good that you're not hurt. You don't need to worry too much about the people at home. We are all doing very well right now. By the way, Mother heard that you have a Tao companion now. Are you planning to bring him back when you return home this time?
Hearing this, Jiang Quanchu shook her head. Mom, he hasn't even agreed yet, and besides, he suddenly ignores me now. After that, Jiang Quanchu's mother said that she had heard from the Heavenly Fragrance sect if her son-in-law was unexpectedly the Lord of Juzo, making her feel very comforted. However, her expression quickly changed. Normally when you two have conflicts, if there's a misunderstanding, just resolve it. And at this exact moment, Jiang Quanchu's mother came up with an idea. Or you just sleep with him directly. That's what I did with your father back then. Be brave in love and charge forward boldly. Don't be afraid. If you miss out on the other person because of a misunderstanding, it would be too much of a pity. Don't wait until you've missed it to regret. Just like how I missed your growing up, wanting to make up for it now is useless. Her next sentence made Jiang Quanchu blush. I can tell that you really like that boy. She shyly glanced away. This... Not stopping, her mother continued to encourage her. Bring him home. Let's just decide it like that. At the same time, Jiang Quanchu's father just came back. Don't turn it off. I haven't even said a few words yet. After being carefully guided, she lay down on the bed. Sigh. Why this sudden change, Chang Han? Then Jiang Quanchu gradually closed her eyes. His scent was still on the bed. Finally, under the dim moonlight, she fell asleep. Meanwhile, on the other side, they were all very drunk and kept talking nonsense. I love you endlessly. Yanzi, how can I live without you, Yanzi? Senior, open the door. We want to toast you. But inside the room, Chan Chang-on sighed tiredly. Whew, finally done socializing. I accept your good intentions. I still have things to do and can't continue. Being used to having Miss Quan Shu by my side, suddenly being alone feels a bit unaccustomed. He slowly sat down on the floor. Let's see the current situation. System, open the interface.
In an instant, the system displayed the character information. Name, Chen Chang'an. Domain points, 4,070,000 plus 500 plus 200 plus 1,000. Outstanding human cultivator. Cultivating within the invincible domain can grant domain points. Domain range, 5,757 meters. Skills, all things animate. Immortal Dao True Interpretation. Maxed out special effects. Permanent Mirror Flower Water Moon. Permanent Immortal Dao. System inventory with 10 slots. X2 Salted Fish Treasure Chests. X1 Mythical Secret Realm Key. After seeing this, Chen Chang'an asked, how many domain points are still needed to cover the entire 100,000 mountains within the invincible domain? What about Guizhou? Very quickly, the system replied, the 100,000 mountains cover an area of 2,600 square kilometers in Guizhou. To cover it entirely within the invincible domain requires tens of millions of domain points. Guizhou takes up 240,000 square kilometers in Zhuzhou. To cover it entirely within the invincible domain requires hundreds of millions of domain points. Chen Chang'an sighed helplessly at the vastness of Zhuzhou. Calculating like this, when would he ever have enough domain points to achieve true invincibility? Random quests and immortals were not always available either. Suddenly, a series of system notifications popped up continuously. Ding, detected that the reincarnator of the Xuanwu immortal domain can be deployed. Ding, detected that the reincarnator of the Ashura immortal domain can be deployed. Ding, detected that the reincarnator of the Nishang immortal domain can be deployed. Ding, detected that the reincarnator of the immortal domain. Ding, 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 ding. Seeing such a barrage of notifications, Chen Chang'an was quite hesitant. Whatever is lacking comes right to me. System, you are truly thoughtful. Are you afraid I won't let you expand the domain range or something? I guess I understand now. The maxed out special effect is exactly the feature to detect wish fulfillment novel events to get quests. Then he checked the location. So the matters to resolve next are killing the reincarnators from the upper realm in Zhuzhou and finding the Futu demonic sect to rescue the old man. The reincarnators are not hard to deal with. As long as the Zhuzhou cauldron is in my hands, they will throw themselves into the net. As for the Futu demonic sect, the immortal lineage family should know. The only thing I haven't figured out how to resolve yet is Jiang Quanshu's bad luck.
In Chen Chang'an's mind, he constantly looked for a solution. To solve it by hiding back in the invincible domain was the most conservative method. The system's restrictions on the clone were still somewhat large. The talismans produced by the feature were also reduced in value. After returning to the main body, it might even get stuck in some system bug. I got it. I can try that method. Confirm. The next morning, the phoenix spread its wings and soared. Chen Chang'an made an extremely grand appearance with a cold aura. The following day, a celebration banquet was held. At the same time, a green-haired girl spoke solemnly. Cultivators of the lower realm, from today onwards, the era ruled by the 9 province lords has become a thing of the past. She began to declare, currently, the Lord of Zhuzhou is taken over by Senior Chen. The people below were extremely excited. For a province lord to be so young yet possess such formidable strength, having him protect the lower realm gave everyone a great sense of security. And the pink-haired girl was equally happy. This reminds me of the former Lord of Yunzhu, who even used forbidden arts, only to end up getting his face slap swollen. Exactly, the former Lord of Yunzhu. Now, the Zhuzhou continent only has one province lord, which is Senior Chen. What do the others count as? At this moment, the person from the Yunchang sect was filled with indignation. Damn it, that dog Chen Chang'an actually dares to have designs on the immortal lineage family of Yunzhu. Wait until I find a chance to contact the patriarch. Over on this side, Jiang Quanshu tried hard to squeeze to the front. To love is to bravely pursue. Happiness must be fought for by oneself. Just thinking about it, her face suddenly flushed red. Chen Chang'an, don't even think about dumping me in this lifetime. But unfortunately, before Jiang Quanshu could approach, another red-haired male cultivator excitedly pushed her aside. Province Lord, you are the shelter we want to rely on for our entire lives. Please let me go further with you. Province Lord, of all the good things in this world, your appearance alone has taken up 99%. In the end, Jiang Quanshu still couldn't do it. Her first attempt to get close failed. However, she still refused to give up and tried again. Ironically, a glass of water suddenly flew towards her. Hurry up and get out of the way.
With extraordinary agility, Jiang Quanshu used her hand to support her weight against the back of someone opposite her and dodged. She thought luck would smile upon her, but when she landed, her foot accidentally stepped on a banana peel. Just like that, she took a painful fall, and Suning Sheng, who was there, was also surprised. Quanshu, what are you doing? The second attempt to get close failed. Until the evening, she still tried to follow behind Chen Chang'an. At the same time, climbing the wall also caused it to collapse, making her fall to the ground. Her hands trembled endlessly, failed. Even when Jiang Quanshu continued to swim after him, failed. To the point where her body was exhausted and panting heavily, missing for the 5th time. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from behind. Oh my, isn't this little sister Quanshu? The person who arrived was the blonde senior sister. I see you've been following Senior Chen for a few days now, but you can never get close. The two of us are different, always following by Senior Chen's side. The girl with her also chimed in. Oh my, could it be that Senior Chen doesn't need you anymore? She continued to provoke. With Senior Chen's charm, even I find it hard to resist. Junior sister, if Senior Chen doesn't need you anymore, then tonight Senior sister wants to invite him to play the Clouds and Rain game. Suddenly, a loud noise rang out, and at this moment an angry Jiang Quanshu was seen holding her sword. If you have the guts, try it. Her face looked at her coldly. Even if you are my senior sister, I won't show mercy. Do you want to die? After seeing that expression, the green-haired girl was also terrified, and said, Just joking.
She also began to say, "Junior sister, don't be angry. How could I steal your man? He is always yours." As soon as those words ended, a potted plant suddenly fell from above and smashed right into her head. In front of Chen Chang'an's room, Zhang Quanchu looked up for a long time. I miss him so much. Should I just go directly to his room and wait for him? Then suddenly, Yun Changzong caught sight of that scene. Isn't this the woman who always follows Chen Chang'an? He gritted his teeth in anger. This dog Chen Chang'an, since he did the first, I'll do the 15th. Without hesitation, Yun Changzong lunged forward. If you want to blame someone, blame the fact that you are Chen Chang'an's woman. Seeming to sense the killing intent, Zhang Quanchu turned her head to look. She looked around intently. There's no one. Was it an illusion? After that, Zhang Quanchu only sighed softly, then turned and left. On his side, unexpectedly, Chen Chang'an was roasting Yun Changzong, who cried out in endless pain. The end for the lecher was turning into ashes. The system immediately popped up a notification. Host has killed a soul formation peak cultivator, obtained 2,000 domain points. He gave an order without any expression. System, return to the main body.
At this moment, Zhang Quanchu was stepping closer to the city ahead. As soon as they saw her, the people in front hastily stopped her. How many times have we told you? The province lord is already asleep. Leave this place quickly. In the middle of the night, whose daughter is still out looking for a man? Don't go too far. The province lord is ours. We absolutely will not let you disturb him. Facing these harsh words, Zhang Quanchu replied extremely coldly. If he refuses to come out and meet me, then I have no choice but to. Before she could finish her sentence, those two lowly guys were immediately terrified, both of their faces turning pale. She wants to force her way in. The province lord is protected by us. But just as their words ended, Zhang Quanchu suddenly slumped down at the corner of the wall, lowering her voice resolutely. I will wait here forever until he wakes up. Until he is willing to see me, I am not going anywhere. Which made the two guys visibly annoyed, incessantly scolding. This girl is so annoying, she is really stubborn. At the same time, the scene shifted into that room.
Here, Chen Chang'an was focusing on his cultivation with soaring killing intent, his clone switching with his main body. A long time later, when the sky had turned dark with only the dim late-night moonlight remaining, Chen Chang'an slowly opened his eyes. His entire body was aching. He sat up dejectedly and complained, my body hurts so much. My bones were about to fall apart.
Yes, this is the exact right force. Senior, please hit me harder. Before Chen Chang'an could fully regain his senses, the girl next to him suddenly spoke up. Master, please don't die. A big chicken leg. Master is eating a big chicken leg, causing his entire body to tremble as he thought to himself, holy shit, what the hell is going on here? Immediately, Hong Yi, lying next to him, also couldn't help but wag her tail excitedly and moaned. Young master, don't be shy. Come on, give me a kiss, which made him waver a bit, thinking to himself, their sleeping postures in bed are way too proficient. In a brief moment, Chen Chang'an foolishly realized a question. Also, my clothes have been changed. What did they do to me while I was sound asleep? Helpless, he could only look at the people around him in frustration and silently curse. What a sin. But then, in a moment of stupor, Chen Chang'an still blushed, asking himself, who took my innocence? Thinking about this, he quickly regained his spirit right after, frowning as he thought, forget it, now is not the time to fuss over this. I need to resolve Zhang Quanchu's matter first. I've been single for over 20 years. It wasn't easy to finally meet a girl who likes me this much. I can't let this broken system ruin it. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately turned around. A while later, the scene shifted to the outside of the house. Here, Chen Chang'an stood for a long time, quietly observing the system panel. It is still that main body. I can use all the functions of the system. Earlier, I racked my brains, finally trying to figure out how to solve the bad luck when Zhang Quanchu gets close to me. He frowned for a moment and made a decision. All right then, let's start instigating now.
As soon as the words fell, Chen Chang'an quickly operated the system in a split second. After just a few seconds, the system panel displayed the information, all things animate, can enlighten all living things to generate spiritual intelligence, can control everything within the Invincible domain. Max point special effect, first, used to show off, second, to check character profiles and discover various random quests and side storylines. Reading this, Chen Chang'an subconsciously put on a serious face and said firmly, the function of all things animate can control everything in the domain. Expanding on a bold hypothesis, the system is actually within my control as well. Without hesitation, he immediately and aggressively reached out his hand. Then I will use the function of all things animate to control the max point special effect, targeting the new quest announced by the system. Thus, Chen Chang'an focused his energy directly at the system panel, deciding to deploy the max point special effect. He suddenly spoke loudly with a decisive tone. The quest content shall be set by me. Very quickly, the function took effect. Chen Chang'an imposingly growled firmly, using the function of all things animate, controlling objects within the Invincible domain. System function, max point special effect. At these words, the system suddenly fell silent for a long time. Just a split second later, it displayed a notification. Control successful. Seeing this, Chen Chang'an couldn't help but laugh excitedly. It's a success. Now there is only one last step left.
As soon as the words fell, he immediately exerted force, forcefully manipulating the system panel. Chen Chang'an excitedly shouted, "Host Chen Chang'an issues a special task. Eliminate all the negative effects generated after Zhang Quanchu got close to the clone. Chen Chang'an's main body. Task target, Invincible domain system. Task reward, Chen Chang'an's praise. The penalty for task failure. The system needs to issue the host a batch of domain points, comforting the host's injured little soul. Task time limit, 10 minutes. As he spoke, Chen Chang'an gleefully revealed a savage smile. Just like that, the system panel displayed the information again. Task issued successfully. Looking at the annoyed system panel in front of him, he gleefully mocked. Sure enough, it works. I discovered a new use for the system's function, worthy of being me. This made the system unavoidably resentful, loudly cursing. Host, fuck your mom. Do you hear me? I fuck your mom. Damn it, you can even exploit bugs? In response to it, Chen Chang'an calmly stated, I have morals, but not much. The task has been issued. Saying that, he instantly showed his amusement and chuckled. According to the rules, you must complete it. If the task fails, your treasury will be emptied by me. One batch is 680 billion domain points. With no other choice, the system could only helplessly curse. Damn it, just you wait. A moment later, the system displayed a notification. The task has been completed. The negative effects generated after Zhang Quanchu got close to the host have been completely eliminated. As soon as the words fell, it immediately cried and cursed loudly. Oh no, I suffered a deadly loss. Seeing this, Chen Chang'an calmly laughed and praised. Isn't it good to be tactful early on? Big brain. At the same time, the scene transitions to a vast, gloomy sky. Here, a door floating in the air is gradually opening. Zhang Yuchan slowly stepped out with a leisurely demeanor and said loudly, the spirit energy of the lower realm is so thin. Can the immortal face-retaining tree really survive? I hope the person from the lower realm who possesses that immortal face-retaining tree is a bit tactful, so I can get the immortal face-retaining tree early and return to the upper realm. As soon as the words fell, she quickly dashed through the air. The scene transitions back to the room full of beauties where Chen Chang'an slept last night. In their daze, they momentarily groped around, searching for his body. Suddenly, the crowd simultaneously woke up and asked loudly, where is he?
Right after that, they hurriedly called out loudly, Senior, Master! Hearing this, Chen Chang'an was startled and immediately turned around. Instantly, a group of beauties appeared before his eyes, crowding together and rushing towards him. Master! They instantly lost their balance and simultaneously collapsed onto the ground. Seeing this, he was completely speechless and could only ask, Good morning, did you sleep well? Without giving him time to say much, the group of beauties simultaneously pinned him to the ground in the blink of an eye, making Chen Chang'an panic and think to himself, Ah, a collective rebellion? You want to rebel? In a flash, Ling Baoer suddenly pinched his face and wondered, Is this real? I'm not dreaming, am I? I have to confirm it. Hearing this, Hong Yi hurriedly agreed, That's right, that's right. Reaching this point, he couldn't hold back anymore and gave each of them a painful smack, shouting, Are you awake yet? Immediately, Ling Baoer suddenly called out loudly, Master! She instantly burst into tears, breaking down and hugging Chen Chang'an tightly. Boo-hoo, you're finally awake. I thought you would never wake up again. Seeing this, Hong Yi's group also sobbed and chimed in. Master, I missed you. Young master, you were gone for too long this time. We were worried to death about you. Contrary to them, Bai Yuad still maintained a calm demeanor and lowered her voice. Senior, I also missed you very much. At the same time, she thought to herself, after waiting for so long, finally senior, so the methods I thought of can be implemented now, right? Hearing this, Chen Chang'an also had no choice but to smile foolishly. I just separated a clone, it's not like I died. Answering him, Hong Yi was still extremely determined. Young master, next time can I go find your clone? I'm very capable, I definitely won't be a burden to you. Facing these words, his face twitched as he hesitated. And then, but in the very next second, Chen Chang'an's face darkened as he reminded himself, I'd better not, Jane Quan-cha would hack me to death.
Thinking this, he immediately put on a serious face and spoke up. Ladies, let's put this topic aside for now. Now let me ask one question. Who changed the clothes on my body? What did you guys do to me while I was fast asleep? These words instantly struck a nerve with the group, and everyone turned pale with fear upon hearing them. They were discovered. They were doomed. Witnessing this scene, Chen Chang'an also felt so embarrassed that he blushed and thought to himself, these silly girls, it's written all over their faces. In the end, who actually made a move on me? Without letting him think too much, Bai Yue, standing nearby, suddenly admitted, I was the one who changed Senior's clothes. This caused Hong Yi to be startled upon hearing it. She hurriedly covered her mouth and flatly denied, Young master, she just misses you too much, so she's talking nonsense. Please don't mind her. I'll take her away right now. In response to these words, Ling Baoer also acted very sensibly, hurriedly pulling Bai Yue with a whoosh. Master, are you hungry yet? I'll go make some food for you right away.
Hearing this, he also became helpless, only able to make a crying face and try to stop them. You guys come back here. Explain it clearly to me. A while later, the sky had turned pitch black. Chen Chang'an frustratedly took off his clothes and sighed. Forget it. Let's take a bath first. Later when I return to the clone, who knows how long the main body will have to lie down. If I don't take a bath, I won't feel comfortable.
Suddenly, Bai Yue appeared out of nowhere and hurriedly approached. Senior. Seeing her, he was a bit puzzled and asked, Bai Yue, what's wrong? Bai Yue's face was flushed red, her whole body trembling as she stuttered. I have been poisoned by a special kind of poison. I need Senior to use this whip to hit me to detoxify it. I still hope Senior can save me. Hearing this, Chen Chang'an immediately pulled a long face and wondered, poisoned by a special kind of poison? Taking a mile when given an inch, Bai Yue was momentarily excited and thought to herself, finally, can I finally feel that strange sensation from last time again? But throwing a bucket of cold water right in her face, he bluntly pulled out a pile of spirit medicines and replied, Oh, then eat a spirit pill. It only melts in your mouth, not in your hand. 1 pill cures all poisons. 2 pills keep you tireless forever. 3 pills give you immortality. The taste is extremely delicious. This made Bai Yue freeze and sweat profusely. Faking being poisoned had also failed. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately kicked her out of the room loudly. All right, go detoxify. I need to take a bath. Facing the situation, Bai Yue was still extremely stubborn, telling herself, It's okay. If this plan fails, there's another. There will definitely be a way to capture Senior. A while later, Chen Chang'an had taken off all his clothes. Immersing himself in the warm tub of water, he let out a satisfied sigh of relief. Suddenly, Chen Chang'an came to a realization and thought to himself, Right, it's been so long since I went back. It's time to return and see how the human cultivators and demon cultivators are developing in the Feixian Mountain territory. They are an eternal engine for generating domain points. I must recharge them on time. As soon as his words ended, the scene shifted to a desolate mountain region. Here, a loud voice suddenly rang out with a warning. Senior Cheng Chang'an has woken up. Hearing this, the people of the lower realm immediately became excited, blushing and hugging each other. This is great! We moved to Feixian Mountain half a month ago, and finally the senior has woken up. Quick! I need to make up to go pay respects to the senior. Help me groom my tail a bit. I must use my most handsome and elegant appearance to meet the senior. I have to nominate myself to be the senior's mount, so the senior can ride me in and out. At the same time, on the other side, Jiang Yuchan was using her spirit energy to dart through the air. Suddenly, she frowned, stopped, and expressed, My time descending to the lower realm is limited. Where exactly is this tree-planting person? I should just catch a few demons and interrogate them. Very quickly, Jiang Yuchan directly broke through the barrier and entered the domain. Receiving this information, Chang Chang'an on this side immediately showed annoyance on his face and wondered, which immortal domain's immortal is offering domain points to me this time, and immortal king level at that? The scene shifted back to this side. Jiang Yuchan was still darting through the air. Sensing her strange cower, the crowd in the lower realm immediately panicked and cleared their throats to remind each other. Immortal energy, those hateful upper realm immortals have come again. We've never seen such high spirit energy before. This is aimed at the senior. We absolutely cannot let her do whatever she wants at Feixian Mountain. Very quickly, Jiang Yuchan was face to face with them. Looking at the crowd in front of her, she immediately frowned and thought to herself, This place has such dense immortal energy. Perhaps I found the right place this time. But shouldn't these lower realm ants cower in fear when seeing an upper realm immortal? What is going on? Right away, a young girl among them unexpectedly spoke up loudly and shouted, This is Senior Chan's place of pure cultivation. Flying is prohibited. Please leave quickly, fellow Taoist. Do not disturb the senior's tranquility. This really made Jiang Yuchan furious upon hearing it. She immediately turned pale and reprimanded, Insolent, how dare nobodies like you speak so loudly without shame?
Hearing these words, the surrounding crowd was immediately frightened and thought to themselves, With this coercion, Senior has met his match. Taking advantage of that, Jiang Yuchan immediately shouted threats. I am Fairy Yuchan of the Xuanwu immortal domain in the upper realm. There is nowhere in this lower realm that I cannot fly to. I ask you, where is Chen Chang'an, who is holding the immortal face-retaining fruit? As soon as she finished speaking, Jiang Yuchan immediately froze under a terrifying killing intent. She lost her momentum for a moment, hurriedly landed on the ground, frowned, and thought to herself, The coercion just now, this domineering aura makes people fearful. Could there be someone stronger than me in this place? Who? Get out here! Recognizing the familiar power, the crowd instantly turned around with excitement and shouted, It's Senior Chen Chang'an! Senior sensed that we are in danger, so he took action to protect us. As soon as the crowd's words ended, Jiang Yuchan's gaze immediately focused on a building on top of the mountain. Over there, Chen Chang'an was sitting thoughtfully, looking at them. Seeing him, Jiang Yuchan suddenly panicked and felt guilty. He's Chen Chang'an? I can't feel any fluctuation in cultivation base from his body at all. But when he looks at me, it raises some fear and apprehension in my heart. Wait, these female demons actually have immortal destiny on them? In the future, when it forms, it can help them in becoming an immortal. Is this also related to the Chen Chang'an they mentioned? As you spoke, she timidly looked at the lower realm crowd in front of her, then looked up at Chen Chang'an's sharp, cold eyes in the distance. Having no other choice, Jiang Yuchan helplessly said to herself, Compared to fighting a battle, victory or defeat would be hard to determine. In a split second, she secretly made a decision. Fine, for the sake of the patriarch.
Then she took the initiative to respectfully bow and say, "Disciple of the Zhang family of the Xuanwu immortal domain, Zhang Yuchan requests an audience." This caused the surrounding crowd to immediately look at each other in confusion, wondering in their hearts, "I didn't see it wrong, did I? A high and mighty fairy is actually—" At the same time, the system also unexpectedly displayed information. Starting random mission 2. Mission target detected. Host, please begin to conquer the fairy.
A moment later, Zhang Yutan unexpectedly soared high into the sky, loudly asserting, "Going to Xianren Temple, let's see what kind of tricks you were playing." Suddenly, from afar, the people of the lower realm abruptly called out to remind her, "Wait, flying is forbidden here." They immediately and arrogantly stated that if one has come here, they must follow the senior's rules. Anyone who comes to pay respects and beg for the senior's help must perform the ceremony with the utmost respect and express their loyalty to the senior. From this path, take step by step up the mountain to seek an audience with the senior. While speaking, the girl pointed to the house in the distance, which immediately made Zhang Yuchan startled. She was momentarily panicked and shouted, "Impossible! I am an immortal of the upper realm. I absolutely cannot endure such humiliation." At the same time, she felt aggrieved and thought to herself, "I am a dignified immortal king. How can I lower myself to the mortal beings of the lower realm?" Seeing this, the demon bull standing nearby showed visible annoyance and sighed heavily. Don't mention immortals to the master. Even superiors would probably have to bow their heads. This once again made Zhang Yuchan feel insulted, and she snapped, "You, speaking nonsense."
But then in the next second she had to stop short when she saw the treasure the monster was holding in its hand. It was the immortal face retaining fruit. Zhang Yuchan momentarily twisted her face and thought to herself, the immortal face retaining fruit is extremely precious in the upper realm, yet here it is treated by this bull demon as a normal spirit fruit to eat. What a waste of heaven's gifts. Thinking of this, she immediately showed hesitation and asked, "You, where did your fruit come from?" Replying to her, the bull demon nonchalantly assumed, "The master gave it, everyone has it, everyone has it." This made Zhang Yuchan even more stunned upon hearing it. She momentarily turned pale, unable to believe her eyes. "What? Do you think this fruit is randomly thrown on the street where it can be seen at will? This holy fruit blooms once 1,000 years, bears fruit once 10,000 years, and when it bears fruit there are only a few. It is extremely precious. What are you relying on?" Seeing this, the female fox standing nearby immediately mocked loudly. "So the fairy descended to the lower realm to seek fruit? Will you high immortals also beg the lower realm? To be honest, we demons gathered here, not to mention being protected by Senior Chen and gaining benefits. This holy fruit is also supplied endlessly every day." At this point, the more Zhang Yuchan heard, the more her face sullenly fell, and she sulkily stepped forward. "I must go ask clearly." Seeing this, the female fox also sighed in boredom and laughed secretly. Her mouth said she didn't want it, but her body was quite honest. As she walked, Zhang Yuchan continuously complained secretly in her heart, "Chen Chang'an, what kind of demon are you, to arbitrarily trample on holy fruits like this for these lowly demons?" Seeing her figure, the surrounding demons confusingly gathered and wondered, "Shh, from ancient times until now, it has always been our lower realm bowing to the immortals of the upper realm. Now I can actually see a fairy of the upper realm bowing step by step to go and pay respects to Senior Chen. Having lived this long to finally see this life is worth it. The senior values this etiquette." Looking from afar, Chen Chang'an looked annoyed and muttered, "These people are really noisy." Very soon after, Zhang Yuchan stopped in front of the door where he lived. She introduced herself loudly, "Zhang Yuchan, disciple of the Zhang family in the Xuanwu and Summel domain." Without hesitation, Chen Chang'an agreed and ordered, "Come in." In the blink of an eye, she pushed the door and walked in, stunned. Seeing her, he momentarily frowned and asked, "Fairy Zhang, painstakingly coming to find me like this, what is the matter?" Answering him, Zhang Yuchan ungraciously started throwing her weight around immediately. "This immortal treasure can attack and defend. In the lower realm, it is a top-tier treasure. I will use it to exchange for one immortal face-retaining fruit with you." Upon hearing this, Chen Chang'an just calmly kept a cold face and snapped his fingers, not exchanging. Hearing this made Zhang Yuchan immediately show her annoyance and scolded, "You don't go too far. Even the lowly demons have them." Hearing this, he briefly laughed and bluntly reminded her, "With your arrogant attitude, do you really think everyone will pamper you?" This caused Zhang Yuchan to almost collapse, panicking inside. What terrifying coercion. It was like facing an immortal lord. Just who exactly is he? At this moment, Chen Chang'an suddenly lowered his voice and proposed, "I don't need the immortal treasure. As long as you answer a few of my questions, you can get what you want." Hearing that, she remained extremely stubborn and proudly replied, "I, Zhang Yuchan, even if I die here and perish in the lower realm, will not answer your questions and suffer your humiliation." Facing these words, Chen Chang'an just calmly turned his face away. "Suit yourself." "Bauer, it seems we have plucked a bit too many wild fruits from the immortal tree." Hearing this, Ling Bauer happily stated, "Hee, I will give them to everyone later, guaranteed to be enough. It's just that I don't know how to deal with the other baskets of immortal fruits. We can't just throw them all away." As she spoke, she stared intently. Reaching this point, Zhang Yuchan was out of options and had to swallow her pride to agree. I suddenly feel that this transaction is not bad at all. Senior Chen, please ask. I will definitely speak frankly." Seeing this, Chen Chang'an froze for a moment and thought to himself, "Not bad. You flip your face so fast. How obedient."
Without any hesitation, he tapped the table and immediately questioned. The first question: why does the upper realm want to invade the lower realm? Shouldn't the superiors protect the lower realm? Scheming your way down here all day long? What are your intentions? Do you also want to play petty theft tricks? Immediately, Jang Yuchan answered with a serious face. Why call it an invasion? That is extremely ridiculous. She momentarily pulled a long face and expressed, the living beings of the lower realm and us immortals do not have any relationship. In our eyes, you are merely tiny ants that cannot cause any waves. Just like an ant on the ground, crushing it to death is very easy. Its fate, its territory, lies in your hands, simply because you have the ability to hold it. The upper realm's attitude towards the lower realm is exactly like that.
Jang Yuchan immediately asserted firmly, you are not worth us wasting our minds on, including the great 1,000 worlds beneath this void. In the end, they will only become tools for our immortal power to increase. Hearing this, Chen Chang'an was a bit puzzled and thought to himself, are there other parallel worlds besides the Juzo continent? Or, at this time, Jang Yuchan still acted high and mighty, continuing in a mild tone. Among the myriad worlds, this land of Juzo is nothing but a tiny speck of dust, so do you know how fragile this world of yours is? From our perspective, you are just a bunch of sheltered wild beasts, unable to cause any waves, and in the end, you can only let the upper realm bind and manipulate you. Seeing this, Ling Baoer, standing to the side, couldn't hold back and resentfully scolded, your words are really unpleasant to hear, making Jang Yuchan suddenly snap back to reality and quickly bow, I apologize. At the same time, Chen Chang'an on this side immediately continued to press with a question. Consider my horizons broadened. Second question. The upper realm has long had the motive to seize the lower realm. Why is it that after so many years, they have never been able to achieve their wish? Facing these words, Jang Yuchan immediately showed visible annoyance and explained, that is because of the obstruction from the laws of the heavenly Tao. Otherwise, to seize the lower realm, one immortal king would be enough. Furthermore, the upper realm and some immortal lineage families of the lower realm have also been in contact, but as for the specific reason, I do not know.
However, I currently know of one matter. In the lower realm, there is a person who deliberately acted for this, repeatedly delaying the upper realm's plunder. Hearing this, Chen Chang'an was slightly startled for a moment. Jang Yuchan gently recounted. Year after year, he alone charged into the border of the realm, sincerely kneeling before the boundary monument of the immortal realm. A strange vision instantly appeared right after. Jang Yuchan emphasized with a stern voice, exhausting tens of thousands of years of cultivation base, just to repeat one sentence over and over again. In that vision, although the man gradually aged and faded into the void, his mouth still continuously uttered words. This is my final request. It must be passed on. In the Juzo continent, during the plundering process, the immortal lords were misled, thinking that the Juzo realm had already been plundered by another immortal domain, so they did not target it. But recently, this matter was exposed. The immortal lords realized they had been played by a person from the lower realm, suddenly flew into a rage, and immediately shouted orders. Carry out a comprehensive plunder of the Juzo land, swearing to drag out that lowly person from the lower realm who disrupted the upper realm's plan, and skin him alive to the bones. And so, returning to reality, Jang Yuchan pondered for a moment and expressed, the scramble of the immortal domains has begun. The disruptor, who delusionally hoped to prolong the existence of the Juzo land, was finally dragged out and killed. Oh right, that person's name is Feng Qiuyun. Hearing this, Chen Chang'an was jolted awake for a moment. Seeing this, Jang Yuchan honestly added, he has a disciple who founded a sect named Longevity Sect.
Hearing this, Chen Chang'an was instantly infuriated, slamming his palm heavily onto the ground. Erupting with killing intent for a moment, he questioned in a deep voice, I ask you, is this news true or not? Facing these words, Jang Yuchan couldn't help but be frightened, and hurriedly replied in a fluster, of course, I, Jang Yuchan, hate lying the most. Ling Baoer was also frightened by this, and hesitantly spoke up, Master. Immediately, he quickly regained his composure, frowned, and reassured, it's fine. At the same time, he thought to himself, based on the information she revealed, Juzo had long been considered by the immortals of the upper realm as an item in their pocket. The reason they hadn't invaded was that the old man had exhausted his spirit energy and cultivation base to delay the time. Now that the old man was missing, Juzo no longer had an expert to protect it, completely exposing it. This also meant that Juzo was about to face a large-scale plunder and invasion by the immortals. In a flash, Chen Chang'an suddenly approached Jang Yuchan and interrogated loudly, I'll ask you a few last questions. What is the medium for immortals descending to the lower realm? Why can the protector exert their full strength in the lower realm? As an immortal king, how much strength can you exert? Hearing these words, Jang Yuchan felt more and more aggrieved and thought to herself, this person is so hateful. I just asked for some fruits. Why did it suddenly turn into his place to dig for information? At this time, feeling a little afraid, she hesitantly proposed, "Give me the fruits, and then I will tell you the truth. You have to pay a price anyway. Don't even think about continuously freeloading off this fairy like this."
These words instantly hit Chen Chang'an's weak spot, making his face freeze as he listened. Just like that, the system board quickly appeared, with a loading interface, accompanied by a small note. At 12 midnight, absolutely do not look in the mirror and shout, "Come out and play with me, otherwise your mom will wake up and hit you." Very quickly, Jang Yuchan took the strange fruit in her hand. Unable to hide her excitement, she smiled and continued. The upper and lower realms have an ascension passage. Relying on a transit jade slip, one can open the immortal gate leading to the lower realm. It's just that this process is a bit long, usually taking about 15 to 30 days. The Tao Protector you mentioned is a reincarnator beside Heaven's Pride. They have special privileges on them and can only rely on Heaven's Pride. Appearing in the lower realm for a short time doesn't require bearing the restrictions of the heavenly Tao, allowing them to exert their full strength. Having said that, Jang Yuchan suddenly fell silent, secretly calculating. Our Jang family seems to have had a reincarnated Heaven's Pride arrive previously. When the time comes, I must ask that person to pass on a message. Absolutely do not provoke the jinx in front of me. Without hesitation, she raised her voice and continued. As for me, in the lower realm, I can only exert 20% of my strength, but dealing with the small fries other than you is still enough. I have finished answering. Give me the rest of the immortal face-retaining fruits. How many boxes are left? Facing these words, Chen Chang'an was completely calm, only smirking provocatively. What rest? I already gave it to you. Very quickly he bluntly affirmed, I didn't say how much I would give you. You are too greedy. This immediately made Jang Yuchan furious as she heard it, hurriedly shouting aggressively, Only one? That's too little, you scammer. No one has ever dared to deceive this fairy. Speaking of this, she couldn't help but feel aggrieved, thinking to herself, one immortal face-retaining fruit refined into a longevity pill fundamentally cannot extend much lifespan for the patriarch. You scammer, what can I do with just one fruit?
Hearing this, Chen Chang'an immediately reacted and replied, "If you don't want the fruit, give it back to me. I'm not short of it, you know." This caused Jiang Yuchan to swiftly step back. "You cunning and deceitful person from the lower realm, how dare you play word games with me?" In response to her, he just kept a cold face and mocked, "I didn't expect the fairy to possess a brainless beauty." In a flash, Chen Chang'an lowered his voice and subtly chased her away. In short, the fairy can leave now, then quickly and loudly ordered, "Bauer, call everyone over here." Standing to the side, Jiang Yuchan couldn't help but bitterly frown and threaten. "Don't be too smug. The lower realm's domain has been targeted by the immortal lord. In the end, no living being will be able to survive. I admit you have some strength, but ultimately it's just striking a stone with an egg." In response to her, Chen Chang'an only looked at her coldly. "I'm really looking forward to them standing in front of me." Hearing this, Jiang Yuchan burst into mocking laughter for a moment, a mantis trying to stop a chariot, not knowing your own limits. Humans, having a bit of strength easily makes them arrogant and forgetful of themselves. If they want to die, no one can stop them. At the same time, she thought to herself, "I'm really something. Before, I felt the oppressive aura so intensely that I carelessly misidentified it. A mere mortal from the lower realm actually wants to challenge the peak of the immortal realm." Suddenly, from afar, a hand unexpectedly reached out as someone excitedly called out, "Master!" The people of the lower realm quickly gathered and appeared in succession, saying in unison, "Greetings, Senior. Why did Senior suddenly summon us? Is there something you want us to resolve?" Seeing them, Chen Chang'an calmly smirked. "You came at the right time. Here are some portions of immortal pills. Juzu is about to face an invasion from the immortals of the upper realm. To deal with them, I have decided to create immortals. Creating immortals who are not restricted by the rules of Juzu, able to unleash their full strength. Are you willing to become the first batch of creating immortals under my hand?" In response to him, the people around all firmly agreed in unison. "As long as we can walk alongside Senior, we are willing to do anything." Hearing these words, Jiang Yuchan, standing nearby, couldn't help but laugh contemptuously. "Creating immortals? You are speaking a fool's dream. The path to becoming an immortal is so difficult. Relying on these ugly people. Surely you don't think that just by relying on a few medicinal pills emitting immortal energy can help them become immortals. This is not the upper realm. They don't have immortal destiny, and fundamentally cannot become immortals." Seeing this, Chen Chang'an just coldly frowned and looked at her. Without saying much, he straightforwardly said briefly, "Eat it. These portions of immortal pills are ordinary immortal pills, but they have extremely high efficacy in breaking through bottlenecks." As soon as his words fell, the crowd quickly entered a state of cultivation.
Looking at them, Chen Chang'an fell into deep thought, thinking to himself that the conditions for becoming an immortal were quite complex. If done the normal way, it would be fundamentally impossible, but as long as it was within the invincible domain, anything was possible. Having made up his mind, he quickly raised his voice and ordered, "Shalu, give me a hand." Without hesitation, Shalu zoomed over, "Coming, father." In an instant, a brilliant golden light suddenly appeared around those people of the lower realm. Looking at it, Jang Yuchang couldn't help but be stunned, realizing, that is immortal destiny. At the same time, she was shocked in her heart and muttered to herself, "Could it be that he can really create immortals? No, he is just a person from the lower realm, not a deity. It's impossible. This is absolutely impossible." But right after that, streams of brilliant golden light suddenly shot up into the high sky. Seeing this, the people of the lower realm were astonished and frantically started discussing. "This aura, someone is undergoing the immortal tribulation again. Someone has become an immortal. The direction is Xianran Temple.
It might be a commotion caused by the senior. Hurry, let's go over there and take a look. In the blink of an eye, the crowd had gathered fully, packed tightly in front of the door, wondering, she has immortal chi on her body, they shouted in unison when they suddenly saw the brilliant golden light. On this side, Ling Bauer, her whole body aching, told herself, my body is about to give out. Seeing this, the crowd outside panicked and hastily encouraged her, hang in there. At this time, the system panel suddenly appeared and displayed. Ning-Su's cultivation base is undergoing a sudden advancement, beginning to calculate domain points. Bai Yu was also gradually having clear changes in her strength. Soul formation peak, void refining, cross-striking, immortal soldier. While cultivating, she was amazed, gritting her teeth and thinking, am I not dreaming? Cultivation base advancement has suddenly become as easy as drinking water. Just like that, Bai Yu quickly woke up and opened her eyes. A gate leading to another world suddenly appeared accordingly.
The people of the lower realm were instantly amazed, shouting one after another, an immortal gate, look, she has become an immortal. Facing this situation, Zhang Yuchan also showed panic on her face and exclaimed, this madman, he actually created an immortal. In response to these words, Chen Chang'an only calmly affirmed, this is an immortal of the lower realm, not the upper realm. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately clenched his palm. The door leading to the other world was instantly destroyed before the extremely astonished eyes of the crowd. The immortal gate was easily destroyed by the senior. Seeing this, Zhang Yunchan gnashed her teeth for a moment and thought to herself, as far as I know, for thousands of years in the lower realm, no one has ascended to the upper realm, just because the conditions for ascension are extremely harsh. A cultivation base reaching the cross-striking peak is only one of the conditions for ascension.
The second condition is precisely cultivating immortal destiny. Without immortal destiny, one cannot ascend. Cultivating immortal destiny requires the cultivator to completely comprehend a certain law of the heavenly Tao to successfully cultivate it. The law of time, the law of water, the law of space, the law of fire, the law of metal, the law of earth, the law of wood. As far as I know, there are many experts in the lower realm who spend their entire lives unable to comprehend the laws of the heavenly Tao and cultivate immortal destiny. After satisfying these two conditions, one still has to go through 99 ascension thunder tribulations and resist the inner demons born during ascension. Only by surviving the ascension thunder tribulation and defeating the inner demons can a person from the lower realm ascend to the upper realm. But now the spirit energy in the lower realm is gradually drying up, and cultivating to cross-striking is already extremely forced. The remaining spirit energy is even less enough for a person to absorb and become an immortal. Just what kind of terrifying realm is Jen Chang'an's cultivation base? The more she thought about it, the more Zhang Yuchan couldn't help but be startled and stunned. Only then could one escape the laws of the world. The reincarnated Heaven's Prides have a rival this time. At the same time, the scene shifts to a gloomy, pitch-black place. In this desolate and ruined place, filled only with the cawing of crows, the Heaven's Prides appeared with savage, smug smiles. This time, reincarnating to the Juzo continent, I have already felt the aura of the Juzo cauldron. On this side, a female Heaven's Pride also gradually opened her eyes after a daze. Am I reborn? In contrast to her tranquility, another Heaven's Pride couldn't hold back and crushed the person opposite him to death. How can the ants of the lower realm be worthy of being my parents? Immediately, a notification suddenly rang out. All Heaven's Prides hear the order. Use all your strength to kill the Lord of Juzo, Chen Chang'an, and seize the Juzo cauldron. Shifting the scene back to this side, Chen Chang'an still had a smile on his lips at that time, thinking to himself, next is upgrading the system, seizing the time to expand the Invincible domain, saving the old man and bringing him back, and conveniently making some profits. At this moment, the system notification appeared. The host-disciple Ling Baolar has broken through to the half-immortal realm. Master-disciple bond surged, rewarding the host with an extra 500,000 domain points. The host-subordinate Hong Yi has broken through to the half-immortal realm. Domain surged, rewarding the host with an extra 300,000 domain points. Ling Xingsan in the Invincible domain has broken through to the half-immortal realm, rewarding the host with an extra 100,000 domain points. Bai Yu in the Invincible domain has broken through to the half-immortal realm, rewarding the host with an extra 100,000 domain points. Ning Su in the Invincible domain has broken through to the immortal realm, Immortal Soldier First Layer, domain surged, rewarding the host with an extra 800,000 domain points. Ding, the host subordinate Tuapa Ye has broken through to the human immortal realm, Immortal Soldier First Layer, rewarding the host with an extra 800,000 domain points. Chen Chang'an lowered his head, a playful and joking expression revealing on his face. Their cultivation bases are still too low, only able to break through to the half-immortal realm. Next time I must try to find a new path to create even more immortals.
At this moment, Ling Bao'er suddenly appeared, crying softly in his ear, Master. Then she changed her attitude, pounced on him, and continued to shout, I didn't expect that I could also break through to the half-immortal realm. Han Li also squeezed in and said sweetly, Thank you, young master. Beside them, Bai Yue's extremely graceful voice rang out, For this great kindness and virtue of the young master, Bai Yue will never forget it for the rest of my life. Chen Chang'an was continuously hugged by them to the point where he couldn't stand firmly and fell backwards. He panicked and stopped them. Calm down. On the other side, Tuaba Ye flexed his muscles, the veins on his biceps and chest bulging. He enthusiastically urged, Look at me. Then he happily
happily posed. I didn't expect to break through to the immortal realm. This is really a good thing. Ling Qingshan fell to his knees and burst into tears. Patriarch, have you seen it? I didn't expect that I could also become a half-immortal. At this time, outside the door, 3 figures were peeking and secretly eavesdropping. The noisy sounds rang out again. Senior is our god and immortal. Our lower realm has immortals now, so we don't need to be afraid of those vicious upper realm immortals anymore. Damn it, I also want to let Senior bury himself in my chest. At this time, Zhang Yuchan was so shocked that her mouth was wide open and her face turned pale. She thought to herself, to think he could actually create 2 immortals who are not suppressed by the heavenly Tao of the lower realm. This person's strength is terrifyingly strong. With this person guarding the Juzo continent, it might become an immortal domain in a small corner in the future. I'm afraid the calculations of the old immortals are hopeless. The system continued to appear with a notification. The host's current total domain points are 7,685,000. Please quickly upgrade to system version 5.0, expanding the invincible domain. It has been detected that 2 people have become immortals within the invincible domain, rewarding the host with double salted fish treasure chests as an extra. Chen Chang'an's eye sparkled with excitement after reading it, thinking to himself, the rewards this time are really rich. Right at this moment, Zhang Yuchan spoke up. Hey! He rubbed his chin and smiled. Fairy, you still haven't left? Do you still want to continue trading with me? Zhang Yuchan hesitated and turned her face away. I, temporarily, don't have much news.
Chen Chang'an teased. It's about the immortal fruit, right? I will leave it for you. Whenever you have new information about the upper realm, you are welcome to come here anytime. After saying that, Zhang Yuchan immediately left. Got it, I'm leaving, goodbye. The system displayed. Detected that the fairy has changed her view of the host. The capture progress has advanced another step, rewarding the host with 10,000 domain points. Chen Chang'an reached for the screen, calculating in his mind. Only the second mission hasn't received a completion notification. It seems this is a long-term random mission. Forget it, let's just upgrade the system. System, upgrade to version 5.0. Hearing the command, the system immediately popped up a new notification. Detected that the host has met the conditions to upgrade the system to version 5.0, proceeding with the upgrade, deducting 1 million domain points, successfully upgraded to version 5.0, activated new function, Mastery of Life and Death. Introduction to the Mastery of Life and Death function can consume domain points to resurrect those who have died within the domain.
Reading up to here, Chen Chang'an couldn't help but twitch his lips. It was a good function, much more reliable than the special max score effect. He reached out, expanded it, and then shouted loudly, leaving 1 million points by his side. Just in case there was someone among the Tao protectors with strength exceeding an immortal general, at that time he could exchange for a higher level clone. The scene gradually appeared before his eyes, golden rays of light flying around the mountain. The system announced, deducted 5,685,000 domain points to expand the invincible domain by 56,850 meters. The remaining domain points are 1 million. The current domain range is 62,607 meters. Chen Chang'an's eyes became intense. He muttered in his heart, Yugong Yishan, Feishan Mountain, Huago Mountain, Hama Mountain, Yeju Mountain. After expanding the domain, the things I can sense will also increase day by day. Currently, it only covers half of the 100,000 mountains. Compared to the entirety of Juzhou, it is still a very small part of the territory. A complete map of the locations includes Wuzhou, Fengzhou, Guangzhou, Yuzhou, 100,000 mountains, Guizhou, Sizhou, Yuzhou, and Leizhou. Thinking of this, Chen Chang'an decided to press on the screen. Taking advantage of the moment, he might as well open the salted fish treasure chest. He wondered to himself, last time he opened the function card for the Mirror Flower Watermoon clone, which was quite practical. What good treasure could he open this time? As soon as it was completed, the sky suddenly brightened with brilliant clusters of fireworks. Chen Chang'an was startled and looked up to observe. The system quickly popped up. Congratulations to the host for opening the 4-star salted fish treasure chest, receiving 15,000 domain points and tens of thousands of 1-star mind-reading cards.
It continued, explaining its use thousands of stars apiece. Insiders, whatever should be understood is already understood. Of course, it can also be used to tease people. A piece of paper with a heart in the middle appeared, explaining the use of the mind-reading card, which can hear the inner thoughts of one of the subordinates, friends, or Tao companions at any time. Chen Chang'an held the piece of paper, panicking in his heart. Huh? Right after that, Chen Chang'an rushed up, grabbed the notification board tightly, and shouted to the sky, System, what are you doing? I am now seriously doubting. Where did your morals go? Right now, he is literally angry to the point of being dazed. The notification board gradually showed cracks, and it hesitantly explained. The items opened from the salted fish treasure chest do not belong to the system's control. The types of items open rely entirely on the host's luck. At this moment, Chen Chang'an finally understood. Is that so? The system saw him holding a piece of its debris and trembled in anger. Host, my design! He picked up the letter. Look at this. This mind-reading card is also very interesting. Let me see. Who is the lucky one chosen? Start, use. A timid voice rang out. My body is so itchy, senior. Chen Chang'an immediately wondered in suspicion, as some voices suddenly appeared in his head.
Who could it be? The crowded group of people began to appear in his head. Their whispering discussions were extremely lively. How can I enjoy that strange feeling from last time again? If I directly pounce on Senior now, Senior will hit me, right? What if I forcefully kiss Senior? It's completely impossible by myself. Only Senior can make me recall the pleasure that even I myself don't understand. Senior, hit me. Thinking of this, Chen Chang'an couldn't help but sigh. None of my subordinates are normal. It's a masochist, huh? I don't even know who it is. He looked up in boredom. All 4 salted fish treasure chests were useless. Gathering them wasn't easy at all. Forget it. Let's go popularize the situation of the immortals for everyone to know first. Changing the scene, elsewhere, a voice rang out. Everyone come over here for a bit. They said in unison, yes. At this time it was the hour of yin. Then it was the hour of Mao. Chen Chang'an slowly stepped up to the room. He lay flat on the bed thinking. Everyone has also started to prepare countermeasures against the immortals about to descend to the lower realm. Currently, it seems that the combat power of the lower realm is still not enough. If we don't seize the time to upgrade our strength, we will be killed.
He frowned, his expression extremely tense. Chen Chang'an recalled old memories. Old man, when I first arrived here, if it weren't for you, I would have long been eaten clean by the demons because of the longevity physique. And for all these years, you kept me at the Shanren Temple, not only protecting me, but also exhausting many years of your cultivation base to protect this lower realm. He muttered. If this lower realm is worth it, the image of the old man appeared in his mind once again. Chen Chang'an closed his eyes and told himself, then you have even less reason to worry. I will protect this Juzhou in your stead. Right at that moment, Ling Bao'er whispered in his ear, Master, breakfast is ready. Wake up and eat. Saying that, she puffed out her cheeks in a sulky manner. Damn it, the great master has returned to his clone again. Witnessing this scene, Hong Yi immediately stepped forward and hugged the little girl. Why is the young master in such a hurry this time? Usually when he switches to his clone, he would greet us, but this time he didn't say a word. Could it be that the young master has another woman outside? Hearing this, Ba Yue softly spoke up to defend him. Senior is probably not that kind of person.
Ling Bao'er suddenly became extremely determined. She raised her cooking spatula high and shouted loudly, Sister Hong Yi, Sister Ba Ye, I have decided. I want to go down the mountain, go out to gain experience, and find Master's clone. Beside her, Ba Ye, with blushing cheeks, shyly volunteered, Miss Bao'er, I am not very at ease with you going down the mountain alone. I will go with you. Ling Bao'er smiled triumphantly. She replied mischievously, all right then, let's go find Master together and give him a big surprise. On the bed, Chen Chang'an was still lying unconscious, completely unaware of what was happening. Immediately after, the main body switched to the clone. Not long after the teleportation, the sky was enveloped in gray clouds, and the rain poured down heavily. 2 guards took turns throwing intimidating words, and the skinny one yelled, You little girl are too stubborn. I already told you, the province lord is usually very busy and has no free time to meet fangirls like you. The fat one chimed in, The senior is busy with work every day for the sake of Juzhou. You fans still cling to the senior for your own personal desires. It's really too much. Zheng Quanchu sat on the chair and slowly opened her mouth. I will not cause him trouble. You guys should also go rest early. No need to mind me. Hearing this, both guards stiffened. The skinny one thought to himself, who wants to mind you? There are so many infatuated women outside now. What if they harm our radiantly handsome province lord? Meanwhile, the fat one cursed inwardly. Damn it, if she doesn't leave, we can't get off work either. My old bones are about to become as stiff as her head. The heavy rain poured down, causing the courtyard floor to be filled with shimmering puddles. Chen Chang'an quickly stepped outside.
The 2 guards trembled immediately upon seeing him. The fat one stammered, Province Lord, Chang'an, you're awake. Then worriedly thought to himself, It's over, we disturbed the Province Lord, I'm dead for sure. Chang'an did not answer, but only lowered his head and softly called, Chu. Chang'an's lips moved slightly, and he continued, Could it be that you waited here for a whole night? Hearing this, Chang'an smiled gently, her eyes sparkling with tears, and her voice became tender. No, I just arrived. Chang'an, can we talk? Chang'an was so embarrassed that his face turned completely convect. He awkwardly turned away and scratched his face. Then Chang'an cautiously asked back, To my room? Chang'an replied, At the same time in Yunzu, Hualong City, in a crowded street with people coming and going, next to it was a small alley where 2 children were hurriedly running in. The little girl joyfully pointed at the glass bottle in her brother's hand and happily opened her mouth. Brother, we finally managed to buy the foundation establishment liquid. The boy was equally excited. Sister, as long as I drink this bottle of foundation establishment liquid, I can break through to foundation establishment and officially become a cultivator. The little girl's cheeks turned rosy. Then she held her face, happily thinking about the future prospects. Xuanquan believes in you, brother. With your aptitude, you can definitely do it. At that time, Xuanquan and you, along with our parents, won't have to suffer from hunger anymore and won't be bullied anymore. The boy seriously rubbed his sister's head and instructed, In order to get the money for me to buy this foundation establishment liquid, Xuanquan and father had to suffer. Don't worry, once I successfully become a foundation establishment cultivator, I will definitely be able to lead everyone to a better life.
Suddenly in the alley, a muddy foot slowly stepped forward, his trouser legs torn to shreds. His body emitted an extremely ominous red smoke, and his eyes were frighteningly sharp. He clutched his chest and thought to himself, "The body of this mortal cannot withstand my divine demon Dao physique. It is about to collapse. I must change to a new body." He gritted his teeth. His bloodshot eyes continued to think, "It is because I killed the parents of the original owner that this body is rejecting me. This person is none other than the reincarnated Heaven's Pride of the Xuanmu and Sinal domain, Ji Tian." The boy tightly gripped the glass bottle in his hand, then observed his every move and speculated. This person looks to be only 9 years old, but he is already at the chi refining peak. His talent is too strong. Moreover, the spirit energy on his body is overflowing. It seems he is also about to break through to Foundation Establishment. Looking at his appearance, I guess he definitely can't afford Foundation Establishment liquid. Thinking so, the boy unhesitatingly held out the bottle and generously spoke. "Hey, I see you are about to break through to Foundation Establishment. Do you have a container in your hand? I will share some Foundation Establishment liquid with you." He whispered in his heart, "Just consider it making a friend. Anyway, I only need to use half a bottle of Foundation Establishment liquid to break through." The boy's words made Heaven's Pride Ji Tian stare in astonishment. He raised his head and shouted loudly, "Which bastard dares to interfere? I didn't expect it to be a Hotian Dao physique." Immediately after, Heaven's Pride Ji Tian revealed an extremely savage smile, exposing 2 sharp fangs. He muttered, "A container that can withstand my divine demon Dao physique has been found." As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding scenery was instantly dyed a savage fiery red. Once done, Heaven's Pride Ji Tian, in the body of the older brother, stood amidst the white smoke and laughed delightfully. "Feels much better." On the ground lay his old body and the little sister, motionless, with pitiably pale purple faces. Covered entirely in fiery red liquid, his sharp eyes glaring demonically, Heaven's Pride Ji Tian muttered his plan. "Next, I will use the secret techniques and knowledge of the upper realm, spend a few days to break through my cultivation base, surpass Chen Chang'an, deal with him, take the Jusu Cauldron, and occupy the lower realm." The system panel displayed character information. Name, Ji Tian. Background, 9th Prince of the Xuanmu and Sinal domain, arrogant and conceited, looking down on everyone. Possessed cultivation techniques, memories of upper realm and Sinals. He also carries the divine demon Dao physique, personally cultivates both righteous and demonic paths. His array formation level is very high. When setting up arrays, he can borrow the array to summon ancient evil entities to assist. Currently, he has successfully captured many realm cities of the lower realm. The success rate is up to 80%. Skills, killing array, binding array, evil array, cultivation base, chi refining peak. Mortal body, special trait, divine demon Dao physique and Sinal destiny. Title, 9th Prince of the Xuanmu and Sinal domain, royal family. Other, Dao protector and Sinal blessing.
In the morning at Hualong City, the early sunlight gently shone down on the streets below, feeling incredibly warm. A passerby excitedly gossiped, "Have you guys heard? The new province lord, Lord Chen Chang'an, is coming to our Hualong City for an inspection." The person opposite replied, "It seems he arrived near the province lord's manor in Yuncheng a few days ago." Shi Tian smirked, muttering in his heart, "To think he would deliver himself right to my door." He had gathered exactly what he needed. New Province Lord Chen Chang'an, Province Lord's manor, inspecting Hualong City. In the distance, a girl happily covered her mouth. "I'm so looking forward to it. The new Province Lord is both handsome and powerful. I really want to bear his children." Shi Tian maliciously pulled down his lower lip to reveal a sharp fang, his eyes filled with sinister calculation. If that's the case, the city massacre plan can be postponed. This seat must grandly prepare a huge gift for him. Besides, if this Chen Chang'an is truly as strong as the rumors say, he will be an excellent candidate to be a vessel. Returning to the narrow alley, the boy's eyes opened in pain as he struggled to raise his trembling hand.
The boy recalled his last memory before losing consciousness. He saw his own body standing and muttering, much more comfortable now. Then he let out a pitiful, bewildered cry. "Ah!" The boy struggled to crawl to his younger sister's side. The little girl had her eyes tightly shut, surrounded by bright red liquid. The boy picked up his sister and softly called out, "Shishi," his entire body trembling incessantly. The scene shifted to Yuncheng province. Chen Chang'an looked heartbrokenly at the woman in front of him. Cheng Quanchu's entire body was soaked from being caught in last night's rain. Her clothes clung tightly to her voluptuous figure, making what was already alluring even more seductive. Chen Chang'an hastily grabbed her hand and pulled her away. "No, you are too wet. You'll catch a cold like this. There is a hot spring nearby. Go take a bath and warm yourself up." A while later in the bathroom, the pool evaporated a magical white mist. Chen Quanchu, wearing a half-open bathrobe, stood motionless in deep thought. Chen Chang'an, as if having eyes in the back of his head, urged her, "Don't just stand there dazed. It's only you and me here. Is the water okay?" Hearing him say that, Chen Quanchu was startled and immediately dipped her body into the water, hesitatingly replying, "Mm-hmm." Her whole face had turned as red as a tomato, and she slowly continued, "The water is just right." Chen Chang'an thoughtfully instructed, "Tell me when you are done soaking. I will prepare new clothes for you."
She nodded. Okay. A moment later, Zhang Quinchu took a risk and asked, Chang'an, do you want to bathe together? At this time, he was focusing on the system panel, so he only replied in a deep voice, I have already bathed, so I cannot bathe with you. Just take your bath. Zhang Quinchu muttered. He calculated inwardly. Did I notice a new Heaven's Pride recently? Shi Tian, why is he only at the Qi refining peak? This pig still needs to be fattened up more. Then Chen Chang'an spoke up. System, check the background of the reincarnated Heaven's Pride. The system playfully teased. Minus 250 domain points, searching. He frowned and questioned. System, do you think you're very funny? Specifically, a reincarnated Heaven's Pride is at most a immortal of the human immortal realm from the upper realm, following the orders of the domain lords of the immortal domains, descending to the lower realm to reincarnate and seize all heavens in myriad realms. They inherently bring along memories of several past lives and cultivation techniques from the immortal realm, enough to remain unaffected by the laws of heaven and earth in a short period, rapidly break through their cultivation bases, slaughter the strongest experts of the lower realm, and seize the domain.
Cross-level killing is as common as a daily meal for Heaven's Prides. At the same time, among the chosen Heaven's Prides, some obtain the qualification to reincarnate because of an immortal venerable's recommendation, some reincarnated to enhance their own cultivation base, and of course a small portion were forced to descend to the lower realm to work. Although these Heaven's Prides all come from different immortal domains, their goal is only one, to dominate the lower realm. And this time, their spearheads are all pointed at the same place. The Juzo continent, due to various factors, has become a treasured land contested by the immortals, and it being taken away is only a matter of time. That is to say, if the host wants to be the savior, you must face these old monsters who have turned on their hacks, so be mentally prepared to continuously fight against a group of people alone. Chen Chang'an frowned with his arms crossed after hearing this. System, do you think this is in the domain? As if having domain points is enough. I am not too interested in being a savior. Whoever likes to do it can do it. While wandering in his thoughts, Zhang Quanchu's gentle voice suddenly rang out. Chang'an, I had a strange dream earlier. She turned her head and continued. In the dream, my Tao companion was not Chang'an, but a stranger whose name I didn't even know. While on our way to participate in the Juzo Grand Banquet, we were besieged by evil cultivators. To survive, he took the initiative to offer me to the evil cultivators as a cultivation furnace.
Her eyes revealed a tense look. In my dream, after the Heaven's Pride tournament, I lost everything, dying in a desolate place with no one caring. It truly suffocated me. Sometimes I couldn't even distinguish between reality and the dream. Speaking up to here, Zhang Quanchu lowered her voice. Fortunately, reality is true. I am so happy. Chen Chang'an thought to himself, it's the previous fate line. He stood up and asked, did you discover anything else? At this moment, Zhang Quanchu stood up. Her robe, which she had completely soaked, clung tightly to her plump body. I also discovered a very important matter. He shouted in astonishment. What is it? Zhang Quanchu's cheeks blushed slightly. Her eyes narrowed slightly in an extremely hazy and charming manner as she whispered, without you, it would be very difficult for me to persist. I discovered clearly, I like you. Having finished speaking, Zhang Quanchu reached out her hand. Could I trouble you to hand me my clothes? Chen Chang'an was equally shy. He quickly handed them over. Here. Right at this moment, Zhang Quanchu suddenly slipped, letting out a piercing scream. She fell towards the ground, one hand trying to hold onto the robe, the other reaching out reflexively. Chen Chang'an panicked. What? He immediately rushed over, reaching out his hands trying to catch her body. However, both of them unfortunately fell into the hot spring together. A loud noise echoed as the water in the pool splashed high into the air. The two of them looked at each other shyly, the atmosphere seemingly pausing for a beat. Very soon after, they both burst out laughing happily. Chen Chang'an seized the golden opportunity. He brought his face closer to Zhang Quanchu and gently said, so, can we consider that we've made up now? She hesitated. Yeah. Their lips moved closer, with only a few centimeters left before they would touch.
A piercing sound rang out as the system panel inexplicably blocked the path in front of the two of them, announcing a random mission. Chen Chang'an's eyes lit up, as if preparing to pierce through it, and he cursed inwardly. You damn system, you really know how to pick the right time to pop up. Master and servant have never been so speechless in this life. The notification sound continued. Detecting a Heaven's Pride from the upper realm approaching, target located in Hualong City. The host is invited to quickly find and kill them. Chen Chang'an smiled smugly, saying to himself, to think a Heaven's Pride from the upper realm would appear in Hualong City, it's perfect since I wanted to go there for a patrol anyway. Someone has delivered themselves right to my doorstep. I wonder if the reward for killing a Heaven's Pride will be better than the immortal general from before. I'm really looking forward to it. Zhang Quanchu quickly caught on to his thoughts, speaking shyly. Chang'an, do you have to go? I heard the gatekeeper say you will be going to Hualong City to patrol after this. Is that right? Chen Chang'an nodded. Yes. Just before Chen Chang'an could gather his wits, Zhang Quanchu suddenly pulled him back, wrapped her hands around his head, and planted a forceful kiss on his lips. He blurted out, You... Zhang Quanchu's cheeks flushed an incredibly adorable red, and her voice became gentle. Taking back what you just owed me? Is that not allowed, husband? Hearing her words, Chen Chang'an smiled so wide he couldn't close his mouth.
Of course it was allowed. 2 words echoed in his mind. Husband, husband, husband. Zhang Quanshu continued. If my husband has work to do, then I will return to the Heavenly Franklin sect first to wait for you. Chen Chang'an didn't hesitate anymore, reaching out to embrace her moist body, and said in a deep voice, All right, wait until I finish my business here, then I'll come pick you up. Zhang Quanshu happily closed her eyes. Then it's decided. The scene shifted. In another place, the scenery was dyed a bizarre, bloody red, with misty white smoke floating in the air. The image of a bleeding foot with blood flowing in streams appeared, and a voice echoed, I use my blood.
Bright red dripped onto the ground, creating an extremely glaring effect. The man was tightly bound to a wooden pole, his body covered in patchy wounds. Beneath his feet was a blazing red vortex array, as the person continued, Sacrifice Wuzo. The owner of this statement was none other than the Heaven's Pride Shi Tian. He laughed savagely and muttered, counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Heaven's Pride Shi Tian hovered in the sky as the demonic circles expanded continuously, with thick smoke rising from them. He shouted loudly, Enough! This is the 9 Heavens God-slaying array. Heaven's Pride Shi Tian's eyes lit up sinisterly, and he curled his lips in delight. The killing array has appeared, just waiting for the ants to enter the basket. At this moment, a strange object suddenly appeared on the other side of the sky, causing Heaven's Pride Shi Tian to pause for a moment. It was a flying ship heading towards Chen Chang'an. He frowned as he read the system notification. Please pay attention, host. Detected a Heaven's Pride lurking nearby. He thought to himself, I keep feeling that this Hualong city is exuding an aura of death. Unsurprisingly, it must be the trickery caused by that Heaven's Pride. Heaven's Pride Shi Tian immediately turned and waved his hand. A gloomy aura of death spread behind his back, and 3 ferocious giant skulls appeared with furrowed brows. A brilliant source of energy suddenly shot straight towards Chen Chang'an's flying ship, splitting it in half and sending debris flying everywhere. He frowned in annoyance and speculated, an attack at the immortal soldier level? Chen Chang'an's eyes lit up as he asked himself, what the hell is that? In front of him was a massive illusionary figure with a small hole in its chest, just enough for Heaven's Pride Shi Tian to sit inside. Chen Chang'an muttered in his heart, It doesn't look like a Buddha, nor does it look like a demon. Yet this ghost thing actually has the strength of an immortal. Heaven's Prides nowadays have such low cultivation bases, they must have turned on their fucking hacks. Ferocious laughter echoed, enveloping everything around. Heaven's Pride Shi Tian opened his mouth wide to provoke. Good evening, my new vessel. Facing his attitude, Chen Chang'an was not outdone. He curled his lips in contempt. Good evening, my little lamb. A notification sound from the system rang out. Detected a reincarnated Heaven's Pride. The current cultivation base of the Heaven's Pride is Qi Refining Peak, but because of an innate divine demon physique, he can summon ancient divine demon assistants at the immortal soldier realm. Host, please quickly kill him and save the common people of Hualong City. Chen Chang'an hovered high in the air, crossing his arms with a smirk. Little brother, you are very brave. However, he secretly thought to himself, being able to cross realms and summon several helpers from a major realm with stronger strength than himself, it seems these reincarnated Heaven's Prides more or less carry some golden fingers. But this is also good. The stronger they are, the more domain points I can receive. Maybe I can even open a new salted fish treasure chest. The Heaven's Pride, Shi Tian, was also extremely vigilant. His eyes widened sharply as he secretly calculated. This Chen Chang'an is dawdling and taking no action. Could it be that he is frightened by the bloodthirsty Buddha demon I summoned? It seems there is no need to waste effort probing his true strength. A direct killing blow and seizing his body will do. Ending his thoughts, the Heaven's Pride Shi Tian's face darkened, and he raised his hand to accumulate a swirling vortex of energy. The Heaven's Pride Shi Tian shouted loudly, 1,000 hands soul-devouring palm. At this moment in the air, hands with blood-red eyes raced to rush forward. The center point erupted into a dense cloud of smoke that surrounded all lines of sight. The Heaven's Pride Shi Tian laughed smugly, killed with a flick of a finger. With just this little ability, he actually dared to stop us from plundering the lower realm. Before he could finish his sentence, the scene before him made the Heaven's Pride Shi Tian's eyes widen in astonishment. What? The dust and smoke quickly dissipated, and Chen Chang'an stood tall and proud as if completely unaffected. He raised an eyebrow and held up a middle finger. 9th Prince, right? Shi Tian, right? I'll let you broaden your horizons on what a continuous combo strike is. Yielding a few moves to you, what did you think you could do to me? The Heaven's Pride Shi Tian did not give up. He continued to cast a spell. You actually recognized me. Since that is the case, I will show great mercy and leave your corpse intact. Your wife, your family, I will take care of them. After that, he unleashed a barrage of demonic hands attacking towards Chen Chang'an. He sneered disdainfully.
I don't believe you can still block this.
Chen Chang'an's eyes burned with a massive flame, and he calmly provoked, "Use some force. Killing people without any strength and still calling yourself an immortal. It's making me die of laughter." In the distance, another group of people was hurriedly flying over, and they shouted loudly, "The spirit energy fluctuation is too powerful. Who is the province lord fighting again? I can feel a trace of immortal energy fluctuation. The upper realm has sent someone down again. We must find a chance to go up and help the province lord." At this time, a girl appeared, observing the situation with half an eye, and smacked her lips. "We are a step too late. That brat Shi Tian had of us. What a pity." This person was precisely the reincarnated Heaven's Pride of the Nichang immortal domain, non-wrong. From behind, another person's voice rang out. "I'm afraid our efforts are in vain this time." She lowered her head and said in a deep voice, "After all, the cultivation base of Shi Tian's true body in the Xuanwu immortal domain is the immortal emperor realm. This blood-slaying Buddha of his is invincible within the immortal emperor realm. Although its summoned strength will be reduced in the lower realm, it is more than enough to deal with an ant from the lower realm. I'm afraid this new province lord will lose his life right here." This person was precisely the reincarnated Heaven's Pride of the Xingshang immortal domain, Kang Ye. These words from Kang Ye made Non-Rong unable to hold back, her lips curling up with interest. This Shi Tian is really like the great villain invading and destroying other people's homeland that I read about in storybooks. This new province lord is exactly the hero struggling to protect his homeland. What a pity. The hero's strength is weak. The homeland is about to be destroyed. How pitiful, how pitiful. The woman next to her said with a serene face, "Pitiful. If these lower realm people fell into my hands, they would still have a way to survive. Falling into Shi Tian's hands, they can only become nutrients to strengthen his cultivation base." This woman was the reincarnated Heaven's Pride of the Xinyang immortal domain, Wu Zhengye. Non-Rong opened her mouth. This overbearing cultivation method will sooner or later face a backlash. Returning to the battle, the blood-slaying Buddha swung its 2 arms toward Chang Chang'an, their two bodies appearing extremely contrasting. It reached out its hand, aiming squarely at him, and smashed down heavily.
Kanye was too used to this scene and turned to leave in disdain. The winner and loser were already clear. There was no need to keep watching. She said, "Let's reincarnate to the next domain." Suddenly, Nanrong shouted loudly, "Wait, look!" Right in front of them was the scene of Chen Chang'an dodging the attack in time, then calmly maintaining his previous posture. Chen Chang'an lightly touched the blood-slaying Buddha with his middle finger, and a scorching pillar of energy suddenly erupted, shooting straight forward and tearing apart a portion of the opponent's body. The 3 girls watching this scene were sweating profusely. They were extremely tense. Shi Tian's blood-slaying Buddha was destroyed again. The bursting energy made the entire sky almost blindingly bright. Wu Jianyi rubbed his chin with interest. This Chen Chang'an has some strength, but it's a pity he made the biggest mistake. He absolutely shouldn't have provoked Shi Tian. Kang Yue beside him also gave her opinion. Shi Tian is an outstanding figure among the Heaven's Prides, and his killing methods are extremely ruthless. Moreover, relying on his special identity, he has collected quite a few loyal immortal Buddha subordinates. Every summoned immortal Buddha is the result of his long-term expenditure of mental energy. Kang Yue looked at him and continued softly, "If Chen Chang'an keeps resisting, he will eventually face a miserable end." Contrary to the attitude of the other two, Nanrong's face was flushed, exuding an irresistible infatuation, and she spoke seductively. To protect the common people of the world, not hesitating to sacrifice oneself. Failing in the end and becoming someone else's toy, becoming a slave. I like this kind of story. If it were me, I would train him into a special male pet. The system appeared with a notification. "Congratulations to the host for successfully killing an immortal soldier realm blood-slaying Buddha, rewarded with 500,000 domain points." Chen Chang'an wondered in his heart. Killing a summoned divine demon can actually yield domain points. Doesn't that mean? He opened his mouth wide and looked at the Heaven's Pride Shi Tian with a sinister expression, saying, "Little friend, if you don't have the strength, don't pretend. It died after just a short time of playing. I haven't even warmed up yet." After that attack, he still refused to admit defeat. The Heaven's Pride Shi Tian sneered, "I have more than just one in my hands." He continued to shout, "Summon the seed of resentment, General." As soon as the words fell, a thick and strong arm drilled out of the void. This guy's eyes were wide open, with lightning bolts surrounding his face. Then he aggressively grabbed his weapon and rushed towards Chen Chang'an, roaring. Going through boiling water and roaring fire for the master, sweeping away all evils. This is the peak immortal soldier, the seed of resentment General. The resentment General, like a madman, swung fatal blows at Chen Chang'an, but he dodged them all. He gritted his teeth and provoked, too slow, go to hell."
At this moment, Chen Chang'an suddenly noticed something. Facing Yuan Shang's attack, he swiftly flew away like a gust of wind, his blurry figure appearing and disappearing unpredictably. Seeing nothing but thick smoke in front of him, Yuan Shang smugly spat, "Beating you until your soul scatters. People of the lower realm are truly easy to kill." Suddenly, Heaven's Pride Shi Tian yelled nervously, "Yuan Shang, above you!" Hearing the warning, he immediately turned his head. Chen Chang'an had appeared behind him at some unknown time. Chen Chang'an's eyes sparked with the fire of absolute authority. He smirked with amusement. "I'll stomp you to death with one kick." With that said, Chen Chang'an swung his leg and kicked Yuan Shang's head forcefully. At this moment, the shattered pieces of his armor flew everywhere in the sky.
The system spoke, congratulating the host on killing a divine demon immortal soldier realm, receiving 500,000 domain points. Heaven's Pride Shitian brought two fingers together and yelled, "Again!" A bizarre two-headed creature appeared on the ghostly circle. Heaven's Pride Shitian strained his voice. "Kill him!" Faced with Heaven's Pride Shitian's loss of composure, Chen Chang'an only smiled gently. "King Jiji, Ninth Prince, are you no good anymore?" He swung his arms back, and a huge dragon immediately rushed out. Mighty heavenly dragon. Chen Chang'an spoke disdainfully. "I was still waiting for you to summon a few more." Heaven's Pride Shitian's face darkened, his eyes exuding such fear that he sweated profusely. Chen Chang'an arrogantly raised his head high, cracking his knuckles while saying in a deep voice, "Go." As soon as he finished speaking, a giant tornado erupted in the middle of the scene, spiraling deep into the area where Heaven's Pride Shitian was standing, giving him no chance to retaliate. A notification rang out, congratulating the host on killing a divine demon immortal soldier realm, receiving 500,000 domain points. The purple light gradually faded, and smoke enveloped the surroundings. Chen Chang'an grabbed Heaven's Pride Shitian's hair and pulled it hard, making him grimace in pain. He bared his teeth in a provocative smile. "You trash. Even if I stand here and let you kill me, you can't. Where is your down protector, immortal?" Heaven's Pride Shitian lay flat on the ground, stammering, You. Chen Chang'an continued with amusement. "To be this weak, it's truly pitiful. What a waste for you to be a reincarnated Heaven's Pride. An earth immortal of the upper realm, the ninth prince of the Xuanwu immortal domain, now looks like a watchdog. It really makes people die of laughter." Then he raised his hand to gather energy. "You Heaven's Prides think you are so high and mighty, looking down on lives, trampling on all things. Now I will let you have a taste." After saying that, Chen Chang'an threw him far away forcefully, the taste of being abused like a dog. Heaven's Pride Shitian fell into an empty clearing. The throw was so hard that blood gushed out of his mouth. Chen Chang'an approached, using his foot to rub against his jagged wounds. "Why did a piece of trash like you dare to come and fight me alone?" Immediately an explosion broke out, pieces of rubble flying high. A light flashed as if wanting to tear through the night.
Chen Chang'an still did not let the Heaven's Pride Shitian off. He tightly gripped his neck and lifted him up. By now his wounds were completely swollen. Chen Chang'an teasingly said, "How pitiful. You are about to die, but no one is willing to step up and save you." Then he thought to himself, "This little lamb is not worth many domain points. The Tao Protector Immortal is the real big catch." The body of Heaven's Pride Shitian suddenly flared up with blazing red energy. He slowly opened his mouth. "It's true that I underestimated you, but my goal has already been achieved." Chen Chang'an didn't give him a chance to continue, directly throwing him high into the air. Heaven's Pride Shitian forced a gritty voice. "Don't be too smug, Chen Chang'an. Next time we meet, I will definitely take your head." He looked down at his hands and muttered, "Even self-destruction didn't summon the Tao Protector Immortal. These Heaven's Prides indeed have some tricks up their sleeves. Descending to the mortal realm using only a divided soul can still allow them to run rampant in the lower realm. If I can lure their true bodies here, I will make a fortune." The system notification appeared. Host has completed the temporary quest, successfully protecting the commoners of Hualong City, rewarded with 20,000 domain points and a salted fish treasure chest. Killing a chi refining peak Heaven's Pride grants 10 domain points. Chen Chang'an couldn't help but twitch his lips. It was pitifully low. The valuable targets weren't the Heaven's Prides themselves, but everything connected to them. Those were the things worth spending time on. With the Heaven's Pride scattered like this, finding them one by one would be quite troublesome. He might as well use the Jujiao Calton as bait to catch them all in one net. Suddenly, Chen Chang'an widened his eyes and muttered to himself. However, his fight with Shitian caused such a huge commotion, they might have already noticed it. It was as if he was struck by lightning. Crap! Chen Chang'an held his head, gritted his teeth, and thought regretfully, "I pressed him too hard just now. The little Heaven's Prides watching the battle will probably get scared and retreat. Damn it, what a mistake. They usually hide deeply enough as it is, with the enemy in the dark and me in the open. It will be even harder to find them this time." At this moment, the crowd rushed over in time, shouting, "Province Lord!" Chen Chang'an was quick-witted and muttered in his heart that he needed to quickly make up for it, then suddenly collapsed. Chen Chang'an started shivering and panting. Reincarnated Heaven's Prides truly live up to their reputation. I exhausted 80% of my cultivation base just to barely kill him. Then, clutching his chest, he groaned in pain. If I hadn't risked my life, I could have easily been killed on the spot. So dangerous, so dangerous. I just hope I don't encounter another one. For the next few months, this body cannot fight another battle. A young man hurried over. "Province Lord, are you all right?" Chen Chang'an forced a cough. "I'm only on the verge of death. It's nothing to worry about. Hurry and take me to find a healer." Hearing this, the young man was moved to tears. "I, Zuzi, will definitely protect the Province Lord's safety." He hurriedly carried Chen Chang'an on his back, his face streaming with tears as he shouted, "Somebody come. The Province Lord is severely injured. His life is in critical danger. Somebody come quickly to save him. The Province Lord is dying." In the distance, those three women were still hovering and observing, discussing among themselves.
Shi Tian's split soul was actually forced to self-destruct by someone from the lower realm. This is still the first time I've seen him in such a wretched state. This person's aptitude is truly terrifying. If he were in the upper realm, I'm afraid he would be a new rising star. Although Shi Tian lost, he also severely injured him, which is an advantage for us. Wu Zhengyi turned her head and spoke up. Defeating him alone is highly unlikely. It's better for the three of us to join forces first and test him. In short, we cannot let others seize the initiative.
At the same time, a group of commoners was attentively watching Chen Chang'an's situation. One of them sneered, "Did you hear that? It's likely true." The person next to him whispered a reminder, "Don't beat the grass and startle the snake." Another silently hid in the alley to observe. Wu Zhengyi carefully planned. He is now heavily injured and definitely cannot exert his peak strength, while this body of mine has a cultivation base at the void refining peak. You too are the same. Combined with the methods we possess, winning won't be difficult. This opportunity cannot be missed. If we miss this time, finding another chance will be very difficult. Kang Ya crossed her arms and replied in a deep voice, "I think we still need to be a bit cautious. This Chen Chang'an has a vicious and calculating mind. He is not a kind person. He might be intentionally luring us out. Buddha's son Sumi Jiangan and that Yu Shulora were reckless fools who got themselves killed. Currently, they are still in reincarnation, looking for another chance to reincarnate back to the Juzo continent." At this moment, Nanrong looked up and absent-mindedly spoke. "On the contrary, I think using brute force to deal with Chen Chang'an is not a good idea." Wu Zhengyi looked at her suspiciously. "Do you have a better idea?" Nanrong's cheeks flushed red, and she calmly rubbed her face. Men, after all, have a hard time passing one trial, and that trial is called the beauty trap. Meanwhile, back in the upper realm, at the Jiang family, cheering voices echoed, "It's the eldest miss! The eldest miss is returned!" Jiang Yuchan landed gently. They continued, "The eldest miss must have obtained the immortal face-retaining fruit. This time, the patriarch is saved." Two guards bowed respectfully. "Welcome back, eldest miss." Jiang Yuchan got straight to the point. "I want to see the patriarch." Jiang Yuchan frowned, looking at the orb behind her. Advancing to a mortal scholar, advancing to a mortal scholar. Then she thought to herself, the myriad domains energy from the lower realm provided for the disciples to absorb and cultivate is no longer much. I wonder if the heaven's pride of the Jiang family can seize the Juzo myriad domains this time. She pondered nervously, but if that true god reincarnates, they should be able to successfully obtain it. After all, these myriad domains of the lower realm are her sole spoils of war. Outside, the sky was flushed with a pink-purple hue. Jiang Yuchan closed her eyes. "Patriarch, I have brought back the immortal face-retaining fruit." Jiang Yuren immediately pulled the face-retaining fruit toward herself and asked, "Only one?" She frowned in dissatisfaction. "Isn't there an immortal face-retaining tree in the lower realm? With your strength, how could you only get one?" She was none other than the patriarch of the Jiang family.
Zhang Yuran said in a deep voice, "Yuchan, you probably don't know. One immortal fruit is not enough for the patriarch to maintain his life. When you descended to the mortal realm, I placed great hope in you." Zhang Yuchan hesitated nervously. "Patriarch, please listen to me recount the events in Xuzhou in detail." A moment later, after hearing her entire story, Zhang Yuran rested her chin on her hand. "Creating immortals out of thin air?" Zhang Yuchan nodded. "That's right. It was Chen Chang'an who exchanged the immortal fruit with me. I saw with my own eyes how he created 2 immortals and 4 half-immortals in a single night." She frowned and explained. "When I met him, I didn't even know his identity, and vainly attempted to use my status as an immortal to intimidate him. Not only was he not afraid of me, but he also had his subordinates humiliate me, fundamentally looking down on our status as immortals. If I hadn't been resourceful, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to return." Suddenly, Zhang Yuran changed her attitude, softly opening her mouth. "So that's how it is. You have sacrificed too much for our Zhang family. It's been hard on you." Zhang Yuchan replied awkwardly, "It wasn't hard. For the Zhang family, no matter what price I have to pay, I am perfectly willing."
At this moment, Yang Ruyan stood up and continued. "However, this person's methods are extremely rare. Even an immortal venerable cannot 100% intervene to create immortals, let alone a person from the lower realm." She walked down the steps step by step and said sternly, "I have a premonition that this Juzhou myriad domains is giving birth to an existence sufficient to threaten the immortal realm. Furthermore, the burial ground of the dark heavenly demon lord from the ancient era has been unknown from beginning to end. Perhaps something can be discovered in this Juzhou land." Zhang Ruyan looked down from above. "Yuchan, the Xuanwu immortal domain's fluctuations are unstable. How our Jiang family can stand in an invincible position, this moment is the key. I have a mission to assign to you." She began to list. "First, you were able to get immortal fruits from his hands, proving he has a good impression of you. You can descend to the lower realm again and find a way to exchange a large number of immortal fruits from his hands, ensuring that the patriarch's life is not a concern. Second, the most outstanding heaven's pride of the Jiang family has lost contact with us for a long time. I speculate that she is very likely currently in the Juzhou lower realm. I need you to descend to the lower realm and quickly contact her. I will give you her Tao Protector Immortal Seal. When you meet her, the Immortal Seal will react." Finishing her words, the Immortal Seal slowly flew into and hid on Zhang Yuchan's forehead. Zhang Ruyan turned around and ordered, "Go to the Tao Protector Immortal Pool. There are many Tao Protector Immortals there.
If you have any doubts, you can ask them. Zhang Yuchan bowed respectfully. Yes, I will definitely complete the mission. Coming to the Xuanru Immortal Domain, the residence of the Ninth Prince, Shi Tan. Under a clear sky with mild sunlight, an angry voice transmitted from inside. Despicable and shameless lower realm person, how dare you humiliate me? A subordinate hurriedly ran over. Your Highness, what happened? He shouted. My divided soul that reincarnated to the lower realm is dead. His mouth was smeared with red blood as he cursed. That beast, a lower realm person, actually dared to humiliate me. It pisses me off. I will definitely slaughter that entire Juzhou continent. This person was none other than the immortal Emperor Realm 5th layer Shi Tan. The subordinate couldn't believe his ears. What? This is impossible. Your Highness's divided soul's strength in the lower realm cannot be underestimated, and it even brought 3 divine demons. Who did this? Shi Tan gritted his teeth. The Lord of Juzhou, Chan Chanan. Those 3 precious divine demons of mine were also destroyed by him. If I hadn't used the 9 revolutions soul condensing pill in time, my divine soul would have been severely injured. He frowned and ordered. Prepare a bit. I want my true body to reincarnate down to the lower realm and kill this guy myself.
The subordinate anxiously tried to stop him. No, that is too dangerous. Reincarnating the true body is not like a divided soul. In the lower realm, if a divided soul is destroyed, the true body still exists. If the true body is destroyed, then you are truly dead and cannot even enter the 6 paths of reincarnation. He slowly walked over and said softly, You are currently the prince with the highest chance of taking the throne in the royal family of the Xuanwu and Simmel domain. Besides, you only need to separate a powerful divided soul to easily destroy this lower realm. You do not need to joke with your own life, Your Highness. Shi Tian did not care and interrupted him. Just sending a divided soul is useless. Shi Tian frowned as he thought of Chen Chang'an's face. That Chen Chang'an's strength is at the immortal martial realm, which is considered invincible in the lower realm. Currently, only if my true body is reincarnated, under the suppression of the laws of Juzhou, can I retain more than half of my strength. Only then will I have a chance to kill that Chen Chang'an. Shi Tian continued, You do not need to worry so much. Among the heaven's prides, no one is my match. Reincarnating my true body will allow me to seize the absolute immortal initiative. 1 year from now is the selection tournament for the candidates of the immortal Venerable Ho. I must obtain the Juzhou domain to be qualified to participate. The subordinate hesitated and shouted, Your Highness. But at this moment, Shi Tian had already stood up.
He walked over and patted his subordinate's shoulder with hidden meaning, then growled, Your guts are too small. Why would I give up a game that can be won 100% for no reason? You must remember, the advantage lies with us. Once the opponent shows signs of rising, we should immediately surround and kill them without holding back. Hearing these words left the subordinate speechless. Shi Tian walked calmly. Hesitation leads to defeat. Then Shi Tian thought to himself that only by becoming a candidate for Immortal Venerable would those old-fashioned immortals support his ascension to the throne. Seizing Juzhou absolutely cannot have any mistakes. I must go personally for this matter. Chan Chang'an, I am definitely taking your head. The scene shifts to the lower realm, Yunzhou. A clear moon and cool breeze appeared in the sky. At this time, the news of Chan Chang'an being heavily injured spread throughout all the cities of Yunzhou overnight, causing more shock as it spread. The crowd was gossiping and whispering among themselves. A tense young man exclaimed, I heard that the province lord fought a great battle with the immortals of the upper realm to protect the common people of Hualong City. After killing the immortals, he himself was severely injured. His life is in danger, and he is about to die. The man opposite him couldn't believe his ears and immediately asked, Is this true? He firmly confirmed, Absolutely accurate. Outside, there were also plenty of gossips. A man bowed his head and whispered, Let me tell you, some people say the province lord is crippled. In order to protect the peace of the lower realm, he entered into a marriage alliance with the immortals. The woman next to him panicked upon hearing this. What? Is the province lord involved with a fairy? In another area, a group of women were talking endlessly. A disappointed girl waved her hand and sneered. I feel those fairies have broad backs and thick waists. They are not even as good as finding a few fox spirits. The girl next to her immediately interrupted to refute. That's not right. I heard it's because the plot didn't follow the novel's route, and the scriptwriter couldn't keep up with daily updates. It's tough for readers like us who can't even get a last look at the province lord. Another girl tilted her head back in regret. Where's the morality? Where's the dignity? Where's the scriptwriter's address? Where's the contact method? I want to send blades. At that moment, a girl suddenly ran over and shouted, Stop! She raised her hand, closed her eyes tightly, and yelled with all her might, The province lord is only heavily injured. He's not dead yet. What kind of nonsense are you all spouting?
Hearing this, the 3 women immediately left in disappointment, not forgetting to give the girl behind them a look full of disdain. Back at Hualong City, in the city lord's room, Chen Chang'an sat motionless on the bed, the mark on his forehead glowing increasingly brighter, burning like a flame. Then Chen Chang'an sighed. As expected, even using the power of the heavenly Tao, he couldn't find the traces of these heaven's prides. He could only wait for them to expose themselves on their own initiative. At this time, he called out to the system. The system immediately appeared and displayed his information panel, including name, Chen Chang'an, domain points, 2,555,510, domain range, 62,607 meters, activated skills, all things animate, Immortal Tao True Interpretation, max point special effects, mastery of life and death, currently owned functions, mirror flower water moon, permanent Immortal Tao, system inventory, 10 slots limit, 1 mythical secret realm key, 1 salted fish treasure chest. Chen Chang'an stared and thought to himself, expanding until now, it's only a little over 60,000 meters, the 100,000 mountains are not completely covered yet, and Yinzu is an even more distant hope. Domain points are not enough to use. Those Heaven's Pride fishes, take the bait quickly, my broadsword is about to rust.
Suddenly, a loud noise rang out from outside, causing Chen Chang'an to turn his head in surprise. A dark shadow flashed by, and he wondered, are they here? The person ran as fast as the wind, muttering inwardly, where is he? Which room is he in? Chen Chang'an did not delay and immediately lay down on the bed, thinking, they are outside, looking for an opportunity. The person peeked around, looking extremely suspicious. Chen Chang'an keenly noticed and said to himself, so they plan to make a move from the window. Come quickly. He smirked with interest. Let me see if it's a big fish or not. At this moment, the person managed to step inside, then approached at a moderate pace. The person stood beside Chen Chang'an's bed, eyes shining with malice. Suddenly, Chen Chang'an's body trembled as he thought to himself, she is touching me. Not giving the person a chance to act recklessly, Chen Chang'an quickly grabbed those naughty hands. Then, easily pinning the person down on the bed, he shouted, I'm telling you, you Heaven's Pride are going too far. Wanting to kill me is one thing, but to actually want to defile the purity of. As soon as he saw the person's face clearly, Chen Chang'an's eyes widened in shock. Chen Chang'an panicked and jumped up. Quan Shu, why are you here? Zhang Quan Shu, her cheeks flushed red, looked away and said, I heard you were severely injured, so I was worried and came to find you. There are heavy guards outside, and waiting to be announced would take too long, so I climbed in. She was so worried she was sweating bullets. Right, husband, where are you injured? Let me see. Seeing Zhang Quan Shu continue to make a move, Chen Chang'an quickly stopped her. He cleared his throat. Your husband is super strong. A mere Heaven's Pride cannot hurt me. I am not injured, rest assured. In his heart, he wanted to scream, my precious, my precious, my precious. You can't just touch randomly. If you touch any lower, you'll reach that spot.
Zhang Quanshu stubbornly refused to listen. I don't believe it. Take off your clothes. Let me check. Chang Chang'an's face grew hot. Quanshu, don't. She reassured him. I'll just take a look. Just one look. Right after confirming, Zhang Quanshu suddenly became shy. Her body trembled uncontrollably before that light. Chang Chang'an awkwardly spoke up. Well, it's very good. Do you believe it now? I'm fine. He rubbed his nose. Quanshu, seeing you makes me very happy. Zhang Quanshu nodded hesitantly. Me too. Chang'an, do you want to consummate our marriage? Chang Chang'an hastily stepped back. Now is not the time. Zhang Quanshu naturally understood and let out an oh. She lowered her head and said softly, If I were a Heaven's Pride, I might have pushed you down by now. Then she blinked suggestively. Chang Chang'an couldn't help but step forward and pinch her cheeks. He sighed inwardly. So cute. Then he replied, How could you be a Heaven's Pride? If you were a Heaven's Pride, I would know immediately. Zhang Quanshu cried out in annoyance. You! She playfully acted spoiled. Then at least you should have told me, making me worry about you like that. In short, as a person facing such dangerous things without caring about the consequences, it also makes me... In the midst of this ambiguous atmosphere, a voice suddenly rang out from outside. Province Lord, are you asleep? Zhang Quanshu panicked. It could be a Heaven's Pride. She quickly crawled under the bed. I'll hide first. If you need help, call me. Chang Chang'an panicked. Wait. He strangely lowered his voice. Actually, I already anticipated that those Heaven's Prides wouldn't fall for this trick. I'm preparing to set up the next plan to eliminate them. Quanshu, come out quickly. Your husband. However, Zhang Quanshu only poked her head out and said, Be careful not to capsize the boat in a gutter. This action of mine is very smart. With me here, I won't let the opponent get what they want. At this moment, Minghe hurriedly pushed the door wide open and ran in. Chang'an, what's wrong with you? He was surprised. Minghe? She held her chest in worry. Never mind, Chang'an, let me check your injuries. Just relax. Zhang Quanshu, under the bed, watched their legs getting closer and closer to each other. Chang'an shouted loudly, Sister, you are my only sister. This cannot be touched. Minghe reassured.
Chang'an, relax. It will be over very quickly. It won't hurt. Zhang Quanshu was so angry that her clenched fists trembled. Chang'an cried out miserably, Your strength is too much. Stop your hands. Minghe stubbornly replied, Chang'an, don't move. I am here. I won't let anything happen to you. Outside, Nanrong leaned against the door and nervously cursed inwardly. Damn it, Chen Chang'an is playing too wildly like this. He actually asked his wife to hide under the bed while doing this. Look at him and his mistress acting so affectionately and audaciously making such lewd sounds. Nanrong, who was camping out there earlier, felt her cheeks heat up and her body became unusual. Strange, I am naturally getting a little excited. What would the woman under the bed think? Very angry? Very helpless?
If I join in, how would she react? Ming-He looked tired and panted heavily. Hearing the sound, Chen Chang'an's face went blank. Then he said awkwardly, "Sister, my good sister, you doing this can easily cause misunderstandings." She circulated her chi to help him and calmly replied, "Misunderstandings are just nonsense rumors. I won't mind." Chen Chang'an immediately shot back, "Damn it, I mind." She expressed with deep concern. Ming-He was indeed a bit abrupt and offended the province lord. It's just that right now, it doesn't matter if anyone else in Juzo has an accident. Only you must be safe no matter what. Tonight, let Ming-He serve by your side and protect your safety. At this time, Jiang Quanchu, hiding under the bed, was already furious with jealousy. Hearing such deeply caring words, Chen Chang'an still brazenly chased the guest away. "I accept your good intentions. If there is nothing else, you should go back." It wasn't convenient for her to linger, so she agreed. "All right." He glanced at her and thought, "Lord of Guizhou, Ming-He, the only one among the 9 province lords who was loyal to me the earliest, and even took the initiative to connect with the other province lords to push me into the position of Juzo province lord. I know very little about her, not to mention having a close relationship, but after I took office, she has actually helped me a lot. It was originally a play to lure out the Heaven's Pride, but it ended up scaring her instead. This person cares about me so much, I don't know if it's a good or bad thing." Just then, the urgent voice of the system rang out. "Host, please pay attention. There is a void rehining Heaven's Pride hiding near the host." He calmly let out an "oh." Outside the door, Nanrong accidentally stepped on a branch, making a noise.
Realizing she was exposed, she decisively dashed away. She anxiously thought to herself that the concealment technique was about to run out of time, so she had to flee quickly. Just as Kang Yue had said, Chen Chang'an faking a severe injury was intended to make them throw themselves into the net. The people of the lower realm were cunning, and she feared that this honey trap had long lost its effectiveness. Chen Chang'an wanted to. However, while she was running headlong, he had somehow appeared right in front of her to block the way, even politely greeting her. "Good evening." Nanrong's face turned pale, and there was only one thought left in her mind. He wants to kill all of us. Chen Chang'an continued, "I have been waiting for you all for a long time, little Heaven's Pride." Suddenly, Wu Jiangyi and Kang Yue rushed out from nowhere, and she loudly criticized, "I told you before, that trick of yours can only fool those without brains." This caused Chen Chang'an's interest to surge. There's even an ambush.
Wu Jingyi threw her chains at him and roared, "At the crucial moment, we must forcefully seize it." Chen Chang'an dodged sideways while smirking in praise. "Speaking like that, you are very brave." At the same time, Kang Yue executed the immortal-grade Nebula Holy Flash, and an illusionary chessboard appeared right under her feet. She shouted loudly, "There is only one chance. Use all your trump cards." On the other side, Nanrong also launched her move, immortal-grade 100 Flowers Buddhist Finger. Her body radiated petals, speaking in a coquettish tone, but full of killing intent. "Initially, I found you quite pleasing to the eye, little brother. What a pity. I have to kill you." Wu Jingyi followed suit, igniting flames to engulf the chains. She said very confidently, "This strike will pierce through everything. Once the Crimson Spirit Ascending Lotus locks onto the target, even immortals can hardly escape death." Chen Chang'an, with sharp and cold eyes, smirked and feigned a gasp. "I'm so scared." Saying that, he unleashed an extremely powerful move, smashing straight down. The result was being tied up. The victims were, of course, the 3 beauties, who had now become 3 pigheads, beaten mercilessly. Crying and speaking heartfelt words, the winner becomes the king, the loser becomes the bandit. You can chop or kill as you wish. Chen Chang'an smiled brightly and patted Nanrong's head. "As long as you answer my questions, why would I hurt you little beauties? After all, I am not some kind of demon." Her eyes sparkled with emotion. "Little brother, you are so kind." He smiled, but his eyes gave off a cold vibe as he secretly plotted. "These Heaven's Prides have a concealment technique that the system couldn't detect. Wait until I figure out this technique, then I will turn them into domain points." Right at this moment, a voice called out from behind him, "Husband." Jiang Quanchu rushed over breathlessly and asked, "Who are these people?" Chen Chang'an calmly explained, "Heaven's Prides who are reincarnated immortals from the upper realm to the lower realm. They carry various heaven-defying immortal arts on their bodies. They are very tough. Don't come over here." She immediately obeyed. Okay. From an angle he couldn't see, Nanrong frowned and thought to herself, "Seriously, being this cautious leaves absolutely no chance to strike." Suddenly, she formed a treacherous smile. "Forget it. It's just a divided soul anyway. Let me do it one last time." Jiang Quanchu looked down at her. Nanrong completely changed her attitude, blushing as she confessed, "Chen Long, I miss you so much. The days without you, my heart cannot rest. Night after night, I cannot sleep." Chen Chang'an felt a chill down his spine, gritted his teeth and yelled, "Did you take the wrong medicine? I don't know you at all."
She continued to play the role of the betrayed woman. Qinlong, is that your wife? Why did you never tell me? If we are already pursuing excitement, let's take it all the way. Chang'an, do you know what I am missing right now? I'm missing you. The more Zhang Quanchu listened, the more her anger exploded. She growled, asserting her sovereignty. Chang'an is mine. No one can take him away. Saying that, she grabbed her sword and wanted to rush forward. Chen Chang'an hastily stopped her. Calm down, calm down. Her, I still have a use for her. She aggrievedly added more fuel to the fire. Why are you being so petty? Isn't it very normal for a man to have many wives and concubines? He also went crazy and yelled, "Non wrong, shut your mouth right now." Minghe stood behind, looking at the situation in front of him, thinking, I originally thought that the upper realm Heaven's Pride, who have been arrogant for many years, would be restrained in this domain, and that I would never see this scene in my entire life. He truly makes people exceed expectations. At a small city on the border of Yanzhou, blood stained everywhere. Massacred corpses lay on the streets. The arrogant laughter of a guy rang out. We had to slaughter several cities to gather enough essence blood. Finally, this immortal-grade immortal slaying sword is forged. Shi Tian, sweating profusely from tension, hid in a corner observing the situation. Standing outside were two people, the Heaven's Pride of the Songhai Immortal Domain, Zhang Guang, and the Heaven's Pride of the Songhai Immortal Domain, Li Dai, holding a large sword that was continuously absorbing blood energy. He proudly declared, except for the holy immortal sword of our immortal venerable Queen Yu, with us possessing this sword in the lower realm, we have almost no rivals. This Juzu domain is ours. Right at this moment, Zhang Guang suddenly turned his head to look at the haystack behind him. There's still a little mouse left. Shi Tian, hiding inside, was immediately terrified.
Zhang Guang controlled his spirit energy, grabbed his neck, and dragged him out. Li Dai rejoiced. Perfect. Use him to sacrifice to the sword. Suddenly, Zhang Guang's arm took a hit, accompanied by someone's voice, "Let go of that child." Appearing were Bai Yue and Ling Baoer. As soon as she arrived, she questioned, "You beasts who wantonly slaughter the innocent, are you even worthy of cultivation?" Zhang Guang lowered his voice in contempt. Ants of the lower realm meddling in other people's business. Following that, Li Dai, with a bloodthirsty expression, rushed forward with his sword. I've massacred so many cities, but this is the first time I've seen such a top-grade glazed immaculate physique. If I can use them to sacrifice to the sword, it will definitely increase the strength of the immortal slaying sword to the next level. These words infuriated Ling Baoer. Massacring cities. So to speak, the several massacred cities we encountered along the way, the people inside were all killed by you? He immediately admitted, that's right, you can also become a departed soul under my sword. She didn't say anything more and began to circulate her spirit energy. Then she swiftly dashed past him and delivered an extremely fast slash. Beast, go to hell. The sword in Li Dai's hand, along with his head, was severed. Zhang Guan turned pale, thinking, that holy sword. He yelled in disbelief. Why is the holy immortal sword in your hands? Shouldn't it be in the hands of Chen Chang'an? Ling Baoer replied coldly, the dead don't need to know so much. Afterward, he decisively turned around to flee, still finding the energy to curse while doing so. Bastard. That bastard Chen Chang'an actually handed this immortal treasure into the hands of a lowly woman like you. How much more do you want to humiliate the immortal realm? Ling Baoer naturally didn't give him this chance. She lunged forward and plunged the blade into his back. Want to run now? It's too late. One strike and he was down. Shi Tian turned pale watching this again. Bai Yue looked around and sighed emotionally. This is already the 5th massacred city we've seen on our way. These people have truly committed many malicious deeds. Ling Baoer angrily added, just the ones we saw are already 5. Bai Yue made a deduction. Then the places we haven't seen probably have even more. I guess the reason the master frequently returns from his clone to his main body is because the Juzu continent has now fallen into a truly great crisis. As for Chen Chang'an, the system issued another notification. Detected that your host, Ling Baoer, has killed 2 reincarnated Heaven's Prides of the upper realm with cultivation bases at the Soul Formation realm. Rewarded 20,000 domain points. He spoke with a cold face. Oh, I'm really looking forward to your arrival. Without any benefits, I don't have the energy for it. At the same time, the system screen changed. Special mission, maximum special effects. Reincarnated Heaven's Prides are recklessly slaughtering in the Juzu domain, plunging the people into misery. Please take immediate action, host, and save the Juzu domain. Reward for successful mission, a cross-world transmigration card. Mission failure, destruction of the domain.
The next morning, Chen Chang'an called out with a joyful expression, System! On the screen at this moment were 5 words, Realm Transmigration Card. He immediately put on a flattering expression. This realm card is exactly what I want. Can I transmigrate to another realm, for example, Earth? The system ruthlessly poured a bucket of cold water on him. What the hell is Earth? Host, the realm card will randomly transmigrate across the myriad realms. As for which realm it is, that will depend on your luck. Chen Chang'an slapped the screen and demanded, random transmigration is too much of a scam. Screw that. I want designated transmigration. Suddenly, his expression changed as he pondered. This special mission is brought about by the Heaven's Prides. Simply put, as long as I exterminate them, it's basically considered complete. That being said, killing 1 or 2 is easy, but exterminating them by the roots is as hard as ascending to heaven.
He remembered the crazed state of a woman he had killed previously. These immortals were basically all clones descending to the lower realm. If killed, they would just revive, fundamentally impossible to wipe out completely. Thinking of this, he rested his arm on the system screen, pointed at himself, and questioned, "Let me ask you again, does the special mission have a time limit? Other than Bauer, if other people kill the Heaven's Prides, can I get domain points?" The system snorted arrogantly. "Trying to flatter me now?" After saying that, the system flew up, escaping his hand, and announced, "Don't hit lousy. The time limit for the special mission is 1 day. This matter concerns the life and death of the Juzhou realm. Host, please take it seriously and don't be careless anymore."
Chen Chang'an heard this, rubbed his chin, and smirked. "Damn you, the mission and the reward are disproportionate. Who would work for you? Besides, with the time you gave being so tight, it's very hard to guarantee I won't make a mess." Right at this moment, outside his subconscious, a shout rang out. "Everyone look at the sky! Quick, look quickly! The immortal gate has opened. An immortal has descended to the mortal realm. An immortal has descended." The screen popped up, detected the reappearance of Heaven's Pride Shi Tian. The Heaven's Pride is currently at the Immortal Emperor level. The host's clone temporarily has no chance of winning against the Ninth Prince. Do you want to exchange for a higher level clone? Reading this, a thought flashed in his mind. Immortal Emperor level. Is his true body descending to the mortal realm this time? Chen Chang'an smiled deceitfully. "No need to change for now. I want to play a big game." In a certain forest in Yunzhou, a panicked voice continuously called out, "Ninth Prince, Your Highness the Prince, even Fairy Yuchan has arrived."
Hearing this, Zhang Yuchan took her leave. "Ninth Prince, I still have to go to Feixian Mountain to get the immortal face-retaining fruit to bring home to my elders, so I will not stay to accompany you. I won't disturb your conversation." The Ninth Prince called her name as if he had something to say. "Yuchan," but she didn't linger any longer and flew up. He darkened his face and muttered, "You and I are both in the Xuanwu immortal domain. Why don't you stay and help me seize Juzhou together? The people of the Zhang family are really a bunch of brain-dead fools." From midair, she glanced at the situation below and thought suspiciously, to think that Shi Tan actually used his true body to descend to the lower realm with such great determination. It seems that this Juzhou will definitely be seized by him. Previously, an Earth immortal descending to the lower realm would definitely have their cultivation base suppressed by the heavenly Tao of the lower realm, but he shows no signs of being suppressed. Is he faking it? Right after Zhang Yuchan left, a subordinate loudly reported, "Ninth Prince, a cunning and treacherous person like Chang Chang'an has spread fake news that he is heavily injured. Non-Rome was bewitched and went ahead to investigate, and they have all been captured." Several others also took the opportunity to chime in. "That's right, Ninth Prince. We cannot be led by the nose by a mongrel from the lower realm. We must seize the initiative. A mere bug not only dared to audaciously kill the Heaven's Pride of our upper realm, but also repeatedly prevented us from subduing Juzhou. He truly deserves to die. We must make him suffer punishment. Otherwise, how will we have any standing in the future?" Suddenly, he held up 5 fingers and declared in a deep voice, "In 5 hours, I will definitely make him beg for life but cannot, and beg for death but cannot." With a twisted expression, he added, "But you all must cooperate with me." At the same time, he thought to himself, "I remember that Chang Chang'an was also originally at Feixian Mountain. I figure he probably has quite a few friends and relatives there." He began to deploy his plan, dividing it into 2 steps. Step 1, gather all the Heaven's Prides we can contact near Yunzhou and massacre the city. In Fengzhou and Wuzhou, the agonizing screams of citizens echoed. "Quick, run quickly, run away. Father, mother, don't leave me behind, don't kill me." The Ninth Prince's voice rang out again, bringing them extreme panic and despair. Step 2, wait until those ants are in complete despair, then give them a little hope.
In Leizhou and Jizhou, the situation was similar. The people trembled on the ground, raising their hands to beg, "Please spare us." The arrogant butcher said, "Spare you? Possible. As long as you surrender to us, then I will spare you." He continued, "And that ray of hope lies in the hands of Chan Chang'an." The butcher leaned his face in and grinned, baring his teeth. "Ah, right. As long as your lord of Juzhou gives the Juzhou cauldron to us, this massacre will stop and you can all live. When that time comes, we won't need to act personally. Those ants, in order to survive, will start a riot." In Yunzhou, the people angrily protested. "We beg the city lord to hand over the Juzhou cauldron. Please save commoners like us." "Where is the province lord? Didn't he say he would deal with the immortals descending to the lower realm? Why isn't he coming out? Chan Chang'an, you coward, get out here." Ultimately, forcing Chan Chang'an to hand over the Juzhou cauldron. The Ninth Prince's subordinate looked at the chaotic situation below and became smug. This method of Shi Tian is effective. Now various places in Juzhou have fallen into chaos. That Chan Chang'an is probably about to bear the brunt of it. Another subordinate flying nearby added, "Shi Tian didn't forcefully snatch it, but instead used the foolish crowd to wear down Chan Chang'an's energy. What a great plan. Next, let's see how he chooses. To desperately keep the Juzhou cauldron and become a great hero blamed by the commoners, or to hand over the Juzhou cauldron and become a sinner for all eternity." The people continuously screamed, "Chan Chang'an, come out, Chan Chang'an." The Ninth Prince revealed a twisted smile. "Next, we just need to wait for Chan Chang'an to obediently hand over the Juzhou cauldron."
Late at night in Hualong City, Nanrong's weak voice echoed. There really isn't, not even a little bit. She groaned. Help, don't. Chan Chang'an pressed on the talisman on her forehead. So that's how it is. He thought to himself. This concealment technique is originally an immortal grade cultivation technique specializing in cultivating the divine soul from the upper realm. Cultivating this technique can avoid the probing of the heavenly tribulation of lower realms, causing the reincarnated heaven's prides to sense each other. Although this technique is powerful, it also has certain dangers.
Maintaining high-intensity concealment techniques for a long time will cause a backlash. In mild cases, a person becomes foolish like a retarded child. In severe cases, their body collapses and they lose their memories. What a pity, otherwise he could have let Bao'er and the others cultivate it. Just now, he also found out the connection between the Tao Protector and Heaven's Pride. There is an immortal seal connecting them. He took off the talisman. The 3 girls had already been disciplined by him until they lost consciousness. Chen Chang'an looked down and continued to ponder. Simply put, Tao Protectors are like the summoned beasts of the Heaven's Prides, and there are many summoning methods. Those with a high cultivation base can trigger it through their divine soul, while those with a low cultivation base need an intermediary, such as the jade slip that Yu Shuluro crushed. However, he remembered that Yu Shuluro's Tao Protector seemed to say at the beginning that precisely because of the immortal seal, his cultivation base upon descending to the lower realm was not suppressed by the heavenly Tao. He could use his strongest power. He looked up and frowned. This immortal seal didn't seem that simple. He figured out the next direction. The plan had to be arranged in advance. Catching all the Heaven's Prides wasn't enough. He also had to capture a Tao Protector alive to get more information about the upper realm. At a certain hall in Hualong City, Ling Hai asked, I've already sent someone to inform the Province Lord. I am sure the Province Lord will arrive very soon. How is the current situation in your provinces? A middle-aged man with a goatee replied dejectedly, 9 of the 10 great sects in my province have been destroyed. Now there is only one left lingering on its last breath. Qikong added, the 8 great chambers of commerce in my province were tormented by those lunatics, leaving only 2 people alive, while the rest are babes in the cradle. Nongong Tin Wen also chimed in. Dozens of cities in my province have been destroyed. The number of dead commoners has reached 1 million. Their methods are too ruthless. Suddenly, footsteps echoed outside. Ling Hai spoke urgently. We must quickly ask Chen Chang'an to make a decision. Right after he finished speaking, a blinding slash of light shone into the hall. Qikong shouted unexpectedly. What happened outside? I can feel someone nearby using an extremely terrifying power to attack something. The bearded man added, this tremor, it's not just here, other places too. The earth is shaking. It's the Jusu Cauldron. Someone is touching it. Ling Hai raised his voice to command. Quickly go outside and take a look. Could it be that Chen Chang'an is compromised and handed over the Jusu Cauldron to the Heaven's Prides? Regarding Chen Chang'an, a tremendously powerful force suddenly descended from the sky. The impact knocked everyone back a distance. Someone cursed loudly in confusion. What is this Province Lord trying to do? Does he want to destroy the Juzo Cauldron? Zhang Quanshu and Ming He stared at Chen Chang'an in stunned silence. Under his feet at this moment was a jade-green cauldron, and the ground around it was cracking. Then he turned his head and said, Quanshu, it might be very dangerous here in a moment. You go into the city and wait for me. I will come find you after I finish dealing with this. She stubbornly refused. No, I don't want to hide behind my husband. I want to stay and face it with you, Zhang Quanshu expressed frankly. He raised his hand and smiled reassuringly. Be good. Don't worry. I will protect you well. Zhang Quanshu replied, Yeah, I believe you. The jade called him and suddenly emitted light, and Chen Chang'an continued his attempt to break it. Someone cried out, The Province Lord is crazy. Does he want to destroy the entire Juzo Cauldron, causing everyone to die together? Qikong pointed at him and ordered, Quickly stop him. Heavenly Tao Thunder appeared in a panic and shouted, Father, you are my father, my only father. Please stop hitting it. Once the Juzo Cauldron shatters, the heaven and earth within the Juzo domain will collapse. All living things will perish, and the entire continent will fall apart. Chen Chang'an lowered his voice and called out, Little Heavenly Tao. He emphasized every word. Be quiet for me. The little boy, terrified by his aura, immediately stopped trying to hinder him. Everyone looked at him with pale faces. This is crazy. Is Chen Chang'an planning a mutual destruction? Neither side would benefit. Following his destructive force, the jade cauldron gradually cracked open. Someone screamed in terror. The Juzo Cauldron is about to break. Run away. Will someone please stop Chen Chang'an? At the same moment, a red oppressive aura descended upon the inner city.
Suddenly, a lightning bolt struck right where Chen Chang'an was standing. However, he didn't show any fear, smirked and laughed. They are here. He looked at the group with interest and said, All the cowardly turtles have stuck their heads out. Suddenly, Zhang Quanshu shouted, The Heaven's Pride scattered across Juzo have all gathered. The immortals from earlier all frowned and said, To think that you, Chen Chang'an, are quite capable, actually using such despicable methods to force us out. Tonight is truly hateful. All the plans we decided on beforehand are now completely useless. He didn't care at all, using his skill while saying, You guys are nothing but toy bears, just like a bunch of trash gathering to play around. I am the Lord of Juzo. Whatever I say goes in this realm. If I want to destroy the Juzo Cauldron, no one can stop me. Even immortals have to bow their heads and shut their mouths for me. Immediately, 2 guys were logged out by him, and the notification panel appeared. Congratulations to the host for killing a Heaven's Pride with a Void Refining Realm cultivation base, gaining 5,000 domain points.
Congratulations to the host for killing a Heaven's Pride with a Void Refining Realm cultivation base, gaining 5,000 domain points.
Heaven's Pride Shi Tian's face was full of anger. He roared, "Chen Chang'an!" The people behind raised their hands to cheer him on. In such a rush to court death, then we will grant your wish. Heaven's Prides, summon the Tao Protector Immortals. A spatial portal suddenly opened, and then a series of other portals also appeared. Gradually, a crowd of immortals flew out from those portals. The notification panel appeared again. Detected Tao Protector Immortals descending to the lower realm. Please, host, quickly eliminate them. More and more people flew out, and the system panel continuously notified. Immortals. So many immortals. The scene shifted to a house with a memorial tablet that read, "Grave of close friend, new heir." An old woman ran over and cried, "Old man, immortals are coming down again." The old man said, "What? No more what? Let's pack our things and run quickly." The old man couldn't believe it, grabbed a shovel, rushed outside, and said loudly, "It's been decades. Finally, I won't let you off. I must." Before he could walk, he tripped and fell, making the old woman behind him cry out worriedly, "Old man!" He struggled to sit up. "I will kill them, drive them away." She then advised, "You are too old. Besides, we people of the ancient lower realm cannot do anything to the upper realm." This exact thing made his tears flow, feeling completely helpless in his heart as he thought, "Are we going to lose our family and home once again?" After that, the immortals were extremely furious at his actions. He was not afraid, but grinned widely. "Now this is interesting." The immortals were astonished and said, "When was the last time so many immortals descended to the lower realm? There has never been this kind of lineup before. Is Juzo really going to change owners today?" Nangong Tanwen stood behind and said loudly, "The entire continent is shaking. This action of the province lord is a mistake. The Heavens Prides should have been scattered and killed instead. Chen Chang'an is too arrogant. He will definitely harm everyone."
He arrogantly pointed at him. "Intentionally using the destruction of the Juzo cauldron to force us out is a failing move you made. At the same time, it is also your last move." A shrill scream rang out. "Chen Chang'an, you can accept your death now." From somewhere, two people flew over with great power. "Just a mere mongrel of the lower realm. There's no need to create such a huge momentum. Watch me instantly kill him. Look closely. See how I crush rotten bugs like you." He smirked and waved his hand. "Just Tao Protector Immortals at the Immortal General level." Chen Chang'an quickly got into a stance, a ring of fire appearing around him. "Not enough for me to kill." He also ordered the system, "Turn on the Immortal Martial Realm at full capacity." Right after that, he kicked upward, and that fire arrow flew high. Countless immortals were hit, screaming in pain. The system notification popped up again. "Congratulations to the host for killing an immortal with an Immortal General First Layer cultivation base, rewarded with 1 million domain points plus 1 salted fish treasure chest." That arrow flew straight out into space. The battle started to become intense, with one side defending and the other attacking continuously. He smirked in amusement. "So weak, do immortals only have this little strength?" He flew through layer upon layer of enemies, attacking madly. "You massacre at will, treating all people of the lower realm like nothing but ants. You sit high above, never once bowing your heads to reflect on your sins." Standing high above to admire the view, he ordered, "System, use all the domain points I have to expand the Invincible domain." The system panel appeared, continuously deducting domain points to expand the Invincible domain. Domain points 30,300,000, domain points 30,299,000, domain points 30,190,000. The second wave appeared, hundreds of immortals flying out from the portals. Some immortals, seeing the previous scene, did not dare to act rashly. Heaven's Pride Shi Tian smirked and thought, "Chen Chang'an, I've seen many arrogant and conceited people like you. Even though it is said that the Immortal Martial Realm can pacify a piece of heaven and earth, facing this human wave tactic, how many rounds can you withstand?" He thought maliciously, "The first round, the second round doesn't matter, it will never end." And then he arrogantly declared loudly, "You cannot kill all the people of my immortal realm. You will eventually be exhausted and die at my hands. I will chop off your head." Hundreds of magic summoning rings appeared, shooting out extremely powerful moves. He immediately formed hand seals, and suddenly a beam of light flew up, shooting straight out of the earth. The system panel immediately congratulated. "Congratulations to the host for killing an immortal with an Immortal General First Layer cultivation base, rewarded with 1 million domain points plus 1 salted fish treasure chest." Everyone below rejoiced. Chi Kong pulled Fang's cheek to help him believe this was real. The citizens were even more joyful.
The joyful cheers of the people echoed everywhere. With Chen Chang'an here, immortals were not a big deal. Quan Chu secretly worried, "Husband, what kind of plan are you scheming again?" She looked at her hand, the heavenly Tao Thunder Seal, which had passed the test of heaven and earth, thoroughly becoming the symbol of the master of the heavenly Tao. She wondered why he handed this item to her. In the sky, strange glowing objects were flying everywhere. Nangong Tanwen looked up at the purple sky with deep anxiety. "We fundamentally cannot get involved in this battle." Feng Qing calmly said, No one dares to believe that the young man we were interrogating a while ago is now fighting alone for us. Our fate, the fate of Juzo, is all placed on him. Chen Chang'an, you must win. Chang'an was still fighting with all his might. Another strike caused the red-haired man to spit out fresh red blood. Shi Tian stood aside observing. The vitality of the stink bug is quite stubborn. So, how much longer can you continue to hold on? One person clapped their hands and spoke eloquently. The monkey show is about to end. Suddenly, a fiery red circle appeared in the sky like a spatial gate. A person with fully tattooed hands raising his middle finger suddenly appeared. That person shouted aggressively, "The young ones of the upper realm have poor cultivation bases, fighting a mongrel of the lower realm, yet still having to call old geezers like us to step forward. Might as well let me catch him to make fertilizer for my livestock pen. Stop wasting words, let's attack together and quickly slash that brat. The little concubine I just took in is still waiting for me to return and dote on her." The system panel popped up repeatedly. Detected a Dao Protector Immortal with an immortal martial cultivation base descending to the mortal realm. Please, host, destroy them quickly. From afar, Chang'an heard a voice looking down on others. "Stupid people of the lower realm, your crimes are heinous. We must kill you today and push you into the 18th level of hell."
He dashed forward and grabbed that guy's face. "I haven't even made a move yet, a little piece of trash. So what if you call an old geezer over? Within the same realm, I am invincible." He unleashed his power, simultaneously defeating the guys around him. The eagle with a human lower body spat out a glowing sphere to attack him. "Arrogant brat, die for me." He gently caught the sphere with one hand, leaving him stunned. Chang'an threw the sphere back at him. The system notified him after he successfully retaliated against the eagle. "Congratulations to the host for killing a first-layer immortal marshal, rewarded with 5 million domain points and obtaining 1 salted fish treasure chest." Ye Feng watched in silence. Chi Kong was astounded by the scene he had just witnessed. Even an immortal with an immortal martial realm cultivation base couldn't do anything to him. Feng Chang sighed emotionally. Luckily, he is on our side. Blue lightning appeared around Chang'an. He shouted, "Myriad army thunder!" Shi Tian glared, veins bulging on his face. He had completely exhausted his strength now. The next round continued to crest down, not giving him a chance to counterattack. The domain points of a Dao Protector Immortal at the Immortal Martial level are 5 million, so how many levels higher is an Immortal Emperor compared to him? Chang'an glared angrily. To actually dare be distracted on the battlefield. "Brat, are you looking down on me?" His hand released a thick cloud of smoke. The system rang out. Detected the descent of a peak Immortal Martial level Dao Protector Immortal to the lower realm. The strength of the host's clone is somewhat weak. Please quickly change to a higher level clone.
His hand continued to emit smoke. The system repeatedly sent the previous information. Shi Tian crossed his arms and sneered. "How much longer can you hold on?" Suddenly, a heaven-shaking slap landed on his face. The heaven-shaking slap caused him immense pain. Chang'an raised his middle finger and retorted, "Idiot, I must kill you today. Everyone comes in all shapes and sizes, but you are just trash." Shi Tian's eyes turned red with resentment. I'm so pissed," he roared, pointing his finger to order the people standing around. "A bunch of fools, what are you still standing there for? Go, kill him for me. I want to tear him into 10,000 pieces." A series of different power flashes struck towards him. 2 enemies lunged forward to attack. He hurriedly dodged and calculated. "I must avoid these immortal artifacts a bit. The feeling of the clone being injured is real." A sharp knife aimed at him. It aimed straight at his shoulder and struck. Fresh blood gushed out from it. He cursed in annoyance. "Damn it, this really hurts."
A heavy kick sent him flying far away. The witnessing citizens hastily cried out, "Province Lord!" His hand still had a bit of strength left to cling to a wooden log. His body was covered in a red substance, and he smiled, praising, "Your sneak attacks are actually quite good, but I have no right to say anything. After all, it's a life-and-death struggle." In front of him were dozens of enemies ready to strike him down at any moment. Chang'an silently calculated. "Just a few more domain points, and the invincible domain will expand to Yunzu. I must endure the pain and hold on until the next turn." Shikian teased with full amusement. "You can't even handle an immortal marshal? Weren't you great at bragging? There are still immortal kings over here who haven't descended yet. You and you, all of you go at him. It's time to end this. Everyone, raise your swords and prepare to fight." He did not falter and dashed straight up. With just one attack of terrifying power, he took down the entire enemy force. The system announced, "Congratulations to the host for killing a first-layer immortal marshal, rewarded with 5 million domain points, plus 1 salted fish treasure chest." The citizens stammered anxiously, "Province Lord." Using so much strength gradually exhausted him. Ming He couldn't believe his eyes, tears welling up. Jiang Quanshu also couldn't control herself, tears falling.
The scene unfolded before his eyes. Chang'an was being pierced straight through the chest by a sword. Above him, Shitian happily monologued to himself. Chang'an, how does it feel to become a homeless dog? Chang'an opened his eyes and replied with a smile. Ninth Prince, aren't you the one who knows that feeling best? A homeless dog. No, it should be a losing dog. Shitian summoned another small sword and continued. You are still truly arrogant. Tell me, if I were in front of your people, letting them witness their hope being shattered with their own eyes, that feeling would surely be very interesting, right? Oh right, there is also Faceon Mountain. There must be many of your relatives and friends in Faceon Mountain, right? After you die, I will try my best to take care of them for you. Upon finishing his sentence, he threw the sword at him. Quan Chu screamed, Don't! A bolt of lightning struck right in front of her. She opened her eyes wide in astonishment. The image of Chang'an looking at her with a gentle smile appeared. Quan Chu cried out once again. Husband! He gently reminded her. Quan Chu, I will find you. And then a lock of hair flew up, accompanied by splashing drops of blood. A fragmented notification rang out. The host's clone has died and is returning to the main body. Glowing leaves fell down, and a hand caught them. The system reported. Detected that the previous domain points are enough to cover Yunzu. Does the host wish to cover it? Chang'an replied. Cover it.
The system sounded, the Invincible domain is expanding. Please wait patiently, host. Guangzhou, Yuzhou, Leizhou, Luzhou, Fengzhou, Yunzhou, Xizhou, Wuzhou, Guizhou, 100,000 mountains. A cold voice rang out. How long will it take? The system immediately replied. Very fast. The people were shocked and stunned looking at the scene before their eyes. One person spoke up. Even the province lord is dead. Let's surrender. Too tragic, too tragic. When the province lord's head was cut off, he was still smiling. Where will Zhuzhou go now that it has lost Qin Chang'an? Qikong gritted his teeth, blaming himself. Is there really nothing we can do? Feng Qing spoke up. There is only one thing we can do right now.
A cracked green cauldron lay on the ground. Shi Tian excitedly picked up Chang'an's head and said, Look at this useless head of Chen Chang'an. Were you very good at talking big? Why don't you continue? The person standing next to him reported, Lord Shi Tian, the people of the lower realm have brought the Zhuzhou cauldron. He exclaimed, Oh. Feng King held the cauldron and offered it up, reporting, The Zhuzhou continent is willing to offer the Zhuzhou cauldron, hoping that the upper realm immortal will spare us. Chen Chang'an's actions were not the will of the people of Zhuzhou. He did everything on his own. The crime should be borne by Chen Chang'an. Fortunately, the High Immortal destroyed him, returning peace to Zhuzhou. He snatched the cauldron full of excitement. He raised the newly acquired item high. With this, the land of Zhuzhou is mine. Feng King couldn't believe his ears and asked, What? He continued, Are you honored, you ants of Zhuzhou? You will become energy rods for me to advance to immortal venerable. Qikong was stunned. What? He wants to absorb the energy of the Zhuzhou continent? Is this his real purpose? In the end, are we just cattle and sheep waiting to die? Minghe gritted his teeth and thought, Without Chen Chang'an, we can't do anything. Suddenly, the cauldron in his hand disappeared. He concluded in his mind, This is fake. His eyes widened with anger. Shi Tian yelled and cursed. Bastard, how dare you trick me with a fake? He used his power to attack Feng King. The old man immediately explained, No, this junior wouldn't dare. The Zhuzhou cauldron has always been in the hands of Chen Chang'an. We are not clear about it. If there is a problem, Chen Chang'an's wife, she must know. He looked down below where the woman was holding the body of her husband. Quan Chu's eyes lit up fiercely as she looked at him. Her power erupted violently and intensely. She screamed, I will kill you. After speaking, she launched a blast of water at him. Shi Tian commanded without fear, Men, go strip her for me. I really want to see where she could hide the Zhuzhou cauldron. The heavens prides of the Xuanwu immortal domain in the nascent soul realm cheered excitedly. We are coming. I advise you to scream as hard as you can. The louder you scream, the more excited I get. Suddenly, a lightning bolt struck down on the crowd attacking her. A massive lightning bolt appeared in the middle of the sky and announced, I'm here. I will help you break through. Beat them to death. You can't hand me over to them. Suddenly disappearing, it was stunned in disbelief. Why is my power gone? A person on the opponent's side cast a spell and said disdainfully, You obstacle, stay there obediently for me. Immortal Martial Peak, Tao Protector Immortal.
Yingjing dashed forward and followed up. Continue. I like tormenting this kind of little lady. We Heaven's Prides are merely clones in the lower realm. On the contrary, I want to see how many you can kill. The whole group did not yield, decisively attacking her. Yingjing teased, You're precious. Call him and see if he reacts. Stand up, trash. Overestimating your own capabilities. Zhang Quanchu was beaten to the point of fainting. In her mind, she earnestly called out to Chang'an, Husband, husband. The commoners were anxious. Chang'an is already dead. Why not hand over the Zhuzhou cauldron to the immortals? What if the immortals get angry again? What's wrong with that woman, wanting to oppose the immortals herself and dragging us down into the water? Tian Wen was sweating profusely. Zhang Quanchu to go to this extent for Chen Chang'an? But what about us?
Chi Kong followed up. That old thief Feng Qing. If he didn't speak up, who would know the Juzo Cauldron was on her? Not even her. Ming He was annoyed. So stupid. She wants to protect the Juzo Cauldron in Chen Chang'an's place. Even Chen Chang'an is dead. How much longer can she persist? On the other side, the enemies still didn't stop. Is she already unconscious like this? A spark of fire to burn the two of them to ashes. By then, the Juzo Cauldron will naturally appear. Quan Chu still tried to force herself up, when suddenly a powerful strike blew all those people away. Go to hell, reincarnated heaven's prides. Ming He, Chi Kong, Tian Wen, and the Lord of Leizhou ran over together to assist. I can't watch this anymore. A little girl has more guts than us. What face do we have left? We will die anyway. How we show ourselves is up to us to say. You are bullying people too much. Bring it on. Quan Chu looked at the scene before her and was moved to silent tears. The opponents were annoyed. These ants still want to rebel? Shi Tian was infuriated. You reckless fools who don't know life from death, if you want to become the second Chen Chang'an, then your wish is granted. Then both sides fought fiercely and intensely, neither yielding to the other, with every strike causing high damage. The commoners were also in an uproar. We are going to die anyway. Might as well risk it all. I've had enough, immortals. Get out of Juzo. Go to hell, bastard immortals. Charge forward following the province lords. Charge. The people of Juzo will absolutely not be slaves.
All the people ran forward, absolutely refusing to submit. Shi Tian glared and cast a spell. Look, a bunch of beasts are rushing towards me. This prince will burn them. With a single attack, he blew away everyone there. Feng Qing held his head amidst the chaotic battle. Charge for what? What are you all charging for? A bunch of fools. This kind of spirit is not worth a penny to an immortal. I want to live. Just surviving until the immortals all leave is the right thing to do. This time, everything is over. Damn immortals. Damn it. The people in the sky used magic to strike the people on the ground. Juzo was finished. The people cried out in terror. Damn it. Aren't you immortals? Why do you look like evil demons? Help. Someone save us. The flames gradually burned everything, a massacre without reason. Wanting to escape was impossible. Despair, helplessness, and hatred could not be released. Shi Tian said calmly, "They are all dead. The commoners of Yunzhou are almost entirely dead. Isn't this reward quite good? Do you hate it? Does it hurt?" The rules of the immortal realm were too many, truly too many, suppressing them for too long. He raised his sword high and pointed it at Quan Chu. Kill, fight, use the simplest dream. If you have chosen to oppose us, you must go all the way to the end. Suddenly something blocked it, a strike that caused the sword to break in half. From a distance, a crowd of people was rushing over. A girl gritted her teeth in anger, her eyes filled with tears as she cried out, "Master, why haven't you appeared yet? It's too late." The one being yelled at asked irritably, "Who the hell are you? What the hell are you yelling about?" As soon as that person finished speaking, the sky seemed to crack open, creating a deep void.
A terrified minion pointed at the spatial rift. What's going on? This powerful, oppressive aura. Who is tearing through the void? Shi Tian spoke up. Friendly forces? They are no longer needed. The small fry in the lower realm have pretty much been massacred by us. A person stepped out of the rift and repeated the guy's word. Massacred. Shi Tian glanced at the newcomer, his eyes widening in panic. You? How is this possible? We clearly killed you already. Chen Chang'an remained silent. The system in his head popped up, constantly reminding him. Host, wait a moment. The domain hasn't fully expanded yet. Don't. Wait. If the host doesn't care about himself, at least care about me, right? You forcing me like this puts me in a very difficult position. Shi Tian thought of many scenarios himself, but none made sense. Could it be the clone from before? No, impossible. What exactly are you plotting, Chen Chang'an? The system announced, Boss host, the Invincible domain has expanded throughout Yunzhou. Please use it. Beep beep. A strange power emanated from his body. Shi Tian seemed to be controlled, falling into an endless void. He fell from a great height, his whole body crashing heavily against the ground. As the dust cleared, he was seen constantly coughing up blood, struggling to prop himself up with his hands. How could this be? I was attacked, an attack I couldn't even see clearly. As if sensing danger, he looked up. Motherfucker. Chang'an looked down at him from above, his face radiating killing intent. What kind of beastly things have you done? Shi Tian, not knowing his place, clenched his fists, intending to attack him. This prince kills whoever he wants to kill. Are you dissatisfied, you dog?
But before he could do anything, Chen Chang'an moved extremely fast, grabbed his face with his hand and threw him hard to the ground. Then he raised his foot and stomped heavily on his face. The ground within a radius of 100 meters also cracked open. He endured the humiliation, gritted his teeth, and pushed his hands against the ground, wanting to stand up. I don't believe I can't beat you to death. Chen Chang'an raised his foot again and stomped on his face once more. He screamed miserably in pain, his eyes widening and pupils dilating. He furiously released his power continuously, wanting to kill him. Die! Die for me, Chen Chang'an, you lingering bastard! Summon the outer heaven demon! Kill him! A monster, half human and half bird, appeared. As you command, my king. Person of the lower realm, take a strike from my club. Chen Chang'an reached out his hand forward, gathering chi on his palm. Die! A powerful light radiated and swallowed the outer heaven demon. It howled in pain. I haven't even made a move yet. Prince, save me! The system displayed a notification. Congratulations to the host for killing a divine demon immortal king first layer. The reward is 9 million domain points, 1 domain fragment.
The people there were frightened by his power and started discussing. A divine demon at the immortal king level was unexpectedly killed in just one move? Even I can't figure out a clue about this guy's cultivation base. His strength has probably far surpassed the immortal king realm. The immortal, who had successfully escaped his control when he wasn't paying attention, shouted, "What are you still standing there dazed for? All of you, charge at him. If we can kill him once, we can kill him a second time." He threatened, "If I die, none of you will have a good ending when you return." The others hesitated, still not daring to step forward. He quickly formed hand seals. "Everyone, launch a full-scale attack. No slacking off is allowed. We must crush Chen Chang'an. Tens of millions of divine demons. Enter the body of my divine demon. Summon." He calculated inwardly. "Being able to tear through the void to chase us here. Chen Chang'an, I don't care if you are an immortal king or an immortal emperor, but today I cannot let you live. Otherwise, in the future, you will definitely become the biggest enemy of our upper realm." He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Tens of millions of demon generals." A giant demon general appeared from the sky, wanting to attack the top of Chen Chang'an's head. He raised his hand. When the demon generals were about to touch him, Chen Chang'an gently snapped his fingers. "Kill." All the demon generals were blown up. The system continuously notified. "Congratulations to the host for killing an immortal martial peak. The reward is 7 million domain points. Obtained 1 salted fish treasure chest." On the other side, a forest was blasted to pieces. Yu Chan, who was flying, was slightly affected by the explosion. She thought to herself, "The 9th prince and the others are making too big of a commotion." Then she changed direction and flew back. "My immortal fruit hasn't been exchanged yet. I must go tell them a word. Don't affect Facian's mountain. Turn around." Seeing Chen Chang'an this strong, the people felt as if they had seen hope. With just a snap, all those immortals blew up. Oh my god. Chen Chang'an's disciple had always been watching the battle. "Master." Someone sighed and said, "So, is this the true strength of the province lord?" Another person spoke up. "That's right. Fortunately, he is on our side."
While the two of them were in a standoff, a female figure walked over. It was Yu-chan from earlier. She looked at Chen Chang'an and Shi Tian, secretly terrified in her heart. Why did the 9th prince mess with this jinx? It's over. Things are gradually turning bad. Shi Tian said, "I basically understand now. You used a clone to probe our strength, thereby making us complacent and lowering our guard, so you would have the chance to kill us all." He didn't retort, just stood in silence watching. "You didn't dare to appear right from the start. It must be because you weren't confident of winning at first. You were worried we would summon a stronger Tao Protector Immortal, so you wouldn't be able to grasp this opportunity. It is indeed my negligence, to think that the lower realm has someone like you. Although it is said that Tao Protector Immortals can utilize domain energy to be continuously nurtured, there should be a limit. Thanks to them, I roughly know what realm you were in. You were in the Immortal Emperor realm, breaking space laws. To deal with you, I must use that." He gathered his chi, and a massive source of power appeared. "Chen Chang'an, you are the first lower realm person to make me use the Jiangwan Guishan talisman. This talisman is extremely rare. In a short time, it can break the laws of heaven and earth, restoring the strength of the upper realm. Zaigui, come here." A sharp blade pierced deep into the ground, and he commanded, "Kill everything for my master. Immortal Emperor Peak, Zaigui. Within the Immortal Emperor realm, I am invincible, able to trade 1-for-1 with the Immortal Venerable realm." Yu-chan, seeing the situation spiraling out of control, was extremely terrified. Even the renowned Zaigui had arrived. What should she do? If Chen Chang'an tied like this, her immortal fruit would be gone. Shi Tian ordered, "Zaigui, attack." Zaigui charged forward with his sword, constantly muttering, "Destroy, destroy, 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 destroy." Chen Chang'an sneered and pointed a finger at it. One yang finger. Easily destroying Zaigui, the system appeared again. "Congratulations to the host for killing a divine demon immortal emperor peak. The reward is 30 million domain points, 1 domain fragment." Shi Tian was scared pale, while Yu-chan broke out in a cold sweat from fear. Wait, am I seeing things? That was an immortal emperor peak, yet it was killed in a single move? Just what level has Chen Chang'an's cultivation base reached?
At this moment, Shi Tian had only one thought in his mind: run. Chen Chang'an didn't give him that chance, immediately rushing forward and delivering a kick right to his crotch. Then he swung his hand, slapping him hard, once again trampling on his face. "Last time, you were also stepped under my feet like this, just like a bug. How despicable you are. Look at you, a dignified 9th prince, yet humiliated into looking like neither a ghost nor a human." Countless spatial gates appeared in the sky, and he sighed with emotion. To think that no one in the immortal realm dares to come to your rescue, how truly laughable. He smiled brightly and snapped his fingers. "I've always been thinking about how to maximize my profits, ideally reaching a point where I'm endlessly supplied with the items I want. Domain points.
Keeping your dog life allows this plan of mine to finally be realized. Using spirit energy to create a stone cross, I'm sure someone will definitely love it. Chen Chang'an nailed Shi Tian to the stone, making an Ultraman cross first. Countless stakes hovered in midair, waiting to impale him, as he continued. Then I'll hang your body up. I'll use tens of thousands of drills aimed at you, piercing you with one needle every 10 seconds. It can stab for a very long time. Whether it hurts or not, I don't care. He was pinned so painfully that he screamed out loud. Chen Chang'an's expression looked like an evil spirit crawling up from hell. Until someone formidable comes to save you. No matter how long it takes, I'm willing to wait. That's right. As long as they can come and save you, then I will let you go. Shi Tian's agonized screams echoed endlessly.
Chen Chang'an counted the stakes one by one, 7, 8, 9, 10. Counting up to here, Shi Tian's whole body had been pinned like a hedgehog. He panted in pain, not knowing how much time had passed, unable to distinguish which time he had been pierced by the drill. It hurt so much. When would this end? Chen Chang'an pulled out all the stakes on his body, pulled them out, pulled them out. He stared at him and said, "It's been an hour. The upper realm still hasn't sent anyone down to save you. It seems that a prince like you is quite a failure. Or perhaps the torturing force is not enough. Let's try adding tens of thousands of drills." Suddenly, countless doors appeared in the sky. A pair of arms reached out and hugged him tightly. A gentle female voice rang out. "Husband, it's real, not an illusion. You are still alive," she cried while biting him. The system notified, "Host, a reincarnated Heaven's Pride has been detected in the domain." He reached back to comfort her. "Sorry for scaring you. It won't be like this in the future." The wounds on her body gradually healed thanks to all things animate. At this moment, the little disciple and Bai Wei ran over and threw themselves onto him, causing his wife to be pushed far away. "Master, you were so cool just now, truly a deity descending to the mortal realm." "Oh, Senior is really too strong." She angrily refused to admit defeat, walking over to grab his arm. "Husband." Hearing her call her master like that, the little disciple was startled. "Husband?" Chen Chang'an awkwardly explained with a messive face. "Look at me, I forgot to introduce to you. She is my disciple Ling Baoer." Ling Baoer protested. "I am not willing. There is a bad woman seducing master." Jiang Quanchu glanced at the two of them. "Vigilance, vigilance, vigilance."
The two women pouted and questioned him. "Husband, master, you must give us an explanation." He struggled to make peace. "Calm, calm down." He put on a flattering smile, not daring to look straight at the two of them, and said, "We are all family, living in the same house. Everything is resolved." A man standing outside witnessing the story couldn't help but sigh. The province lord actually has this side to him, completely different from when he was slaying immortals just now. Another woman spoke up. "I won't hide it from you. Seeing the province lord's murderous look just now, I simply couldn't imagine what he would look like when he smiles." Yu Chen cursed inwardly, doing that kind of thing and still acting like it's nothing. A spatial crack appeared, and Chen Chang'an smiled wickedly. "Oh, finally here?" Yu Chen became terrified upon seeing this. A giant hand bound by countless talismans emerged from the crack, causing everyone around to scream. This was the Domain Lord's 8 stars Buddha finger. A single finger could easily destroy dozens of lower realm domains, equivalent to a serious strike from an immortal venerable. A majestic voice rang out, "Person of the lower realm, you are courting death." Shi Tian laughed maniacally upon seeing this. "Domain Lord, the Domain Lord has come to save me. The Domain Lord wants to kill you. One finger is enough. Chen Chang'an, go to hell." He didn't care about what Shi Tian said and raised his middle finger. "Then I really want to see whether your finger is stronger or mine is." His single finger managed to block the Domain Lord's attack and even broke the Domain Lord's finger. The Domain Lord's finger disappeared, leaving Shi Tian and Errol staring at the scene before them with their mouths agape. It wasn't just the two of them. The others were the same. What the hell? It couldn't even compare to a middle finger.
Ling Baoer shouted loudly to flatter him, "Master is the most formidable! Charge! Kill them!" He looked at the disappearing finger of the Domain Lord and couldn't help but say, "Do you people from the upper realm all like to be cowards, shrinking your heads in your shells like this? You only dare to attack me from across the realm but don't dare to show yourselves directly? Or are you saying that you're scared?" Yu Chang couldn't stand his humiliating words anymore and stepped forward to speak. "Chen Chang'an, that's enough. I know you currently have immense hostility toward the immortals of the upper realm, but the upper realm doesn't only have immortals at the immortal king and immortal emperor levels like us. There are far stronger existences. If it weren't for the laws of the Juzu realm protecting it, preventing stronger immortals from casually descending to the lower realm, you wouldn't be allowed to be so arrogant here. If you truly infuriate them..." He was not only unafraid, but also thanked her. "Ah, thanks for the reminder. I was just wondering. I tortured Shi Tian for so long, yet no immortal from the upper realm dared to descend, so it turns out it was because of the laws." He snapped his fingers. "Heavenly Tao, come here." It obediently said, "Dad, please give your orders. I want to modify the laws of the continent, especially this rule about immortals descending to the lower realm. The Juzu realm, heavenly immortals are forbidden to enter." The Heavenly Tao's eyes almost fell out. "Dad, this absolutely cannot be done. This little one's tiny body cannot withstand it."
Chen Chang'an had no pity for it and began to modify. First, immortals can ignore the suppression of the laws and freely descend to the lower realm. Second, the Juzu realm does not restrict the immortal power of immortals. Third, immortals can exert their peak strength. This way, immortals descending to the lower realm won't have any bindings anymore.
Below the Juzo domain, immortals could enter the realm. The heavenly Tao shed hot tears, painfully accepting its fate. Forget it. As long as Father is happy, there is no need to care about my life or death. Those two were once again terrified. How did he dare? The commoners were also speechless. Having experienced so many things, their emotions had become numb. Province Lord, you... Forget it. Just destroy it. Our hearts are tired. Hurry up. At this moment, Yuchan was truly terrified. She understood now. Chen Chang'an had long harbored the intention to kill all the immortals in exchange for everlasting peace in the lower realm. Her leading the Tao Protector immortals to attack Yunzo and kill his clone, all of these were a trap he had set up in advance, targeting all immortals. Chen Chang'an was truly too terrifying. Yuchan suffered, but could not speak out. You lunatic. You absolute lunatic. I came seeking an immortal fruit. Why is it harder than ascending to heaven? Suddenly, the seal on her head glowed. The Tao Protector seal of the Jiang family's Heaven's Pride. A golden thread linked from Chen Chang'an's wife to the seal of the blonde one. She frowned and thought to herself. She was the #1 Heaven's Pride of the Jiang family. To think she had long hidden beside Chen Chang'an. Furthermore, I can sense the Juzul cauldron on her body. It seems Chen Chang'an trusts her deeply and has never doubted her existence. She began to calculate. Currently, her clone had reincarnated into the lower realm. As long as she could find a chance to disperse the clone herself, she could use her cultivation technique to teleport the Juzo cauldron back to the main body, although her divine soul would be damaged. But at that time, Juzo would belong to our Chang family. One must understand which is more important. Now it just depends on whether she will disperse her divided soul at this moment. Even I couldn't immediately recognize her. Chen Chang'an, no matter how smart you are, you could never have expected this.
An anomaly occurred in the sky. All the teleportation portals had merged. Everyone was looking up. With such a massive teleportation portal, the immortals of the upper realm would definitely all come down. Forget it, it's destroyed. I'll just lie flat here. Look quickly. The system's voice rang out. Detected an immortal with an immortal venerable 5th layer cultivation base descending to the mortal realm. Please eliminate her quickly, host. From the 5-colored teleportation portal, a female figure appeared, with only one person stepping out. I am the patriarch of the Zhang family, Zhang Yuran. She looked down at him from above. Chen Chang'an, you really surprised me, he said coldly. Thanks for the compliment. Making such a huge scene, and only you descended to the lower realm? It seems the others in the upper realm has seen through me as well. She didn't want to fight, only wanting to reconcile. Yes, so you don't need to be so vigilant. I won't make a move, but I want to talk to you calmly first. Being able to force the Heaven's Pride of our upper realm to helplessly beg for our help makes me sigh in admiration that the lower realm truly has talents. Except for that Feng Qiyun, you are the second person from the lower realm to spin us in circles. When I stepped out of the teleportation array, I originally wanted to directly eliminate you and then destroy this Juzo domain. However, after seeing you, I changed my mind. His eyes radiated a cold glint. She thought that if she gave others a lot of benefits, they would submit to her. I have decided to take you into the Immortal Register, making you an intersect disciple of the Zhang family in my Swanwu Immortal domain. Giving you even more benefits, we will also promise not to continue attacking Juzo. This Juzo will belong solely to you. You will be the master of this Juzo domain. Besides this, we will open up the ascension path between the upper realm and the lower realm so that the cultivators of your Juzo can ascend and become stronger. Her expression didn't look like she wanted to negotiate, but rather more like a threat, and you just need to agree to my request. Chen Chang'an raised his middle finger, his eyes filled with contempt. You stinky old hag, still drawing big cakes for your father. How could I believe the words of a superior who nurtured such a brutal invader? Do you think I'm stupid, looking at your unconcealed killing intent towards me? He gave a thumbs down. If you want to start a war, don't be so pretentious. Your father won't fall for your tricks. From the very beginning, there was no such thing as fairness and reconciliation. She frowned, closed her eyes and sighed regretfully. Chen Chang'an, being too arrogant comes with a price. The seal on her forehead glowed, flames burning fiercely. Do you know the difference between the upper realm and the lower realm is like a galaxy and dust? No matter how strong the people of the lower realm are, they still rely on the domain. Once the domain dissipates, then the people of the lower realm will also die along with it. The surrounding ground was blown up, and he frowned, looking down. Since I can't have it. Just as she finished speaking, the earth exploded. Then destroy it.
Meteorites continuously fell onto Juzo. On the Juzo continent, Leizhou, outside the domain. The wrath of the immortals descended as a heaven-destroying punishment. Juzo collapsed. The common people lost all hope. The masses suffered, and cries echoed everywhere. Why did it become like this? My home, why is it gone? On the Juzo continent, Guangzhou, outside the domain. Run! The immortals want to kill us. It's useless even if we run to the ends of the earth. I just got married. I don't want to die. We are definitely dead. No one can stop the immortals. On the Juzo continent, at the border of Yunzhou.
Someone had discovered a safe place. The people ran there together to seek refuge. That place hasn't collapsed. Hurry there, save our lives. Someone asked in confusion, why is only this place safe? Someone answered, maybe it's because it's next to the Province Lord. The Province Lord alone is protecting all of us. The system appeared. Warning, warning, please host immediately resolve the attacks coming from outside the domain and prevent Juzo from continuously collapsing. Otherwise, the foundation of the Invincible domain will also suffer damage. Please host, resolve it immediately. Chen Chang'an thought to himself, impressive. These attacks are all teleported down from the upper realm. If I can't find the source, I can't counter it. Even though there is nothing to worry about inside the domain, it is still a huge trouble after all. He voiced his speculation to everyone. I'm afraid they used some kind of treasure that allows the immortals of the upper realm to cast spells from a great distance and freely attack the lower realm. Ling Baoer asked worriedly, Master, what should we do? Zhang Quanchu walked up beside him and advised, Husband, if it doesn't work out, lead everyone to hide in the mustard seed world. Life is the most important thing. We can slowly make plans for the rest later.
Chang Yuran arrogantly said, Chen Chang'an, we once gave you a choice. It is you who walked into a dead end. He caught the key point in her words, which was, Quan Chu. So that's how it is. In that case, it's easy to handle. Zhang Yuran, unaware of his thoughts, kept blabbering. Now not only will you die, but even Juzo will no longer exist. I know you are almost invincible in the lower realm, but wanting to fight against the heavens. Chen Chang'an gathered his chi. Zhang Yuran still didn't notice his actions. You are still too green. He moved extremely fast, appearing right behind her and grabbing her hand. Zhang Yuran, caught off guard, momentarily lost her advantage. He used his hand to pierce through her body. She screamed in pain. My eyes actually couldn't keep up with his speed. Blood continuously poured out of her mouth as she spoke with difficulty. Chen Chang'an, no matter how formidable you are, you can't save everyone. The immortal treasures of all the immortals are aimed right at Juzo. Juzo's shattering is already an absolute certainty. His face turned pitch black. I ask, you answer. Speak wrongly, and you die. He warned. Who in the world, where are they, and what treasures are they using to attack Juzo? Don't waste words, otherwise I'll send you down to line up with him. She looked at him with a mocking smile. Do you think I would make a stupid mistake like Shi Tian? Only an idiot like him would send his true body to the lower realm. Zhang Yuran touched his face, her whole body glowing. Want to kill me? I have also prepared a grand gift for you. A huge eye opened, and a blue light enveloped him. Zhang Yuran disappeared, but her voice still echoed here. Chen Chang'an, I am taking away the heaven's pride of the Zhang family, and I still have to thank your Juzo cauldron. Suddenly, Ling Baoer's scream rang out. Master! Zhang Quanchu's body was gradually disappearing. Ling Baoers looked at her extremely anxiously. Master, your Zhang Quanchu is disappearing. Zhang Quanchu said uncomfortably. A lot of unfamiliar memories suddenly poured into my head. Is someone calling me? It seems... Her tears suddenly fell. I am not a person of this world, but I really don't want to return there. Before completely dissipating, her eyes showed reluctance as she looked toward him. Husband.
She disappeared, leaving behind only a necklace. Chen Chang'an gradually landed on the ground while meteorites continued to fall from the sky. He picked up her necklace. Ling Baoer ran over and asked him, Master, what should we do now? Juzo is about to collapse, and Zhang Quanchu has also disappeared. Is your Juzo cauldron still on her? Doesn't that mean it disappeared along with her? Ba Yuel looked at him worriedly. Senior. A deadly aura appeared on his face. It's not over yet. Immortals, the immortal realm, the Xuanwu immortal domain. Zhang Yuran returned to the immortal realm, but her heart was still uneasy. This Chen Chang'an was indeed very powerful. No wonder so many heaven's prides were lost, if it wasn't for her clone descending to the lower realm. She opened the door and walked out. She didn't expect that such a troublesome figure would appear in Juzo. In the Heaven's Pride Great Hall, many immortals were transmitting immortal power toward a spherical globe. I collapsed that mountain. You guys are no good. Watch me. Look quickly. I leveled that town. A voice rang out. Family head Zhang has returned? How was it? You bumped into a tough nut to crack, didn't you? Immortal Venerable Queen Yu smiled. I said earlier that the ants of the lower realm are not worth us recruiting. Killing them early saves a lot of trouble. Immortal Venerable Queen Yu, not worth it? She cursed secretly in her heart. Then what are you guys doing now? A group of upper echelons of the Xuanwu immortal domain, many immortal venerables here holding their supreme treasures, suppressing a tiny lower realm. Isn't it because you fear Chen Chang'an?
Many immortals, hearing her words, spoke with disdain. How long has the connection between the upper realm and the lower realm been severed? If Chen Chang'an can come up, I will walk on my head. Would we be afraid of him? Don't make people die of laughter. He's just relying on the advantage of his domain. If we meet him, we will definitely make him kneel like a dog. An immortal of unclear form spoke up. He stole the holy immortal sword of the immortal venerable, a crime deserving of 10,000 deaths. If he isn't destroyed along with Juzo, I will descend to the lower realm and skin him alive. I saw it clearly.
Chen Chang'an used the Great Tao to change the laws of Juzo, giving us a huge convenience. We can descend to the lower realm to kill him at any time. Immortal Venerable Qin Yu smiled unfriendly. However, having said that, how do you plan to deal with Jiang Quanchu, the heaven's pride of your Jiang family, and Juzo? In the sphere they infused spirit energy into, it reflected the image of a disaster descending upon Juzo, with continuous screaming sounds, "Save me." However, these immortals did not pay any attention and continued their conversation, colluding with a person of the lower realm, and even marrying him. If word gets out, the face of our Xuanmu immortal domain will be completely lost. Like this, does the Jiang family patriarch intend to ignore it? Jiang Yuran handed down the punishment for Jiang Quanchu. After this matter, notify the Xuanji Pavilion. Jiang Quanchu's reincarnated descent to the lower realm had a mishap, failing to seize the realm, which had a profound impact and should reasonably be punished. Wait until she wakes up, then use heavenly thunder to punish her, striking her soul's main body 1,000 times. Whether she lives or dies, right now Jiang Quanchu's primordial spirit is returning to her main body. It depends on her fortune. Before that, we must first use the Jiang family's secret art to take out this Juzo cauldron. The servant handed the cauldron to Jiang Yuran. Patriarch, following your instructions, the secret art was used to transmit the Juzo cauldron back together before Jiang Quanchu's divided soul was transmitted back. She asked, "Has she woken up yet?" The servant explained. She had her divided soul forcibly summoned back. Her divine soul suffered heavy damage. I'm afraid she won't be able to wake up anytime soon.
Lang Ming walked over and said to Jiang Yuran, "Patriarch Jiang, we have played enough. Let's directly destroy the Juzu cauldron." "Destroy your head. I will take the Juzu cauldron too." She held the cauldron in her hand and looked at it for a moment. "All right, I can completely absorb the energy of the Juzu domain to nourish the descendants of my Jiang family until the domain's energy is exhausted. Isn't this also a kind of torture for the lower realm and Chen Chang'an?"
Jiang Yuran was so frightened that she couldn't form words. She was terrified in her heart. This kind of oppressive aura, an immortal emperor. Chen Chang'an's entire body emitted a massive amount of immortal energy, and she screamed in panic. "Chen Chang'an, why are you able to come to the upper realm?" At the same time, the system's voice rang out again. This time exchanging for a clone has no discount, deducting 100 million domain points, exchanged for an immortal emperor-level clone. Host, please enjoy.
Chen Chang'an's entire body emitted an oppressive aura, causing the upper immortal realm to collapse. The immortals were terrified by his aura. This oppressive feeling was that of an immortal emperor. Immortal emperors in this entire Xuanvu immortal domain were like phoenix feathers and Keelan horns, meaning they were rare and noble. How could an immortal emperor suddenly appear? Impossible. We couldn't even reach its threshold in an entire lifetime. How could there be someone from this lower realm? They stared at him in dumbfounded shock. Chen Chang'an? Is this his true strength? He revealed a wicked, disdainful smile and said, "What, are immortal emperors very rare? It's just an immortal emperor, that's all. As long as I want to, even if it's the lord of the immortal domain, I can become one if I want." An ignorant immortal walked up and provoked him. "You are nothing but an ignorant peasant from the lower realm, unworthy of mentioning this taboo name. We dignified immortal families have so many experts. Why would we be afraid of him?" He walked over and grabbed his face. "I'm warning every single one of you. You'd better not be afraid. So let me ask you again. What is the lower realm domain to you? Think carefully before you answer. If you answer incorrectly, I will destroy this immortal realm."
The immortal honestly confessed. Chu Zhao and all the lower realms are the same. They are merely sources of immortal grade energy. Like livestock waiting to die, if they rebel, they will be thoroughly suppressed and then killed. A deadly smile appeared on his face. "You don't consider us human, do you? What on earth was I expecting?" "You answered very well." Showing no mercy, he snapped his head off. "Don't answer next time." The system's voice rang out. "Congratulations to the host for slaying a 5th-layer immortal emperor, rewarded with 10 million domain points." He walked over to the others. "I really find it strange. Where do you get this sense of superiority from? Your palace isn't even as big as my Feishan mountain. The fruit borne by your immortal tree is useless. Otherwise, your people wouldn't need to come to my place begging for fruit. Is this the immortal realm that countless wish-fulfillment novel male protagonists fight tooth and nail to ascend to? A bunch of immortals acting all high and mighty, considering yourselves the absolute best in this tiny place, but in reality, you are worth less than a fart. Just like right now, you hate me, grinding your teeth in hatred, but not a single one dares to charge forward. Simply because I am an immortal emperor, a whole major realm higher than you, you are terrified to death." His gaze towards them was just like how they looked at mortals, like ants. A bunch of trash, just be destroyed along with the immortal realm. Ling Ming couldn't hold it back anymore and cursed furiously. "Motherfucker, I can't stand it anymore." He struck out with a burst of spirit energy. Chen Chang'an, unforgivable. He easily controlled his hand, then flipped him backward. His weapon was thrown away and he completely lost his life after just one move. All the immortals became furious and charged forward. "Charge, take revenge for everyone, kill this bastard spouting arrogant words. The one who should be destroyed is you." He grabbed Lang Ming's weapon, swung it, and hit one directly in the face. The more they attacked, the more they had to eat his stick. He used a single technique to slaughter everyone present, calling it the dog-beating staff technique. The system continuously announced,
Congratulations to the host for slaying a third-layer Immortal Emperor, rewarded with 50 million domain points. Congratulations to the host for slaying a third-layer Immortal Emperor, rewarded with 50 million domain points. Congratulations to the host for slaying a peak Immortal Emperor, rewarded with 30 million domain points. Congratulations to the host for slaying a fifth-layer Immortal Emperor, rewarded with 10 million domain points. Congratulations to the host for slaying a peak Immortal King, rewarded. Congratulations to the host for slaying a first-layer Immortal Emperor, rewarded. Unable to stop him, they went to seek reinforcements. Quickly go invite the patriarchs. If this continues, the Xuanwu Immortal Domain will vanish. One guy, after witnessing his power, felt entirely crushed. He was completely no match for him. Very quickly, they shifted their focus to Zhang Quanchu, wanting to capture her as a hostage. This Zhang Quanchu is Chen Chang'an's weakness. Capture her, force Chen Chang'an to his death. Don't snatch her, let me. She was snatched first, damn it.
Before they could even touch her, they were already taken care of by him. I thought you guys might have some hot blood to rush up and kill me. Unexpectedly, trash is still trash, only thinking of lowly methods. They were burned to death by him. Zhang Yiran shuddered, cursing inwardly. These idiots, blatantly attacking Quan Shu will naturally get them killed by Ten Chang'an. Luckily, our Zhang family has a secret art. Zhang Quan Chu's divine soul is controlled in my hands. At a critical moment, it can be used as a threat. Because she was too focused on Zhang Quan Chu, she didn't realize he had already approached this place. Chen Chang'an grabbed her neck tightly, smiling wickedly as he asked, Zhang family patriarch, is this your true body this time? His figure gradually grew larger, one hand placed on her neck, the other on her head, beginning to threaten. I know Quan Chu is the heaven's pride of your Zhang family. You definitely have a way to control her. Therefore, from this moment on, if Zhang Quan Chu suffers even the slightest injury, I will return it 100-fold upon your body. Zhang family patriarch, you must protect Quan Chu well. Understood. Several bolts of heavenly thunder descended from the sky as Immortal Venerable Queen Yu flew down from above. Chen Chang'an, you have bullied people too far. I must make you pay the price. The immortals seeing this scene felt as if they had seen hope. It's the tribulation cloud. Immortal Venerable Queen Yu wants to forcibly break through to the Immortal Emperor realm. This Chen Chang'an is doomed. There's a good show to watch. Chen Chang'an can be killed. Immortal Venerable Queen Yu has a killer move. If used at his peak period, even an Immortal Emperor would have to concede.
He gathered his strength and formed hand seals to summon the Qingyu Heavenly Sword. Chen Chang'an, for the grudge of taking the sword, for the humiliation, today I must settle it clearly with you. I will definitely make you regret coming to this world. Saying that, he controlled the sword to kill him. Die! Chen Chang'an, without any emotion, gently blocked the attack with his stick. Impossible! A huge explosion occurred. Immortal Venerable Qingyu's entire body suffered from backlash. Even until his death, he couldn't believe he had lost. Impossible! The mountain where the two were just fighting completely exploded. Seeing such a scene, they were extremely panicked. With such formidable, oppressive aura, only an immortal lord could unleash it. Could it be that a heaven's pride from another immortal domain is fighting with a heaven's pride from our immortal domain up there? At this time, the great disaster in the upper realm is no different from down in Juzo. It's about to collapse. Leave here quickly. Hurry and call people to stop him. Urgent report. An immortal ran in breathlessly. This is bad, Patriarch, he screamed loudly. People from the Juzo lower realm have attacked up here. An elder spoke up. Juzo? Is it the Juzo that previously sent news up here? Two others asked. First there was a Feng Qi Yun, now there's another one. Weeds must be plucked early. Shouldn't we care about how a person from the lower realm could come up to the upper realm? A female elder said. It's not the first time. In my opinion, this person has extremely deep resentment. We should dispatch everyone to quickly kill him. What's the big deal? The Heaven's Pride Great Hall has Immortal Venerable Qingyu and Immortal Venerable Lengming there. Punishing him is only a matter of time. You are wrong. Elder Shi brought up some information. I have observed that the Immortal Venerables have fallen. Second Elder Shi, cultivating Chiman Bagua, fourth layer Immortal Emperor. Hearing this, they were startled. What? The newcomer is named Chen Chang'an, a person from the Juzo lower realm. Perhaps he tore through a hole and ran to the upper realm for revenge.
Shuwu didn't care much. A taste of our own medicine? Now that the Heaven's Pride Great Hall has been destroyed, our immortal domain can no longer seize the lower realm's domain. If we continue to ignore it and don't handle it well, it will truly become a situation like Juzo. Boss, we have no choice but to accept this battle. Fifth Elder Shi Wu cultivates fist and kick techniques, fourth layer Immortal Emperor. Elder John replied, No, we have all known since the moment he came up here. Grand Elder Elder John cultivates reincarnation law, sixth layer Immortal Emperor. The war has begun, even if the opponent is only one person. Chen Chang'an looked up at the sky with a confident smile. This time, I will not lose. A mirror appeared in the sky reflecting Chen Chang'an's image, and a voice echoed in midair announcing, I, using the identity of the second elder, order all high-level immortals of the Xuanwu Immortal Domain to immediately assemble at the Heaven's Pride Great Hall to hunt down the Immortal Domain invader, Chen Chang'an. Detestable, how detestable. A lowly person from the lower realm actually sneaked up here. Anyone will do. Quickly kill him.
This person is sinister, cunning, and extremely ruthless. He has killed over 1,000 heaven prides of our domain and even ruined our immortal domain. In order to protect our immortal domain, I command all high-level immortals of the immortal domain to surround and capture Chen Chang'an. Whoever beheads him, I will accept as a disciple, reward with immortal-grade immortal herbs, and fully nurture them to become an emperor."
Receiving the notice, everyone immediately found a safe place to watch the battle, making the scene very lively. Someone shouted, "Look, that person is... Children, don't run around, stay behind and stand guard, wait for us to return in triumph." Someone else said, "Look quickly, isn't the leader the combat madman, immortal venerable Yinghua? He is the grand commander of the high-tier Imperial Royal Guard. It is said that since he started cultivating, he has never lost. With him taking action, he can definitely kill the intruder." Immortal venerable Yinghua looked towards Chen Chang'an and assessed, "That guy is an immortal emperor. Immortal venerable Yinghua, first stage quasi-immortal emperor. How much merit can be calculated for killing such a wicked person? I'm starting to look forward to it." The little boy looked at the flying ship in the sky and said to the little girl next to him, "Sister Ying, look." Someone said, "Even the immortal ship of the Mo family has been mobilized. This Chen Chang'an is definitely dead. This Mo family is skilled in using mechanism immortal artifacts. Those who face them either die or get injured." Someone shouted again, "Look quickly, there's also the demon clan." In the sky, many foxes and phoenixes appeared. Someone cursed, "Damn it, shit! The nine-tailed malignant star that hasn't appeared for a long time is also mobilized. All of us reclusive powerhouses have gathered together completely." All the powerhouses of the Shenwu Immortal Domain completely assembled at the Heaven's Pride Great Hall. The Lin family arrived, the Tang family arrived, the Feng family arrived, the Gu family arrived. A scroll winding with the wind and covering a patch of the sky appeared, and everyone eagerly pointed towards it. Immortal Venerable Youngming has also arrived.
Immortal Venerable Youngming, the immortal who specializes in recording the history of the Xuanwu Immortal Domain. On his back are two girls, one with green hair and one with red hair, grinding ink. How could we be missing from this? He will surely record this campaign and hand it over to the Immortal Lord. Everyone started discussing. Of course, as long as the situation in our Xuanwu changes, he will record it truthfully. For a person of the lower realm to be able to enter the history books of our Xuanwu, it can be considered his honor. He jumped on each page, dipped his pen for a stroke, and then wrote down the lines of history. The red-haired girl narrated everything to Immortal Venerable Youngming. Youngming wrote, "In January of the year 250, according to Xuanwu history, the thief of Juzhou attacked from the lower realm, causing a great uproar in the Xuanwu Immortal Domain. Elder Zhang was furious and assembled all military forces to crusade against this person. All the immortal families were almost moved. When he wrote to a certain paragraph, he gave a disdainful smile, revealing his yellow teeth. The Zhang family retreated? How stupid, even abandoning such an opportunity to be recorded in the history books. The Zhang family might decline from here on after this incident. I, Youngming, have spent my whole life recording the world-past deeds of the immortal domain, frequently adding to its honor. This great war is no exception. On the contrary, the Zhang family retreated without reason. Like this, they will be shunned by others in the future, choosing to retreat in a guaranteed win situation. Stupid Zhang family. Zhang Yuran is still feeling scared even now. The maid looked at her worriedly. Patriarch. He kept writing. Warriors, this is a good opportunity to be recorded in the history books. You must grasp it. From a distance, a dense army marched over, wearing golden armor. Everyone's face looked extremely ferocious. Youngming held the pen and raised his hand high. Next, we just need to stand here and witness the glorious moment in the history of Xuanwu. Elder Shi said, even Youngming has arrived. This war will definitely be a complete victory. Elder Zhang explained, the immortal domain has been endlessly infighting for many years, and its ethos has declined. Now, because of this Chen Chang'an, the immortal families are united. No matter what his purpose is, this war must be fought and forced to be won, bringing back the former glory of the immortal domain. Looking at the formation of tens of thousands of people participating, he was very satisfied. Regardless of any price paid, Chen Chang'an has come to kill. Chen Chang'an was surrounded by countless immortals in the middle. Someone shouted, how can the immortal domain let you run wild? Immortal families, use your family's abilities. Even an immortal emperor would not be able to win.
Surrounded so tightly that he couldn't escape, yet he still calmly smiled a victorious smile. Are all the high-grade immortals gathered here? Perfect. A spiderweb fell towards him as if trying to trap him. He crouched down to gather momentum. Let the feast begin. The system sound rang out again. Congratulations to the host for killing a cultivator with a 4th-layer Immortal Emperor cultivation base, gaining 10 million domain points, plus 2 Immortal Domain fragments. Congratulations to the host for killing a cultivator with a 6th-layer Immortal Emperor cultivation base, gaining 20 million domain points, plus 2 Immortal Domain fragments. He swept a strike forward. Anyone who intended to attack him also lost their lives. Someone couldn't help but curse. Damn it, this thief is completely unreasonable. The system notified again.
Congratulations to the host for killing a cultivator with an 8th layer Immortal Emperor cultivation base, gaining 20 million domain points, plus 2 immortal domain fragments. Miserable screams echoed endlessly. Congratulations to the host for killing a cultivator with a 7th layer Immortal Emperor cultivation base, gaining 20 million domain points, plus 2 immortal domain fragments. Chen Chang'an raised his middle finger at them and cursed, "Idiots." An elder among them, seeing how much he despised them, couldn't hold back and almost rushed down to kill him. Damn brat, he dares to be sarcastic. Ying Tao, holding double axes, flew down from his horse, wanting to take his life. Puny brat, accept your death.
But this time he didn't fight anymore and turned around to run away. This action of his left Ong Dao completely stunned. They thought he ran away because he was afraid, so they no longer had any scruples and quickly chased after him. Chase him, don't let him escape. Yang Ming put pen to paper. The thief of Juzhou couldn't fight back and was beaten to run like a dog. Truly laughable. The 2 girls on his back laughed nonstop, marking a good start. Shi Wu laughed confidently and said, "The passage between the upper realm and the lower realm has been sealed. No matter how arrogant he is, he cannot escape." Elder Shi looked at him with disdain. "It's just an ant struggling before death. Such a low-level provocation. We don't need to take it to heart." Suddenly, a huge explosion occurred, and the immortal treasury storing immortal artifacts and cultivation techniques was suddenly completely destroyed. Another elder frowned and looked toward the explosion. This must be the doing of Chen Chang'an. In there are stored the precious cultivation resources of the immortal domain. They roared in extreme fury, making a feint to the east while attacking the west. That thief gathered all the high-level immortals here, and then ran off to destroy the immortal treasury that had no high-level immortals guarding it. Elder Zhang opened his eyes, and a light shot out from them. "I'm afraid it's not just that. This sinister brat wants to take the opportunity to destroy the main vein of the immortal domain." He ordered, "Everyone split up and act. Go to the major immortal treasuries to intercept Chen Chang'an. We must slay him immediately." Split up and act, split up and act. Motherfucker, this brat actually dared to destroy the immortal treasury. Your granddaddy must kill that brat. Every important place in the upper immortal realm was blown up, and countless immortals lost their lives. Pavilion after pavilion was blown up. Yang Ming continued to write, "The thief of Juzhou is sinister and cunning, actually taking this opportunity to destroy the immortal treasury and ruin the main vein of Xuanwu. Ong Dao has caught up to him. Kill." Elder Zhang is wise and martial, immediately changing the strategy and going all out to kill the thief. He happily danced on the scroll. The Royal Imperial Guards, led by Immortal Venerable Yinghua, had already intercepted that thief. The cultivation base of the Royal Imperial Guards was higher than the Immortal Emperor, and their combat power could match an Immortal Emperor. Without even knowing the outcome, he confidently concluded, "Thief of Juzhou, there is no way out." He gathered spirit energy in his hand, waved it once, and cut in half the tens of thousands of people blocking his path. The system rang out again. "Congratulations to the host for killing a cultivator at the 4th layer Immortal Emperor cultivation base, obtaining 10 million domain points, plus 2 immortal domain fragments. Congratulations to the host for killing a cultivator at the 6th layer Immortal Emperor cultivation base, 20 million domain points, plus 2 immortal domain fragments. Congratulations to the host for killing a cultivator at the 7th layer Immortal Emperor cultivation base, 20 million domain points, plus 2 immortal domain fragments." On the battlefield, there was a pair of siblings trying to leave the place, and the younger sister kept saying, "Brother, it's so intense, let's go over there and take a look." As more immortals fell, the system kept announcing, "Congratulations to the host for killing a cultivator at the 8th layer Immortal Emperor cultivation base, 20 million domain points, plus 2 immortal domain fragments."
Suddenly, a corpse fell from above right next to Ying Mei. The little boy looked back in fear. The system continued to announce, "Congratulations to the host for killing a cultivator with a cultivation base at the 6th layer Immortal Emperor, receiving 50 million domain points, plus 5 immortal domain fragments." Yang Ming could no longer laugh at this moment. How could this be? The Royal Imperial Guards were completely wiped out in an instant. The 2 girls, their faces pale, asked him, "Master, Master, should we record this?" He said, "Record it. No matter what happens, we must record the truth. This is my responsibility." The Royal Imperial Guards faced the thief head-on, and all were wiped out. He stood from high above looking down at him, his expression dark. If the Royal Imperial Guards are gone, there are still the Great Families and the Demon Clan. With so many people, I don't believe we can't kill a single thief. The flying ships entered the battle in the sky, activating their main cannons. The Mo family dispatched the strongest immortal ship belonging to Xuanwu Immortal City, coordinating with the highly aggressive and imposing Demon Clan, trapping the thief of Jizu inside. A massive explosion occurred again. Yongming brandished his pen and wrote, "Year 250 of the Xuanwu calendar, the thief of Jizu, under the siege of the Mo family and the Demon Clan, suffered a complete defeat. In this battle, the Xuanwu Immortal Domain greatly." Suddenly, Chang Chang'an's staff expanded and pierced straight into the sky, smashing down heavily and shattering the Mo family's flying ship.
Wherever the staff swept, that place was destroyed. The system screen appeared. "The domain points possessed by the host are too many. Recalculating. Please wait a moment." The 3 of Yang Ming's group were truly terrified. Is this fake? He flew down and a sound caught his attention. The little boy from earlier gritted his teeth, looking at him with hatred. "You, intruder, homicidal maniac!" He looked at the boy and said, "Why are there children here?" But very quickly his attention shifted elsewhere. He was startled, his face turning pale. There were many rays of light flying towards Chen Chang'an. He looked up. The old geezer standing behind had come out. Many doors opened, Yang Mei's body disappeared, and the little boy cried out, "Wait!" The fire burned endlessly. The 5 great elders took the field. Chen Chang'an, you stepped into the immortal domain, massacred immortals. Your crimes fill the heavens. Even dying 10,000 times would not be enough to appease the anger in our chests. He thought to himself, 5 immortal emperors? This is a bit tricky. The 2 girls on Yang Ming's back saw this and laughed. "Master, it's the 5 elders. The tide of battle is about to reverse." He returned to his original state. The bravery of an ordinary man could shock heaven and earth. Follow me to record this historical scene. Seeing this, the immortals were overjoyed. "The 5 elders are here. Kill Chen Chang'an. Kill Chen Chang'an." Elder Zong channeled his spirit energy. "Person of Juzu, you are the first person in tens of thousands of years to force us to take action. I advise you to think carefully at this moment." They fully equipped themselves before challenging, telling him to think about how he would die. He smiled and glanced at them. So talkative. "If you want to make a move, do it quickly. This young master still has things to do." Shi Wu laughed maniacally. "In such a hurry to die?" She unleashed a surge of lightning. "I will grant your wish." Everyone seeing this was shocked. It's Elder Wu's lightning technique, so powerful. I can feel the electrical current even from here. Chen Chang'an spun his staff once, then moved to another position, making Elder Wu secretly think, so fast. He swung his staff and struck forward. It was Elder Shi's turn to attack, immortal art, phantom shift. He looked back and evaluated. These methods are different from normal immortals. Are the others like this too? He beckoned with his hand. "Brat, no matter how you attack me, I can instantly resolve it. Your goal is to destroy the immortal domain, right? I won't let you have your way. You will only be like a dog tortured to death by us." For behind his back, 2 elders joined forces and attacked. "Take this!" A surge of power struck towards him. Unable to defend, he took the hit, and then Elder Wu rushed over. "Die for this emperor." Throwing a punch, he lightly dodged it and even had time to tease her. "Are you capable enough, little sister?" He struck her body directly, sending her crashing down to the ground, colliding directly with the house. 5th Elder. He glanced behind him.
Another source of power struck directly at his chest. Elder Zong still roared with hatred. "Brat, behind us are millions of immortals. In terms of enlightenment to protect, you cannot compare with us. In terms of strength, we, the 5 elders, once joined forces to kill peak powerhouses. Are you just relying on the useless hatred in your heart to strike a killing blow against the immortal domain? We can also do it, taking revenge for enmity, taking vengeance for grievances." Saying that, he shifted the direction of his spirit energy and struck hard. "Die!" Another massive explosion took place. Elder Zong looked at the flattened land below with disdain. The outcome of the battle was decided. "We won!" He turned his head and ordered, "Old Third, later follow me to the lower realm to destroy Juzo, completely shatter this shitty province." Another elder asked, "Without Chen Chang'an, this Juzo is at the mercy of others. It can be destroyed with a single flick of a hand." Wait a minute. That brat is still not dead. Instead of saying he's not dead, it's better to say, the smoke and dust dispersed. He still stood there proudly without a single scratch. He screamed in horror, "Unharmed!" Chen Chang'an said disdainfully, "My enlightenment is not for you to judge." Elder Zong was shocked. "Continue." Both sides continued to rush in and fight. On the other side, Zhang Yuran held the Jade Ruyi, observing the battle situation. That Chen Chang'an was truly formidable, to actually persevere for so long under the siege of the 5 elders. She used the Jade Ruyi to contact someone. "Yu-chan, you have been in the lower realm for a long time. Do you know who Chen Chang'an is? What exactly does he want?" Yu-chan quickly responded, "Patriarch, Chen Chang'an's strength is unfathomable. He will always take revenge for any enmity. This time the immortal domain has truly touched his bottom line." She glanced at Zhang Quanchu, who was still unconscious beside her. Bottom line? He could easily save Quanchu and fly away together as a couple. Who would dare to stop him? But if it's really as you said, that he wants to take revenge on the immortal domain 100,000 times over, the foundation of the immortal domain is greater than the lower realm. He basically can't affect the core of the immortal domain. So what's the point? Let alone that Chen Chang'an is about to be subdued by the 5 elders right now.
Yu-chan's next words officially terrified Zhang Yuran. "Patriarch, that is Chen Chang'an's clone. His true body is still in Jujo." She was confused. "What?" Yu-chan continued, "It seems Chen Chang'an's incarnations are as numerous as great low golden immortals. This is not the first time." Her eyes rolled back as her mind was in a total mess, unable to help but remember the absurd words she had said before, that he still had other clones. Chen Chang'an, we gave you a choice, but you yourself walked into a dead end. When I stepped out of the teleportation array, I originally wanted to deal with you directly and destroy this Juzhou domain. But after seeing you, I changed my mind. You are merely a clone with an immortal emperor cultivation base. Now, not only will you die, but even Juzhou will cease to exist. I know you are almost invisible in the lower realm, but to fight against heaven, every grudge must be avenged. No matter how strong the people of the lower realm are, they only rely on the domain. Once the domain dissipates, then the people of the lower realm will die with it. She pieced everything together and panicked. His goal from the very beginning was not Quan Chu, but the immortal domain itself. Chen Chang'an used his staff to pierce through Elder Shi, and the system announced, "Congratulations to the host for killing an immortal emperor, realm immortal, rewarded 150 million domain points." Seeing Elder Shi killed, another elder furiously hugged Chen Chang'an tightly, wanting to perish together. "Second brother, this emperor wants you to be buried with him." He cursed inwardly, "Motherfucker," he shouted as he prepared to self-destruct. Focus on one point, reach the peak of perfection. A giant lightning sphere appeared, swallowing the two of them in the middle. The galaxy opened up. Then came the explosion. Witnessing everything, Elder Zong spoke up. "If touched by this current of Old Fourth, even we would find it hard to protect ourselves safely." The body of the fourth elder fell down. Shi Wu looked in that direction, gritting her teeth in resentment. Then she caught his body, fourth brother. She was unwilling to accept this. I took one strike of the staff, and my divine soul wavered and was almost destroyed. Fourth brother actually triggered his immortal core to trade 1-for-1 with Chen Chang'an. For this battle to actually be so tragic. However, the citizens in the upper immortal realm constantly prayed, "He must die, please, please, person of the lower realm, go die quickly." We still managed to deal with him. Although Chen Chang'an did not lose his life, half of his body was completely destroyed. Seeing this, the citizens of the upper immortal realm were overjoyed. We dealt with him, truly worthy of being an elder. Immortal Venerable Youngming put an end to a heroic page in history. Dead, he's dead. The fifth elder personally killed the invader from the lower realm, Juzhou. The harvest is extremely immense. Everything must be recorded, a total victory. Elder Zong landed and walked towards Shi Wu and the fourth elder. Although that Chen Chang'an has the strength of the immortal emperor realm, he doesn't have much practical combat experience. Shi Wu happily called out, "Boss, Old Fourth, you did very well. I still have one use of this reincarnation art left. You will come back to life in the future." The citizens of the immortal realm pointed at Chen Chang'an's body. "Dismember him and hang this person from the lower domain in the most conspicuous place in the lower realm. Let's see who still dares to rebel."
As if sensing something, Elder Zong glanced behind him. "This fluctuation is..." In the sky, a golden talisman appeared. The golden talisman erupted, creating a giant pillar of light. The fierce wind howled, and Elder Zong shouted, "Quickly follow me to destroy that talisman!" But it was too late. As the dust and smoke dispersed, Chen Chang'an appeared once again. Fortunately, I kept a trick up my sleeve. His entire body was once again enveloped by an extreme power. "Tremble, you ants." The Fyelders were terrified endlessly. "No, impossible. Didn't we already kill him? A clown. We killed a clown. A single clone actually caused us to sacrifice so many people."
Chen, Immortal Venerable Youngming's pen fell. He trembled in extreme fear. "Chen Chang'an, he is alive again. It's chaos. It's all chaos. My historical records are all wrong." A powerful golden light radiated from his body. He is even stronger than before. Despair. What must be done to defeat this kind of monster? Could it be that he has reached the Domain Lord realm? He turned his head and pointed at them, warning, "After I finish handling that matter, you are the last." Saying that, he launched himself away. Elder Zong looked in the direction he left in panic. That direction. He wants to go to the Immortal Court. Not good. Quickly stop him. He landed and walked in front of a tree protected by a barrier. I destroyed everywhere from beginning to end without accurately finding the core point. It turns out they were all covered by the immortal power radiating from these pillars. Thanks to the blessing of those old geezers moving multiple times during the battle, which made me realize this tree in front of me is exactly the lifeblood of the Xuanwu Immortal Domain. The thing you painstakingly protect. I could only think of something like this. That is the support pillar propping up the lower realm and upper realm. The three elders finally caught up in time. Elder Zong shouted, "Stop. No matter what you want to do, stop. If the support pillar collapses, the immortal domain will collapse. The lower realm and upper realm will all be finished." Suddenly, a beam of light pierced through the fifth elder and third elder. He only needed to use one finger to take them down. "Stop, stopping me." Elder Zong at this moment was truly terrified. Domain Lord. To think it is the power of the Domain Lord realm. It's all over. He laughed loudly and raised his hand upwards to accumulate power. The immortal realm looks at the lower realm like ants, tortures them at will, treats human lives like grass. What the people of the lower realm cannot govern, I will come to govern. The revenge that the lower realm cannot take, I will go take. The protective shield of the support pillar was shattered. Chen Chang'an declared, "If the lower realm is no more, what use do I have for this upper realm?"
Nichong Immortal Domain, the domain next to Xuanwu Immortal Domain. At the Heavenly Emperor Palace, people screamed incessantly. "Who is it? How dare you barge into the Domain Lord's residence? Do you know?" Someone spoke up in fear.
Not just the Xuanwu immortal domain, a person of the lower realm has barged into our place too. The Divine Guard army has been completely defeated. Could it be that you are an accomplice of that thief Chen Chang'an, daring to barge into the Domain Lord's residence? You can hardly escape the death penalty. Meteorites continuously fell from the sky. The man looked up and immediately guessed what had happened. The Xuanwu immortal domain is actually fallen. Could it really be that kid's doing? He unlocked the longevity physique. If people from other immortal domains discover this, they will surely attack the lower realm through the array of the Nichang immortal domain. I must hurry and seal the teleportation array. His eyes grew sharp. If that's the case, the sealed power from all these years, it is time to use it. Master of Chen Chang'an, Feng Qiyun. Break! He channeled his power and struck toward the tower. The soldiers asked in fear, Who exactly are you? Why does a mortal possess the power of a domain lord? He didn't bother to say much, merely glancing at them before stepping into the tower. At this time, the entire Xuanwu immortal domain collapsed. The people of the upper immortal realm screamed in terror. I don't want to. Fall back to the wretched place in the lower realm. I am an immortal, a supreme high immortal who commands the mortal ants in the lower realm. Immortal Venerable Youngming could not believe the sight unfolding before his eyes. The immortal domain is actually collapsed. He roared. No, impossible. It's impossible for such a massive event to happen. Holding a pen in his hand, he wanted to quickly record this page of history. Record it. I must record it. But it was too late. A fragment of the immortal domain fell and crushed him to death. Watching the scene of the immortal domain just collapsing like that, Elder Zhang trembled with anger and pointed his finger at him. For tens of thousands of years, no enemy could harm the immortal domain. But today?
Brat, do you know how massive of a heaven-defying crime you have committed? His expression showed no fear, sneering. A heaven-defying crime? He gathered his strength and directly attacked the three elders. You slaughter the common people, treating the sentient beings of the lower realm like trash, and now you still have the face to talk to me? The three of them combined their forces, but still couldn't resist him. Impossible! He actually still hid such profound power? Elder Zong said, Could it be that your target has always been the World Tree? Just now was intentionally luring us to reveal the location of the World Tree? Chen Chang'an gathered spirit energy into a sphere, then prepared to kick it. So the high and mighty immortals also knew fear. He forcefully kicked it hard towards the three of them. Try to feel this fear, because your lives end right here. Shi Wu and Elder Zong managed to dodge, but the third elder was not so lucky. What? She looked up at him in terror. With just one strike, she wanted to beg for her life, but it was already too late. Her body was kicked into two halves by him. Shi Wu painfully cried out to Elder Zong to help. Big brother, save me! He furiously cursed. Chen Chang'an, do you think you can retreat in one piece after doing this kind of thing? He didn't care much about what the old man said. Still preaching? Who are you putting on a show for? Do you think I still have a way back? The old man didn't want to sit still and wait for death, quickly flying away. Wait until I go awaken the Domain Lord, then you will know just how childish your arrogance really is. System notification. Host killed 2 Immortal Emperor experts, rewarded with 300 million domain points. He gathered another sphere and sneered. Want to run? He attacked towards Elder Zong without hesitation. Too late.
The spirit energy sphere flew at an extremely fast speed, chasing closely behind Elder Zong. What? This speed? Impossible! Impossible! He was so terrified that he couldn't utter a word. Suddenly, a giant hand reached out to block the attack for him, then threw the spirit energy sphere far away until it could no longer be seen. The spirit energy sphere bounced back, moving extremely erratically, destroying everything it touched. Chen Chang'an was a bit surprised. What? Elder Zong seemed to have found hope. Domain Lord, you have come out of seclusion. The high and mighty Domain Lord stood from above, looking down. I have been in seclusion for 3,000 years, and the large and small affairs of the immortal realm were all in your charge. As a result, you actually caused the immortal realm to fall. You truly disappoint me. He grabbed the old man's head, and from his eyes and mouth a stream of purple spirit energy continuously poured out. A moment later, his entire body was completely burned to ashes. The system issued a warning reminder. Host, a powerhouse in the Domain Lord realm has been detected. The current version of the system temporarily cannot look up the opponent's data. He looked at him, evaluating him from top to bottom. Is this guy the Domain Lord? Different from those other small fries. What follows will probably be a fierce battle, but as long as my main body is still here, I can use a clone. The Domain Lord didn't need to listen to speak all of Chen Chang'an's inner thoughts. Boy, you are thinking that as long as your main body is not discovered, you can use a clone to defeat me, right?
He grabbed his head. Who do you think you are? I am a god. Then he threw his head to him. Pick up your head, he threatened, then knelt down. At the same time, at the central area of the teleportation array of the Nichang Immortal Domain, Feng Qiyun looked at the door and examined it carefully for a while.
The aura just now, that kid's side must have confronted the domain lord already. I have to hurry, but this place is too quiet. No one is chasing, and there are no signs of other immortal domains teleporting in. But whether it's me or that kid, the commotion caused should have been very big. Moreover, the domain lord of this place cannot be found either. What exactly is this? Suddenly, a figure hanging upside down appeared behind him. A face that looked neither human nor ghost appeared behind his back. He used a finger to release an immense amount of spirit energy. Who is it? Suddenly, that person fell from above to the ground. When he saw that person's face clearly, he panicked. What? Wait, you are the domain lord of Nichang, but you are no longer breathing. He bent down to examine the corpse. Assassinated by someone? Those who can silently kill the master of the immortal domain. Who exactly are they? He turned the domain lord's corpse over to check the back. Behind the domain lord's back was a large hole. All the internal organs were gone. They had been scooped out clean by someone. A thought flashed through his mind. This method of death, it can't be wrong. How could it be so fast? But if this domain lord is dead, this is bad. He created a spatial rift and entered. Qinglong Immortal Domain. Another domain lord was also killed exactly like the Xuanwu domain lord. Another person. This place is the same. Juquei Immortal Domain. A female corpse with tied hands. No organs left behind her back either. The cause of death was all having their internal organs scooped out by someone. By who Immortal Domain? All the domain lords are actually dead. Wait, if the domain lords are all dead, there is no one left.
So who was that aura just now? He shuddered suddenly. Chen Chang'an's eyes were sharp. He beckoned with his finger and smiled wickedly. Do you want to dance too? The strongest of the immortal realm versus the strongest of the lower realm? Chen Chang'an commanded him, kneel. He chuckled, releasing all his power. In my entire life, I only kneel before the dead, enhanced version of one young finger. The domain lord blocked it with one hand. Skip the probing. If you have any real skills, bring them all out. He raised his middle finger and calculated inwardly. Strange. Although we have both in the domain lord realm, his strength is far superior to this clone. If I want to win, I'm afraid I still have to rely on the domain. System, how long will it take for the Invincible domain to cover the Xuanmu Immortal domain as it collapses? The system notified that based on the Immortal domain's collapse speed, it would take 10 minutes. He smiled wickedly. Then I'll play with him for 10 minutes. After 10 minutes inside the Invincible domain, I'll teach him how to be a proper person. The value of this fat sheep is completely different from those lackeys. While he was still calculating, the opponent launched a surprise attack. A giant black lotus flew over, wanting to swallow him. Crap, since when? The black lotus radiated a source of dark power, then swallowed him whole. The domain lord coldly watched what was happening. I already know the smoke means no damage law. His aura is still there. He will strike again. The dark lotus made him mistake his direction. He can only kill his way forward. Once he shows his face, I will kill him immediately. My strength is much greater than his. Everything is in the palm of my hand. Chen Chang'an suddenly appeared, leaving the domain lord unable to react. From below, he punched him hard in the face. The domain lord was sent flying far away, his body continuously crashing into the rocks floating in midair. You like sneak attacks, right? I am fit to be your grandmaster. You dare play this trick with me? Saying that, he summoned a dragon, heavenly dragon. The domain lord blocked his attack with one hand. It's useless. The gap between you and me is immense. Your resistance is just like a mosquito's. He smirked. On the contrary, I am very satisfied with your physical immortal power. He gathered power in his other hand, aiming to punch him in the face, acting tough with just a little bit of strength. Then let's test it out. In the lower realm, everyone was healing their injuries after the battle with Shitan. Suddenly, a citizen screamed in fear. Look, the sky! The sky is collapsing! Ling Baoer looked up. Countless meteorites were falling from the sky. The meteorites fell very fast towards them. What is that falling down? Someone who saw Chen Chang'an shouted, Holy shit, are my eyes playing tricks on me? I think I see the province lord up there. I see it too. He's fighting with an immortal. My eyes aren't deceiving me, right? Ling Baoer turned to remind Bai Yu. Big sister Bai Yu, currently all the provinces from Feishan Mountain to the outside of Yunzu have been destroyed. Master's clone well up to the upper realm. We don't know the situation either. We must prepare for the worst. Quickly bring Master's true body into the spatial ring to hide first.
Once that thing falls, the entire Juzo will welcome the apocalypse. The system notified. The Xuanmu Immortal Domain is collapsing. The Invincible Domain has 1 minute remaining. Chen Chang'an panted and thought to himself, after fighting for so long, this guy is actually unharmed. This is the first time I've encountered such an unbelievably strong opponent. He wiped the blood from his lips and smiled wickedly. This makes it interesting. My combat experience is being tempered. The domain lord did not spare his praise. I couldn't tell that this clone of yours is quite good at taking a beating. Without immortal power, you can't fight a battle with me. He formed hand seals. Lowly commoner, how can you defeat a god? Your ending is only a path of death. Around him, a powerful source of spirit energy erupted. 8 Desolate's divine saber slash. He tried to defend. The system notified. The Xuanmu Immortal Domain is collapsing. Invincible Domain countdown, 10.
9, 8, 7, 6. He raised his hand. The game is over, kid. Then he pierced through his heart with a single strike of his hand. Blood constantly flowed from the corners of his mouth, but he smiled triumphantly. Is that so? A net appeared in the sky, and he spread his arms out. Perhaps in the sky you are a high and mighty deity, but you have come to my territory. The system announced, "Host, the clone has entered the range of the domain." He grabbed his head. The system said, "Host, I am very angry. I couldn't care less whether he is a deity or a saint." The domain lord panicked, unable to struggle. How is this possible? Chen Chang'an and the system spoke at the same time. "What the hell are you? You all must die." The domain lord screamed unwillingly. "You should die. It's you." A massive burst of power was released. Half of the domain lord's body was smashed to pieces. The system appeared, calculating the massive amount of domain points. Fortunately, the clone could enjoy the power of the domain once. Suddenly, an arm reached out from the domain lord's body. Chen Chang'an looked up in astonishment. Could this guy still be resurrected? The domain lord's body disappeared to reveal the figure of a girl. He stared at her with his mouth wide open. She coldly said, "Your struggling is meaningless." Looking up at her form, did they change to a giant this time? Her eyes were filled with deadly intent. Black chi constantly circulated around her. He frowned. Wasn't this aura from this domain? What kind of attack is this? Neither painful nor itchy? Not good. I have to dodge. Suddenly, those trails of black chi drilled into his six senses. His eyes were gradually covered by the black chi. After that, he was completely swallowed up. The clone died. His clone had returned to his main body. He sat bolt upright. What happened? Was that appearance the true body of that dog-shit immortal Ord? No, she didn't look like someone from the immortal realm. What on earth is she?
Han Shi looked down at Zhou from above, unable to get any closer. The moment the immortal domain collapsed just now, his clone suddenly erupted with a strange power, looking like some kind of law power of a domain. Her face turned red. If she hadn't left that shell in time just now, and been pulled in by you, the outcome of the battle would truly be hard to say. The fragments of the Xuanwu immortal domain were falling more and more by the moment, and the end was drawing near. With the destruction of the immortal domain, the descent of our heavenly demon clan is already certain. Ling Baoer turned to call him. "Master, wake up, how is it outside?" Chen Chang'an walked over to Ling Baoer. "Don't panic, the people are all safe now. The sky has fallen. Luckily we hid in the space ring." A teleportation gate appeared above Han Shi's head, and she smiled happily. "Today's battle ends here. Try to enjoy your final moments, you mortals." A tower emerged from within the gate. "Wait until my clan descends. You ants will only have one choice. Either submit, or die." Having said that, she also left. Before leaving, she didn't forget to look back at him. "Kid, we'll meet again later." He looked up as she left. The fragments of the immortal domain fell to the ground, creating strong tremors. 15 minutes later.
Everyone came out of the space ring overjoyed that they were still alive. Are we saved? Luckily we still have the space ring, otherwise we really would have died without an intact corpse. It's the Province Lord. The Province Lord protected us again. Chen Chang'an glanced back. Ling Baoer and Bai Yuan ran over and hugged him. "Master, are you okay? The Immortal just caused havoc. Are we just going to let them escape?" He gently explained. "Yeah, do not pursue a desperate enemy." He thought to himself, that woman just now killed his clone with one strike. Even though the clone didn't have the invincible domain effect at that time, she still couldn't be underestimated. To deal with her, although he only needed to use the domain points he just earned to expand the domain, he could faintly feel that inside that tower there was an existence stronger than that woman. Instead of trying to kill her and raising their guard, it would be better to wait until the whole situation was clarified, and furthermore have enough domain points to cover the entire tall tower. He stroked his chin and smiled wickedly, his mouth constantly drooling, intending to deal with them all at once. Suddenly, a beam of light descended from the sky, and a strange man appeared standing not far from him. He looked on alertly. "Sure enough, it's you, kid." Feng Qiyun's figure appeared, scolding. "The trouble you stirred up this time is quite big." The three of them looked happy to see him. "Old man, master, grandmaster." Chen Chang'an smiled, raised his hand and ran over. "Where did you go? I had a hard time finding you, and you even restored your appearance." He also raised his hand, and the two waved their hands playing rock, paper, scissors. He threw rock while he threw scissors. He sneered and said, "I let you win." His expression suddenly turned serious. "Disciple, I know you have a lot of questions, but put them aside for now. The enemies you are facing this time, their existence is even more terrifying than the immortal domain of the upper realm. If I'm not wrong, they come from the ancient desolate continent."
Hearing this, the three of Chen Chang'an were extremely shocked. Hengu continent? He calmly explained that in the primordial chaos there was Hengu continent, and on that ancient land countless races were born, and the heavenly demon clan was one of them. In order to compete for resources, the clans fought against each other for hundreds of billions of years without being able to determine a victor. In this long-lasting invasion, a small portion of them hated war. Therefore, they joined forces to break the sealed dimension and fled to our domain. They were the first-generation masters of the upper realm immortal domain. But with the passage of time, the immortals forgot the reason for their existence and began to plunder the resources of the lower realm, and I was previously one of them as well. Rampage, death, fresh blood, and a forever unsatisfied desire for conquest constituted my entire former self. But by chance once, during an attack on the lower realm, my blood accidentally dripped onto the Dharma treasure of a certain master in the lower realm. The Dharma treasure recreated an image, and in it I saw the invasion of Hengu continent.
Under the devastation of countless divine demons, all things decayed in both the immortal domain and the lower realm. Later, I found out that that piece of Dharma treasure was one of the primordial Dharma treasures of Hengu continent brought to this domain at the very beginning. According to my investigation, the more the people of the upper realm fight, the more the Hengu bloodline within us will awaken little by little. From there, it will cause the people of Hengu continent to sense our existence, and if it really reaches this step, we will definitely die. I was terrified and found another Hengu Dharma treasure. I originally wanted to use it to warn the upper realm, but not only did they not listen to the advice, they also aroused greed for the Dharma treasure and destroyed my immortal domain. Forced into helplessness, I descended to the lower realm myself, using time to save the world. But I worked hard my whole life, trying to prolong it for Chongseng, even if it was just for the time it takes an incense stick to burn. But in the end, it was still a wasted effort. Calculating it now, this heavenly demon clan must have already invaded the bodies of the domain lords since 10,000 years ago, and I was completely unaware. Ling Baoer asked curiously, "Grandmaster, but they are so strong, why didn't they attack directly but ran away?" He shook his head, unclear. Hearing him say this, he began to calculate in his heart. Looking at it this way, it was indeed right that I didn't make a move just now. With a determination to hide for 10,000 years, alerting the enemy would definitely have unimaginable consequences. Never mind, it's useless to think so much now. First, resurrect the people in the Invincible domain, then awaken Quan Chu, and leave the rest for later after discussing it with Master. System, settle the accounts. See how many domain points are needed to resurrect everyone in the domain and awaken Quan Chu. The system popped up a notification. Domain points have been settled. The host destroyed the Xuanwu Immortal domain and killed the Immortals, gaining a total of 950 million domain points.
Name, Cheng Chang'an, domain points 900,023,333,000,000 plus 450 million plus 200 million plus 200 million. Domain range 249,527 meters, distance from Feixian Mountain to Yunzu. Activated skills, all things animate, immortal Dao true interpretation, maxed out special effects, mastery of life and death. Current energy, mirror flower water moon, permanent immortal Dao, permanent. System inventory capacity of 10 slots includes 99 salted fish gift bags, 99 salted fish gift bags, 1 mythical secret key, 99 realm fragments. The host has exchanged for an immortal lord level clone, deducting 400 million domain points. At that time, because the domain points were insufficient, 200 million domain points were borrowed from the system. Now, deducting 400 million domain points to repay the system, the current domain points are 55,023,333. Thank you for your patronage. He tightly gripped the system panel and cursed. Damn it, 400 million. The domain points that I, your father, worked so hard to earn were deducted in the blink of an eye. System, you are a scammer. The system couldn't stop sweating profusely. What are you doing? Do you think you don't have to pay after enjoying yourself? He sighed. Forget it. Domain points are earned to be used. He revealed a sly smile, gripping the system until it almost shattered. System, I want to resurrect all the people who died in the Invincible domain. The system screamed. To resurrect all the people who died in the Invincible domain requires a deduction of 100 million domain points. Do you want to use the Mastery of Life and Death feature to proceed with the resurrection? He accepted without the slightest hesitation. Yes. Domain points have been deducted, currently using the Mastery of Life and Death feature. All life essences gathered towards him, then returned to their own bodies, and they gradually began to move again.
Everyone woke up. I'm not dead. In my memories, I was already killed, but have I arrived at the netherworld now? Didn't I die? What is going on? Lingbauer's group was so moved they almost cried seeing this. Everyone look quickly. The dad have come back to life. Oh my heavens, surely I'm not hallucinating, right? Mothers and children reunited. My baby, mother's baby. Lovers met again. Beloved brother, I thought I would never see you again in this life. Feng Xiyun, despite having experienced so many things, found it hard to believe when he saw the scene of the dead coming back to life. How can this be? Tianyu Shitian had also come back to life. My body, I have come back to life. A voice rang out. Brother. A little girl ran over, wanting to throw herself into his arms. I'm not dead. I'm not dead. Where did you go? Seeing the little girl, Shitian could hardly hold back his tears, his trembling hands reaching out.
Recalling the time he had held his younger sister's corpse, he couldn't help but hold tighter. The golden spirit energy around him fluctuated again. Everyone on this side had been resurrected. So what's next? His figure suddenly disappeared. In the sky above Yunzhou, Zhang Yuan looked up. Seeing that the person arriving was Chen Chang'an, she immediately said, I have followed your instructions. After it's done, please fulfill your promise. He looked at the two of them for a moment, then turned to ask the system, System, why hasn't Quan Chu woken up yet? The system replied, Zhang Quan Chu's divine soul has suffered damage and cannot be awakened. System notification. A new mission has been detected. The only mission. Awaken Zhang Quan Chu. Because Zhang Quan Chu's soul is severely damaged, simple healing skills are ineffective. To awaken her, you must use the heaven and earth homologous power to sufficiently replenish her damaged soul before she can wake up. Reward, double the current domain points. Suddenly, he realized something. Use the heaven and earth homologous power to awaken her? Wait a minute, he shouted loudly. Just now the old man mentioned the Dharma treasure of the Hengu continent. I remember it also has the heaven and earth homologous power. There's still more below. The system issued a notification. Detected that the host currently meets the basic upgrade requirements. Activating the upgrade conditions for version 6.0 of the Invincible domain. Upgrade condition 1. The lower realm ascends.
The domain covers all of Juzhou, transforming it into an immortal domain, and merging it into the myriad immortal domains. Upgrade Condition 2. The host needs to prepare 20 million domain points. If the system upgrades successfully, it will activate the new feature, Myriad Phenomena Heavenly Treasury of the Invincible Domain version 6.0. He cursed inwardly. What the hell? You want me to cover all of Juzhou? How many domain points will I have to spend on this? The system smiled awkwardly. Host, calculating it, covering all of Juzhou requires about 1.92 billion domain points. Hearing this number, his face turned pitch black. 1.9 billion? Even if you sell me, it wouldn't be enough. However, for the mission just now, the domain points are doubled. If I can think of a way to find the Dharma treasure to complete the mission and earn some more domain points in the process, maybe. Chen Chang'an smiled mischievously and grabbed the system. Right, then everything links together. The system is really angry this time. The mission looks difficult, but perhaps it's not as hard as I thought.
Lower Realm Xiaohua Domain, one of the myriad worlds. What? Xuanhuo Infernal Domain has fallen, and it even crashed into the weakest neighboring Juzhou domain? It's truly unbelievable. An old man spoke up. According to the spy's reports, not only has the Infernal Domain fallen, but a group of mysterious foreign forces has also taken advantage of the situation to invade. Another person spoke up. The 3 great tycoons of the Xiaohua domain and experts from other lower realms have all gathered to discuss this matter. A female voice echoed in the sky. You ants of the domains, listen closely. This is a warning from the Heavenly Demon Clan. The 3 great tycoons startlingly turned to look. 1,000-mile voice transmission. Our world has suddenly been descended upon by an unusually powerful aura. Listen carefully. You have a limit of 10 days. The citizens began to panic. What? Heavenly demon? She continued. I want all domains to send a representative to our clan's territory to surrender within 10 days. There is only one chance. Those who do not surrender. Sitting disdainfully on her throne, she declared, kill. Curses incessantly rang out. I spit on it. What bullshit, Heavenly Demon Clan. You're just a bunch of rats taking advantage of Juzhou's rebellion to rush in. Someone spoke up. If you have the capability, come to the Ling Wu domain. I, Taoist Master Tai Wu, will teach you a lesson. Well said. I, Zhang Yu of the Wangsuen domain, also refuse to submit to you. Count me in from the Changxi domain as well. Han Si smiled contemptuously. To think that mere ants would have such self-esteem. I have indeed underestimated you. But, she summoned the heavenly thunder. As mere ants, her eyes became sharp, yet you lack the enlightenment that ants should have. A streak of black lightning struck down.
Sanji Yuto said in a panic that in just a moment the auras of 5 immortals had disappeared. Half of the Xiaohua realm's land was gone, with countless casualties. She possessed terrifying strength. With a snap of her fingers, she could destroy the lower realm. Crimson lightning covered the entire sky as she began to threaten. You all better understand clearly. I am not negotiating with you, nor do I care whether you submit or not. I am giving you a choice merely to save our time. Do you understand, you ants? A tower appeared from the sky. Everyone began to discuss the tower. That tower seemed to have stopped, but it could still shatter the void, attack other domains. With this level of strength, they truly live up to the name of the Heavenly Demon Clan. Fan Qiyun turned to look at him and said, but just now you said that as long as we find the missing ancient desolate divine artifacts, we can deal with them. What does that mean? He raised a hand and pointed forward. These days, the profound mysteries of the longevity physique have also been explored by me. Master, this array is exactly the result of my research. Fan Qiyun glanced over and saw a barrier in the sky. He continued, it will expand significantly as my spirit energy increases. The only way to deal with the Heavenly Demon Clan is to expand the range of the array to reach above that tower. Fan Qiyun seemed to understand everything. So that's how it is, which is why you want to collect the divine artifacts of the ancient desolate continent, absorbing their spirit energy to complete the expansion. He thought to himself, I'll just say that for now. It's still too early to tell him that I have a system. He stroked his chin and said, but as for the ancient desolate divine artifacts, as far as I know, there are 4 lost in the myriad realms, and this is just one of them. Back then, after being awakened by me, its divinity was lost. 2 have no traces, and 1 is still in the ruins of my former immortal domain.
Although I can go back and get it, the power of the divine artifact, Chen Chang'an spoke up, will definitely not be enough, Fan Qiyun continued. But the Heavenly Demon also said earlier, they will launch an attack in 10 days. If we only go now, it will be too late. Ling Baoer asked, Grandmaster, what are the characteristics of the divine artifact? If it is a bit clearer, maybe we can find it faster. Fan Qiyun explained that the resting place of a desolate ancient divine artifact must be an immortal mountain treasure land with abundant spirit energy, and it must be stronger than ordinary blessed lands. Because the spirit energy of a desolate ancient divine artifact is extremely strong, it will even cause bizarre changes to the local ecology, birthing creatures that completely defy common sense. Hearing this, Bai Yu had her own thoughts about bizarre changes and incomprehensible creatures. Bai Yu spoke up. Senior, if you put it that way, I know a place. Our heavenly demon ancient fox clan is actually a branch of the demon fox race from the Qingqiu region. I heard Lala say that within the territory of the Qingqiu demon foxes, there is a wasteland. Not only is the spirit energy there boundlessly abundant, but the physical size of the creatures there is also dozens of times larger than normal creatures. Furthermore, the lake water there has miraculous detoxifying and healing effects. Hearing her say that, Feng Qiyun confirmed, if that is the case, there must be a divine artifact there. He also confirmed with 100% certainty. He proposed a plan. That's right, let's immediately split into two paths. I will go find the divine artifact in the Immortal Domain ruins. You guys go find the other two. He nodded and said, all right, Bai Yu, you lead the way. We will also set off immediately. After saying that, he immediately left. Ling Baoer looked after him and reminded, be careful, Grandmaster. Chen Chang'an called out to the system. System, use the domain fragments to synthesize a lower realm transmigration card and conveniently exchange for me an Immortal Lord Realm clone. The system displayed a notification, deducting 20 domain fragments. The Immortal Lord clone requires 400 million domain points. The points are insufficient. Do you want to borrow? He quickly agreed. Yes. A teleportation gate appeared, and he separated his clone. Ling Baoer and Bai Yu both stared at him in stunned silence. Just a clone already possessed such terrifying aura, so what realm of existence must his main body be? Was I exaggerating before when I said I wanted to catch up to Master? He turned to his disciple and said, Baoer, Jizu is temporarily handed over to you. If there is any danger, wake me up immediately. Her eyes shone like stars. Don't worry, Master. I will definitely take good care of your main body. Oh, and Jizu too. After handing over all the matters, he and Bai Yu left. Bai Yu, let's go. She nodded. Yes, Senior.
The portal shone brightly. The two of them stepped into the teleportation gate. The system chimed in. Host, we have arrived at the lower realm domain, Qingqiu domain. I'm really looking forward to this new adventure. Chen Chang'an looked ahead. Are you sure this is the territory of the Heavenly Demon Fox clan? Bai Wei was a bit melancholy. There's no mistake, it's just... The two of them looked at the desolate scenery in front of them. How could the Heavenly Demon Fox clan be wiped out? Could it be the Heavenly Demon clan? It's possible. We must quickly obtain the divine artifact in the secret realm. Bai Wei frowned. To enter the secret realm, we must go through the back mountain of the Fox clan. Furthermore, we must have the great seal of the Fox clan. But in this situation, what do? Suddenly, a voice interrupted. Hurry up, do you want to die dawdling? Voices echoed from the crowd below the cliff. You pigs, if you want to enter the secret realm, you must listen to us. A blonde uncle anxiously asked, Master, is what you said true? Could it be fake? Their leader wiped out the entire Fox Demon clan with the strength of one person. Not only did he snatch their great seal, but he also knows about the existence of the worldly utopia in the secret realm. That group of people smiled arrogantly. That is the only safe and sheltered place right now. In short, the words that fell into Bai Wei's ears, following us is definitely not wrong, caused her to roar in anger. Bastards, you're courting death. Chen Chang'an stopped her. Wait, don't act rashly. They killed my clan members. I absolutely cannot spare their lives. I said not right now. He analyzed. First, the Heavenly Demon clan is definitely monitoring every move of the myriad realms right now. Our actions this time must be low-key to avoid any trouble. Chen Chang'an continued speaking despite Bai Yue's tear-filled eyes. Second, there is a problem with these people. They are very weak, yet they dare to go to the extremely dangerous place you mentioned, and they even call it an Arcadian utopia. There must be a secret. He looked at her. Third, their destination is the same as ours. If we act rashly without knowing the details, wouldn't that slow down our efficiency in finding the divine artifact? But, Chen Chang'an reached out to wipe her tears. Rest assured, after this is over, I will let you kill these people with your own hands and avenge your clan members. Senior, Bai Yue calmed down. So do we just follow behind them now? No, merely following them might help us avoid danger, but it will be very difficult to figure out what their secret is. Chen Chang'an touched the ground. Moreover, I guess that 80% of their secret is related to the divine artifact. He looked up with a dangerous smile. Therefore, we can do it like this. The purple-haired youth angrily grabbed the blonde middle-aged man's collar. Damn it, what did you say? We found a peaceful place for you, yet you dare to speak nonsense. Lord, I just feel that the Demon Fox clan is normally quite good. Isn't exterminating their clan for no reason? A bunch of beings born with just good looks? What's there to pity? If they die, they die. A young man interrupted. Big brothers, do you really know about this Arcadian utopia or whatever? It was Chen Chang'an and Bai Yue. He asked, pretending to be pitiful. We two pitiful souls have reached a dead end. We just heard you say there is a place to escape the flames of war. She also chimed in. Can you big brothers let us tag along?
One of them smiled deceitfully and brought all of them along. The group happily said, Welcome. Since you are here, we will share the same hardships. Their thoughts, however, were extremely dark. The woman behind this kid is pretty good. It's been a long time since we tried this kind of top-tier beauty. That guy was still hallucinating, while the other man said, we still don't know how you'll die once we enter the secret realm. Chen Chang'an smiled, seemingly extremely grateful.
As soon as they arrived at the gate, misty clouds lingered like an immortal realm. The more people, the better. Once there were enough people, they would set off. Chen Chang'an followed them while observing the surrounding space. He secretly thought in his heart, "It has been damaged for many years. I suppose this is also a domain that was invaded by the heaven's pride of the upper realm a long time ago." No matter where he went, he could see the suffering of the common people, and powerful bandits running rampant in troubled times. Before he could even look, the two guys walking in front heard Chen Chang'an speaking and mocked. "What the hell are you looking at? If you want to run around, we won't care if you live or die. Don't expect us to protect you. On the contrary, they wouldn't mind helping you take care of your little sister, right?" The group walked to a nine-tailed statue and cheered, "We're here." Looking at the majestic stone statue in front, the guide said, "We're here. This is the place." The brown-haired guy held a strange rectangular block, chanted an incantation, used the seal as an arrow, and sealed it. Then he placed the block into the hole on the stone statue. Open. The surrounding space vibrated, and the ground shook. What's going on? What happened? Before the vibration stopped, the trees started to grow taller. A large array formed in the sky. So that's how it is. The secret realm must be hidden in this dense forest. The blonde guy looked at Chen Chang'an. "What did you say?" He smiled and pointed. "This back mountain is the teleportation point connected to the secret realm, and that great seal must be the key to opening the secret realm. Kid, if you shouldn't look, then don't look." Chen Chang'an pondered. No wonder that old geezer worked so hard to find the divine artifact but only found one, yet it was hidden so well. If we want to gather enough, I'm afraid it will take some effort. A piercing sound rang out, frightening all the ordinary people. They panicked. "Look quickly, what is that? It's huge, so huge. Is it a mouse?" Regaining their senses, the whole group scrambled to run away. "What are you standing there for? Hurry and hide. Okay, run quickly." Chen Chang'an's face darkened. There was indeed a problem with these people. He evaluated the monster. Although this mouse had a huge body, he guessed its strength was only around the Soul Formation peak. Bai Yu was surprised. Soul Formation realm? Isn't that a realm that even I can't defeat? That's right. To exterminate the demon clan, one must have at least an immortal king level. Chen Chang'an smiled, suspecting that there was something else backing them up. The two whispered together, saying that the enemy was in the dark while they were in the light, and if this continued, Chang'an did not panic. If the enemy was in the dark and they were in the light, they just needed to force the hidden enemy out. After speaking, Chen Chang'an took out a talisman, which contained a tiny fraction of the system's functions. Although its effectiveness was only 1 in 10 quadrillion, it was more than enough to deal with the Soul Formation beast. The talisman flew out and attacked the back of the giant rat.
Its eyes flashed with a painful red light, causing its anger to flare up. It roared, shaking the surroundings and making the crowd hiding behind the magic array fearful. "But boss, the monster's coming here. What's going on?" Right at this moment, Chen Chang'an pretended to be terrified and screamed, "Ouch! Save me! The monster's coming! Bosses, quickly use the Great Seal to take us back. I'm not going to that worldly utopia anymore." The rest of the people also chimed in, "But boss, we appreciate your good intentions, but please let us go." "That's right. Even if we are killed by the Heavenly Demon Clan, it'll be 10 days later. But if we don't leave now, we will die immediately." The caravan leader kicked the person who just pleaded. "Damn it, don't shake the military morale. It's just a rat. What's there to be afraid of?" On the other side, the leading group had confronted the rat. "Everyone, attack for me. Kill this beast." "Yes, yes." Chen Chang'an looked at the chaotic battle and thought to himself, "What a bunch of noobs. A group of Soul Formation realm lackeys? Even the leader is only at Soul Formation. The little chickens are about to expose their flaws. Let me fan the flames a bit to make you spit out your secrets." The two of them constantly cheered. "Come on, you bosses can single-handedly annihilate the Demon Fox clan. Bosses are so strong. We are all relying on you." He had red eyes, trying to resist, while the other two remained relaxed. If it really didn't work out, running away wouldn't be a problem. He thought, if I can't bring the people back, then when the time comes, the one to die will be me. Then he choked the two subordinates next to him. How hateful. That brown-haired guy let out a scream, sucking all the life force of the two subordinates. Chen Chang'an was slightly surprised. Oh, absorbing 2 noobs, and his strength instantly advanced from Soul Formation to Void Refining. Not bad. Then he smiled deviously again. "It seems that just this much is still not enough to force you to reveal your trump cards. Then you bosses don't blame me." Saying that, Chen Chang'an released a few more talismans. "Go! Add some fire to them." A talisman flew towards a monster in the forest, piercing straight into the head of a rhinoceros, making it open its mouth in pain. Another talisman flew towards a 4-eared dog. On the other side, the leading group had just finished dealing with the rat. Suddenly, an ear-piercing sound rang out again, making them turn pale.
The rhinoceros, tiger, and 4-eared dog seemed to go mad, rushing straight toward them. What is going on? The monsters are all coming here." The brown-haired guy's face darkened. "Leader, think of something quickly. Aren't you invincible? Leader, if this continues, let alone failing to keep the mission, we will also die here." Then he turned and ran. "No, I'm not doing this anymore. Even if the mission can't be completed, I don't want to die here." He raised the Great Seal. "It wasn't easy to obtain a cultivation physique. I don't want it to end like this." The blonde guy placed the great seal into the existing hole. Then a blinding golden light appeared. Suddenly he felt something unusual on the ground. A man-eating plant burst up from underground, opening its mouth to swallow him. Its flower butt closed, completely swallowing the blonde guy. Host, the existence of a high-level extraterritorial creature has been detected. Please kill it. Chen Chang'an narrowed his eyes. Oh, the mastermind has stepped out. The remaining lackeys panicked. Boss? The man-eating plant continued to attack, causing the crowd to scatter in chaos. Not only people, but the remaining vines also grabbed all the other creatures. What is going on? As if sensing something, the vine lunged forward to attack. Chen Chang'an gently held Bai Yue and dodged. Careful. He put her down to observe. Senior, what is this? Could this be the mastermind behind it all? The flower looked at both of them. Little girl, you are very smart to have seen through my plan. The flower bud opened and continued. However, that brat, you are not simple either, daring to trick my servant. Chen Chang'an said in a cold voice, You were the one who killed the Demon Fox clan? The flower bud opened to reveal eyes in the middle. Do you know your crime? But he smiled. A flower. More so, there's no mistake. This aura is exactly the same as the Heavenly Demon Clan. Thinking of the shape of a treasure, Chen Chang'an said, That is the ancient desolate divine artifact. The flower bud roared. Do you know what crime you've committed? Daring to bother me? The more it thought about it, the angrier it got. I spent so much effort to kill the Fox clan, manipulate slaves, and was about to absorb that delicious human essence, but you guys ruined my entire plan. I want you dead. Its words made the crowd turn pale. Its Ma Da, the neighboring Longyang domain, was completely eaten clean by it. Why did that kid have to provoke it? He's doomed us all. Chen Chang'an raised his middle finger, ignoring its words. No one can save you, bunch of ants. A powerful stream of spirit energy emerged from his finger, killing the magic eye. Congratulations to the host for killing a 5th-layer immortal emperor demonic creature. Reward 10 million domain points. On the other side, Han Si seemed to sense something and was slightly surprised. She looked at the fluctuation ahead. Qingfeng domain. The spirit energy fluctuation was so strong. Could it be that kid from before? But Han Si quickly dismissed it. No, if it were that kid, the spirit energy would probably be more overbearing. Now is not the time to put my mind into these things. She looked at the giant stone statue. Wait until my lord descends. That kid will definitely be defeated. I'm really looking forward to it. Then she daydreamed. When that time comes, how should I trample on that kid? Hee hee. On the other side, Bai Yo was still stunned, originally thinking there would be a fierce battle, but unexpectedly. Looking at the spatial rift, she thought to herself, with just a casual wave of his hand, he killed a regional overlord in the immortal emperor realm. This is too exaggerated. Not only did he kill the monster, but he even shattered the barrier between the secret realm and reality. The key point is, this is just a clone. Bai Yo looked at Bai Yo shyly. Senior's strength is so profound. I haven't even studied it thoroughly yet. It reminds me of the time I was disciplined by Senior before. I wonder if I can withstand Senior's physical force. As for Chen Chang'an, he was dazed. Not good. I tried to restrain myself as much as possible, but I'm afraid this strike will still be discovered by the Heavenly Demon Clan. He rubbed his chin. But changing identities like this, changing to a weak one is too troublesome. Changing to a strong one will make the Heavenly Demon Clan find out, but I'll just have to endure it. As long as things go smoothly, I will take the divine artifact from its forehead when the time comes. The divine artifact emitted a strange pink light. Right after that, the demon eye recovered. The demon eye was anxious. Pant, was I just killed? This human has no martial virtue and actually sneak attacked me. Absolutely not a good person. It was still thinking. Furthermore, they even want to snatch my life-saving divine artifact. That is a gift from my father. When it looked up, it was stunned, a crack. The demon eye quickly slipped into the crack. Heaven never seals off all exits for me. Ha ha ha, stupid human. Wait until I grow up and return to my peak state. I will definitely come back to kill you. But Chen Chang'an grabbed its tail. Did I let you go? He backhanded and smashed the demon eye hard into the ground, causing a tragic scream. He stepped on its body. What's going on? Logically speaking, you should be dead, but now you are still alive. Could this be the effect of the divine artifact? The divine artifact emitted a sparkling pink light, making the demon eye rejoice. The stage 1 ability of the life-saving divine artifact has been activated. This is great. I am invincible now. It started to become arrogant. You are bullying people too much.
I merely saw that you had some strength and originally intended to take you in as a dog. Don't think I can't defeat you. Kek. I am of the highest race down here. I will not be killed. Chen Chang'an was startled. Not dead? The magic eye was delighted. After all, he was just a human. He was scared. It continued to boast. You came to snatch the divine artifact, right? But it's useless. The divine artifact has long merged into one with me. This guy has probably never seen coming back from the dead. I can take this opportunity to scare him, wait for my clan elders to arrive, and kill him together. Bai Yue was a bit worried. If he couldn't be killed, there would be no way to obtain the divine artifact. Senior, what should we do now? We have hit a dead end. But Chen Chang'an showed a weird smile. What's the matter? The magic eye was disdainful. What? Idiot. I am invincible now. Why must you struggle so hard?
He raised his familiar middle finger again, sending the magic eye away once more. The system notification sounded. Congratulations to the host for killing a 5th layer immortal emperor demonic creature, rewarded 10 million domain points. The divine artifact once again emitted a miraculous power. The magic eye continued to mock. I told you, you cannot kill me. The system's voice sounded with a curse. Target has revived. Stupid. Chen Chang'an's eyes flashed with a golden light. Just stand still there. Experience, baby. The magic eye was once again sent to heaven. This process was very much like playing a game. Chen Chang'an held a hammer, continuously taking down the magic eye, achieving a pentakill. The system's congratulatory notifications continuously rang out. Congratulations to the host for killing a 5th layer immortal emperor demonic creature, rewarded 10 million domain points. The target has revived. Congratulations to the host for killing a 5th layer immortal emperor demonic creature, rewarded 10 million domain points. The target has revived. Congratulations to the host for killing a 5th layer immortal emperor demonic creature, rewarded 10 million domain points. The target has revived. Congratulations to the host for killing a 5th layer immortal emperor demonic creature, rewarded 10 million domain points. The target has revived. Congratulations to the host for killing a 5th layer immortal emperor demonic creature, rewarded 10 million domain points.
The ordinary people could only gape in shock. A devil. This person is a devil. Mother, why do I feel like he is even more terrifying than the Heavenly Demon Clan? On the other side, Chen Chang'an was still smashing excitedly. Ah, is this the feeling of being washed by domain points? So stimulating. I'm really getting too excited. 2 hours later, the pile of branches of the magic array was still continuously healing itself, and on the ground were countless green gems. At this time, the system announced that the total number of domain points the host received was $500 billion. He looked at the pile on the ground. Its revival speed had slowed down. It seems the power granted to it by the divine artifact has a certain limit. I thought this divine artifact would be so hard to obtain. I didn't expect it to be this simple. Chen Chang'an touched the divine artifact and thought, but indeed this divine artifact could not be forcefully removed. Physical methods wouldn't work. He could only think of another way. He looked at the pile of gems on the ground, along with the trash that fell from the magic array's body. System, take an inventory. The system quickly announced, inventoried 50 Yunhuan immortal pills. The effects are similar to the Fentian pill. 1 immortal pill can be exchanged for 10,000 domain points. Do you want to proceed with the exchange? Chen Chang'an thought. He didn't expect this thing to be so valuable, but 50 pills were too few. If its regeneration hadn't slowed down now, he could have farmed another 100 pills from it. He threw 1 pill to Bai Yue. Bai Yue, eat it and test the effect. Yes, senior. Saying that, she ate it without hesitation. Chen Chang'an suddenly looked in a certain direction. Come all out. The people from just now all walked out from behind the tree and looked at him. I can protect you, and I can also give you the strength to fight against the Heavenly Demon Clan. In exchange, you must submit to me. Everyone felt happy and surprised. Really? Then I am willing. If you can help me become stronger, you can even have my life. Chen Chang'an smiled. Very good. Eat this medicinal pill. You will be able to complete the first step of becoming stronger.
The whole crowd was in an uproar, clamoring to ask, yes, I want it too, let's try it quickly. System notifications bombarded him again. Servant Chu Si has broken through to the Qi refining 3rd layer, rewarding the host 5 domain points. Servant Sang San has broken through to the Foundation Establishment Realm 1st layer, rewarding the host 50 domain points. Servant Lu Ren Ya has broken through to the Golden Core Realm 1st layer, rewarding the host 100 domain points. Servant Lu Ren Yi has broken through to the Golden Core Realm 5th layer, rewarding the host 200 domain points. 3 hours later, Bai Yue's information panel appeared with a maxed-out cultivation bar, detecting that the cultivation of the contracted follower Bai Yu was undergoing a change, about to break through from the 500,000 realm to a mortal soldier. Domain points were being calculated. Chen Chang'an scratched his cheek. Oh, the 5.0 system also has this kind of function. A list of his disciples appeared on the system panel. Not bad. If he wanted to see information about anyone, he could just pull it up directly without needing to check again. Bai Yu was panting heavily. The heavenly Dao restrictions of the Chengfang domain prevented her from breaking through. Her spirit energy was still surging wildly. At this rate, her body was going to burst. Unless Senior is willing to support me in dual cultivation to help me stabilize my spirit energy. But how could I say that out loud? Bai Yu's entire body was drenched in sweat. It's leaking away. My spirit energy has suddenly leaked away quite a bit. There are no more signs of a breakthrough, and my cultivation is also starting to revert to how it was before. What is going on? Suddenly a ray of light appeared and enveloped her. On this side, Chen Chang'an's domain points were continuously decreasing. System, you're bugged. Why do these domain points keep getting deducted? But suddenly a strange voice appeared, using the name of the seal, Secret Realm. Under his cold, sharp gaze, the final word echoed. Open. Space opened up once again, revealing the original group of people, which naturally included Chen Chang'an. The brown-haired guy panicked. You brat, my eyes aren't playing tricks on me, right? Why are you in the Secret Realm? Weren't you just... He whipped his head around to look at the person who looked exactly like him. Damn it, what the fuck is going on? Chen Chang'an's face darkened. I also want to know what's going on. While he wasn't paying attention, the divine artifact quietly slipped away. Chen Chang'an seemed to sense it and turned around. He looked at the spot where the divine artifact was no longer there. Damn it, the divine artifact knows how to run on its own. Very quickly he realized, that's not right. My domain points are still being deducted, and Bai Yu's upgraded cultivation is still leaking away. This is related to the sudden disappearance of the divine artifact. Chen Chang'an suddenly thought of something. The most powerful thing in the secret realm was probably that divine artifact. Wait a minute, it seemed he was wrong. Its ability probably wasn't regeneration. That divine artifact, he came to a conclusion. It has a much more terrifying ability. What could it be?
A ray of light pierced through the layers of clouds. On another side, Feng Qiyun returned to the upper realm, passing through the immortal domains in the upper realm to search for the divine artifact. The man with the wiry beard exclaimed, "It's the aura of the heavenly demon clan." Realizing the destination was over there, the man with the wiry beard gently jumped down, using a concealment technique. Suddenly making a discovery, the man with the wiry beard asked himself, "Is this the frontline battlefield between the heavenly demons in the upper realm?" The man with the wiry beard analyzed, "This place has an extremely large number of heavenly demons with immortal veneral strength, and there are also quite a few people at the immortal emperor level guarding the battlefield. Even if my disciple comes to this place, I'm afraid it will still be a fierce battle."
D-Gang smiled smugly. "Look what I caught." D-Gang, Vice Commander of the Heavenly Demons 3rd Legion, Domain Lord 3rd Layer. D-Gang lifted the Immortal Venerable Realm 8th Layer Cultivator. An Immortal Venerable Realm 8th Layer, a little mouse that can't escape. The Immortal Venerable Realm 8th Layer Cultivator begged, "Please spare me. As long as you let me go, I am willing to give you everything. I can dedicate my body to assist you in dual cultivation." Kong Ming did not say much. "Noisy. Kill." D-Gang replied, "Understood." Kong Ming, Commander of the Heavenly Demons 3rd Legion, Peak Domain Lord. Kong Ming commanded coldly, "Kill all these so-called immortals for me. Leave no one alive." The wire-bearded man cursed inwardly. "Beasts. Calm down. There are still 8 days left. Finding the divine artifact is the most important thing right now. First, remember the coordinates here, wait to regroup with my disciple, and then come to annihilate them." The wire-bearded man pondered. "As for these people, they can only save themselves." 15 minutes later, Kong Ming announced, "The array node here has been completed. Currently, we only lack Fei Lian of the 5th Legion to set up his array node. Then we can welcome my lord's descent." D-Gang clicked his tongue. "Han Si is too cunning. After setting up the first array node, she stuck close to my lord. Truly shameless." A demon soldier rushed in frantically. "Report. It was the life plate of the Heavenly Demon Clan, which could be used to observe the life force of the Heavenly Demon Clan and transmit SOS messages." The demon soldier trembled. "Commander, we just received news regarding your youngest son, Mada. His life plate is gradually cracking. He is currently facing a life-threatening danger." D-Gang asked in confusion, "Doesn't Mada have the inherited divine artifact that the commander gave him? That divine artifact was seized by the commander from a powerhouse of the Heavenly God Clan from the ancient era of the ancient desolate continent. How could he encounter a life-threatening danger?" He questioned, "Could it be that the divine sense of that divine artifact still has remnants and managed to contact someone from the Heavenly God Clan?" Kong Ming ordered, "Continue." The demon soldier replied fearfully, "There is only one person, and that person's strength is close to the Immortal Emperor cultivation base."
Kong Ming sighed. "One person. What courage." D-Gong spoke up. "Commander, let me lead a team to support young Master Mada." He suddenly became excited. "It just so happens that my demon god soul transformation art still lacks one final immortal emperor. Let's use him as a sacrifice." Kong Ming became thrilled. "Go ahead. It would be best if you can capture that brat alive. I actually want to see who has the guts to touch my son." Meanwhile, on the other side, many doppelgangers appeared. "You fake, take off my skin. See if I don't tear your mouth apart. Damn it, whoever is faking, your whole family will die, you shameless thing. Evil spirit, take this move." The spiky-haired man panicked. "What on earth is going on? Why are there two identical people? Could it be?" The spiky-haired man said to himself. "I understand now. This is also part of Lord Mada's plan. In this place, Lord Mada is an invincible existence like a god. He is toying with these people, and then he will eat them all into his stomach." The spiky-haired man then shouted loudly, "All you stupid pigs, shut up. Everyone listen clearly to me. Regardless of whether you are real or fake, coming here today means you all must die." He suddenly became excited. "The men will be used as fertilizer, and the women will give birth to our children. Especially that white-haired woman. I want you to give birth to more than 10. At this moment, Mada fell from out of nowhere. "I was wrong. I was wrong. Spare me. Or just let me die quickly. I beg you." The spiky-haired man was dumbfounded. "Is this Lord Mada?" Another scream rang out. Mada begged. "My lord, look, I have already helped you take care of the people standing in your way." Chen Chang'an spoke. "Just in time. I have something to ask you." Chen Chang'an expressed that from Mada, he initially understood that the first ability of the divine artifact is resurrection. The person carrying it, at the moment of death, will immediately be restored to their previous healthiest state. However, there will be certain restoration limits, and the restoration time will gradually stack up, starting at 5 seconds.
He explained that the second ability was time reversal, which could shift the space-time of a certain place back to a point in the past. After the moon rose, his cultivation base suddenly dropped, which was exactly the effect of time reversal.
Chan Chang'an pondered. The problem happens to stem from here. Based on the ability of past time reversal, he should return to when he first arrived at Qingfeng Domain. But right now, except for the 500 million domain points that are still there, everything else has been reduced to the beginning, and the spatial transition hasn't changed. He smiled. Adding someone just like me, a fake, you have a lot of nerve imitating me right to my face. The second Chan Chang'an protested. Who is the fake? Don't you have an idea in your heart? Chan Chang'an replied. It seems there is one thing I must verify. The second Chan Chang'an challenged. Playing the real and fake Monkey King game with me, you are too green. Both Chan Chang'ans rushed into a brawl, their two streams of power creating a blinding light. Chan Chang'an's eyes were sharp, and an earth-shattering explosion occurred. Ma Da shivered in a corner. Damn it, when these two lunatics go crazy, they even hit themselves. Ma Da acknowledged. No wonder this guy could easily subdue him. It turned out he was hiding his true strength. A cultivation base at this level was already on par with Di Gong. Without a divine artifact to help him, if he didn't handle it well, he would be killed by the aftershocks. He had to quickly find his divine artifact around here. Chan Chang'an pondered. The attack routes were identical. The strength was equivalent. It could basically be confirmed. But it still lacked one final bit, so he suggested, how about we change to another verification method? The other Chan Chang'an also agreed. That perfectly suits my intention.
Chen Chang'an spoke up. The verification method is very simple. I ask and you answer. Chen Chang'an added, but to avoid unfairness, the questions should be asked by the two Baiyus, right? All right, both Baiyus said in unison. Then we will offend you, Senior. Baiyu began. First question, is it true that Senior likes Baiyu? Chen Chang'an stammered. This Baiyu replied. No, not answering means tacit admission. If you answer incorrectly, both seniors might be fake. Chen Chang'an hastily dodged. Changed to another question. Baiyu asked again. Then what is the most embarrassing, boastful thing Senior has ever done? Chen Chang'an blushed. I once imitated Lu Mingfei in interstellar transmigration, sweeping through experts from all directions. That year I put my hands in my pockets, not knowing what a rival was. Yet this made Baiyu admire him, not knowing what a rival was. Senior is truly domineering. Chen Chang'an was ready to pack up and hide in the mountains. Damn it, this is too embarrassing. Baiyu continued. Next, please invite Senior to do a rapid-fire Q&A. Has Senior ever told the heroic deeds in interstellar transmigration from that year? How many women admired Senior back then? Have the two seniors ever dual cultivated with others? Is the taste of dual cultivation as heavenly as the books say? Chen Chang'an had to stop her. Stop, stop, stop. These questions are going a bit too far. The two Chen Chang'ans looked at each other helplessly. No need to ask further. I have already confirmed it. He thought to himself, how ridiculous. How could I blurt out that I've lived 20 pure, innocent years to them? The two suddenly became close. Good brother, let's go share information. On this side, an entity had appeared. Finally here, this is outside the secret realm. Di Gong muttered. Shatter this barrier. I can't hold back wanting to see that brat kneeling down and begging.
At this moment in the Demon Fox secret realm space, Ma Da shouted, Hateful, you guys used me. Chen Chang'an smiled smugly. Thank you for helping me find the divine artifact. Otherwise, it would have taken a lot of effort to find it myself. The second Chen Chang'an praised, This divine artifact has consciousness and is hiding from us, but as its master, it is much more convenient for you to find it. A tool like you didn't do badly. You deserve a reward. Ma Da was surprised. Could it be that your previous fighting was just an act for me to see? Chen Chang'an suddenly paid attention. He realized that a very strong aura was transmitted from outside. A sky-tearing sound rang out. Di Gong excitedly said, Arrived, arrived. He asked, Is it you, the bastard who defeated Ma Da? Ma Da seemed to grasp a life-saving straw. It was Elder Di Gong, who possessed Domain Lord-level cultivation base, personally leading the army to save him. He could live again. Di Gong was puzzled. Why is there an extra stinky bug? Forget it, it doesn't matter. Ma Da pleaded, Elder Di Gong, save me. Chen Chang'an's face darkened. Great. The people who came here are all rescue troops of Immortal Venerable level and above. What a grand scale. The second Chen Chang'an lamented. It seems this guy's status in the Heavenly Demon Clan is very high. The bull-horned monster laughed loudly. Vice Commander, 2 stinky bugs at the Immortal Emperor level are not even worth your action. The muscular monster continued. That's right. Despicable humans like this will dirty your hands. Let us personally offer the souls of these two to you and feed their bodies to the dogs. Di Gong ordered. Then tear them to pieces. Chen Chang'an clasped his hands together, and both of them executed the mighty heavenly dragon. The system announced, Congratulations to the host for killing an Immortal Venerable expert, rewarded with 50 million domain points, plus 2 domain fragments, plus 5 salted fish treasure chests. Congratulations to the host for killing an Immortal Venerable expert, rewarded with 50 million domain points, plus 2 domain fragments, plus 5 salted fish treasure chests. Congratulations to the host for killing an Immortal Venerable expert, rewarded with 50 million domain points, plus 2 domain fragments, plus 5 salted fish treasure chests. Ma Da was shocked. One move instantly killed several heavenly demons at the Immortal Venerable and Immortal Emperor levels. Monsters. These two were absolute monsters. Ma Da cursed loudly. Damn divine artifact. The second ability was wasted on a dog. Taking advantage of the fact that their minds were currently focused on Digong, he absolutely had to escape. Otherwise, when they finished dealing with Digong, he would also die. Digong thought to himself, don't panic too much. Laozi has lived for so many years and has never seen a figure of this caliber before. The crucial point is that they are cultivators of the lower realm. He wondered in panic, who the hell are these sacred beings? The elite army cultivated for thousands of years was completely wiped out. Heartbreaking. That was an existence capable of easily occupying any domain in the lower realm. Digong felt a twinge of guilt and fear. He alone was simply no match for two people with Domain Lord level cultivation base. He needed to retreat first and report this to the commander. Chen Chang'an realized it. This guy wants to run? It wasn't easy to encounter a different type of heavenly demon, and he still had things to ask. The second Chen Chang'an suggested, I'll go stop him. Leave these fat sheep for you first. Chen Chang'an replied, okay. Hello, baby. I've been standing here all afternoon. Chen Chang'an asked, what are you running for? Weren't you very arrogant just now? Why not continue? Digong sighed, so fast. Digong immediately launched an attack. It seemed a battle was unavoidable today. Although his soul transformation divine demon art had not yet reached great completion, it was enough for him to fight to the death with this guy. Myriad Soul Palm, he shouted. Kill for me. Chen Chang'an reached out his hand, and a demonic hand appeared. Digong thought to himself, taking this chance to run. Without hesitation, Chen Chang'an delivered a kick to Digong's face. Chen Chang'an stopped him. Where are you running to? He executed the one yang finger. Digong cried out in panic. Chen Chang'an wondered, is a Domain Lord level demon this weak? Digong questioned, the power of your one yang finger just now is different from before. What is going on? Chen Chang'an replied, the power hasn't changed. It's just that my technique is suddenly more effective against heavenly demons, or rather it dealt a level 3 critical strike effect. He recalled that when fighting the white-haired woman, the clone's attacks kept bouncing off, but this time was different. It seemed like he was buffed with some extra power. Chen Chang'an suddenly exclaimed, it's so hot, it's a divine artifact. The form gradually revealed itself after a series of illusions. The artifact spirit spoke up, young hero. Chen Chang'an was confused. You are an artifact spirit? It is known that an artifact spirit is a protective soul hidden within a Dharma treasure, possessing its own thoughts. Legend has it that only ancient gods could forge them, and the success rate is incredibly low, so a divine artifact with an artifact spirit can only be encountered by chance, not sought. The artifact spirit threw itself into his arms. Please save me, please save my master. At this time, Bai Yu rushed over. Senior. The artifact spirit warned, you cannot let her get close, she will take you away. Bai Yu lost her balance and tumbled over. She asked anxiously, Senior. Chen Chang'an was bewildered. Another clone has disappeared, even myself. Bai Yu was surprised. They all disappeared. The past will of the divine grade artifact spirit. A voice echoed in his mind. Husband, wake up, husband. Chen Chang'an gradually woke up. He asked himself, where is this, the immortal realm? An enchanting voice echoed in his ears. Littlebone, husband, you clearly said you wanted to spend a spring night with me. Changxi next to him hinted, why did you fall asleep right after getting into bed? She belonged to the heavenly god clan, the goddess of spring, Changxi. Chen Chang'an panicked. Holy shit, who is this? It's not a dreamscape. What kind of trick is that artifact spirit playing? Changxi continued, I have always been waiting for you, to intimately intertwine together.
The atmosphere with Shang-Chi was full of ambiguity. Little Bone, still playing hard to get with me? You can't escape. Chen Chang'an secretly rejoiced. He was really lucky in this situation. Chen Chang'an anxiously said, System, where are you? The system replied, I am here, host, rest assured. You have not transmigrated. Congratulations to the host for about to bid farewell to the single status. While Chen Chang'an was thinking, that's good then, but what is going on now? Why am I in a strange place, and there's also a strange woman? Shang-Chi pulled him back. My husband, why aren't you answering me? This is... Shang-Chi took the initiative. Could it be that my husband wants to play with a new posture? It's fine. I will play with my husband. She boldly said, let's continue what we haven't finished just now. Chen Chang'an still acted pure and honest. I feel this is too hasty. How about we set another time? It seemed that Shang-Chi still thought he was joking. You don't seem to understand. Shang-Chi suddenly blocked Chen Chang'an's airway. She kept a straight face. You have said these words 3 times already. Are you messing with me? Chen Chang'an cursed. Fuck. His mind was spinning. What 3 times? I basically have no memory at all, and her face changes too fast. Forget it. I should control her first to prevent her from going crazy. A voice rang out, causing time to stop. Please stop. Chen Chang'an was confused. Time is stopped? The artifact spirit appeared again. Young hero. Chen Chang'an recognized her. It's you.
The artifact spirit was quite disappointed. As expected of you, my ability has absolutely no effect on you. The system was furious. A mere little spirit artifact dares to play tricks in front of us. This kind of lowly trick is simply not enough to look at. The system stammered. Ancestors above. Chen Chang'an mocked. You damn system, still acting in front of me. The artifact spirit hesitated. Young hero, I'm sorry. Time is limited. Let me explain a bit to you. She recounted. We have returned to the ancient immortal realm tens of millions of years ago, in the era when the pact between the heavenly demon and heavenly god clans had not yet broken. This place is the Zuamen Kingdom, a country in the southeast of the Henggu continent, which is my and my master's homeland, and also the first country to be destroyed after the ancient immortal Great War breaks out 3 days from now. The artifact spirit continued, under Chen Chang'an's scrutinizing gaze. All of your actions here will directly affect the future. This is also my final ability, time travel. Young hero, you originally do not belong here. It was I who helped you seize the body of a male companion related to my master to achieve this level of existence. She affirmed, these are the memories of this body. The story goes that the original owner's name was also Chen Chang'an, a mortal without cultivation aptitude, who became famous in the mortal realm using his handsome facade. A flood of memories suddenly rushed in about when he met the master of the divine artifact and was captivated by her beauty. The master of the divine artifact was mesmerized by him. When the two looked into each other's eyes, they urgently wanted to entangle with each other. It's just a pity that every time he wanted to roll around with her, a former admirer would come and ruin it. Every time the original owner would find an excuse to slip away. This is the 3rd time he has set a date with the master of the divine artifact.
Chen Chang'an was frustrated. No wonder this woman was so angry just now. It turned out she had been stood up twice. The artifact spirit explained, no, this is not the main point. Speaking to the system thought for a moment and replied, remembered me now? I checked and everything the other party said is true. The notable thing is that the negative effects that appear during a body seizure will not affect the host. You, host, can still use the power of the domain lord. Chen Chang'an sighed. Not bad. The system rejoiced. Host, this is still the first time I've heard you praise me. Seeing this, the artifact spirit wondered, young hero, are you sighing because I interrupted you bridal chamber? You don't need to worry. After this matter is over, you can continue. Chen Chang'an justified, don't treat me like that kind of scumbag. I don't want to be a gigolo. The artifact spirit continued, if you don't do it, there will be other handsome men waiting for the master's favor, a female sea king. Chen Chang'an affirmed, I am an honest person. One wife is enough for me. The artifact spirit analyzed, I remember there are already 232 male concubines in the master's palace. You are the 233rd. Master originally wanted to make love, but ended up falling in love with you at first sight. Chen Chang'an said gloomily, did you bring me here just to tell me these things? The artifact spirit replied, no, 3 days later my master will die again. She said with deep regret, I am a divine artifact born to protect my master. Almost all my energy is used to preserve her life, but I cannot be by her side. No matter what I do, I can only watch helplessly as my master is killed time and time again. The artifact spirit sincerely begged, please save her. After it's done, I am willing to acknowledge you as my master and work like a horse or an ox for you. Chen Chang'an immediately analyzed, first, you are an artifact spirit. If I save your master, it won't make you mine. Second, you only belong to your master. In other words, you can completely use me to achieve your goal and then easily teleport me back. The artifact spirit tried to persuade him, I will not use my only chance to gamble. Finally, Chen Chang'an spoke, I will still agree to your request. The artifact spirit's eyes immediately sparkled. At this moment, the system announced, the maxed out special feature of the system has detected a special mission. Mission details, help goddess Changxi overcome the death tribulation of her fate and obtain the divine artifact. Mission reward, 500 million domain points and a permanent time lock heart. Chen Chang'an told himself, anyway, random missions with rich rewards are not something you encounter all the time. The artifact spirit said hesitantly, young hero, thank you, this is our deal. The time limit is only 3 days, the same as the flow of time on your side.
The artifact spirit had now left, starting the test. Next, it depends entirely on yourself. Time began to flow again. Chen Chang'an turned on his greasy flirting mode, as smooth as sunsilk. How could I have the heart to joke with you? I can't even love you enough in time. Chen Chang'an continued, I just thought that wanting you in such a perfunctory way is really disrespectful to you. I want to give you the best. Shang-Chi complied. So that's how it is. I thought my husband was joking with me. I also want to give my husband the best. Shang-Chi happily said, how about my husband and I go home? I will treat my husband well. Chen Chang'an replied, all right. In his heart he thought, Quan Chu, I am pure. After getting the divine artifact, I will immediately return to save you, conveniently earning some more domain points. After that, I still have to upgrade the system and expand the domain to the immortal domain. As soon as Shang-Chi finished her sentence, then I will carry you. A shocking explosion occurred. Xuanwu flew down from the roof. Shang-Chi, you are courting death. Shang-Chi feigned innocence. Junior sister, why are you so hot-tempered?
Han Shi was furious. Stealing my male servant and you still have the nerve to speak. Chen Chang'an was shocked. It was her, a member of the Heavenly Demon Clan. To think that thousands of years ago she was a fellow disciple of Changxi. Han Shi questioned, You obviously just boldly confessed your love to me, yet you want to get into Changxi's bed? Chen Chang'an was completely baffled. Oh, wait, what's going on? Han Shi rushed in, landing punches without missing a single one. Let's settle this debt of yours first. Changxi said calmly, Junior sister, you keep longing for my things. This is not a good habit. In a flash, they flew out to the territory of the demon realm, and Chen Chang'an hadn't even had time to compose himself. He smiled wryly. Give me a chance, I can explain. Doubting his life. Was this a love triangle? Playing it this big? Han Shi spoke up.
No need to act anymore. This is the area of the Heavenly Demon Clan. Chang Shi cannot come here. Explain to me why hasn't the mission assigned to you been completed yet? Han Shi's eyes darkened, her voice lowering. No need to pretend anymore. This is the territory of the Heavenly Demon Clan. Chang Shi cannot come here. Explain to me why hasn't the mission assigned to you been completed yet? Chang'an tried to force a wry smile, his face pale, pondering deeply. I originally thought the original host was just an ordinary male favorite, but it turns out he was someone with a status. That's right. His eyes widened slightly as a hidden memory flashed in his mind. Long ago, the demonic woman Han Shi had taken the original host as a male servant. She had been scheming for a long time, and this time she ordered the original host to rely on others to steal the divine artifact. The original host originally planned to strike when Chang Shi was infatuated, but because of my body seizure, it cut off the original host's performance, leading to the failure of the plan. Han Shi, Chang Shi, I almost couldn't tell them apart. Her face twisted with anger, her eyes sparking with fire, her voice hissed. Today, not only did you fail to obtain the divine artifact, if I hadn't rushed over first, were you really preparing to follow Chang Shi back to her mansion? Chang'an panicked and waved his hands. Of course not. All of this is within my plan. Right now, nothing is clear. Following Chang Shi first might yield some good intelligence. Han Shi frowned, her eyes as cold as ice. You are different from before today. Following Chang Shi for a while, you didn't get the item, but learned this indecent behavior. He suddenly rushed forward, his face turning freezing cold, his eyes shining with decisiveness. She's getting suspicious. Before obtaining enough intelligence, I must try my best to maintain the situation's original development. This woman, I must...
Chang'an's hands reached out like lightning. A second later, he touched her sensitive spot, causing her cheeks to flush red and his nosebleed to almost gush out, forcing him to act like the original host. Han Shi jumped in shock, her whole body trembling as she screamed. You! Her face was burning red, as if about to catch fire, her teeth gritted tightly, and her eyes sparked with fury. You bastard! You are dead for sure! Chang'an silently swallowed a gulp of saliva, both nervous and smiling bitterly, but this was a very normal way of interaction between himself and Han Shi. Without giving her a chance to resist, he decisively wrapped his arms tightly around Han Shi's waist. Goddess Chang Shi's guard was very high, so perhaps a familiar environment could make it easier for her to lower her guard. I am willing to continue charging into the tiger's den for you. She jumped again, stammering. I know. Hurry up and let go. I have an important matter. Chang'an hurled his lips into a half-cunning smile, fully satisfied and delighted. Letting go is impossible. That's right. I'm not being a pervert. Immediately, the system notified. Host, you were told to simulate him, not to surpass him. He pondered deeply. He was just imitating the way the original host and Han Shi conflicted. Original host, you can die in peace. I will try my best to inherit your pleasure. The scene transitions to the border of Zhuamin Kingdom, Du Jiao Zhuangxi.
One guy widened his eyes and sneered with contempt. This woman still has the face to come back. The guy next to him grumbled, hanging around the god realm every day and even taking the initiative to mix with lowly humans. How disgusting. A stone flew straight at Han Shi, accompanied by a shrill curse. Ugly woman. From behind, a middle-aged woman pulled her child's hand, warning vigilantly, Why are you provoking her? It's very unlucky. The child got angry, eyes flashing with fire, and screamed, White-haired demon, slap her mouth, break her legs, lowly, despicable slave. Chang'an stood quietly in a corner, observing with gloomy eyes. So she doesn't have it too good in the demon domain either. Her eyes darkened. You don't want your eyes anymore, do you? After that, the two slowly walked into the camp tent. Upon arriving, Han Shi suddenly turned her head, her eyes stern. Wait here, otherwise even I won't be able to protect you. He immediately raised his hand and waved, not forgetting to blow a kiss with the other. I understand. Come back soon. I will miss you. She looked at Chang'an standing obediently and walked away. Yeah. But as soon as she was out of sight, he sprinted away, smirking mischievously. Since I'm already here, how could I just wait obediently? Chang'an leaped into the air, his figure gliding like the wind between the tops of the tents. The information given by the divine artifact was truly too little. Right now, I only know that this place is the ancient desolate continent 30,000 years ago. In 3 days, the ancient immortal Great War will erupt, and I must save Chang Shi in the war to obtain the divine artifact and become her master. He hid himself and observed a demon clan member forging iron with a hammer, clusters of red-hot fire bursting out. The sound of clashing weapons and the shouts of troops training echoed in his ears in waves. Chang'an narrowed his eyes, thinking to himself, looking at the demon clan, they have already recruited soldiers and bought horses, fully preparing for war. His eyes darkened, his lips pursed until they turned pale. Frankly speaking, in 3 days, as long as I can protect Chang Shi and keep her alive, this mission can be completed simply. It shouldn't be considered difficult. It's just that I still don't understand how this continent operates, what kind of strength the heavenly demon generals possess, or what level I can reach here. Suddenly, a contemptuous voice rang out, shattering his train of thought. Look what I found. Isn't this the little pet that Han Shi keeps? A figure dashed out, eyes glowing red, rushing forward with a ferocious aura.
I really don't understand. Han Shi actually rejected Lord Heisha's love. Clearly no one wants her, yet she doesn't understand Lord Heisha's bitter efforts and takes this effeminate thing around with her all day. Before he could finish, a hoarse voice, like a vengeful spirit tearing through the wind, echoed from behind. Shut up. Does a mere human deserve to be compared to me? The other two immediately bowed to heads, their voices trembling. Lord Heisha. Heisha spoke in a deep, murky voice, as if echoing from hell. Kill this brat directly. That Han Shi girl won't dare to say anything. Chang'an stood still, coldly observing everything.
At that very moment, a clawed hand suddenly reached out, and a heavy slap landed squarely on Han Shi's cheek. Liu Ke hissed angrily, his eyes glaring. The patriarch of the Zhaozang clan, a Liu Ke, shouted, "If you couldn't retrieve the divine artifact, why did you come back? Do you know how crucial the Divine Maiden's divine artifact is to our plan?" He lowered his voice. "You are the type who succeeds little but ruins much." She fell to her knees, her forehead touching the ground, her voice trembling but resolute. "Eldest uncle, patriarch. In short, someone had to return to deliver the news. If I died out there, I at least hoped the clan would leave a memorial tablet for me." He clenched his fists and stepped forward. "Han Shi, you were the child of the hero Chi Gu. Although the people in the clan have prejudices against you, they all hold great hope for you. We waited for your good news, but you... Currently, the immortal clan oppresses our heavenly demons everywhere. Many tribes have already been defeated, yet they still do not intend to spare us. If it weren't for our defeat against the Heavenly God clan thousands of years ago," he gritted his teeth and growled, "how could we have ended up in this state today?"
Aluke's face twisted, his lips trembling with anger. "I told you earlier, that human you are raising won't be able to help us. He has no cultivation base and is stupid. We should have thrown him into the stew pot early on." Han Si's eyes darkened, and she said in a deep voice, "It was my plan that wasn't thorough. It has nothing to do with him. He has successfully approached Changxi. Give me a little more time and I can use him to get the divine artifact." A heavy staff suddenly struck down on the top of her head. "Stupid," he roared. "Heavenly Demon is a matter that will yield great rewards. The loser will be doomed for all eternity. It seems you won't learn without being taught a lesson." A guy then spoke up. "Patriarch, there's no need to be angry." A sleazy voice rang out. "Speaking of which, didn't Heisha, the strongest of our clan, just break through to the Demon King stage these past few days? It just so happens he needs a clansman with a strong physique to help him consolidate his essence power. Let him handle this girl." Han Si's face immediately turned pale. "All right, Heisha's matter must be kept in mind. Call him over." But at that very moment, a panicked shout rang out from outside the tent. "This is bad!" A panicked-looking Demon Clan member rushed in, fell to his knees, and panted heavily. "Reporting! Lord Heisha is dead!" Aluke's eyes widened, his face turning pale. "What?" Fresh blood stained the cold black stone floor of the martial arts arena. In a corner outside the martial arts arena, the corpse of Lord Heisha was discovered. Dahe and Erhe, who followed him, died in a very tragic state. No one saw what happened. He roared, his eyes rolling back, his pupils cracking with blood veins as if about to explode. "Go investigate immediately! Investigate it for me!" Aluke took a deep breath and shouted, "Strengthen the defenses! Not even a fly can slip through!" "Patriarch!" He was momentarily panicked. It couldn't be an immortal invading, right? "Everyone go on the highest level of alert!" Han Si quietly stepped out of the tent, her heavy eyes flashing with anxiety. The murderer must be found. She was momentarily worried, deep in thought. Her stupid male servant wouldn't be foolish enough to get involved in this, right? Han Si was startled and turned her head, only to see Chang'an leisurely squatting, resting his chin on his hand, smirking and waving. "You're back." She stiffened, then breathed a sigh of relief.
Han Shi hurriedly flew away. He asked in confusion, "Where are we going?" The two quickly ran far away. "Zuoming Kingdom, our mission is not yet complete." Right after the two disappeared into the darkness, the system sounded. "Congratulations to the host for killing a Demon King-level heavenly demon, gaining 9 million domain points." In the Zuoming Kingdom, an excited voice rang out. "The Zuoming Kingdom is at the border of the immortal demon domain. If it weren't for the Lord Divine Maiden purifying the demonic aura day and night, it is unimaginable what kind of days we would be living." The citizens whispered, their faces full of reverence. "It's time again." Stepping out from the holy temple, Changxi gently appeared, her silver-white robes embroidered with runes sparkling under the spiritual light. "Use my divine power, purify the national land in all 4 directions, and eliminate all filthy and evil things." Transitioning the scene to this Woman Kingdom. From a high-angle view, the original name of this Woman Kingdom was Woming Valley, the bordering place between the immortal, demon, pure land, and mortal realms. It includes Woming Valley, Demon Realm, Cloud Sea, Immortal Realm, Spirit Domain, Buddhist Realm, Tragic Moaning Tomb, and the Lightless Land. During the previous Immortal Demon Great War, when the Demon Clan was about to invade the Immortal Domain, the Heavenly God used an ancient desolate beast to forcibly suppress them. The image shows people sealing the barrier, sealing the ancient demon Lord Doshi and tens of thousands of demon generals here. Masses of commoners stood silently, their eyes intently following the radiant pillar of spirit energy tearing through the clouds, piercing straight up to the high heavens. And the survivors after the battle, along with the immortal clan who lost their homeland, established a nation here. However, the demonic aura leaking from the demon abyss continuously eroded the seal, and the demon Lord Doshi had never given up on destroying the seal. At this moment, Changxi gently appeared, pure light covering her body like a divine miracle descending to the mortal world. The purification ritual of the Spring Divine Maiden also increased gradually from once every few months in the past to once a day as it is now. An excited voice rang out among the crowd. This woman kingdom is at the border of the immortal demon domain. If it weren't for the Lord Divine Maiden purifying the demonic aura day and night, it is unimaginable what kind of days we would experience. Stepping out from the holy temple, she, with her silver-white robes embroidered with runes sparkling onto the spiritual light, said, "Use my divine power, purify the national land in all 4 directions, and eradicate all evil and wicked things."
The commoners gathered densely around the square, each clasping their hands in prayer with a devout expression. The spring goddess loves mortals, eliminates evil, covers everywhere with spring light, awakens all things, and makes fresh flowers bloom. We all admire the divine maiden above. On the high steps, Changxi stood silently, her eyes slightly darkening, her brows furrowed deeply. These people are so annoying. She angrily flicked her sleeves, her cold voice echoing. Disperse the commoners. I have said that every time demonic energy is purified, the square must be kept empty, and the commoners are forbidden from gathering. Immediately a respectful chorus rang out. Yes! Changxi kept her brows tightly furrowed, pursing her lips, her strict gaze looking at the fluctuating spirit energy ahead. The demonic energy today doesn't seem right. It would be best if nothing happened. In a distant corner, an old man leisurely picked his nose, glanced at the pillar of light, and sneered. The Divine Maiden is too sensitive. It's not like a demon lord is breaking through the barrier. It's like this every day, annoying to death. A major purification every 10 days, a minor purification every 3 days. There isn't that much to fuss about. If the commoners want to watch, let them watch.
Before his words were finished, the old man's eyes suddenly widened in shocking tremors. Damn it, truly troublesome. The old man absent-mindedly stepped back, stammering. Has something happened? How could this be? The ground and rock shattered, the spirit energy pillar was bent, and a gloomy purple color surged from underground like poisonous smoke. This is bad. The demon lord has broken through the barrier. The seal is broken. Run! The ground split open into large trenches. A little girl tumbled into a deep pit, her voice screaming piercingly, "Mother!" The mother above screamed, tremblingly reaching out her hand. "Xiao Yun!" The scene became chaotic, with screams, cries, and horror echoing across the square. "Help! It's an earthquake! Someone save my child!" Right at that moment, she stepped forward, her hand raised high, her eyes resolute, and her voice rang out loudly. "Do not panic! The immortal families of Zoman Kingdom, lend me a hand. Continue to persevere for 15 minutes, and I can lock it away." Shang-Chi began to cast her spell. "We are still in time." An injured immortal stood up, his face pale. "Please forgive our incompetence, Divine Maiden. To block the demonic aura, we have just exhausted all our strength. Please let the Divine Maiden enter the array to restore the seal first." She looked at the immortal standing behind her in astonishment. "Your immortal power is clearly very abundant." Shang-Chi slowly stepped into the center of the array that was roaring chaotically. "Everyone get out. Protect the common people. Do not let the casualties multiply. The Divine Maiden is heroic." But among the retreating immortals, a few secretly laughed and breathed a sigh of relief. The Divine Maiden is really something. Wouldn't it be fine if she just charged in herself like before? She always has to bother us. Another laughed in delight. Anyway, it will be resolved soon. Should we go to the Golan to listen to some music later? An excited voice rang out. "Go, go, go! As long as we leave it to the Divine Maiden, these things are nothing. After all, only she can seal that demon." Light footsteps stepped down. The scene shifted. Inside the sealing array, a hoarse voice like it came from hell rang out. "We meet again, little girl of the heavenly god clan." From the thick darkness, Daoshi revealed his fangs, his eyes blood red, and a pitch-black tongue stuck out mockingly. The ancient demon lord Daoshi. "The time between your last step here and now has shortened significantly. The last time was the day of my rebirth." She narrowed her eyes, her voice as sharp and cold as the snowy wind. "With me here, I will absolutely not let you out to continue bringing disaster to the mortal realm." He laughed heartily. "You are nothing but a puppet sent down by the heavenly god clan. In 3 days, I will return to the 9 heavens, trample Juxao, and no one in this world will be able to stop me anymore." Daoshi dropped a child. "By then, you will understand that all you can save is merely the charity I casually throw down." Changxi rushed forward to catch the child. "You cannot save anyone." But before she could stand firm, a sharp swish rang out as a blood-red dart pierced through her back. A rain of demonic darts rained down from the void. Changxi was pierced from all sides, each wound feeling as if she were being burned from the inside. He laughed gleefully. "For those insignificant ants, how many times have you been killed by me? However, you must have reached your limit." Her mouth was bleeding, her face pale, but her eyes remained resolute. "As long as I live for 1 day, don't even think about killing anyone, nor taking a single step out of this place." Green spirit energy began to radiate from Changxi's body, wrapping around her layer by layer,
transparent and radiant like the dawn amidst the darkness. I offer my eternal life to the high gods. A blinding light erupted from the spirit array, dissipating the demonic evil and sealing the forbidden grounds. Daoshi roared in absolute resentment. No one can stop it. The war will start again very soon. I am really looking forward to it. Outside the sealing array, cheers rang out. The demonic energy has been purified. Xiao Yun called out, "Mother!" The people rejoiced. The vitality is so dense. It's the Divine Maiden. The Divine Maiden has saved us. The mother burst into tears and rushed over to hug her child. Xiao Yun, were you just now? The little girl looked around in bewilderment, her voice trembling. Lord Divine Maiden is dead. A person immediately shouted loudly, "Don't talk nonsense. With the spirit energy radiating, the Divine Maiden cannot die." The first stage of energy was activated. C2L laughed heartily. The king of Soman Kingdom, C2L. For our Soman Kingdom to have the Divine Maiden is a blessing for 3 lifetimes. The common people are blessed.
The immortal family smiled flatteringly. Yes, there is no need to fear some ancient heavenly demon. The Divine Maiden has led us to defeat this old demon lord once again. Changshe, sitting at the highest point of the great hall, said, "Lord of the kingdom, the strength of the heavenly demon is formidable, and we cannot be careless. This time it is fortunate that the immortals exhausted all their strength to barely succeed." She continued, "Once he continues to assault the seal in 3 years, Zhuomin Kingdom will face an extreme disaster." He leaned back, revealing an arrogant smile, and gave a thumbs up with full confidence. "The Divine Maiden is joking. With you, plus the abundant immortal power of our Zhuomin Kingdom, are we still afraid of not being able to deal with that old man's half-crippled body?" Changshe bowed her head slightly, her voice soft but firm. "I beg your majesty not to underestimate the enemy. Please make arrangements early." Keito's eyes suddenly darkened. "Our Zhuomin Kingdom is just a small land, caught between the immortal and demon realms. Using the country's military force to guard the divine temple seal is one thing. But with the heavenly demon harassing us in the front, and the immortal realm dictating us in the back, we are exhausted to death all day for the blessings of the immortal realm, but gain no benefits." He suddenly raised his voice, as if wanting it to spread throughout the great hall. "I have a thought. Zhuomin Kingdom is willing to replace the immortal realm in completely eliminating the heavenly demon spies around here. That way, even if that old man breaks out of the barrier, he will be isolated with no reinforcements. At that time, we will support the Divine Maiden and the Immortals to conquer heaven together."
She hastily interrupted. "Please reconsider, my lord." Changxi stood up abruptly, earnestly. "The immortal demon war cannot happen, let alone a war that my lord can participate in. If my lord has nothing else, please excuse Changxi to take her leave first." Juetua froze, his voice echoing low and deep like a bitter sarcasm. Women, only looking at the tiny patch right in front of them, lacking vision. Scene change at the palace of the Spring Divine Maiden. A voice rang out. "The Spring Divine Maiden has merits in purifying demonic energy. The king rewards 10 bolts of immortal brocade and a chest of spirit pills." A once in 4,000 years beautiful man took slow, shy steps as the praise rang out, a peerlessly handsome man. She spoke in a deep voice, just like usual. "Bring him into the room." He bowed his head slightly in embarrassment, but his eyes shone with a smug look. "Bring me into the room? The Divine Maiden is truly impatient." His arrogant inner voice echoed. "Everyone says the Divine Maiden likes beautiful men. This once in 4,000 years peerless appearance of mine has indeed caught the Divine Maiden's eye. As long as I conquer the Divine Maiden, I will be the man with the highest status under the king." He smiled arrogantly, smirking at the palace maid. "This older sister, should I bathe first or go straight to serve in bed?" She frowned. "You?" The palace maid immediately pushed him into a room. "You are number 234. From now on, stay here. Try to get along with everyone." He looked around blankly. A guy who had just plopped down lazily spoke up. "Another unlucky newcomer. Welcome." The beautiful man's face turned pale green, his eyes bloodshot with rage. "No, I am here to serve the Divine Maiden in bed. What do you mean?" The palace maid stood outside, resting her hands on her hips coldly. "A bunch of trash. Do you even deserve it?" He pounded on the door and shouted, "At least let the Divine Maiden see my appearance. I don't believe there is any woman in this world who doesn't desire male beauty." Through the crack in the door, she smirked slightly. "Goods like you, who can't even compare to half a finger of Chen Chang'an, you better give up your delusions early and face reality." He roared. "Who is Chen Chang'an? What kind of nobody is he?" The palace maid said in a deep voice. "He is not someone you can compare to. He is the person in the Divine Maiden's heart." Changxi was furious when looking at the image transmitted from the spirit artifact. Chang'an was hugging Han Shi tightly, smiling smugly. "This teleportation array can send me into the heart of little Shishi." She shouted, "You hooligan, we have arrived."
Chang'an put his arm around Han Shi's shoulder as they stepped out of the barrier. Changxi frowned, her sharp eyes glancing over, and said in a deep voice,
Are you so bold as to open a heavenly demon teleportation array right into the Divine Maiden Palace, junior sister? Hanshi was annoyed, pondering for a moment. I clearly set the exit at the outside corner of the Great Hall. It's all because of this talkative guy. His restless hands and feet made me lose my focus. I haven't even obtained the divine artifact yet. I can't ruin the big plan. Chang'an was momentarily panicked, his face turning pale. What? Hanshi angrily pushed Chang'an forward and shouted, Scram! A useless thing inside and out like you actually received the favor of that stupid woman Changxi. I don't want you anymore. Ah! She frowned and continued, This male favorite has someone else in his heart. I don't want him. I'm returning him to you. Our previous debts are cleared. Chang'an immediately hugged her tightly, his eyes widening as he thought to himself, She's pretty good at acting, almost as good as me. Hanshi snapped, Well done, Changxi. I didn't expect you to find such a loyal male favorite. After saying that, she stepped into the barrier, her eyes darkening as she signaled, I'm leaving. Don't forget the mission. Chang'an immediately blew a kiss, winking flirtatiously. Okay. Changxi lowered her head, the corners of her mouth twitching as she thought to herself, You two are making eyes at each other right under my nose. Do you think I can't see it? She recalled the image of the two of them when they were children. It's because of the divine artifact, right? Hanshi, you really are. Such terrible acting skills. You haven't improved at all since childhood. You simply can't fool anyone. Chang'an waved his hands, his face pale, forcing a smile. My dear, the truth of the matter is like this. Changxi turned around coldly and walked away. If you want to explain, talk while taking a bath. Chang'an's cheeks immediately flushed red, his eyes full of anticipation. Taking a bath, is it what I think it is? Right at that moment, the system's notification rang out. Regardless of whether it is or not, host, at this moment I want to invite you to eat a meal of 9-turn large intestine.
The steam rose hazily, and the three maids holding towels began to gossip. Did the divine maiden just bring someone to the Tangxi Palace? It seems someone is going to serve in bed tonight. 2 sets of clothes were placed on the wooden chair. I saw him. He looks very handsome. He tightly gripped the bath towel, standing behind her, laughing heartily. The divine maiden's way of thinking is still hard to grasp. Now there is a problem that deeply troubles me. Do I have to scrub both the front and the back? Shang-Chi turned around, her eyes flirting and seductive. Chang'an, can you handle it? Hearing this, Chang'an immediately blushed and panicked. Woman, you are playing with fire.
His eyes lit up brightly, and he hurriedly rushed forward. Doubting me? Then let me show you the power of my magical hands. As drops of white liquid fell onto her arm, she looked slightly confused and stammered, What is this white stuff? Chang'an scrubbed vigorously, using cow's milk as a catalyst. During the scrubbing process, the milk soaked into the skin, which could make Her Highness the Divine Maiden's skin even more smooth and tender, utilizing 18 scrubbing styles. Changxi asked in a shy voice, Where did you learn this technique? Outside, the court maids' faces were flushed red, their eyes full of expectation and infatuation. Ah, is it starting just like that? What a steamy sound. She lay down, feeling a bit jealous. With such skilled techniques, you must have served many girls like Hansi, right? He massaged happily. Only you. How could an honest person like me get so much experience? Changxi immediately rejoiced. Really? Chang'an remembered the image of a beautiful girl with rosy cheeks, and furthermore, he had only bathed together with one person. That was the most beautiful girl I have ever met. It's just a pity that my clothes were still quite dirty at that time. She frowned, her voice pretending to be stern. Are you talking about the time we bathed together a long time ago? Still beating around the bush? What a smooth talker. He scrubbed vigorously and said in a firm voice, This is the truth. After I finish dealing with the divine artifact, I will marry her, Quan Shu, and we will enjoy wonderful happiness together. Changxi shyly thought to herself, Marry? I haven't agreed to that yet. His attitude looks very sincere, not like he's acting. So he really cares about me that much? She pondered for a moment. A hint of sorrow appeared in the depths of her eyes. It's just a pity that he is immortal. Can I also have the happiness of an ordinary person? For the final step, Chang'an vigorously rubbed the soles of her feet, massaging the soles in the Tongchuan acupoint. Changxi gritted her teeth, and a piercing scream rang out.
She slowly stepped down into the hot spring, the mist radiating like an immortal wonderland. Seeing this, he gently rubbed his chin, pondering. Using too much force scared her. She covered her blushing face with both hands. I didn't know you couldn't take it. Next time I'll be a bit gentler. I'll know my limits. Why does this man know how to make it so comfortable? Changxi turned around, softly replied, I roughly understand your feelings. Marriage is still too early. Right now we still have more important matters. The sealing array of the Demon Lord is starting to be damaged. The Demon Lord will reappear in the human world in 3 days. You must leave this place quickly. Turning around, while I can still protect you right now, before the disaster happens, I will take you to the immortal domain. Chang'an firmly replied, It's fine, I will take action. She immediately panicked and interrupted. You simply don't know what you will have to face next. He lowered his voice. No matter what happens, I will not leave your side for a single step. With me here, no one can hurt you." The two silently looked at each other affectionately, the atmosphere in the bath becoming ambiguous. Changxi smiled happily, simply not knowing the terrifying nature of the Demon Lord yet, daring to boast. A slight smile that was both shy and polite. But then again, if it were anyone else, they would probably have been scared out of their wits early on. Let's go back to the room. The dim light shone through the window frame. Chang'an quietly pulled back the blanket and lay down. He silently observed her falling asleep, gently smiling. Accumulating too much pressure and fatigue, helping her relax a bit made her fall sound asleep very quickly. He clenched his fists. Next, Chang'an rubbed his neck, speaking in an arrogant tone. "Ancient heavenly demon, right? I actually want to see exactly what kind of thing it is." He quickly dashed away. Chang'an slowly landed. Only the divine maiden has orthodox healing divine power like this.
He carefully hid in the corner. There was someone there. The group of immortals holding torches tightly guarded the barrier, discussing animatedly. "Don't just poke one spot. What if the seal is punctured and cracks? If it cracks, let it crack. Isn't a divine maiden here? Just let her fix it." A guy laughed heartily. "If she doesn't seal it, where would new divine power come from? What would our kingdom lord use to expand the nation's power, and how could we cultivate the immortal army?" The guy next to him gleefully chimed in. "Calling that woman a divine maiden, she's actually no different from a cow, stupidly only knowing how to seal, letting us enjoy it for free." Chang'an's expression turned cold. He remembered every word Changxi shared. "No matter how many times I seal it, I don't know why the duration of the seal is getting shorter and shorter. My divine power recovery speed can no longer keep up with the speed at which the seal is being destroyed. I'm really afraid that one day I won't be able to stop the Demon Lord." Chang'an said in a deep voice, "For personal gain, disregarding the life and death of everyone." The two immortals were suddenly startled. "Who? A mortal? How dare you enter the sealing divine temple?" He waved his hand, and flames carrying world-shaking power blazed up. "Answer not worthy to know. Die." The flames incinerated them one by one, and piercing screams echoed throughout the great hall. The system immediately sounded a notification. "Congratulations to the host for killing a peak immortal marshal, rewarded with 7 million domain points and obtained a salted fish treasure chest." Congratulations to the host for killing a peak immortal marshal, rewarded with 7 million domain points and obtained a salted fish treasure chest. Chang'an slowly picked up the Dharma treasure from the ground. He clenched his fist and crushed it, saying in a deep voice, "This Dharma treasure seems to be directly transmitting divine power to somewhere else. I just don't know how much has been drained in this short time." The seal cracked open. She awoken with a start, her eyes flying wide open. He stood proudly before the tornado of evil spirit energy. Spirit energy spread throughout the city. Demon phantoms attacked in the sky. The heavenly demon had revived. Changxi hurriedly wrapped her bath towel tightly, rushed outside and gritted her teeth. "Sealed for so many years, why is it here earlier? It was clearly supposed to be 2 more days. This is very dangerous." Hanshi was momentarily stunned. "The heavenly demon has revived? With Changxi and the divine artifact there, why did the seal break? Did that brat really steal the divine artifact?" Quayta's face turned pale as he screamed in fury. "The demon lord has emerged. This is impossible. Guards, guards. This king is going to the immortal realm to ask for reinforcements." Meanwhile, in the demon domain, Kong Ming saw the glowing purple sky in the distance and loudly ordered, "Quickly report to the Legion Commander, assemble the troops, and use the grandest formation to welcome our king." Yes, the 3rd Vice Legion Commander of the Heavenly Demon, Kong Ming.
From the thick darkness, Doshi bared his fangs, his eyes blood red, his black tongue sticking out mockingly. "I said, no one in this world can imprison me. I will descend upon the world and shroud the immortal domain in terror." He forcefully broke the chains wrapped around him. But the first important matter, Doshi, with a ferocious aura, rushed rapidly into the air. "Chop the little girl who opposed me into 10,000 pieces, pierce her heart with 10,000 arrows, and hang her on the roof of this great hall to sacrifice to the flag, announcing to the world." A purple sphere flashed brightly as he said in a deep voice, "Hengu continent, your king has returned." Suddenly a hand pressed Doshi down. One of Chang'an's eyes flashed with earth-shattering power. He glared. "Get back." It was pushed backward. A booming explosion echoed as its legs struggled to stand firm. Doshi roared in fury. "Who are you? That girl should be the strongest person in the city, right? Even she is not my match. So why can this person press we back to the sealed land with one palm strike?" Chang'an hovered in the air like a demon and replied, "A passerby." His eyes darkened, thinking that this guy was exactly the fuse that would trigger a war. He didn't know if the outside had already started a war because of him, but what was certain was that if this guy got out, he would definitely cause a massive uproar. When that time comes, casualties will be severe, and if not handled well, it will threaten the Divine Maiden's life and delay the time for him to obtain the divine artifact. As a series of footsteps approached, Chang'an raised one finger into the air. "I don't care who you are or how great your power is. Right now, I only want to do one thing." His hand glowed brightly with fire. "Kill all of you, leaving no one alive." Chang'an said in a deep voice, "The reason is, you might stand in my way."
A beam of light carrying purple energy rushed down rapidly from the sky. The demonic energy shattered the 1,000 Jang barrier of the human realm and charged straight up to the immortal realm. The last time such demonic energy that shocked the three realms appeared was when the ancient heavenly demon lord broke through Zwolming Valley. In the immortal domain, everyone panicked upon seeing this fierce energy, and one person exclaimed in shock, "This aura, that demon lord has been born!" A slightly plump uncle nearby turned pale with fright and shouted loudly, "The heavenly demon is about to cause great chaos again." A loud voice summoned the immortal emperors. "All immortals, hear my command. All forces from the domains must immediately assemble at Zwolming Valley to suppress the demon lord Doshi." Other voices responded to the call. Qingfang Immortal Domain receives the command. Immortal Domain receives the command. CG held a pyramid model in his hand, reminding nervously, "This battle concerns all living beings in the world. Gentlemen, please do not be careless." He is exactly Grand Marshal CG, Heavenly Lord Lingyao of the Immortal Emperor tier. A plump woman with a mask resting on the bridge of her nose and forehead smiled and said, "The outcasts of the previous era are just disobedient like that. Do they really think we are still afraid of them now?" She is the Four Directions Immortal Suke, Immortal Lord Lingguang, Immortal Emperor Realm. A man with bright blonde hair and several red ribbons fluttering behind his back joined the conversation. "Sushanja, if anyone underestimates that demon lord, be careful not to even know how you died." His face showed a hint of anger, and he growled. "That demon lord requires the combined effort of all immortals to be subjugated. That blonde man is the Four Directions Immortal Suwansu, Immortal Emperor Realm, Immortal Lord Siming. He believed only we immortals can stop him and save the common people." In the Zooming Kingdom, streams of demonic energy were enveloping everything. A resident with a worried look said, "Demonic energy is everywhere. Where is it safe anymore?" Upon hearing the man's words, the once in 4,000 years handsome man angrily shouted, "Nonsense! By the Divine Maiden's side, of course." Calling himself the once in 4,000 years handsome man, he angrily thought of a certain scenario and frustratingly pondered. That Chen Chang'an right now is probably hugging the Divine Maiden asking for protection. That bastard, on what grounds is he favored while we have to bear this disaster? In terms of looks, I absolutely do not lose. I must find him to see what he looks like. He was about to run towards Chengxi. A man stopped him. "It's better not to run around. It's too dangerous." The resident from earlier chimed in. "That's right. Let's hide here." Hearing this, the once in 4,000 years handsome man yelled again. "A bunch of fools. As long as I can gain the favor of Lord Divine Maiden later, what is there to fear about a little demonic energy?" Chengxi was still in a panic when she saw the demonic energy before her eyes, while the voices around her continued to echo. "With the Divine Maiden here, everything will be solved. Lord Divine Maiden, we still hope Lord Divine Maiden will quickly enter the demon abyss to restore the demonic energy seal." The ground shattered with dust flying everywhere, and Changxi said in a trembling, helpless voice, "It's over." She helplessly stated the cruel truth. "Now the seal is completely shattered. Relying on myself alone is no longer enough to seal it." The people around became panicked. One person asked, "What?" He angrily shouted and questioned, "What do you mean you can't seal it anymore? Could it be we are letting the demon lord emerge?" Her face remained tense as she observed the demonic energy ahead and said, "If there are enough people to support, perhaps we can buy a little bit of time." The man became agitated, rushed over and shook Chengxi vigorously, loudly questioning, "A little bit of time? What can a little bit of time do?" A soldier nearby also berated her. "Aren't you the Divine Maiden? Maintaining the seal is your duty, and now you are dragging us down with you." Changxi angrily gritted her teeth. The vicious words of the soldier still reached her. Leaving the commoners of Zwolming Kingdom to be corrupted by demonic energy, what kind of divine maiden is she? Changxi violently snatched her arm out of that guy's hand. One of them still said, "We should still run first. The Kingdom Lord has already run away." She angrily shouted, "Enough!" Changxi went crazy, and powerful killing intent radiated around her, causing the terrified soldiers to fall down. She yelled, "All of you shut your mouths!" Changxi's face contorted, and a green seal appeared on her chest. Her eyes were glowing lead, and she growled, "You lot!" Suddenly, a shock of electricity came from that seal, making Changxi stop talking and halt all actions. The soldiers from earlier, seeing her terrifying appearance, didn't dare to act rashly. Changxi told herself, "I almost lost control." She informed them, "I will stay here to purify the leaking demonic energy before the Demon Lord resurrects, to ensure everyone can retreat to the immortal realm without being attacked by the demonic energy." Suddenly, a voice appeared from the sky. "Gentlemen, there is no need." Kingdom Lord Kuei-to and his soldiers were flying above. He said, "I have already notified the immortal realm." The soldiers below saw that, and it was like seeing a savior. The Kingdom Lord has arrived.
Kuei-to was confident, his demeanor extremely arrogant as he reassured, "Everyone hold on a little longer. The immortal realm has sent reinforcements to aid us in suppressing the Demon Lord." Changxi's footsteps became heavy, and she angrily questioned in a loud voice, "Suppress? With what will you suppress it? What the hell are you guys doing?" Changxi walked over and raised her voice again. "Using the little divine power stolen from me to suppress it? If it wasn't for today, I would still be deceived."
Kui Tuo was surprised, not expecting her to say such a thing. Changxi was furious, her face contorting, unable to control herself as she yelled, "Do you know how many immortals used their lives back then to exchange for this seal? With my protection, there could have originally been 10,000 years apiece. Now 6,512 years haven't even passed. Do you know that once the Demon Lord breaks through the final chains, both you and me, along with everyone here, will have to die?" Kui Tuo calmly raised his hand to pick his nose and nonchalantly replied, "Why is the Divine Maiden falsely accusing an innocent person? According to this Kingdom Lord's plan, He Mortal Realm has already mobilized to this Waming Kingdom. The great Divine Maiden was powerless and unable to guard the Divine Temple, yet you blame this ruler." Changxi was so furious she couldn't say anything, because she didn't expect the person in front of her to be so shameless. She could only blurt out, "You—" Suddenly, a soldier with a terrified expression stammered, "Look at that!" Everyone immediately turned around. The circle that was previously emitting thick demonic energy was no longer pouring it out. Everyone was stunned. The soldier stammered on, "The demonic energy is no longer pouring out." Another one chimed in, "It's true. The demonic energy around here is no longer suffocating either."
Changxi stared at the scene in front of her in astonishment, a sense of unease rising in her heart. She couldn't help but doubt whether the seal had not been closed. Why the demonic energy? Kui Tuo excitedly and triumphantly threw his hands up, smiling proudly and said, "This lord guessed right. After thousands of years of being sealed, could it be that his power hasn't been drained? It's just you, Divine Maiden, overreacting to everything." Immediately, Changxi ordered, "Quickly bring the 1,000-mile prism mirror to see the situation inside the demon abyss." A soldier upon hearing this immediately replied, "Understood." To explain a bit about the 1,000-mile prism mirror, it consumes a tremendous amount of immortal power and can peek into any place in the mortal realm. Everyone looking into the 1,000-mile prism mirror was surprised, and Changxi became dazed. The people below looking up could all observe it. They were all surprised, bewildered, and panicked. They all wondered what was happening in the demon abyss. In the 1,000-mile prism mirror, a man was fighting alone against Doshi. Someone exclaimed in shock, "The seal array? There is someone in the demon abyss. It's the Demon Lord. He really has broken the seal." The horde of demons was madly rushing towards that man. The people below worried. The Demon King army, said to rival the Heavenly Court Immortals, has also awakened. We are doomed. The 4,000-year, once-in-a-lifetime handsome man shouted with a complex mood. There's still someone who doesn't know life from death rushing into the demon abyss. He's definitely dead. No one has ever survived the siege of the demon army. The two soldiers next to Changxi sneered. The one with hair held his stomach and joked, "Don't say that. Although we don't know what his true strength is, his dodging skills are number one." The bald guy also laughed heartily, enjoying the joke. "We can only hope he can hold on until the immortals arrive." Changxi recognized an acquaintance and just softly cried out, "He—" Changxi screamed, "Why is he in the demon abyss?" As for Changchang, and he was focusing on observing the actions of the demon horde. Changchang's eyes were sharp and cold as he flicked a flame with his hand. Instantly, a large amount of the demon horde was reduced by half. Changxi couldn't keep her calm and raised her voice. Facing the demon horde, he can still gain the upper hand. Changchang quickly built up momentum and grabbed the giant iron chain. Doshi's eyes became panicked, mixed with surprise when he saw him grab that object. Using only one hand, Changchang swung the iron chain to smash towards Doshi. Kui Tuo mistakenly thought an immortal had been sent from the immortal realm, holding his stomach and laughing smugly. "Absolutely wonderful. He must be an immortal sent by the immortal realm. I didn't expect there to be someone in this world who could stop the Demon Lord." The crowd below seeing this became excited and started cheering. Someone sighed endlessly. Who exactly is that young man, to be able to fight on par with the heavenly demon? Some were so happy they couldn't stand and sat on the ground. "So strong, we are saved." The 4,000-year, once-in-a-lifetime handsome man happily thought, "Since when did Zooming Kingdom have such an amazingly talented immortal with peerless martial prowess? If I can get his protection and follow him to the immortal realm, that whatever Changchang is just a dog of the Divine Maiden." Changxi's eyes widened, seemingly unable to understand. Impossible.
Chan Chang'an created a ring of fire to chase the demon army. The demon army panicked, spread their wings, and fled. Chan Chang'an quickly pursued with a sharp, cold gaze. Seeing that person's face clearly, Shang-Chi muttered, "This man." Recalling the image of Chan Chang'an, who once said, "I am not bragging. No one in this world can fight me evenly." Shang-Chi asked herself in panic about the person in front of her. Chan Chang'an? Quickly, Chan Chang'an rushed to attack the demon army surrounded by a flame and shouted loudly, "Want to get out?" The system notified, "Kill the demon venerable level heavenly demon, rewarded 50 million domain points." Yo, his eyes were cold, his face exuded disdain. He said, "Now it seems." From the sky above, Chan Chang'an stood under the 1,000-mile profound light mirror, looked towards Doshi and said, "Only you are left." Doshi gradually became agitated. It appeared formidable and challenged. "Brat, just because you have a bit of strength, you dare to speak arrogantly? Do you really think you are invincible in this world? Fine, before going out, I will just use you as a flag sacrifice first." Doshi exploded, its body revealing another layer of skin, its muscle layers becoming massive. The ground began to shake. Doshi shouted loudly, smugly claiming, "At my peak strength, even your lord of the immortal realm wouldn't dare to block my path like this." Doshi's entire body became distorted. Its voice also changed strangely. It declared, "Those who block me, die. You must die."
The system notified continuously. Chan Chang'an was momentarily stunned, noticing the aura of an expert surpassing the domain lord level. Please pay attention, host. Please pay attention, host. He didn't flinch at all. Afraid of what? Let's just fight and see.
A cold light fell upon Doshi's head. Above was the 1,000-mile prism mirror flickering with blue light, spirit energy fluctuating in midair. Chang Chang'an gave a wicked half-smile, praising it that after transforming it still looked quite decent. The system suddenly announced, "Warning, detected a new realm of strength." Its transformed legs landed heavily. Doshi, with a completely new body, had fiery red eyes glowing brightly in the darkness, and the permeating killing intent suffocated heaven and earth. Detected the opponent's realm to be domain god. Doshi, with a cold expression, moved its mouth, emitting sparks. "You are very strong, but to stand up for that little girl, you are still a bit too green." It moved swiftly at breakneck speed, disappearing in a flash. Doshi fiercely attacked with a punch crashing down from above, but Chang Chang'an quickly dodged it. The relentless flurry of punches made Chang Chang'an struggle to evade. The system continued to warn. "Warning, the opponent's level is far beyond the level of the current clone. Do you want to switch to a higher level clone?" Chang Chang'an began to ponder. Just unleashing fist wind was enough to shatter space. The people outside couldn't help but exclaim, "Damn it, this is too absurd. Stop joking around." Chang Chang'an now smiled, raising his hand to lightly touch the blue ray of light that was appearing. He asked, "System, let me ask you, if this clone shatters, will I be sent back to the original time, right?" The system quickly replied, "If you can craft a clone down here in time, you can continue to stay in this space." Seeing Chang Chang'an not focusing on the battle, Doshi, while unleashing its next ultimate move, shouted loudly, "What are you muttering about, brat? I haven't even used my full strength yet, so don't die on me. I will slowly torture you to death." Suddenly, blinding blue rays of light intertwined with each other in a split second.
The observations in the 1,000-mile prism mirror became chaotic as everything around grew murky. What was going on? Kui Tuo was so panicked that his face twisted and he couldn't help but shout. Wasn't that Demon Lord's power weakened by the seal? What is with that appearance? Changxi walked over and informed him that it was his strongest power during his peak period. Demon Lord Doshi was born from the desires of all things. Hearing this, Kui Tuo was stunned for the umpteenth time. The image showed Doshi surrounded by immortals. Changxi continued to provide more information. As long as the world's desires exist, he will be immortal and indestructible, his physical body invincible. Even gods might not be able to kill him directly. They could only seal him. It has been 10,000 years now. Logically, the seal should have worn away all his demonic energy over these years. However, looking at the broken mirror, that image made her wonder. But why? Changxi suddenly thought of something and shuddered. She shouted her speculation to Kui Tuo. He has constantly been using his demonic energy to devour these demon generals, thereby creating the illusion that he was weakened. What? Kui Tuo turned around as if he had anticipated it, replying, "You actually didn't notice such a thing?" Kui Tuo's expression clearly showed a mix of fear and anxiety. Sweating profusely, he concluded, "If the Demon Lord has recovered to this extent, then that—"
On the other side, Chen Chang'an seemed tired, but his eyes were still strong and sharp as if he could kill it in a moment. Kui Tuo's assessment was, he is fundamentally impossible to be Doshi's opponent. The system continued to issue a warning. "Warning, the opponent's level is far higher than the current clone's level." Doshi bared its bright shiny white teeth without a single stain, smiling and praising. "What a resilient little shrimp, what a pity." Doshi suddenly rushed forward at breakneck speed to send Chen Chang'an back to the dust. While attacking, it said, "The appetizer is over." Chen Chang'an revealed a wicked and incomprehensible smile, his hands having formed a seal emitting sources of electricity. Chen Chang'an said, "I always thought Mirror Flower Water Moon looks like it replicates my image, but the highest level of the clone generated each time seems to be when I encounter the strongest enemy." The system replied, "I have a bad premonition." 2 dragons made of lightning from his hands quickly rushed in to attack. He suggested loudly, "System, do you want to create something interesting together?" To Doshi, this move was like a scratch. It loudly stated what he thought he didn't know. "It's useless. My physical body is condensed from countless demonic energy. No immortal art can kill me." Doshi stuck out its stiff, sunken face and growled, "Fear me. All emotions will be transformed into my power." Doshi's powerful green energy exploded. It moved upwards, its voice excited. "I have already felt the countless fears in the outside world waiting for me."
Kui Tuo outside began to become panicked and lose his calm. He turned down to ask Changxi for a method. The immortals cannot suppress Doshi. Taking advantage of this moment without the obstruction of demonic energy, is there any way to seal them in the end? Changxi was extremely hesitant. She hesitated. Changxi thought to herself. Her mission told her she had to quickly seal the array gate, keeping everyone safe, but looking into the 1,000-mile prism mirror and seeing his appearance still trying to deal with Doshi to keep everyone safe, she thought to herself, Chen Chang'an is still persevering. How can I abandon him? She thought that once the
array gate is sealed, Chen Chang'an might log out. He will definitely die. Doshi had already begun to erupt all of its energy. Chen Chang'an was trying to withstand the shockwaves of energy. His eyes still maintained calmness in them. He signaled, change clone. The system is running, beginning to change the clone. The demonic energy erupted so strongly that it came outside the door. The people around hurriedly urged her, quickly take action. Divine Maiden, do you want to see Doshi come out? Changxi, ah. Han Si hid behind the wall observing everything. She stood there seriously considering. The Demon Lord's condition seems to be better than imagined. The news here must be quickly transmitted outside. Han Si, with cold eyes, she looked towards the door and continued to calculate. But if Changxi is busy, she definitely won't care about that guy Chen Chang'an anymore. Also don't know if that idiot can find a safe place to hide. Taking advantage of the chaotic demonic energy, maybe I can take him away. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Immortal families do not need to panic. Han Si's face was a bit panicked. She thought to herself, this is bad. Suddenly, immortal emperors appeared one after another. Xuanmu Immortal Lord Ziming, Zuke Immortal Lord Lingguang, Grand Marshal Sijit Heavenly Lord Lingyao. Siji was calm, his voice firm. This place will temporarily be taken over by us. Kuei Tuo and the other soldiers were overjoyed to hear that. He excitedly cheered. The Heavenly Lords have finally arrived. The Immortal Realm's reinforcements have arrived. Please, Heavenly Lords, kill the Demon Lord. Siji summoned giant chains from another dimension. Along with that, he began to loudly direct. Soldiers, follow me to suppress the Demon Lord together. Set up the array. Wait a minute. Changxi anxiously pointed her finger at the Demon Realm door to inform Siji. There is still someone fighting the Demon Lord inside. Now his life or death is unknown. It was him who prevented the Demon Lord from immediately breaking the barrier. Can he be saved first? He just coldly replied. In the Immortal Realm, who can single-handedly fight Doshi? This situation, I'm afraid he is long-term to ashes, let alone. The next words made Changxi freeze as if dead, her mouth wide open, her eyes widened. He said, compared to the tens of millions of citizens of the Immortal Realm, what does the sacrifice of one person count for? Siji's face was gloomy. He glared at Changxi and ordered her, step back. At this moment we must fight for every second and every minute. Changxi, you bear the sin of failing to guard the seal. Now you still dare to stop us. Do you want your crime to be increased by another level?
He continued to criticize and mock. What a waste that you are still the Spring Divine Maiden, yet in the face of the grand scheme you act so playfully like this. Follow me to set up the array. Shamshi still tried to grit her teeth and endure it. At this time Doshi had caught Chen Chang'an. It held him upside down and cursed. Stinking brat, wasting time, helping the small fries of the Immortal Realm stall for time to create a seal. It will all be useless. It couldn't help but get excited, rushing quickly to the gate and forcefully throwing Chen Chang'an straight ahead. It has been a long time since I heard the delightfully tragic screams of an immortal. Chen Chang'an was thrown from above, suspended in midair. The system appeared and suddenly sent a notification. Clone formed. Immediately, a purple energy beam similar to its own rushed straight toward Doshi. Doshi was decapitated and froze in place.
Chen Chang'an, in his transformed state, blocked Doshi's path. He growled, "Did I give you permission to leave?" Doshi was taken aback. "You? How could you?" Enveloped by the demonic energy from Chen Chang'an, Doshi furiously shouted, "Are you crazy? Once the grand array takes shape, you won't be able to get out either. If I am completely sealed, that little girl will be useless too." Hearing this, Chen Chang'an became enraged. He glared at it threateningly. "Don't judge me with your limited knowledge, you small fry." The immortal emperors above had already sealed the entrance. Siji spoke up to confirm. "The array is complete. From now on, Doshi will be completely sealed. No one can break the array and escape anymore." Then he turned to Kuei Tor and praised him. The sealing went very smoothly this time, thanks to the united efforts of the immortal families. He was extremely pleased, but had to act humble, saying, "Not at all. It all relied on the suppression of the Immortal Lord." Changxi seemed completely isolated from that group. Her face darkened with sorrow as she thought of his name, Chen Chang'an. Han Si, standing nearby, looked at the crowd and couldn't help but sweat with anxiety. She thought, "This is bad. If the Demon Lord is truly sealed, then when the Second Legion arrives here, they will face the army of the Immortal Realm head-on." Suddenly, a hand reached out and blocked Han Si's path. A threatening voice growled, "Now that the matter is handled, it's time to assign guilt." Xuanwu sternly raised his voice. "A little rat has sneaked into our territory. How should we punish it?" Han Si grimaced, not knowing what to do at this moment. "I'm in huge trouble." Han Si turned to look at Changxi. Changxi looked at her with a worried expression, thinking to herself, "Why did she come here at this time? The immortals will not spare her." Seeing that Changxi seemed to know her, Siji sternly questioned, "Changxi, the God Realm giving you the divine artifact to guard the seal of the Zorman Kingdom was a sign of trust in you. But now the seal is broken, and there is even a heavenly demon by your side. You and her know each other, don't you?" Hearing this, Changxi turned her head in surprise.
Siji used one hand to launch an attack, knocking Changxi far away. He shouted, "Colluding with immortals and demons, what crime do you deserve?" Changxi still tried to deny it. "I didn't, ah!" Suddenly, an earthquake-like tremor shook the area. Everyone turned towards the source of the tremor. A powerful energy shattered the seal created by the immortal emperors. Someone screamed, "It's the seal!" A gigantic fireball attracted everyone's attention. Voices and questions rang out. The new seal was broken? Is it fake? The seal array cannot have any gaps. What is going on?
Chen Chang'an appeared from behind that energy source, wearing a sinister smile. He scoffed disdainfully. A bunch of stupid bugs. Instantly, Chen Chang'an appeared before Cixi and Zuke. His powerful voice continued to ask, "Who are you punishing here?" Han Shi turned towards the fierce aura that had just appeared. Such a powerful aura had never appeared before. Who was it? Xuanwu Ziming also directed his gaze over there. The crowd was dumbfounded, seemingly unable to believe their eyes, and asked each other, Hey, no way. The Demon Lord is actually... Changxi looked at Chen Chang'an with an astonished expression. Even she couldn't believe her own eyes. Then Chen Chang'an teleported and sat stepping on Doshi's head. He showed a villainous smile with his eyes emitting red beams. He said, "I've long found you immortals to be eyesores." Someone screamed again. "Doshi's dead? Is he dead?" Queto was left with his mouth wide open and a dark face. He yelled in panic, "Heavenly demon! He is a heavenly demon stronger than Doshi!" Chen Chang'an, with a terrifying expression, seemed to transform into a great archdemon before their eyes. Meanwhile, he muttered to the system, "System, I want to eat fish." He widened his eyes in horror and exclaimed, This terrifying, oppressive feeling." Instantly, crowds of people were suppressed by the pressure to the point of suffocation and collapsed. One of them thought to himself, He is far beyond Demon Lord Doshi. I'm about to suffocate." Facing them now was Chen Chang'an, advancing with an imposing and authoritative presence. The excited glint in his eyes terrified that person. Do we really have to stop this kind of monster? A heavenly demon? At this time, Queto was grimacing under the crushing pressure. He scowled and blurted out, "In this surging demonic energy, even standing is impossible. Where on earth did he come from?" Refusing to just take the beating, Han Shi, along with Grand Marshal Cixi and Zhu Kui, rushed forward immediately. He fiercely asserted that there was no more time for hesitation. The guy below angrily added, "Even if everyone has to risk their lives, we must stop him." Zhu Kui also gritted his teeth. If we let him escape, the future consequences will be endless. But before they could react, Han Shi took a powerful punch straight to the face, mixing up his teeth and lips. Without hesitation, Chen Chang'an immediately unleashed a strike that sent all of them flying. The fierce attack was so powerful that it created a violent purple explosion. Witnessing his terrifying strength, Queto couldn't help but turn pale with horror. He trembled and stammered. Just one strike defeated a heavenly immortal. Right at this moment, the immortal venerables flew in from behind to deal with him. One of them spoke up, "The Erase seal has definitely reduced his power quite a bit. We still have a chance to win. Justice will always triumph over evil." The person below immediately followed up, "Immortal venerables and those in the immortal emperor realm, follow me to set up a blocking array." Flying majestically in the night sky, Chen Chang'an formed a gigantic demonic energy sphere, taking the three of them completely by surprise. The three of them instantly lost their previous momentum and tremblingly ordered, "Kill him!" Suddenly, a system notification rang out in the center of the array. "Congratulations to the host for killing an immortal in the immortal emperor realm, rewarded 150 million domain points. Congratulations to the host for killing a third-layer immortal venerable, rewarded 150 million domain points. Congratulations to the host for killing someone in the immortal emperor realm, rewarded 150 million domain points." As the aftermath of the explosion gradually faded, Changxi suddenly gasped in panic. Han Shi was so shocked that he transformed into a female form, her mouth wide open in fear. He stood there, looking at them with full pride. Suddenly, Feng Qiyun flew in like a shot arrow with his sword, excitedly shouting, "Seize the opening! Kill!" But before he could even touch Chen Chang'an, he was caught and had his cheek pinched. "It hurts," he groaned. "It's over. I've been countered." Hearing this, everyone gasped in shock. "It's Feng Qingyang. That kid has fallen into the Demon Lord's hands. He's beyond saving." Feng Tiyun, who was caught just now, was currently teary-eyed, earnestly begging for his life. I was wrong. Hero, spare my life. Do you understand Chinese? Hero!" But how could Chen Chang'an let him off so easily? He looked at Feng Qiyun with brightening eyes and a savage smile. Hearing this laugh, that guy was utterly terrified and thought to himself, "This person is actually the master and even has a cute, clingy puppy version." Come to think of it, was he called Feng Cheng Yang like this in the past? After laughing, Chen Chang'an sent him flying with a simple wave of his hand. With a scowling face and a disdainful voice, he said, "Get lost. The next time I see you all, it will be your day of death. My good master, do not actively court death." After saying that, he suddenly turned his face toward Changxi and thought sinisterly, "The appetizer is done. It's time to get to the main event." Involuntarily, she blurted out, "Chen Chang'an."
Lifting his face with absolute arrogance, Chen Chang'an raised an eyebrow and spoke coldly, "Artifact spirit, come out." In a flash, time was frozen. Suddenly, the artifact spirit appeared, peeking out, and she spoke softly and timidly, "Young hero, time has stopped." Suddenly, Chen Chang'an looked at her with eyes full of scheming and calculation, a smug look on his face. He stated firmly, "The information you gave me is too little. In one day, I have roughly figured out the cause and the biggest threat of the immortal demon Great War. I have taken care of Demon Lord Dushi, so the Divine Maiden should be considered saved, right?" Suddenly, her eyes widened in panic as she realized something. "Young hero, the future still hasn't changed." Right after, her face turned irritable, and she spoke loudly with sarcasm. "It is a pity, but I can still feel that something even more terrifying has yet to happen." Recalling the scene of being thrown into a monster's mouth, she recounted in horror. Master still cannot escape the fate of being killed. There was a pack of monsters casually trampling us, making us wish for life but unable to live, wish for death but unable to die. Seeing the artifact spirit's strange attitude, he hurriedly interrogated her for information. What else can you remember? Can you remember who killed her? She rested her chin lightly on her hand and murmured delicately, I only remember that in countless previous attempts, I had never been able to save Master from that person's hands. But in the end, Master still died in the same way. That is something I could not prevent. Upon hearing this, he fell silent and then spoke. Seeking me for help, he complained clearly in grievance. Good for you, not leaving anything for me. Do you think you're playing charades for me to guess? Are you a child? The artifact spirit put on a pitiful face and sincerely apologized. I'm sorry, I really can't remember. Master really bears too many things. Master shouldn't bear such a cruel ending. She still gently continued to announce, There are 2 days left in the assessment. Please stop the predestined fate. Having said that, the artifact spirit vanished into nothingness. Seeing this, his eyes narrowed, his lips pouted, and with a look of disdaining the world, he thought in weary frustration, Stop my ass. With 2 days left, where do I go to stop it? Then he muttered, I am like a reader who cannot find direction in the dense fog of this entire event's future. After that, Chen Chang'an unconsciously turned to look at everyone while time was frozen, pondering deeply in his mind. At first, I thought that as long as I dealt with the key person and stopped the immortal demon campaign, I could solve this matter. Now it seems I thought too simply. Noticing the people who were supposed to be boundlessly strong, but were now unable to move an inch, he thought to himself, the fact that they could survive until the end only proves that when Dushi first appeared, he couldn't defeat them and might have even died at their hands.
At this moment, Chen Chang'an turned his head and stared fixedly at Changxi, his eyes deep in thought. Although he could easily kill those annoying people, who knew how massive an impact the butterfly effect would cause on the next millions of years? If he messed up, the beginning and the end would be all jumbled up. If the artifact spirit's words were not wrong, then Doshi was merely a chess piece, and there was an even greater conspiracy behind all this. Having thought of this, he patted her back with a loud smack and thought to himself, for a divine maiden to be involved in such a major matter, it was truly unbelievable. In a flash, he slipped his hand around Shang-Chi's waist and leaped high into the air together, cheering excitedly. Let's get to work. Seeing this from below, Han-Shi stuttered in panic. Oh! Before their eyes was a sparkling, beautifully dazzling expanse of crystal, and long, slender hands gently touched it. Just like that, it transformed into a teleportation gate, and then he and the girl stepped into it together, leaving the defeated people in a state of bewilderment. Are we really just going to leave them like this? What else can we do? Are you going to go up and stop him? Even though he was walking away so casually, Chen Chang'an still cast a wary glance back, thinking to himself, I'll bring her along with me first. As for how to find out what exactly happens in the future, I definitely have a method I can try. Then he spoke with resolute firmness. Anyone who dares to pursue, dies. Hearing this, they were filled with extreme indignation mixed with cowardice, discussing one another. So frustrating. He finally left. My legs have turned to jelly. What should we do now? Request assistance from the Heavenly God clan. Han-Shi then reached up to wipe the wound under her jaw, gritting her teeth and scolding. Why didn't that Shang-Chi resist? Is she just going to submit to the heavenly demon like that? CZ replied with a somber face. That woman doesn't belong to any faction. What she wants and what she chooses, only she herself knows. Jukwei still asked in annoyance. So what do we do now?
Suddenly, CG glanced back and ordered Han-Shi in a hoarse voice to quickly report this matter to the God Realm. The Divine Maiden had betrayed them, just like the prophecy. Ultimately, she proved to be a uselessly raised puppet. Suddenly, he stomped his foot to gather momentum and declared loudly, One more thing. Form a squad led by Feng Qingyang to track the whereabouts of that heavenly demon and see what he is ultimately trying to do. Our strength is insufficient, I'm afraid, before we even get close. CG's face darkened. Frowning, he held a bamboo talisman in his hand and introduced, I am one of the heavenly lords managing the immortal realm. For the good of the immortal realm, I will command and arrange this matter. Once you discover their whereabouts, send word back. Inside this is a talisman that can stack images for the duration of an incense stick within a certain range. Choose the right moment to use it, and the immortal realm will remember your contribution. Feng Qingyang also frowned and discussed in a growling voice. About this matter, perhaps we should plan for the long term. Everyone is very tired. Listen to me. Moreover, that demon lord is. Suddenly, CG narrowed his eyes in annoyance, lowered his hoarse voice, and affirmed, I am not asking for your opinions. Right now, I suspect that heavenly demon is the new form of Doshi after seizing a body. You must investigate clearly. His face darkened upon hearing CG continue. Consider it for the sake of the immortal realm. If you cannot find any clues, do not return. As soon as he finished speaking, he replied, Understood, immediately. The three of them shot into the sky like arrows. On the ground, the cultivator of the reincarnation law saw this and turned to Feng Qingyang, anxiously saying, I have heard of that female heavenly demon. She was the hostage brought into Zoman Kingdom during the reconciliation with the heavenly demons, and she is Changxi's junior martial sister.
That array is her innate skill. It can directly enter the demon realm. Hearing this, he replied, entering the demon realm is already very dangerous, let alone having to follow a new demon lord. On this trip, I'm afraid everyone will have a narrow escape from death. Arriving at a new land filled with sand and wind, a familiar voice suddenly rang out. We are temporarily safe for now. The three of them hid behind a rock. Chen Chang'an turned to look at the two people leaning against the rock in exhaustion, smiling softly as he said, but the state of these two won't allow them to recover their senses anytime soon. Han Shi and Chang Shi were dumbfounded upon hearing this, thinking to themselves that they must have seen something that shattered their cognition, leaving them in deep shock.
Now he found a rock and lay back. Feeling bored, he suggested, "System, let's go home." Suddenly, a notification from the system popped up. "Go home? Host, wake up. This is the ancient desolate continent from tens of millions of years ago. You don't have a home here." Hearing this, Chen Chang'an affirmed, "I meant return to the timeline of my world." The system then asked, "Do you want to give up the divine artifact?" He immediately explained, "No, the one that transmitted here is my clone, not my main body. This means I can completely return to seek answers at any time." Chen Chang'an immediately ordered, "System, return to the main body."
As soon as the words were spoken, he woke up with a start, his pupils suddenly lighting up. A panicked cry rang out, "Master!" Immediately, Ling Bao'er and Heng Yi rushed over and tightly hugged Chen Chang'an. "You've returned. Big Sister Ba Yue sent word that you suddenly disappeared, scaring us to death." Heng Yi called out joyfully with tears in her eyes, "Master!" Imagining the scene where he would stroke their cheeks and cheerfully care for them, "You've worked hard. Has my master returned yet? I have many things I want to ask him." Ling Bao'er replied with a bright smile, "Grandmaster is already on his way back." Subconsciously, he smiled smugly and blurted out, "Good." But in his mind, he secretly felt proud. "I didn't expect I could look up the historical plot." In a ruined corner of the Juzi continent, a person shouted out loud, "Elder Zhang, you're still alive? The reincarnation art is indeed powerful." Another person cheered joyfully, "With you here, our Swinwu immortal domain has a backbone." Another person opposite spoke sternly, "We are dignified immortals, yet we are like rats crossing the street in this Juzu domain. Unable to continue bearing Chen Chang'an's oppression, we must counterattack and regain our dignity." The other person raised his voice, "Return to the immortal realm." But at this moment, no one noticed that the one cultivating the reincarnation law had a dark and scowling face. He suddenly glanced over and spoke in a deep voice, "The heavenly demon has appeared in the world. There will definitely be a war. Returning to the Hanggu continent is actually a safe approach. However, if we want to return, we must control the Juzu cauldron. I have a plan." Elsewhere, a strange girl was slowly opening a spatial gate. On the other side of the gate, a woman appeared. The girl ordered, "Jiang Quanshu, as long as you seize her body without anyone knowing, we can grasp Chen Chang'an's weakness." It turned out to be Jiang Quanshu. That strange girl continued to say, "She is the person closest to Chen Chang'an. I will use her to take back the Juzu cauldron." At this time, the one cultivating the reincarnation law was boiling with anger, glaring fiercely, and he growled, "Unleash the monsters buried for millions of years beneath this Juzu domain. The immortal domain was destroyed. We are already irreconcilable. Before we leave, let's set a fire." A voice replied, "Yes."
Scene changes. Jiang Quanchu sat right in the middle of a brightly glowing magic circle with several people standing around watching. The scene looked like a magical ritual was taking place. She said, "According to our investigation, to guard Jiang Quanchu's soul, Chen Chang'an left the Juzo cauldron for the Jiang family patriarch, having the entire Jiang family stand guard day and night beside Jiang Quanchu to protect her soul. The surveillance is very strict." Tulin replied, "I tried talking to them face to face, but it was completely meaningless. They don't allow anyone to approach easily." The girl kept her eyes tightly closed as if reading something. "Elder Zhang, then how are we supposed to get close to Jiang Quanchu? First, the location of the Jiang family is in the sky above Yunzu, and Chen Chang'an is not by her side. This is a suitable opportunity for us to act. Second, I cultivate the reincarnation Tao. This reincarnation realm has cultivated with me for millions of years, grasping the 6 paths related to reincarnation, the power to shift and extract souls. This method of soul snatching is extremely concealed. In reality, no flaws can be traced, and it has never failed. Third, rely on the immortal families targeting the Jiang family, taking revenge for past grudges and grievances to carry out disruptive acts on the surface under the banner of anti-immortal." Scene changes. The fierce blonde-haired guy called out to everyone, "Everyone remember, the only person we need to guard against is Chen Chang'an. The operation must be completed within 5 minutes. Once the time limit is exceeded, flee immediately. Otherwise, we will all be instantly discovered by Chen Chang'an and will definitely be killed on the spot. The countdown begins. Start the operation. 5 minutes. A blinding light emitted from Quanchu's body. Suddenly, a person flew out from nowhere, startling everyone. They are the surviving immortals of the Xuanmu immortal domain. What are they doing here suddenly? Have they forgotten that they are our traitors? The Xuanmu immortal domain is cleaning house. Irrelevant people leave quickly. Protect Quanchu. Quanchu is the lifeblood of our Jiang family. She cannot be hurt. Kill."
Everyone desperately rushed toward Quan Chu. Tu Lin's eyes were fierce. Found it! Success! He was about to grab Quan Chu's hand but was countered by her. Then Yuran jumped up and kicked him far away. Jian Yuran, why are you here? Get out of my way! Yuran replied. Tu Lin was furious. This intensity of divine soul attack? I understand now. I didn't expect you to fall to this level. Willingly enduring Chen Chang'an's coercion to protect Jiang Quanchu, having long tied your divine soul to this girl? I originally thought you still had at least a bit of defiance, possessing the pride and dignity of an immortal, waiting for the day to bite back. But you are actually afraid of him? Saying that, the old man used a move to knock Yuran away.
Smock, old fool, you know that your true body's strength is a major realm lower than mine, and you have no chance of winning in actual combat. Yet you want to give up millions of years of cultivation base to condense a powerful divine soul just to protect a sliver of Zhang Quanchu's remnant soul from my hands. Zhang Yuran replied, Stupid. I know how to calculate this better than you. As long as Quan Chu is still here, our Zhang family will have a way to survive. Therefore, don't even think about targeting her. Burning your divine soul, Yuran was furious, and a blinding red light emitted from her body. She used an art that knocked Ashura backward. You bastard. However, because of overexerting herself, Yuran coughed violently, coughing up blood. Zhang Yuchan supported her worriedly. Patriarch, how are you? Patriarch!
Everyone rushed to block in front of Yuran, one of them asking, Do you really want to kill all of our Zhang family? Tu Luan thought to himself, he still had time to finish off all these people and forcibly seize Zhang Quanchu. Then he decided, Zhang family, Zhang Yuran, today this emperor wants to exterminate all of you. Yuran looked exhausted, about to collapse to the ground. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Mistress! It was Tuaba Ye. He angrily said, Don't even think about getting close to the mistress. Suddenly, a huge black shadow appeared, its eyes flashing with ferocity. Where did these field mice and stinky ants come from? This made everyone shocked. Tuaba Ye was confident a second ago, but timid the next. Is this an immortal emperor? They are simply not someone we can contend with. Ning Su was also terrified. Does the master always fight against enemies like this? Tuaba Ye closed his eyes tightly. I'm definitely dead. Master, in my next life, I will still be filial to you. Then everything fell silent for a moment. Tuaba Ye cracked one eye open. He still hasn't made a move? Dying like this is too uncomfortable. Tu Luan's face darkened. His entire body exuded an aura of anger. One immortal scholar, one immortal soldier, obviously just a bunch of ants that could be wiped out with a flick of a finger. In the past, how would you dare to block this emperor's path? What makes you dare to confront this emperor head-on? All of this has changed. Are you ridiculous, or am I ridiculous? I am ridiculous. I am a dignified immortal emperor, one of those who manage the immortal domain, with tens of millions of years of cultivation base, yet my hands and feet are bound in front of a bunch of ants. All of this is because of you. Suddenly, a figure walked over. Everyone turned to look. It was Chen Chang'an. Chen Chang'an is here. Wasn't there still 10 seconds left? Chang'an looked extremely imposing, even blowing out fire. Yoon Ju's is a bit noisy today. System notification. Congratulations to the host for killing a third-layer immortal venerable immortal, rewarded with 50 million domain points.
Tu Lun in front of him was just a grain of sand. He collapsed right at his feet. How do you want to die? He thought to himself that this terrifying, oppressive aura was even stronger than when he encountered the heavenly demon tens of millions of years ago. Thus he bowed his head. I am willing to do anything. I beg you to spare my life. Ning Su was astonished. Her master was actually this powerful. Even an immortal emperor capable of destroying heaven and earth had knelt. Too strong. Tobiye covered her mouth and smiled. If I could reach this realm in this lifetime, perhaps I would just be dreaming. On the other side, Chang'an was still teaching old Tu Lun a lesson. For you to dare to be so insolent, I reckon it's not simply out of recklessness. Give me a reason to delay killing you. The old man hurriedly replied, Yes, yes, yes. I am willing to reveal all secrets, exchange them for something else, and tell stories about the era of the Hanggu continent. After 5 minutes, it seemed he had recounted something, and Chang'an became extremely annoyed. Hearing this, the old man became frightened. There's more. I still have more. What I am about to say is my biggest secret. I know where the immortals of the immortal realm came from, and where the heavenly demons came from. I also know who the heavenly demon woman that appeared a few days ago is. Her name is Han Si, the holy maiden of the heavenly demons. It is said that she has been leading the demon army to search for someone for tens of millions of years. They are not clear on exactly who it is. On the surface, she occupies domains everywhere, but those are all just the facade of the heavenly demon army. Chang'an threatened. Keep talking. The old man recounted.
At first, when I met her, it was tens of millions of years ago. The immortal venerable above sent me and a few others to investigate a demon lord. I once saw her with my own eyes. In less than half a day, they found their hiding place. Tu Lone said to the brown-haired guy, "You keep watch here. I'll find a secluded spot to transmit the message." Then he continued recounting. But that demon lord was very terrifying even when asleep. My cultivation base at that time was still weak, and I was truly very afraid, so I didn't dare to act rashly. I left Feng Qingyang, who was traveling with me, to keep an eye on things, while I and the others went to transmit the news. But by the time they arrived, the person was no longer there.
Tu Luân Hồi Pháp took out a Dharma treasure to now review the past. I will use the Mirror of Reincarnation to tell you what happened back then. Returning to tens of millions of years ago, Henggu continent. The old man ran over in a panic but couldn't see the two people from earlier. "Qingyang, where is the heavenly demon?" Feng Xiyun could only scratch his head and apologize. "Sorry, I lost track of them. I didn't dare to get too close. When I wasn't paying attention, that heavenly demon took the opportunity to use a spatial art to teleport away." Tu Luân Hồi Pháp acted as if he hadn't heard anything. "What did you say?" He pointed at the forest ahead and speculated. "From the trajectory of the spatial art, we can roughly guess that they are definitely in the gloomy, dense forest ahead." The old man angrily grabbed Feng Xiyun's collar. "Why didn't you stop them? You can't even do a small thing. Do you know how much importance the higher-ups attach to this?" The Divine Envoy Lord did not mind the hardship to go deep into the heavenly demon realm. The Divine Envoy suddenly walked over to stop them. "Let it go." He also recognized her. Divine Envoy Lord. The Divine Envoy was also somewhat wary of Chen Chang'an. If that heavenly demon is really as strong as you said, rashly interrupting would mean the only thing we see right now is a corpse. Your judgment is not wrong. Knowing their position now is enough. Feng Xiyun hurriedly bowed down and confessed. "Many thanks to the Divine Envoy for forgiving me. To be honest, I have never seen such a strong heavenly demon. Just getting close to him made my body tremble uncontrollably. I was suppressed by fear to the point of being unable to move. I really dare not imagine if someone like this actually starts a war, how many people will die." He held his trembling hands tightly, unable to suppress his fear. "We must find him, seal him, no matter what price must be paid." She also revealed the purpose of coming here. Our divine envoys coming out of the mountain this time is precisely because we received the order to subdue that new heavenly demon. Even the master of the divine maiden has also mobilized. Feng Xian was also shocked hearing this. It even alerted that person. Even the divine envoy didn't dare to underestimate the forest ahead. However, although it's easy to find people, this forest in front of us has countless extremely fierce high-level demonic beasts, which will greatly affect the progress of our search. Forcing our way in might not result in any good fruit to eat. The key is that the demonic stage of these beasts is high. They respect the strong, slaughtering and devouring each other all day until a single king emerges. A cultivator below the immortal venerable stage will be torn to pieces by the demonic beasts just by stepping inside. She then mentioned the two girls accompanying him. With the strength of those two girls, rushing in on their own is no different from seeking death.
The divine envoy then left with the others, and that demon lord had no movement at this time, not knowing what plan he had. That demon lord is the strongest existence, surpassing all heavenly demons. But even so, even if it is a dragon's pool or a tiger's den, we must go in and strangle this beast to death. The scene shifted to the inside of the forest. At this time, Chen Chang'an's group was still constantly moving. Han Shi looked at the carnivorous plant on the side and found something unusual and strange. She shuddered slightly, recalling the first time she came here. Previously, these guys were very fierce. Why are they so obedient now? Chang Shi observed the surroundings and then explained. Demonic creatures were born from the desires and evil thoughts of the creator god. Although fierce and warlike, the rules are also very simple. They will instinctively respect the strong and submit to their king. And that king was originally Doshi. The demonic creatures around them were retreating in fear. She guessed it was definitely because of him, and now it must be the person we are supporting. Hearing this, Han Shi opened her eyes wide in surprise. Oh, she then shoved Chen Chang'an into Chang Shi, making her confused. What are you doing? Han Shi suddenly went over and hit the demonic creatures hard. Didn't you guys like to chase? Come on, bite me. You think I'm easy to bully, right? I hold grudges for a long time. Chang Shi, being pressed down by him, hurriedly reached out for help. I can't support him by myself. The struck demonic creature immediately bared its fangs angrily, making her run behind him in fear. Han Shi hid behind and threatened it. I'll kill you now. She sighed in relief watching them run away. Chang Shi angrily knocked Han Shi on the head. Stop messing around. Immediately a lump swelled on her head. So painful. A moment later, Chang Shi supported Chen Chang'an to the side of the stream, panting tiredly. At this time, Han Shi suddenly brought back a type of demonic creature, a low-level demonic creature, butt mushroom, breeds quickly, and if stepped on, it will release a foul smell and a loud noise. She warily looked around and then put them down. Play is play, but at a crucial moment like this, we still have to maintain vigilance.
Han Si walked over to ask about her next plan, what to do now. The people of the Heavenly Demon clan hate you to the bone. Now the people of the Immortal clan are also hunting you down. Your reputation as a divine maiden is worse than a lowly heavenly demon like me. She patted his body and asked, furthermore, we can just run away by ourselves. Why do we still have to bring him along? Isn't this like playing with fire? Chang Si scolded while explaining, stupid, with him here, those immortals will have scruples and won't easily approach, so we will have a chance to breathe. She felt that Chen Chang'an looked very familiar. Moreover, don't you want to know who he really is? He looks exactly like Chen Chang'an. Han Si didn't care and turned her face away.
I don't want to know, as long as it's not that fool tagging along. But she was still quite sure it was him. But I feel it is exactly him. 2 days ago he suddenly seemed a bit different. I found a chance to check his origin. It's very special. Changxi also began to recount. Right now his origin is the same as that time. I can't distinguish whether he is ultimately an immortal or a demon. But one thing is for sure, with the hidden energy contained in his body, if unleashed, it would be enough to destroy heaven and earth. As she examined him, she confirmed one thing. I am sure that no one in the entire immortal realm is currently his match. There are many things about him that we do not know.
Hearing this, she suddenly felt afraid. Then after he wakes up, if not handled well, he will kill us? Changxi casually joked a bit. It's more accurate to say he will kill you. Hansi couldn't accept that. Why only me? She just calmly replied, Do you even need to ask? How did you treat him back then? Those methods weren't gentle, were they? Changxi then pretended to scold. Furthermore, you sought him out to pretend to approach me just to steal my divine artifact. You two are so wicked, it breaks your mother's heart. She angrily argued back, Mother, my ass, you knew and still acted, intentionally playing with us, right? And playing with us for so long. She just smiled lightly. Can't I? It's been a long time since you talked properly with your senior sister, just running east and west all the time, clearly having no real business, yet acting like you're very busy. Hansi puffed her cheeks firmly. I am very busy. The old geezers in the clan all flatter me. Changxi poked her forehead, exposing her. I know you. You're used to being lazy. You can't persist in a small matter for long, and you dislike matters of fighting and killing the most. She smiled, intending to say something. So, suddenly, Changxi seriously warned, Do not participate in what happens next. Changxi pointed at Chen Chang'an. As for Chen Chang'an, he is a special case. He neither has the personality of a demon nor the spirit energy of an immortal. His appearance has shattered everyone's understanding. Furthermore, at that time he clearly could have gone on a killing spree, but he only rescued us and left. Moreover, I also discovered he can communicate with my divine artifact. Hansi was extremely shocked by the information she had just revealed.
Changxi boldly made a guess. He might possibly be from the future. She had accepted him as an ally. Although I don't know what his purpose is, one thing is certain, he is probably not our enemy. She was also amazed by Chang'an's strength. He had that strength early on, so he was playing the pig to eat the tiger. I even teased him before. Changxi then mentioned the current situation. Nowadays, the conflict between the immortal and demon realms had escalated to an irreconcilable level. The two armies were at each other's throats. Once either side got hold of Chang'an, a war would likely break out. She suddenly remembered her master. The fact that Master could accept you as a disciple back then became a shining example of peace between immortals and demons. This peace has not been maintained for long. I cannot let these peaceful days be invaded by the flames of war. Changxi suddenly tightly grasped Anxi's hand. Therefore, we temporarily cannot hand Chang'an over. She panicked, not wanting to take on this responsibility. Are you crazy? What can we do by ourselves? Changxi's eyes were full of determination. I will stop the divine envoy chasing after us first, while you take the sleeping Chang'an to find a hidden place to hide. Once the danger is past, I will contact you to come out. I will go back to find Master to explain the situation here clearly. Master will definitely help us. Hanshi also gritted her teeth and agreed. Is protecting the sentient beings of the world that important? I got it. Right after that, a green light emitted from the forest. The people following the divine envoy were immediately attracted. It's a teleportation array technique. There's movement over there. She had already opened the teleportation gate at this time. Then remember to report your safety to me. Changxi agreed immediately. All right. She watched the backs of the two leaving. The people pursuing them had also arrived at this place. Found them. Tu Luan also arrived just in time. Divine Maiden Changxi, you actually let the Demon Lord escape. By now, she had also managed to leave the place. Changxi channeled her power, ready to fight. Divine Artifact, help me one more time. The old man and the Divine Envoy were rushing over in a great panic. She just activated a skill that made everyone immobile, stalling time. Changxi had to speak up. Please forgive me, Divine Envoy. Spring Divine Maiden Changxi is blocking here, only hoping that the Divine Envoy will let me meet my master, Divine Envoy Zhengde. Suddenly, the space around her cracked open. Zhengde looked at Changxi with extreme disappointment. Changxi, you have disappointed your master too much. She looked surprised. Master? Her appearance had shattered her seal.
Changxi was terrified and could only stand still, listening to Dezheng's reprimand. As your master, I trusted you and bestowed upon you a divine artifact to guard the heavenly demon Doshi. But what have you done? The seal had long been cracked, leaving the heavenly demon to harm all living beings. Things have reached this point and you still show no repentance, even siding with the heavenly demon. She angrily ordered her to be taken back, brought to be suppressed in the sealed land, to be dealt with personally. Changxi hastily knelt down, begging to explain. Your disciple is willing to accept punishment, but there are other hidden circumstances as to why Doshi broke out of the seal. I beg you, Master, to give me a chance to explain. Dezheng did not want to speak here. We will talk when we get back. I will make my own decision. She continued to give orders to the divine envoys. I will take Changxi away first. The rest of you continue to track the newly emerged demon lord. You must find and seal them before they reach the heavenly demon clan. They immediately accepted the order. Understood. She discussed further plans with her subordinates. The heavenly demon is still in the dense forest. First, spread out and confirm the position of the heavenly demon. After that, wait for everyone to gather and seal him. The divine envoy ordered everyone to quickly search and spread out.
Sometime later in the forest, Funky Yoon was a bit doubtful. Do you feel that we can truly seal that guy smoothly? Tu Luan replied, calmly reassuring him not to worry. He still believed in their side's strength. After all, so many divine envoys had come, and they were the ones closest to gods in the immortal realm, all at the domain lord level. If they couldn't handle it either, then unless a god from the god realm personally descended, no one could bind that heavenly demon. Meanwhile, a teleportation gate suddenly appeared in midair. Hanshi fell out from inside, not understanding what was going on. Before she could regain her senses, she and Chen Chang'an both fell into a ravine. What the hell was this place? The two fell right in front of a demonic creature, startling it. In just a moment, the divine envoy sensed the position of the teleportation gate. She quickly pointed out the direction. It was over there. Han Shi was currently being completely pressed down by him. Her waist was about to break from the impact. Until when was this guy going to sleep? She quickly helped Chen Chang'an up. Carrying this guy, she fundamentally couldn't run fast.
Han Si pulled him to lean against an ancient tree. The teleportation distance was getting shorter and shorter. In trying to escape the pursuit, the deviation in positioning was also getting larger and larger. If this continued, no one would be able to get out. She suddenly had an idea. How about Han Si directly pushed Chen Chang'an to the demonic creature, giving him to it? She left him sitting on the stone platform and waved her hand as she walked away. This is much easier, sorry. Their target is you. I am just a passerby who doesn't want to suffer this kind of hardship, so I'll have to wrong you. Han Si opened the teleportation gate and waved goodbye. Bye-bye, I won't do things that take effort but yield no reward. The divine envoys were still rushing over at top speed.
The demonic creature obediently and patiently sat there with Chen Chang'an. She arrived, hid behind a tree, and waved her hand to signal a stop. The divine envoy immediately noticed him sitting there. Found him, he's over there. She also noticed it sitting nearby. There was also a demon beast there. Not only did he suppress the demon beast, but he also made it his servant. The divine envoy found it very difficult to make a choice in her heart. Why are his eyes closed, showing no fear like this? Could it be an ambush already set up, waiting for us to take the bait? Should we attack now or wait until enough people have gathered? She was suddenly attracted by something. The divine envoy suddenly discovered a terrifying aura that Chen Chang'an was emitting. Gasp! This aura is too terrifying. She was also frightened by the aura he emitted. He knows we are here. Is he intentionally pretending not to notice us? No way. The divine envoy finally made a decision. We cannot get any closer. With the manpower at hand, if we force an attack, we might get ourselves dragged into it. We have confirmed the heavenly demon's location. Let's gather first. She immediately ordered, retreat. The demonic creature at this time was still happily admiring Chen Chang'an. It suddenly turned its head around. She suddenly returned from the teleportation gate. Forget it. I will show great mercy and find a slightly safer place for you. The demonic creature was extremely panicked. Why did you come back? Han Si still supported him away to its regret. I really didn't mean to leave you behind. Do you understand? I have tried my best to take you this far away. On this side, her group had fully gathered. We found the demon lord. The divine envoy analyzed the current situation. Although we don't see him moving, I can be sure he is definitely waiting for a hare to crash into a tree. He definitely has discovered us. I have seen through his act. It's just that our current situation is very passive. She continued to issue a new command. The enemy is in the dark and we are in the light. Wait for all the divine envoys to gather. We will come back to kill him later.
Han Shi had just supported Chen Chang'an out of the teleportation gate. She left him by the cliff and departed. This location was hidden enough that no one would discover him. Han Shi was also unwilling to leave Chen Chang'an behind. Senior sister said you were very important, but right now I don't have the ability to take you out. I also can't just let myself be caught by those damn perverted divine envoys. When that time comes, what awaits me will only be cruel torture. At the same time, Feng Chi Yun was extremely anxious. Lord Divine Envoy, waiting here is not a solution. What if that demon lord escapes during this time? Furthermore, this might just be a blindfold technique. The Divine Envoy maintained her composure and replied, Little brother, you are too naive. You are not as familiar with the nature of the heavenly demon as we are. Her hands trembled continuously as she recalled. They commit many evil deeds, are sinister, cunning, and moreover excel at ambushing. Once a suitable opportunity arises, they will be like venomous snakes biting deeply into your body. Tu Lan replied, also understanding somewhat. So that's how it is. Does that mean the moment we entered, we had already fallen into the trap set by that demon lord? Another person among them also spoke up. They definitely wouldn't pass up such a good opportunity. The Divine Envoy cursed as she thought of him. Exactly, and the fact that he didn't attack us directly means he must have some misgivings, intending to probe how many of us there are. A despicable and lowly wretch. Wait until the 3 Divine Envoys of the second group arrive. At that time, we will fight our way back together. She looked up and suddenly saw someone sitting on the cliff. The Divine Envoy was so terrified she couldn't speak. Him? She couldn't understand why Chen Chang'an was here. When did he arrive? Or to say, had he been there observing them all along? Not good, our plan has been exposed. The Divine Envoy shouted an order to everyone. Run! The old man was equally terrified upon seeing him. Why is he everywhere? Are we surrounded? As she fled, she couldn't help but grit her teeth in anger. You beast, actually treating us like monkeys to mock us. He suddenly noticed something else chasing after them. Something is chasing us here. A person in the team immediately channeled their power. It's indeed an ambush. Fortunately, Grandma discovered it early. That demon lord intended to use these beasts to wear us down first. He shot a bolt of lightning straight at the demonic creature. I won't let you succeed. Observing this, she opened her mouth in astonishment. Damn it, if I hadn't heard it with my own ears, I wouldn't have believed it even if I were beaten to death. And she was still in shock at the scene before her.
To think that these high and mighty divine envoys would be so disheveled in front of Chen Chang'an. They actually mistook Chen Chang'an sleeping as setting a trap for them. A moment later, Chen Chang'an suddenly disappeared from the cliff.
She suddenly pounded hard on his back. It turned out that Han Shi was casting a spell on Chen Chang'an. I don't know if this will work or not, let's just try. A small hole appeared on his back, sucking her in. Immediately after, Han Shi was completely sucked into Chen Chang'an's body. He suddenly opened his eyes and woke up. Currently, the one controlling this body was her. It's a success, it succeeded. Han Shi stood up, looking down at the forest below. Next is, the divine envoys were both fleeing and anxious. This is bad, those two brats got separated from us. Let it go, prioritize ensuring the lives of us divine envoys first. Right, the lives of us divine envoys are noble. This time we were completely led by the enemy. Wait until we have enough people, we will definitely get our face back. She suddenly spotted a familiar figure in front of her.
The divine envoy didn't know that this was actually her. He had appeared. The two people behind her angrily wanted to attack. He basically has no intention of fighting us, just treating us like caged birds to play with. Grandma, let's make a move. The divine envoy immediately stopped them. Idiots, if we make a move now, there is only one path to death. We must use all our strength to leave. She gritted her teeth and blamed herself. Too careless. We shouldn't have split up in the first place. Now, no matter where we are, we can be found by him. Undeniably, we are truly surrounded by him. The divine envoy had no choice but to run away quickly. For now, they needed to escape first and talk later. She and the other two kept fleeing, not daring to stop. In a moment, they found the exit. I see the exit. The group of divine envoys left the forest, extremely happy. Finally out. On this side, Han Si just stood still and didn't chase after them. She suddenly laughed mockingly. Fools. A bunch of idiots. Han Si looked back at Chen Changwan's body and couldn't help but sigh. Chen Changwan. Oh, Chen Changwan. I didn't expect it to be this smooth. Even in a coma, you can scare the opponent into peeing their pants. You are truly amazing. I, Han Si, on the other hand, picked up a huge bargain, entering your body, controlling you to scare them, and successfully saving myself. Indeed, I can feel an endless surging power inside this body. The only difference is, she suddenly curled up shyly, there is an extra dangling thing. It rubs against me. Suddenly, a group of people from the second team chased after her. Demon Lord, we found you. Prepare to die. Han Si hurriedly reached out her hand to shoo them away. Oh no, it's the divine envoys of the second team. I completely forgot about them. Wait a minute. Don't come over here. The divine envoy with the seal on his forehead still didn't stop. Wait for what? We must snatch this credit right in front of the old lady. Those divine envoys wanted to kill him. Suddenly, she unleashed a massive beam of power directly at the two people rushing toward her. It pierced through rows of trees inside the forest before coming to a stop. Han Si also peeked through her eyes to look. Seeing the destructive power, she couldn't believe it either. This is too exaggerated. The divine envoy sat there, still unable to compose himself, as just a single strike had killed Old Li and Old Chen of the Domain Lord level. He looked over at Han Si. Never before had such a powerful monster appeared, and he feared that only someone of divine envoy De Zheng's level could fight against her. The divine envoy suddenly shouted, "Everyone forgive me for being unable to roam the world with you anymore. I must stay here and use my body to probe the opponent's true strength, making the final sacrifice for our great cause." She also noticed him at this moment. The divine envoy had completely transformed into a demonic creature, declaring that no matter what he would make her lose a layer of skin. He quickly rushed forward to attack, saying, "Your shoelaces are untied. Quickly look down. Are there no openings?" Han Si also swung her fists and ran over. The divine envoy was smashed to pieces in an instant, shamming, "Damn, Demon Lord, can't you just let me land one punch, you bastard?" He was defeated too easily and was unwilling to accept it. The scene shifts to inside a certain canyon. Several butt-mushroom demonic creatures had been hidden all along the road. In a nearby house, someone was continuously coughing violently. That person was severely injured to the point of coughing up blood. It turned out she was suffering from the backlash of a magic spell. Han Si still struggled to stand up, not expecting the side effects to be this heavy, but she couldn't hold on for long and collapsed. Fortunately, Han Si managed to fall onto the bed. She just hugged Chen Chang'an and fell asleep as the moon rose high. Now Han Si's clothes were thrown messily on the bed. She also groggily woke up. Han Si suddenly realized she was sitting on top of him.
Han Shi shyly covered her face in haste, dying of embarrassment. She doubtfully touched Chen Chang'an's body. Did she sleep with him? It must be because she had repressed it for too long, accidentally releasing it on him while unconscious. Han Shi still didn't know what to decide. What should she do now? After a moment, she also accepted letting herself go. Senior sister told me to protect him, but because uniting with him actually allowed my injuries to recover, and my cultivation base also started showing signs of breaking through. Let's just consider it as healing myself. Continuing for another time wouldn't be too much, right? After all, if my condition is bad, I wouldn't be able to protect him, isn't that right? The two of them, just like that, had a passionate night. At the same time in this woman kingdom, someone had just reported, Divine Maiden Changxi has been escorted back by the Divine Envoy. This was the kingdom lord of this woman kingdom, Kui Tuo, and he was feeling very annoyed.
This divine maiden must have messed around with her male favorites for too long during normal times, leading to the divine power of the array being emptied, which caused that demon lord to make his appearance. High Immortal, you all must definitely punish her. CG calmly informed him of some news. How she will be dealt with will be decided by Divine Envoy Zhengde. She is famous for being fair and strict, and has never failed in handling matters like this. We just need to wait for the order to be passed down and execute it. He worried that there would be a war soon, and that escaped demon lord was the crux right now. Once he returned to the demon realm, war would very likely break out again. CG gave a few instructions before leaving. Your mortal realm should also prepare in advance. We are returning to assemble the immortal families and prepare for battle. A subordinate of Kuei Tuo was over to report. Kingdom Lord, the heavenly demons have secretly prepared for battle for many years, just waiting for the demon lord to lead them to fight their way back.
He turned around in anger and scolded, "You fools! I told you to steal the divine power, and you cracked the array. Didn't I warn you repeatedly? Now that there's such a big hole, do you want to die?" Kuei Tuo ordered his subordinates, "Quickly think of a way for me. If that immortal investigates thoroughly, we are all doomed." The fat guy in the crowd immediately proposed a plan. "Kingdom Lord, have you forgotten? We gave that divine maiden so many male servants to keep her happy. Wasn't it for today? We just need to firmly assert that the divine maiden was immersed in male beauty, affected by the 7 emotions and 6 desires, and missed the best timing to seal, which led to the demon lord's birth. Moreover, once the war between immortals and demons breaks out, she will be a war criminal and will immediately become everyone's target of attack. At that time, naturally the commoners and immortals will execute her, and we can escape from it." He felt extremely refreshed after hearing this. It's still my beloved minister who reminded me. This was indeed our plan from the very beginning. Let the immortals and demons fight. Only then can mortals like us gain countless benefits from it. On this side, Dezeng recounted the events that happened when she was absent. I understand the situation. Dezeng was still angry and handed down the punishment for Changxi. You, if judged for your crimes, deserve to die. Imprisoning you in the lightning prison and suffering an additional 1,000 years of bone-burning fire is already a light punishment. She sadly listened as she continued. I have repeatedly warned you, sealing the demon lord is no small matter. It will affect the 3 realms and all living beings. In the current situation, even I will find it very difficult to save you. Dezeng suddenly turned around. You. It turned out she just knocked Changxi on the head and pinched her cheek. You should have found your master sooner, she cried out in pain. Ouch!
Changxi immediately argued back. "You travel through myriad realms, where am I supposed to find you?" Dezeng angrily reminded her. "Don't you have my voice transmission tube?" She continued to retort. "I only see you once every few hundred years. Every time you tell me, but every time I turn around I forget." Changxi suddenly became suspicious. "I also suspect if you have a man on the outside. You are even too lazy to manage us," she smugly replied. "With your master's beauty, what stinky man could be worthy? Besides, falling in love only disrupts the Tao heart." She could only chime in. Yes, no stinky man in the world can catch the eye of my beautiful master." Dezeng was still a bit angry. "Why do you talk so weirdly, you brat?" Changxi suddenly fell silent and thought for a moment. She decided to speak her mind. "Master, it's been too long since we met. I miss you very much." She emotionally hugged Changxi. "Missing me is useless. This matter of yours is not easy for your master to handle." She conveniently scolded. "You straight girl." Dezeng also scolded back. "You Dan girl." The two of them continued to chat for a while. A moment later, she was extremely shocked by Doshi's skeleton. "This is Doshi. He was actually killed. Who exactly did this?" Dezeng also started to feel afraid in her heart. Doshi's source of life came from the fear and malice of the world. Immortals could not completely kill him. Even the Heavenly God clan could not do it. Changxi also reported Chen Chang'an's identity as Han Si's male favorite. By killing him, Chen Chang'an had surpassed Doshi to become the strongest heavenly demon currently, and for now he was being taken care of by Han Si. Hearing this, she was somewhat surprised. A male favorite? She recounted Chen Chang'an's merits, news of which would quickly spread. Now they just needed to ensure Chen Chang'an was not found by the heavenly demons. With the current strategy of the heavenly demon army, they will not recklessly launch a war. "Master, I have interacted with Chen Chang'an. He is not a bad person. He even protected us." Dezeng panicked a little upon hearing Changxi's speculation. Not belonging to this space and time and doing things outside his duty? If it's him, perhaps he can stop the great immortal demon war. She gave her a new task. "It's hard enough for you to protect yourself, yet you still think about big things. Idiot. No matter what, this is also an opportunity to make up for your mistakes. While the heavenly demon army has not yet found Chen Chang'an, you and Han Si bring him back for me to take over, and your punishment will also be lightened." Dezeng made the choice for him herself. He either becomes one of ours or we seal him forever.
Chen Chang'an was still unconscious on this side. After Han Si finished her deed, she left satisfied. "Thank you for the hospitality. Don't run around. I will return immediately after finishing my business." Then she opened a teleportation gate and descended into the heavenly demon territory. Han Si landed, feeling very refreshed, and her body felt much lighter. Doing that kind of thing with him actually allowed her cultivation base to break through to the Demon King realm. Could he have a cultivation furnace physique? In front of her were the heavenly demons, the tribe of the Zhao Zhang clan. Han Si approached and heard cheers. The duel tonight was extremely lively. The audience inside was constantly shouting. Tonight, all heavenly demons from the Demon Emperor realm and above in the clan had to participate in this tournament. It was said that even the 4 great heavenly kings had come. A grand banquet like this was to be dedicated to the demon lord who was about to return. Aluke stood up high and shouted loudly. 2 pieces of good news. The first news, up until now we have been suppressed by the immortals, but now our demon lord has emerged. We no longer need to bow our heads. The era that belongs to us is coming. This was the patriarch of the Zhao Zheng clan. He mentioned Feng Qiyun, who was being beaten in the arena. This immortal was caught by us during a patrol. He was abandoned by his teammates, and he will be left for us to slaughter. The audience kept cheering. Kill him, skin him, stew his bones and internal organs for soup. Aluke continued to announce. The second piece of good news. The winner of this tournament will get the right to mate with my niece, Han Si. The audience immediately became excited. She is the most beautiful woman among the heavenly demons. I even dream of something happening with her. Hey, Aluke, there is only one winner. What do you tell us to do? Han Si was extremely shocked when she returned to the gate and heard what the old man said. I am her eldest uncle. Of course I can arrange this matter. Those in the top 5 will all have a chance.
Han Si refused to accept it, running quickly to the arena. She stood in the middle of the arena, firmly rejecting. I do not agree. This is an utterly ridiculous competition. What does your revelry have to do with me? Eldest uncle, how can you treat me like this? Aluke looked down indifferently. You're here. He brazenly replied. The dying wish of your dead father was to entrust you to me, so I naturally have the right to discipline you. Besides, we once gave you the mission to seize the divine artifact, but you failed to complete it, delaying our grand plan. Failing to get the divine artifact is a failure, and a failed heavenly demon has no value worth mentioning. Aluke referred to the frantic heavenly demons behind him. Fortunately, your looks are not bad, so it hasn't reached the point of execution. Eldest uncle wants to help you. Isn't giving you a chance to satisfy everyone now considered saving yourself? Right now, everyone's morale is burning, thirsty for battle. This state is exactly what our heavenly demons need to maintain the most at this moment. We need to cultivate stronger warriors. You are indispensable. Giving birth to a few brats with special abilities for our clan is also considered contributing to the clan, isn't it? Anshi furiously shouted right at his face. Contribute my ass. Why don't you give your own partner to them to gang up on? Aluke was instantly speechless. You, Heavenly King Li John, urged the match to start. All right, her opinion is not important. Just do whatever needs to be done. Shueisha on the side looked bored. Just fight, unbored to death. The audience became even more excited. Heavenly King Shueisha and Heavenly King Li John have spoken. 2 of the 4 Heavenly Kings have spoken. The pre-war revelry is mandatory. Hurry up and start. He also began the opening. I declare. She resentfully clenched her fists. Don't even think about controlling my destiny. I will definitely show you.
The audience immediately sneered, saying she wanted to stop all of this. They endlessly mocked Han Shi. What could a mere demon king realm do? Pleasing men, on the other hand, she could do. They guessed she was too panicked and started talking nonsense to comfort herself. The heavenly demons in the arena also competed to laugh at her. Yefeng mocked. Your strength is nothing much, but you're quite good at bragging. If you could do it, would you lose face like this? Poor little girl, you can't even perceive yourself clearly anymore, starting to think like an animal? She didn't care in turn to walk away. They still endlessly mocked. Are you leaving? After all, you are just a little girl. Bragging is nothing. We are actually looking forward to the romantic affairs after the tournament ends. Aluke raised his staff high and announced, the tournament begins.
Pang Qiyun was immediately punched hard in the stomach by a heavenly demon. That guy transformed his arm into a blade and raised it high. He helplessly gritted his teeth and endured it, thinking it was over. The audience suddenly noticed a beam of light in the sky. Destroy him, immortals all deserve to die. That beam of light shone down, shooting straight at the heavenly demon who was about to strike. The audience still didn't understand what had just happened. A bolt of lightning, what was going on? Pang Qiyun immediately recognized that silhouette as Chen Chang'an. Han Shi controlled his body to turn back in time to rescue him, even though the side effects later would be huge. She would have to roll around in bed with Chen Chang'an many times to recover, but there was no way she could swallow this anger. She snorted coldly and took a deep breath. Han Shi, speaking on behalf of Chen Chang'an, shouted loudly, Han Shi is my woman. Whoever is not afraid of death, come at me. Watching this, the old man was extremely panicked. Blood-slaying Heavenly King and tearful Battle Heavenly King were equally surprised. The heavenly demons in the arena also had their faces darkened, having never seen this heavenly demon before. Not believing it, they immediately flew over to attack. Where did this insignificant brat come from? She looked at them with eyes full of contempt. In an instant, Han Shi easily finished off the 3 who had just charged at her. The audience outside was sweating profusely. What? Those were 3 heavenly emperor-level heavenly demons, just in the blink of an eye. She continued to point her finger up at the position of the 4 heavenly kings. Yefeng also realized that Han Shi was pointing at him. Oh, a murderous aura rose from her as she ordered, "Get down here, I want to kill you." The audience continued to mock. What an idiot, he is dead for sure. Does he think that taking down 3 demon emperors means he can challenge a heavenly king? It really makes people laugh their teeth off. He didn't hesitate to jump down to fight. Someone seeking death won't be given a chance to beg.
The one-eyed Heavenly King asked about Chen Chang'an's background, that Yafeng has a new toy to play with now. Do you know that Heavenly Demon who doesn't know life from death? Aluke smiled and replied, it is possible he is a vagabond, otherwise he couldn't possibly not know our status. Yafeng gathered power in the palm of his hand. Someone I have never met. Before he could finish speaking, his face was grabbed by Han Shi. Let me show you what a true disparity is. The old man was extremely shocked by what had just happened. She didn't hesitate to forcefully smash Yafeng into the ground. Aluke looked at the arena in disbelief. What? The crowd of Heavenly Demons in the stands also gasped in astonishment, finishing off a Heavenly King with just one move.
A terrifying explosion had just occurred right in the arena. A surge of black energy emanated all the way to Aluke's location. Heavenly King Li Zhan also began to feel somewhat wary. Heavenly King Shui Sha couldn't believe his eyes. Hey, that kid, this isn't good. To think he could actually make a Heavenly King suffer a loss. This hasn't happened in 1,000 years. Yafeng was pinned to the ground by her, crying out in pain. He looked at Han Si with immense hatred. You're dead for sure. I will definitely skin you alive. She still refused to stop. How does it feel for a high and mighty Heavenly King to be grabbed by the head and beaten by someone else, may I ask, Sir Heavenly King? After a while, Han Si finally let go. Now, do you feel that my perception is clear? The other Heavenly Kings couldn't hold back either and simultaneously rushed down. She also felt their aura approaching. They're here. Han Si was now surrounded by the 4 Heavenly Kings. This wouldn't be easy to handle this time. He suddenly brushed off the one-eyed Heavenly King's hand and withdrew his hand. Yafeng, furious and refusing to accept defeat, said, you sneak attacked while this king hadn't finished speaking. Otherwise, did a fly like you really think you could succeed? The guy behind her also spoke up. If you're going to brag, save it for after the matter is settled. The authority and status of the 4 kings cannot be touched. A situation like this is no longer just your business alone. Han Si annoyedly glanced behind her. The one-eyed Heavenly King also chimed in. You fly. You've lost your last chance to fly out. She excitedly showed off her achievement. With our 4 kings joining forces, even that divine envoy Sangde would have to be wary by 3 parts, let alone a little heavenly demon like you. The crowd of heavenly demons in the stands was equally excited. The 4 heavenly kings have joined forces. This guy is doomed. This time, no matter where he comes from, he is definitely dead. He didn't drag things out any longer and immediately cast a magic spell. What a waste of breath. Let's act together and crush him to death.
Yafeng had just unleashed the condensing poison chamber technique, shooting thousands of needles falling on her head. Han Shi ran while feeling anxious. Oh no, I was too impulsive. Even though venting just now felt great, it is certain now that my little bit of body possession skill cannot unleash the full strength of this body. Moreover, the side effects of body possession have already appeared. This body possession will further consume the Dharma power I comprehended regarding space laws. The more power I use, the greater the consumption. She also recalled her own abilities. Among the 7 great immortal destiny laws, space laws were something very few people could comprehend. I have had a very strong resonance with space laws since birth, and I am also proficient in the spirit channeling magic. To be blunt, I am a genius in this aspect. Combining the two, I can use space arts to directly invade another person's body. It's just that this method is not easy to show in front of others. After all, it's self-created. Using it a little is fine, but using it too much will harm the body, and forcing it will cause one to turn into ashes. Suddenly, 2 tree branches grew out to block Han Shi's path. It turned out that he had just unleashed a technique. The more you run, the more excited I get. She had no choice but to use her hands to chop them all off. The side effects were becoming more and more intense. Perhaps I should use less of Chen Chang'an's techniques. My combat experience is limited and cannot compare to the 4 kings. Since I have already disrupted the tournament, I just need to find a chance to slip away. At the same time, the horn on Heavenly King Sheksha's head had gathered enough lightning. She suddenly appeared in front of Han Shi. You seemed to use lightning just now. Now try mine. Seeing this, she didn't even have time to react, and Chen Chang'an's body had to endure an extremely powerful bolt of lightning.
Heavenly King Sui Sha smiled with satisfaction at this move. Han Si felt increasingly anxious. This is bad. The coordination of the 4 Heavenly Kings could completely put a Divine Domain Realm expert in a difficult situation. Moreover, she still couldn't unleash Chen Chang'an's peak strength. She gritted her teeth, not having a comprehensive plan yet. She played a bit too big, and now the body was starting to give out. Continuing like this would expose her, and if not handled well, they would ruin the body. Seeing this, the audience pointed and laughed. Having the guts to spout nonsense to the Heavenly Kings, this is your end. For this brat to be killed by the 4 Heavenly Kings is already an extreme honor. At the same time, Heavenly King Li Zhan flew over from behind. A wild heavenly demon with no respect, what use is there in keeping you? He truly wanted to finish Han Si off with one move. I was just waiting for you to weaken to take your life. Leave the final strike to me. She turned around but couldn't react in time. It was over. Suddenly, a hand directly confronted Heavenly King Li Zhan. His body automatically engaged in battle with him. Han Si still didn't understand what was happening. No, I didn't do it. The body moved on its own. Could it be? She suddenly felt suspicious. Did Chen Chang'an return? Heavenly King Li Zhan's arm was abruptly ripped off. He screamed miserably in extreme pain. The people nearby were also extremely shocked. No one understood what had just happened. What's going on? The heavenly demons still couldn't believe their eyes. Wasn't he just failing a moment ago? He
He broke a heavenly king's arm. Am I dreaming? Feng Qiyun was sitting in a corner observing at this time. He immediately recognized this terrifying aura. It really is him, this aura. It absolutely cannot be wrong. This is troublesome. I must quickly escape from here. She gritted her teeth in suspicion. What's going on? Could he be intentionally hiding his strength? The one-eyed heavenly king reminded. The aura on his body suddenly changed. Handle this carefully. Han Si urged Chen Chang'an. Let's use this chance to run quickly. I've consumed too much origin energy now, plus the corrosion has started, so we can't let the side effects continue to increase.
I'm starting to wear down, so I cannot let the side effects continue to increase. He didn't bother to listen and stood motionless on the spot. She suddenly realized Chan Chang'an's intention. Wait, could it be you? The heavenly kings all charged forward at the same time, attacked together. The audience immediately screamed wildly. The 4 kings had sacrificed their killer moves together. Won't escape this time. Die, die, die! Chan Chang'an just coldly opened his eyes, and in a flash he killed all the 4 heavenly kings. After being hit, they were still dazed and didn't understand why. How could this be possible? Aluka could only stand there watching. This matter. The heavenly demons were even more shocked. What? Han Shi suddenly felt extreme pleasure, her soul thinning. What you are consuming is my origin energy. I won't be able to hold on soon. Chan Chang'an suddenly continued to channel power into his arm. She also knew that something bad was about to happen. This posture. Wait! Han Shi was terrified by the explosion that had just occurred. Do you want to exterminate the entire heavenly demon clan? That explosion had wiped out a massive number of heavenly demons within range, and it still showed no signs of stopping. But at this moment, she was feeling very blissful. Inside the forest, Kong Ming's group was rushing back. A heavenly demon was also amazed by the investigated news. The information gathered this time was not small. Unexpectedly, the demon lord was killed by an unknown heavenly demon. He wanted to quickly report to the 4 heavenly kings. Currently, we are leaderless. We must quickly report this matter to the heavenly kings. Leaving the forest, Kong Ming was still hesitating whether to establish that unknown heavenly demon as the new demon lord. Standing by the cliff, he looked at the scene before him in astonishment. Kong Ming couldn't believe that the heavenly demon clan was now nothing but a pile of ruins. What happened? Wasn't there a celebration banquet? Why did it turn out like this? Aluka now only had his last dying breath. He also couldn't believe that Chan Chang'an really existed. To think there was such a powerful heavenly demon in this world, leveling this place with a snap of his fingers. Aluka painfully watched almost all his fellow clansmen die. Over 80% of the experts of our demon race have been reduced to ashes. The heavenly demon clan, holding on by a thread. At the same time, someone was running for their life. Feng Qiyun luckily escaped from that place in time. Fortunately, I managed to escape a step ahead. I must quickly pass on what happened here to the Immortal Clan.
On the other hand, when the moon rose high once again, inside Han Shi's house, she suddenly gasped for air. Han Shi quickly took off her clothes and climbed into bed. She proceeded to sit on top of Chen Chang'an. Empty, her body felt hollowed out, forced to. Han Shi gradually fell into a state where she couldn't keep her sanity. She tremblingly reached her hand forward. He still showed no signs of waking up. Han Shi gritted her teeth and began the healing process. She tightly closed her eyes, trying to endure. Han Shi's tail kept wagging incessantly. She suddenly gave Chen Chang'an a sweet kiss. Han Shi kissed Chen Chang'an's lips even harder. She suddenly grabbed his hand. Han Shi was currently completely letting loose. Just a little more, it's just a small matter for you. Who told you to be so promiscuous with me just now? The two of them continued a passionate night like that. Fast forward to the next day, the final day before Chen Chang'an transmigrated to the ancient desolate continent, at the Immortal Palace in the Immortal Realm. People's voices continuously denied it. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could this kind of thing happen? The people there were discussing lively. These absurd words are exactly the demon clan's scheme to bewitch us. This matter is indeed too absurd. We should still wait for the results of the second investigation. At that same time, someone ran over to report the news that the investigation team had returned. A soldier knelt and reported. Reporting to the High Immortal, regarding the anomaly that the guards discovered this morning, the matter of the Heavenly Demon Clan being nearly exterminated is accurate.
CG heard this and was so shocked he broke into a cold sweat. The 2 High Immortals beside him also couldn't believe it. Are you saying the Heavenly Demon Clan was wiped out by a single person? Further investigation. Such an unheard-of event would definitely shake the entire Hanggu continent, so they must investigate a step further immediately. CG thought of Chen Chang'an again, wondering if that new Demon Lord was also on the list of these unlucky ones. However, with what the Heavenly Demon Clan had gone through this time, the Great War could no longer happen. This person, on the contrary, had done us a huge favor. Such a heaven-defying person must definitely stand on our side for us to be at ease. Absolutely. A teleportation gate at the Fengshan Terrace just opened. The rules of the Divine Tao, all living beings kneel, the Divine Domain opens, the Heavenly God descends. Dejung knelt down to pay respects to the newcomers. Suddenly, 2 people were plotting to seek personal gain. He is the second young master of the Long family, one of the 3 great families among the heavenly gods. If one could curry favor with him, then there would be hope to advance one's divine status. The one who just arrived is Long Men of the Heavenly God clan, the Dragon clan.
The accompanying immortal guard immediately took action against the 2 who had just schemed. How bold, lowly servants, daring to harbor intentions against the master. They screamed in agony as black blood sprayed from their eyes, noses, mouths, and ears. He continued to point at her. You, as the divine envoy serving the heavenly god, demonstrate to them what the rules are. Dejang quickly received the order. Yes, all the high immortals knelt down and kowtowed. She asked the purpose of their visit. True God above, please tell us what your orders are. The Dragon clan also spoke up to explain. This time my seat is here to prepare the warriors needed for the Star Domain tournament. This person must have the title of the strongest warrior on the continent. Furthermore, the tournament requires rich achievements from participating in large-scale wars and making great military contributions. The people there were enduring extremely strong oppressive aura. The oppressive aura is too strong. A single divine edict actually has such power. My cultivation base is rapidly dropping. He set a clear time limit. I give you 1 day to find this person. Dejang trembled as she received the order. Yes. She presumptuously asked another question. This subordinate asks, why must they participate in a war? If it is just the strongest warrior, I could otherwise find one. It is just that this war. The Dragon clan calmly asked back, don't you feel that a warrior with the title of war hero participating in the Heaven's Pride Star Domain tournament is very glorious? Other people's warriors all have titles like World Destroyer or Rakshasa. How can my warrior be inferior? Dejang honestly reported the situation. Heavenly God, please forgive my sins. According to the news just transmitted, the Heavenly Demon clan has almost been wiped out. Over 80% of their powerhouses are already dead. I am afraid the war can no longer be fought. Just 1 sentence from him terrified her. How can there be no war? The Dragon clan smiled threateningly. If even this little interest cannot satisfy me, is it necessary to keep your Hengu continent? Using a divine artifact to resurrect them would do, wouldn't it? The Dragon clan mentioned a secret puppet. Could it be that you forgot? It was exactly because we worried about unexpected accidents that we left behind a puppet. Changxi was currently running quickly through the forest. She was very excited to go to Hansi's place. That little girl Hansi is usually very stubborn and mischievous. I don't know if she is taking good care of Chen Chang'an or not. Since things have reached this point, I just need to bring Chen Chang'an back. Changxi directly jumped down the cliff, explaining to her master, all these matters will develop in a good direction.
The scene shifts to her house. Han Shi had just woken up at this moment. Unexpectedly, they had rolled around until dawn. She happily looked at herself. She originally thought that being able to replenish her depleted origin energy was not bad, but unexpectedly, even her cultivation base had increased significantly. Han Shi went over to tease him, not expecting that this bastard was so formidable, tormenting her for a whole night. She currently didn't know what to do. However, what would be the best thing to do next? Han Shi also poured her heart out to Chang Chang'an, saying that the Heavenly Demon clan had been 70 to 80% destroyed by him. Where would her place be from now on? Even though they never valued her and still used her as a pawn in their plans, just because she was sent to the immortal realm as a hostage when she was young, ignoring her life and death. She was a little sad mentioning this, speaking like that. Han Shi angrily recalled the past injustices. At the age of 9, they told her to steal the Heavenly God clan's secret art and then frame her master, almost getting her executed. At 10 years old, they even told her to sow internal discord between the Hmong and Z clans. That time, if she had run a bit slower, she would have been killed. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. There was not a single good thing. She put on a nonchalant look again, saying now that they are all dead, she is also relieved. Han Shi lay on him again, looking at him, saying now she has nothing holding her back. How about they elope privately, just him and her, going anywhere is fine. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door outside. Shang-Chi was outside, hurriedly urging, "Junior sister, I have a matter to see you about. Quickly open the door." The knocking grew even stronger, leaving her temporarily flustered, not knowing what to do.
The heavenly god, along with several of his lackeys trailing behind him, stood before the Phoenix God platform. He spoke brazenly, as if it were a common matter. If the divine artifact chose Changxi at that time, it was already destined that she would be a plaything of the heavenly god, a puppet to keep the war going endlessly. He counted on his fingers, calculating. I remember that divine artifact has 3 stages. 1 resurrection has a 5-second limit. 2 times will gradually accumulate. This feels too complicated. He yelled, calculations are so annoying. In short, although he was hailed by humanity as a heavenly god, he was no different from a demon. He laughed maniacally, stretching out all 10 fingers, and uttered cruel words. Find her, kill her. Killing her tens of thousands of times will surely activate the space-time reversal in the 3rd stage. Divine Envoy Zheng De looked at the frenzy in panic, her eyes bewildered, not knowing how to react. Her face darkened further, and her eyes became increasingly terrified. Zheng De bowed her head to the ground, her voice trembling slightly. But if we want to resurrect the entire demon race, I'm afraid the divine power won't be able to sustain it. Then she looked up, trying to suppress her fear. Using it at such a high intensity, the puppet's body will likely be destroyed as a result. The heavenly god had no intention of listening to her explanation. His patience was limited, and he immediately used his power to suppress the people kneeling on the platform, growling threateningly.
Do you think this seat cares about the life or death of a refugee from a star domain? If you can do it, do it. If not, get lost. This seat is not short of a servant planet like yours. Suppressed by the overwhelming power, Zhang could nothing else but try to appease the heavenly god's mood. Heavenly God, please calm your anger. Zhang is not opposing you. The heavenly god continued to threaten. If you want to live, carry out my request. Otherwise, that madman stuck out his disgusting tongue and licked his lips, with baseness and malice clearly showing on his face. He was truly a demon. That beloved heavenly pet of mine is going to have a meal. Hearing this, Zhang and the others were truly terrified, sweat pouring down their faces like a stream, their panic rising constantly. Even that terrifying creature has come. This is bad. At the god worship platform, the group of them were like worms and crickets lying at the feet of the heavenly god. They all knew that the creature was fundamentally not something they could resist if it was allowed to attack the Hengu continent. Evoking the image of a giant monster that could crush the Hengu continent like crushing an orange in its hand, everyone would die. Thinking of this, Divine Envoy Zhang froze, her blood seemingly congealing, her eyes widening, unable to utter a word. After a moment of pause, the heavenly god snapped his fingers. Immediately after, a blazing red coffin floated beside him, and he coldly ordered, "Once you find the gladiator, put him in this coffin. Everything that exists will alter itself inside the coffin, which will extract his soul. Ultimately, from this coffin, a loyal dog that only listens to my orders will be born." Then he narrowed his eyes, exuding extreme oppressive malice. "After all, not every dog is loyal to me. Think carefully about what to do, how to do it, and how to serve me. I will stay here for 1 day." Divine Envoy Zhang could not disobey his order, bowing her head deeply to accept the command. Zhang understands. He half opened his eyes, looking contemptuously at the people kneeling on the platform, calculating inwardly. He had played too much before and forgot about collecting this gladiator. Throwing this matter to them now gave him a reason to shirk responsibility. He then threw back a disdainful sentence, "A bunch of stupid slaves." Saying that, he turned and left, strolling around and taking a few fairies as maidservants to try to cool his temper. The lackey behind him quickly followed, flattering, "The Lord is merciful." Meanwhile, down below, Zhang whispered an order to the people behind her. "Changxi will bring Chen Chang'an back. You know what to do." In another development, Changxi was standing in front of a small house in the mountains, knocking on the door and calling, "Junior sister?" She knocked urgently, raising her voice. "Junior sister, open the door. What are you doing inside? I heard a strange sound." She persistently called at the door. Inside the house, Han Si heard her voice and quickly covered her mouth, thinking to herself, "She must be here to take Chen Chang'an away. If I don't make a sound, she will naturally leave first." She glanced at Chang'an, who was sleeping soundly on the bed, her hands clenching tightly as she inwardly complained, "Damn it, this man really attracts women. I remember Changxi also likes Chen Chang'an." After a while with no response, Changxi had to turn away. Han Si, no longer hearing the knocking, rejoiced. Changxi is gone, hee. But just as she was feeling smug, Changxi suddenly turned back around. It seemed she was still not willing to give up.
She shouted with all her might, "I found the woman who secretly had an affair with Chen Chang'an before. How should we deal with her?" Hearing this, Han Shi was as angry as a fierce beast, rushing out, kicking the door flying and roaring, "I'll bite his leg off! How could he?" Changxi understood her junior sister too well. She looked at her with eyes as if she had caught her red-handed. "Tell me, you are a dignified heavenly demon. Why do you keep paying attention to his romantic history? You can't hide it from me." At this moment, she finally froze and realized something. She waved her hands and feet. "I fell for the trick." Changxi looked at her disheveled clothes, blushed slightly, and gently said, "He is in your room, isn't he? What is he doing inside that he hasn't answered me for so long? I've already sorted things out on Master's side. I'm coming over now." Before she could finish speaking, Han Shi turned around as fast as lightning and slammed the door shut.
Changxi stiffened, the smiling corners of her mouth gradually pulling down, and she flared up, shouting, "Damn girl!" Han Shi, having turned back into the house, hurriedly looked for clothes and loudly replied to the person outside, "Take Chang Chang'an away. Stop joking. It wasn't easy for me to have someone by my side. Why should I return him to you? Chang Chang'an can't help you. Just try your best to go back and accept the punishment. You have a divine artifact, so you don't need to be afraid at all." Successfully changed the clone. Startled and blushing, he shouted, unable to finish his sentence, "Han Shi, you... Seeing him shouting so loudly, she immediately sat on him and covered his mouth with her hand, whispering, "Shh, keep quiet." The atmosphere was extremely ambiguous, and both of their faces were flushed red. Chang'an even dropped a teasing remark, "You sitting on me, you're too skilled at it." He smiled wickedly and glanced at Han Shi as pants were not yet fully pulled up. "Want to do it again?" Teased to the point of blushing, she waved her hand dismissively. "Do your head. Quickly get up and leave here with me." She pointed at herself and said, "Wait until we get to a new place after settling down. If you still want it, listen to me. How many times we do it is also up to me to decide." Han Shi was extremely puzzled in her mind at this moment. Could it be that this guy has always been pretending to be asleep? Isn't he injured? Chang'an sat on the bed, watching her struggle to put her clothes back on. "Aren't you curious about who I really am, just taking me to run away like this?" She glared at him and said loudly, "Not curious. You are my slave, always have been." Outside the door, Changxi continued to call, "Han Shi, open the door for me." Seeing this, Chang'an turned his head in that direction and smiled softly. The system popped up a notification again. Host, automatically tracking the clone's behavior and reporting this to you. It's still my first time doing it. Where did you remember that from? He replied indifferently. In her mind, suddenly hearing him say that, Han Shi, who was awkwardly casting a magic spell, asked him, "What's wrong?" Calling endlessly, but Han Shi refused to open the door. Changxi threatened, "Han Shi, if you don't open the door, I'll tear your house down." Chang'an walked to the door, chatting with the system as he walked. "Good girl, there is nothing we can't do. As long as I want it, I can definitely do it." Those sweet words pouring into its ears made the system blush shyly as well.
Tal Chang'an gently opened the door, causing both of them to startle and freeze at the same time, their actions also coming to a halt. Han Shi, seeing that the situation was not right, quickly told Chang'an, "Chang'an, wait for me a moment." He didn't pay much attention to them, a series of thoughts currently appearing in his mind. The clone was originally a product of the system, the two were symbiotic, and their information was connected. Taking advantage of this, he could use the system to observe the world on his behalf. One was to avoid affecting the course of history too much, and the other was to wait for the right moment to strike, which was better than buzzing around blindly like a headless fly. The system beside him spoke up, "But host, returning in this form isn't domineering or handsome enough." Chang'an looked over at the two women who were lunging and tearing at each other. "You still want to run away? Why don't you just ascend to heaven? What are you managing me for?" He thought of the images of supermen and superheroes in his childhood cartoons and smiled complacently with a bit of sarcasm. "Do I really have to wait until everyone is about to die before I make my appearance? Is saving the day only the coolest then? That's the job that superheroes and fantasy dramas would do, but I am not them." He recalled the images of others being trampled, pushed to dead ends, and mournful cries ringing out. Why did it turn out like this? My home! Boo-hoo-hoo! Those images made him feel a bit troubled. If I am already invincible, why should I let such tragic things happen again? Then he pinched the system's cheek, the corner of his mouth pulling up into a sly smile. "Don't just focus on gossiping. Check your backstage. There must be a random quest right now, isn't there?" The system, pinched so hard it hurt, immediately replied, "Yes, yes, yes."
The notification sound rang out. Ding ding. Chang'an didn't like hearing that sound and complained, "Don't ding ding. Can't you change it to another sound effect?" After that, the system changed the notification sound to swish, swish. Quest details. Help the divine maiden Changxi overcome the death tribulation in her destiny and obtain the divine artifact. Quest rewards: 1. 500 million domain points. 2. A permanent time law card. Special Quest 2 was newly acquired thanks to the special function being maxed out. Quest details. Become the ruler of the Hango continent planet. Quest rewards: 1. 1 billion domain points. 2. Develop a new function of the system, Star Domain Fold. Choose one of the two rewards. After reading, he drew a conclusion, summarizing it as 1. Saving Quan Chu requires the origin energy of the divine artifact. 2. To gain the recognition of the divine artifact, he needs to resolve Changxi's death situation. The things that happened, which his clone observed, were transmitted to him, and then he revealed a confident smile. 3. Become the master of Hangu continent. His whole body emitted an aura, still continuing to talk to the system. With the events of the past 2 days, combined with the future situation, I have guessed the entire ins and outs of the matter. A final deadline of 1 day is enough. The two girls were no longer arguing. Seeing him muttering to himself made them a bit suspicious. Both panicked when they heard a few key words in Chang'an's conversation with the system. Resolving Changxi's death situation. Superhero. Divine artifact. Master. He said what? Chang'an turned around, pointing at himself and smiled foolishly, asking, "I say, do we have to return to the immortal realm now? Take me along, by the way." After preparing, the three of them left the house, walking on the path between two cliffs. The system popped up a notification, starting to calculate the reserved domain points. Changxi and Hanxi walked ahead, both occasionally glancing back at Chang'an, their eyes carrying suspicious and vigilant looks. The system continuously updated the new situation. Congratulations to the host for killing an angel-level divine envoy. Reward, 500 million domain points. Congratulations to the host for killing a heavenly demon-level alchemist. Reward, 5,000 domain points. He looked at the notifications in astonishment. Huh? Could it be that during the time Hanxi possessed my body, she killed them all? Even this counts as domain points.
He smiled mischievously, extremely excited. It was great to idle around. He stopped as if he just thought of something. At that time, when Han Shi used her body to fight, the system immediately reported all the news to him, including the fact that the Heavenly Demon Clan was almost wiped out. He fell into deep thought. Objectively speaking, the Heavenly Demon Clan would no longer appear in the future, but in this lifetime, seeing that the Heavenly Demons did not decrease, but instead increased, he immediately understood that someone had resurrected them during this time. And the only thing capable of doing this was the divine artifact Shi-Q on Changxi's body, activating its third stage. Meanwhile, Changxi, walking ahead, suddenly jumped up onto the cliff above. She took out a token to communicate, sending news to her master first, while Chang'an was still pondering. Eliminating the heavenly demons was also not a way to solve Changxi's deadlock, so there must exist a higher being manipulating all of this. His gaze followed her, suddenly becoming sharper and colder.
He figured that killing Changxi and trying to resurrect the heavenly demons was all that could be temporarily analyzed with the current information. However, if they didn't quickly find the person pulling the strings behind the scenes, he feared that many more bad accidents would occur, and by then, they might just have their hands tied. Suddenly, an arrow shot swiftly from the sky, whistling toward the three of them. The arrow came spinning in the air and aimed straight at Changxi. Han Shi shouted a warning to her. "Danger, senior sister, get out of the way!" But Changxi couldn't react in time, standing frozen and unable to do anything. Huh? To save her, Chang'an channeled his chi to block the attack. A beam of power shot straight toward Changxi, forming a protective shield for her, knocking the arrow away. At the same time, Changxi sprained her ankle and fell off the cliff, screaming in fear. Han Shi was also caught off guard and asked loudly, "Who is it? Sneaking a malicious attack. Get out here." That beam of power also managed to catch Changxi in time, letting her land safely on the ground. Han Shi immediately turned to her and asked worriedly, "Are you okay?" And Changxi, having her life saved, gratefully thanked him. "Chang'an, thankfully you were here."
From the rock crevices, several beastmen with viciously glowing green eyes growled sinisterly. "Found 'em." Chang'an turned back to look at the source of the sound. Huh? Immediately he was surrounded. A crowd gathered, clearly harboring no good intentions. He didn't seem panicked at all, calmly raising his eyes to look up at the sky. They were immortals with no ordinary aura. They arrived and announced, "The heavenly god has ordered all forces of the ancient desolate continent to join hands in punishing the thief. This matter concerns the survival of the ancient desolate continent. The divine maiden Changxi must die. Irrelevant ants, get out of here quickly." One guy, without saying a word, seized the opportunity and immediately dashed out. He quickly unleashed a move to kill Changxi, creating a massive explosion on the ground. After that strike, he loudly and arrogantly declared, "Success, I am the first to kill the divine maiden." Chang'an had grabbed Changxi around the waist, pulling her out of the attack's range. The rising dust made her cough violently. Seeing her still safe, the guy was extremely shocked. "What? She dodged over there, but I clearly struck." On one side, Han Si, whose face was scratched by the attack, ran away as fast as her legs could carry her, screaming, "You bastards, what am I even doing?" She pointed at Chang'an and scolded angrily, "You ungrateful brat, how could you not save me?" He picked his nose, looking unbothered. "You clearly could have escaped just now."
Han Shi was so angry that her face turned purple. She gritted her teeth, thinking, "You are a dog. This old lady obviously let him hit me on purpose. To think that you, Chen Chang'an, will flatter Changxi like this in front of me. Behind my back, do you want to directly put hundreds of green hats on me?" A figure in the sky saw Chang'an and Han Shi, pointed at them and wondered, why are there still heavenly demons? Didn't they say all of them had been completely wiped out? Another figure in front replied, "They are probably fish that slipped through the net. This little remnant of the heavenly demons cannot start the immortals and demons' great war anyway." They started making a commotion again. The heavenly god said it. Only by activating the third stage of the divine artifact on that woman's body will it work. That's right. Hearing their words, Chang'an had some doubts. Heavenly god? Changxi stopped him so he wouldn't take any further action. "Chang'an, don't move just yet. I must understand exactly what is going on here first." An old woman, who seemed to be the leader of the crowd here, finally spoke up. "Obediently surrender and let yourself be tied up. If you still have a bit of conscience left, then don't resist anymore." Changxi's expression drastically changed. "From what I hear, your intention is to restore the heavenly demon clan? Are you all crazy? Do you know what this means?" Her entire body emitted a powerful aura. Every word she uttered was aimed at making her submit and sacrifice herself. War is terrifying, but a destroyed planet is even more desperate. Only if you die can we continue to live. Someone stepped forward as if trying to persuade her. "Although I have received the grace of the Divine Maiden, since you are the Divine Maiden, help us one more time." Changxi recognized who it was, taking a slight step back. "You are the Beastman clan of the Spirit Realm." They could be said to be thick-skinned, backing Changxi into a corner. "Don't blame us. It is the Heavenly God who wants you dead. We have no other choice." That day, the Heavenly God said he wanted to watch a great war between immortals and demons for fun. If we don't satisfy him, the monsters of that star city will eat us. They told her another piece of news. This matter had already spread throughout the ancient desolate continent. Even if we don't kill you, other clans and powerhouses will come to attack you. Hearing this, Changxi and Han Shi seemingly couldn't believe their ears. Changxi, trembling, asked, "Why?" That group of people only said coldly, "Divine Maiden, you are no match for the entire world." The old woman held out her hand as if to show her something. "Your master is the executioner of the heavenly god, so this time she won't be able to save you either." Seeing the thing in her hand, Changxi seemed shocked, her whole body trembling uncontrollably. Going back in time to an hour ago, Divine Envoy Zhengde was trying to find a way to save Changxi. She had contacted everywhere for help, but the response to her plea was only rejections. Zhangde, our Star City cannot help with this either. Neither can we. Stop having illusions about saving that young girl. For many eras until now, no one has ever successfully saved someone from the hands of the heavenly god. She can only pray for her own luck. I remember that girl's parents were also sacrificed like that. Even now, she is still worried about the peace of the merfolk. She did not give up immediately, but tried to beg once more. Everyone, Zhangde has been in the Star Sea for so many years, fortunate to make friends with all of you, and has also helped everyone. I am not asking you to take action right now. I only hope you can give Zhangde some methods. Speaking of this, her hand trembled, her voice slightly faltering. Let me save my disciple. But that plea for help brought nothing in return. Everyone was terrified of the power of the demon disguised as the heavenly god, completely refusing. Zhangde, I can agree to anything with you, but regarding this matter of the heavenly god, we truly have no other choice. That heavenly god is also really something. You have helped him do so many dirty deeds, and he can't even spare her life once? The neighboring Dowling continent not long ago offended other heavenly gods and was completely destroyed. I still suggest that you give up on that divine maiden. The heavenly god's trap has already been set. She must die.
At this moment, she recalled a past memory. Do you know Changxi? At that time, Changxi was still quite small. She obediently followed behind Divine Envoy Zhangde, and she had taught her quite well. The greater a person's ability, the greater their responsibility. Really? Of course. It's just a pity that your master has done many bad things and no longer has the opportunity to become the place where the hearts of the masses turn to. She was still an innocent child, with a firm belief, smiling as she replied to her, Isn't there still me here? I will protect everyone well and inherit master's wishes. Those words were deeply engraved in her mind, her brows furrowed tightly, as if she had just made a decision. The communication token fell straight to the ground, and she said coldly, Thank you, let's not interact anymore from now on. Divine Envoy Zhangde left the place, ignoring the person on the other side who was trying hard to persuade her, Don't do anything stupid. In her mind right now, there was only one thought, Changxi, your master will definitely save you. Out in the vast universe, the other person, after being decisively cut off by her, didn't know what else to say, and just calmly continued talking to the rest of the people. Yes, Zhangde has cut off contact. That person spoke up. It can't be stopped. I'm guessing she's about to do something stupid. Then they sighed. It won't be long before the ancient desolate continent is no more. Everyone, please witness this final spark with me. The people on other planets also spoke into the communication channel, saying in unison, Cheers to our friend. In the central room of the continent, Zhangde had summoned the other immortals here. They asked in great confusion, Divine Envoy Zhangde, you called us here too. She pointed to a small planet in the universe. Please look, immortal families. In the vast sea of stars, there is a small planet that has never been discovered by the heavenly gods. She continued, Its name is the Juzo continent. Hearing this, the immortals were all surprised and stunned. She explained in detail, I have spent many days exploring the site here. The spirit energy is abundant. The perimeter of Xinghai City has crystallized rocks that help isolate divine power from prying eyes. For many years, this place has always been ownerless. It can escape the search of the heavenly gods and not become a slave planet. It is a good place to go. Ling Yao was the first to understand Zhangde's intention. Divine Envoy Zhangde, are you planning to migrate? She immediately affirmed, that is right. Her face darkened. Until now, our life and death depend on the unstable moods of the heavenly gods in a single moment. If this continues, sooner or later we will be killed because we have lost all our exploitation value. Meanwhile, Ling Yao and Ji Ming silently nodded to signal each other.
The unreasonable brutality of the heavenly god made her unable to bear it anymore, trying to persuade them. Therefore, before we migrate, we must take advantage of it, strike first to gain the upper hand. Her eyes were as sharp and cold as a knife, and her voice was extremely firm. Kill him. The immortal families were shocked by those words, their faces clearly showing panic. Ziming spoke up in objection. Divine Envoy, don't joke around. That's right. Once we fail, I'm afraid we won't die so simply. Killing a god is a severe crime. Even if we really succeed, what should we do then? Knowing early on that they would react like this, Zhangde was not surprised and calmly replied, Everyone. She clenched her fist and placed it over her chest, reaching her hand forward, loudly arousing the hatred and unyielding spirit in the hearts of those people. There must be someone who does not agree to be a slave to stand up, so our descendants will no longer live under this terrifying rule. Her powerful words struck the psychology of the immortal families, making them waver. If we do not take action in this lifetime, then later leave it for your children and grandchildren. The fate of the family will only be more tragic. Is it not enough that we bow down in submission, pay tribute, and grovel, yet we still end up in this situation now? They began to think. Indeed, it was not impossible, each having their own thoughts. If there is a place to go, maybe we can try. Kill the god.
Finally, they decided to stand up together against the heavenly god, saying firmly, Divine Envoy Xingde, we are willing to join together in hope. Let's go together. At that moment, the anxiety in her heart eased a bit. A faint smile bloomed on her lips, and her eyes softened somewhat. Changxi, Master will protect you. She truly wanted to bring a bright new future to the others. By then, the world we bring will have no war and disaster. Back to the present, Changxi's beautiful face was flooded with tears. Her pupils contracted, and her teeth clenched. In the hands of that old woman was the head of Divine Envoy Xingde. She must have failed in overthrowing the heavenly god, and had been punished. That old woman said disdainfully, Is the heavenly god someone that you insects can shake?
At this moment, Hansi was also trembling all over from the sight, tears pooling in the corners of her eyes as she shakily called out, Master. The old woman looked at the head in her hand and explained, Fortunately, that assassination plan was exposed early, causing no harm to our revered heavenly god. However, this action made the heavenly god very dissatisfied. He ordered us to use the extreme punishment of dismemberment to deal with her, using it as a deterrent. Those standing in the air showed no pity whatsoever. They even spat and mocked Zhengde's sacrifice. To think she wanted to kill the heavenly god, and even stop us from killing the divine maiden to wage war. She deserved to die. It is great that this fool is dead. Suppressed by the power of the heavenly god, they naturally wouldn't be foolish enough to oppose him. If the heavenly god had a mishap, and that monster in the sky found out, it would not spare the ancient desolate continent. Offending the heavenly god, let alone the domain lord realm, even the domain god realm would have to die. No one is an exception. They continuously insulted Divine Envoy Xingde. Furthermore, let me tell you, before she died, she blamed herself and apologized. I guess she was begging the heavenly god for forgiveness. What a stupid woman. How could the heavenly god spare her? I really want to know what she was thinking at that moment. Those words caused Chang'an's face to sink, his lips pressed tightly together. The old woman tossed Zhengde's head into the air and said loudly, This is the end of a sinner. Then she revealed a vicious smile. Her hands began to cast an art, intending to completely obliterate it. Hansi and Shengxi immediately rushed forward, wanting to stop her actions. Don't! Stop! Right at that moment, a giant purple sphere crashed down.
That old woman was stunned, not understanding what was happening. That sphere crashed down right where they were standing, blowing them far away. The old woman hastily shouted a warning, Stop! Get out of the way! Chang'an, who had gone somewhere unknown, returned. He gently said, Caught it. In his hand was the head of Divine Envoy Zhengde, making the other two extremely surprised to see it. He handed it to Changxi, who hugged her master, unable to hold back her gushing tears. Master! Chang'an didn't know how to comfort her, only quietly telling her a story. In the past, to the east, there was a country oppressed for many years by barbarians from the sea who invaded them. This country never accepted its fate, and many people like your master appeared, disregarding themselves to save the sentient beings of the world. They are all heroes. Even if they die, their heroic spirits will always be worthy of respect. Absolutely no petty villain is allowed to humiliate them. The thick layer of dust dispersed, and those people looked at the three of them with faces full of disbelief. The crowd in the sky was also agitated by the scene just now. What? Chang'an stood in front of the two sisters, kneeling and crying on the ground, seriously saying, Changxi, currently on this Henggu continent, the times are chaotic. Things change unpredictably, and the heavenly Tao's ethics have long been impassable. However, with your compassionate nature, if you avoid this, they will think sacrificing you as a trade for this so-called peace. Make your choice, fight or flee. Changxi was silent for a moment, cherishing the remaining part of her master in her hands. Hatred rose in her mind, tears still drenching her face. She roared at all those people. Everyone is wrong. Even if the planet is destroyed, I will not let the heavenly god succeed. The system popped up a notification. Changxi's death situation has been changed by 50%. Chang'an smiled with satisfaction and replied lightly, Then let's fight. He turned to Hansi and instructed her, Hansi, immediately open a teleportation array, preferably with the location as accurate as possible. She wondered, right now, she worriedly reminded him, preparing the array requires a very long time. They cannot give us the opportunity. Because she was quite loud, those people vaguely heard. They want to run? A fanatic rushed forward, as if waking up the others. Don't give them a chance to escape. Chang'an was not afraid at all. With just one punch, he knocked that guy face down onto the ground.
His eyes were as sharp and cold as a knife, and his voice was equally freezing. Run away? I want to go and annihilate the heavenly gods. His arrogance left everyone present, including Changxi and Han Shi, surprised and astounded. He actually said he wanted to annihilate the heavenly gods? The old woman and the rest of the crowd laughed maniacally. She openly despised him. Relying on just the three of you, you were the first person to boldly say such words. Even the strongest heavenly demon Doshi, who led the demons in the past, couldn't do it. Han Shi, who was on the side deploying an array, thought to herself,
Although it's an irrational thing to say, it happens to help me buy a little time." The old woman did not hesitate to cast her spell along with the crowd behind her, shouting loudly, "I am the emissary of the heavenly gods in the lower realm. I will absolutely not allow the safety of the heavenly gods to be threatened in any way, even by flies like you buzzing around the heavenly gods' ears." The others also cast their spells at the same time, screaming, "Annihilate them!" All the moves were directed at Chang'an. Seeing that the situation was bad, Han Shi screamed, "Chang'an, you have to hold on." As for him, he was not in a hurry and waited for the right moment. He raised his hand, and a surge of power resembling a streak of lightning appeared. The power he exuded acted like a powerful tornado, blowing away all the spells intended to attack him. This unexpected turn of events caused the crowd to panic. Our immortal arts were all dissolved by him? How is this possible? A powerful surge of lightning surrounded Chang'an. At this moment, he looked no different from a god of carnage, and his gloomy voice echoed, "Today, not a single survivor will be able to leave this place." After speaking, he raised his hand high, creating a massive sphere of power. That sphere looked as if it could wipe out everyone there.
That old woman also couldn't have anticipated this wave of power. No, it's impossible. Just what kind of sacred deity are you? When I probed him earlier, he shouldn't have had this kind of strength. Changxi in the back was just as shocked as the rest of them. Chang'an revealed a demonic smile, provoking them. "Didn't you all want a great war of immortals and demons? Come, I will kill you." The old woman screamed out in order, "Don't let that orb of magic power fall, otherwise we will all die." She shrieked, unleashing every ultimate move to kill him, and the whole group immediately poured all their magic power into defending themselves, attacking in the direction of Chang'an's group of 3. Han Shi was targeted first. Under such a powerful attack, it was hard for her to hold on. Quick as lightning, Chang'an's arm blocked in front of her. A guy unafraid of death tried to bypass the orb's boundary to aim at Chang'an, determined to annihilate them. Another person took the opportunity to sneak attack him, howling, "Damned heavenly demon." Chang'an gently dodged his head to the side, avoiding the lethal blow. He said in annoyance, "There's a buzzing fly," and then sent the guy flying away. His attacker's slash had coincidentally chopped off one of his arms. That guy was thrown by him, smashing into a rock, probably left with only a dying breath. At this point, the old woman was truly terrified and frightened. Looking at the crowd lying collapsed on the ground, she muttered tremblingly, "Not right, not right. We shouldn't attack like this. We must fight a war of attrition. A forceful assault won't work. We must take turns. We must have a tactic. We are forced to." The orb of magic power was about to descend upon their heads, and curses rang out. "Beast, that orb of magic power fundamentally gives us no chance. He had already blocked all of our variables." Chang'an had regenerated his arm, beckoning with his finger provocatively. "Who's next?" While he was unguarded, an insect suddenly appeared.
Right after that, not just one, but a whole swarm of insects flew in the air. The uninjured crowd continued to enter an attack stance. The small insects condensed into one spot. Chang'an was a bit surprised this time. In front of him, a giant insect opened its large mouth wide, aiming straight at him. Changxi in the back was extremely worried, shouting a warning to him. "Be careful, it's the Wei Cheng divine art of the Luji clan." Han Shi was also dumbfounded by that insect. They can actually create something like this? The insect quickly swallowed Chang'an whole, and the two girls behind shouted his name, "Chang'anan!" The crowd was extremely smug, thinking they had defeated him. They confidently said, "Heavenly demon, right? Taste this myriad insect bone crusher. Experience the feeling of losing your cultivation base. This move can even suppress Demon Lord Doshi, let alone you." Meanwhile, the insect over here didn't seem right, as if it realized something unusual. The next second, its head exploded, blood splattering everywhere. Chang'an had escaped being digested in its stomach, landing gently on the ground. Those who were smug a few seconds ago were stunned by the scene. Couldn't even swallow for 2 seconds? Chang'an brushed off his body, saying in disgust, "Skip the tickling, so disgusting. Who cares if this bone crusher tickles or not?" Then he smiled slyly, his eyes locking onto the target. "On the contrary, this unique art, I will take it later."
Without any hesitation, he threw it towards the crowd, causing them to flee in panic. The system appeared again, continuously popping up notifications, congratulating the host on killing the immortal emperor, rewarding 150 million domain points. He was extremely delighted. So awesome. The domain points needed to expand the domain were almost enough. In the sky, a purple light emanated, and the white-haired man knelt on the ground in fear. He knelt on the ground and shouted in terror, "We surrender. We just want to live. The heavenly god is too strong. No one has ever been able to kill a heavenly god before. Everything we did was just because we were forced against our will. Please forgive us." Hearing this, Chang'an let out an "Oh, innocent?" He then pulled out a blue sphere and proposed, "Here, this is the Jutian continent that Divine Envoy Zengda found. When Divine Envoy Zengda died, I hid it. We can cooperate."
Then he turned to Changxi. Divine Maiden Changxi, you also want to fulfill your master's wish, right? Changxi froze. Master? Seeing Chang'an's group lower their guard, he smiled eerily. You fell for it. He shouted, open. A blue array immediately enveloped Chang'an's group. He pointed at Chang'an's group and ordered, seal him in Juzo and dedicate that world to the god. The god will see our loyalty, exhausting our lifelong cultivation base, betting on this god-slaying array. Immediately, a series of monsters surrounded him. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he spoke in an evil voice. You understand how to be dogs, right? Chang'an then erupted with power and shouted, what can this flimsy seal? Having said that, in just one move, the monsters were slashed into pieces. Those people were also blown away by Chang'an's power. He sat on the ground, turned to look at the people lying all over the ground, his voice trembling. No, impossible. An array that even a domain god cannot resist. Why did it shatter in one strike? Chang'an walked over, picked up the thing on the ground and said coldly, this thing is not Juzo, rather it is a guiding device to that place. Chang'an's eyes sharpened. The heavenly god in your words already knows about Juzo. He was terrified, his voice trembling as he begged, please, spare me. Zhengde was killed by the heavenly god. Everything was ordered by him. Hearing this, he growled, then how are you any different from him? The future of the world does not need you. Chang'an shouted loudly, go to hell and report in his place first.
Chang'an's voice became increasingly cold. I will later personally break his limbs, pull out his bones, and send him on his way. Seeing that the situation was bad, the crowd below fled in panic. The magic power sphere is about to fall. Run quickly, there is no more time. They were terrified. Please spare our lives, I beg you. I am willing to bow down and declare myself a subject. Please spare us. Their agonizing voices rang out incessantly. Just touching this energy would... Shangxi anxiously called his name. Chang'an! He rushed over from out of nowhere, his voice urgent. Are you ready? We have to go. Seeing Chang'an, Hansi couldn't help but scream in her heart. I accidentally got too addicted to watching. She panicked and spoke up. Right now, the magic power sphere can only hold 2 people. Hansi blushed and suggested, give me 5 minutes. No, 1 minute is enough. That's right, the way you sent that old hag flying just now was really cool. You should give her a few more punches. Chang'an's face darkened at this moment. He went over and hugged Shangxi, his voice urgent. There's no time. Hansi screamed in surprise. What? Looking at the two slowly entering the space, she couldn't help but scream. Are you two just going to leave like that? What should I do? Enter! Hansi looked at the spatial gap, slowly shrinking, screaming in fear. No, I can't go in. I'm doomed. She clenched her fists angrily. That dog of a man only remembers Shangxi in critical moments. She looked towards the gap, cursing him incessantly. You didn't even know to turn your head and look at me. Hansi helplessly turned around and burst into tears. Forget it, since we've already slept together. It's worth it. Suddenly, Chang'an appeared and hugged her. Hansi couldn't help but be surprised. What did you come back for? A moment later, a trace of panic appeared on Hansi's face. Chang'an had pushed her into the space, and Hansi screamed. Wait! Chang'an slowly uttered. Don't be reckless. Wait for me. Hansi angrily shouted. What are you doing? Seeing that Hansi had entered the space, Chang'an sharply turned around and walked towards the sphere. At this time, Shangxi and Hansi had reached a safe place. Suddenly, a beam of light burst forth, making Shangxi frown.
A ray of light emitted from the magic power sphere, causing the two to unconsciously turn their faces away. The magic power sphere quickly fell to the ground. Hanxi exclaimed in fear, this is his true strength. Changxi looked towards Chang'an with a trembling voice. He might truly become the one to change this planet. Hanxi clutched her chest, looked at her and asked, so what should we do now? Changxi stayed silent for a moment, then spoke coldly. As long as the war has not begun, the heavenly gods will absolutely not stop. People all over the world will consider us enemies. We have no way to retreat. We must continue fighting. Hanxi continued, we might end up getting Chang'an killed. Changxi's voice was full of determination. Only by finding an opportunity to go to the Juzo continent, perhaps the situation can still be saved. A moment later on Chang'an's side, he looked forward and said, I should catch up with them. He lightly raised his hand to brush the dust off his stomach. Their auras are over here.
Chang'an then used the teleportation art. The teleportation array was indeed easy to use, though this distance would probably take some time. Just as he used the teleportation art, the mountain behind him collapsed. Chang'an looked down and saw resentment energy. He immediately became alert. What is that? The resentful souls constantly wailed. So unjust. I shouldn't have died. I shouldn't have died. Chang'an was bursting with killing intent. Want to die? I'm in a hurry. Suddenly he paused. The resentful souls immediately took human form and cried out, Mighty heavenly demon god, please save us. A man knelt down and began to recount. We are people who lived on the ancient desolate continent. Because of your battle, we escaped from that Shenyuan purgatory. They helplessly recounted. When we were alive, we completely obeyed the instructions of God and fought until our bodies turned to ashes and our souls were bound underground. But God never reached out to save us. He constantly squeezed our souls dry to maintain his means of controlling the world. 70 to 80% of our compatriots have already disappeared. Saying so, they kowtowed and begged, please save us. Chang'an thought to himself that Changxi's master wasn't wrong.
The outcome of infinite submission would be being exploited bit by bit until nothing was left. If she didn't step forward, there would be no voice of resistance. He looked at the crowd and coldly replied, "I know. I will go kill God. I still have 2 friends over there." Hearing this, a trace of fear rose in the man's heart. To actually speak of killing God so casually? After speaking, Chang'an turned around to walk away, but the man suddenly spoke up. But he pointed in the opposite direction. "The Phoenix God platform where God resides is in the opposite direction. You are going the wrong way." Hearing this, Chang'an pouted angrily. This Han Shi did it on purpose. At this time, over at the Phoenix God platform, the domain demon god knelt down and reported to the Dragon Clan, "We have found the strongest heavenly demon." He remained silent and didn't speak. A moment later, the Dragon Clan exerted their power and roared, "What I want is the great immortal demon war. Where is the divine maiden? Every single one of you is just deceiving me." The domain demon god fearfully continued to report, "The ones who went to capture the divine maiden were completely wiped out. There is a powerful heavenly demon protecting her. The last news transmitted back is that he wants to kill you." Hearing this, the Dragon Clan burst into laughter. "Kill me? A lower life form wants to kill me? You are nothing but bugs I raise on this planet. You don't even qualify as pets." He ordered, "No need to care about him. Zhang Day is his outcome." The domain demon god looked up and spoke, "Lord Heavenly God is wise. We have set up the god-slaying array in the domain discovered by Zhang Day. We will seal the target there and bring him back to offer to you."
The Dragon Clan rubbed his chin with a disdainful voice. Just a mere small domain, a barbarian land lacking spirit energy, not even enough to fill the gaps between my pet's teeth. What use could he be? However, he began to exert his magic power. "You have reminded me instead. It's inevitable that ignorant bugs like Zhengde will cause trouble." The Dragon Clan growled, "Today, I will cut off the desires of these bugs." At this moment, a monster suddenly noticed something and rushed over to bite the crystal ball. The Dragon Clan smiled wickedly. "Seal the whole world. Everyone in the Hengu continent is my toy. You can't run, you can't escape. If you want to leave, just try it. I will catch everyone in one net, leaving no one behind." In the void, the cloaked man shouted, This is the domain-locking grand array. The Hengu continent has been completely sealed. Zhengde, she has finally failed." The man looked up with a solemn expression. This was the expected outcome, although I also hoped a miracle would happen. The woman added, "Zhengde was the strongest and most outstanding divine envoy in history. Unexpectedly, destruction is still the fate of this planet." The cloaked man then clasped his hands in front of his chest and spoke, "As friends, let us send her off on her final journey." Suddenly, Chang'an felt something. He immediately looked up at the high sky, while the people kneeling on the ground suddenly screamed in panic. This is the demon god asserting sovereignty over the planet. No one can interfere with what happens here. Once this array is activated, whether human or immortal, no one can leave this continent, forever trapped in this hell. Hearing this, Chang'an turned around and thought to himself, "Can't go out? Then how did Old Man Fang get to Juzu? Wait, I also heard people say that at that time this sealing grand array had never appeared." Chang'an's expression suddenly changed. This must be because after Shang-Chi's fate changed, the future also changed accordingly. He walked over and grabbed the man's neck. "Where is the Phoenix God platform you mentioned?" The man stuttered in fear. At the highest place in the western heavens." As soon as he finished speaking, Chang'an teleported away. Chang'an said coldly, "Taking care of the god who created the seal can resolve the seal in the sky. After all, if no one comes to Juzu, the future will completely change." That girl Han Shi chose the opposite direction. She must have prepared to run away first. Following me to fight would actually be dangerous.
Chen Chang'an left, and the fat man turned around in panic. "He's gone. To think there would come a day when we would rely on the evil heavenly demon lord to save us." The older man spoke up. "What else can we do? Do you want our descendants to experience the same despair we did? We have been waiting for this day." He recounted his words. "After all," he said, "I will shatter this sky, so be bold and do whatever you want." He continued, "As long as everyone can be saved, even if it is the heavenly demon, we are willing to bow our heads and proclaim ourselves subjects." Shang-Chi looked up at the sky. "God has sealed the star domain. Can we still reach Juzu?" Han Shi walked over, her voice panicked. "None of this is important. Let's find another place to hide first. That Chen Chang'an wants to kill God." She averted her eyes. "Those snitching ghosts of the immortal realm will definitely report to God." Han Shi thought to herself. She originally wanted to take him along to avoid the storm, run away, and continue sleeping with him. She then pulled Shang-Chi to run away. "Let's not talk about this anymore. Since it wasn't easy for him to get us out, let's not go and die first." At the Phoenix God platform, a beam of light descended, and the Dragon Clan member calmly let out an "Oh!" Seeing this, the crowd couldn't help but exclaim in fear.
This is... They looked at Doshi stepping out. Calculating the time, it was about to begin. The crowd screamed. Has Doshi resurrected from the coffin? Doshi stepped out of the coffin and snorted coldly, causing the crowd to scream in fear. Quickly, protect the heavenly god. A man panicked. This terrifying power belongs to Doshi at his peak period. Seeing the Dragon Clan member, Doshi immediately knelt down and said respectfully, "Your servant Doshi greets the master." The man sitting up high looked down and said, "Not bad, not bad. From now on, you are my servant, my warrior." Hearing this, he replied with a firm voice, "I am willing to be as loyal as a faithful dog. I already know what the master wants, and I have a way to fulfill it for you."
The Dragon Clan laughed. "So you already have a plan? Go ahead and do it. I have your back." Doshi's entire body overflowed with killing intent. As for that guy who speaks nonsense and offends your majesty, Chen Chang'an, he burst out his power and shouted, "I will make him bear the hatred and vicious curses of the people in this world, becoming the target of everyone's attacks. I will chop him into 100,000 pieces, eat his flesh and drink his blood." After speaking, he bowed his head and growled, "Move out." At this time in the lower realm Zooming Kingdom, waves of lightning struck down from the sky. Seeing this, the citizens screamed in fear. "What is that?" A man shouted, "Something has appeared in the sky that makes everyone tremble from the bottom of their hearts." Kuei To stood from a high vantage point, observing the scene before him in panic. He frowned slightly, and a few drops of sweat had appeared on his forehead. Reawakening the fear of all the people when the heavenly demons trampled the mountains and rivers thousands of years ago, thousands of heavenly demons appeared one after another in the sky, and an extremely tragic massacre raised its curtain. In the lower realm's Manhwa sect, the cultivators were standing in the front courtyard. The purple-haired woman ordered, "Cultivators, set up the array." She shouted, "Defend to the death with me. Do not allow any heavenly demon to pass through the mountain gate." She looked at the monsters, her voice filled with anger. "Today we must take revenge and wash away our hatred for our fallen comrades." Just as she finished speaking, a monster opened its mouth and bit off her head in one bite. The crowd was terrified. Sectmaster.
Everywhere in the world, this was a completely asymmetrical massacre. A monster's head fell down. Changxi walked over, hugged a girl, and screamed, "Weren't the heavenly demons already dead?" Han Shi looked at the monsters with a fearful voice. "Although I don't want to admit it, even if I took action, it's clear I fundamentally couldn't trigger a war like this." She looked towards Han Shi and shouted, "Where are the immortals? Where are the immortals guarding the mortal realm? Why could the heavenly demon clan easily appear in the mortal realm? Why hasn't even a single immortal appeared?" People everywhere desperately prayed to their gods for protection. A man fell to his knees and cried loudly, "God, please save us." But the gods did not reply. Hatred increased madly in this land. The Dragon Clan witnessed everything and laughed maniacally. "Not bad, not bad. This is exactly the kind of effect I want. If we want to fabricate a hero, first of all, the masses suffering disasters must not be few. It must be even more exaggerated to increase their thirst for our salvation." He shouted his orders. "Follow the command, hold your ground, and wait for the right moment." But the immortals of the upper realm, high in the sky, stood still in unison, pretending not to see, even if they had relatives in the lower realm. At this moment in the lower realm, a foot stomped into the ground, and a ghostly, eerie laugh rang out. The citizens cried out in fear, "Save me, don't, don't!" The heavenly demon grew even more amused. "Cry, scream, praise the beauty of the Lord Demon Lord." The monsters attacked the citizens while shouting loudly, "Great Demon Lord Chen, following your orders, we have begun to massacre the lower realm. We will follow the instructions. Try to enjoy every moment of this. Great Demon Lord Chen, do you see? We can do even better. You are our king. We are willing to follow you forever, Demon Lord Chen." The immortals witnessing this scene couldn't help but feel angry. A female immortal seeing this thought to herself, using his own demon pawns to massacre the lower realm and finally framing other heavenly demons, just so he can ascend to the throne, borrowing the situation to change his identity. Daoshi growled, "Continue waiting for orders."
At this moment, at the Phoenix God platform, a group of people was gathered there. On the high platform, the blonde-haired man spoke up, "Can we go down now?" Doshi spoke up, "After all, you are immortals, having no foresight at all." It raised its voice full of disdain. "What is there to fear about the ants of the lower realm? Wait until they are in their most desperate state, and we appear in the posture of a savior. It will further demonstrate our divinity." It added, "Moreover, that Chen Chang'an hasn't appeared in the lower realm yet. The actions in this battle are launching a massacre in his name, so it cannot be stopped." Down in the lower realm, it had become a complete mess. The people ran in panic and shouted loudly. Most of the sects that went to stop it were all wiped out. "Everyone run away!" Han Shi was surprised upon hearing this. Did they just say they were acting under Chang'an's orders? This is basically speaking nonsense. Her face darkened. This is too treacherous. The common people don't know, but these heavenly demons are clearly Doshi's demon army. She secretly understood the purpose of those people. They didn't obtain the divine artifact, so they used this dirty trick to trigger a war. These guys are all chess pieces. I see their purpose is to force Chang'an out and then surround and capture him with multiple parties at once. Han Shi angrily clenched her fists. Bastards! How can my man be allowed to be tainted by them? It's really frustrating that I can't explain the situation clearly with my mouth. She thought to herself, I'll conveniently tell Changxi to declare my sovereignty. Sister Changxi, say something. Changxi said in a cold voice, Master was right. We must take everyone away from this place. Han Shi looked at the sphere in her hand and couldn't help but be surprised. This is the marker of Juzo. Changxi replied indifferently, yes, when traversing through space, he specially gave it to me. This thing can save mortals. Since Chang'an came from the future, I believe his actions had already anticipated these things happening. Hearing this, Han Shi thought to herself, she just said the two words specially and even emphasized her tone.
At this moment, a blinding yellow light shone in the sky, and the monsters also turned to look. Seeing that the ones appearing were immortals, the people happily shouted, It's the deities! They have come to save us! They are all here, riding 7-colored clouds to save us. I believe in deities again. They joyfully begged, Please, you must kill the heavenly demons. Kill Demon Lord Chen, the mastermind behind this. Please, our saviors. Someone ordered, Kill. The immortals immediately swooped down to fight. The war between the heavenly demons and immortals broke out. Daoshi witnessed everything, its voice filled with disdain. How ironic. It calculated, later I will change my form, possess a body, and descend to the lower realm to pacify the war. It laughed maniacally. To think that I, Daoshi, would have such a day. If I am the one who initiated the massacre, I will also be the hero who quells the chaos and saves the people. It thought to itself, although it sounds contradictory, this feeling of controlling everything makes me very happy. And all of this is thanks to... Daoshi turned its gaze toward the Dragon Clan, my master. He ordered, Don't forget, although the Divine Maiden is no longer needed, the divine artifact cannot be left wandering outside. It respectfully replied, Yes, I have arranged for someone to confirm her whereabouts. Daoshi growled with hatred, I will personally execute judgment on her on your behalf. It angrily thought, Chen Chang'an, I have been revived. I will personally make you all experience the feeling of death. Suddenly, there was a massive tremor at the Phoenix God platform.
The Dragon Clan member exclaimed, The Phoenix God platform is shaking. Then he reconsidered. No, it's the entire upper realm. Suddenly a loud noise echoed. He looked up. Someone had broken the seal of the upper realm. The people below gasped. That is... Doshi stared in astonishment when he saw that person. Chang'an stood in midair, looking down. He smiled. There are quite a few to kill, and even an acquaintance. Doshi rushed to attack him. You, the stupid face, I wish I could tear it apart. He roared. Chen Chang'an. He dashed forward to attack him. Seeing this, Chang'an couldn't help but be surprised. This is a combined force of heavenly demon and god. It's a bit overbearing. He shot out powerful lightning bolts. Doshi mocked. Are you scared? Does this power make you see how huge the gap between us is? The pain I had to endure, I will definitely repay you 100, 1,000 times. Chang'an reached out and grabbed his two horns. Seeing Doshi's surprised face, he immediately landed a blow. He was knocked far away, but Chang'an reached out and grabbed his tail. Being choked tightly by him, he couldn't help but be surprised. Why? I have merged the power of a god. But Chang'an, filled with killing intent, looked at him coldly. How huge did you just say the gap between us is? Chang'an slammed him hard into the ground. Doshi lay on the ground, looking at him in fear. Seeing this, the man unconsciously felt fear. He is the heavenly demon from that day. This is bad. This body of mine is out of control and starting to tremble. Suddenly, the Dragon Clan member clapped his hands in praise. Not bad, not bad. He smiled and said, Setting aside your offense against me, you have the qualifications to become my servant. Submit to me, and I will spare your life. Chang'an looked at him and asked, Are you a heavenly god? Does it include food, housing, internet, and a girlfriend? The Dragon Clan member asked back in confusion. What are you talking about? I don't understand.
Chang'an immediately raised his middle finger at his face. You and I are the same, but the difference is, taking you in as a dog, I would still find it disgusting. Hearing these words, the Dragon Clan gnashed their teeth in full anger. On another side, in the official battle between immortals and demons, the heavenly demon looked at the group of immortals and laughed loudly, mocking them. You want to tell me to let them go? The monsters behind him spoke up. Lord Heavenly Demon, we haven't played enough yet. The female cultivator in their hands earnestly pleaded, Please let me go. The heavenly demon turned to look at the female cultivator. The flesh and spirit roots of human female cultivators are top-grade tonics to us. They help increase our cultivation base. Let them go? Only the stupid brains of you immortals could come up with that. The woman could not help but be surprised. It is a heavenly demon at the Demon Emperor realm. Are all of Dosha's subordinates at this level? Chi Yun's cold voice rang out. I will say it again. Let them go. The heavenly demon smiled mockingly.
Impatient now? I know this face of yours. Using human language, it is called hypocrisy. He looked at Chi Yun with a sarcastic tone. You immortals could have appeared early to stop us before things got serious, but you didn't do so. You are watching. You are waiting for us to smash this world once and then act with a hypocritical appearance of justice. If you want to be heroes, then you still have to beg us as we have the heavenly God backing us. He brushed past and reminded, don't forget, this game is hosted by the heavenly God. We are all chess pieces, just doing our duty well. He chuckled, his voice provocative. If you want to stop us, ask if the heavenly God agrees or not. If you have the ability, go and kill him. Killing the heavenly God, that kind of existence, how can anyone in the world affect him? Just a word, a thought, using all things as running dogs. What is the difference between sentient beings and ants?
Tolerating that scoundrel who specializes in evil deeds, giving him supreme power that brings disaster to all living beings. Is this the God we have always worshipped until now? What does he consider us to be? Dogs? Ants? We have no dignity. Oh heavens, if you have eyes, send someone to kill that god. It doesn't matter who it is. Chi Yun immediately rushed forward to attack. I can no longer stand the sight of this hell. With a slash of the sword, the monster let out a cry. They snorted coldly with a mocking tone. Relying solely on an immortal king like you? Same miss, the woman shouted loudly. Feng Qingyang, you idiot. If you get us killed, I won't forgive you. Cover him. The cultivator of the reincarnation law cursed softly. Fool, the opponent has a demon emperor here. Just leave it be. Chi Yun, as fast as lightning, rushed in front of the heavenly demon. He growled, your sins must be paid in blood. It swung its fist down. Hypocritical brat, can you even do it? A loud cry, accompanied by a sorrowful scream, rang out. You will regret this.
In the sky, lightning struck incessantly. The rescued female cultivator continuously thanked him. Thank you, sir. At this time, from afar, Changxi and Hanxi ran over. Chi Yun saw her and said in a weak voice, God, Divine Maiden, I didn't expect to still be able to meet you. He asked, can Divine Envoy Zhengde's plans still proceed? Can you conveniently take us along for a trip? Changxi looked at the corpses scattered on the ground and thought to herself, were all these people killed by them? Changxi then summoned an orb, her voice cold. The coordinate marker to Juzo is in my hands, but currently the ancient desolate continent is under the seal of the heavenly god. I still haven't found a way to break the seal. Chi Yun spoke up. Is this last chance also gone? The cultivator of the reincarnation law held his head. If only we could have entered before the god noticed, following Divine Envoy Zhengde's suggestion. Suddenly there was a massive tremor. Changxi glanced towards the source of the tremor. Phoenix God platform? Could it be him? A pillar of purple light struck straight down. The blonde guy screamed in fear. The god is truly angry. The Dragon Clan member growled. Disrespecting the gods is already a death penalty. He stretched out his hand and declared, the planet belongs to me. Everything on it belongs to me. As long as I want it, everyone's cultivation base will be suppressed. In my territory, as long as I want it, no one can stand before me. This is the innate talent of every god. He continued, we are born supreme, no need to cultivate. From birth, we are destined to be above lowly creatures like you. I want you to crawl at my feet, be my dog, lick my feet, and repent for everything you just said. The blonde guy felt the tremor and thought to himself, a single divine edict can render others unable to resist, their cultivation base plummeting like the ebbing tide. The system's voice rang out, detected the domination skill, divine edict, an inspiration that suppresses the cultivation base attributes of all subjects in this land. Because the host's main body is not from the ancient desolate continent, it has blocked the effect on the host. Analyzing the divine edict, 60%, 85%, 90%. He laughed loudly. Suddenly he froze. Why isn't he affected by the divine edict? The system announced. Analysis complete. Chang'an smiled and ordered, kneel down for me. The Dragon Clan member immediately flew down from his chair and kneeled in front of him. He was thoroughly surprised. Impossible. How can he use the divine edict against me? The power disappearing from my body. It's actually this painful.
Chang'an walked forward step by step with a sarcastic tone. A heavenly god like you, why are you kneeling on the ground like a dog? The Dragon Clan cursed inwardly. Bastard, I don't understand why the divine edict has no effect. He immediately swung a punch down. Staying in the sky for so long, do you really consider yourself a ghostly entity? That guy took this punch head on, to the astonishment of everyone. A loud noise rang out and cracks appeared on the barrier. In outer space, the cloaked man panicked. He was surprised. How was this possible? To think that while still alive, I could see the day the star-sealing barrier is shattered. Is someone challenging a god? Other than Zhengde, who else is there? Has the power of the god become unable to maintain the barrier? At this moment, a loud noise rang out from the sky. The Dragon Clan was knocked down. The crowd shouted in surprise. Look over there. They froze. Looking at the person who just fell, they shouted in surprise. It's a heavenly god. A loud noise rang out. The Dragon Clan fell to the ground.
Changxi turned around and shouted, Chang'an! They shouted, look at the barrier, it is really loosened. Qi Yun's group also looked over. Suddenly, a group of souls appeared and urged, hurry, you must do something quickly. Changxi was surprised. Who are you? The panicked man said, that powerful heavenly demon lord said so. In outer space, the giant worm cried out a few times. Its eyes were bloodshot. Chang'an stood there looking at it. Do what you need to do. The matter of the heavenly god, he will resolve it.
The system announced, deducted 10 million domain points, increasing the size of the domain God Realm clone by 10,000 times. Chang'an exclaimed, this bug is too big. This aura is not weaker than my domain God Realm cultivation base. He immediately ordered the system, check its background. The system's voice rang out, received, and it has been checked. The information panel appeared. Checked information. Tribe, extraterrestrial star-devouring beast. Background, it is a divine envoy under the command of the main god Dragon Emperor Xing Yun. Its personality is brutal and fierce, liking to devour small planets to enhance its law power and consolidate its powerful Longfeng indestructible physique. Born with the imposing power to suppress immortals and demons, its passive attribute talent possesses the strongest defensive divine art skill, allowing it to survive when a star realm explodes. Skills, star-devouring. Cultivation base, above the domain god realm. The new realm is currently in the process of being analyzed and replicated. The system then reminded, there is one more thing, host. The time you have left to stay on Henggu continent is only the last 1 hour. You must rely on the clone to resolve everything. It won't be easy for you to handle. Chang'an portably rushed forward to attack the bug, his eyes filled with killing intent. Suddenly, the bug stretched out its foot and struck down heavily. Chang'an was stunned. He accelerated to dash forward, but was sent flying by the strike. Chang'an's entire body was smashed into a rock, and his feet stopped in midair. The system's voice announced, deducted 5 million domain points to heal the clone's injuries. The domain God Realm clone restores 100% power. The bug looked at Chang'an with a disdainful tone. Little man, with your cultivation base, what degree can you reach? You cannot protect this planet. Chang'an quickly rushed forward. A stinky bug actually knows how to talk. It erupted with power and growled. An ant like you, I have eaten quite a few. Your fate will be no exception. A loud explosion rang out. The man in the black cloak was stunned. Who is that person? To actually dare challenge an outer realm divine pet? Is he not afraid of death? Just a mere heavenly demon, relying on having a bit of strength to delusionally defeat a divine pet? He really overestimates himself. Standing from afar, witnessing the battle, he couldn't help but doubt. Did he intend to protect the Henggu continent from the hands of that monster? This was fundamentally impossible. The destruction of Henggu was already set in stone. The innate suppressed conditions were already fatal. This is bad. Their chaotic battle will also affect our star system. He calculated, it's better to lend a helping hand. After it's done, the god will also remember our goodwill. He immediately executed a move and looked towards Chang'an. I can probably understand what he is fighting for, and the logic in your words, I don't fully acknowledge it, but I cannot refute it either. He then used the immortal art, the Huang Holy Claw, on Chang'an. Chang'an immediately glanced at him. The bug then grabbed a sphere, threw it at him, causing an explosion. At the same time, he executed the move, Seal. At this time, the teleportation path to Juso was finally opened by Changxi. A glowing seal shattered the planet. Changxi looked at it with a joyful tone. Following the method left by Master, it succeeded. She relayed her master's instructions. However, this is only a beginning. Master once said that the Juso continent is a distant planet. The two planets are so far apart that a teleportation array cannot be built for direct teleportation. Changxi continued speaking. But the ancient array, the 9-heaven starry net formation, can connect multiple star systems together to achieve our goal. An immortal flew off to announce, everyone, come over here. The commoners pointed to the sky and shouted, look quickly. Changxi continued narrating. There are a few more coordinate spheres like this, distributed on some hidden corners of planets in the star domain. For thousands of millions of years, Master has never revealed his plan to anyone. It is unimaginable what hardships Master has gone through. Alone in the vast galaxy, searching for the future of the Henggu continent, setting up arrays and infusing divine power into each and every array. She lowered her voice. Master left the last hope for the commoners of this land.
Changxi looked behind Jialin. Is everyone here? Depart immediately. The crowd doubted. Is it really safe? We have never crossed to another star domain. Han Shi pointed at the cultivator of reincarnation law and scolded. You cowards! The path has been paved for you, yet you don't even have the courage to set off? The cultivator of reincarnation law softly cried out. You... She mocked. I look down on you cowardly immortals. Blah blah blah, not even as bold as a little girl like me. Changxi spoke up. If that's the case, why doesn't junior sister lead the way? Han Shi turned around and pointed at her own face, then stepped into the teleportation space, feeling very good. The crowd saw this and trusted it. The female immortal ordered, let's go, let the commoners leave first. Changxi looked at the people entering and breathed a sigh of relief. Things were progressing very smoothly, hoping no accidents would happen. Suddenly, Changxi froze. The cloaked man spoke up. Now that the dragon god in the Henggu continent is dead, it will definitely incur the wrath of the gods. The The coordinates left by Divine Envoy Zhengde are actually the only way to survive. The person behind urged, hurry up and go. Changxi looked at him, her eyes full of killing intent. Are you worthy of taking this path? A bunch of ungrateful beasts. My master trusted you so much. He gritted his teeth and stuttered. Divine Maiden, I once advised Zhengde, but that is a matter of the heavenly gods. Damn it. Changxi's face darkened and she growled. So that means you and that dog god are birds of a feather. Dare to rush into the teleportation array, I will cut off your path of survival. Suddenly a scream rang out. What is that? In the sky? Changxi followed the voice and glanced up. In the sky.
A blue energy sphere appeared in the sky. It fell to the ground, creating a massive explosion. They asked in fear, what happened? Did the teleportation gate explode? Shang-Chi panicked. How could this be? The Dragon Clan had appeared right in front of her. He growled, I will absolutely tear you all to pieces. Shang-Chi immediately crouched down, intending to pick up the seal. Not good. He actually has a resurrection art. I must execute the divine artifact's second stage. Repeat. The Dragon Clan immediately kicked it away, growling. Who are you hoping will come to save you, that lowly bug? Chi Yun's group panicked. Divine Maiden! The two men from earlier immediately prostrated themselves, their voices respectful. Greetings, Heavenly God. This woman has a cruel heart and is disrespectful to you. We infiltrated them, intending to subdue her and hand her over to you. Shang-Chi turned to look at the people kneeling on the ground. It's over. He growled angrily. That lowly one. I don't know what method he used to escape my divine edict, wasting one of my precious lives. Next, I will slowly torture him to death. He is your miracle, right? Just wait and see. I will sever his 4 limbs, starting from when he loses to my precious pet. His voice was filled with rage. As for you bunch of bugs, you should also die. A bolt of lightning struck straight down at Shang-Chi. She widened her eyes at it, then squeezed them shut in fear. Master, junior sister, Chang'an. I'm sorry. Shang-Chi opened her eyes and saw a silhouette in the smoke. Just now, did the divine artifact suddenly activate? Don't, at this time, other than Chang'an, whoever comes will. In the space, a voice rang out. Damn it, 3 days. Accidentally let me out. Chang'an stood there and mocked. Just to ensure no mistakes, you insist on torturing me? You and I are the same person. Tsk, forget it. Calculating the time, I can still kill this fat pig. The Dragon Clan was stunned. You? He couldn't help but be surprised inwardly. What is going on? Isn't he currently? Chang'an chuckled. In the sky. His voice rang out. Smash it hard. Time to wrap things up. The system's voice sounded. Spent 300 million domain points. Heavenly Demon Clone restored to peak. The bug was stunned. Who exactly are you? How could a small place like this have an existence like you? Chang'an swung his fist at it. Me? The bug was smashed to pieces along with his voice. Just a mortal.
The giant worm opened its huge eye and exposed its sharp teeth. The hooded man, seeing that scene, looked terrified. How is this possible? The divine pet was actually... He recalled previous memories. Not long ago, under his blinding holy light, he had repeatedly suffered heavy injuries from the divine pet, almost dying, having his movements restricted and being hit by the purple star. Enduring countless fatal blows, if it were anyone else, they would have long ended up with their flesh mashed and bones shattered. But he was able to restore that devastated body time and time again. His cultivation base did not decrease, but rather increased. This bizarre method was unprecedented. Around the limbs and stomach of the heavenly demon were rings of supporting demonic chi, and black liquid began to wrap around the heavenly demon. Chang'an stood before the giant worm. To think he could now suppress the divine pet, the racial advantage of the divine pet over the heavenly demon clan, seemed non-existent on him. He seemed to highly evaluate Chang'an's strength. With this kind of strength, let alone in this tiny star system, even looking across the entire star domain, you couldn't find many. The heavenly demon's expression was incredibly terrifying, and his eyes had gradually turned blue. Chang'an gathered a massive source of energy and struck it straight down onto the head of that giant worm, making it open its mouth in pain. But this guy is... The black-cloaked man stood from afar, watching the giant worm slowly fall. If it were me, I might not have been able to withstand it for even a few minutes.
That guy glanced over and muttered to himself, Zhengde, maybe he can actually succeed. I still better escape quickly. If I can save that girl's life, even if I die, there will be no regrets. Just as that black-cloaked guy was about to escape, a finger poked his head, making him freeze. He looked up and saw Chang'an looking down at him, his hand still pointing at his head, questioning. Very addicted to playing tricks, huh? You little brat are quite fierce. What the hell are you? Since when? He muttered. The black-cloaked guy immediately stood up defensively and shouted loudly, I am only doing my duty. If the divine pet is killed, the heavenly god will definitely be furious. All the star domains will be implicated. At that time, not only your Hengu continent, but even our place will... Hearing what that guy said, Chang'an's face immediately changed color. He lowered his head, his eyes looking at him coldly, and questioned. So the people of your star domain have lives. The tens of millions of lives on the Hengu continent that are about to be devoured by the divine pet are not lives? He angrily retorted.
As Zheng Dai's friend, I clearly know the significance of the Hengu continent to you guys, but that is a heavenly god. Chang'an's expression also softened a bit at this moment. Oh, you are also Zheng Dai's friend? The black-cloaked guy immediately took out a golden token to prove it. That's right. In the beginning, when Zheng Dai traveled the Star Sea, we were lucky enough to become friends. But in his heart, he thought to himself, Zheng Dai's name is effective. It seems he knows Zheng Dai. In that case, Zheng Dai also helped us once. But regarding the heavenly god here, no one has the guts to dare oppose them.
Just as the words fell, Chang'an shot a beam of light straight through that guy's head. Having friends coming from afar, even if they are far, they must be killed. I don't know if this sentence can clearly express the current situation, right? Chang'an quickly snatched that golden token. He stared intently at the token in his hand and judged, if there is anyone behind you, I will not spare a single one. With just a light squeeze of his hand, he crushed that token. Now that there is no one left to disturb, it's your turn. Chang'an went face to face with the giant worm that was sticking its tongue out. Weren't you talking very tough just now? So how about now? Switching to another scene, Chi-Yun was seriously injured at this time. Chang-Shi couldn't hide her surprise seeing that scene. What? What happened? Why? At this time, Chang'an's main body was facing the heavenly god, and there was another Chang'an. The heavenly god, in the appearance of a fat man, directly spoke. This aura is unmistakable. I remember you, the stinky worm that took one of my lives. Saying so, but in his heart he was still very concerned. Strange. Isn't he a heavenly demon? How can this immortal energy be so pure? His cultivation base... Wait, is this guy a clone? Then he suddenly realized the heavenly demon in front of him was not the main body, and he felt secretly smug. That's right. The cultivation base of the worm fighting my precious baby should at least be at the domain god realm, but this guy in front is merely an insignificant domain lord realm. Two bodies appeared. One was a heavenly demon, and one was Chang'an. Seeing that, his smile reached his ears. Showing off in front of an expert. It's still nothing but trash. Using a garbage clone to trick this true body. You fool, see if I crush you to death. Just as the words fell, he raised his giant fist, getting ready to punch Chang'an, but he just leisurely stretched out his hand. Outside, seeing that scene with a gloomy face, Chang-Shi called his name, Chang'an. His giant fist was blocked the moment Chang'an stretched out his hand. A ray of purple light, accompanied by thick smoke, flew up. Its power was so great that it radiated towards the masked crowd. His punch was gently blocked by Chang'an. No strength in hitting people, yet you call yourself a heavenly god. The heavenly god's face darkened, unable to believe his eyes. Isn't your cultivation base at the domain lord realm? Chang'an squeezed the heavenly god's hand hard, causing the blood vessels on his body to burst. His eyes widened in shock. What? Are you scared? One of his hands was broken, and he screamed in pain.
Seeing his hand like that, the heavenly god was extremely angry. Chang'an, you are the main body. Chang'an smirked lightly. With the blood of that heavenly god still on his hands, he explained, Isn't this obvious? The next move will finish you. If you don't use your trump card now, you won't have another chance. That heavenly god erupted the power within his body. He immediately transformed into a giant and tried to crush Chang'an with his foot. As long as I kill you now, you will die completely. He stomped his foot down, and that massive power immediately exploded. But Chang'an dodged his stomp, appearing behind his back ready to launch an attack. A yellow sphere containing power rested in Chang'an's hand. He spoke. Is this a god? Tss, how boring. Chang'an's massive yellow power blasted right through that heavenly god's stomach. You can go to hell now. His eyes widened with no visible pupils. His face became terrifying, and fresh blood began to spew from his mouth. He immediately fell to the ground with a gaping hole in his chest. Chang'an flew in front of Chi-Yun, who reflexively stepped back, while the one with yellow eyebrows looked fierce. The heavenly god in our eyes is a supreme, terrifying existence, but in front of him, he is being played with like a child. Chang'an reached out his hand and smiled at Chi-Yun. Master, lend me your sword for a moment. Holding the sword in his hand, Chi-Yun snapped back to his senses and realized, the sword? But something isn't right here. Wait a minute. Master! The wound on the heavenly god's chest was gradually recovering.
Seeing the scene before her, Changxi widened her eyes in apparent panic. The heavenly god leaned his hands on his knees and slowly stood up. Chi-Yun shouted in panic, The heavenly god is back! Hero, look quickly! But Chang'an maintained a calm expression. I know. The body of that heavenly god began to bulge with large lumps of flesh, slowly turning pink. His 2 eyes had now become 4. The heavenly god had transformed into a new true body, with 4 eyes and pink skin. He threatened him. Do you think you can retreat unscathed after doing this kind of thing? Our dragon god clan will not let you off. If you know what's good for you, immediately kneel down and beg. Chang'an stood up straight, his face cast in shadow, leaving only his brightly shining eyes. I heard that returning to life requires a hefty price, and one of those prices is the consumption of origin energy when devouring the essence of virgins. Every time you resurrect, the consumption becomes even greater. A flash of light quickly approached.
He swung his sword, delivering thousands of consecutive slashes at that heavenly god. Those sword slashes caused his blood to splatter everywhere. He grumbled inwardly. Why didn't my pet come to save me? Why does someone with the immortal demon physique exist? Chang'an slung his sword, slashing directly at the head of that heavenly god, sending his head flying into the air. For those who died unjustly, I will first use this head of yours as a sacrifice. Although Kuang Yang was bruised and battered, he couldn't help but be surprised. I have never seen anyone who could kill a heavenly god. Chengxi, with a shocked expression, also chimed in. Chang'an, he actually did it. Chang'an stood, glancing down at the heavenly god's rolling head, sneering. A heavenly god? Can't even withstand a single blow. Suddenly, purple tentacles sprouting from the heavenly god's head. Those purple tentacles were trying to reattach the heavenly god's head, which also made Chang'an find it strange. He can still resurrect? Chang'an's face now clearly showed provocation as he chuckled lightly. Look at yourself, just like a cockroach that can't be beaten to death.
Purple tentacles were slowly regenerating the heavenly god's body. Chang'an sneered. How ugly. The giant heavenly god's body began to recover. Not only did it regenerate, but 2 additional arms also grew from its back, and its other hand began to accumulate power. I want to crush a bug like you to death. A direct blow landed straight on the heavenly god's face. Chang'an merely glanced at it and mocked. Is this the only level a high and mighty god has? The wound from the blow Chang'an had struck to the heavenly god's head earlier was gradually healing. Chang'an quickly ridiculed. After the divine edict proved useless, other than resurrection, it's still just resurrection. Do you have no other tricks? So you only have this little bit of strength? What are you showing off in front of me for? Holding his sword in one hand, Chang'an walked straight toward the heavenly god. The power exuding from him was extremely terrifying, and the space was drowned in groans. Chang'an stood in front of the heavenly god, who, now realizing fear, immediately begged him, Wait a minute, please spare me. We don't have to be like this. We have no reason to fight to the death. Whatever you want, I will give it to you. I am the child of the dragon god, I guarantee you. Right, you want to save these stupid commoners, right? They are yours. I won't hurt them anymore. I will love and protect them. The heavenly god's pleas fell on deaf ears. Chang'an instantly erupted with power. His 2 eyes turned blue and he snapped his fingers. The heavenly god's body began to inflate. Unwilling to accept its fate, it threatened Chang'an in return. I cannot die. Something terrible will happen. The dragon god clan will not let you off. The heavenly god's face had now inflated to an extreme size, and she thought inwardly, I, a dragon princess, clearly only instigated a war to cultivate a war hero to participate in the Star Domain tournament.
In the heavenly god's heart, he was completely unwilling to accept this. Exactly when did things start going wrong? Why did I have to encounter such a bizarre existence? The heavenly god's corpse exploded, scattering everywhere, and his head flew far away. Meanwhile, Chang'an just stood still watching the corpse explode, and the system's voice rang out. Congratulations to host number 2 for killing a god-level existence. Because the god-level status is a bit special, synchronizing the reward mechanism will take some time to upgrade to a new version, to be clear. Chang'an looked at the heavenly god with a very smug expression and smiled. It seems the explosion was a bit too big. It looks like he won't be able to resurrect for a while. The system announced once again. However, host number 2, I need to tell you, I am very loyal. I only belong to number 1. Because in the second stage of that divine artifact, I unexpectedly gained an additional consciousness to manipulate. Hearing the system say this made Chang'an seem unhappy. He lazily said, Will you stop it? It's all me. Once this is over, this clone will still have to disappear. Chang'an even mocked the system. Seeing you so heartless, you don't look as handsome as my divine demon version. I was placed in the space-time rift of the divine artifact. You haven't even seen me yet. Outside, seeing that Chang'an had defeated the heavenly god, everyone immediately cheered with joy. We won. Those gods have all run away. Qingyang was also delighted, grinning widely. Let it go. Anyway, everything is over, and everyone is safe. Changxi looked towards Chang'an, tears falling profusely, covering her mouth and crying. Chang'an held his forehead, deep in thought. Next up should be the artifact spirit, or the heavenly Tao appearing, right? He also felt a little apprehensive in his heart, making him feel a bit awkward. Qingyang happily spoke up. This time we don't need to leave Henggu anymore. That's great. Hearing this, Chang'an's face immediately fell blank, showing some confusion and anxiety. Qingyang laughed loudly. It's still better to stay here and not go anywhere. Chang'an immediately became afraid, his eyes wide open and his face pale. He thought to himself, Old man Fang, if you don't go to the Juza continent, what should I do? Do you want to reconsider what you were saying? Changxi hugged the girl next to her and cried loudly. It's finally over. We can also firmly stay here now. Yinghua and Xingyang put their arms around each other's shoulders and laughed loudly, while Chang'an stood outside with a scowling face and shouted loudly, No way.
Changxi ran over to him and asked, Why not? The Juzo continent is very far away, and currently the ancient desolate continent has escaped danger. It's entirely possible. Chang'an with a gloomy face explained to her, Solving the crisis is only temporary. You all must look at the long term. He said that, but in his heart he was also thinking that at the very least he must ensure the direction of the future does not change.
Chang'an angrily pointed at Qingyang and shouted, especially Feng Qingyang, if you don't go, then the common people of the world will be doomed. Hearing this, Qingyang pointed at his own face with an anxious expression. Me? Chang'an coughed lightly. That's right. He turned his back, looked towards the sky, and explained, actually, I am an immortal from the future. I returned here to save the ancient desolate continent from these tribulations. Currently, everything has been successfully stopped. Your next responsibility is to go to the Juzo continent to protect the common people. Hearing that he came from the future, everyone was surprised. The future? Chang'an, with a panicked face, reached out his hand to stop them. If you don't go to Juzo, it will throw everything into chaos. Cheng Si was also confused hearing this, but Chang'an's eyes turned sharp and threatening. When that time comes, even the ancient desolate continent will be affected, perhaps even destroyed.
Hearing those words from Chang'an, everyone felt terrified. Chang Shi covered her mouth in panic. Is it really that serious? Chang'an thought to himself, it is indeed serious, but whether ancient desolate is destroyed or not, I don't know. Changyang made a decision. It seems we have no choice but to go to the Juzo continent. The others also made their decisions, so this matter involves so much, then we will still go. Changyang, with a smug look, thought he had great influence. To think that I, Feng Qingyang, not only have to protect the ancient desolate continent, but also bear the responsibility of protecting the Juzo continent. I am truly important. A voice echoed from the sky. The god of war of the ancient desolate continent has died. It seems it is time for me to choose a new master. Everyone standing below looked confused. From high above, a black eye appeared. The black-haired girl recognized that eye. The heavenly Tao has appeared. Changyang, with a jubilant face, said, the new master of the ancient desolate continent will definitely be Chang'an. The young man beside him cried tears of joy. That's right. From now on, the ancient desolate continent will also have its own new god to protect it. That eye glanced to Chang'an and thought inwardly, this person's power is truly formidable. That eye unleashed its power and announced, the new master of the ancient desolate continent that I acknowledge is you. As the one the heavenly Tao aimed at below, Chang'an thought it was himself. At this moment, he was overjoyed inwardly. The mission to obtain ancient desolate was successful. But unexpectedly, the person the heavenly Tao chose was Chang Shi. Chang'an, standing beside him, was also taken aback. How could it not be Chen Chang'an, but divine maiden Chang Shi? Chang'an's face looked dumbfounded, not understanding why. What's going on? Has this heavenly Tao made a mistake? The heavenly Tao had transmitted its power into Chang Shi's body. She was in great pain at this moment from having to receive a new power. I feel terrible. The heavenly Tao looked down from above as Chang'an trembled. What is going on in the end? He approached to comfort Chang Shi, who was gradually losing control. She might be losing control soon. The heavenly Tao declared, my decision handed down cannot be questioned. As the new master of the ancient desolate continent, you must go to the divine temple within 1 day to register and officially take over the ancient desolate continent. Chang'an was very angry at this moment, his eyes glaring at the heavenly Tao. Chang'an stood up, intending to go and question the heavenly Tao, but his arm was grabbed by Chang Shi. At this moment, Chang Shi seemed to transform into a completely different person, exuding a terrifying aura of power. Young hero. Chang'an turned back to look at Chang Shi with a puzzled expression. She continued, there's no need. The heavenly Tao has already decided that I am the new master of the ancient desolate continent. Everyone present was completely shocked by that scene. Chang Shi, with a distant gaze, spoke. 10 million years have passed. This dragon god has finally died.
Shang Shi was face to face directly with Chang'an. Her hand touched his face. She recounted to him, this was originally a world-transcending test. At first, I didn't hold any hope for you. I didn't expect you to surprise me like this. Not bad. You did very well. Rest assured, wait until after I finish taking over this Hengu continent. I will reward you. Shang Shi absorbed Chang'an's spirit energy. Chang'an felt it and immediately pushed her away. Chang'an stood up, looking down from above, and questioned her. So in reality, there was fundamentally no divine artifact trial at all. All of this was just you trying to make me help you kill Long Lu, taking the opportunity for you to borrow Shang Shi's body to gain the power recognized by the heavenly Tao of the Hengu continent, to take over this planet, right? Shang Shi, at this moment, with sharp eyes looking at him, couldn't help but exclaim, young hero, your mind is very sharp. I thought you would be terrified. Since when did you guess it? Chang'an, with a gloomy face looking down at her, answered, the story you made up earlier was too terrible. There was fundamentally no connection. How could this make people feel immersed? Shang Shi, with blushing cheeks, laughed loudly and provoked. At first, you definitely believed it. I really care about your angry expression right now. That's right, from the very beginning I created countless divine artifacts. Each piece contains a clone of mine, which is also the artifact spirit in your words. An artifact spirit lying in a pyramida block. The divine artifacts were sent into all heavens and myriad realms. Whenever encountering someone with potential,
It would use the identity of an artifact spirit to lure them to transmigrate to various continents, making them fight against the heavenly gods of the continents for various purposes. Many divine artifacts are floating in all heavens and myriad realms. The spirit energy exists outside of Earth. Once they successfully kill the heavenly god, I will suddenly appear afterward. The spirit energy appears right when the heavenly Tao is designating the successor of those who have tried their best to kill the heavenly god, taking away the ownership of the entire continent.
Changxi laughed radiantly at this moment, and after that, all the living beings on these continents will become my source of power, sacrificing their most precious lives for my cultivation base. The group of three, including Qingyang, were all surprised upon hearing what Changxi just said. Qingyang questioned first, "So that means after the heavenly god dies, the Hengu continent has no protector, and instead the girl beside us who already knows the outcome will be seized by another heavenly god?" Changxi stood opposite Chang'an with a joyful face and said to him, "All right, I still have to make a trip to the divine temple to bring all of this to an end. Try to make use of your remaining time to bid your final farewell to this continent." Chang'an, now furious, grabbed Changxi by the neck from behind and shouted her name, "Changxi!" Changxi closed her eyes and called his name, "Chang'an!" At this moment, Changxi had returned to her own body and instructed him, "You absolutely cannot let her successfully register, otherwise our entire Hengu continent will be doomed." Hearing Changxi's words, Chang'an replied with a grim face, "I know." With a determined face and his eyes turning blue, Chang'an said, "I am definitely taking this continent." At the same time, the system also announced, "Detected that Hengu continent will be officially taken over by the god of space-time in 10 minutes. After taking over, the entire continent will be sacrificed by her. If Hengu continent is destroyed, the host's third mission will also fail accordingly."
From high above, a purple beam of light began to appear. Chang'an, holding Changxi in his arms, looked up with a puzzled expression. The beam of light immediately transformed into a vortex, opening up a spatial dimension. 3 streams of power rushed straight down towards the earth from above, as a voice declared, "The god of this place is actually dead? I knew the legitimate son of the dragon god was a piece of trash, but I didn't expect him to die so quickly. Yet another continent about to be shrouded in death. I like it." The voice seemed delighted that the continent was about to be manipulated. Everyone on the Hengu continent heard the voice and saw the strange phenomenon in the sky. What is this sound? I don't know, it feels like it's transmitting from the 9 heavens. Could it be? Chang'an looked up with a sharp gaze. Gods. The system continuously issued warnings. Warning, it has been detected that the sun god Di-Jun has used the spirit probing art on the Hengu continent. Warning, it has been detected that the Olympian Queen Hera has used the spirit probing art on the Hengu continent. Warning, it has been detected that the god of death Anubis has used the spirit probing art on the Hengu continent. Seeing the system issuing continuous warnings and so many gods appearing, Chang'an also looked up at the sky. So there are this many gods. Chen Chang'an glanced over. Gods? The system's voice continuously rang out. Warning, it has been detected that Yan Tianzun has used the spirit probing art on the Hengu continent. Warning, it has been detected that the Night Empress has used the spirit probing art on the Hengu continent. Warning, it has been detected that the Death Chief God has used the spirit probing art on the Hengu continent.
Warning, detected seeming heavenly god. Warning, detected thunder law heaven. His eyes emitted a thick killing intent, so there were this many gods. A ray of white flashed across the universe, hitting the divine temple of the Hengu continent. The god of space-time, Tian Wangchen, sighed emotionally. This was the place. On the contrary, it took me a few minutes to get here. Only after transmigrating back did I realize that myself from 10 million years ago was still quite immature. She smiled and spoke to the empty space. Where is the earth spirit of the dragon god clan? A dragon god appeared, frowning at her. You are the god of space-time Tian Wangchen. Why did you appear here? Her eyes rolled as she thought to herself, Earth spirit. Every divine temple on the continent will have a guardian soul, and for the continent to acknowledge a master, it requires his approval. Tian Wangchen spread her arms and said as a matter of course, "Naturally, it's because Long Lu is dead." Her expression was mocking as she ridiculed. Died very tragically, torn to pieces by an immortal. If this news spreads, the Dragon God clan will lose all its face, right? The Dragon God did not believe her words, its expression extremely furious. Impossible! An immortal absolutely cannot injure young Master Long Lu. Rather, it should be him getting abused and massacred by young Master Long Lu instead. She raised a finger, and a purple light flew straight into the Dragon God's head. Whether it's true or false, judge for yourself. It was confused. This is... In its mind appeared a segment of memories that wasn't its own, without any fabrication. This matter is actually true. Young Master Long Lu was unexpectedly. Her eyes widened. Watching the Dragon God's reaction, she started adding fuel to the fire. This immortal came from who knows where.
learning strange immortal arts that suppressed Long Lu in every aspect. The moves were all killer moves, the methods extremely ruthless. She thought to herself, how Chen Chang'an arrived? How could I possibly tell you guys? The dragon god was utterly hateful. This immortal must die. The descendants of my dragon god clan will definitely hunt him down to the ends of the star domain, taking the lives of his clansmen. Tian Wangchen revealed a sly smile. It's just a pity that I couldn't arrive in time to save his life. Oh well, let me use my power to recreate the scene from back then. All in all, this matter must have an explanation.
The dragon god gratefully thanked her. Fortunately, we received your notification. I will quickly report this matter to the high god in our clan. She said politely, this is within the duty of an ally. It is just a pity that this continent will soon be taken away by other gods. The dragon god took out a square block from his body. High god, please take a look. Because the blessing of a continental territory provides great support to a god, there are quite a few enemies eyeing our territory. It respectfully offered the Henggu continent to Tian Wangchen. Fertile water does not flow into outsiders' fields. If you do not mind, let us hand over this Henggu continent to you to manage first. She was so happy that her face twisted. All right, I will help you with this matter. I will reluctantly accept this continent. She thought to herself, success. She began to cast a spell to acknowledge it as her master. The territories under the dragon god's command all have the blessing of special karmic luck. Once sacrificed, it will make her cultivation base grow significantly. This trick of borrowing a knife to kill another becomes easier to use over time. Although it's tough on Chan Chang'an, it's better than the dragon god directly causing trouble for her. On the contrary, this master acknowledging process is a bit troublesome and takes a few minutes, but as long as the result is good, it doesn't matter. Waiting for 10 million years, she just needs to successfully acknowledge it as master. Suddenly, the master acknowledging contract shattered. What happened? The dragon god also didn't know what had happened. Such a phenomenon had never occurred before. Why couldn't it acknowledge a master? Tian Wangchen's eyes became impatient. She seized the heavenly Tao's recognition first so that other heavenly Taos wouldn't snatch the qualification beforehand, using this time to transmigrate through space-time back to this era to take the continent. But she didn't give up and tried to sign the contract again, yet it still failed. The second time still didn't work.
The dragon god looked at the Henggu continent and said, then there are two possibilities. One is that someone is controlling the will of the continent, ignoring the heavenly Tao to stop us. There's no need to worry about this. With a little time, it can be broken through. What worries me the most is the second possibility. Without the recognition of the divine temple, it has already escaped our control. That is to say, the Henggu continent has changed owners.
Snatched the Henggu continent one step ahead of her? No, impossible. No one arrived here earlier than me. A powerful source of light was released from the continent. Seeing this light, the divine dragon quickly explained. Look quickly, the golden light represents a successful master acknowledgement. It was just a false alarm just now. As the continent gradually cracked open, the divine dragon continued. As the master of the continent, the person's name will appear. She looked forward to it with a satisfied expression, until 3 words were carved on the stone stele, Chen Chang'an. Tian Wangchen's expression changed drastically, so angry that her face bulged with blue veins. She gritted her teeth, unwilling to accept this in her heart. Why is it him? Why? I waited for 10 million years, occupying all the favorable timing, geographical, and human conditions. Why is it him and not me? The heavenly dragon was puzzled seeing this name. Who is this person? She answered, Chen Chang'an. In these few short minutes, what on earth did you do? On the other side, Chen Chang'an looked into the distance and sighed. 5 minutes ago, Chen Chang'an looked at the anomaly in the sky and felt something very strange. It's not right. That Long Leo clearly just died. Why has the heavenly Tao of this place acknowledged a new master? The heavenly Tao of the Henggu continent, what is going on? Hearing the voice before seeing the person. To be able to pressure the heavenly Tao from such a distance, their strength cannot be underestimated. That fat guy is far from comparable. Rather, this group exists in a higher dimension. Feng Qingyang frowned deeply. With so many heavenly gods arriving, what must we do to take back this land from their hands? The heavenly Tao of the Henggu continent came before the gods and announced, Greetings, gods. This place has been taken over by the god of space-time, Tian Wangchen. The gods voiced their displeasure. What? Snatched away by her again?
Yan Tianzun began to entice the heavenly Tao. I am Yan Tianzun. You also don't know what that god of space-time will do to the continent under your command. If you are willing to acknowledge a new master, I myself can protect this continent. The heavenly Tao was extremely torn. But I have just acknowledged a master. Once my transfer is discovered by the god of space-time, Night Empress offered even better conditions. That Tian Wangchen is very good at fighting, but what's the use of being good at fighting? She is nothing more than a wandering god without any backing. If you rely on me, I will help you become a stronger continent, even becoming a prosperous land. The heavenly Tao seemed a bit swayed by the words prosperous land. Lu Shen spoke up. Turning a desolate land into a prosperous land? Night Empress, you are quite willing to invest, she said calmly.
It's just a small favor, not to the extent of an investment. On the contrary, in this situation where the gods lack territory, having an extra one will ultimately be helpful to me. Hearing their words, the heavenly Tao began to calculate. Currently, the Hanggu continent was indeed a desolate land, the lowest existence in the entire star domain. If it could truly become a prosperous land, then the benefits it would bring would be endless. The heavenly Tao spoke up to remind them. But to acknowledge a new master, I must discard most of the karmic luck that the Hanggu continent has accumulated. When that time comes, this place will become incredibly desolate, unable to compare even with the lowest desolate land. What if you go back on your words, or if the god of space-time comes knocking? Chen Chang'an shouted from below. Do heavenly gods high above also like to draw big empty cakes? From what I see, you might as well consider cooperating with me. Once I become the master of the Hanggu continent, the heavenly Tao will naturally have to listen to me, Yan Tianzun said disdainfully. Cooperate with you? Night Empress shared the same thought as Yan Tianzun. A mere mortal actually dreaming of discussing cooperation with heavenly gods? This is truly the funniest joke I have ever heard. The heavenly Tao glanced at him. Stop your wishful thinking. I am the heavenly Tao, and since ancient times I have only acknowledged heavenly gods as my masters. He turned his head and walked away, not bothering to argue with them anymore. I have given you a chance. Don't regret it. In his heart, he silently calculated. This heavenly Tao will soon hand over the continent to someone else again, and he had to quickly figure out a way to resolve the situation.
There was not much time left for him. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. Leave it to me. In Chen Chang'an's consciousness, another Chen Chang'an spoke up. I already know everything from your memories. What do you guess I saw? He shot him a disdainful look. We can even communicate telepathically. Have you taken care of that big bug? He smiled and said, I just found the 9 heaven star array previously set up by divine envoy Zengda. Although it was destroyed by that son of a bitch dog god, there is still a remnant of the array core left under the ruins. After seeing this array, I immediately had an idea. He gave a wicked smile. An idea? So that's how it is. Having the memories transferred over is not a bad idea. Number 1, he cheerfully replied. Number 1. All right, then next, number 2, you support me. He spread his hands. It's been a long time since I used the system's features. All things animate. First leave this route mark for Changxi. In order to avoid the appearance of irresistible factors, we can just make use of it now. Restore the connection of the teleportation array, and expand the Invincible domain to the Hanggu continent. The method seemed easy, but it still required someone in the Juzhou continent to connect with him, and this person must be proficient in spatial teleportation power. He turned to her and said, Changxi, the matter will be resolved very quickly. Don't forget to notify your junior sister. She was startled. The matter will be resolved? Changxi glanced at him. I can contact her. Does Chang'an have anything to say? She said, half doubting. He said, pass a message for me. Say.
Just as the transmission was opened, Han Shi's voice rang out. Senior sister, I'm in Juzhou. Why is that teleportation array broken? I can't return anymore. What is going on? I heard Chang'an's voice. Are you next to him? Are you okay? Chen Chang'an walked over and spoke up. Han Shi, he said with a heartbroken expression. Let's break up. I already have someone in my heart. You did very well. We are just not suitable for each other. You should stay in Juzhou and don't come back. Han Shi screamed. What? Changxi blushed upon hearing this, her mind making up its own scenarios. Someone in his heart. The only woman beside him is me. Could it be? He's stammering like that. Could it be that he likes me too? Then what about junior sister? Once she finds out, she will definitely go crazy. Han Shi trembled and bit her lip, crying from anger. Scumbag! Suddenly, her attention was drawn to something else. It was her master's 9 heavens starry low evolution array. This is great. Someone is fixing it. I must exert all my strength to connect with this teleportation array. She began to gather her power. Chen Chang'an, don't even think about dumping me. If anyone is going to do the dumping, it can only be me dumping you. On the other side, Chen Chang'an spread his arms and a massive power appeared. All things animate, expand. The teleportation array gradually expanded. Everyone on Feng Quingyang's side looked towards the gate. Look, you guys, Zhang Yuran exclaimed in horror. The teleportation array destroyed by the god is gradually recovering. What in the world is going on? Chen Chang'an said confidently, it's not over yet. The gods witnessing this scene were also panicked and terrified. An extremely unusual power has emerged on the planet. What is with this teleportation array? I'm afraid another god has secretly intervened. Do they want to forcefully occupy the Hanggu continent? The Night Empress sneered disdainfully. Forcefully occupy? You guys are overthinking it. This is merely a survival tactic of a bunch of ants. That's right. The safest way to occupy the continent is to have it acknowledge you as its master. Forceful invasion will definitely suffer from the devouring of the Star Domain's laws.
A barbarian land like this is not worth any heavenly god paying a heavy price. Behind Chen Chang'an appeared several figures. Divine Maiden Muye said, if you want to find out the truth, wouldn't you know if you go up and see? Yan Tian said disdainfully, how could it be a trivial heavenly demon? Where did he get this kind of power? It seems this little beast has quite a few secrets. Just as well, the grudge of my divine envoy being killed by him hasn't been avenged yet. Nan Yu struck out a palm. Although this divided soul of mine is not even 1/10,000th of my main body, it is more than enough to destroy him. The smoke and dust cleared, and Chen Chang'an was completely unharmed, even throwing him a contemptuous look. Is that all? He immediately became furious at being looked down upon. You bastard, how dare you look at me with the eyes of looking at a bug? Your appearance is exactly the same as that immortal in the lower realm. Is it a clone? Nan Yu gathered all his power into one place. Long Liu, whom you killed, was the lowest ranked person among all the heavenly gods. He was merely throwing his weight around relying on his father's prestige. But we are heavenly gods who have experienced countless eras, climbed to the peak, escaped the reincarnation of the world, and finally grasped the heavenly Tao. You are nothing but a trivial heavenly demon, tiny as an ant in our eyes. I don't even need to use my full strength to crush you. Mu Ye turned to ask Yan Tianzun. Zhou Yangzundi has already used 1% of his strength. Isn't that lowering his status too much? Yan Tiandi felt this battle was very worth watching. Interesting. To use such a high-intensity divine art to crush a bug is not bad. Only I could do that. The system's voice rang out. Host, all the gods who attacked you have been saved to the database. The record will never be deleted. Your clone is in danger. Please stay far away from the gods' attacks. He didn't care much about these gods. If I run away, the teleportation array behind me will be lost.
A ray of white light radiated out as Chen Chang'an turned to leave. The system reminded him, Host, your heavenly demon clone has been destroyed by the gods. Consciousness is merging, memories are synchronizing, combining two into one. Feeling annoyed by his chatter, he replied, I know, the pain has already transmitted over. The system announced, that has also been completed. He let out a wicked smile. Very good. First, cover the entire Juzo continent for me. The system obeyed. Understood. The corresponding domain points have been deducted. Coverage successful. He smiled and said, after that, combine all my remaining domain fragments from before into a domain card. Designate the Invincible domain as the target unit and expand the domain to the Hanggu continent. The system was bewildered. How is there still this kind of operation? Host, you. He glanced at the system. What? So there are actually things that your system cannot do? The system was left speechless. Host, you. There is nothing I cannot do. Expanding the domain. Expansion successful. Finally, his face turned serious. Spend all my domain points, cover the Hanggu continent, and seize this land for me. The system obeyed. Understood. The situation began to change. The system announced, the Hanggu continent has been completely covered. Please enjoy, host. Chen Chang'an smiled eerily. Next, wait for me to wipe out these garbage gods. Hearing him say this, the gods felt as if they had heard a very funny joke. He says he wants to wipe us out? What should we do? Such a tiny ant. They couldn't laugh for long before a powerful source of light radiated out and swallowed them whole. They screamed in agony. We can't block it. Why has my divine art lost its effect? Wait, why has the seal of the continent acknowledging a master appeared on his body? His eyes flashed with a deadly glint. Until their deaths, they still did not know why they died. How is this possible? Who exactly are you? Now only a deep black hole remained in the sky. The gods had completely vanished. Everyone witnessing this scene began to feel extremely panicked. Chang'an! The system announced. Host killed the divided soul of Yan Tianzun. The rewards are abundant, awaiting selection. Host killed the divided soul of the Death Chief God. The rewards are abundant, awaiting selection. Host killed the divided soul of the Night Empress. The rewards are abundant, awaiting selection. Congratulations to the host for occupying the Hanggu continent. Task completed. The Hanggu continent of the Hanggu continent couldn't believe what the hell was happening. The gods were... Can I still take back my previous words? A golden light rushed down from the sky. The heavenly Tao, knowing the circumstances, knelt at his feet. Lord Chen Chang'an, please forgive this lowly one for having eyes but failing to see. From now on, you are the sole master of the Hanggu continent. Chen Chang'an looked at it mockingly. Oh, didn't you say you would absolutely never accept me as your master? It hurriedly explained. Those were just words. This lowly one spoke nonsense in a moment of haste. Please forgive me, my lord. The heavenly Tao thought to itself. To be able to instantly assassinate the clones of the gods, he must be hiding his true strength, fearing he is at least at the god level. Furthermore, he bypassed the laws to forcefully occupy the continent, not even fearing me, clearly showing he is not afraid of any backlash. For this kind of existence, no matter what, I must flatter him.
He looked down, stroking his chin as he sized it up. What a pity. I still prefer your previous untamed look. Hearing this, it became so scared that it stuttered. My lord. The heavenly Tao pleaded with Changxi and the others. I beg you all to put in a few good words for me. My previous words were actually just to protect the Hanggu continent. Our purposes are completely identical. Changxi's group hesitated. Changxi secretly evaluated Chen Chang'an. What kind of existence is this man exactly, to actually be able to create such miracles, surprising everyone time and time again? Feng Changyang stepped forward to speak on its behalf. Well, Chen Chang'an, actually what this heavenly Tao said is not wrong either. He said coldly. On the contrary, I feel that a stubborn one like this should be dealt with directly, leaving no future troubles. The system popped up a notification. Settlement complete. The host's currently remaining domain points are 1,514. After the host killed Long Lu, you can choose to receive the rewards below.
The system interface turned red. 1. 10% analysis progress of the Heavenly God clone. 2. The title Heavenly Dragon Slaughterer. Effect: targeting the entire Dragon God clan, the damage dealt by the clone to them will be accompanied by lawbreaking. The system issued a warning. Oh right, a quick reminder. Currently the Dragon God clan's hatred towards you has reached 20%. Once the hatred index reaches 100%, the host will be hunted by the Dragon God clan throughout the Divine Domain with nowhere to run. He furrowed his brows tightly and thought, oh, pick 1 out of 2 rewards. Although the added effect of this title is very useful, after entering the Divine Domain I might not only encounter the Dragon God clan. Once I run into other clans, the title will lose its effect. Conversely, it's not as good as the Heavenly God clone. Chan Chang'an quickly made his choice. I choose reward 1. In his mind, he constantly calculated. Furthermore, completing the 3rd mission will definitely yield more domain point rewards. Currently, Juzu and the Hanggu continent have been entirely covered by me. There is temporarily no need to rush to exchange for domain points. The system notified. Understood. 10% analysis progress of the Heavenly God clone has been claimed for you. The remaining Heavenly God kill rewards have also been refreshed. Please continue to make your selections, host. He said decisively. No need to choose anymore. Exchange everything for the analysis progress of the Heavenly God clone for me. Quickly complete the analysis of the Heavenly God clone. The system immediately complied. Everything has been successfully exchanged. The host's current analysis progress of the Heavenly God clone is 10.5%, because the reward obtained this time is different from before. The system rewarded the clone with the ability to use the Invincible domain for 1 minute within the domain. Hearing it say this, he was startled and yelled, What, 10.5%? System, did you make a mistake? Wasn't Long Lu's reward already 10%? Why did the death rewards of the remaining Heavenly Gods only add up to 0.5? The system explained, because these people were merely clones. If the host can kill the true bodies of the gods, the rewards will naturally be generous. He felt extremely frustrated. It seems I must quickly bring out the Heavenly God clone, or I'll have to enter the Heavenly God's lair to destroy a few true bodies.
But it doesn't matter. After all, the matter is basically resolved now. Changxi will no longer die, but the remaining power of the divine artifact must still be obtained. Chen Chang'an looked up at the sky. God of space-time, right? Since it was a deceptive trap from the very beginning, then I can only directly snatch the power of the divine artifact from your hands. The Hanggu continent completely belongs to me now. After that little female thief realizes it, she will definitely return. He placed a hand on his forehead and called out, System, keep a close eye out for me. Once the aura of the God of space-time appears within the Invincible domain, notify me immediately. The system received the order. Understood.
Tianwang Chen angrily slammed her hand against the wall. Damn, Chen Chang'an. I originally wanted to keep your pathetic life, but since you dared to scheme against me, then you no longer need to exist. Before leaving, she did not forget to add fuel to the fire. Chen Chang'an is the murderer who killed Long Shu. I am going to kill him now. Earth Spirit, wait for me here and do not move. The Dragon God bowed respectfully, sending off the God of Spacetime. Waiting until she left, the Dragon God then dropped its disguise. It smiled craftily. With Tianwang Chen's strength, a casual squeeze can cause the space-time of the entire world to tremble. No matter what method that person used to bypass the regulation and management of the Hanggu continent, once Tianwang Chen strikes with full force, he will definitely die, and he will die a very miserable death. It looked at the teleportation gate and pondered. However, there are many hidden details regarding Long Shu's death. Perhaps it is also her playing tricks behind the scenes. I better quickly notify the clan to prevent her from escaping. Tianwang Chen stepped through to another space. She looked around, her brows tightly furrowed. Why is this Hanggu continent different from before? The spirit energy in the continent has actually surged so much, it is a world of difference from the barbarian land of the past. This place can actually withstand 10% of my current power. What exactly happened to this continent? The system's voice rang out, detecting that the God of Spacetime had intruded into the Invincible domain. She provocatively shouted at him like a maniac. Chen Chang'an, I will make you explain to me clearly why this Hanggu continent has become yours, and make you kneel at the feet of... Suddenly, a hand reached out, tightly grabbed her neck, and pulled her back. Chen Chang'an evaluated her for a moment. Artifact spirit. She tried to push his hand away, but failed. Showing no tenderness for the fairer sex, he ruthlessly threw her to the ground. She struggled to stand up, feeling extremely panicked in her heart. What is going on? I actually couldn't detect his move. She startled and widened her eyes. Chen Chang'an was sitting right on her back, smirking as he said, "Little female thief." Never having suffered such humiliation before, she screamed frantically, "Chen Chang'an, you trash fish! How dare you!" Her power erupted, forming a pillar of light piercing straight into the sky. "Get out from me!" He sat in that beam of light for a moment, then asked, "Is that all?" She was shocked by him. From the sky, lightning constantly appeared, gathering in the palm of his hand. Her eyes widened, her pupils contracted. "How is this possible?" She lay flat on the ground, unable to move. "I am a god. How can a mere immortal possess the power to suppress me?" He chuckled, and that's not all. He grabbed her head and pressed it down, a strange energy radiating from his body.
Your divine art I will also take. The system's voice rang out, targeting the god of space-time's exclusive divine artifact, initiating analysis and replication. She shouted angrily, "Don't be delusional. What I grasp is the power of space-time. Unless you belong to the Heavenly God clan, casually snatching it without the aptitude will only cause a backlash on yourself. Furthermore," the system notified, "successfully replicated 100% of the space-time power. The suitable range of use is limited to the Invincible domain." The two were swept into another space, and the power within Tianwang Chen underwent a mutation. He smiled wickedly and asked, "What did you say?" She was so furious she was speechless. "You—" Chen Chang'an spread his arms and laughed. "What a formidable divine art! Now the future of this Hendu has been completely altered, and even the future space-time will undergo unbelievable changes." He glanced at her. "I'm guessing your mind is already a messy paste right now. All of this stems from you summoning me to this space-time. Right now, you are of no use to me. Whether I kill you or keep you depends on your performance." She blushed with anger. Things shouldn't have turned out this way. To think that the person she personally brought here would plot against her, and was even in existence surpassing gods. His facial muscles twitched as he looked at her in confusion. "What's with that expression? You make it look like we've already done something." Tianwang Chen's fur was ruffled by his teasing. "You are the one who—" Changxi's voice echoed over. "Chang'an, something happened?" He turned his head to look back. "Changxi?" Her face was pale. "Hengu continent. Hengu continent is being besieged. Right now, countless heavenly god clones have descended upon the continent."
Countless teleportation gates suddenly appeared in the sky. Shangxi trembled in fear, saying that this place had some immense karmic luck, and asking what they should do. Tianwang Chen smiled wickedly. "Shangchang, you are only good at fighting. What use is that?" He looked at her in confusion, thinking she still hasn't given up, always having to put on the act of a heavenly god in front of others. She looked at him with a provocative gaze. "Neither you nor I have any faction to rely on. No matter how strong your individual power is, can you withstand multiple heavenly gods joining forces at the same time? That Hengu continent of yours will sooner or later be divided up by the gods. Changchang, you cannot protect it." He also returned a provocative smile to her. "Listen carefully. The ones who truly need to be afraid are them, not me. It has already come to this, and she still refuses to yield. If I weren't short on time, I would definitely tear this mouth apart." After speaking, he disappeared, leaving her alone. She cursed inwardly. "You fool, do you think winning means you can confront all the gods and Buddhas of the heavens? You overestimate yourself, Changchang." He flew in midair and confidently declared, "A mere glint of cold light radiates 10,000 realms, so what if I slaughter all the heavenly gods?" 30 seconds earlier, the master of the continent, Changchang, an unheard of name. The god of death said, "Do not underestimate the enemy. For this person to obtain the continent right under the noses of several heavenly god clones, he must be at least at the demigod level, god of death." The tree goddess, she haughtily said, "In this kind of remote star domain, they are all just nobodies. I see him as not even comparing to a single hair of mine. Furthermore, I suspect he likely sneaked into the lower realm with his true body. Otherwise, he absolutely could not bypass the divine temple to forcefully seize this place." Makes sense. The 8 great god clans of the divine domain had long issued a ban forbidding the true bodies of heavenly gods from descending to the lower realm. It seems this person is 80% likely to be a wandering god with no background or backing. She stroked her hair. A mere wandering god, yet he dares to swallow the great karmic luck of this place all by himself. His guts are quite big. Hearing her say this, he also dropped his guard. "In that case, we no longer have to worry about the aftermath." The god of death let out a happy, evil laugh. "No title, not even an initial stage god, and a wandering god at that. That means we can kill him as we please." He stood up and led the gods. "Everyone, let us join forces to kill the god of this place and seize the karmic luck." Roars of agreement echoed. "Kill!" Teleportation gates appeared in the sky, and countless gods stepped out from them. A ray of light shot out, tearing across the sky, darting straight toward the gods. Changchang smiled brightly to welcome them. "Welcome, everyone." Shangxi looked up at the sky and said worriedly, "Changchang, if he keeps fighting like this, his body definitely won't be able to hold up." From the dust, a female voice rang out. "He is so arrogant, disrespectful, and egotistical. He must definitely pay a heavy price for this." Her smile became twisted. "Chen Chang'an, even if you have the domain god realm, with this number of gods, they will eventually exhaust you to death sooner or later." Shangxi ran over, knelt down and begged her, "High God, please lend a hand to save him. Please save Chen Chang'an. Save the ancient desolate continent." She said in annoyance, "To think I even bestowed upon you the power of a divine artifact? Don't you find your words ridiculous? On what grounds should I offend so many heavenly gods to save a person who is destined to die?" Shangxi tried her best to plead. "We don't need to fight to the bitter end. Making more friends and having fewer enemies is also very important. Even if just for once, me being a friend and being able to help him is a good thing. I beg you." Tianwang Chen stroked her lips. "That actually makes a bit of sense." She smiled at the misfortune of others. "But I refuse. What the hell is the use of friends? Will they help you in times of crisis? You are too kind-hearted, which is why you ended up so tragically. Not to mention," she caressed Shangxi's terrified face, "this continent of yours has long been discovered by the gods.
Now, in order to absorb that great karmic luck, they will naturally destroy this place completely. The Hanggu continent is destined to be destroyed. You don't need to beg me anymore. Originally, if you had obediently let me take over the Hanggu continent, you wouldn't have had to suffer this pain at all and could have left comfortably. And all of this, her face showed hatred, is all caused by that Bam Chen Chang'an. Shang-Chi did not give up. Hi God, Chang'an came here and went through battles big and small. He doesn't say it out loud, but he must already be very tired inside. Without asking for the reason, he saved us from the hell of boiling oil and raging fire. He shouldn't have an ending where he dies without an intact corpse. He is the hero of all of us. She knocked her head on the ground, begging for Tian Wangchen's mercy. On behalf of everyone in the Hanggu continent, I beg you. Tian Wangchen looked at her with disdain. Ridiculous. She lifted her chin to entice her. How about this? You go find Chen Chang'an and tell him to yield all the rights of this continent to me, and I will conveniently help him survive this tribulation. Chen Chang'an landed on the ground. Who did you say you want to help transcend the tribulation? The system announced. The host has successfully killed the clone of the God of Carnage, obtaining 0.1% analysis progress of the Heavenly God clone. The host has successfully killed the clone of the Tree Goddess, obtaining 0.1% analysis progress of the Heavenly God clone. The host has successfully killed the clone of the Ice Goddess, obtaining 0.1% analysis progress of the Heavenly God clone. The host has successfully killed the clone of the Blazing God of War, obtaining 0.1% analysis progress of the Heavenly God clone. He cracked his knuckles to stretch his muscles. Your skin is itching. Do you want to die? She was completely unafraid and said viciously, Chen Chang'an, you can't hold on anymore and want to come beg me. How about this? As long as you obediently kneel down and kowtow 3 times to this old lady, I will show great mercy and give you a hand. How about that? His mouth twitched continuously. Kneel before you? He pointed in a direction. Tian Wangchen, is your brain short-circuited so you don't understand clearly? Or maybe you should look carefully before you speak. She narrowed her eyes to look in the direction he pointed. Look at what? Her eyes widened and cold sweat poured out. The sky was empty. There was not a single god left. All the gods had disappeared. Shang-Chi was also dumbfounded. Fengling Yang's group was endlessly amazed. The gods descended to the lower realm, and Chen Chang'an alone, miraculous, truly miraculous. It's fine now, we are safe. Tian Wangchen used her eyes to look back into the past. What exactly happened just now? The scene rewound in time. Chen Chang'an was provoking the gods. If you have the guts, come here yourselves. Tian Wangchen looked at the scene and thought to herself, the one who likes to observe being besieged. The strength of the gods is not bad.
Why did they all disappear in the blink of an eye? It was seen that Chen Chang'an used a single move to take the lives of the gods. What? He fought effortlessly. I was just worrying about not having enough people to kill. Tian Wangchen began to be wary of him. Damn it, why is Chen Chang'an's strength so terrifying? The god of death and the wood god were stunned. The god of death spoke up. Transfer some of the true abilities of our main bodies over here. Let him know our power. Let's attack. They all disappeared. In just the blink of an eye, the heavenly gods of these star domains were all completely killed. She looked at him in fear. Moreover, they were all instantly killed by him. His face darkened. I heard everything you just said. She began to regret it. What kind of monster had she summoned here? She bit her lip, cold sweat constantly pouring out, and humbled herself to curry favor. If you need anything, just say it. I can definitely help you. He also didn't hold back, his face resembling an evil spirit. On the contrary, I really have something I want to ask you. Is there any way to attract more heavenly gods here? Preferably the extremely badass type of heavenly gods. She was astonished. Huh? Changxi was terrified. You still want to make more heavenly gods come here? Tian Wangchen said silently. Yes, there is. Somewhere in a great hall, a divine dragon knelt down and reported to the person sitting on the throne. Something happened, second young master. Lord Longlu died unexpectedly. The god of space-time originally wanted to intervene and take over the continent, but it was snatched by a person named Chen Chang'an. The Dragon God clan second young master Longhua revealed an indescribably ugly smile. I always thought that Tian Wangchen conspired with someone to murder my 12th brother. Daring to touch the people of our Dragon God clan, they must pay the price. Hearing this, the divine dragon asked, Does the second young master have a plan? Longhua stood up, his eyes shining brightly. I want to use the Dragon God art, 10 Directions God-Destroying Array. The divine dragon exclaimed in shock. What?
The dragon god hesitated a bit. In that star domain, once this dragon god art is unleashed, including all the planets within the Hanggu continent, everything will be completely destroyed. But there are also many territories managed by other initial stage gods there. Doing so will definitely create enmity with them, and when the time comes, those gods will all come for revenge. Second young master, please reconsider. Longhua's face became crazed. Elder brother is not here. I am in charge. What is there to fear from a bunch of stinking ants? When you have enough strength, an ant only deserves to be trampled under your feet.
Tian Wangchen thought to herself, this man is threatening me. If I don't lure an initial stage god here, he will execute me. At this moment, if I were a clone, I wouldn't be afraid of him, but this body contains more than half of my divine power, so I can only temporarily follow his orders. Imperial River Emperor stood in front of her. Tian Wangchen, you sent a voice transmission to me saying you wanted to give this Hengu continent to me. Is that true? Imperial River Emperor, Heavenly God River Emperor, the gatekeeper, with a cultivation base at the mid-stage Heavenly God. A wandering god without a background who wants to advance must greet him and his Heavenly God clan. She replied with a dark face. True. In the space-time of this era, it won't be long before I reward him with a few planets, getting him to help so I can advance to the mid-stage Heavenly God. Hearing this, Hu laughed loudly. Consider yourself sensible. That little grudge between us ends here. A light source completely swallowed him. However, Chan Chang'an, standing behind her, destroyed him with just one finger. The space-time of this era was completely thrown into chaos. A beam of light appeared in the sky. Somewhere else, the Imperial River Emperor sitting on his throne angrily crushed an armrest. Tian Wangchen, you plotted against this old master. You and I cannot coexist under the same sky. The system sound rang out. Congratulations to the host for killing the clone of Heavenly God Imperial River Emperor. Domain points have been automatically converted into 1.3 Heavenly God clones. The ancient Eon stage has started, 1 against 10. This is much more fun than those groups of gods coming over. The system announced again, the rewards have been fully calculated. The current total accumulation of the Heavenly God clone analysis progress is 12.1%. Those previous Heavenly Gods were truly too cheap. He opened his mouth and scolded. Idiot, don't exchange everything into clones. Save some domain points for me to do other things. He happily urged her. Hurry up, next person. Her face became haggard. If this continues, it seems I'm going to be done for.
Repeating like this, a pair of sisters appeared and happily greeted Tian Wangchen. Long time no see, big sister Tian Wangchen. We heard you say you have a treasure to show us. What is it? Twin star god Ceylon. Twin star god Sesa. Chang Chang'an gathered his power with a sly smile. She forced a smile and said, I have very few friends. They count as one person. Please be lenient. He lightly snapped his fingers, and the two of them were swallowed by a golden light. The two hugged each other and cried, She lied to us. She is evil. The boat of friendship has capsized. She was so miserable that her soul almost faded away. He was still very energetic. Hurry up and call the next person. She covered her face and sat in a corner. I won't be able to survive in the god realm anymore after this. Seeing that she called so few, he criticized. Your popularity is too terrible. Knowing this little number of gods isn't even enough for me to kill. Too useless. She angrily retorted. Do you think they are cabbages? Have some humanity. We are heavenly gods. Chang Xi's group was speechless witnessing this scene. Fang Qingyang thought to himself, I never expected that dignified heavenly gods would one day be slaughtered like pigs. Truly, if you live long enough, you'll see everything. Chang Chang'an is stronger than we imagined. His strength can be said to be immeasurable. Just thinking that I will be his master in the future, He scratched his head and smiled shyly. At the divine temple of the Dragon God clan, the dragon gods were gathering their power towards one side to form a circular array. A dragon god walked over and reported, Second young master, there is news of a strange divine power being transmitted. The Hengu continent only has 2 wandering gods. Among them, Chang Chang'an is definitely a true god descending. Longhua said, My foolish little brother's revenge must be taken. He ordered, Take action. The vast universe suddenly experienced an anomaly. A massive source of power gathered in one place to create a strange seal. Tian Wangchen frowned and looked up at the sky. This aura is a dragon god art, the 10 directions god-slaying array.
He asked calmly, Very strong? Shang-Chi covered her mouth in shock. Even though she had never come into contact with a high-level heavenly god, she could still know a little about this grand array. Tian Wangchen also chimed in, You must know that it is one of the 3 great divine artifacts of the Dragon God clan. Relying solely on this divine artifact, they have conquered countless star domains. They have beaten many heavenly gods into fleeing with their heads in their hands, and all initial stage gods under the Grand Array have almost no way to break it. Chang Chang'an was puzzled. Why? She continued to explain, Because under the coverage of this Grand Array, all things in the world lose their functions, and all the divine power of the heavenly gods in this piece of heaven and earth cannot be utilized, let alone fighting. Even escaping is a luxury. Yinghua looked up at the magic circle and sighed. It wasn't easy to drive away all the other heavenly gods, but now an even stronger one has arrived. Jia Yuer turned to ask Feng Qiyuer, In the end, what must we do so that they won't invade us? Feng Qiyuer could only shake his head. It's over. It's completely over. Tian Wangchen began to calculate. Although she really wanted to see Chang Chang'an's flustered and fearful expression, she still had to find the exact right time to slip away right now.
You idiot. I'm not playing with you anymore. Suddenly she paused, her face turning pale. I don't have any divine power anymore. The Grand Array hasn't even fully formed yet. Is there some mysterious power coming in to seal me? Chang Chang'an spoke up. Tian Wangchen, you truly are a dog that can't stop eating shit. Don't think I don't know you secretly sent your location to the Dragon God clan. He grabbed her hair and pulled it back. You deal with me on the surface, but in reality, you are stalling for time and secretly leaking information about this place to the outside. Aren't you just wanting the ultimate move of the Dragon God clan to destroy me so you can take the opportunity to escape? She cried out in pain, trying to explain. Chang Chang'an, let go. Isn't this the higher dimensional existence you wanted? I lured him here, and now you're scared? I guess that makes sense. After all, no wandering god dares to confront them directly. I can't beat you, so this Dragon God clan can probably handle you. He said, scared of them? His face showed a clear look of inhumanity. I am impatient to slaughter them all. She was so scared she was speechless. You? He was highly amused. To tell the truth, I was even worried you had no way to help me lure a more formidable opponent. I didn't expect you to be quite capable. He raised his hand high to gather power. Then let me show you. I want to beat them so hard they won't dare to covet this land. A halo of light spread across the continent, forming a protective barrier. Tian Wangchen thought in horror. It's unbelievable. I can't probe the power of this barrier at all. But even so, the power of that Grand Array can ignore everything. Amidst the Dharma seal of the Dragon God clan, Manhua looked down from above at the continent where anomalies were occurring.
He ordered, destroy it. From the Dharma seal of the Dragon God clan, power was released toward the continent. Beneath the continent, everyone was bearing the pressure of two sources of power. Chan Chang'an ordered, eat it. When the power of the Dragon God clan struck the Hengu continent, that power became nourishment for the continent. The system announced, external divine power absorbed, automatically converting into corresponding domain points. He said indifferently, I see that the opponent didn't invest enough capital in this Grand Array. The price is too small. Tian Wangchen couldn't believe what he was seeing. How could this be possible? The barrier he deployed could actually absorb the divine power of the god-destroying array. The Grand Array that counters all things couldn't even affect him. Longhua observed everything and said disdainfully, this ant has some strength, but that's all there is to it. He ordered, turn the power to the max for me. Let these ants see what it means to be crushed. Yes. The seal continued to attack, once again releasing energy. He chuckled. The opponent seems to be a bit hasty. Feng Qiyun said in fear, it's coming. Something bigger is coming. He raised a finger. Then have a taste of this. When the two sources of energy collided, the power of the Dragon God clan rebounded and shot back.
Longhua cursed in his heart. Damn it, what is this situation? Is this something an initial stage god can do? Unleashing the Dragon God art, the array's light descended, but it couldn't even harm a single hair of the Hengu continent, and could even use the power of the Grand Array to suppress us in reverse. Chen Chang'an called out, System, watch closely. How can one use the domain to counterkill the opponent without even going out? He raised his hand high, converting all the power he had just absorbed to expand the barrier. The power surrounded the continent. The two energy sources collided again, expanding 1,000 times, 10,000 times, returning the impact manifold. The power of the Dragon God clan was shattered, then became nourishment for the continent. A terrified scream rang out. The 10 directions god-destroying array is broken, it didn't even harm a single hair of theirs. In the ruined Great Hall, Longhua was stunned, not expecting such a shabby place to have a god of this level existing. Feng Qiyun was dumbfounded. Wow, the halo shines upon you, you are invincible. The divine dragon still wanted to say something. Second young master, this matter, he didn't say much and ordered, we are leaving immediately. Tell the clan members to destroy all matters related to the Dragon God clan in this dimension. He glanced at the divine dragon. Destroy the territories below the level of the great lands in our hands, lest the opponent trace any clues back to us. Those who disobey will be killed without mercy. The divine dragon questioned, but second young master, didn't you just say you wanted to let them know what it means to be crushed? Longhua roared, I didn't say that. He thought to himself, they said it was only an initial stage god. Damn it. Who knew that place was hiding a god of at least the high stage? I'm only at the mid stage. If I really provoke this kind of existence, things will be very troublesome. For Long Lu to provoke an existence of this level, it's truly foolish. Longhua looked towards the starry sky. In this battle, our dragon god people have severely damaged our origin energy, our divine bones shattered by that wave of power. It will take tens of thousands of years to recover our origin energy. After we leave, this star domain is about to change owners. Longhua sighed emotionally. Chen Chang'an, you are not bad at all. It seems in the future, Lord of all gods battle, perhaps we will meet again. Chen Chang'an turned and walked towards Chengxi's group. It's resolved. Time to head back.
Ready? 1, 2. Chen Chang'an looked in panic at the two people standing next to him. Wait, what do you guys want to do? 3. They tossed him into the sky together, shouting in unison, Chang'an, thank you for saving us. Without you, we really wouldn't know what to do. Everyone, let's cheer for our hero. Looking at them, he immediately thought of his master. The Juzo of 10 million years later always had an old geezer like him protecting it. At this moment, I am merely taking up your responsibility.
You tried to protect my world, so I will also protect your future. Chen Chaman happily and comfortably enjoyed everyone's cheers. Tian Wangchen stood from afar watching them, thinking to herself, to think he could actually win. Chen Chang'an has such heaven-defying means. Why don't I team up with him to seek development together? With his backing, when I step into the mid-stage deity realm in the future, I won't be as pathetic as before. She walked over and intimidated them. Put Chang'an down quickly. You guys have absolutely no manners. They were startled, forgetting that they were tossing Chen Chang'an high up, and because they couldn't catch him in time, Chen Chang'an returned to Mother Earth's embrace. Ah! He angrily roared. Are you guys pranking me? Feng Xingyang continuously waved his hands. Sorry, we didn't mean to. Tian Wangchen rushed to his side and asked anxiously, Chang'an, you're not hurt, right? These idiots really don't give people peace of mind. Just wait, I'll teach them a lesson. He looked at her warily. What kind of trick do you want to play again? She angrily placed a hand on her chest. What trick? Am I that bad in your heart? Besides, how would I dare to act insolently in front of you? Having witnessed your strength and character with my own eyes, I want to... Hearing this, he backed away even further. If you want to flatter me, you have to get in line. It feels really good indeed, but what the hell are you rushing for? Is a heavenly god that big of a deal? She thought angrily to herself, if I could beat you, I would definitely kill you. She dragged him away. Follow me for a bit. I have something important to tell you. Chang Si looked after him. Chang'an. Tian Wangchen spoke up. Don't pay attention to her. She can't get involved in this matter between the two of us. Chen Chang'an grabbed Chang Si's hand, pulling her along.
The atmosphere among the three of them was extremely awkward. Chan Wangchen asked in annoyance, why did you bring her here? Chan Chang'an said matter-of-factly, it's not like we are talking about love, why can't we let others see? Chan Wangchen gritted his teeth and thought to himself, I don't want to lower myself and bow my head to you in front of a lowly person from the lower realm. He silently looked at her. Chang Si was sweating bullets, glancing back and forth between the two of them who were at daggers drawn, settling their debts, not daring to make a sound. Her whole body trembled with fear inwardly, boldly guessing that this behavior of the god of spacetime was to surrender to Chang'an. Previously, she had deceived the heavenly god, losing all her karmic connections, and also senselessly provoked many enemies, despite having thousands of tricks up her sleeve. If a personal conflict truly occurred, she wouldn't even have time to resist and could be completely annihilated. Besides this, there was also the Dragon God clan that would absolutely not spare her. Right now, she had reached a dead end. In order to protect herself, she had to take a step further to rely on Chang'an, seeking further protection.
But these things don't seem to have anything to do with me. Chang Si blushed scarlet, standing still in her spot. Tian Wangchen gritted her teeth and said, I want to discuss matters with you, understand? Her being here is redundant. At this moment, Chang Si only wanted to slip away from here. Perhaps it would be better for her to just head back first. Chang'an pressed his face close to hers and smirked, declaring, then listen carefully. Right now, Chang Si is my representative. Whether we cooperate or not, you must listen to her. Tian Wangchen's face turned pale. What? Hearing him say that, she gritted her teeth, cursing inwardly. Just a moment ago, it was that woman begging her, but now it was the complete opposite. This guy was definitely doing it on purpose. Unable to do anything to him, she turned to threaten Chang Si. Chang Si, you understand, right? I didn't plan to talk to you. Tian Wangchen's gaze at Chang Si carried a meaning. Do you know how much courage it took for me to express myself to him? Do you understand? Chang Chang'an walked over, raised an eyebrow, and voiced all of her thoughts. I plan to fight Chang Chang'an to the death. If you know what's good for you, get out of my way. You understand? Is that what you mean? Do you want to start a war with me? Tian Wangchen was startled and cursed inwardly. What the hell kind of translation is that? I don't want to make an enemy out of you. She said weakly, sheer, then flashed a friendly smile at Chang Si. Can we cooperate? Chang Si stared at her with wide eyes. Compared to herself back then, who seemed to only know how to bow her head when solving problems, she was really inferior. Chang Si stammered, I then turned to look at him. Chang'an. Her face looked incredibly pitiful. Tian Wangchen's facial muscles kept twitching as she cursed inwardly. Damn it! Are you treating me as a teaching tool for this bitch? You've got guts. I'll remember this. A while later, Chang Si said, Junior sister hasn't returned yet. Should we wait a bit longer? Chang'an replied, I've been here for too long. My friends are already getting very anxious. Let's say our goodbyes here. There's one more thing I almost forgot. He waved his hand, unleashing space-time divine law. Everyone looked around in astonishment. Wow, is this space-time ability? Seeing this scene, Tian Wangchen was furious but didn't dare to speak. Chang'an, you're really something. The ability I've cultivated my whole life, you just take it as you please. What is the point of a god of space-time like me existing then? He explained, actually, I didn't have any suitable medium to give you, so just use this to fuse with it first. I've engraved space-time power into this. In terms of intensity, it will be stronger than the divine artifact you used before. After that, he handed the piece of cloth to Chang Si and instructed, I have eliminated the side effects. Of course, this side effect is only nullified within the Hengu continent. When you go to other planets, it will still be there, so you must use it carefully. She tightly gripped the cloth in her hand. He continued,
also... Before he could finish speaking, Changxi opened her arms and hugged him tightly. Chang'an, thank you.
With moist eyes, they would meet again 10 million years later. He gave a gentle smile and nodded once. The space mutated again, and a time-space door appeared. Tian Wangchen crossed her arms and glared at him. Why can't I meet someone who loves me? This world is so unfair. He remained silent, not daring to answer. Seeing him ignoring her, she got angry. Changxi just agreed earlier. You can't go back on your word about this cooperation. Chan Chang'an spoke up. The past is the past. The current me never said I agreed. What are you so happy about? She yelled furiously. Chan Chang'an, you burned bridges after crossing him. You refused to pay after doing the deed. Because of you, I can no longer survive in the God realm. You must take responsibility. He answered as if it were the most obvious thing. If I help you, the pressure on me will be huge. To protect you, I would have to make enemies with many heavenly gods. They are so strong, how could I possibly beat them? She waved her hands and feet, cursing nonstop. You despicable, lowly, shameless bastard. Chan Chang'an revealed a wicked smile. Unless, he then pinched her cheek. You call me daddy, and if I'm happy, maybe I will agree with you. Tian Wangchen only spat out a single word. Fuck.
Tian Wangchen turned around angrily and walked away. If we can't agree to cooperate, then I can just leave, right? Anyway, it will just be a bit harder than before. If I can endure the hardship, I can also become invincible. He smiled and said, if you give up your pursuit, maybe I will change my mind. She glanced at him, her face flushed red. Then will you finally? Chen Chang'an covered his mouth with his hand and mocked her. I won't. She was so angry that she gnashed her teeth together. Pfft! He raised his eyebrows and asked, so you don't want to know if I was lying to you? She felt hopeful again. So were you? He stuck out his tongue to tease her. No. She flew into a rage at his shamelessness. Chen Chang'an, you are despicable. I will hold a grudge against you for the rest of my life. Watching her leave, he was extremely disappointed. She left just like that? I wanted to play a bit more. The system spoke up to remind him, Host, the fact that you have survived until now is truly a miracle. It asked him curiously, why didn't the host cooperate with the god of spacetime? Investigating based on memories shows that she will be a very badass deity in the future. Taking her as a little sister wouldn't be bad. Chen Chang'an explained, now is not the time to keep her. This woman's temperament is stubborn and full of deceitful tricks. Don't look at how sincerely she surrenders right now. The abacus behind her back is clicking away. In the future, it's inevitable that she will cause a huge mess of trouble for me. Tian Wangchen continued to curse him from afar. Chen Chang'an, you piece of trash. He continued speaking. Solving it once is fine, but doing it many times will be deadly annoying. Remember favors and hold no grudges. There will be a time for me and her to meet again. The system couldn't help but speak up. Host, tell the truth. Is it appropriate for you to overthink like this? Shouldn't you just shamelessly accept the girl and experience the peak of life? Chen Chang'an crossed his arms and lectured it. Instead of being so nosy, you might as well quickly help me generate some high-quality missions. My domain points are running low. A freeloading system like you wants me to do everything for you? He turned towards the gate. Before returning, System, help me do one thing in Hengu. The system quickly replied. Understood.
After he left, Han Shi returned. She searched everywhere for him, but couldn't find him. Seeing Han Shi, Chang Shi ran over. Chang Shi's expression was extremely sad as she told Han Shi everything. Han Shi couldn't accept it and chased after him, crying. The heavenly Tao looked down at those who had died, narrowing its eyes. Everyone's life force returned to their bodies, and they gradually woke up. Seeing this, Feng Qingyang was stunned. They emotionally hugged each other. A person walked over to where Chang Shi was standing. As if sensing something, tears continuously flowed from the corners of her eyes. She turned her head to see that her master had come back to life. She narrowed her eyes at her. Disciple. She held her head and said, a message was transmitted into my mind. It seems a person named Chen Chang'an saved us. She rushed forward and hugged her tightly. Master. The two hugged each other and cried. Dusk gradually fell. You and I promised to cross tens of thousands of miles to meet again and repay this favor 10 million years from now. Chang Shi wiped away her tears. Feng Qingyang looked forward happily. Han Shi frowned, looking in the direction he had left. Everyone had different emotions, but they all shared one common goal, wanting to meet Chen Chang'an again. In the Juzhou continent, Yaoling Valley was a hidden treasure land of the immortal families. It had many deadly traps that needed to be dealt with before one could reach it. An immortal herb was pulled up and someone shouted loudly, I found the Dragonheart 9-leaf fungus. Province Lord Chen Chang'an will definitely reward me greatly. Someone said enviously, damn it, that medicinal material is very effective for repairing the primordial spirit, yet it was snatched by this brat first. Another person looked left and right. To save Madame Juzhou, I think just one type of medicinal material is not enough. A young woman spoke up. Even if you all manage to get the medicinal materials now, you might not make it in time.
Everyone was surprised by the girl's information. The news had only been spread for 2 days. How could it be so fast? The girl explained. Communication Dharma treasures have transmitted the news to pharmacists all over the world who have now squeezed into Yunzhou where Province Lord Chen lives. They spread the word among themselves, and the people of Juzhou together recounted the legendary tales of their province lord. In the battle between humans and immortals, Province Lord Chen did not even care about his heavily injured wife in order to save us. The peace of this prosperous era is all thanks to Province Lord Chen. Now that he is in trouble, we absolutely cannot just stand by and watch. People crowded together to offer immortal herbs. A girl said to a man, "Don't push." The man replied, "Wait a minute, I remember you were a doctor who treats impotence for men. You were in the wrong line." The girl argued back, "No one knows what illness the Madam of Juzhou has. What if I try my luck and happen to cure it?" Ling Baoer looked through the crack of the door and thought to herself, "It's the commoners again." Cultivators from all paths have blocked all sides of the province lord's manor, and they even called Zhang Quanchu the Madam of Juzhou. She shouted angrily, "Which bastard is talking nonsense and spreading false rumors?" Hung Yuat frowned and said, "I've investigated these past few days. It's the Heavenly Fragrance sect where Miss Quanchu used to live. They want to use this to gain fame and expand the influence of their great sect. Not only that, but they also took out things related to the master to spread recklessly these past 2 days. They can be considered very popular now. In the sect's current recruitment rankings, they are no longer in the thousands, but have shot straight up to second place." Bai Yuet with tearful eyes said sympathetically, "But Senior Chen and Miss Quanchu haven't even checked their horoscopes yet, and they are spreading it so arbitrarily." Ling Baoer was extremely furious. She bit her handkerchief and cried, "What makes me feel helpless is that once her status as the main wife is confirmed, our chances of using our master will be very low." Bai Yuet and the other girl blushed and stammered, Use what? They wouldn't dare." Ling Baoer looked at the two of them with sparkling eyes. "Two older sisters, you don't want to be thrown into the cold palace by master, do you?" Hearing this, the two shook their heads. She smiled triumphantly. "Then we must seize the initiative. Let's go. Let's go see master first." The other two nodded in agreement. In a place with beautiful rivers and mountains, Zhang Quanchu was meditating.
At this moment, Zhang Ninger was still casting the magic spell. Chen Chang'an watched over, also feeling a bit anxious. I turned Quanchu's personal belonging into a divine artifact, coordinating with her unique immortal art to replenish Quanchu's soul origin, hoping nothing goes wrong. She suddenly spoke up. "Senior." Zhang Ninger presented the bracelet to him. With the supplement of divine power, the soul returning art has finally been a complete success. Chen Chang'an remained skeptical. Then why are there no signs of waking up? She smiled and assured him, "Senior Chen, please rest assured. Once this art is successful, she will wake up within 2 days. Fortunately, we didn't waste too much time." He suddenly brought up some worst-case scenarios. "I have seen quite a few souls experience memory loss after being replenished. If that happens, what do you think?" Zhang Ninger firmly asserted, "No, that won't happen. With the enhancement of the divine artifact, Quanchu is recovering very well. Senior, please rest assured. I will absolutely not let any mistakes happen." Hearing this, Chen Chang'an felt somewhat relieved. "All right." He then unexpectedly asked her, "You keep staring at me. Is there something else?" Zhang Ninger hurriedly lowered her head and replied, "No, nothing. I just suddenly felt that you look very much like someone I knew a long time ago." Chen Chang'an turned around and pondered for a moment. Originally, he did not exist in their memories. This transmigration of his had created a new future. Conversely, it caused his existence to be engraved into their experiences, and many things had already changed. He gave a brief instruction before leaving. "Take good care of Quanchu."
Zhang Yuchen suddenly walked over and wondered, "Patriarch, could it be that you are mistaken? He is a person of Juzhou, not from your era." She immediately interrupted, "There is no mistake, it is him." Jiang Ning recalled the terrifying nature of Chen Chang'an. Back then he fought alone against the 8 directions, slaughtering to the point where heavenly gods were terrified just hearing his name, not daring to continue fighting. For thousands of millions of years, I was blinded by benefits, and actually forgot that this great god is still in Juzhou. She looked up at the sky and calculated the date. It seems to be approaching. The agreed date from 10 million years ago is exactly tomorrow. Jiang Ning's heart fluttered slightly, not knowing how each of them had been doing. On the other hand, in the Manting continent right now, a meeting between 2 groups of people was taking place. Yazoo Beiki was the first to speak. With the Star Domain tournament approaching, countless star domains are in endless conflict. It is truly fortunate for us to be able to ally with the vast Hengu continent to resist enemies. It is a great blessing for our clan. This is the descendant of the star-devouring divine beast, Yazoo Beiki. The other person also slowly took off her hood. Me too, so it is the Hengu immortal Zheng De. Zheng De wanted to set a minor term, stating that our cooperation comes with a condition. He agreed without thinking. "Please speak, Divine Envoy Zheng De. The alliance concerns the sharing of continental resources. As long as we can help, just say the word." She suddenly investigated their recent actions. "I heard that recently you have been pillaging everywhere in the Manting region, expanding your cultivation resource treasury, and the Juzhou continent appeared on your recent list. Is this true?" Yazoo Beiki was suddenly startled upon hearing this, and he and his subordinates immediately changed their attitudes. The old fox thought to himself, "The dignified and vast Hengu land, why would they suddenly cooperate with us? It turns out it's for this purpose. You want the Juzhou in our hands." Zhang De glared coldly. "So what is your answer?" Yazoo Beiki naturally disagreed. "We have had our eyes on this land for many years. As long as we can devour this place, we can upgrade it into a wealthy land. You two-faced person want it? No way.
In that case, she didn't say anything more. Then there's no need to talk anymore. Immediately after, countless of his subordinates were ruthlessly slaughtered.
Yeju Peiqi still just stood there, eyes wide, not daring to move. A few fearless ones also rushed forward. "You have the audacity to attack us! Your daddy here will definitely eat you!" But before they could do anything, they were burned alive. He turned his head in fear, thinking to himself that his clan was the descendants of divine beasts. Everyone was valiant and should have been invincible, yet unexpectedly they easily lost at the hands of these brats. They were the 9-star beasts raised by Xuanggu, with a cultivation base around the immortal venerable realm. Yeju Peiqi trembled in fear, but still feigned calmness. It turned out the rumors were all true. For so many years, Xuanggu did not care about grand matters, but only treated this tiny piece of land, Juzhou, as a rare treasure. Dazeng issued a warning. "I warn all of you, do not covet the Juzhou continent." He turned around and pretended to agree. "We will not offend again." But in his heart, Yeju Peiqi was plotting revenge, intending to yield for now and later find a way to plunder Juzhou. "Once I upgrade into a powerful existence, I will definitely return today's humiliations 100-fold. She immediately saw through this intention. "What act are you putting on for me? Do you feel you still have a chance?" Suddenly, he was pierced through the chest by a sword. Yeju Peiqi still couldn't understand why. He still wanted to know why. The martial arts of everyone in that Juzhou continent were mediocre. Anyone from the 4 directions could bully them, let alone be an ally. They were not even worthy of being servants. You guys had protected them for many years, not hesitating to pay the price of turning against many other clans. What exactly was the reason? Dazeng also took a little time to explain. "There is a person very important to us there. For his sake, let alone the descendants of divine beasts, even if we have to become enemies with the heavenly gods once again, we will not falter in the slightest." She opened the teleportation gate preparing to leave. "Not only me, my disciples and my grand-disciples, but also all the ancient immortals are willing to fight for him until the very last moment." Yeju Peiqi looked up in surprise and continued to listen. "Oh, there's one more thing." Zangda revealed more news and glared threateningly. "Tomorrow my disciple will go to the Juzhou continent to meet an important person. Those factions of yours, whatever you should think and shouldn't think, swallow it all in your stomach. But if there is even the slightest restless thought, consider the consequences yourself." After saying that, she left immediately, leaving him in extreme astonishment. Isn't her disciple the woman who has conquered large and small planets around the star domain for millions of years, Changxi? For her to be valued so highly, who exactly is that person? On the other hand, at the Yunzhou mansion in Juzhou, Chen Chang'an asked in slight surprise, "The Lantern Festival?" Ling Baoer was trying to plead. "Master, please go. Tomorrow's Lantern Festival is a grand event rarely seen in 100 years. Master hasn't been with us for a long time. Please go with us." At this time, he was still massaging Feng Qiyun's back. He sat comfortably enjoying it. "Comfortable. My waiting for you these past few years hasn't been in vain." Chen Chang'an was not very interested. "I have truly never been to the Lantern Festival before. At present, the system is still analyzing the rewards. Furthermore, Quan Chu is also safe now and should wake up in a day or two. I probably don't have anything important to do." She happily hugged him. "So you agreed. Master is the best. Then you belong to us for the whole day today. No going back on your word and no doing anything else." Chen Chang'an agreed immediately. All right, all right." Ling Baoer quickly dragged him away to change clothes. "Master finally goes out once. We will take you to change clothes. Grandmaster will go first." Feng Qiyun stayed behind, feeling a bit bored. "Everything is pushed to tomorrow. Chang'an, you're creating karma."
The street outside was still very noisy and bustling. "Long time no see. Today is the premiere of Robuduan Part 2. Come on in, dear guests. Young masters, come and play. Switch and Pavilion has nothing but girls." Chen Chang'an was sitting relaxed, enjoying this peace. Having just destroyed the Juzhou immortal realm and cut off the harassment of the heavenly demons, such peaceful days were truly rare. He recalled the conversation between Ling Baoer and Bai Yue an hour ago. Tomorrow was the Lantern Festival, celebrated by all the people. Hanging lanterns and festoons was indispensable. Were Baoer and Bai Yue just starting to prepare now? Would they make it in time? Waiting hopelessly like this was truly agonizing. He didn't know what they were busy doing. She had instructed earlier, "Wait here for a moment, master. We are going to handle some matters and we'll be back soon." She also teased, "Didn't you say you wanted to buy clothes?" The nearby crowd suddenly recognized Chen Chang'an. "Province Lord Chen, it's really him. Brothers, come here quickly. I didn't expect to see our idol at such a close distance. Province Lord Chen." They immediately swarmed towards him. "I heard that your wife is seriously ill, Province Lord. I have an immortal medicine passed down from my ancestors here. Take it. Province Lord, please sign your name for me. I like you so much." Chen Chang'an didn't dare to accept it. "My wives are all perfectly fine. Thank you for your good intentions." Suddenly an arm reached out and grabbed his wrist. Bai Yue's timely rescue made Chen Chang'an heave a sigh of relief. "Apologies, Senior. Bai Yue is late. Please punish me, Senior." He suddenly became curious. "What is that thing you're holding in your hand?" She blushed and hurriedly hid it. "No, it's nothing major, just some Dharma treasures for cultivation."
Chen Chang'an still found it hard to understand. Bai Yue, you usually cultivate very diligently. He suddenly made a strange discovery. Chen Chang'an accidentally used a skill and saw some weird items inside. Invincible domain, see-through vision. He was speechless and didn't know what to do. This, just buying a set of clothes. What exactly do you guys want to do? Bai Yue is currently panting with excitement. Senior. At this time, in the Land of Two Realms, Hanlan Pavilion, Chen Chang'an's group had just landed here. He looked around and couldn't help but sigh. This commercial city actually has quite a bit of scent from other regions. Its imposing manner is not ordinary. Ling Baoer led the way. Master, I have thoroughly inspected these pavilions. You can rest assured and leave it to Baoer today. Chen Chang'an glanced at the guards and silently evaluated. The guards are all immortals. In the original timeline, these pavilions did not exist. Perhaps this was also born after the great change in the future. I wonder who the pavilion master is. She happily showed off to him. Master, this is still our first time going out for a stroll like this. I am so happy. You don't know how magical this place is. Ling Baoer excitedly recounted the history of this place. I heard that these pavilions have been built in Juzhou for over 1,000,000 years, and there is nothing lacking inside. This is exactly the point that attracts the attention of all realms. Just relying on one pavilion can make the Juzhou continent's prestige resound far and wide. She continued to explain. Aside from trading, this place also divides the cultivation area into floors 1 to 5. Floor 1 provides the land realm, floor 2 the human immortal realm, floor 3 the earth immortal realm, floor 4 the heavenly immortal realm, floor 5 the emperor realm. The high fees will not be mentioned for now. Many people want to upgrade to become a local powerhouse here, and then there is the female master of Hanlan Pavilion who makes people the most curious about who she exactly is. Ling Baoer also tried to guess. Some say she is a powerhouse from the ancient emperor era, others say she comes from the dark foggy sea. All sorts of rumors have survived in the world for as long as 1,000,000 years. Baoer feels that she is definitely a supreme great emperor full of experience. She looked at the others again. Cultivators from other planets also dream of meeting her once. It's just a pity that there is no such opportunity. Chen Chang'an was not very interested in this. Hearing you say this, that person is probably very impressive. A moment later, he was stunned, holding the price list in his hand. Converted to modern times, this is 9,000 renminbi a set. How can this garbage be sold so expensively? This pavilion master is opening a black shop. The people nearby immediately showed contempt. Look at his poor, destitute appearance. This kind of person can't afford to buy and still keeps his mouth. Criticizing the goods is not good. He truly bowed his head without even needing to find a ladder to step down. People of Juzhou, can anyone come to Hanlan Pavilion now? Ling Baoer immediately called the manager over. Floor 1 manager sister, please come here for a moment. Shu Kling quickly arrived. Miss Baoer. She angrily pulled out the powerful black card. These scums dare to talk about my master like this. I cannot swallow this tone.
Ling Baoer directly pointed at the pile of items of that group of people. I will buy all the clothes, daily items, and cultivation materials in this area. This young lady cannot stand seeing such fine goods tainted by this mixed trash. Instantly, the items in their hands disappeared. Being robbed, they were extremely angry. The treasures that our martial uncle needs were all snatched away by you. Two ignorant thugs suddenly rushed up to attack. I, surnamed Gu, am a person of Juzhou. You have cut off my karmic luck. She and Bai Yu also did not back down. Come here. Those guys immediately got scared. They are in the human immortal realm. The group quickly tucked their tails and ran away. Run! Ling Baoer despised them and didn't bother to chase, looking down on them like dogs looking at people. She came over at this moment to inform, Miss Baoer, the payment has been settled. She happily turned to Chen Chang'an. Let's go try on clothes, master. Shu Kongyan looked at the scene and froze. In this current world, girls are actually willing to spend money like water for a man who has no cultivation base at all. Ling Baoer dragged him to the super VIP room.
She suddenly became panicked. Wait, this man! Shu Qing immediately recognized him. Wasn't this the exact man in the pavilion master's portrait, the one searched for over many years? She took out her token to immediately contact her superiors. Managers, there is an important discovery on the first floor, but his appearance is slightly different. I am reporting this up first. At this time, the group of people from earlier had returned. This time they brought more people. Marshal Uncle, they are right on the first floor. The red-robed old man was extremely arrogant. Just insignificant half-immortal realm weaklings. Wait for them to leave this pavilion building, kill them, and take the treasures back. On the other hand, all the managers of the Hamlin Pavilion had fully assembled. The pavilion master calculated for a moment in the mirror, calculating the days. It was about time. Yindo asked for instructions. Please give your orders, pavilion master. Han Si issued her command. Listen clearly. From this moment on, we will not receive any guests. Open the immortal eye mirror of the inner pavilion to the maximum level. I need to see everything in the inner pavilion. They immediately obeyed. Yes. The immortal eye mirrors in the pavilion were opened one after another. She was observing Chang'an closely. I haven't been able to find you for so many years, but just when that woman wants to go find you, you appear. Han Si stood up and decided to return. It is time to make a trip back. She walked with some curiosity. What kind of relationship will we have when we meet again? Currently, he was extremely panicked while being helped by her to take off his clothes. I can take off my own clothes. Lin Baoer still insisted on helping. Master, don't move. Baoer is helping you take measurements.
She took the opportunity to dive into Chang'an's embrace, her hands roaming quite smoothly too. Bauer! He suddenly woke up. Chang'an quickly realized that the situation was not simple. Hong Yi was currently outside looking around. When committing a group crime, there is always someone waiting outside to observe, guarding every surrounding movement, worried about being discovered. Bai Yue was also pretending to choose items, trying her best to avoid mishaps, ensuring the accomplice inside could commit the crime. Such a fluent action process, it couldn't be achieved without countless days and nights of practice. Chang'an realized this and immediately scolded. "You are so bold. Previously you coveted your master's body, and I haven't settled the score with you yet. Now you want to do it again?" She suddenly took all the blame. "Senior, please quell your anger. It's all because Bai Yue's Dao heart is impure that this sin occurred. If you want to teach someone a lesson, teach Bai Yue first. It has nothing to do with Bauer." Bai Yue shyly took out the box she had prepared. She then consciously offered her buttocks. "Bai Yue is willing to bear all punishments. Please do not show pity to Bai Yue, Senior."
Chen Chang'an frowned in annoyance. Outrageous. But very quickly he put on an excited expression to the point of getting a nosebleed. "I originally didn't intend to do this, but unfortunately, you didn't put your senior in your eyes and touched my body without permission." Chen Chang'an decided to punish them. It must be punished. Bai Yue was looking forward to it immensely. "At Feixian Mountain, ever since that time, I have restrained myself for a long time, Senior." He whipped her buttocks hard. Chen Chang'an asked as he hit her, "Do you know where you went wrong?" Bai Yue groaned and replied, "Bai Yue knows. I know I was wrong." Ling Bauer and Hong Yi were also terrified outside, saying, "Bai Yue, we are sorry for getting you involved. It must hurt a lot. Master, let us take the punishment instead." She was being beaten, but looked more like she was enjoying it. Bai Yue bluntly refused. "Don't. I don't need it." The other two were extremely moved. Good sisters, for a lifetime. He searched for more items in the box. "Bai Yue, you are acting so provocative. You actually don't know where you went wrong, do you?" Chen Chang'an took out more ropes, smiling terrifyingly. "If you don't speak properly, I'll hit you harder." She spoke up to plead on her behalf. "Master, Bai Yue is already covered in injuries. Can you spare her?" Han Si, who was observing, also got angry. "Motherfucker, you're having too much fun, aren't you, Chen Chang'an?"
She pretended to beg. "Senior, that tool won't do. It hurts too much." He still had no intention of letting her go. "Of course it hurts. Today I must leave a few marks on your body." She angrily repeated Chen Chang'an's words. "You damn scumbag. Later I will also leave some marks on you that can never be erased." Han Shi left, ignoring him who was still enjoying himself. "Be a bit serious. This is a punishment." Yin Du was currently executing the order very seriously. "The pavilion master has been looking forward to meeting that person for too long. We absolutely cannot let there be any interruptions at this time." This was the 5th floor manager, Yin Du. She gave orders to everyone. "Each of you go to the floor you are in charge of and evacuate them. Remember clearly, if you can persuade them to leave, persuade them. Try your best not to fight." Everyone obeyed in unison. Understood. The 2nd floor manager, Xu Zhao, had some doubts. "The pavilion master has been looking for the person drawn in the portrait for so many years. What exactly is this person to the pavilion master?" The 1st floor manager, Xu Kling, also made a guess. "Someone who can make the pavilion master care about them is definitely not an ordinary person. Perhaps it is the pavilion master's ex-boyfriend." Hearing this, Yin Du got angry and shouted loudly, "Shut up! You even dare to gossip about the pavilion master's affairs? Are you too tired of living? The guests in the pavilion are all difficult people to deal with. When the time comes and it's not handled well, affecting the reputation of Hanlan Pavilion, how many lives do you have to compensate?" The two of them were startled and immediately admitted their mistake. "We wouldn't dare anymore." They fearfully hurried away. "Quick, quick, get to work." Zifeng was also a bit apprehensive, emphasizing it like that. It always felt like something was about to happen.
She suddenly stopped the 4th floor manager, Zifeng, and the 3rd floor manager, Fan Shi. "You two, wait." They turned around in surprise in unison. "Huh?" Yen Du also felt uneasy. Although those two have foul mouths, there is one thing I am also very worried about. The status of Hanlan Pavilion is very special, and it has always only cared about itself. She recalled history. Hanlan Pavilion has existed in Juzhou for many years and has never participated in any affairs of Juzhou. Even if Juzhou were to be destroyed, our Hanlan Pavilion can also exist in the void. Even during the time before the Juzhou that caused such an uproar, we ignored it from beginning to end. It is precisely because of Hanlan Pavilion's working style that we stand tall and do not fall in the entire star domain. Yen Du further revealed that this is the first evacuation enclosure since the establishment of Hanlan Pavilion, and moreover, it is because of a person with an unknown background. Zifeng also felt worried. This is also what we are worried about. The guests on the 1st and 2nd floors are easy to deal with, but the guests on the 3rd and 4th floors are all at the Earth Immortal Cultivation Base or above. If we encounter a bad-tempered one, they might directly smash our signboard. She instructed further before leaving. "Therefore, after you finish evacuating your own floors, come find me here, and act cautiously. I have to go and verify the other party's identity myself." They quickly received the order. Yes. Inside, Bai Yue was still receiving punishment. "Senior, Bai Yue is about to fail holding on." Ling Bauer begged incessantly.
Grandmaster, please spare Sister Baiyue. Hong Yi outside was also very curious. It sounds quite intense. Some people leaving couldn't help but feel annoyed. Damn it, why close the pavilion suddenly? I am cultivating at the most crucial moment.
They complained incessantly. I was just about to comprehend a new cultivation technique when they interrupted me midway. This is the first time in history that Hanlan Pavilion has closed its doors. Why did I have to run into it? So unlucky. She looked around and listened carefully. Why did they suddenly want to close the pavilion? Do we have to leave too? Master's business isn't done yet. Suddenly, someone walked over and spoke. Miss Hong Yi? Hong Yi also recognized them. Who are you? Yindo had brought people here to verify. We have heard of Chen Chang'an's name for a long time. Having this opportunity today, we want to meet him ourselves. Looking at their auras, she suddenly became scared. Immortal Emperor realm. Their auras are too terrifying. I'm almost unable to breathe. Suddenly, Chen Chang'an's voice echoed from inside. Hong Yi, step aside. Hong Yi instantly felt relieved. The suffocating feeling suddenly disappeared, and a warm wave washed over her body, dispelling the pressure. This feels like something Master did. It's Master. In her heart, she still harbored doubts. It's not that I don't believe the Pavilion Master, but some things must be seen with my own eyes to distinguish truth from falsehood, whether that man is truly worthy or not. The room door suddenly opened. Yindo announced the current situation. Apologies for bothering you with such a hasty meeting. Hanlan Pavilion is currently closing, and the almighty immortals on other floors have all left. Upon seeing him, she immediately felt disdain. He has no cultivation base at all, no different from a mortal. Is someone like this the person the Pavilion Master is looking for? Did the first floor misjudge him? No matter how you look at it, this prat doesn't look like a divine being who fought through Xuangu. He's extremely ordinary. He suddenly released an aura that made their legs tremble automatically. So that means we are the only ones left? Chen Chang'an then offered a condition. I'm very busy right now and don't want to leave, but I can give you an offer you can't refuse. Yindo's group, terrified, immediately knelt and explained. This oppressive feeling can actually make immortal Emperor realm experts like us feel suffocated. This person's cultivation base is unfathomable. How would we dare to chase you away? It's our master who has waited for you for many years and wants to invite Senior Chan over once. He casually waved his hand and agreed. All right, I'll just wait for her here. She quickly left the place. Then I won't bother Senior anymore. Please enjoy yourself. Hong Yi was extremely shocked at this moment. Even the immortal Emperor realm has to bow their heads before Master. Chen Chang'an secretly prayed in his heart. Wait for me. I hope it's not that woman from Hanlan Pavilion. I'm absolutely helpless against her.
At the same time, it was still noisy and chaotic outside. Xu Qing had to step forward and apologize. We are truly sorry. Please leave. The crowd's anger had not subsided. You close it just like that? How are you going to calculate our losses from having our cultivation interrupted? That's right. We came from another star domain. How will you account for our round-trip travel expenses? Xu Zhao immediately suggested to them, everyone, you can report your travel expenses truthfully to the higher-ups. Our Hanlan Pavilion will definitely compensate you. The red-robed old man was also very surprised. What's going on? Hanlan Pavilion is closing? The white-robed guy immediately asked, what do we do now, Martial Uncle? Where should we go to find those people now? The old man didn't know what to do either. Damn it. She went out to check a bit. Except for us, everyone else had actually been kicked out. The crowd suddenly made a new discovery, pointing at Hong Yi inside. Isn't there still someone appearing over there? Why can she stay while we cannot? She smiled wryly and explained, please don't make things difficult for us anymore. That guy still didn't accept it. How is it making things difficult? Am I wrong? He immediately reminded, Martial Uncle, I know her. She is with those guys. They definitely haven't left yet. The red-robed old man revealed a despicable look. Good. He stepped forward and shouted loudly, if you want us to leave, fine. Then treat everyone equally. The white-robed guy also chimed in. That's right. Treat us equally. The red-robed old man continued to blabber. Our Yaori continent has been a cooperative partner of your esteemed pavilion for hundreds of years. You wouldn't want to sever ties just because of a few people of unknown origin, right? Xu Qing coldly reminded for the last time. Honored guests, I advise you to leave honestly. I will only say this once. The red-robed old man pushed his luck. Those little brats stole my treasure. I must take them back to the Yaori continent to deal with them cleanly. Just hand them over to me outside, you won't have to care about the rest, and we will still be good friends afterwards. She suddenly gave him a slap. Courting death. He anxiously called out loudly, Martial Uncle!
Xu Jiao despised them and ignored them completely. Just a heavenly king realm, and you dare to have such delusions? The crowd immediately fell into chaos. Your Excellency is too arrogant. Today, without any explanation, you kicked us out and even closed the doors to serve those people. What is the meaning of this? We are also in the immortal venerable realm and are regular customers. If we really wanted to cause trouble, I'm afraid you wouldn't gain any advantage. They kept discussing nonstop. Those people are all from Juzhou. The locals seem to have some backdoor connections, huh?
Ha, backdoor connections. Who among us here doesn't have a solid background? Is there any planet behind us that isn't better developed than Zhuzhou? If Hanlan Pavilion wasn't built here, we wouldn't even bat an eye at this tiny piece of land. Shu Qing secretly transmitted her voice. Sister, you were too impulsive just now. The commotion is getting bigger and bigger. The crowd did not hesitate to make a move. Today, we must drag those guys out instead. Suddenly, they stopped. An aura burst forth, blowing everyone away. Those who dare to make a move in front of Hanlan Pavilion will bear the consequences themselves. Yindo had to step forward to explain. The cultivators of various sects have all left. Listen carefully. The young master inside is someone our pavilion master has set his sights on, having searched for tens of millions of years to find him. Let alone a mere Yaori continent, even if all your star domains were added up, they wouldn't be as important as him. The people of Yaori continent were immediately terrified. What? That poor brat? No, that young master is actually someone the pavilion master cares about? Offending the 5 managers is one thing, but if we provoke that pavilion master, we're doomed. Shujiao suddenly took out a contract, immediately burned it, and declared, "From today onwards, the cooperation agreement between Hanlan Pavilion and Yaori Continent will be cancelled. Anyone from Yaori will not be welcomed. Scram back to your continent. If you dare to have any twisted thoughts about the young master, the 5 managers of our Hanlan Pavilion will gather and flatten you." The crowd panicked and shifted the blame. 5 great manager adults. We had no idea that the young master was such an important person. It's all their fault. They were the ones who provoked first.
The man in white immediately argued back, "You're lying. Just now it was obvious that you wanted to kick them out." The old man also couldn't accept it. "You guys were just making a scene in Hanlan Pavilion. Don't even think about shifting the blame." The crowd immediately beat them up. "Shut up. The chief culprits still dare to smear us, seeking death, offending the pavilion master. See if we don't beat you to death." After beating them, they kowtowed and admitted their mistakes. "We already ruthlessly dealt with the chief culprits. We will leave the rest to the 5 managers to handle. We still hope that today's matter will not be pursued further." The old man in red stubbornly pleaded, "I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again." Hong Yi observed and was also a little afraid. "What an excellent play. I should quickly tell my master." At the same time, a teleportation gate gradually appeared in the sky. Simultaneously, a sudden anomaly occurred at Zhang Quochu's location. A teleportation gate suddenly appeared in the sky, and the aura of a powerful expert descended upon Yachi Holy Land. Sensing the divine power hidden within Zhang Quanchu, they hurriedly rushed over. Zhang Yuran looked up at the sky in astonishment. "Teleportation array, whose is this?" A nearby maid suddenly pointed. "Patriarch," she moved. She looked at her hand, and it indeed twitched slightly. It was not difficult for Zhang Yuran to realize that she was about to wake up. At the same time, a similar teleportation array appeared on another side. Chen Chang'an had also finished teaching Bai Yu a lesson at this time. "Bai Yu, today is just a minor punishment as a major warning. If you commit this again in the future, I will punish your clan even more strictly." She was currently also satisfied. "Bai Yu understands. Senior's strict urging this time has loosened my cultivation base. Next time, I still have to find a chance to make Senior continue to strictly urge me." Yin Du was slightly surprised by his appearance. Chen Chang'an had also put on a new set of clothes. "I wonder if Quan Chu will like it or not. These clothes suit me very well. I'll choose them."
Ling Baoer felt it was also very cool. After her master changed clothes, he looked like a completely different person. Hong Yi blurted out in praise, "Master is so handsome." Bai Yue also felt her desires rise. Damn it, I want it again." She suddenly felt a little moved. No wonder the pavilion master couldn't forget him. Having both looks and strength, what woman wouldn't be moved? The two of them immediately turned to warn her. They quickly grabbed his arm. "Don't even think about it. Master, owner, senior is ours. Why does everyone act like an idiot?" Chen Chang'an suddenly noticed a strange aura. The origin energy of this spatial fragment was shaking quite a bit. Not just one, and it landed right in the middle of the immortal place. An enemy. Yin Do suddenly became excited. As expected of Senior Chen, even closed off inside the pavilion, you can clearly detect the aura outside. Calculating the time, the pavilion master has probably returned. He didn't say much and suddenly disappeared. "I'm going out for a bit. I'll be back later." She also couldn't stop Chen Chang'an in time. Wait! Zi Feng was also speechless. Yin Do could only hold her head in frustration. "Oh my." Fan Shi was worried. "Now that he's gone, how are we going to explain it to the pavilion master?" And she walked out from the teleportation gate right at this moment. The managers immediately knelt down. "Pavilion master." Ling Baoer secretly commented, She is the pavilion master? So beautiful. What kind of relationship does someone like this have with my master?" As soon as she arrived, she wanted to see him. "Where is he?" Han Shi repeated their words. "Didn't you guys say he was waiting for me here?" She suddenly spoke up. "Pavilion master, may I ask if you are looking for my master?" She was a little surprised. "Master?" Han Shi also felt relieved in her heart. "So it's a disciple. I thought he already had someone in his heart." She walked over and rubbed Ling Baoer's head, causing her to be shocked into stone. "You can call me master's wife. I am his future wife."
The people present there also couldn't believe it. "What?" Han Shi suddenly also felt something abnormal. "I am not the only one who came to Zhuzhou. That woman has also arrived." She opened the teleportation gate and told everyone to follow. "This time, don't even think about escaping my grasp. If you guys don't believe it, then come up. I will prove it to you." On this side, Zheng Ning'er was extremely astonished. "Why did you come?" The person stepping out of the teleportation gate explained, "My little sister Jiang Ning'er, you still look the same as before without any changes. Did you miss me, Ning'er? I temporarily set aside the invitation to participate in the Star Domain tournament organized by the gods, rushing here precisely because I cannot let my junior sister take the lead. It turned out to be Shang-Chi. For so many years, I haven't dared to meet him because I felt I hadn't done well enough, couldn't take charge alone, and couldn't make him look at me differently." Chen Chang'an had also just arrived at this moment. Why is it her? He panicked, but temporarily held back from taking action. To have to bump into each other at this crucial moment, I hope nothing happens. She was no longer as shy as before, but now is not like before. The current me can perhaps take the initiative to pursue him. A Miao anxiously looked towards Jiang Quanchu. The Divine Maiden actually still missed Chen Chang'an. If the matter regarding Quanchu was found out by her, who knows what she would do?
Shang-Chi also noticed and looked over. "Why do you keep looking at her? Who is she?" Zhang Yuran hurriedly explained. "Divine Maiden, she is a heaven's pride in our clan. She has been in a coma for a long time and still hasn't woken up." She also gave her a compliment. "Peerless appearance. She is really beautiful." She also agreed. "She is indeed the most beautiful person in our Zhang family. Her suitors are countless." Shang-Chi suddenly summoned a small sphere. "But I have a question. Yuran, your soul-restoring magic spell has not yet reached the point of pure perfection. Although enhanced by divine power, your immortal soul strength is insufficient to resonate with it. After waking up, she will definitely lose her past memories." Hearing this, Zhang Yuran panicked extremely. "What? My life is over." She explained while executing a secret art. "Fortunately, I have traveled the star domains for many years and possess a secret art that can wake her up. Yuran, remember this. To restore a divine soul, one must delve deep into the opponent's soul sea and stitch back the broken memory fragments." Shang-Chi continued to explain. "Even if you peek into dark secrets, it doesn't matter. Saving a life is the most important thing. I reminded you before, you must perfect the Zhang family soul-extracting art. If the Heaven's Pride wakes up but loses her most important memories, the important person, it will be extremely painful for those involved." She smiled with satisfaction. "The art is complete. She should be waking up soon." She wiped her sweat as if escaping a disaster. "Thank you. Luckily you helped. Shek Chu is now truly fine. Otherwise Chen Chang'an would kill me."
Zhang Quanchu immediately had a reaction. Zhang Yuran said loudly in surprise, "Quanchu, you're awake." As soon as she woke up, she asked Chang'an, "What is wrong with me? Where is Chang'an?" Zhang Quanchu immediately wanted to go help. "Chang'an, he is still fighting. I must quickly go to his side." She immediately stopped her. "The battle is already over. He is still very much alive. You should care about yourself first." Zhang Yuran joyfully thanked Changxi. "Divine Maiden, thank you for saving Quanchu. Not only I and the Zhang family must thank you, Chang'an must also thank you." She suddenly didn't understand. "Chang'an, what does this have to do with Chang'an?" She just realized she had a slip of the tongue. Sigh, a slip of the tongue. Zhang Yuchan explained from behind. "Quanchu is Chang'an's wife. You saved his wife. Of course he must thank you." She instantly became dazed. "What? Wife?" Zhang Yuran hurriedly ran over to cover her mouth. "Zhang Yuchan, your mouth." Zhang Yuchan still didn't know anything. Did I say something wrong? He, having observed for a while, also jumped down. Chen Chang'an was also stunned by the scene before him. She quickly ran towards him. "Chang'an." She worriedly reminded her, "Be careful, you haven't recovered yet." Zhang Quanchu didn't care about anything else anymore. She threw herself straight into Chang Chang'an's arms and cried bitterly. He also comforted Zhang Quanchu. "I am here." Changxi also didn't know what to do at this moment. Suddenly, another teleportation gate just opened up, having to verify with everyone a bit. Han Shi confidently walked out from inside. "The girls still don't believe it. I'm the one who had the earliest relationship with him, do you understand? Calling me senior master's wife first is a certainty." But what struck her eyes was Chang Chang'an intimately hugging her. The system appeared with a mission at the same time. Random mission detected that the host is in a stimulating situation, invited to watch the colorful lantern festival with 3 women, and develop a deeply harmonious and friendly relationship one step further. The reward for completing the mission is a 1-minute Invincible clone card. He smiled awkwardly and angrily. "System, you did this on purpose, right?" And she immediately got angry and cursed. "Damn, scumbag."
Currently, it is the Lantern Festival of the Juzo continent, representing the beginning of a new year. On this day, regardless of conspiracies, hatred, or jealousy, all will be temporarily put aside. Everyone will light their own lanterns to bless the coming new year. The Lantern Festival is associated with the blessing. Lanterns hang high, bad luck flies away, wishing you all a smooth new year with vast battle achievements. At the same time, a storyteller slammed a wooden block onto the table. The story is about this man surnamed Liu. He was still enthusiastically telling the story. Obviously, he already had a girlfriend, yet he still couldn't control his nature of flirting with women everywhere. Surprisingly, he even got together and tangled with his girlfriend's best friend. After the girlfriend found out, what was so strange about it? She directly stabbed him to death with a single strike. And this best friend was also a cruel woman. She gently murdered her longtime sister, then took the head of the man surnamed Liu and fled far away. Several listeners also felt sympathetic. It was indeed very tragic. If one wanted to sit and enjoy blessings for a lifetime, one should still have an immortal body first. Or having a sweet mouth to coax people is also fine. Being able to coax the sisters so that each one is satisfied and happy. A young man nearby suddenly asked a question. Then suppose there is a person who has encountered all the cases as above, even worse. Even worse, how should this move be broken? The storyteller also roughly understood.
Your meaning is, if a man's wedded wife, confidant, and companion who shared trials and tribulations together all ask him who he ultimately loves, how should he resolve it? This. The crowd immediately discussed animatedly. If all the women gathered in one place at the same time, then no matter how sweet the man's mouth was, it would be useless. They would definitely fight. A good result is that the sisters fight among themselves. A bad result is that the man would probably lose his life. What if that man is truly a genius and has a way? The old man had also given up. It has nothing to do with being a genius. This difficult problem has no solution, assuming that situation really happens. However, that was exactly the case of Chen Chang'an right now. The system still maintained the mission. Random mission detected. Detected that the host is encountering Ashura Field. Please simultaneously tour the Lantern Festival with the 3 girls and develop it into a more harmonious, affectionate, and deeper romantic relationship. The reward upon completing the mission is a 1-minute Invincible clone card. The storyteller could only send his blessings. This man could only pray for more luck. Chen Chang'an calmly raised his cup and drank tea. Shura Field, how difficult can it be? All 3 girls simultaneously wanted to take the teacup. Everyone claimed it was theirs. This is for me. They glared at each other like mortal enemies.
He calmly turned around to enjoy his tea. Meeting each other is a happy occasion. I'll drink. Please make yourselves at home. Ling Bao'er was peeking outside the door. This is probably the biggest dilemma of Grandmaster's life. I hope that matter between Grandmaster and us won't be discovered by them. The relationship between those 3 women is too bad. Bai Yue is somewhat looking forward to being punished. If it's discovered, the punishment will be very severe. Zifeng was also outside. The atmosphere was so tense. Yendo also felt suffocated. I have fought for many years and have long taken life and death lightly, but the scene unfolding before my eyes right now has ignited a feeling of tension I haven't experienced in years. Han Si angrily crushed her cup. Chang'an, you've been sitting for so long and you still haven't introduced everyone. Why have you never mentioned the matter of other women to me? The system hurriedly appeared to remind him. This is a trap, host. As soon as you answer, it's equivalent to confirming the demonic woman's status as the official wife. Chen Chang'an knew perfectly well. I know, even without you telling me.
Changxi suddenly smiled and teased. Do we still need Chang'an to introduce us? I still remember your embarrassing childhood moments even now. Do you need me to help you recall them? She became even angrier. You! She seized the opportunity to hold his hand. Chang'an, for so many years I have not been by your side. It is quite normal for you to be blinded by the worldly prosperity outside. I can understand. Now that I am back, I will absolutely never leave you again. Han Shi couldn't hold back anymore. Shang-Chi, we haven't seen each other for tens of millions of years. Your skills have improved quite a bit, haven't they? What do you mean you are back? You speak as if Chang'an has acknowledged you. Shang-Chi just smiled in response. The matter between Chang'an and me doesn't need junior sister to worry about. Zhang Quanchu now also joined in. Husband, she also started to doubt. Is our relationship fake? Chen Chang'an clutched his chest and slammed his hand on the table. It's not what you think. I was careless. The Shura Field is too hard to fight. She immediately turned and urged. So what exactly is it? Out of the 3 of us, you can only choose one. She also decided to trust him. I believe Chang'an can make the correct choice. Chen Chang'an angrily grabbed the system. They wish they could stab each other to death. Tell me how to make them live in harmony and love. You tell me. It tried to calm him down. Host, please calm down. They probably just want to fight. This is too stimulating. Chen Chang'an, in a desperate situation, suddenly came up with a solution. I have a way. The system was also surprised. You have a way? He had basically understood the root of the problem, considering the issue carefully. What they cared about was not each other's existence, but his attitude. Explaining would only make the scene even more chaotic. Han Shi also had to play her trump card. This move was originally intended to be used when you were seduced by Shang-Chi, but using it now is the same. She had just used a secret art, Mind Charm. It popped up a notification. Host, you have blocked the magic spell from Han Shi. The opponent will not have any vigilance. Han Shi, seeing Chen Chang'an holding her hand, was also a bit surprised. Chang'an, it worked so quickly. Shang-Chi also noticed his action. Chen Chang'an suddenly stopped the argument. So noisy and loud. It's annoying me to death. Don't you want to know the truth? Listen carefully. I will only say it once. Who is the woman I care about? The system also couldn't believe it. The host is too brave. You're about to die. She was looking forward to it. Who are you talking about? Jiang Quanshu was also very anxious. Husband. She, on the other hand, was a bit worried. Chang'an.
Changxi, who was outside, was also waiting. The senior was about to reveal it. Bai Yue felt that things were not looking good. They were doomed. Ling Bao'er saw him arriving again. Is Master crazy? 2 more people have appeared now. Aren't they going to fight to the death? Chen Chang'an began to bring up some matters. First, she and I have done many kinds of things that adults do with each other, doing it tirelessly. Do I need to say it out loud now? All 3 of them shared the same thought and spoke in unison. Doing that kind of thing? With whom and when? You've got some nerve, Chen Chang'an. Do you still have a choice?
They anxiously interrogated him. Who is that woman? He continued to narrate calmly. Who else could it be? In an extraordinary place, I coincidentally met her. We were of one mind and in perfect harmony. He was implicitly referring to Changxi. She knew that her cultivation base couldn't possibly match mine, so she silently worked hard without my knowledge, hoping that one day she could change the world's prejudice and travel the myriad realms with me. She knew very well that it was her. You were talking about me. I have worked hard for 10 million years just to be worthy of you. It turns out you have seen it all.
Han Shi secretly affirmed to herself, and I indeed only did that aspect of things with him, which means I am the person he cares about the most. Chen Chang'an continued the story, then added words of self-blame. Because the Great War forced us to separate. I only hate that my strength was lacking. As Chen Chang'an spoke up to hear, it made Han Shi slightly startled. Unable to immediately break the karmic connection to appear before you, for so long, I truly haven't had a moment where I stopped missing you. You must have waited for me for a long time. Just thinking about it makes my chest hurt as if my heart is being cut by a knife. She was so moved she almost burst into tears. He is indeed talking about me. For so many years, I really almost gave up on him. Han Shi also assumed it was herself. Moreover, who knows how many times we've rolled around together. Sure enough, he cares about me the most. He suddenly stood up. If my Chang'an at that time could have been a bit stronger. Chen Chang'an clearly showed his determination. I definitely would not let the two of us be separated. The man has feelings. The woman has intentions. He snapped his fingers and swore to the Heavenly Tao. With the Heavenly Tao as my witness, I, Chang'an, will absolutely not get involved with fresh flowers and wild grasses on the outside. The system felt the decisive moment had arrived. Host, the system has received it. This play will definitely cause a stir. Chen Chang'an concluded with his final sentence. In this life, I will not let you down. Jiang Quanshu was also moved by this sentence. She also somewhat understood. With Chang'an being so outstanding, attracting a few women is indeed unavoidable. She also felt reassured. I shouldn't keep worrying about gains and losses. She became even more determined. I must show them the magnanimity of the main wife. All three of them shared the same thought. We must not let our husband, Chang'an, be put in a difficult position. He pretended to be about to reveal. That woman is... They no longer needed to know. No need. We all already know.
The system was somewhat in awe. Host, the love story you told fits all three of them perfectly. Chen Chang'an smiled in satisfaction. That is exactly what I want, making them consciously understand the meaning, but implicitly without saying it out loud. As long as they all consider themselves the official wife, there won't be any fights. For now, I can be considered to have passed this fierce first hurdle. Next, I want each of them to taste my formidable power. Outside, Ling Bao'er was constantly rolling around. Master, so it turns out the one you like is Bao'er. Hong Yi was also in a state of excitement. Master, so the one you care about is Hong Yi. Bai Yue was no different at this time. Senior, so it turns out Bai Yue wasn't having wishful thinking. Yin Do didn't know what else to say. Did all three of these people have a problem? On the other hand, in the outer domain of the divine temple of the Juzhou continent, two new people had just landed. Heavenly God Divine Envoy Shai Chi sensed it upon arrival. I remember that the Juzhou continent is a masterless place, but this aura is clearly that of a province lord. Heavenly God Divine Envoy Tu Li was a bit suspicious. Moreover, based on this aura, this province lord seems to be a person from the lower realm. He immediately issued a summoning order. Juzhou continent's temple spirit, heed my command. Come to see me at once. Right after, lightning bolts appeared surrounding Tu Li. Heavenly Tao Thunder appeared and shouted, Audacious madman, how dare you make a ruckus in my divine temple? Dissipate your soul. He only gently used a bit of strength and easily blocked the attack just now. The little boy was extremely shocked. Blocked so easily? This is too unreasonable. Heavenly Tao Thunder also doubted himself. Is it because my Heavenly Tao is useless, or are those two too strong? The little boy stubbornly continued his attack. Watch me show my might and scare you to death. Tu Li revealed the seal in his hand. Just the Heavenly Tao Thunder. Do you really think you are worthy to show off in front of me, a divine envoy? Immediately, the Heavenly Tao Thunder revealed its main body. Divine envoy? The little boy was very surprised by their appearance, as no divine envoy had ever visited the Juzhou Divine Temple before, yet unexpectedly, two had come at once today. He frowned and interrogated. Being the Juzhou Heavenly Tao and also the Temple Spirit, you had the audacity to acknowledge a master on your own? Furthermore, after acknowledging a master, you didn't even inform the divine envoy. Are you trying to rebel? The Heavenly Tao Thunder trembled in fear and confessed, reporting to the divine envoy, I am not rebelling. It's all because that guy's strength is too powerful. If I didn't listen, he would beat me. She angrily threatened. What is there to fear from someone from the lower realm? I order you to quickly eliminate that person from the lower realm and replace him with another heavenly god. Otherwise, bear the consequences yourself. The little boy panicked and refused. No.
Taking the initiative to erase the province lord's recognition will damage the karmic luck of the entire continent. Juzo is originally a barbarian land. If the karmic luck continues to be damaged, it will definitely become utterly destitute. The heavenly Tao Thunder hurriedly begged, begging the divine envoy to be lenient and calm down. That Chen Chang'an's strength is unimaginable. If I betray him, I will definitely be cut into pieces by him. Moreover, he treats me very well. If we change to someone else now, it might not be the same. Tu Li snorted coldly, showing clear contempt. In such a barren place, even the temple spirit is such a piece of trash. Being beaten by a guy from the lower realm and still praising him so much? He took out a token. Take it. This is your choice. Don't regret it. This is the token to participate in the Star Domain tournament. The little boy was extremely shocked upon seeing it. Star Domain tournament? The Heavenly Tao Thunder understood this competition very well. The tournament competing for the Star Domain is extremely cruel. Generally, participants will either die or go mad. Even if they are lucky enough to win, they will just become toys for the heavenly gods to fight over.
Tu Li finished his business and turned to leave. Previously, you were in ownerless land, so of course you could choose not to participate. But now that you have acknowledged a master, prepare to join the battle. The token has been issued. You should understand the punishment for evading the tournament. Heavenly Tao Thunder seemed to have tied himself up. I understand. Why do I feel like I've walked right into a trap? They chatted as they walked. Even the strongest heavenly Tao of this planet acts like this. How strong could the master of the Juzo continent possibly be? Shai-Chi smiled disdainfully. Husband, this barbarian land was always meant to be like this. How can it be compared to those great gods with massive territories? Tu Li said, since the Juzo heavenly Tao has accepted the ticket to participate, the master of Juzo is forced to come and receive the order. At this time in the Yunzhou City Lord's mansion, Chen Chang'an's group had also returned from their outing. I didn't expect the Lower Realms festival to be so interesting. I still want to continue sightseeing. We've almost walked everywhere. Continuing will only bother the commoners. The night is late. Changxi was the first to speak up. Then, for the remaining time, he was momentarily startled. What was bound to come had finally arrived. The three girls said in unison that they wanted to return to their rooms. Chang'an, we should head back to our rooms to rest. The system was extremely excited. This is so thrilling, host. Don't lose like last time. Who will you choose? Chen Chang'an nodded with a forced smile. Probing everywhere, digging holes everywhere. The words from before were ultimately just to soothe their emotions. True peace depends entirely on my performance tonight. Han Shi suddenly winked flirtatiously. My shoulders are a bit uncomfortable. It would be nice if someone could help massage them later. He was still hesitating. The pavilion master of Hanlan Pavilion, the #1 demonic woman of the heavenly demon, Han Shi. She, on the other hand, was still shy. Chang'an, I have many things I want to say to you. Chen Chang'an had another choice. The head of the ancient immortal continent, the spring divine maiden, Changxi, or the most beautiful proud wife of the heaven's pride immortal domain, Zhang Quanchu.
Zhang Quanchu only softly called out to him, husband. Chen Chang'an smiled, having already made his choice. Do I still have to choose now? All right, I will prepare for a moment and go in right away. I choose all three of them. System, your daddy wants them all. They had entered the room, leaving him alone outside to make his choice. The system chimed in with a reminder. Host, although they didn't mention it verbally, in reality, they are all testing to see whose room you will enter in the end. This is the final trial. Chen Chang'an nodded slightly. He had already guessed it. He suddenly smiled triumphantly. I also have my own way of responding. Chen Chang'an immediately created two of his clones. System, switch identities. Ever since the time two identities appeared simultaneously back in Xuangu, I have comprehended quite a few skills, and now I can control multiple identities. He quickly ordered them. Go. Chen Chang'an also ran off very excitedly. Tonight I will work my hardest. A moment later, a hand gently rested on Han Shi's cheek. His heavenly demon clone immediately gave her a deep kiss. Han Shi quickly couldn't hold back and got on the bed. Chen Chang'an also turned around and carried her onto the bed. Han Shi was already in a ready posture. She just like that enjoyed a passionate night of intimacy. At the same time, another clone hugged Changxi and praised, "You smell really good." She blushed and breathed heavily, denying it. "No, I don't." He gently bit Changxi's ear to increase the stimulation. "Even the cloak I gave you has been infected with your scent, blending together." She replied tremblingly and hesitantly, Maybe it's because I've worn it for too long. After all, it's a treasure you gave me." Chen Chang'an boldly stepped forward and held Changxi's hand. "Your actions today attracted so many attentive gazes. Your admirers are quite a few, aren't they?" She shook her head in affirmation. "Don't say such mood-killing words. I only care about you." He provoked her a little. "Then prove it and let me see." Changxi immediately went up and kissed him to prove it. On this side, the real Chen Chang'an was taking care of Zhang Quanchu. It seemed she still hadn't recovered well. Exhaustion hit her as soon as she lay on the bed. He placed his hand on her forehead to comfort her. "I am here by your side. Just rest at ease." She suddenly called Chen Chang'an's name. "Chang'an." Zhang Quanchu coquettishly wanted his hand. "Hand!" She suddenly grabbed Chen Chang'an's hand. "I caught you." He was also a bit surprised. "What do you want to do?" Zhang Quanchu gently placed Chen Chang'an's hand on her cheek. She was now resting peacefully. "Nothing. I just want to touch you." The system prompted the reward at the right time.
Congratulations to the host for completing the Shura Field quest, obtaining an Invincible for 1-minute card X1.
A bolt of lightning suddenly struck straight into the manor. Heavenly Dao Thunder panically flew in and shouted, "Daddy Chang'an, something terrible has happened." The little boy cried and recounted, "What should we do, Dad? The fact that I acknowledged you as your master has been discovered by the Divine Envoys. They are forcing you to participate in the Star Domain War, and now they are waiting for you at the Divine Temple." Heavenly Dao Thunder wanted to set off immediately. "Grandpa, quickly come with me right now." He signaled the little boy to be quiet. "Shh." Chen Chang'an frowned and reminded, "She just fell asleep. Do not make noise." Heavenly Dao Thunder immediately lowered his voice. "Yes." The little boy was burning with anxiety inside. "Oh, my grandpa, now is not the time to be busy with this. If we go there late, the other side will make us suffer a loss right away. By then, an even greater danger might appear. I know Lord Chang'an is very strong, but the subsequent Star Domain War cannot be won by relying on just one person. It is mostly based on collective combat. Under a situation of being isolated and weak, the consequences will be extremely tragic." Heavenly Dao Thunder thought again about the control of the Divine Envoys, and moreover, those Divine Envoys were also considered among the referees of the Star Domain War. In terms of status, except for the massive lands that cannot be judged, other barbarian lands are all under their control. The little boy still tried his best to endure. "To actually make these dry and boring guys wait right now, only you could do such a thing. I'm dying of anxiety. The Divine Temple side will not be easy to deal with." On this side, Tuli and Shai Qi were still standing and waiting. He lost his patience and erupted with aura. At most, it's just a little punk, yet he doesn't dare to come forward and receive the order. Tuli suddenly felt excited. Refusing to receive the order is rebelling against the heavenly gods, a crime punishable by death. "I must go to Juzo to interrogate you for your crimes. When that time comes, will you still dare to confront me?"
Heavenly Dao Thunder paced back and forth anxiously. What do we do? What do we do? If this drags on and they report to the heavenly god to blow up Juzo, I will also disappear completely. Chen Chang'an still calmly asked back, "For better or worse, you have followed me for a while now. Why are you so scared into this cowardly state?" The little guy was still full of fear. "Dad, they are not the same. They are divine envoys with heavenly gods backing them. That kind of super peak existence. I'm scared." He angrily dragged Heavenly Dao Thunder away. "I know, just keep your voice down. Don't yell and wake Quan Chu up." The system suddenly issued a mission, detecting that the mental state of Juzo's heavenly Dao was unstable. In the long run, it will affect the karmic luck of Juzo. It continued to issue warnings and rewards. The decline in karmic luck will cause the reincarnation path of Juzo to fall into chaos, and the common people will face disasters. Gradually, death aura will cover all of Juzo. Please host quickly restore the morale of the heavenly Dao. Time limit is 10 minutes. Reward, time-limited clone divine art Acts 1. Chen Chang'an also realized, so the state of the heavenly Dao actually has such a clear impact on the continent's karmic luck.
Looking back at the little boy in his hand, since bringing the entire Juzo into the Invincible domain, he secretly realized that Juzo's spiritual fortune was declining. Compared to the arrogant, confident, and domineering heavenly Dao when it first appeared, it had now become fearful and cowardly. Although he could not cultivate, he understood the importance of the Dao heart to a cultivator. An unstable Dao heart could lead to chi deviation at best, or heavenly destruction and the fall of the Dao at worst. The law of the heart for the heavenly Dao was equivalent to the Dao heart of a cultivator, and it could not be taken lightly. Chen Chang'an quickly set out on his mission. Let's go meet those two divine envoys." Heavenly Dao Thunder was visibly excited. "Daddy is going to the divine temple." The little boy immediately wanted to lead the way. "I will see you off." He immediately refused. "No need." In an instant, Chen Chang'an teleported to the Invincible domain. The divine temple outside the domain all had spatial connections with their respective continents, and Juzo would be no exception. Heavenly Dao Thunder, who was teleported along, was extremely surprised. "Huh?" He suddenly reached his hand forward. That is to say, Chen Chang'an immediately created a gate. The Invincible domain could open a path through it, which surprised even the system. This actually works. Tu Li was still angry right now. "Ignoring the Heavenly Dao's orders is already a great crime. I must go to Juzo to hold you accountable, and see if you dare to look this divine envoy straight in the eye." Shai Qi wanted to leave immediately. "Husband, let's go teach them a lesson together." Suddenly, a massive hand grabbed the two of them. He roared in anger. "What is this?" In an instant, they were pulled into the Invincible domain. He was currently still standing in front of the gate waiting for them. As soon as they arrived, they fell flat on the ground.
Tu Li woke up and immediately cursed. "Insolent, how dare you set up an ambush?" Chen Chang'an confirmed once again, "Are these the two people who made you so restless?" Heavenly Dao Thunder was also deeply shocked. "Lord Divine Envoy, how did you do that?" She stood up and tightly grabbed his arm. "Husband." Tu Li had also managed to calm down. "You are the Lord of Juzo. You actually have some capabilities." He quickly roused his killing intent. "But I want you dead. To be able to forcibly teleport us here from the Divine Temple, this person is absolutely not simple. We must kill him in one strike." Tu Li suddenly couldn't exert any power anymore. He couldn't understand it either. How could this be? "My strength seems to have disappeared in the blink of an eye. I can't use it at all." In an instant, he moved behind Tu Li and grabbed his head. "You're the little punk who relied on your prestige to bully my heavenly Dao. Shouldn't you apologize?"
He refused to accept this humiliation and roared, "Beast, what exactly are you?" Before Tu Li could finish speaking, his head was slammed hard into the ground by Chen Chang'an. He repeated once more, "I said apologize." His face was deformed from the smash. "You, what exactly are?" Chen Chang'an continued to slam Tu Li's hate count. "You answered wrong." He gave him one last chance, giving you one more chance to speak. Apologize. Shai-Chi could only stand rooted to the spot. Tu Li and I know every little detail about each other, supporting each other all the way to this day. I have never seen him in such a pathetic state before. He had no choice but to apologize. "Sorry, I shouldn't have frightened you. Please forgive me." Chen Chang'an asked in a bored tone, "Are you still scared? If you're scared, I'll keep beating him." Heavenly Tao Thunder, on the contrary, became even more afraid of him, a dignified divine envoy being beaten with the slightest strength to fight back, just like a child who lacks the strength to truss a chicken. The system also just announced, "Host, real-time report. Heavenly Tao's morale has recovered by 50%. Tu Li cried and begged, "I was wrong. Stop hitting me. I have no intention of harming you. It was the Heavenly Tao who told me to do it." The little boy was still crying in fear. "You hit the divine envoy. They might go and report to the Heavenly Tao if the Heavenly Tao hands down punishment." The system continued to report. Heavenly Tao's morale decreased by 50%. Chen Chang'an also asked tentatively, "You want to report to the Heavenly Tao?" Tu Li quickly waved his hands in denial. "No, I wouldn't dare. Please let me go." She still didn't dare to move. "Tu Li, it's not that I don't want to save you. It's just that this gap in strength truly exceeds our expectations. That brat is absolutely not an ordinary person. His cultivation base is already near God level. Right now, I have already lost the will to fight in my heart. The only thing that can replace it is the desire to escape from this place."
He suddenly turned to Shai-Chi. "So you want to report this?" She immediately swore, "I swear on the immortal Tao, I will absolutely not do that." Chen Chang'an then threw him back to Shai-Chi. "Wouldn't it have been fine if you knew what was good for you earlier?" Heavenly Tao Thunder excitedly came over to flatter. "You are too strong, Dad. I've lived for billions of years and have never seen anyone who could beat the crap out of an angel. You are my biological father. No, you are my God." Chen Chang'an scratched his head calmly. "This is just a normal operation. It seems you'll have to follow me for a long time to broaden your horizons." The system also distributed a reward. Juzhou Heavenly Tao has recovered its morale, rewarding time-dependent clone divine art X1, which can be selected at any time. The little boy took the opportunity to look smug. "My dad Chang'an is here. Let's see which of you dares to bully me." He was also a bit satisfied. Morale was recovered just like that. It seems I still have to find more opportunities to train him. Heavenly Tao Thunder happily turned to him. "Right, how should we handle this ticket to participate in the Star Domain Great War?" Chan Chang'an immediately refused. "Not interested."
The little boy intended to bite and crush the token, knowing that although the rewards for the top 3 positions in this tournament were extremely attractive, our Chen family simply did not need them. He suddenly pressed close to Heavenly Tao Thunder. "What are you still hiding?" The little boy immediately explained that there are 3 types of tournament rewards. The first place is kept secret, and no one has achieved it to this day, so currently no one knows what the first place reward is. The second place rewards ascending to a godhead, and the third place rewards the residing continent being able to upgrade by 1 level. Speaking of which, the realm of the continent limits the realm of its cultivators. Heavenly Tao Thunder continued to say that the highest realm the barbarian land could produce was Immortal Emperor, while a vast land could reach the Domain God realm. Further up, it goes even higher. Chen Chang'an found this information quite useful. On the contrary, it was information he hadn't been exposed to before, so he told him to continue speaking. The little boy went on to say that moreover, as the continent's level increases, the spirit luck that the entire continent gives back to the people living there becomes more abundant, and the Heavenly Tao, which is me, will become even more prosperous. Once I become stronger, the laws of the entire continent will become firmer, and the firmer the continent, the denser the spirit luck. He also understood to some extent. That is to say, the higher the level of the continent, the stronger the Heavenly Tao, and the stronger the Heavenly Tao, the more prosperous the continent will become. Heavenly Tao Thunder directly confirmed. That's right. The little boy explained even more meticulously. All things in the world in the cycle of life have their own laws. Experiencing billions of long years of baptism and the permeation of the great Tao, rules become laws. Among myriad laws, only 1 or 2 physical entities, under the coincidence of destiny, obtain the spiritual light between heaven and earth, open their spiritual consciousness, and condense into the core of laws. This is the Heavenly Tao. Chen Chang'an's head officially overloaded. Damn it, it's literally a wiki. Heavenly Tao Thunder still didn't stop. Things that can bind the Heavenly Tao between heaven and earth basically do not exist. The Heavenly Tao rotates the laws. Mildly, it changes the times. Severely, it alters heaven and earth. So don't judge me by my appearance. I've actually lived for billions of years. He took the opportunity to mock. Lived for billions of years and still this week. 2 Domain God Realm experts scared you stiff. The little boy had to justify himself. The Heavenly Tao is also divided into levels. My core of laws is not yet mature, so there is still room for progress. Chen Chang'an was also a bit curious. What level are you ranked at? Heavenly Tao Thunder quickly answered. The Heavenly Tao is divided into Wisdom Tao, Spirit Tao, Law Tao, and Order Tao. Correspondingly, they are the Heavenly Tao that has just comprehended the laws, the Heavenly Tao that has roughly grasped the laws, the Heavenly Tao that can change the laws by itself, and the Heavenly Tao where I am the law. I am still young. I've only comprehended for a few 100 million years. Hearing this, he felt a bit annoyed. You are Wisdom Dao, I guessed it. Chen Shaolan began to calculate, having guessed that the third reward of the tournament was very important to the Heavenly Dao, while the second reward was a godhead. My clone hasn't been upgraded for a long time. Getting a godhead might allow me to upgrade the clone to the next level, a Heavenly God clone. He then turned his ideas to Heavenly Dao Thunder. Moreover, he could train this kid well. How could the Heavenly Dao of my Chen Chang'an be stuck at just Wisdom Dao? The kid still didn't know he was about to be put through the ringer. It's rare to get an invitation from a Heavenly God, so I must play this tournament to the fullest.
At this moment, outside the Heavenly God domain, Tu Li had just brought Chen Chang'an here. Senior, it is right here. This is the time-space door set up by the Heavenly Gods. Entering from here can escort you to the front hall to participate in the Star Domain tournament. The official tournament will begin in 2 hours. He was also a bit surprised. Heavenly God escorting? Are they usually this generous? He immediately replied, it seems this is the only time. About 1,000 years ago, after that incident occurred, the Star Domain tournament was stopped for a long time. Being able to restart it this time, the Heavenly Gods all attach great importance to it. Tu Li also gently reminded, the invested rewards are exceptionally rare, attracting the strongest combat forces of the star domains from all directions to participate and compete. At that time, continuous casualties and disputes may occur. Senior, please be more careful. Chen Chang'an looked back at the token in his hand. It seemed that recreating the purest main body of the original body was correct. He suddenly recognized a familiar aura. The aura of this gate resonates with my space-time divine artifact. Could it be? Chen Chang'an speculated in his heart. Tian Wangchen is also here. He hurriedly asked for permission to take his leave. Senior, if there is nothing else, we husband and wife will leave first. He conveniently gave a gentle reminder. You two don't forget what you promised me in Zhuzhou. Shai-Chi stammered in agreement. We will definitely do it.
Going back half an hour ago, Chen Chang'an was asking them, are you two also referees of this tournament? He leaned close to her ear and whispered, Madam, do me a favor. You do this, and then? Shai-Chi shouted in disagreement. This is absolutely impossible, Senior. If you want me to do that kind of thing, what will my husband think of me? Chen Chang'an suddenly grabbed Tu Li, threatening with his life. Impossible? Madam, it seems you still don't understand your situation. Chen Chang'an revealed a wicked smile. Only heavenly gods are allowed to set rules to suppress us and order us around, so we were born to be controlled by you, right? Madam, you wouldn't want anything to happen to your husband, right? She reluctantly submitted. Demon, we agree with you. Shai-Chi only silently apologized. Tu Li, I have been miserably harmed by you. For now, we can only take it one step at a time. I hope this matter won't be discovered by the heavenly gods. At that time, I still hadn't realized what kind of monster I had actually brought here.
She could only watch him leave. His role as an inside man in this tournament had brought about a crusade from all the gods. The gate was now opened. A breathtaking scene caught Chen Chang'an's eyes. Many people had gathered at the Spirit Domain Palace for the 188th tournament of the Eastern Star Domains, and overall, everyone was present. What are you looking at? Only a certain fool was left. They were gossiping about him. An unfamiliar face, traveling for many years yet having never heard of this character. Probably just a nobody. Doesn't that make him a small fry? Xuanming noticed a few individuals. This Star Domain tournament was not entirely made up of small fries. Look at those people over there. Mo Qing immediately recognized one, the Xuanming Pope, the one who relied on the karmic luck of an evil god to wipe out all the prodigies of his generation. He mentioned Ling Qi, possessing the myriad Dao holy physique, who rapidly rose from the Seven Desolants continent with weak immortal destiny. Over the past 100,000 years, he led his clan to fight tens of thousands of ancient beasts, ultimately proving his Dao as an immortal emperor, becoming the youngest continent lord in the Eastern Star Domains. Xuanming continued to mention Mo Huajul, the continent lord of this Youthan continent, with peerless aptitude, relying on his strength to swallow mountains and rivers, looking down on the talents of his peers. Having learned the ancient god's secret art, he broke through to the immortal emperor realm in less than 100,000 years, suppressing a lineage of foreign domain demon cultivators and shocking the myriad heavens. He also mentioned the continent lord of the Bailan continent on the other side, Yulan. She swept through the 8 Desolants, fighting against 10 generations of foreign races. After seizing the position of continent lord, she expelled all the men from the continent, forced a reformation, and changed its name to the female supreme continent. However, the heavenly gods and the surrounding continents never acknowledged the country she established from beginning to end. Xuanming was daydreaming, oblivious to Yulan's glare. That place is a land of beauties. I really want to go and take a look. I might even become famous there. Suddenly, a giant stone stele fell from the sky. Everyone was astonished. What was that?
This stone tablet indeed looked like a power measurement board. Jing Xin appeared and introduced himself, welcoming the domain lords of the Eastern Star Domains to the most famous and highly anticipated grand banquet in the galaxy. For the Star Domain Tournament Immortal Gathering, this old man is the order maintainer of the Eastern region, the treasure artifact spirit, Jing Xin.
It continued to state everyone's purpose. You all came here perhaps for a breakthrough, perhaps for the tournament's generous rewards, or perhaps for fame across the entire star domain. Everyone listened attentively. The tournament can give you all these things, but how much you can obtain will depend on your performance. Jing Shen also stated the rules. All right, now this old man wants to conduct identity verification before the matches and evaluate everyone's combat power. The rules of our tournament this time are different from previous ones. Anyone who strikes the spirit testing platform with full force will have their latent talent clearly displayed in the form of combat power. The more monstrous the talent, the higher the combat power. It flew up and continued to explain. Combat power from 50 to 70 is a world-shaking expert. From 70 to 80 is a peerless expert. From 80 to 90 can be said to be a once-in-a-millennium earth-shattering expert. And from 90 to 100 is an eternal expert. Jing Shin suddenly smiled widely. Whoever has the most outstanding performance, it appeared very excited, will have the hope of being chosen by a heavenly god and can receive assistance from a portion of the heavenly god's strength in the subsequent competitions. Everyone was astonished by this news. They had never heard of this before. If one could have the assistance of divine power in individual battles, then defeating higher-level opponents would not be impossible. Chen Chang'an also pondered to himself. Once the heavenly gods intervened, the balance of combat power in this tournament would be broken. Daring to play like this before the tournament even started, was it because they were worried someone would withdraw beforehand? Or was there something in the subsequent competitions that caught the heavenly gods' attention? Lin Qi immediately wanted to try first. I'll do the testing first. Jing Xin announced to everyone. Everyone, from the moment the gods intervened, it will no longer be a simple test of combat power. He walked over with great confidence. Usually, there was no way to spar with those of the same realm. This instead gave him an opportunity to determine the winner based on combat power. Whoever wins first gets the resources first. Survival of the fittest. The gods are also watching. This is a battle for resources.
Lin Qi concentrated all his strength into his arm, seeing who could strike the fastest and best. He immediately punched the stone steely heavily. The onlookers gasped in amazement. With such formidable strength, not to mention a perfect score, the jumping number wouldn't be lower than 95. The stone steely immediately absorbed all the force inside. It displayed the number 84 and announced, "Potential combat power 84. A peerless expert is here." The people behind started discussing. Seeing Lin Qi's expression, it seemed he was dissatisfied. After all, being the youngest domain lord of the Eastern Star domains, not reaching 90 was indeed unjustifiable. Lin Qi also couldn't accept it. I had the intention of shattering the stone steely to deliver the strongest punch, yet it's only 84. He immediately wanted to try again. "Let me try again. I didn't use my full strength just now." Jing Xin immediately refused. "If everyone breaks the rules like you, the competition cannot proceed. Next person." The crowd felt complacent. He was getting anxious, proving that this stone steely could reflect true strength, and moreover, it wouldn't be destroyed. Come to think of it, this is an object created by a god. Let alone breaking it, even leaving a slight mark would be extremely difficult. "Everyone, what are we waiting for? It's our turn." They immediately rushed forward to punch the stone steely. Sha Jingtai, Mid-Stage Immortal Emperor, Daoshu Continent, Potential Combat Power 81. Lu Yi, Peak Immortal Venerable, Lingyu Continent, Potential Combat Power 56. Jiamena, Mid-Stage Immortal Emperor, Shagu Continent, Potential Combat Power 82. Kai Kun.
Right after that, the information board appeared. Lin Qi, High Stage Immortal Emperor, Qihuan Continent, Combat Potential 84. Jiamena, High Stage Immortal Emperor, Shagu Continent, Combat Potential 82. Chuhuan Qi, High Stage Immortal Emperor, Doshu Continent, Combat Potential 81. Xiao Jingtai, Mid-Stage Immortal Emperor, Pojia Continent, Combat Potential 72. Lu Yi, Peak Immortal Venerable, Lingyu Continent, Combat Potential 56. Tycoon, Peak Immortal Emperor, Lanzi Continent, Combat Potential 39. Lin Shen. The crowd then mentioned the remaining 3 people, noting that so many had tried but no one had reached 90. I'm afraid only those 3 over there making a move could achieve it. It's just unknown which of these 3 will ultimately take first place. Mo Qing suddenly goaded him. "Brother, aren't you going up to try?" Chen Chang'an calmly replied. "No rush. Let's watch the others first." She showed a look of disdain again. "No rush? I see that you're just scared by those monstrous geniuses and don't dare to go on stage. By then you might miss out on the gods' help." Mo Qing also jumped up to test her strength. Damn it, having to fight these monsters next, it would be better to find a big boss and cling to their leg. In short, one can't just wait to die like the person just now, right? Jing Xin called for the next person. Next, Ye Xiaolin hurriedly ran over. "Coming, I'm here." Everyone also pointed the way for him. "Wrong direction, it's over here." Ye Xiaolin scratched his head somewhat awkwardly. So embarrassing, but these people were all looking at him. The crowd seized the opportunity to gossip. Who is this guy? He can't even tell directions apart. How terrible. Just some nameless nobody, probably just like those kids who came late to make up the numbers, with no real strength. He could only let out a sigh. So uncomfortable. Cheng Xia, I told you not to come. Ye Xiaolin also gathered power into his fist, wanting to quickly and casually deal with this so he could go back. However, his punch unleashed terrifying power. It looked down at the notification. Ye Xiaolin, Qi Refining Stage of the Wuji Continent, Potential Combat Power 91. Everyone was extremely shocked. Qi Refining Stage? A Qi Refining Stage breaking through 90? There must be some mistake. The leaderboard immediately changed, with the leader being Ye Xiaolin, Qi Refining Stage Wuji Continent, Potential Combat Power 91. Lin Qi, High Stage Immortal Emperor 7 Provence Continent, Potential Combat Power 84. Jiamena, the crowd instantly focused all their attention here. Look at the leaderboard quickly. They immediately gritted their teeth in jealousy. I have long heard that there are some geniuses favored by the heavenly Tao despite their insufficient cultivation base, yet their might is not inferior to any almighty expert. At that time I didn't believe it. The barbarian land has long been without a genius to rule it, yet it could birth such a freakish monster. With such strength, why aren't you at foundation establishment? Brat, to what level have you cultivated the heavenly Tao laws? Yesha-Lin also didn't know. Refining chi for 100,000 years and still unable to reach foundation establishment. I don't have any other way either. Anyway, locking myself in the cave dwelling, cultivating endlessly. I also don't know what level I'm at anymore. It also felt quite interesting. The contestants this time were much more worth watching than before. Perhaps they could persist for a long time. Yulan walked up at this moment. Please step aside a bit. Jingxin also recognized her. Oh, this is the girl who wanted to sever the karma of time, reforge the female supreme continent, and prove herself, but ended up getting a disgraceful score of 56 combat power in the tournament. It couldn't help but recall this sword drawing stance. It's this sword drawing stance again. Wasn't losing back then miserable enough? But when Yulan slashed, she left a long crack on it. The crack became clearer by the moment. Jingxin was deeply shocked and couldn't believe it. The steel, the sacred steel cracked. On the stone steel, the number 100 clearly appeared, a full 100 combat power.
The crowd was once again shocked. No one could surpass this anymore, right? This completely left no way out for others. The people behind would face immense pressure when dealing with this number. She also declared to everyone at this moment, I will definitely win the reward of this tournament. Heavenly Tao Thunder was also amazed. Father, that girl has the aura of Heavenly Tao laws on her. Chen Chang'an was slightly surprised. Heavenly Tao laws? The crowd was still constantly marveling. To actually achieve the maximum score by herself, she truly deserved to be called Empress Yulan. The little boy then explained for him to understand that anyone who undergoes tribulation must endure the baptism of the Heavenly Tao Thunder tribulation. If they could withstand it, they would be able to comprehend the Heavenly Tao laws within the Thunder tribulation. The Heavenly Tao Thunder tribulation changed in myriad ways. Some could comprehend lightning techniques, some could comprehend fire techniques, and some could not comprehend anything at all. Depending on each person's ability, their comprehension would not be the same. Chen Chang'an seemed to have understood. Oh, he asked further, can you see what kind of Heavenly Tao law is on her? Heavenly Tao Thunder was also uncertain. I can't see it. The aura is indeed too faint. But even if this girl has comprehended a law, it is not much. Chen Chang'an suddenly wanted to try. Then when will you strike me down? Let's see how I can comprehend the laws. The little boy panicked and didn't dare. Father, how could I possibly strike you? Jin Sin urged everyone. Everyone please continue. The testing session is not over yet. They disagreed and wanted to leave. Yulan had already scored 100 points. Even if they went up, it would be impossible to get a higher score. That's right. We came here to become the strongest experts. If we can no longer show that we are stronger, then what is the point? It immediately knew clearly. You guys want to leave. Jing Sin seriously warned them. This is the rule. If you don't take the test, you won't be qualified to participate in the tournament. And don't blame me for not warning you beforehand. If you come here and then turn back, your continent will automatically be downgraded by 1 level.
It suddenly smiled disdainfully. I forgot. Everyone here is a continent lord of the Eastern Star Domain. The Eastern Domain only has barbarian places. The barbarian land that gets demoted will become a low-class poor place. Ha! Jing Sin continued to scold. You bastard. He then wanted to step up. Since no one wants to go up, let me do it. Chen Chang'an confidently stepped forward. Chen Chang'an of the Juzhou continent. The people nearby whispered to each other. Isn't this the loser who was almost late? Even those monstrous geniuses haven't made a move, yet he dares to stand up. Does he want to casually take the test to pass? After all, retreating to the continent will result in a downgrade. Mo King also showed disdain. On the contrary, she would look for an opportunity. Obviously, he just said he wasn't in a hurry to test. Now he feels that since no one can break through to 100 anyway, his own incompetence will also be fiercely ridiculed, right? She understood perfectly well, finding it ridiculous. Your ending has long been predetermined. Everyone has already started allying with each other during the strategic test. These people have long thought about whose team they will join, and in the end, those left behind are destined to have an extremely tragic fate. Mo King had also found a suitable team. I was lucky enough to hug Ye Shaolin's thigh in time. We still have team combat power, and you who came from the Juzhou continent, it can already be said that you are dead for sure. Jing Sin also deeply despised him. So dawdling, hurry up and start. It's just going through the motions now anyway. Chen Chang'an did not hesitate to put all his strength into his fist, instantly smashing the stone steely. The explosive power that radiated out was extremely terrifying, blowing up the steely. The people nearby were also affected. Ye Shaolin couldn't help but exclaim, so that divine steel can actually be broken? I didn't even know. Chen Chang'an, huh? Truly impressive.
The shockwave from this punch quickly spread to the surroundings. Jingsen was extremely horrified and speechless. It now stammered tremblingly. How is it possible? The sacred stone stele. She was equally shocked. It was broken by him? That stone stele had absorbed the power of thousands of great Taos and the spirit energy of heaven and earth to be forged. No one should be able to break it. The crowd was utterly astonished and shocked. Even when the female emperor used her maximum power, she only managed to crack the stele, but he shattered it into pieces. Who is he? He said he came from Juzo, but Juzo hardly has any immortal destiny, yet such a world-shaking expert could appear, Chen Chang'an. Mohua Jul was also shocked. He actually broke the stele. This person's overall strength is no less than mine. Are all the unknown people in this era this terrifying? Yulan also frowned warily. Juzo continent, Chen Chang'an. How is this possible? He wasn't struck back by the stone stele. It panicked and flew backward. According to the reincarnation laws of the heavenly Tao, even if a crack appeared, it would automatically absorb the attacker's life force to replenish itself. Originally, the attacker's life force should have been sucked dry until the stone stele was completely restored. Jingsen flew around to check, but now the spirit testing stele had become a pile of useless rocks, a huge loss. It didn't know what to do. This is the spirit testing stele that a heavenly god bestowed upon me. Hey, what should we do now? Chen Chang'an gently urged. Stop kneeling. Stand up and announce it.
He pretended to probe, estimating how much my combat power was. Meanwhile, in the divine domain, the motionless divine temple where the gods meditated, the protective layer of a magic stone suddenly shattered, and immediately after, it crumbled into pieces. A nearby god was also alarmed. The spirit-testing stele of the eastern star domain is broken. All the fragments of the magic stone were gradually dissipating. He couldn't help but lick his lips in excitement. The laws of that spirit-testing stele have long had flaws, so it's not rare for it to be broken by someone at some point. But I truly sense an unusual aura in the eastern domain. It's been a long time since I felt this interested. At the same time, a highly majestic voice echoed across the square. Since the spirit-testing stele is broken, we can only skip the combat power testing and proceed to the next stage, dear immortals. Hearing this, Mo Qing couldn't help but feel dissatisfied. What does this mean? Telling us to find a cave dwelling and just stand there? The person next to him also shouted in frustration. The location of each cave dwelling is different. What kind of announcement is this? The old man laughed smugly, not forgetting to add a few words. Behind this old man is the Immortal Mountain, which has a total of 188 cave dwellings corresponding to the various continent lords. Originally, after you all had finished testing, you would just need to find the corresponding cave dwelling according to the ranking of the spirit testing stele. He paused slightly, his eyes narrowing with a profound smile. But now that the spirit testing stele is broken, many people haven't had the chance to test their combat power. Therefore, whatever ranking you think your own abilities can achieve, just directly enter that cave dwelling. Correspondingly, there is no limit to the number of people in each cave dwelling, and the opportunities for each ranking are also different. Chang'an looked doubtful. In other words, some people with high strength who haven't tested yet could choose to enter low-level cave dwellings to play the pig to eat the tiger. Furthermore, the so-called opportunity might be something to save the weak, using it to balance the combat power. It's just unknown whether a higher ranking means it's more outstanding or more dangerous. At the same time, Lin Chi suddenly spoke up. I have a question. What does it mean if I choose the first position, and what if I choose the last position? Instantly, a flash of light streaked across his eyes. A pillar of light was seen appearing from the sky, swallowing Lin Chi whole.
Its face wrinkled, mouth constantly muttering, voice almost like crying. Oh my God, how can I forget this important matter? It's all because you guys destroyed the spirit testing stele, disrupting my process. Right then, it screamed madly. Before the immortals return to their positions, the heavenly gods will choose a person they want to help. This means a beam of light represents a heavenly god. The person illuminated by the beam of light is someone with good fortune. Saying that, it burst into loud laughter. Now, a heavenly god has chosen you. The group of people began to cause a commotion, the sound of discussion like waves crashing on the shore. To think it's a heavenly god, Lin Chi is so lucky. At the same time, 2 pillars of light shot down rapidly below. Witnessing that scene, it cheered excitedly. Look, those continent lords who already have a reputation outside have also been chosen. That's right, even though they didn't take the test. Meanwhile, Shaolin was suddenly surrounded by a beam of light. He tried his best to control it. Wait, it shouted once again. Yes, Shaolin, who scored 91 points on the stele, has also been chosen. A dissatisfied person yelled. He's in the chi refining stage. How annoying. As soon as the words ended, a pillar of light suddenly pierced straight down. Suddenly, a man pointed in a direction, screaming at the top of his lungs. Quickly, look at Empress Yulan, she. He shouted loudly, and everyone immediately turned their eyes toward her. She was chosen by 2 heavenly gods at the same time. At this moment, it complained endlessly. If I could also test my combat potential and get on the list, maybe I could catch the eye of a heavenly god. It's all because that guy acted tough for a moment and destroyed the spirit testing stele, destroying a divine artifact. He definitely can't be chosen anymore. Suddenly, a beam of light enveloped Chang'an's body.
The cultivator stuttered in disbelief. To think that a heavenly god is actually satisfied with that fellow. The person next to him quickly chimed in, eyes full of contempt. It's just one beam of light. The Empress has 2 beams over there. She's still better than him. Right at that moment, the entire square seemed to explode, and someone shouted hoarsely, "Look quickly, this time 4 beams of light are coming together." Hearing this, the group of Lin Yi, Xuan Ming, and Hua Si hurriedly looked up high. The crowd screamed as if someone was strangling them. 5 heavenly gods have chosen that fellow at the same time, even more than the Empress. Moreover, it seems like the gods are fighting over him. They're almost about to come to blows. It eagerly rushed over, smiling from ear to ear. Oh, being chosen by 5 heavenly god lords at the same time is truly a great honor. But you can only accept the help of the single best one, so think very carefully about which 4 lords you must reject. It didn't forget to turn and remind Yulan, you too, you must reject one heavenly god. On the other hand, it covered its mouth and smiled, its eyes clearly showing excitement. Heavenly god lords are the hardest people to reject. No matter whose help you accept, the other 4 will hold a grudge. For instance, there was someone who once offended a heavenly god before the match, and then during the match, that person received all kinds of special care from the heavenly god, ultimately leading to their divine soul being destroyed. Its face wrinkled up, forming a wide smile that revealed sharp teeth. Especially since you have to reject 4 heavenly gods, which means facing the wrath of 4 people. Let me see how you survive and leave the match after breaking my spirit testing steel. This is exactly your ending. Suddenly, Chang'an raised his head, his voice calm but powerful. There's no need to choose. I reject them all. The crowd fell dead silent, the atmosphere seemingly frozen. It couldn't help but be stunned. What did you say? The others screamed. He said he rejects them all. It tried to persuade him, its voice almost cracking. This is a chance to obtain a portion of divine power from the heavenly gods, something so many people dream of their whole lives but can never get, and you reject it? He remained cold, his eyes half closed, his voice as deep as a mountain. I don't want to say it a second time. Right at this moment, Chang'an shifted his gaze upwards. Each beam of light above began to vibrate, their colors twisting. He stared at them. There was clear malice emitting from those 5 beams of light. At the same time, it announced in a loud voice, "It seems the heavenly god has withdrawn the selection. Even if you regret it now, it's too late. What a pity." He couldn't help but feel regret in his heart. Originally, if he had chosen one, the other 4 might have had some reservations when dealing with him. But now, he could only say he was left to seek his own fortune. Right at that moment, Yulan's resolute voice rang out. "I also reject everything." With an unyielding expression, her voice was as firm as holy words. "I came here to prove myself. External help will only add to the trouble." Yulan looked up, her gaze briefly probing. One of the 2 beams of light was relatively gentle. Although no good intent could be seen, it also showed no clear evil intent. As for the other beam of light, her expression suddenly darkened. It was like a cold, poisonous snake lurking in the dark, as if it could bite from behind at any moment, a feeling that made people shudder and feel extremely nauseous. It blazed like a fire in the night, emphasizing every word. "Do you feel that you are already powerful enough, so there is nothing to fear anymore? Do you know what it feels like to be chosen by a heavenly god? This old man has lived for thousands, tens of thousands of years, and this is the first time meeting cultivators like you." At this time, Shaolin awkwardly raised his hand. I also want to reject it." He unconsciously felt a chill. Being chosen by a deity was like being closely monitored by someone, making it inconvenient to do other things. It was better to reject it. Mo Qing hissed at this moment. "Yeah, Shaolin, are you crazy?" Amidst the chaos, Huoshi suddenly stepped forward. "I also refuse. What's interesting about a first place obtained by relying on external forces?" The cultivator accordingly took a step forward. "I hate the power of others entering my body." It screamed madly. "Even you guys, what is the continent lord of the Eastern Domain thinking this time?" In the distance, Lin Shi forced a smile and spoke. "Since it's like this, count me in too." The discussions almost exploded. Lin Shi had also refused. The woman couldn't help but be puzzled. Why would even someone who desires power like Lin Shi refuse? It growled like thunder. "You guys really don't know what's good for you. Since it's like this, then I don't mind telling you information that can only be revealed when this match begins." It paused briefly, took a deep breath, its gaze sweeping over everyone, its voice filled with contempt. "That is, the next match will be played in a point accumulation survival combat mode, and those who possess divine power will gain an innate advantage in the match." Its voice suddenly turned joyful, its eyes lighting up. "This is the divine grace bestowed by Lord Heavenly God. It's a blessing. If you are chosen, you should be grateful." At that moment, it glared murderously at the crowd. Unlike some self-righteous people, frogs at the bottom of a well, thinking they have a near God-level cultivation base, but are actually fools second to none. It snorted coldly, sweeping a murderous gaze towards Chang'an, and then articulating every word. I'm talking to you. Focus your mind and listen to me. At the same time, pillars of light pierced straight down below one after another. At that moment, a young cultivator pointed at the sky in horror, his face as pale as paper. Look quickly, the divine will has appeared again. The person next to him was slightly confused, but the selection has already ended. Why? Instantly, the rays of light rushed down below. A faint voice, not knowing where it came from, echoed throughout the mountain range. Remember well, those who abandon the divine grace, in all the following matches, you will no longer be able to receive the assistance of the god, and those extra opportunities, naturally, someone else will receive them.
A young cultivator trembled, his mouth wide open, unable to close. I was actually chosen by a heavenly god? An old man standing nearby was stunned and bewildered. That person only scored 63 points in the test. How could he be chosen? It pouted angrily. The heavenly god lord will not waste a single second on those who don't know what's good for them. Do you guys want to refuse? Refuse? Are you kidding? This is the power of a heavenly god. The man's face twisted with excitement, his mouth stuttering nonstop. I'm not stupid like those people. The cultivator couldn't help but be amazed. This is... As soon as the words fell, a beam of light invaded the man's body. At the same time, 2 pillars of light erupted one after another, the aftermath spreading across the area. The man roared, his hands tightly clenched. Divine power from the high heavens poured into his meridians like a torrent, causing the aura around him to turn into rolling waves. My God, this power is too miraculous. The man laughed madly. I have never come into contact with the reincarnation law before, yet under the guidance of the divine power, I immediately comprehended the origin power. Relying on this divine blessing, even if I face that Chen Chang'an, I have the strength to put up a fight. On the other hand, Yulan clenched her palms tightly, her eyes glowing red with indignation. The man laughed madly, his voice hoarse. In this match, the victor is still unknown. In the distance, Chang'an narrowed his eyes, the corners of his lips curling up coldly. How interesting, a heavenly god interfering in the match. It seems I must find an opportunity to contact those two. They might know some inside information. Right at that moment, a voice ringing like a bronze bell echoed across the sky. All right, the god selection segment has ended. Next, please choose the position of your choice. The match will begin in 10 minutes. It emphasized word by word. Remember, being first in the combat power test does not mean you will be first forever. Choosing the same first position also does not mean you can sit in that position forever. As the saying goes, blessings and disasters come together. It depends on whether you all can accept this unknown medal. Lin Shu's eyes flashed with a sharp glint. The first position was indeed too conspicuous. Refusing the heavenly god's assistance was already an unexpected behavior. It would be better to play it safe later on. As soon as the words fell, the group of people shot up into the air. Immediately, it announced loudly, Lin Shi chose the 7th position. He stomped heavily on the ground beneath his feet. My name is Lin Shi. I also rank 7th in my family. This 7th position should belong to me.
Lin Chi reflexively turned to the side. Huisi muttered, I have divined a hexagram. Number 6 brings me luck. Xiaolin bit his lip tightly, breaking out in a cold sweat all over, his eyes darting wildly in all directions. Which position would be fine to choose? It would be best to choose a position far away from the crowd. The moment he turned his head, a chill immediately transmitted over. It was better to forget about the first position. The imposing aura of that woman was too great, completely not wanted to share the first position with others. After a moment of hesitation, Xiaolin turned to Chang'an. Hey, Brother Chen, have you decided on a position yet? He nodded decisively. Yes, from the very beginning I had decided to go to the first cave dwelling. He widened his eyes in praise, his voice full of admiration. Brother Chen is truly courageous. Xiaolin then looked stunned. I forgot to introduce myself. I am... Chang'an softly interrupted. I remember you, Ye Xiaolin. It is indeed a good name with a very extraordinary meaning. He paused slightly. Oh, thank you. Right after that, he leaned in closer and whispered in Xiaolin's ear. Also, thank you for not smashing that divine steely. He happily waved his hand. Then we will meet during the tournament. He nodded in response. Okay. Instantly, Chang'an's figure disappeared into the void. Xiaolin was briefly deep in thought. I'm doomed. I tried my best not to cause a commotion, but I was still discovered. If it's him, perhaps he could withstand my full strength. He was hesitant on one hand, yet uneasy on the other. Although the probability is that no one will fight over the last cave-dwelling position with me, I should still occupy it first. At the same time, a voice came from behind. As expected of a cave-dwelling created by a heavenly god, the inside is actually filled with spirit energy. Oh, so this is what the inside of the cave-dwelling is like, much larger than it looks from the outside. Mo King smiled awkwardly. I didn't expect us to think of the same position. You also want to find a place that is least targeted, right? My name is Mo King. If you form an alliance with me, you won't lack a good share. He paused, frowning slightly. Actually, I just want to find a quiet place. I don't want to have too deep of contact with others. In another development, a dim light emitted on the top of the mountain. Changlan approached cautiously. Miss, you are blocking my way. Hearing this, Yulan interrupted without showing any mercy. The first position does not need 2 people. I have chosen this place a step ahead. You can leave now. Chang'an hurriedly spoke up to explain. Logically speaking, the position should belong to me. Miss, you still have the second and third positions. What more do you need? Before he could finish, Yulan calmly interrupted. The one ranked first displayed by the divine steel in the end is me, she yelled through gritted teeth, her eyes sparkling with blazing combat intent. Since I have participated in the competition again, I will absolutely and certainly reach the peak of victory. Until the very end, I will not yield. Please step back to the second position and return to the place that belongs to you. Hearing this, Chang'an felt a headache coming on. Aren't you a stubborn person? Immediately after, he leaned closer to Yulan, the corners of his lips curling up slightly. Then how about we fight a match? She quickly grabbed the hilt of her sword. As you wish. On this side, Chang'an suddenly swung his hand out. Instantly, he tightly gripped Yulan's fair wrist. Faced with the unexpected situation, she froze, her eyes still blazing with killing intent. At this moment, Chang'an spoke in a cold voice. If you can move even a little bit and pull out your blade, the first position is yours. Yulan's eyes widened, her gaze looking like it wanted to swallow him whole. You dare look down on me. Just as the killing intent was about to erupt, a dry laugh rang out from the side. The competition hasn't even started yet, and you two are already slaughtering each other. Its gaze immediately swept over them, speaking in an icy tone. If you want to fight, go ahead, but don't blame me for not reminding you. Cheesing an opponent from the same cave dwelling is considered being allies. Hearing this, Yulan gave a cold snort, a flash of disdain crossing her eyes. I don't need allies. I only need... But before her sentence was finished, it was cut off by a shout. This is not up to you to decide. The rules are just like that.
He didn't care and just turned around. It seems you all have finished choosing your cave dwellings. Now listen carefully to me. A majestic voice echoed down from above, reverberating throughout the space. Before entering the domain merger battle, the 4 great domains will hold 3 qualifying rounds. The contestants who make it to the end will face strong opponents from the other 3 domains in the final round of battles. He paused for a beat, then continued. In the first round of the competition, you will be randomly teleported to volcanic areas, poison swamps, deep seas, underground mazes, or windless plains. You will compete for points in these areas. Meanwhile, he carefully reminded, the first round of the competition is limited to 5 days. After 5 days, those who have obtained 200 points and are in the windless plains will advance. As for how to get points, you will naturally know when the time comes. He slightly curled his lips in a cold sneer. The time has come. Good luck, continent lords. Right at this moment, Yulan glanced at him. You'd better pray that we won't be teleported to the same location. Otherwise, Chang'an sneered, his eyes provocative. Otherwise, what can you do? Deal with me? Can you even do it? Her voice hissed through her teeth. You. Instantly, pillars of light shot straight into the sky. Only then did he dare to breathe a sigh of relief. It has finally begun. The continent lords of this term are truly mischievous. Just as he was leisurely enjoying himself, he was suddenly startled. He was almost stunned by the sight. This is an emergency-defying decree. Moreover, it contains the law power of space-time transmigration. He couldn't stop trembling, his face turning pale. It's information from the future. For Lord Heavenly God to pay such a heavy price to reverse space-time and send a message. Did something unexpected happen? His face was covered in cold sweat, his mouth constantly denying. No, it's impossible. But this was sent after the god confirmed it and reversed space-time. Not long after the Star Domain tournament, a god slayer will appear.
From within the divine edict echoed a cold voice. This person's whereabouts and cultivation base are bizarre. After killing Juyang Zundi, he quickly hid and concealed his aura. I suspect he has accomplices helping him behind the scenes. The voice of the divine edict gradually became clear, as cold as 1,000-year ice. You are in this space-time, and we want you to search for the God-Slayer along with the divine treasures in the other 3 domains. Once discovered, contact me immediately. Do not act rashly. Facing the god's command, it had no choice but to comply. Understood. In mid-air, its expression changed rapidly, its eyes brimming with anger. The God-Slayer. That guy relied on the luck of heaven and earth and coincidental karmic connections to kill a god. It almost screamed. A person like that only appears once in thousands of years. Just who is it? Chang'an stood dazed on the spot, his gaze immediately sweeping the surroundings. It seemed he had been randomly teleported to the underground maze. He muttered instinctively. The condition for promotion is to obtain 200 points and be in the windless plains. But for now, I don't know how to get points, nor do I know how to get out of the underground maze to find the way to the windless plains. Right at this moment, a demon beast suddenly appeared from behind. Chang'an quickly turned around as a scythe slashed toward him.
Instantly, the demon beast punched the ground heavily. Thinking Chang'an had lost, it burst into a smug laugh. At this time, he spoke with an icy tone. To think there is a demon beast that reached the quasi-immortal Emperor realm. The heaven and earth spirit destiny of this place is truly unparalleled. Existences of this level can be seen everywhere. Speaking up to here, Chang'an snorted coldly. If you met someone else, they might have become your food. It's just a pity you are unlucky. In the blink of an eye, the demon beast lay meekly at Chang'an's feet as he gently brushed the dust off his hands. Chang'an looked curiously at the points beside him. This is 1 point. The 4 points on my hand are... In a flash, the number 5 appeared on his hand. Chang'an glanced around, the corners of his mouth twitching up slightly. So that's how it is. One of the ways to get points is to kill demon beasts. Each one equals 1 point. I just got 1 point, and the 4 points from before must belong to the Empress. He turned back to stare at the corpse of the demon beast. The tournament hasn't started for long, and she already got 4 points. It shows just how obsessed the Empress is with the top spot. It's just that normally, killing a creature with HP would reward domain points, but only this time, the system's judgment has no response. I observe the surroundings, and there are no new demon beasts. It's possible the quantity is limited and very small. Without thinking too much, Chang'an turned and walked away. In short, he had to go deeper into the underground maze to investigate first.
From high above, a ray of light descended straight down into a valley like a pillar of fire. Xiaolin's eyes clearly revealed a look of joy. This was the Windless Plain, the place to level up. My luck is just too good. I didn't even use a map, nor did I have to struggle to find a way out. Furthermore, he was so excited that he jumped up. My initial score is already 188 points. I only need 12 more points to level up. I remember the green-haired sister who formed an alliance with me. I'll wait for her to resolve the remaining points. In this match, I'll just lie back and enjoy the victory.
On the other side, the mountain and forest scenery appeared magical and quiet. Someone suddenly shouted loudly, "Surround them!" The hat-wearing guy excitedly approached. To think we actually encountered 2 quasi-immortal Emperor Realm demon beasts. One is worth 1 point. Don't let them escape. Swinmin shouted loudly, "Quickly take care of them. The number of these demon beasts is limited. Don't let the other continent lords snatch them first." Immediately, a beam of light burst from the ground. The hat-wearing guy laughed eagerly. "It's a success." Swinmin looked thoughtful. These demon beasts, 1 or 2 people dealing with them is a bit dangerous, but as long as we have enough people to kill these 2 beasts, it won't be a problem. While everyone was still celebrating, a subordinate rushed over anxiously. It appeared. Swinmin froze, panicking. Who appeared? Chen Chang'an? He shook his head repeatedly. No, no. Right after, the subordinate pointed to the sky, screaming piercingly, "It's the latest competition ranking list." He muttered in his throat. To think the further away from the cave dwelling, the higher the accumulated points. Who could have expected this? Swinmin roared angrily. "It's all low-level guys randomly slaughtering. Look below and see where Chen Chang'an is." At this moment, a line of text lit up, and his eyes were glued to it. Swinmin burst out laughing, his voice hoarse, his eyes flashing with a vicious glint. Chen Chang'an was teleported to the Ghost Lock Maze. Even the heavens are helping me. The hat-wearing guy next to him felt slightly uneasy. Why is the Swinmin Pope so happy? He sneered. This competition has seen the emergence of many new generation geniuses, and Chen Chang'an is the most difficult one to deal with among these geniuses. Speaking of this, Swinmin became even excited. With his presence, our actions would be limited. We would have no choice but to avoid facing him head-on. But now that Chen Chang'an is unluckily sent to such a maze, we won't encounter him in the first round. Luck is also a part of success. On another side, in the volcanic area, a demon beast howled in pain. Yulan stared at the stats on her hand, sighing softly. She glanced around, slightly furrowing her brows. The demon beasts here had all been killed by her. Just like last time, the demon beasts in each area were limited. This place was vast and boundless. If she went to the next secret realm, those monsters would probably have been dealt with already. Regardless, it would be difficult to get all 200 points, so the treasure artifact spirit had introduced an alliance mechanism to share points. However, Chang'an couldn't help but feel smug. The Empress was too amazing. He was about to lie back and enjoy the victory of this stage. Having a reliable teammate was truly wonderful, unlike someone who had gained nothing at all. Thinking of this, Yulan was overflowing with killing intent. His points hadn't increased 1 bit. What exactly was he doing? He was relying entirely on her. At the Netherworld Ghost Seat Labyrinth, Mo Cheng yelled at the top of her lungs, "Venerable, spare my life, we are family." The demon beast helplessly replied, "What are you screaming for? Don't attract the nearby monsters." Another figure slowly approached. I've never seen your face before. Where are you from?" She retreated in fear.
Mo Chang's face was pale, her lips slightly trembling. Oh my god, why was I brought to this dangerous place? Why didn't Ye Shailin hold me back then? If I hadn't reacted quickly and transformed in time, I would have died here before the match even ended. The Netherworld Ghost Seat Labyrinth was a trial ground for the laws of the Heavenly Tao, where many terrifying ghosts and demons were sealed. She didn't have time to think much, her trembling hands clasped together. This lowly one is just passing by. Please spare my life, Venerable. I will leave immediately. Mo Chang's heart suddenly felt uneasy. Not only was this a dead zone, but there was also a demon beast at the quasi-immortal Emperor realm. Her life was over. Contrary to expectations, the demon beast bluntly criticized. This appearance, I've never seen anyone so ugly. Let's go, let's go. It suddenly roared. A message has arrived from the clan. A terrifying aura has suddenly appeared around us, ordering us to quickly unite. Let's go quickly. Mo Chang ran as fast as her legs could carry her. I survived, I survived.
Just as she was excited to be alive, suddenly a sound echoed. Mo Chang's eyes showed clear terror. She hesitantly turned around. Mo Chang was so scared that she fell to the ground. No way. 2 life-demanding ghosts just left, and now comes a Yama. She fell to her knees, her mouth constantly pleading, "Venerable, we are family, family." Suddenly an arm reached out and grabbed Mo Chang's neck. Chang'an angrily lifted her up. The second one. Mo Chang struggled with all her might. "Wait!" She flailed her arms and legs. "Stop! Stop! Stop! No! Not family! Not family!" He glared at her. "I know." Mo Chang hastily corrected. No, I am family, but not family. I'm doomed. My explanation is unclear." Hanging by a thread, she shouted loudly, "Brother, it's me! It's me! I'll call you brother!" Chang'an immediately stopped. "So you are family. You should have said it earlier. I almost made my move." A moment later, Mo Chang collapsed to the ground, her eyes showing clear dissatisfaction. "I already said it. I kept emphasizing it, but I was afraid you'd mishear." He tried to hold back his laughter and replied, "You have to speak clearly." She still hadn't stopped complaining. "Why are you still laughing?" Right at this moment, Chang'an loudly questioned, "Where is Ye Shailin? Weren't you going with him?" She forced a smile, her eyes darting around. "I was totally wrong. The cave dwelling's teleportation array will send everyone to a different secret realm. My golden thigh has disappeared." He showed a disgusted expression. "Golden thigh. Stay away from me later." At this time, Mo Chang showered him with praise. "Brother Chang'an, my good brother, quickly take me along to act with you. I am very obedient and docile. I will absolutely not cause trouble. If you are bored, I can even find some fun for you." He smirked with a disdainful look. "I won't be charmed by those words of yours. Quickly tell me how much you understand about this maze." A moment later, Mo Chang took out a crystal. She carefully placed it on the ground. "Brother, look closely." Saying nothing more, Mo Chang decisively threw the crystal.
From within the space, a black hole appeared, inside of which was an endless void. Over here, Chang'an's eyes suddenly lit up. Mo Chang cried out in shock. The space of this place has been transformed, suddenly revealing corpses from elsewhere. He frowned and looked behind him. This was the stone that had appeared in the back just now. At the same time, she lowered her voice and explained, "The complexity is only the surface of this maze. This is truly an ancient secret realm built by the 2 reincarnation laws and space laws. No one can break it, nor can anyone enter and return. It is no exaggeration to say that this is the strongest prison in history. If one forcefully charges out, they will be dealt with by the power of the laws, just like those contestants over there who were stripped of everything and died tragically. I once heard ancestors there say." Mo Chang continued to talk incessantly. "Hundreds of millions of years ago, 2 gods fought here. All the power of the universe tore apart the sky and the earth after they died, and everything was destroyed." At the same time, Chang'an carefully touched the void. The brick walls were all disguises. The heavenly Tao power inside was surging and eager to swallow everything. She thoughtfully recounted. "Finally, heaven and earth began to reorganize, and the heavenly Tao appeared. At that time, the heavenly god still had a powerful remnant strength. The heavenly Tao developed very fast, birthing many laws and even breaking through to the spirit Tao within the heavenly Tao to master the laws." Later, Mo Chang still showed no signs of stopping. She continued to add, "The power of the laws that our cultivators grasp all comes from the heavenly Tao in our world. Cultivating for millions of years can only bring a little enlightenment, absolutely unable to touch the origin. Now we have encountered something far beyond the original laws of our heavenly Tao world." He frowned tightly. "My Juzo heavenly Tao is truly disappointing." At this moment, Mo Chang hesitantly waved her hand, wanting to escape. "I'm afraid it requires using an even stronger primitive law to accomplish this, but that is a confrontation between heavenly Taos. We shouldn't even think about it anymore." Chang'an was calculating. The competition was getting increasingly fierce. If they got stuck here again, they would be eliminated and unable to receive the god-level reward and continent upgrade. She chuckled softly, her expression quite smug, as if she truly wasn't afraid. With a god of war teammate who would actively gather points and eliminate Shaolin, she just needed to drag herself through these 5 days to effortlessly lie down and win, and by then she would naturally be teleported to the cave dwelling. On the other side, Shaolin jumped up with joy. She wasn't the only one who wanted to lie down and reap the victory. In Chang'an's mind, the fragments of understanding about the heavenly Tao that were once like a dense fog were now starting to coalesce into shape. Initially, I understood very little about the heavenly Tao, but now I'm starting to grasp it. Above the human Tao, the heavenly Tao is revered, and even higher is the master of the divine Tao. In reality, most true gods rely on the power of the heavenly Tao's laws to fight and complement each other. The scene shifted to a bustling space with an extremely eerie atmosphere. Mo Qing grumbled as she walked. Strange, there were so many coming just a moment ago. Why have the demon beasts nearby suddenly disappeared? She quickly used her immortal art to probe. No, they have already left this area. On the other hand, Chang'an stopped in his tracks, his eyes glued to his wrist. At this rate, my accumulated points won't even reach 200. The hope for upgrading is getting slim. Mo Qing carefully made a judgment. According to the traces I probed, they left this place in a hurry, seemingly terrified of something. A thought flashed through her mind. A quasi-immortal Emperor Realm demon beast, no matter where it is placed, would almost destroy the world, let alone a whole group of them. Something that could make them terrified. To be honest, I simply dare not imagine what exactly they are afraid of over here. A city or a certain person. Meanwhile, she suddenly started. Her eyes darted quickly to the back. She saw Chang'an's entire body enveloped in blazing red flames. He stared helplessly at his wrist. Amaze again? Avoiding me again? Do you really think I'm helpless? Juzo Heavenly Tao, it's time to come out and play a game with me. Right at this moment, a voice echoed from within the rift. Father, you finally remembered me. If you have any matters, please give your orders. Chang'an gave a stern command. You just need to take action. I will shoulder everything for you. Over here, Mo Qing was almost frozen. The Heavenly Tao, a primitive law, acknowledges him as father? I've never heard of such a thing. Preview of the next episode. Is earning points really that easy? Yulan secretly made up her mind that once she met him, she must kill him to eliminate the enemy. Right at this moment, a noise suddenly rang out from behind, and she instinctively turned around. A demon beast approached step by step. Why must you kill my friend? On the other hand, Hosi's face changed killer. No, it's impossible to deduce. With my current immortal emperor realm, I still couldn't probe anything. It seems there is a very significant underlying cause related to this matter.
Conditions to level up in round 1. 1. Obtain 200 points. 2. Stay in the windless plain. Time limit, 5 days. Next to the Ghost Lock Maze in the Yan Mountain domain. At this moment, Huaxi shouted loudly to explain. Chen Chang'an was unluckily trapped in the maze. The one who harmed you was someone else, not me. He gritted his teeth slightly, angry but also helpless. Why do you keep stealing my prey? I didn't provoke you. The demon beasts everywhere are about to be cleared out. Even if you try hard alone, you won't be able to get 200 points. Meanwhile, Yulan cursed inwardly. Teamwork is really unfair. Her eyes flared up. Chen Chang'an, you should feel lucky to have met me. At this time, Yulan crazily massacred the group of demon beasts with just one slash. Her feet slid on the ground, and her heels sparked with fire. Yulan immediately checked her stats. After that guy Chen Chang'an showed no activity, now I only need to kill demon beasts to get double points. She stared at the back of her hand. Killing along the way has accumulated this many points. Yulan muttered in her throat. 32 points is almost what I risked my life to earn. I don't have high starting points like the others, and I don't have teammates, so I can only work hard to search and accumulate points. The corners of her lips curled up viciously. Wait until after I level up in this round, I will definitely kick Chen Chang'an out of the cave dwelling. He shouldn't even think about taking advantage of me anymore. At the same time, a sudden noise came from behind, causing Yulan to startle and turn around sharply. A demon beast stepped closer to her, constantly questioning. Why did you have to kill my friend? Pseudo-divine beast, cultivation base, ? Her whole body immediately stiffened, her eyes wide open. When did it appear behind me? The demon beast tilted its head slightly, its smile twisted and eerie. Die. At this moment, Yulan was almost hypnotized, her eyes becoming empty. It suddenly swung its finger, and a bolt of lightning shot out. She quickly used her sword to fight back.
From the sky, a pillar of light suddenly pierced straight up high. Immediately, the entire space darkened, and a thunderstorm began to gather. At the same time, the demon beast's eyes gradually became dull. It gently spread its palms, its head slightly raised. Over here, Yulan seemed to be attracted by the demon beast. In the blink of an eye, a series of light beams rushed over to attack her. Yulan hurriedly swung her sword and slashed hard. A flash of lightning was seen streaking past her hair. Right after that, it crashed directly into the opposite wall, and a loud explosion rang out. The man wearing a hat complained, "We are teammates, are you just going to abandon me like this?" The other party shouted back in retort, "Nonsense! As long as I survive, it doesn't matter whether a fellow Taoist lives or dies. It seems the Empress's side has encountered a monster." Returning to Yulan's side, she breathed with difficulty. The demon beast swung its fist once again, hissing through its teeth. "You deserve to die." Around Yulan, magic arrays appeared overlapping each other. She gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with blazing anger. Immortal slaying array! In an instant, the area where Yulan was standing exploded. The entire space almost shook, and boulders were sent tumbling away.
The smoke began to clear, and the demon beast flickered into view. It stared blankly in her direction, where only ashes remained.
The corners of the demon beast's mouth curled up slightly. It couldn't help but feel amused. Immediately after, the demon beast howled madly. In another development, Wuxi's body began to sway. He suddenly felt bewildered, wondering if this thing was a human or a ghost. The Empress was completely suppressed, and that thing possessed terrifying strength that other cultivation realms simply couldn't see through. Thinking of this, Wuxi became increasingly uneasy. With that monster here, getting points will be even harder if I face it directly. On the board appeared the word danger, indicating that there was no chance of escape, certain death. He slightly raised his head to look up, a chill running down his spine. Wuxi didn't have time to think, and immediately cast a magic spell. What if it was Chang-Chang-On, the one who shattered the divine Steely, facing it? Suddenly, the mirror shattered into 100 pieces. His expression immediately darkened, unpredictable. With my current immortal Emperor realm, I still couldn't probe anything. It seems this matter is related to some very significant cause. Wuxi slowly turned around, lost in thought. In this match, besides avoiding Chang-Chang-On, I also must stay away from that monster. I should change the map first. The scene shifted to the Yan mountain area, where the volcano erupted violently. Yulan appeared with a wounded body. She gritted her teeth. I was careless. To think a false god appeared right in the first round. In her heart, Yulan couldn't help but feel panicked. The gatekeeper was supposed to appear in the final round. Why did he appear early? Right at this moment, the demon beast suddenly looked down. Where? It howled as if it had lost its mind. You killed my friend, and I've become lonely again. How dare you? How dare you? Where are you? In the blink of an eye, the demon beast brought its eye close to Yulan. Found you. Her face gradually stiffened, clearly showing terror. A false god is the darling of the heavenly Tao, standing above all cultivators, and has thousands of laws integrated within him. Preview for the next episode. There is no way to escape. What is about to be welcomed is the demon beast rushing forward madly. It suddenly pierced its fingernails into Yulan's forehead. At the same time, the volcano gradually returned to its original trajectory.
From the maze came an earth-shattering tremor, carrying the power of laws, the reincarnation law and the space laws. At this moment, the overseer kept explaining, Lord Heavenly Gods, that monster was truly not arranged by me. I also don't know why it appeared in the first stage. Moreover, the potential of this batch of continent lords is quite good. Why would I harm them and spoil the Lord's interest? A gloomy light slowly descended, and he was bewildered. Divine Maiden Muye, what do you mean? A thought flashed in his mind. Could it be Divine Emperor Jianyang's doing? Originally, the heavenly gods intended to find the Godslayer at the final stage of the Star Domain tournament and pool the power of the gods to destroy him. But Divine Emperor Jianyang of the South insisted on having his own way, moving the pseudo-divine beast gatekeeper from the final stage to the first stage in every Star Domain. The purpose was to quickly find the Godslayer who would kill him in the future. With a tense face and sweat rolling down his temples, he stammered. He wants to see who can defeat the pseudo-divine beast to prove that person is the Godslayer. But all the cultivators in the first stage are still inexperienced, especially those in the Eastern Star Domain, which has been the weakest group for years. They absolutely cannot defeat the pseudo-divine beast. If we continue to leave them be, all the continent lords in the Eastern Star Domain will die. At the same time, the demon beast was frantically chasing and killing Yulan.
The man laughed smugly. There is an idiot charging towards us. Let's ally and kill it. The woman excitedly chimed in, split the points in half. In the blink of an eye, their bodies were buried by sand. The group panicked and screamed, "Wait, hold on, don't, run away quickly." At this moment, the demon beast had hunted down Yulan. On the other side, Huaxi peeked out from behind the thick dust. On the other hand, her eyes shone brightly, as if she wanted to eat it alive. It began to panic. This was serious. Did the East want to make a move? Right then, a roaring voice resounded, its aura shaking everything. It's not just our side encountering this. There's no need to start a war when it's not necessary. As for those continent lords, let them pray for their own luck. At the same time, the demon beast held a head in its hand, its eyes staring intently at Yulan. It pointed a finger straight at her head and smirked. "Answer a question of mine." It continued to interrogate. "On your side, who is the most capable fighter?" She didn't answer but muttered, "This is too foul." Hearing this, the demon beast corrected her. "No, I mean on your side, who is the most formidable? You guys are too weak, making me lose interest." Yulan, bearing unhealed wounds, broke out in a cold sweat on her forehead, thinking, "My severe injuries haven't healed yet. If I risk my life to fight, I will definitely lose. I can only use that move." In the moment of being discovered, she had guided the power of the space laws in preparation. When he attacks, she would find a spatial rift to go elsewhere. Having comprehended the heavenly Tao laws for 1,000,000 years, to think it would manifest in this way.
In an instant, the demon beast roared with a mighty voice. "Little bug, whatever tricks you were trying to pull, I know them all." It burst into maniacal laughter, its hoarse voice echoing across the sky. "This is how the power of laws is played." She stared blankly down at her body, which was being tightly bound by chains. Crap, since when? Her whole body felt as heady as carrying boulders. Yulan struggled with all her might. She had no strength, her cultivation base, her movements,
Everything was sealed. Space laws, time laws, immortal Tao laws, force laws. Not just 10, but hundreds of laws were all pressing down on her. Her eyes widened. It was fundamentally impossible to defeat this kind of monster. At the same time, the demon beast whispered softly, "Become a human swine." In her heart, Yulan silently prayed, "No matter what you do, Chan Chong-an, just obediently hide in the maze. Do not come out." Its giant hand lunged forward and grabbed her neck tightly. The demon beast lifted Yulan up, and it hissed furiously, "If you won't speak, then I will find them one by one." Right at this moment, the reverse space-time divine artifact was suddenly activated. The scenery began to move, just like a short film. After a long while, Yulan heavily supported herself on the ground with her hands. She looked around blankly. The scene was incredibly peaceful. Facing this rapid change, Yulan's face clearly showed confusion. She distractedly checked her injured arm. This scene was from when she jumped into the Yan Mountain area. Her arm? Was it reversed space-time? Did someone change the space-time of this world against the constraints of the heavenly Tao? On the other hand, the demon beast was also confused. What is going on? Returning to Yulan's side, she pondered deeply. I have cultivated my whole life, yet I have never seen any immortal capable of executing such a heaven-defying move. To be able to easily turn space-time upside down, it can only be the god of space-time. At the same time, a voice suddenly transmitted over. Everyone immediately used all methods to conceal their auras for 5 days to avoid the pseudo-god. Yulan paused slightly, her eyes clearly showing doubt. Treasure, artifact, spirit? She did not forget to express her gratitude. Just now, thank you so much. If you guys hadn't taken action, I would be dead by now. But in response, there was only a cold sigh. No need to thank me. Reversing space-time was not done by the heavenly god, and it certainly wasn't me. It narrowed its eyes and replied in a deep voice, "The origin is in the Ghost Lock Maze." Right at this moment, Yulan dashed across the ground. With the pseudo-god appearing, people were no longer just engrossed in killing the enemy. Everyone was busy hiding their auras. Some even crippled their own cultivation base, severing the connection with their main body. She looked up into the distance. What exactly happened there to cause such an earth-shattering commotion, even reversing space-time for a minute? Meanwhile, the demon beast roared crazily, unable to find anything anymore. It glanced around in despair. Nowhere to be found, nowhere to be found. The demon beast had almost lost its mind at this point, boiling with anger. Right then, a rock shook slightly, and an argument echoed from inside. "Don't make a sound. Talk too much. Do you think I dare to?" Lin Chi couldn't help but doubt. "Weren't you dead just now?" Huoshi immediately explained. "That was my clone." Hearing this, he quickly came up with an idea. "Use your clone to lure him away again. I'm about to suffocate." The other was so terrified he trembled. "You madman. The moment a hint of aura is exposed, he will find you and rip your head off." Lin Chi angrily retorted. "Is this how we avoid him? We're being too cowardly." He yelled in frustration. "Death or cowardice, pick one." He pressed his lips tightly. Hiding well is also a tactic. It was transmitting from the maze, the frequency increasing more and more. The demon beast jumped up in joy. "Found it, found it." The group was so excited they wanted to scream. "He's gone." Lin Chi's face darkened. It's all because someone emitted so much aura at the crucial moment. Getting targeted by the pseudo-god, he is definitely dead. Huoshi shuddered involuntarily. "We have encountered this aura before." In another development, Swan Ming replied in a deep voice. "It's Chen Chang'an." He continued to speak. "The pseudo-god couldn't find us and was fuming with rage. Encountering him happened when it had nowhere to vent its anger." Hearing this, the hat-wearing man smirked and sneered. "This Chen Chang'an is truly unlucky. Being trapped in the maze was bad enough. Now the pseudo-god is even coming for him." The bald guy couldn't help but laugh out loud. Right now, even 10 lives wouldn't be enough for him. At the same time, Yulan stood imposingly on high. She frowned slightly, her face clearly showing worry. "You, pray for your own good fortune." Golden streaks appeared from deep within the maze, striking the sky, and the sky also fought back. This is a contest of primal laws. Once either side's heavenly Tao takes a step back, it will be swallowed and merged.
Mo Qing muttered unconsciously. "Regarding the starry sky, I really don't dare to think about it. What exactly do you want to do? Just to escape the maze? There's no need to play this big, right?" On the other hand, Chang'an laughed excitedly. "Since we are already here, and this is such a wonderful place, I might as well let our heavenly Tao level up. Fortunately, I can reverse space-time single-handedly and restore the vitality of the Juzhou heavenly Tao multiple times, step by step, absorbing the primitive laws comprehended by the opponent and turning them into its own comprehension. There were a few times of overload, even to the point of near collapse, but it never retreated. Because you trust me so much, today I will help you ascend to the spirit Tao realm." Right at this moment, the demon beast suddenly stomped its foot heavily. It smirked and sneered. "The hide-and-seek game is over."
The demon beast slowly lowered its head, its voice echoing through the space like rumbling thunder. "Little bug, the game of hide-and-seek is over." On the opposite side, Mo Qing turned pale with fear, cold sweat breaking out all over her body. Chang'an voiced his dissatisfaction. "Are you crazy? Why did you suddenly scream so loudly?" She trembled as she replied.
In front. Mo Qing couldn't help but shiver. Damn it, encountering this monstrous thing. Is it because I didn't check the almanac before going out? Opposite them, the demon beast revealed a twisted smile. I've decided. I'll break your limbs and turn you into human pigs, treating you as my entertaining toys. Mo Qing immediately shouted. Chen Chang'an, dodge quickly. That guy can control all cultivators. Don't fight. Retreat first. Just as the demon beast was about to lunge forward, an invisible force suddenly pushed it back. The demon beast looked up in bewilderment. At this moment, Chang'an gently clamped its fingertip, his eyes full of doubt. An elite monster? He glared at the demon beast. How dare you say you want to turn me into a pig? You've got some nerve. Instantly, its arm was severed by Chang'an. Facing the sudden attack, the demon beast didn't even have time to blink. This human, he held its injured arm in pain. This body of mine was refined by the heavenly Tao using the origin water of all things to condense into this perfect body. Yet to think it is inferior to him? How is this possible? At the same time, Chang'an reminded her with a stern voice. This elite monster is mine. Don't steal my kill. Mo Qing immediately bent her legs and ran away. Big boss, you overestimate me too much. It's all yours. Returning to the demon beast, its face darkened. An elite monster? This human actually considers me a normal demon beast. No one has ever done that. Instantly, the demon beast's arm recovered, and it roared furiously. I will make you die. The demon beast was seen clasping its hands together. Realizing the critical situation, she hurriedly warned. Be careful, it's a sealing law. That move can isolate all cultivation bases and auras.
In the blink of an eye, Chang'an's body was tightly bound by chains. The demon beast's eyes suddenly lit up, and it couldn't help but feel smug. If your cultivation base is strength, then I don't need to fight head-on. Discussing the heavenly Tao laws is my specialty. It spoke more and more enthusiastically. If 100 laws won't work, then let me use 1,000 or 10,000 laws to suppress you. Immediately, the demon beast rushed towards him, roaring loudly. Under this heavenly Tao, I am invincible. Hearing this, Chang'an couldn't help but laugh out loud. He mockingly said, not even comparable to one of my toes. In an instant, a beam of light erupted. The demon beast howled in pain. Absurd! How is there nowhere I am better than him? Who exactly is this guy? From inside the cube, a ray of light suddenly shot out. Returning to Chang'an's side, the demon beast had completely disappeared without a trace. On the back of his hand, the number 132 immediately appeared. Chang'an couldn't help but be excited. I didn't expect this chicken to be worth 100 points, plus the remaining Empress. I currently have 132 points. I'm about to level up. The notification bell rang. The ranking changed, jumping from 122nd to 15th place, Chang'an. Xuanming was dumbfounded and bewildered. Couldn't the false god kill him? He almost lost his mind, grabbing Mo Qing's shirt. Where else are there elite monsters like this? Tell me quickly. She screamed as if she wanted to go crazy. Is this nothing in your eyes? But this monster is terrifying to death for me. There is only one in a single match. There are no more. So just enjoy it like this now, okay? Please? Meanwhile, a thought suddenly flashed through Chang'an's mind. Wait, maybe? He smirked meaningfully. System, let's make a living. It immediately replied, all right. Chang'an excitedly pointed upwards. This time the scope is narrowed down, only creating an effect on a single target. Mo Qing's face instantly turned pale. Wait, isn't it what you want? This move again? What exactly is his relationship with the space-time god Tian Wanchen? Instantly, the demon beast appeared before his eyes once again. Chang'an chuckled softly, his voice dry. We meet again. As soon as it saw him, it was as scared as if it had seen a ghost. Chang'an soliloquized alone. I'm bored of playing in this maze. It's about time to go out for a walk, right? My child, show me the results of your cultivation. The little spirit next to him slightly closed its eyes. Mo Qing hurriedly tried to stop him. What are you doing? What exactly do you want to do? I really don't understand you. Stop quickly. With such a huge commotion, we will be swallowed by the heavenly Tao laws of this maze. From midair, a figure gradually formed. In the blink of an eye, the scenery stopped at volcanic magma. She stared blankly ahead. This? Mo Qing screamed in astonishment. It's spatial teleportation. This is something only the heavenly Tao of this world can do, and the price to pay is not small. Why is it like this? Chang'an let out a dry laugh. Isn't the heavenly Tao of this world precisely my family's heavenly Tao? The boy did it.
She gradually shifted her attention to Heavenly Thunder. He raised his voice and explained, it has successfully absorbed the heavenly Tao of this world and upgraded to the spirit Tao realm. Currently, the entire power of laws in this land is under my control. Before Chang'an could finish, Mo Qing suddenly interrupted. In other words, your heavenly Tao has replaced the heavenly Tao of this world and now rules this world. She unconsciously paused. No, what nonsense am I saying? How could the heavenly Tao be replaced so easily? Are you tricking me? He smiled in delight. Bingo! Mo Qing was still bewildered. How is that possible? Chang'an quickly replied. Normally, it would definitely be impossible. But when it comes to heavenly god skill tricks, the lackey looked at him blankly. How is this Chen Chang'an not dead yet? The man wearing the hat stuttered slightly. Didn't he encounter the false god? How come? Xuanming was almost stunned into silence. Unbelievable. Right at this moment, a figure slowly approached Chang'an. Yulan looked at him in a daze. You're still fine? You're still alive? The moment Chang'an saw her, it was as if he had struck gold. You're here. Perfect timing.
He gleefully continued, his voice echoing throughout the space. This guy is worth 100 points. I already killed him once. Killing him again won't give points. You try it. Give him a slash. We can earn a full 200 points. Yulan's eyes widened as if they were about to explode. A joke? Is this a dream? The invisible false god right before her eyes was like a little lamb waiting to be slaughtered? She suddenly screamed, her voice noticeably breaking. How did you do it? False gods suppress all cultivators. Logically speaking, you couldn't possibly be his match. Did you notice early on and make a move? Or is he currently too weak, which is why he was defeated by you? Chang'an replied naively, his face completely indifferent. False god? Isn't he just an elite monster? He's not much different from the little monsters, is he? Receiving his answer, Yulan was almost stunned dizzy. Xuan Ming's group stood dumbfounded on the spot. Immediately after, Chang'an tightly grabbed the demon beast's neck. He decisively pressed it down to the ground. I've suppressed him. Make your move. Seeing Yulan hesitate, Chang'an loudly urged, Hurry up. If you don't kill him, someone else will snatch him. What are you hesitating for? In an instant, everyone suddenly realized an absurd fact. A god-slayer had appeared. At this moment, Yulan tiredly raised her sword. Chang'an vigorously cheered. Right, use your sword and aim straight at the head of this little bro false god. He will definitely lose his life. She spoke in a weak voice. First, let me say a few words. He immediately turned around, looking at Yulan with curious eyes. What is it? She suddenly shook her head. It's nothing, you heard wrong. Chang'an crossed his arms angrily. Talking only half a sentence, we won't be old friends in the future. Yulan replied decisively, without giving any face. No need. A moment later, the index on the back of her hand still kept the number 132. Yulan reached out her hand towards him in dissatisfaction. This number hasn't changed at all. He immediately avoided her gaze. Huh? Can't we share points with teammates? The organizing committee didn't say anything, and now the demon beasts are gone too. We can't kill the false gods, so there's no way to get the 200 points to level up. This is so mentally exhausting, unless... Chang'an's gaze immediately darted to one direction. The crowd couldn't help but shudder. Could it be that he wants to kill all of us with this look, so that he and the Empress can level up together? Damn it, during the strength test we accidentally mocked him and called him a country bumpkin from Juzo. Now we are doomed. Huasi immediately stepped forward. Brother Chen, I have 8 points. I can give them to you. Lin Yi next to him added, I have 12 points. Take them if you need. Just please don't make a move. The crowd shouted angrily. These two brats, are they just giving all their points to someone else like that? According to the heavenly god's rules, if you have 0 points, you won't be allowed to participate next time. Whether Chen Chang'an has enough points or not, what does it have to do with us? Right after that, they started a heated argument. The consolation prize is also very generous, enough for the people of the continent to have a stable life. Hey, we risked our lives to earn these points and you just give them to him so easily? Stop talking. Didn't you see his expression just now? He is planning to kill someone. Mo King couldn't help but feel dissatisfied. These people, if it weren't for Chen Chang'an, let alone nagging, they wouldn't even be able to keep their lives. Handing over the points now is the best choice. She screamed crazily, Brother, your little sister supports you in sending them all to hell right now. Over here, Chang'an was slightly silent. Right after that, he growled, If I wanted to kill you guys, 1 finger would be enough. I don't kill because I'm not like a certain someone. I have also made up my mind about the points, and you guys can't stop me. But I, Chen Chang'an, will not take anything from anyone for free, so let's make an exchange. At the same time, space-time retroaction was activated. Yulan on this side was almost immobilized. He pulled hard on the ear of a demon beast. Exchange for a 100-point elite monster, okay? The crowd was almost stunned. What? That divine art just now was resurrection.
Meanwhile, she was stunned to realize it was space-time retrotracing. Space-time retrotracing saved me last time? There's no need. Space-time retrotracing wasn't done by Lord Heavenly God, let alone me. The treasure artifact spirit said the origin of space-time retrotracing was in the maze. Chang'an's appearance once again became clear, so it was him. Returning to reality, Yulan gritted her teeth. Now I understand. She then replied, All right. He trembled, tightly gripping the demon beast's hand. Didn't the two of us just try it? You still want to do it again? Yulan turned around coldly. No, not doing it. At the same time, Xuan Ming spoke decisively. I agree. Having the chance to kill a false god is very beneficial for future cultivation and tempering an invincible Dao heart. In the blink of an eye, the two people Huasi and Ling Qi stepped forward simultaneously. Me too. Chang'an smirked maliciously. All right. A moment later, on the back of his hand, the points surged to 200. Chang'an smiled in delight. 200 points is enough for everything. Yulan gaped in astonishment, having never seen a battle like this. From behind, someone shouted loudly, Hurry up, there's still a long line behind. He confessed from the bottom of his heart, I, Ling Qi, never dreamed that one day I could kill a false god. Huasi was full of gratitude. It's all thanks to Brother Chen. At this time, Yulan spoke up in frustration. Chen Chang'an, why are you doing this? Need you ask? He replied calmly. It must be because I want to level up. What else? She grumbled angrily. No, I mean you giving it to them. Hearing that, Chang'an emphasized again, you cannot continue to level up anymore.
Right at this moment, his expression suddenly changed. The group of people looked up in unison. It was the treasure artifact spirit. It appeared majestically, its voice like roaring thunder echoing throughout heaven and earth.
From now on, you should worry about whether you can keep your dog life, Godslayer. Chang'an looked up, his voice hissing through his clenched teeth. What do you want? It did not hesitate to continue. The Lord Gods have jointly announced that your qualification for the tournament has been cancelled. If you weren't related to the god of space-time, Lord Tian Wangchen, we would have beaten you to death long ago. Now you are given two choices. The space vibrated, each word like a nail driven into the bone marrow. 1. Enter the teleportation gate. It will take you to the Divine Court Palace to face interrogation from the Eastern Domain Heavenly God, your life and death uncertain. Speaking up to here, it cast a cold glance at him. 2. Face Divine Emperor Juyang, who wants to kill you. You can neither run nor hide, and we will not step in to protect a godslayer like you. Hearing this, the group of people below had already fallen into a state of panic. On this side, Chang'an was so furious that he pursed his lips tightly. You are the ones who make the rules, and you are also the ones who instantly change the rules. Without a word, you want to block the future and determine the fate of humanity. For the past 10 million years, I thought these heavenly gods still remembered. Unexpectedly, Huoshi hesitated in his heart whether to go or not. Suen Ming immediately replied, how can the heavenly gods ignore the appearance of a godslayer? On the other hand, Yulan looked forward with a vigilant gaze. At present, even if we say the false god was dealt with by everyone together, it cannot save Chen Chang'an's life. Even with space-time retroaction, it cannot match up to a heavenly god. What is a godslayer? After many eras and epochs across thousands of worlds, a lucky few received divine grace. They broke through human limits and reached the realm of gods. This existence is a hope for humans, but a threat to the gods. Once a godslayer is discovered, they will immediately be sentenced to death, and all the forces behind them will be uprooted. On this side, Muashe hurriedly used his hands to shield. Divine Emperor Juyang, that god can easily burn our star domain. Brother, absolutely do not be stubborn. It's better to choose the first option. Keep your life for future development, and that god of space-time might not even be able to save your life. Immediately after it spoke in a low voice, Chen Chang'an, what is your choice? The scene shifted to the windless plain, where the sound of birds chirping softly could be heard. Shaolin leaned back on a rock, his eyes full of satisfaction. Being carefree without worries is the best. Just as he was still enjoying himself, Shaolin suddenly jolted in surprise.
From above, a pillar of light suddenly pierced down, and he blurted out a curse. Damn it. Shaolin coughed lightly. Who is it? Is there a need for this? He stared blankly upward. No, the air had disappeared. At the same time, in Nanyu, Divine Emperor Juyang appeared. Shaolin immediately stood up. This brother, please be lenient. Your oppressive aura has made the air thin out completely. Burning me is fine, but burning the whole flower garden is not okay, let alone the other small animals. He glared at him. Scram! Instantly, Juyang landed heavy blow right on the center of Shaolin's chest. His body could be seen sinking meters deep into the ground. At the same time, the boulder suddenly exploded, and a bottomless black hole appeared from within. Shaolin lightly brushed his hair. Understood, you are a god. He cast a cold gaze towards him. Shaolin gently reached out his hand. God, then I, your granddaddy, will also give you a choice. Meanwhile, Chang'an excitedly waved his hand. Yulan widened her eyes in astonishment, her pupils dilated to the max. Lin Yi, Shen Ming, and the others couldn't help but feel terrified. On the other side, Huoshi was almost frozen, her eyes glued to him. Chang'an gestured lightly with his hand, his face clearly showing provocation. Come on.